The man could never have imagined that with just a 2 yuan grilled starch sausage, he could get the most beautiful and aloof school flower to agree to live together. He thought she was just joking, but after moving in together, he discovered that while she appeared to be a good girl at school, she was actually like a clingy little kitten in private. Not only did she want to hold hands when going out, but she even found various excuses to sneak into his room every night to sleep. A few days ago, I had just bought some skewers and was hurrying home when I suddenly saw a girl curled up alone in a dark corner, letting the torrential rain lash against her. Seeing this scene, I held the umbrella over her and then squatted down to gently ask, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" But the girl seemed not to hear me, remaining completely still. Seeing this, I had no choice but to pat her shoulder. At the moment I touched her, her body trembled slightly, and she slowly raised her head, revealing a pure and beautiful face reminiscent of first love. "Thank you, I'm fine. Could you please not disturb me?" After seeing my appearance, she abruptly stopped herself from saying what she wanted to say. A hint of life returned to her dead gray eyes, and she shyly turned her head away, not wanting me to see her embarrassed state. In fact, the moment the girl looked up, I had already seen her face clearly. The girl's name is Xia Xineng, a classmate of mine for 3 years, and also the recognized school beauty at our school. At that time, she had been enrolled for less than half a year, and with her excellent grades of being first in the entire grade in every exam, as well as her pure and beautiful appearance, she became the image representative of the school. However, this also led to her being beaten and bullied by other girls. I couldn't stand it at that time and went up to give that group of bullies a beating, to prevent retaliation. For more than a month afterward, I specifically accompanied Xia Xineng home after school. Gradually, the two of us became more familiar with each other, but we were at most just ordinary friends, without any contact information. Although I was very surprised and curious, I still said directly, "Do you have any other place to go? Do you need me to help you call the police?" Upon hearing this, Xia Xineng shook her head vigorously. "Then what should we do? The hotels and inns are far from here." Then I suggested, "Or if you trust me, you can come to my house first." I thought Xia Xineng would refuse, but she opened her mouth, looking a bit shy. "But, is that okay? Would it be too much trouble?" She had originally planned to jump into the river tonight to end her life, but I appeared at her most desperate moment. So this time, she wanted to be a little selfish, a little greedy. "It's not a bother. Let's go." After hearing the girl's reply, I immediately grabbed her arm, gently helped her up, and then led her in the direction of my home. 5 minutes later, Xia Xineng stood still in my house, looking a bit at a loss. I took out a set of clean pajamas and handed them to her, then pointed to the toiletries on the sink and said, "The towel and toothbrush are new, but the pajamas aren't new. However, this set has been washed, so you can make do with it." After explaining a circle of precautions, I finally reminded her, "I'm going out first. If you have any questions, just call me directly. Hurry up and wash." As I walked out of the bathroom, Xia Xineng quietly said thank you. I waved my hand casually and then sat on the sofa, scrolling through my phone. 20 minutes later, Xia Xineng shyly walked out. Seeing me staring at her intently, she said in a soft voice, Can you not look?" Coming back to my senses, I immediately apologized and then stood up, pointing to the sofa and said, "You sit first. I'll go get the hairdryer for you." Xia Xineng gently responded. As soon as she sat on the soft sofa, she unconsciously relaxed her body. I plugged in the hairdryer, turned it on, and handed it to Xia Xineng. While she was drying her hair, I went back to the kitchen to reheat the late-night snack in the microwave. After a while, I shouted to Xia Xineng, who had just finished drying her hair, "Come over and eat something." School beauty Xia. Upon hearing this, Xia Xineng quickly waved her hand. "Ah, no need. I'm not hungry. That late-night snack is yours. What will you eat if I eat it?" Although she hadn't eaten anything in the evening, Xia Xineng still modestly declined. I placed the late-night snack on the table and urged, "Come on, if you keep being polite, it will be impolite." Hearing me say this, Xia Xineng had no choice but to obediently come to the dining table and quietly murmured a thank you again. I quickly finished 2 skewers of grilled squid, then got up and walked into the bathroom, putting Xia Xineng's outerwear into the washing machine. But the next second, I froze, because as I removed the outerwear, the innerwear that had been covered was revealed. The purple lace trim style was too seductive. Definitely not something a good girl like a student would wear. With this question in mind, I placed the remaining clothes into their respective bins, pressed the wash button, and walked to the living room. While eating, Xia Xineng suddenly spoke up. "You saw it all, right?" Her voice was very suppressed, completely lacking the shame of having her little secret exposed. I gently replied with an not asking any further questions. Seeing this, Xia Xineng became a bit flustered, worried that I might misunderstand her as an indiscreet girl. So she stammered, "Aren't you curious? Don't you want to ask me why?" I didn't respond but instead gently reassured her, Relax, I trust your character. I don't deny my curiosity, but you also need to think carefully about whether what you say might become a weapon that hurts yourself. Of course, if you insist, I will also be a good tree hole for you. After a moment of silence, Xia Xinian mustered her courage and said softly, as long as it's you, I am willing no matter what. What did you say? I didn't quite catch her words, which were no different from a confession, because her voice was too low. Xia Xinian's face turned red, and her head spun quickly. No, it's nothing. I mean, do you want to be my tree hole? I looked at her with some confusion. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. Xia Xinian's sweet and clear voice revealed an undeniable feeling, because in this world, she only trusted me. After dinner, I took Xia Xinian to the guest room. The blankets here are all new, so sleep well. Just rest for now, and we can talk slowly about anything tomorrow. You should also calmly think about whether you want to confide in me, okay? Xia Xinian nodded, thank you. After I left the room, Xia Xinian stared at the white bed, a bit dazed. She didn't know if this comfortable environment was real or if it was heaven after death. The next day, after finishing my morning run and returning home, Xia Xinian looked a bit shy as she pointed to the kitchen with her finger when she saw the breakfast in my hand. I didn't know you bought breakfast. What should we do with the noodles in the pot? I replied with a smile, it's fine. I'll just heat it up for lunch later. After saying that, I frowned, noticing her slightly flushed cheeks, but her eyes looked a bit lackluster. I quickly pressed the back of my finger against her forehead, my tone carrying a hint of reproach. You have a fever. Can't you feel it? I can. Feeling the hormones radiating from the boy in front of her after exercise, Xia Xinian subconsciously admitted. Why are you out cooking instead of resting in your room? It's okay, I've always been like this. I'm used to it. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Xia Xinian was unconcerned and wanted to go back to the kitchen to finish cooking the noodles. Hearing this, I directly grabbed Xia Xinian's wrist and pulled her to the bedside, pointing at the bed and firmly saying, lie down. Seeing my domineering attitude, Xia Xinian didn't insist anymore and obediently lay down, pulling the quilt over herself. Seeing this, I continued, wait a moment, I'll go get you some medicine, and I'll just serve you some of the noodles you just cooked. After eating, you can have a good sleep. Sorry to trouble you. Thank you, Xia Xinian said, feeling a bit guilty for being taken care of by me again, worried that I would find her too much of a hassle. However, I was quite unhappy with her politeness. I'll remind you one last time, if you are polite with me again, I will throw you out. After saying that, I walked towards the door. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinian immediately put away her little thoughts and nodded vigorously while covering her mouth. After a moment, I set up a table on her bed, and after watching her drink the fever-reducing medicine, I placed the noodles I had prepared on the table. Hurry up and eat. After eating, sleep and sweat a bit. It should be much better. If it doesn't improve, I'll take you to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinian quickly waved her hands to refuse, saying, no need, no need. I have no money, and it's just a minor illness. No need to go to the hospital. You don't need to pay, and I'm informing you, not negotiating. Just listen to me obediently. After I said this firmly, Xia Xinian immediately wilted and obediently picked up her chopsticks to eat a little. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, I returned to my bedroom to play games. After playing for a whole morning, I couldn't hold it anymore and got up to run to the bathroom. As soon as I pushed the door open, I was stunned. I saw a beautiful figure squatting in the corner, with her hair wrapped in a towel. But I was shocked not because of the girl's graceful figure, but because her fair skin was covered with many bruises and scars, clearly indicating that she had been subjected to long-term abuse. Xia Xinian lowered her head in silence, trying her best to cover the scars on her body with the foam from the shower gel. I, with a serious expression, didn't ask much more, and after apologizing in a somewhat heavy tone, turned to leave. After a while, Xia Xinian finished washing up and I called her to sit down for dinner. After a moment of silence, I took the initiative to explain. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were taking a shower. Mainly, I didn't turn on the light and there was no sound of water, so I didn't notice. Xia Xinian shook her head nonchalantly. I'm not blaming you. I saw that your door was tightly closed and you didn't seem to be coming out, so I thought I would take the opportunity to wash off the sweat. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Speaking of which, Gu Qingchen was also concerned. Right, how do you feel now? Did you take your temperature? Well, I measured it when I got up and it's 36 degrees 8. It's nothing more. Song Si nodded. That'll do. Then the two lapsed back into silence and ate without a word. After eating and drinking, Song Si sat on the sofa, and Gu Qingchen took out 2 bottles of ice-cold Coke from the refrigerator, unscrewing one of them and handing it to her before sitting not far away. Can you tell me what's going on with the injuries on your body? Gu Qingchen asked softly as she took a sip of her Coke. Anyways, she was a girl he once liked, and even if the good feelings were now subsiding, something as big as suspected abuse was something he still wanted to ask why. Song Si also took 2 sips of Coke, and while looking at the black drink, she revealed a complicated look while asking rhetorically, "Are you still willing to be my tree hole? Maybe when I'm done confiding, all the questions you're curious about will be answered. If you think about it, I'm always willing." Gu Qingchen nodded and answered. Song Si was silent for a long time before slowly recounting her experience. Chapter 10 Song Si's experience, above. The mother died of amniotic fluid embolism, but managed to give birth to a 6-pound, 5'2" baby girl. Oops, why is it a girl? Can we not have this? A rickety old woman said. The doctor immediately became anxious when he heard this. This granny, what are you talking about? Abandoning a baby is against the law. I'll call the police if you say that again. At this time, the side of the middle-aged man rushed over to explain. No. My mom said playing. Do not take it seriously. My daughter I certainly cannot afford to throw off. Then he turned and whispered in his own mother's ear. Mom, keep it as a pig. And when it grows up sell it to a big family in our village as a daughter-in-law and collect a hard bride price. When that wife heard this, she was all smiles. Well, just do as you say. When the birth certificate is processed. Name. Let's call it Song Si. It was given to my wife when she was pregnant. It's all your fault for not wearing a condom, causing me to get pregnant with your cubs, and the big boss who's been underwriting me behind the scenes doesn't want me anymore. So you have to marry me. Otherwise I'll go to your village and make trouble. A woman wearing a black cashmere coat and a wraparound skirt, with her legs wrapped in black silk, her feet on thin heels, and her face heavily made up, glared at the middle-aged man in front of her and said, Well. More than 9 months later, the mother gave birth to a 7-pound 1-2 baby boy. The mother and child are safe. Congratulations. That's great. The old Song family finally has a descendant. Your father in heaven can also rest in peace, the rickety old woman said. The middle-aged man was even happier and was close to setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Since it's my first baby boy, the name will be Song Zijuan, son, Ing Jun. My old was married for 5 years and gave birth to a drag queen who really deserved to die. It's still my wife who's great. You're a credit to our Song family. A modest living room with walls covered in paint from children's graffiti. The concrete floors however were cleaned and there was little trash. A 7 or 8 years old, like a porcelain doll of a small milky face pale, quietly nestled in the hard wooden sofa motionless. She is exactly the childhood Song Si. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out. He kicked the sleeping girl with his foot, and commanded with a face full of impatience, Get up, your grandmother will come over in a while. Hurry up and go and cook the meal, and clean up the table by the way. Song Si's chubby little hands rubbed her eyes and said breathlessly, Daddy, I'm so dizzy, can I not do it? The middle-aged man didn't care at all. It's just a fever. If you delay cooking, see if your grandmother and your aunt charge you. Song Si's entire body visibly trembled as she hurriedly climbed up and walked towards the kitchen. And before the middle-aged man went back to the house, he also warned, Don't steal the food anon, or you'll be careful with your skin. Song Si seemed to be used to such words and didn't react much. She moved the small bench to the stove and stepped on it to unscrew the gas and strike the fire. Then he went to the refrigerator and took out the meat and vegetables, skillfully cut them on the chopping board and began to fry them. At the same time, she warmed up the leftover rice porridge from yesterday and took out a section of savory vegetables and cut them up. That's her lunch at noon. As the door opened, a hunched-over, white-haired old woman walked in. At once, a little kid of about 6 years old came running out upside down. Gu, my big grandson missed grandma yet? See what delicious food I brought you? She picked the little kid up with one hand, then pulled a bag of puffs out from behind her. You keep it for yourself anon, but don't give it to your sister. Understand? The old woman instructed, pointing her finger at the boy's nose. Grandma. Song Si also came over from the side and shouted. She heard what was said earlier, but didn't complain about anything condescendingly. The old woman just glanced at her and said nothing. Evening. A family of 4 was happily eating at the dining table, which was covered with various meals, both those made by Song Si and those ordered from takeout. But the girl could only squat in front of the coffee table, taking small bites of leftover porridge and eating pickles. Ouch! Why is it so hot? Hubby, Junbao seems to have a fever. What should we do? A demurely dressed woman asked anxiously. Don't worry, let your son sleep well. I'll rush to get some medicine, and if it doesn't work, rush to the hospital. Without saying a word, the middle-aged man immediately dressed and went downstairs. Why does my brother get good food every day? Why can't I eat what's on the table? Why can't I eat what those younger brothers are left without eating or drinking? Why can't I rest like my brother when I'm sick? Can't get care from my dad and aunt? Chapter 11 Song Si's experience, middle, 14 years old. Song Si came to the bedroom and carefully inquired, Auntie, I seem to be on my period. Can you buy me a few pieces of underwear and some sanitary napkins? The woman with the somewhat blonde face got up from the bed in a moment of impatience, and first went up and pinched her hard about 10 times. Song-si also endured in silence. It was then that the woman who had finished venting rummaged through the cupboards to find a couple sets of underwear, and somewhat worn cotton clothes. It's just that some of those undergarments are lace, some are semi-sheer, and some are cut out and carved. Anyway, there was just no normal cotton thread underwear. Here you go. What to buy? These I do not wear. You wash can still wear. And sanitary napkins do not cost I'll just sew a few of them into my raggedy cotton shirt and make do with it. There are a few tampons left in the bathroom cabinet, and you're rewarded for them too. So get out of here and leave me alone. Just after leaving the bedroom, a little boy who had been spreading himself around was holding a water balloon and smashing it heavily on Song-si's head. Oh, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. The bear boy shouted excitedly as he ran away. She ignored it and just went to the bathroom, dropping tears as she washed the lingerie she'd gotten from the handout. Why did my brother get new clothes and shoes to wear every month, while I had to wear my stepmother's leftover clothes and shoes, and the only clothes I had of my own were just a few sets of school uniforms? Why does my stepmother have to beat and pinch me at every turn, even whip me with a willow? Why is my brother free to bully me too? Hubby, keep it down. Junbao is sleeping. Don't wake him up. Hey, it's okay, you put that on. Bummer. Listening to the decadent sounds coming from the bedroom, Song-si covered her ears with a red face, her heart full of repression. Why don't I have my own room? Why is my bed this hard? Narrow couch? Why is my desk a coffee table? Why are my clothes only stacked on the floor? Teachers' offices. Dad, why should I apologize when he was the one who drew on my clothes and hit me, and I didn't even fight back? Song-si said with a face full of aggression. Yes, Papa Song-si, you're going a bit overboard, aren't you? The teacher on the side couldn't stand to watch either. Hurry up and apologize. I'm still at work and you're holding me up for hours because of you. Come on, the middle-aged man demanded as if he hadn't heard the girls and the teacher's accusations. I'm sorry. And when the other parent and that child heard Song-si's apology, the smugness on their faces became even more obvious. Why? Why should I apologize when I was obviously bullied? Milk tea store. See, how am I going to pay you this month's salary? I don't have a cell phone. Can I have cash? Okay. Soon after, Song-si received the cash from the store manager and thanked him with a smile. Thank you, store manager. But when he got home, the middle-aged man snatched the cash from Song-si's pocket and counted it. Just $2,000. Okay, from now on, you'll turn in all your wages from your part-time job. So what's a girl doing spending money? Recently, your brother wants to buy a new cell phone, so it's a good time to add some more money. In the future, you should find a rich man to marry, subsidize your family, and buy your brother a house. Song-si also just dared to be angry, clenched his hands, silently sat on the lime floor, lying on the coffee table and writing summer vacation homework. Why do I have to turn in the money I earn myself? Can't I buy something of my own? Why did you use my money to buy your brother a new cell phone? But I don't even have my own cell phone. Chapter 12 Song-si's experience, below, 16 years old. Dad, first grade rules say you can't go home at noon and eat at school. Can you pay for my meal? It's just one less meal. Think of it as a diet and leave me alone. The middle-aged man shooed Song-si away and focused on the work in front of him. At school, the young girl watched the other students rush to the cafeteria every day at noon, while she had to distract herself from her hunger by drinking water. She didn't envy or resent. She just bored herself with her studies. Came home one day. Song-si just entered the door. The middle-aged man closed the newspaper and said, "By the way, the school wants to ask you to be the spokesperson for something. The pay is $100,000. I'm your guardian. The contract has been signed on your behalf. You listen to the school to arrange on the line." Song-si just wanted to retort, but thinking of her stepmother's thrashing when she returned, she once again held back and silently went to the kitchen to cook. It didn't matter to her as long as the man was still willing to help pay for her schooling. All she wanted to do now was to study hard and get into college. Far away from them, far away from this family. Pouring out memories to this point, Song-si's voice had taken on a strong sobbing tone. Tears kept sliding down his cheeks and onto his pajama pants like a kite on a broken string. Her tone became more and more agitated. But last night, my dad sold me to a coal owner who lives in a mountain village and is divorced in his 40s because of a $150,000 bride price. Why? Why did he do this to me? Ugh, I'm his child too. If he didn't like me, why did he give birth to me? Why did he keep me? Woohoo! I studied hard and tried hard not to make mistakes just in case he didn't even give me a chance to go to school. Ugh, but why? What do I have to do for him to let me go? Woohoo! I want to be loved too. I want to have my own room and clothes too. Woohoo! I also want to eat good food and drink good water. Is that wrong too? Ugh, why? Why is it okay for my brother and not for me? Whoa! Song Si's emotions completely collapsed. She pulled her dainty little feet out of her slippers and stepped on the sofa with her legs curled up, her arms wrapped around her, burying her head in her hands and crying bitterly. Gu Chengchen seemed to have returned to yesterday's rainy night when he first met the young girl. After listening to all of Song Si's experiences, he had a vague throbbing pain in his heart and a hard feeling that something was blocking his chest. There's no such thing as a schoolteacher's good girl. There's no such thing as a fairy who has fallen into the world and doesn't eat the earth. What there is nothing more than a poor young girl persecuted by an unscrupulous family who wants to escape. He finally realized why her lingerie was so ripe and sexy, why she got that look in her eyes when she ate her snacks and drank her Coke, and why she suffered in silence when she was bullied in the first place. What's the use of telling the school teacher when you come across such a scummy father who does one thing on the surface and does another thing behind the scenes? With a human face? Call the police? Song Si is so good at her studies. How could she not know that it is illegal to abuse a child and sell her daughter in the name of a bride price? But it was her own father, after all. Or maybe it was because she didn't want to lose the only family member she had around her. As to why Song Si ran away from home last night even in the rain, and why her body was covered in bruises, the answer was already obvious. Perhaps if he hadn't shown up, the acceptance of gifts and selling her daughter would have been the final straw that broke her back. Chapter 13, Silent Comfort, the selfishness of a young girl. Looking at the crying young girl, Gu Qingchen slowly moved his body and sat next to her. After patting Song Si's shoulder, he didn't say anything, as if in silent comfort. However, what he didn't expect was that Song Si suddenly opened her arms and hugged him tightly, her delicate face buried deep into the crook of his neck. The warm tears cut across Gu Qingchen's skin, soaking the collar of his blouse. The older boy froze for a moment, feeling the softness pressed against his chest. He raised his arms slightly in his hands, his body tensing up, not knowing what to do for a moment. It was the first time he had ever been hugged by a girl, and his heart beat a little faster. After adapting for a while longer, Gu Qingchen also slowly lowered his arm and embraced Song Si, his right hand still gently patting her back as if he was coaxing a child. I don't know how long. Song Si's crying had subsided, and she realized with a jolt that she was actually in Gu Qingchen's arms. So, immediately, she propped up her arms and got up from his arms, her eyes red from crying and her face like a ripe red apple. Looking at the large part of the boy's blouse that was wet from crying, Song Si hurriedly apologized. Right. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up for you. Gu Qingchen waved her hand carelessly and digressed. How is it? Feeling better? Thank you, Song Si said gratefully. Indeed. Finding someone to talk to dissipated a lot of the aggression that was clogging up my heart. Gu Qingchen didn't wait for Song Si to ease her emotions, so she asked directly, what are you going to do in the future? Listening to your account, your father is determined to sell his daughter. If you still want to go to college without fear, either call the police or find someone to calm him down. Otherwise, when he finds out about your college and goes over there to make some unreasonable noise, not only will you not be able to go to school, but you'll be at the mercy of God. Things have reached this point. If we don't hurry to solve it, when her scummy father goes to the school and makes a fuss, Song Si will be taken home by force again. Then the fate of being sold will become inevitable. The network communication in the small mountain village is not well developed, and the coal bosses are the dragons of the earth. Once they are brought into the village silently, they will never want to come out in this life. As long as the villagers bite the bullet that there is no such person, it is useless to report to the police. After all, they did not break the law, cannot hit and cannot be searched. The law is not responsible for this, said is even more by them to play the six cannot. Calling the police to personally put your scumbag dad in? Not easy, because the vast majority of her abuse was by that stepmom. It's not really possible to pin the crime on the scumbag dad. 150,000 to sell the girl is more of a verbal agreement. After all, Song Si has not yet passed. That coal boss is not likely to be stupid enough to directly give money or sign any contract. Giving up on school for a while and not coming home to hide is even less likely. Once the scumbag dad calls the police and says the kid is missing, then puts on the facade and backstabbing face. Even if Song Si will tell the true face of the scum father, the police after some investigation without substantial evidence, the probability is that it will not be settled. Therefore, there was only one path in front of Song Si. It's just a matter of finding someone who was capable of pressing the scum daddy once and for all. Song Si shook her head in confusion. In fact, the reason why I poured out all this today is not only to vent my heart's aggression, but there is also a part of my selfishness mixed in. From the moment the boy appeared to her in the rain last night, she wanted to be selfish for once. Wanted the boy who had helped her, who had warmed her, who she could trust with all her heart to save her, even if it's just to reach out and help her. Chapter 14, Good Lies. Cohabitation begins. And Gu Qingchen's next reply did not disappoint her. I can help you get rid of that family once and for all, away from your incompetent father. And on the contrary, I have conditions. How about that? Think about it? Hearing that Gu Qingchen was willing to help her, Song-si nodded her head in agreement without the slightest hesitation. Okay, no problem. Okay, I'll help you solve the problem, from now until you graduate from college. I'll take care of your tuition and fees and food, clothing, housing, food, drink and entertainment. No matter how much you spend during this period, you don't have to pay it back. Relatively, you have to study hard. I don't care what subject you major in later in college, but you have to minor in something related to accounting and work for me for at least 5 years at a low salary after graduation. Sure, call it low pay, but I'll pay you enough to cover your daily expenses. Depending on the prices at the time, you just won't be able to save much. After saying so much, in fact, only Gu Qingchen himself knew that this was just a way to make Song-si feel at ease and accept help. However, it was possible for him to create a small company in the future. Not to make hundreds of millions or billions like his mother's conglomerate, but at least to maintain the quality of life he had now. So it's important to have a finance you can trust when the time comes. It would be best if Song-si kept her end of the bargain, and it didn't matter if she didn't. Just consider the investment a failure. And Song-si nodded and agreed to this condition, but she added, the university just needs to help me cover the tuition for the first year, and I'll work part-time to earn the rest. But Gu Qingchen refused. Alright, don't push it. College is a small society. Being too shabby will be looked down upon and bullied. I'll work for me for at least 5 years at a low salary in exchange for giving you a quality life. It's called quid pro quo, and you'll get an advance on your paycheck. Hearing the boys say that, Song-si wasn't being stubborn. A place to live. Should I rent you a room temporarily for 3 months until college starts? Or should you just stay with me? Gu Qingchen asked. Can I stay here? Song-si looked toward Gu Qingchen, her eyes glowing with expectation. There's nothing like waking up every day to see your favorite people. Naturally, I wouldn't object to being able to live with a beautiful woman, and I'd save myself some trouble. Gu Qingchen was also happy to do so, and then he turned his words around, that, since you live here, I'm tired of eating takeout and stuff, and I need to rely on you for cooking and occasional hygiene, and I'm really lazy. Of course, I'll give you $3,000 a month, keep it for pocket money. Song-si waved her hand. No, just take it as my rent for the 3 months I live here. Okay, just do as I say. Is your dad home now? Gu Qingchen didn't want to dwell on this matter any longer, and now there was an old den that needed to be resolved. Although there are still nearly 3 months of vacation, but for the sake of night and day, just now and nothing, just go over and press him to death. Should be in. He works as a driver for a boss and usually goes to the office at 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Song-si said. Gu Qingchen looked at her cell phone. It was already past 3 p.m. Okay, go ahead and get your school uniform and shoes and stuff from the washing machine on the balcony and change into them. They should be done drying by now. Let's hurry to your house. Well, Song-si went to the balcony, and Gu Qingchen went back to the bedroom to change into a men's coat and pants. When he came out, he saw schoolgirl Song, who was wearing a school uniform and a ponytail, sitting on the sofa. The sense of youthfulness and the pure and lovely face of the first love are really heart-stirring. Ahem, let's go. Gu Qingchen silently recited Umat Ba Buddha a few times, came to the entrance hall to change his shoes, and left the house with Song-si. Chapter 15, Storming the Scum Father. A rundown old neighborhood. The buildings here are no more than 4 or 5 stories high, still with red brick walls and not the slightest bit of landscaping. As for the greenery, forget it, there's none at all. Clutter is piled everywhere, bicycles are parked haphazardly, and the hallways are short and narrow, making it difficult for light to come in. Building 4, 3rd floor. Song-si gently knocked on the iron door of the Eastern household. Soon, a middle-aged man with a somewhat small handsome look pushed open the door and probed out. The moment he saw Song-si again, he cursed loudly. ************************************************** ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************away from home. If it delays Boss Huang's marriage, I'll see if I don't beat you to death. You're just like your dead mom. You just don't need to be trained. After you get married, you'll serve Mr. Huang well, and try to get more money for the family. Your brother is still waiting for money to buy a house and get a wife. Do you hear me? If one day Boss Huang gets tired of playing with you and kicks you back, I'll let you go to the clubhouse to pick up clients and make money. Song-si was immune to the man's curses and didn't react to anything. Just when he was tired of cursing and ready to reach out and grab her hair, Gu Qingchen hurriedly turned off the cell phone recording, while pulling Song-si out from behind the door. And without saying a word to the middle-aged man's chest was a powerful kick. He was kicked straight out 3 or 4 meters and landed hard on the ground. Song-si was startled by Gu Qingchen's sudden strike, and the middle-aged man was also confused by the fall. You still dare to bring a little white boy back to fight? Gu Qingchen didn't give the man a chance to speak, entering the room and pinching the sides of his cheeks before holding them back. Without even giving the man a chance to resist, he simply knocked his head hard against the wooden couch behind him. You have the guts to kill me, or else I'll sue you for all your money. The middle-aged man who had been knocked lightly, his voice was somewhat broken as he let out vicious words. Seeing this, Song Si hurried over to pull Gu Qingqian's arm and begged, don't you fight anymore? If you fight again, something will happen. It's not so much that he's heartbroken about his scummy dad, but he's afraid that someone he likes will be implicated in this. Gu Qingqian also knew to stop at the right moment. He leaned over slightly to the man and said, you are the punishment for being a mouth breather. Now, let's talk. Aren't you just doing this for money? I'll give you $200,000. Your daughter belongs to me. How about it? When Song Si heard that she wanted to give 200,000 yuan, she hurriedly pulled the corner of Gu Qingqian's shirt and said, Don't! It's too much. It's not worth it. Gu Qingqian ignored her. Her own aura couldn't be dropped or the man would have no awe. And the middle-aged man heard to give money, but also more than Boss Huang, immediately changed his tone. 300,000. You hit me. This is the medical fee, or I will call the police. And also, you still have to personally find Boss Huang. After all, is his fiancé. Ha, you're quite greedy. I told you, it was a punishment just now. How can I give you money? Gu Qingqian smiled disdainfully. Put away your little wisdom of staying out of the way and fighting between two tigers. I'll lead the people away. And as for how you're going to account for it, it's none of my business. You think Boss Huang is not good to offend, but I am? Then, Gu Qingqian leaned over to the middle-aged man's ear and whispered, I'm a second-generation rich man, so guess if I dare to inject you into the cement and sink the river silently. That son of yours is pretty cute too, so much like your pups. I just don't know if he's trained. Don't. Okay, $200,000. Just $200,000. Don't touch my son. Looking at Gu Qingqian's stern eyes, as well as just now without hesitation ruthless shot, the middle-aged man has realized that in front of this, with their own daughter the same age of the boy, is by no means a simple second generation of rich people, and also involved in their own baby son, immediately compromised. You're a smart man. Whether to call the police or not you weigh yourself. The account book to me. I'll return it to you when I'm done with it. Stay away from Song Si in the future, or I'll take your son home to entertain him. Well, the middle-aged man gulped and climbed up to go to the bedroom. Chapter 16, The Joke's On. Si, go pack your things. Song Si gave him a dumbfounded look, but shook her head. Here, there is nothing that belongs to me. Hearing this, Gu Qingqian rubbed her head heartily and said nothing. The sudden intimate head-touching kill also made Song Si shyly lower her head. He waited at the door for a while before the slag father hurried out with the account book. After Gu Qingqian took it, he asked again, By the way, that Boss Huang you mentioned, what's his full name? Where does he live now? Where is the coal yard he owns? The middle-aged man didn't dare to hesitate. Called Huang Zhongshan, living in a small village called Yunshan Village around Shangping County. As for his coalfields, I wouldn't really know. Okay, give me the bank card number. The money will be there in 4 hours, so be nice. Getting the card number, Gu Qingqian coldly glanced at the scummy father and left with Song Si, and the young girl looked at the fierce boy the whole time, suddenly feeling a little strange, as if this is the real him, or both are him. On the road, Song Si's gaze was very soft as she looked at Gu Qingqian, who had already regained his sunshine and cheerfulness, and muttered, That, I know you're rich, but $200,000 is too much. Are you thinking about it? It's really not worth it for me, and it's such a waste to give it to that man. She had an unprecedented sense of ease at the moment, as if she had broken free of her shackles, and could be said to have been touched by Gu Qingqian, but she also didn't want the person she liked to pay so much for herself. Gu Qingqian joked as he turned the money around. Alright, consider this as repayment for your father's support and the bride price. You're now my fiancé. But when he turned his head to look, he realized that Song Si's face was full of redness, her pink lips slightly opened, slowly spitting out a good. He felt the joke was on him, so he hurriedly rounded up. Okay, I'm just kidding and teasing you. You're just grateful now, not in love. I wouldn't mind a sweet romance with a big, beautiful woman when you still have that in your head after a while. Song Si sniffed. Her expression was a little lost, but also thankful. She just let out a soft not knowing what she was thinking, and Gu Qingqian didn't notice her change in mood at this time. He just took out his cell phone and dialed Sister Miaoshu. After a few system tones, the lilting female voice rang out. What's wrong, Morn? Sister Miaoshu, what's the old man like? Only to hear a soft sigh on the other end of the phone. Still in ICU. The situation is not too optimistic. I guess it's just for these 2 days. After Gu Qingqian hesitated for a moment, for the sake of a long night's sleep, she still opened her mouth and said, Sister Miaoshu, I'd like to trouble you with something. Turn around and I'll give you information on the two of you. One should be running a black coal kiln. Otherwise there is no reason to live in a small village. The stain is definitely quite a lot, and it is estimated that the villagers bought there. You bother a little bit. Just get him in directly. The other is suspected of child abuse and trafficking in women in the name of bride price, and without letting the other go to jail. It is important to fix him first so that he has no time to think about anything other than himself. If you can't, get him in again. After all, it is Song Si's own father whose blood is thicker than water, and he also raised her to such a big age. If the other party can stop, he naturally will not do things too extreme. If it doesn't stop, he'll get a good prison sentence, or he'll beg his mom. Then, ka-chow. The female voice on the phone was silent for a few moments before returning. Okay, just leave it alone. Send me everything you know and I'll fix it. No problem, that's enough for now. I'll send it to you when I get home. Okay, be safe on the road. Chapter 17, Ordinary People. After hanging up the phone, Song Si, who had been listening the whole time, didn't say anything, but just leaned a few more points towards Gu Qingshan's side. Midway, Gu Qingshan went to the pharmacy and after buying a few bottles of sprays to invigorate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, the two of them took a cab back to Maxiang Academy. Back home, Gu Qingshan directly brought Song Si into the second bedroom. Schoolgirl Song, please lift up your back. Song Si was quite cooperative, taking off her jacket and slowly lifting up her own clothes, revealing her white and beautiful back. Gu Qingshan didn't appreciate it too much and sprayed on the medicine to invigorate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Then let Song Si put down her clothes. Then, handing her the medicine, he said, spray the rest yourself. And in passing, he asked, what is your father's name? Song Si returned, Song Taijun. Okay, you keep the medicine. Just spray it once a day. And where you can't spray it, you can find me directly. Good. The young girl nodded shyly. Then, Gu Qingshan sent the recording, along with the edited known full information, to Sister Miao Shu's email address. At the same time, it was informed on WeChat, it's all been sent over. The woman also quickly replied, okay, leave it to me, I'll be in touch if I need you. Gu Qingshan, okay, alright, it's all settled. Your father probably won't be able to find out anything about you in his life, Gu Qingshan said with a smile. Thanks. After thanking her, Song Si was curious again. That Miaoshu sister, is she very powerful? How come everything was solved with one phone call? Gu Qingshan smiled mysteriously. More than powerful. The Red family, the current national no. 1. And there is no lack of high officials serving in various important positions. Are his father's former students or protégés? The prestige is extremely high. There is nothing that can't be set right without touching the law. Song Si's surprised little mouth couldn't close. You actually have such a powerful relative. Your family shouldn't be bad, right? But why do you want to come to a small city like Linzhou to go to school? The young girl caught the flashpoint. Just think of me as an ordinary person who doesn't like the atmosphere of the big city and has a sister-in-law who likes to spoil me. Gu Qingshan didn't give an explanation. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, Song Si wisely stopped asking more questions and changed the question. Auntie? Not sister? Gu Qingshan, who heard the word, smiled sardonically, seemingly recalling some bad memories, and explained, the generation does have to be called aunt, but she felt that I called her old, and from a young age and martial arts, forced me to change my name, so she called me sister. Oh, Song Si nodded without question. Gu Qingshan, who didn't have much to do, was afraid that Song Si would be bored, so he moved a dining chair and brought her to his bedroom, ready to teach her to play games to pass the time. The young girl, on the other hand, looked around curiously, and although there was no odor in the room, she couldn't help but look at the messy beds and desks and spit out. What a mess! Gu Qingshan had nothing to say because it was indeed messy. He sat down in the dining room chair and pushed the gaming chair next to him and said, sit down. Song Si also sat down as instructed, and the perfect arching back design made her lean back. Gu Qingshan gave her different games to try. What with CSGO, LOL, henteing, My World, Famine, Chicken, Escape from Tarkov, and even Forest Ice Fireman and Three Kingdoms he took out. The resultant conclusion was that Song Si was completely indifferent to the game. It's one of those things that you can play, but aren't interested in. There was no way around it, so Gu Qingshan had to hand over his own cell phone and said, you'd better brush up on Jitterbug, or just flip through it yourself. The password is 060305. Tomorrow, I'll first take you to move your ID and account, and make a big purchase on the way. Song Si took the cell phone while tilting her head in confusion. Big purchase of what? Then don't worry about it, just listen to my arrangements. Gu Qingshan deliberately sold a secret. Well, Song Si also had the sense not to get to the bottom of it. Casually fiddling with the phone quickly unlocked the screen. She had never played with a cell phone, but but she had watched her father and stepmother and brother play with them at home, so it was easier to get started. Chapter 18, The Schoolgirl Song Who Secretly Does Bad Things. The sun is setting in the west. The hazy night had spread from the sky. Gu Qingchen held her hands up high and stretched ruthlessly. No more games. I'll go out and buy dinner. You wait at home by yourself. I can make it for you. Song Si immediately put down her cell phone and said. Gu Qingchen took some cash from the drawer and patted her on the shoulder. A clever woman can't cook without rice. At home. Apart from eggs and noodles is milk and drinks. You can't do it even if you want to. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Song Si shook her head. I don't know. I'll eat whatever you buy. She hadn't touched any of the street food, and was genuinely unaware. All right. After saying that, Gu Qingchen pushed open the door to her room, changed her shoes in the entrance hall, and left the house straight away. And the girl, seeing that she was the only one left, was emboldened. Before she had only dared to brush her jitterbugs, but now she could sneak a look at something else. With intense curiosity, she switched back and forth between several programs and got a general idea of what they all did. Finally, flipping through it, I accidentally flipped through a collection folder called Learning Materials, and in front of it were all the normal browsers, video platforms, and whatnot. But then you turn to the next page and there are a couple of weird-looking pieces of software. Clicked on one of the programs at random. At once, a picture of a not fine to colorful into present manga wind came into view. Song Si's original half-open door to the new world opened all the way at this moment. Anyhow, she had heard her father and stepmother messing around in the bedroom often enough to know something about that sort of thing. After clicking on a manga and reading more than 40 chapters, Song Si blushed and muttered to herself, How can it still be like this? It's really unbearable. However, she was tongue-tied and silently memorized it in her heart, thinking that she might be able to use it with Gu Qingchen in the future. When she came back to her senses, her face exploded red and she hurriedly turned off the software and the background, put the phone's resting screen back on the table, and somewhat sheepishly tidied up Gu Qingchen's desk and bed, as if this wouldn't let Gu Qingchen see any clues. About 10 minutes later, after the dripping sound of the entry door entering the password rang out, Gu Qingchen shouted, Schoolgirl Song, it's time to eat. Okay, here we go. Song Si replied back just as loudly, piling up all the last organized test papers before hastily pushing the door to the living room. Gu Qingchen had already lifted the lid and arranged the meals, and brought the starter from the kitchen to open 2 bottles of soft drinks. Looking at Song Si, who was already sitting at the table but with a somewhat flushed face, he handed over chopsticks and rice while asking, Why is your face so red? Got a fever again? It was fine if she didn't ask, but as soon as she did she remembered the manga episode she had just peeked at, and that she had done that. Her cheeks turned even redder. No, it's just a bit hot, Song Si said as she tried to remain calm. Gu Qingchen looked at her suspiciously for a moment, but didn't dwell on it, went to the coffee table and picked up the remote control for the central air conditioner, and turned it down a few degrees. After returning to the table and sitting down, he pushed the soda in front of Song Si and said, Lychee-flavored soda. Let's see if it meets your taste. If you don't like it, I'll get you a Coke. It's boiled pork slices. My favorite. Try it. Good. Song Si couldn't wait to eat, taking a sip of her drink a moment later, and pinching a slice of meat a moment later. Those bright little eyes never went away. Chapter 19, a post-movie viewing of The Schoolboys. At the end of a satisfyingly full meal, Song Si sat down on the couch and let out a small burp. Gu Qingchen smiled faintly, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV proposing, Would Schoolgirl Song like to watch a movie? Both. Although he said that, he could hear the anticipation in Song Si's tone. Receiving this, she added, That calling Schoolgirl Song is so different. Wasn't it quite nice for you to call CE at my house? Gu Qingchen explained. I didn't do it to show my dominance in front of your father. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to suppress him. I'll call it that from now on if you don't mind. Good. Song Si smiled sweetly upon hearing this. Afterwards, Gu Qingchen found a movie called Wandering Earth 2, which was released early last year, and put it on. The whole Song Si was watching very intently. Seeing the shocking scene will also wow a bit, like a child in contact with new things. Let Gu Qingchen some heartache. At the same time, in his heart, he secretly planned that if there was a chance in the future, he would take her to double the missing food and drink to make up for it. After a movie, Song Si still had some unfulfilled feelings. She turned to Gu Qingchen and asked, Is Yaya considered really alive? Has she really been reunited with her father? That's quite an angle you're asking the question from. Gu Qingchen didn't understand the schoolteacher's brain circuits, but still patiently answered. Personally, I feel that in a sense, they did come alive. But in the sense of life, each life is unique, and any other manner of continuation is but a substitution, not a resurrection. Or, perhaps, they have been new individuals since the moment of their birth. Song-si pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense. Alright, college bully, it's getting late. Grab some rest. I still have to take you shopping tomorrow, Gu Qingchen said as she looked at the time on the TV. Okay, good night, good night. After exchanging goodnights, both went back to their houses, and Gu Qingchen pushed the door and saw the desk and bed that had been made up. The books and papers were all stacked in separate rows against the wall, and the stationery was neatly arranged on the right side. The comforter was neatly folded at the foot of the bed, and the sheets were laid out so flat that there were basically no wrinkles to be seen. This girl, Gu Qingchen smiled helplessly, picked up the cell phone on the table, took off his clothes, lay on the bed and read a novel for a while before turning off the light and going to sleep. Early morning, the sun is vague, the sky is gray, and it's supposed to be a cloudy day. Gu Qingchen, who had returned home after his morning run, saw the graceful figure in the kitchen that was carrying the waist of his pants in one hand and holding a frying spoon in the other. Somewhat comically, with long flowing hair. I knew you got up to cook. Luckily I didn't buy breakfast, Gu Qingchen said as she came to Song-si's side. The young girl smiled back. Fried eggs, unfortunately no bread, just milk, at home. That's what she prepares for most of her breakfasts. Although there's no share for her, it's fine, just a simple meal. I'll take you for a good meal at noon after my morning errands. After saying that, Gu Qingchen left the kitchen and went to the bathroom, spending a few minutes, taking a brief shower, and returning to the bedroom to change out of her workout clothes. When Gu Qingchen, who was dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, came out, the table was already set with fried eggs and warm milk, and Song-si sat obediently on the chair and waited for him. Chapter 20, A Young Girl's Loving Eyes. Why wait for me? You can just eat first yourself. Gu Qingchen pulled out a chair and sat down and said, It's okay, not bad for a while. Song-si gazed at him with a soft gaze. For some reason, the young girl's tone was always a bit soft and sticky, and was no longer as polite as yesterday, as if she had treated Gu Qingchen as a family member in these 1 day and 2 nights. Seeing Gu Qingchen directly clip up an egg and gulp it into his mouth, she also hurriedly pouted. You eat slowly, it's easy to choke. With that, she even moved the milk toward him. It's okay. Gu Qingchen picked up the milk and took a sip, but when it came to eating the egg, it became just a half bite. While eating, he sent a message to Shen Miaoshu, asking her to find someone to help, relax the conditions, and move Song-si's account first, or at least not to be too restricted by that scum father in the future. Shen Miaoshu agreed readily, and she first asked for a photo of the account book. Watching Gu Qingchen go into the house and then come out again in no time, Song-si didn't care and just quietly ate her meal. After the two of them finished eating, Song-si also went back to the house, ready to change into her school uniform. After all, pajamas are too inconvenient, easy to get naked shopping, and who goes out shopping in broad daylight wearing pajamas? At this time, Shin Miaoshu also sent a call. Find the chief of this police station. He will help. Call me directly if you can't manage it. Gu Chengchen, okay, you're busy. I won't bother you anymore. Shen Miaoshu, brat. Not thanking sis? Gu Qingchen, a great favor is not appreciated. Shen Miaoshu frowny face. Looking for a hit. Knockout/expressions. Knockout/expressions. Go. Looking at Song-si who had changed into her school uniform and tied up her ponytail, Gu Qingchen greeted her. Coming. The young girl came to him with small, cheerful steps. Just came to the police station. Without even making a phone call, I saw a middle-aged man walk out. He extended his hand and said, Hello, I'm the chief of the Shuefu Road Police Station. My name is Ma Wanghua. You're Mr. Gu Qingchen, right? The road is called Schoolhouse Road because it runs between two school housing subdivisions, Moxiang Shuyuan and Wenrenuafu, as well as a middle school and 2 junior high schools. And this police station is situated here, so it's called the Academy Road Police Station. People who usually settle around here need to come here to do related business. Gu Qingchen reached out to shake hands with Director Ma and responded, Yes, I am. I've heard all about you from the top, and I'll give you a special walk. So come with me. Since Gu Qingchen's account is not in Linjiang, he can't move Song-si to his account, so he can only move out separately. But moving out alone doesn't qualify, so you have to find someone to specialize. After all, there was a reason for what happened, and no one would be so rigid as to hold on to such a trivial matter. After a busy little morning, Song-si's account was also moved out of the original account book. Also got an ID card by the way, which will come in the mail in half a month or so. After saying goodbye to Director Ma, the girl bounced along, happily holding up only her account book, her face filled with an overflowing smile. She's finally out of that house and can be free of all restraints. It's also affected by blood ties, except in the law, but that scumbag dad can't force her to do anything anymore. She knew that it was all because of Gu Qingchen that this matter had gone so smoothly. At once, the young girl's eyes looked at him without blinking, so tender and loving that they could have pulled silk out of them. Gu Chengchen naturally didn't notice the scene, as he was scratching his cell phone screen to call DDT. Chapter 21, The Great Purchase, above. After hailing a drop, the two arrived at the largest shopping plaza in the area, the Fengyuan Shopping Center. Because of the summer vacation, there are a lot of young people here, but they should all be some students who finished their high school exams. After all, the other grades still have to attend classes now. On the road, many boys would unconsciously place their eyes on Song Si as they passed them. After all, is the school flower well, that pure temperament, the first love-like face, even without good-looking clothes sculpture, but also the most attractive adolescent boys. Besides, are school uniforms ugly? It's a kind of erotic clothing, don't you know? Song Si, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to this. At this moment, she was looking at the huge shopping mall in an overwhelming manner. It was the first time she had ever been here. She used to buy her food and meat from individual stores, which were cheaper. As for shopping for clothes, it's even more impossible. The first floor is usually a store for food and drink. Gu Qingchen bought a cup of pearl milk tea for Song Si at Honey Snow Ice City, then took her to the second floor women's clothing area. On the way up the automatic handrail staircase, she had a bit of fun wimpily testing the waters before taking a single step onto the steps. Arriving at the nearest store, a sales clerk lady hurriedly greeted her and asked, "Hello, welcome, hello, this dress, take a size similar to hers, please." Gu Chengchen pointed at a white floral dress, and pushed Song Si beside her, saying, "Okay." The clerk sized up the young girl's general figure and went off to the stockroom to get a dress in her size. "Buy me clothes?" Song Si dangled the straw of her milk tea and tilted her head in confusion. "Yes, I bought everything for you today. I can't even have some decent clothes." Gu Qingchen nodded. "Ha, how's this?" Song Si just wanted to refuse, but was interrupted again by Gu Qingchen, who had predicted it. "Stop, you'll take whatever I buy you today, but whenever I hear the slightest hint of you excusing yourself, go home and give me 10 spankings. Song Si's cheeks slightly reddened at his words, and she unconsciously said with reserve, "But," slap. The sound wasn't very crisp because of the clothes resting on it. Gu Qingchen shook his palm in vain and tasted it. The feel of the hand is still okay, and Song Si froze for a moment, then covered her somewhat slightly painful little butt with one hand, her face bursting red as she lowered her head deeply, her shy voice imperceptible. Bad egg." Soon the clerk came over with a set of dresses. Gu Qingchen took the milk tea from Song Si's hand and asked the clerk to take her to the fitting room. On the way, the sales clerk lady looked at the blushing young girl and kindly teased, "First love, right? So shy just to change your clothes to show him?" Song Si sneaked a glance at Gu Qingchen, didn't retort, and shyly nodded her head with a sound. "See, you should be graduating, right? Campus love is wonderful, but you should also protect yourself." "Thanks." Song Si understood what the shopgirl meant, but didn't care about her reminder. "Well, inside is the fitting room. Big or small, tell me. Oh, I'll change it for you." The female sales clerk pointed to a small room and said, "Good." About 2 minutes later, Song Si arrived in front of Gu Qingchen wearing a clean white dress. "Good. Is it good? Turn around and I'll take a look," Gu Chengchen said with his chin held high. Song Si listened and turned around obediently. "Well, it suits you." Immediately afterward, he said to the shopgirl beside him, "Make out a check, and by the way, give her a change of the set of clothes I just picked out." "Good." Next, Song Si changed into a strapless halter t-shirt with jeans. After paying together with the previous dress, Gu Qingchen carried the shopping bag in one hand and pulled the wrist of the young girl who had changed back into the dress with the other, and went to the upstairs restaurant. "Come on, let's go eat first, and we'll buy the rest in the afternoon," Gu Qingchen said as she looked at her cell phone. Well, Song Si naturally followed Gu Qingchen's arrangements. Chapter 22, Major Purchases, Medium, came to a hot pot restaurant. They were led by the waiter to a table leaning in. After picking up the menu, Gu Qingchen ordered a mandarin duck pot, 4 servings of lamb, 4 servings of beef, and shabu-shabu dishes that were often eaten in hot pots, such as shrimp slippery tripe with oatmeal, plus 2 bottles of iced orange juice. One by one, the servers checked off their handheld electronic menus and went off to entertain other guests. "Just a minute, I'll go make you a sauce dish." Gu Qingchen got up and took his and Song Si's bowls, then headed to the mixing table. In a short while, he returned with 2 plates of seasoned ingredients, sesame sauce with sweet vinegar and sesame oil. "Didn't dare put millet chili on it for you." Placing one of the portions in front of Song Si, Gu Qingchen introduced the dipping sauce that he had carefully blended. "Good." Song Si didn't know how to adjust the taste. Anyway, with Gu Qingchen around, she just needed to accept it. After about less than 10 minutes of waiting, the hot fondue and sides and drinks were served. Gu Chengchen unscrewed the orange juice and handed it to Song Si before he chucked the meat and bok choy and evenly placed them into the pot of spicy and clear broth, followed by a little bit of shrimp sliders evenly dialed in. Then, Pointing to the tripe, he said, "This is clamped and not in the hot soup. Wait about 15 seconds and then you can eat." Good. Although Song-si didn't know why, listening to Gu Qingchen would be correct. When a smooth hot pot was over, the two rested in the store for a while before getting up and leaving to continue their purchasing spree. In the back, Gu Qingchen first bought 8 sets of spring and fall clothes each, 10 sets of summer and 5 sets of winter clothes for Song-si respectively. Another 20 or so pairs of shoes that matched the dress just now, what with small leather shoes, canvas shoes, pops, flats, boots, cotton shoes, patent leather high heels, lace-up high-heeled sandals, etc. Basically 2 pairs of each. Long and short cotton socks, knee socks in black and white silk were not spared. There are also slippers and pajamas for the home that have been bought along the way. Only the pajamas were all normal styles made of cotton, and the most over-the-top were ice silk nightgowns. The sexier and more open ones will have to be saved for later. Too much to buy, you say? Gu Qingchen only said, "I'm not short of money." Song-si also happens to be in dire need of these, and they're all worn for himself. Would he mind too much? As for what to spend money to support other people's wives is even more nonsense. He is not stupid. He can see that Song-si has a not bad good feelings for him. If this can all be let go, he can cut to rule forever. Song-si at this time has been tired, do not want to talk. Light try clothes are given to her try-num. What's embarrassing? What's pushing back? What's reserved? It doesn't matter. She could see that Gu Qingchen was really rich, paying without blinking, and even enjoying it. It's as if he doesn't know what to do with the money he earns, and now he finally has something that interests him to build with vigor. Anyway, Gu Qingchen bought her whatever she would take. 200,000 were spent, and then a little more debt does not matter. The big deal is to give her body to the chanting. What's with the feeling of being a bit patronizing? But she is a beautiful woman, right? Her figure shouldn't be bad either. And she wasn't some bad woman who had a red apricot and was a bad woman who was a bad woman who was a bad woman. The big deal is that he shouldn't be able to lose any money by giving him more kids in the future, right? And they say rich people are dishonest. At most, he's allowed to secretly keep a mistress outside, but never bring her into the house, and no children are allowed. If Gu Qingchen had known about the young girl's counterintuitive thoughts, she would definitely have typed 5 words for her. Terrific, extreme, love, brain. Chapter 23, The Big Purchase. Below, just on the way to the 3rd floor of the mall, Gu Qingchen suddenly noticed the stepmother dresses on the models in front of a store. He instantly wanted to see what Song-si looked like when she put it on. So, she immediately pointed at the mannequin toward her and asked, "Ce, would you like to try on that dress?" Song-si looked at the extremely slim purple tight skirt. A blush flashed in her eyes, but she nodded her head and said, "If you want to see it, I can try." Okay. After getting the consent, Gu Qingchen led her into the store and said to the clerk, "Please find a tight skirt that was on the showcase model, in her size." "Okay, you wait a moment." Soon, the clerk who found the dress pointed to the fitting room for Song-si to change, but after waiting for a while, she didn't make a move. Puzzled, Gu Qingchen came to the door of the fitting room, knocked on the door and asked, "Ce, are you still not ready?" "Well, but, it's too that." Song-si's voice was colored with a hint of trembling. Then, the lock of the door of the fitting room was opened, and a small head full of red rhymes poked out, incomparably ashamed. You come in and look. I don't dare to go out. Ahem. Row." Just as Gu Qingchen was about to go in, the sales clerk lady on the side suddenly spoke out, "That sir, this is a shopping mall. You pay some attention." "Gu Qingchen, do I look like a pervert with such a handsome face?" he said with a black face. "Thanks for the reminder. I have a sense of proportion." "Well," the clerk snapped and gave an awkward smile. Upon entering the fitting room, Gu Qingchen saw schoolgirl Song with her arms wrapped around her chest and belly. "How am I supposed to see with you in the way?" Gu Qingchen reminded. Song-si sniffed and bit her silver teeth hard, letting go of her arms in favor of blocking her face with her hands. That dimpled figure was suddenly revealed. Wow! This willow waist, this decent-sized bosom, these slender legs that were hidden in the openings. Although a little bit cannot set off the flavor of the stepmother dress, temperament is also a little out of line, but cannot help people beautiful body. At this time, Gu Qingchen, who always felt that something was still missing, walked over to Song-si and removed the small leather band that bound her ponytail. Ink-like long hair cascaded down like a peacock opening its screen. Immediately after that, Gu Qingchen gathered up her long hair and simply tied it in a Mrs. Dangerous hairstyle. The young girl did not put up any resistance during this time and allowed the boy to manipulate her. "That's the right flavor. It's awesome, right?" Gu Qingchen admired it for a while until the clerk knocked on the door to remind him, and only then did he reluctantly exit the fitting room. "I'll take this dress, invoice and scan the code," Gu Qingchen said to the sales clerk. "Okay, You come with me. When Song Si came out, she reverted back to her delectable appearance in a white dress with her ponytail tied up. After Gu Qingchen left his address for the shopkeeper to deliver, he led her to the third floor. This is a bedding and lingerie store. He first took Song Si to buy underwear. It was a bit awkward during the time, because the shopper kept praising Song Si how beautiful this girlfriend was, while selling him sexy styles of lingerie. Is there no sense of boundaries in sales these days? In the end, Gu Qingchen didn't do as that guide wished, and just bought 8 sets of normal cotton underwear and 8 sets of normal printed underwear that were still normal, and left. But he did add the guide's WeChat, just in case. Next, he bought 5 3-piece bed sets in pastel colors, 1 white and 1 pink summer comforter, 2 goose down comforters for winter coverings, and 2 latex pillows and 2 goose down pillows. Okay, next go to the 4th floor for electronics. With that, he took Song Si to the Huawei sales office on the 4th floor. Listen to the guide go over the phones and tablets that were introduced this year. Gu Qingchen decisively took the MatePad 11, 5 tablet and a white, 16 plus 512G Huawei Mate 64 Plus that just went on sale online. Flats let sales delivered to your door. Cell phones are taken away on site. Looking at Song Si, who held the cell phone precious in her arms and walked beside herself without saying a word, Gu Qingchen suddenly teased, "Why don't you say it's too expensive, and then shrug it off endlessly?" Song Si blinked her eyes and said uncertainly, "Wasn't it you who said that you're not allowed to shirk what you bought me, or else you'll go home and spank your ass?" Gu Qingchen smiled helplessly, reached out and rubbed her head. Okay, take you to buy a laptop. You should use it when you go to college, and I'll teach you in detail when I go home with my cell phone." "Good," Song Si answered with a glutinous voice. A few steps away was an Eye of Defeat store. This time, Gu Qingchen didn't need the store clerk to introduce the configuration, so he directly selected a dual-screen 240Hz refresh rate laptop with i9-13900H plus 4090 graphics card plus 64GB RAM plus 2x4TB solid state. It's the appearance that doesn't meet the girl's preferences, but there's no way to prioritize performance. And if the appearance really doesn't work, you can buy laptop stickers from the internet and decorate it yourself. Come to the negative floor. This is a supermarket and a place that sells household goods. Gu Qingchen led Song Si, who was holding octopus dumplings in her hand, to the daily necessities section. Bought a package of white towels, 6, 3 pink bath towels, a bunny-shaped tooth cup, a pink electric toothbrush, 2 plates of regular toothbrushes, 2 sticks of toothpaste, and a pink thermos. Then went back to the hygiene products section. Since Gu Qingchen didn't quite understand what was involved in a girl's toiletries, she followed the guide's recommendations the entire time. 2 bottles each of face wash, body wash and shampoo. There are also day and nighttime, different absorbency tampons in 4 large boxes each. "Sir, just a moment. I'm one of the managers in charge of this mall. My name is Prince One." Just as Gu Qingchen was about to leave the mall with Song Si after paying for these things, a man hurried over and called out to him. "I know. I'm counting on you for my things." Gu Qingchen nodded in response. Manager Wang froze for a moment and smiled kindly. "Seeing that Mr. bought quite a few things but didn't take them away, I knew you haven't patronized our mall much. Before it was Manager Zhao who came to me. Why did it change to you this time?" Gu Qingchen was puzzled. "He's off the last 2 days, so I'm there to cover for him." "Okay, that's a bother. I left my address before. I'll leave if there's nothing else." "Okay, take your time." Only after watching Gu Qingchen leave did Manager Wang turn around and return to the mall. This Fountainhead Mall has really good service, and anyone who spends more than $5,000 will have a special person to remind you that they offer free delivery. And Gu Qingchen this kind of buy things do not take away. At a glance you know is an old customer. Just need to go up to say hello before he left. Inform the line. Chapter 24, How good you are when you buy, how messy you are when you sort out. Before going home, Gu Qingchen also deliberately took Song Si to the Unicom business hall, ready to give her a phone card. But he forgot that Song Si's ID card hadn't arrived yet. Helplessly, Gu Qingchen could only split a secondary card out of his own card for her to use, which was actually more or less the same. Not much of a problem. After taking a cab back home, Gu Qingchen ordered 2 dry pot casseroles from manhwa and waited for the mall to deliver them. After there was nothing else to do, Gu Qingchen started teaching Song Si how to use her cell phone again. "Here, give me your cell phone and I'll teach you." Song Si obediently handed him her cell phone. Gu Qingchen opened the settings, turned off the automatic brightness adjustment, opened the password setting interface again, and handed the phone back. "Set a password yourself." Song Si didn't take the phone, but said, "Just help me lose it. Just your password." Gu Qingchen smiled faintly and raised her hand to enter the password of 060305, while also reminding, "By the way, the password for the door of the house is also this one, so don't fail to return home when you go out on your own in the future." "Aha, good." Song Si nodded her head and responded. "And fingerprints. You'll have to do this one yourself. Gu Qingchen greeted again. Song Si followed the voice prompts and recorded her fingerprints, then handed the phone back and said, "Can I record another one of yours?" Gu Qingchen more or less understood some of the young girl's mind, and did not ask too many questions, recording his fingerprints. Afterwards, he downloaded WeChat and taught Song Si to register an account bit by bit, added his own micro signal, and saved his phone contacts. He also downloaded software related to TV dramas and movies, short videos, online shopping and takeout, and patiently taught her how to register and use it. Time passed without realizing it. Song Si was nestled on the sofa playing with her cell phone by herself, and Gu Qingchen didn't disturb her, looking at the novel alone. At this time, Gu Qingchen's phone suddenly rang, and when he answered it, it was the delivery boy. When he had just reached the foyer, another call came in, and when he answered it again it was the mall delivery staff. Luckily, the elevators in the neighborhood don't have key cards, so you just open the door and wait. First up was the delivery boy, and after receiving the takeout, the delivery person followed close behind. Gu Qingchen first put the takeout on the table before helping the delivery person carry the stuff. Song Si also silently stepped forward to help. There was a lot of stuff, but it wasn't heavy, and it didn't take long to move it all. Master worked hard. Gu Qingchen gave a polite cry. "It's fine, we'll just go ahead and have the next family to drop off." The master also greeted and left, and Gu Qingchen, who was looking at the things on the ground, was suddenly a bit headstrong. Shopping bags, shoe boxes, cardboard boxes, a whole lot. Really, when you buy, how much fun. When you pack, how much of a mess. The tablet and laptop Gu Qingchen temporarily placed on the coffee table. A dozen boxes of tampons all stowed away in the storage room. Don't look at the type of household as 2 rooms and 1 hall. But in Gu Qingchen's room, is with a storage room? Just not big. Just put some toilet paper, paper drawer, wet wipes and so on. It's just that I bought a little too many tampons, and the storage room is just a little crowded at this point. The rest of the clothes and shoes were categorized and collected by Song Si herself in the second bedroom's closet, and the bedding was placed in the storage compartment under the bedpan. Threw all the new underwear in the washing machine again and washed it on. After returning all the toiletries to the bathroom again, the two of them sat down at the table and ate their already mild meal. Song Si had already changed into the white cotton printed pajamas that belonged to her. Only her underwear was all in the wash, so she was currently in a vacuum. The original old underwear and old shoes were all thrown away, leaving behind a set of school uniforms as a memory of 3 years of classmates with Gu Qingchen. Chapter 25, A Famine in the Kitchen. Evening. Both of them were settled on the couch playing with their cell phones. Only Gu Qingchen was lying down and Song Si was sitting, and the young girl whose eyelids were fighting a little couldn't stand it anymore, and slowly got up and said, "I'm a little sleepy, I'm going to rest first. What do you want to eat in the morning? I'll make it for you." Gu Qingchen waved her hand and said, "No, I'll run in the morning and bring you back tofu brain, so you can sleep more." "Well, good night then." "Good night." Then, Gu Qingchen added, "By the way, I WeChat transferred $10,000 to you, when paying 3 months' salary in advance. Remember to collect anon." Song Si's red lips flicked out, and just as she wanted to refuse, she was interrupted by Gu Qingchen again. "No excuses, or else you'll get a spanking, the pants-off kind." Well, thanks." Song Si, who heard the words, subconsciously covered her little butt and obediently responded before returning to her room. Gu Qingchen didn't think it was any kind of dog-licking behavior, just spoiling his future wife. It would be fine if the future was good, but if it was Song Si's problem, he would also make her life worse than death and regret it. However, Gu Qingchen did not feel that there would be that day. After all, the young girl had been tortured by her family for so many years. Her character would have changed long ago if she wanted to be bad. Early morning, Gu Qingchen, who had just woken up, stretched out on the bed, then got up and went to the window, realizing that it was raining oxhair outside. I feel like it wasn't cloudy yesterday. It was overcast. Now that a morning run was out of the question, Gu Qingchen wore his pajamas to the living room and prepared to call an errand boy to see if he could go to that breakfast place and buy 2 tofu brains to be delivered. There's no way around it. Whoever owns it is an old grandpa who can't get things like takeout at all. At that moment, the door to the second bedroom slowly opened. An innocent young girl, still a little dazed, with long hair down to her waist, walked out in a white nightgown and white slippers. Unfortunately, the pajamas were too conservative to appreciate anything other than a stunning face and cute toes. Song Si, who was just about to enter the bathroom, glanced at Gu Qingchen sitting on the sofa with her afterglow, turned her head to look and froze for a moment, wondering, you didn't go for a morning jog? It's raining outside, so I can't run away. Well, wait a minute, I'm going to use the restroom, and then I'll go and make you some breakfast." After saying that, without giving Gu Qingchen a chance to reply, Song Si went into the bathroom. Gu Qingchen looked at the errand on her phone and silently tapped cancel. Breakfast made by your future wife is no better than anyone else's? Not for a moment. Coming out of the bathroom, Song Si came to the kitchen. She used a small leather band to tie her hair up cleanly into a ponytail, then rummaged left and right. It turns out that there really aren't any ingredients in the house except for egg noodles, a bag and a half of rice, and less than half a bag of flour. These days, who does not freeze some steamed buns in the refrigerator? But Gu Qingchen is not even steamed buns. The freezer layer is clean, completely useless. Song Si all had heartburn. Does he live only on takeout? If you've been like this for a few years, you're really lucky to be in good health if you're standing here now, fit as a fiddle. Why don't Gu's parents care about him? Are they too busy making money? Or do rich people raise their kids like this? No choice but to make egg pancakes and rice porridge with this amount of ingredients. Cooking hung noodles was fine, but it was the first breakfast for her favorite person anyhow, and she didn't want to be too simple and perfunctory. Chapter 26, the first breakfast made by a teenage girl's hands. In the kitchen, Song Si wanted to sift the flour out, but she realized that she didn't even have a sieve at home. She had no choice but to carefully use her hands to pick out all the rice worms born in the noodles, bit by bit. Subsequently, mix the sifted flour with the egg, salt and the right amount of water to form a batter. While Song Si was cooking the pancakes, Gu Qingchen slowly came forward and curiously looked at the egg pancakes that were about to be cooked in the pan. As a young master of a rich family, he had indeed never seen the world, and this egg cake was really the first time he had heard of it. I thought it was a pancake with an egg on it, but when I saw it, I realized that it was the same thing as pancakes, which are cooked in batter. After serving the cake, Song Si picked up the chopsticks and ripped off a corner, catching it underneath with her other hand and sending it to Gu Qingchen's mouth. Taste it, see if it matches your taste. Gu Qingchen naturally didn't politely eat all the cakes and chopsticks directly into her mouth, commenting, "Very soft cakes, kinda tasty." Song Si smiled gently. "That's good. It's just that there's no green onion. Otherwise it would be a bit more fragrant." "It's fine. That's good. So please cook. I'll go wash up." "Good." As the words fell, Gu Qingchen left the kitchen and went to the bathroom, and Song Si continued to scoop up a spoonful of batter and pour it into the pan. During the waiting period, she looked at the chopsticks that had been eaten by her favorite person, and somehow ghostly slowly lifted her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. Then, it was just contained with dull eyes, not knowing what to think, until the egg pancake fried out of the paste flavor. Song Si back to God, hurriedly turned the pancake, pretty face climbed on the red rime, quietly looked back to see no one behind her. She only shameful hands cover the face, let out a sigh of relief. When Gu Qingchen finished washing up, Song Si had already set breakfast on the dining table and sat down obediently on a chair to wait. "What are you waiting for me for? Just eat," Gu Qingchen said as she took her seat and picked up her chopsticks. "Good." Song Si's face was slightly red as she picked up the chopsticks that Gu Qingchen had just eaten with and chewed and ate slowly, but as she ate, she spoke up again and inquired, "I'd like to go grocery shopping this afternoon. Is there a place around here that sells groceries?" "Yes, out of the neighborhood to the right. To the first intersection and then turn right there is a small shopping mall. The negative floor is a supermarket, which has vegetables, eggs and meat. There's also a food market in." Gu Qingchen just wanted to continue, but felt that there was no need for such a troublesome dictation, and turned his words around and said, "Forget it, there's nothing to do anyway. I'll take you on a trip this afternoon." "Good." After the meal, Song Si finished cleaning up the dishes and walked to the bathroom to wash up. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, was lying on the sofa, patting her somewhat propped up stomach and leisurely playing with her cell phone. At this time, Lu Xingzhe suddenly sent a message, "Lao Gu out for a drink at noon." Gu Qingchen, "Blah your head. That's disgusting." "Gu Qingchen, what are you drinking for a good reason? According to your pissy nature, shouldn't you be yelling at me to play a game?" Lu Xingzhe, "Because I found a new barbecue restaurant. 50% off everything today. Coming or not?" Gu Qingchen, "Come on, send the address." Lu Xingzhe, "My second uncle's barbecue place / location." Gu Qingchen, "The name of this store?" "Absolute." Lu Xingzhe, hey, right, just because of the name of the store. I was curious to take a look at it, or else I would have missed out on the full 50% off. Lu Xingzhe, "Let's meet at the store directly around 11 o'clock. I have to go to my dad's place first." Gu Qingchen, "Okay." Chapter 27, Going for a Drink. Putting down her cell phone and getting up, Gu Qingchen walked towards the bathroom. Looking at the beautiful back that was brushing his teeth, he directly said, I'm going out to eat with my friends at noon. Will you go with me?" Song Si's mouth was full of foam and she asked vaguely, "Male or female?" But just after asking, she realized that her mouth was fast. What kind of status she had? How could she ask such a question? Gu Qingchen didn't care about that and replied, "Male, my brother from middle school." Seeing that he didn't react, Song Si hurriedly rinsed out the toothpaste foam in her mouth and changed the topic. I don't know your friends, so I won't go, right? Otherwise you guys can't let go of your food, and I don't feel comfortable staying, okay? Then I'll order you takeout for lunch. Gu Chengchen felt that she said some sense, did not force, followed by food afternoon to see how it goes. Really cannot tomorrow I will take you again, or if you want to go out and look for yourself is also okay. Good. Noon. Gu Chengchen waited until Song Si's takeout was delivered before leaving the house, casually stopping a passing cab and heading straight to his destination. Come to my Uncle Junior's barbecue. Lu Xingzhe had already ordered a variety of skewers and casseroles, as well as a large case of beer and a bottle of white wine, all of which had open caps. Gu Chengchen, who hadn't planned to drink much today, couldn't help but have his temples jutting out when he saw this. Lu Xingzhe, this calf, first cut off their own little operation to play a set. Now really want to retreat cannot retreat. Gu Chengchen gave him a middle finger directly after he took his seat. Alright Lao Gu, drink, don't get drunk, drink a hammer. This drunkenness is not the hard work of my future wife to take care of me. You did not throw me down and run away that time. Gu Chengchen rubbed his head with a big head. Lu Xingzhe poured a mouthful of wine and persuaded, it's okay, I'll make sure to send you home. Women occasionally serve their husbands how? What? Suddenly, he sensed a hint of something wrong and jerked up to stare at Gu Chengchen in surprise. What future wife? What future wife are you talking about? Gu Chengchen had no intention of hiding it from his brother, and immediately gave a brief account of the events of the past few days. But about Song Ce experience he did not say, just a simple how to meet, and then take in, and took her to buy some clothes and so on. Lu Xingzhe became even more excited after hearing this. Asterisk. That means you're living with your schoolgirl. Puzzled, Gu Chengchen picked up the wine and took a sip as well, saying, well, things are quite complicated, and anyway, they do live together. Lu Xingzhe excitedly slapped the table. Old Gu, what about the promised single dog for life? You actually betrayed me. This commotion directly attracted all the gazes of the surrounding diners. Gu Chengchen hurriedly pressed Lu Xingzhe to sit down. Can you keep your damn voice down? What? You're a single dog and you're proud of it? Lu Xingzhe, face like ashes, slumped in his seat and sighed up to the sky. Good brothers have gotten rid of their virginity. Where is my love? Gu Chengchen explained. Ahem, I still am. Lu Xingzhe's little eyes immediately slanted over. No way? You don't want to eat the meat that comes to you? Together for 3 years the schoolflower plus classmates had this strong emotional foundation. Did not happen a little something? You can't do it, right? You fart. Gu Chengchen fingers wildly knocked on the table to explain. Get along with 3 years as a classmate friend, love. I just taken her a few days off. Can do that thing? That is not a beast. Cut the you single dog and drink. Say it like you're not. Drink. In this way, Gu Chengchen and Lu Xingzhe drank one cup after another, directly getting high. Finally, both hooked up and exited the barbecue with their feet on cotton. Chapter 28 Angry Girl. First kiss after drinking. Gu Chengchen couldn't drink as much as Lu Xingzhe, coupled with getting high and having no moderation at all. He was too drunk to distinguish reality at this point. Lu Xingzhe wasn't much better, just barely awake, I guess, and he called a drop, intending to send Gu Chengchen home first. Arrived at the Inkwell bookstore, Lu Xingzhe knew that there was someone at home and directly raised his hand to knock on the door. Soon after, Song Ce looked outside through the cat's eye and realized that it was Gu Chengchen and hurriedly opened the door. And when Lu Xingzhe saw the girl who opened the door, he froze for a moment, and his wine sobered up a little. No other, Song Ce simply beautiful unlike words. Do not apply powder on the goose egg face, exquisite beauty, bright eyes and teeth, agar nose high, coupled with that pure temperament, just like the first love white moonlight general. Even in her conservative pajamas, she couldn't stop her slinky figure. Hello sister-in-law. Lu Xingzhe greeted politely. Song Ce's face blushed slightly, didn't deny it, and nodded silently. Then, with Lu Xingzhe on his left and right, just as he helped Gu Chengchen onto the sofa, he suddenly got up and squatted down in front of the trash can to vomit a few mouthfuls. Song Ce also squatted next to her. A layer of water mist covered her eyes, and the tears at the corners of her eyes were faintly visible. She kept patting Gu Chengchen's back, hoping that this would make him more comfortable. Didn't you say dinner? How can you still drink like this? The girl's tone was full of heartache and blame. Gu Chengchen vomited comfortably and was much more awake. He got up and leaned back on the sofa, selling Lu Xingzhe out without hesitation. Lu Xingzhe ordered beer and liquor, and both. I can't return them, so I can only drink it. Song Ce immediately turned her head to look at Lu Xingzhe, who was leaning against the wall, drowsy. A layer of sullen anger climbed on her pretty face, and she said in a cold tone, Lu Xingzhe, right? When Lu Xingzhe heard this tone, he immediately shivered and snapped out of it. Sister-in-law, what is it? If you ever drag my family's Qingchen to drink like this uncontrollably in the future, My old lady will definitely beat you up so much that you won't even recognize your parents. After saying that, Song Si glanced at him coldly and took a step to the bathroom. Lu Xingzhe swallowed his saliva, looked at his good brother in pity, and directly pulled out his legs and skipped. Let's hope he's not a wifey in the future. Song Si came out of the bathroom with her own dental cup and soaked towel, looking at Lu Xingzhe who had already disappeared and the closed door. She let out a cold snort and sat down next to Gu Qingqing to meticulously wipe his face. Then, yanking over the trash can, he handed the dental cup to his mouth. Good boy, gargle. Gu Qingqing obediently took a sip, gurgled it in his mouth a few times, and leaned over to spit it into the trash can. One more bite, coaxed Song Si. Gu Qingqing obediently repeated the operation he had just done again. Song Si picked up a towel and wiped his mouth, then laid him down on the couch and removed his shoes. Then, grabbing another towel, he returned to the bathroom with his dental cup. After packing and organizing, she went to the kitchen and poured a cup of water, placing it on the coffee table to prevent Gu Qingqing from looking for water to drink later. Looking at the quiet sleeping face of him, Song Si somehow managed to squat down and watch him carefully. Suddenly, it seems to be aware of Gu Qingqing confusedly opened his eyes, looking at the clear and beautiful young girl in front of him. Before she could react, he directly wrapped his arms around the back of her head and slightly rose to kiss the soft lips. Song Si's beautiful eyes widened, and after a brief moment of consternation, she gently closed her eyes and opened her shell teeth in response to the warmth that ravaged her mouth. It didn't take long for Gu Qingqing to lay back down on the sofa again in a daze, and Song Si pursed her moist lips, her eyes full of delight. Is this what kissing feels like? It's just a little passionate, but it was nice to give him my first kiss. Chapter 29, The Care of a Young Girl. After reminiscing about the flirtation just now, Song Si got up and went to the master bedroom to bring out the pillows and quilt. With gentle movements, she moved Gu Qingqing's head, put a pillow underneath it, and covered him with the quilt again. Until the evening, in addition to halfway to cook a bowl of noodles to eat, Song Si are sitting quietly on the sidelines guarding Gu Qingqing, and do not play the phone. Is from time to time I softly reach out and caress the cheeks of the person you like. I don't know how much time had passed, but the sky had brightened up early. The sunlight hit Gu Qingqing's face. As his eyes fluttered, he woke up slowly, covering his aching head, and rose from the couch in a daze, ready to get out of bed to find water. But the intermittent memories of last night came flooding into his mind little by little. Gu Qingqing's feet, which had already stepped on the ground, froze, and even her hazy sleepiness was instantly dispersed. He, last night, forcibly kissed Song Si. At that moment, a soft wooing sound rang out. Turning his head to look, he saw that the young girl lying on her side on the toffee couch had already woken up, rubbing her eyes. Seeing that Gu Qingqing had woken up, she got up and handed him the cup of water on the coffee table. Her tone still a bit lazy. You drank last night? Drink some water first. I'll go cook you some noodles. Deal with a bite. After all, you didn't eat anything last night. Saying that, Song Si couldn't care less about washing up, stepped on her slippers and went to the kitchen. Gu Qingqing felt the strong concern and silently drank the water, and the original guilt and weakness of forcibly kissing the girl gradually faded away. Since we like each other, a kiss shouldn't matter, right? Finish your water. Gu Qingqing took the cup to the kitchen and reattached another cup. He was just about to apologize for last night when Song Si spoke up first. Go sit down. The noodles will be ready soon. Well, the words of apology were swallowed back by Gu Qingqing, who finished his water, put the cup away, and went to sit at the table. Let's keep things as they are. It's better to leave things like forced kisses alone, lest both of them get embarrassed. As Song Si brought up the noodles with a poached egg, Gu Qingqing, who was already very hungry, immediately gobbled it up. You eat slowly, no one is stealing from you. Song Si leaned her hands on her face and watched him eat with a smile on her lips. Since he had cooked too many noodles, Gu Qingqing still had some left after he was full, but he really couldn't eat anymore. Good, hold up. I'm going to take a shower. I smell all over my body. Please clean up. Wiping her mouth, Gu Qingqing got up and went to the bathroom. After watching him leave, Song Si didn't clean up the dishes, but sat down where Gu Qingqing had just been, picked up the chopsticks he'd used to pick up the noodles, stuffed them into her own mouth and ate. After finishing the last mouthful of soup, Song Si, who had dispatched Gu Qingqing's leftovers, picked up the bowls and chopsticks and went to the kitchen. Gu Qingqing was wearing a simple blue shirt with white lining, plus a pair of black shorts, sitting on the sofa and swiping his phone. Song Si pushed open the door of the second bedroom and walked out in style. She was dressed in a long white dress over a small blue cardigan of the same color, and her long hair looked quite sweet as she wore it down. Take her to get a haircut someday. She'll look better with new bangs. Is it packed? Gu Qingqing put down his cell phone and asked. Okay. Song Si nodded with a smile on her face. After saying that, Gu Qingqing got up and led her out the door. The two first went to the underground supermarket in a nearby mall. Inside, a variety of vegetables, meat and eggs have Is the prices much more expensive than the market? But the good thing is that there is a problem can take a small ticket over to pursue responsibility. Drinks and snacks spices small dishes is more handy to take. After casually browsing and buying nothing, they exited the supermarket and went to the food market. Chapter 30, The Girl Who Cut Prices Based on Her Face and Temperament. Ma'am, how much does this bean horn cost per pound? Song-si rummaged through the pile of beanstalks and asked the old woman sitting on a bench in front of her with gray hair. $3.50 a pound. Will $3 do? The granny looked at the pretty-faced Song-si, and instead of bargaining, she smiled amiably and said, $3 is $3, seeing as you're still small for a girl child. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible to give it to you so cheaply. Thank you, Grandma. Song-si smiled sweetly and added, then please fill 4 pounds for me. Okay. The old lady took out a plastic bag with her hands and feet, loaded and weighed the bean curd and handed it to Song-si. In the background, a few more ground stalls were patronized for tomatoes, eggplants, potatoes and other ingredients. Without exception, these bosses were all cut down by Song-si's sweet voice and lovable face, and willingly accepted the cut price. Gu Qingchen on the side of the stupid. This is not a fox demon reincarnation. These bosses, regardless of age, gender, male and female, basically bargaining not a few back and forth, with the evil like, obediently accepted the price of Song-si. It's horrible as hell. Let's go and get some more meat and eggs and then we can go home. Not a moment later, Song-si came back with 2 more eggs. Gu Qingchen took the eggs in her hand and followed her like a bag-carrying little brother. Arriving at the butcher store, Song-si turned over a few tenderloins with a clip, and looking at them all quite fresh, she asked for them all. Finally passing by the seafood store, Gu Qingchen casually picked another 20 or so crabs, and then gave the lighter dishes and meat to Song-si, while he carried the eggs and crabs out of the market together. Back home, after Gu Qingchen finished mixing the dipping sauce, he carefully washed the crabs in front of the sink with a cat's back. Song-si, on the other hand, steamed the rice, handled the bean curd, and opened the stove to make dry-fried bean curd. The two stayed busy like that for about an hour or so. Gu Qingchen carried the steamed crabs and dipping sauce to the table, only to find that Song-si didn't know where she had gone. He looked around a little and saw the bathroom light on. Thinking that the girl was going to the bathroom, Gu Qingchen didn't start eating straight away and sat down on the sofa and waited while swiping his phone. But after a while, he didn't see Song-si come out. So, Gu Qingchen came to the bathroom door, knocked on the door and asked, "Si, are you alright?" Originally still embarrassed, has been entangled how to open the mouth to call him to help Song-si heard, is also along with the words said, it's okay as to come to menstruation, the stomach a little pain, can you get me a pack of sanitary napkins? Okay. Gu Qingchen came to the storage room, casually scratched open a box of tampons and took out a packet, and returned to the bathroom door. How can I give it to you? The door's unlocked. You cover your eyes and come in. At most you can only look at the bottom of your feet. Song-si hesitated for a moment and returned. When Gu Qingchen pushed open the door, half covering his eyes and looking at the soles of his feet as he walked in, Song-si's face exploded in shame. She took the proffered tampon and hurriedly urged, Okay, you go out quickly. Gu Qingchen didn't dare to linger and directly turned around and left the bathroom. He ran to the kitchen, pulled out a bottle of Coke and a piece of ginger, and busied himself with who knows what. When Song-si came out and sat down at the dining table, Gu Qingchen directly handed over a cup of ginger cola. Let's make do with a little bit of it first. There's no brown sugar or hot water bag in the house, so I'll go buy it for you after dinner. Ginger cola is also good for driving away the cold, but you have to drink it in moderation, and that's all you'll get today. Thanks. Song-si took the Coke with both hands and took a small sip. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. There's a hint of ginger, but it's more of a cola sweetness, and the gas from the dunking is gone, so it's pretty good. Gu Qingchen peeled the crabs while saying, You're not blessed with crabs. You can't eat sexually cold things during your period of great aunt. That's okay, I'll just eat the beans. Looking at Song-si's aggrieved look, he thought to himself, Gu Qingchen still dipped the 2 peeled crab legs in the dipping sauce and pinched them into her bowl. Just these 2 anon. Just taste them. If you want to eat them I'll make them for you when your great aunt is gone. Oh, Song-si responded with some confusion. She didn't get how she was suddenly allowed to eat when she wasn't allowed to just a moment ago. Since the meal was rather early, neither of them were very hungry, so they just ate briefly. Just wait for the rest to warm up for dinner tonight. Noon. Gu Qingchen was lying on the sofa on his feet playing with his cell phone. Song-si was also playing along. At this time, Lu Xingzhe sent a message. Lao Gu, are you okay? Gu Qingchen? Lu Xingzhe, yesterday's sister-in-law was so fierce, threatened to beat up my parents so much they wouldn't recognize her. She scared me to death. I just woke up and came to ask if you're still alive. Are you enough of a brother? Seeing this, Gu Qingchen remembered something. The memory of Song-si being angry at Lu Xingzhe last night. turning his head to look at the quiet and well-behaved young girl beside him, and remembering her careful and gentle care last night. How could he not be able to reunite with that cold figure in his memory? Gu Chengchen, I can only say that you deserve it. Who told you to make the first decision? If the wine could be returned, would this happen? Lu Xingzhe, Luk Sungchul, so, love disappears, right? Lu Xingzhe, beware of becoming a wife-beater in the future. Gu Chengchen, amusing. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Going out the door. Putting his phone down, he looked again at the young girl beside him with a soft smile, quietly playing with her phone. Wifey, I don't think so, right? I'll go out and buy you brown sugar and a hot water bag, so you can rest at home. Gu Qingchen changed her shoes by the sofa and got up. Song Si rubbed her small stomach. Actually, it's not very painful. You cannot have to buy it. I'll just drink some hot water to warm my stomach. Alright, buy on just in case. Can be comfortable, why make do? You wait on the line. Okay, then you be safe. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchen waved his hand and left the house. It was about an hour or so. He then returned home with bags of brown sugar and salt and a large plastic bag of snacks. Salt bag works the same as a hot water bag, except it heats up the solid. Gu Chengchen put the brown sugar in the kitchen and waited for the evening to cook it. After all, Song Si just drank the ginger cola. As for the snacks, he kept some for her and restocked the empty snack shelf in his room. Chapter 31, The Legendary Sister Miaoshu. After dinner in the evening, Song Si lay on the big, fluffy bed, the hot salt bag covering her little tummy comfortably. At that moment, the bedroom door was pushed open. Gu Qingchen walked in with a cup of ginger and brown sugar water. Seeing this, Song Si also hurriedly sat up and leaned against the bed. Reaching out to take the cup of water he handed her. Comfortable? Song Si pursed the slightly hot brown sugar water and gently nodded her head. Okay, then I won't bother you. While saying that, Gu Qingchen walked out. Just drink it and put it on the bedside. You can clean it up tomorrow. Go to bed early. Don't stay up late if you're having your period. And yell at me if there's anything. After his instructions, he closed the door to the second bedroom and turned back to his own. Song Si sipped the brown sugar water in small bites, her eyes watery and glistening. The warm sweet water in her mouth seemed to flow into her heart as well, filling her whole body with a sense of happiness. Some teenage girls with love brain seizures are so hyper that they stay up late that night. Early morning, the sun was only halfway out. Gu Qingchen, who had just returned home after her morning run, had just finished her shower and changed into her pajamas, but hadn't even warmed up on the sofa when she heard a knock on the door. He had no choice but to get up and head for the door. Open the door. What came into view was a woman in a long white dress with high-heeled sandals, straight, smooth hair cascading down her back, and a voluptuous figure. She was carrying a white bag in the crook of her right arm and a large bag of breakfast in her left hand, with a soft light smile on her face, just like a sister next door. It's the aura with a strong bookish flavor and a kind of majesty that comes from being in a high position for a long time. Gu Qingchen recognized her at a glance and said in a surprised tone, Sister Miaoshu, why are you here? That's right, this woman was the Sister Miaoshu herself that he had called on the phone, his mother's best friend. They hadn't seen each other since they left home in the second year, except for a phone call and a message. Shin Miaoshu pretended to be displeased. What? The brat doesn't welcome me? How could I? I haven't seen you in 5 years. And you flew straight to me without a word of greeting. Everyone would be surprised, right? Alright, come on in. Gu Qingchen sidestepped and welcomed her into the house, smoothly placing the purchased breakfast on the dining table. Shin Miaoshu looked around while walking to the sofa and sitting down. The small home is quite nice. For Shin Miaoshu to come to Linjiang for the first time and come to the door without even asking, Gu Qingchen had nothing to be puzzled about. After all, with her ability, it was simply not too easy to find out the detailed address only. It can't compare to your palace. This Empress Lord, make do. Gu Qingchen teased. Looking for a fight? Go, make tea for sister. Shen Miaoshu nonchalantly ordered. Gu Qingchen just got up and went to the kitchen to pick up a cup of pure water and put it in front of her. My house doesn't come to guests. I didn't prepare tea. Drink water. It's good for your health. Shin Miaoshu blankly glanced at him and picked up the water and drank it as if tasting tea. She then put down her glass of water and spoke. By the way, what about the little girl you took in? Still sleeping? I think I didn't sleep well with my period, otherwise I would have woken up by this time normally. Shan Miaoshu nodded. I'll take you guys out for a big meal this afternoon. I just drove by a store. The store is not small. It's also open on the pedestrian street next to the mall, so I guess the taste won't be too bad. Where did you get the car? Gu Qingchen asked suspiciously. Your mayor's secretary is temporarily borrowing my car. Gu Qingchen. It's true that an official is a big man, and this early in the morning, other people's secretaries are forced to get up to give her a car. Chapter 32, Shin Miaoshu stabbed half a layer of window paper. After the two of them chatted for a while, Song Si also got up and walked out from the second bedroom. She was stunned for a moment at the sight of the stranger, and immediately greeted him nervously. Hello, hello. Shen Miaoshu scrutinized the young girl's face and figure, and responded with satisfaction. Hello, you are Song Si, right? My name is Shen Miaoshu. Chen should have mentioned me to you. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Miaoshu as well. Sister Miaoshu, shouted Song Si obediently. Well, so good. Shen Miaoshu got up and took her hand, holding it towards the table. Let's eat breakfast, just so we can chat. Gu Qingchen followed closely behind. Table. Shen Miaoshu will bun millet porridge, and small pickles are set out. Buns are wild vegetables and egg filling. Magic City also has. The taste is not bad. Just do not know what kind of linjiang this side is not good. I'll order something else from the takeaway. It's fine. Make do and eat. Gu Qingchen said. Shen Miaoshu blanked him. Who asked you? I'm talking to CE. Gu Qingchen. With a new man. You forget the old man. No love. Song Si waved her hand and refused. No need, Sister Miaoshu. Just have some casual breakfast. Shen Miaoshu only thought that the girl was reserved and embarrassed to mention it. Emphasized. It's fine. Don't eat it hard if it's not good. I'll give you some other things. They're all family members. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Before Song Si could open her mouth, Gu Qingchen first interjected. My sister. Where does this selfsame family member hit ah? Shen Miaoshu looked at him doubtfully. CE isn't your girlfriend? Song Si, who sniffed at the side, immediately blushed her cheeks and buried her head to nibble on the bun. Cough. Gu Qingchen also coughed awkwardly. It's still just a friendship for now. Ah, friend, you are buying clothes and shoes, and opening a golden mouth to ask me to help. You lie ghost. Oh, I know. Shen Miaoshu then looked back. Currently, right? That means in the future there will be a female in front of it? Eat your food. Gu Qingchen immediately picked up a bun and stuffed it into her mouth. Shen Miaoshu also did not continue to tease, lightly hummed and pinched the bun in her mouth and ate it. After breakfast, Shen Miaoshu pulled Song Si into the second bedroom to chat. Gu Qingchen was left alone and pitifully shut out. I wanted to stick it on the door and eavesdrop, but the renovation was so well soundproofed that I couldn't hear anything. He had no choice but to go back to his house and play the game. Until close to noon, Shen Miaoshu and Song Si, who had changed her clothes, went out of the room arm in arm, just like good sisters. Obviously the morning's conversation had brought them much closer together, especially Song Si's strapless white t-shirt plus pink small short skirt, legs wrapped in long small white socks, small fresh wear. At first glance is Shen Miaoshu collocation. Otherwise this kind of somewhat revealing style is definitely not something she would wear at the moment. Morn, let's go out for dinner. The two came to the front of the master bedroom. Shen Miaoshu knocked on the door and shouted, right away. I'll change. Not long after, Gu Qingchen pushed the door out, still wearing the same blue shirt with shorts from yesterday. After seeing Song Si's somewhat sexy, cute outfit, his gaze was instantly attracted to it, and he admired it without hiding it. Alright, don't look. She's yours sooner or later. Go to the restaurant first, or it'll be bad if it's full in a while. Shen Miaoshu patted Gu Qingchen's arm and interrupted. Song Si, on the other hand, hung her head with red cheeks, shyly hiding at Shen Miaoshu's side, but in her heart, she was very happy because the person she liked was attracted to her. Chapter 33, Gu Qingchen's Black History. Road. Shen Miaoshu and Gu Qingchen chatted idly. Song Si, on the other hand, leaned herself against the car window and quietly looked at the stores on the street side of the gate. She loved it whenever she went out to take the bus to go shopping, because it would give her a sense of relief that she had escaped hell. It was false, but I couldn't help but steal a hint of pleasure. Only now, the car is steadier, the seats are more comfortable, and you have your favorite people with you, and never have to return to that so-called home again. The experience of these few short days was like a dream, and she was afraid she would wake up. Suddenly, Song Si noticed a store that didn't fit in with the surroundings, and couldn't help but secretly plan something in her heart. Come to Foley's Home Cooking. Shen Miaoshu entered the restaurant and casually ordered a few dishes before pulling Song Si to her side and whispering. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, was fatally swiping his cell phone in the opposite seat, completely unaware that his trusted sister, Miaoshu, was relentlessly rummaging about his black history. Let me tell you, when he was a child, Gu Qingchen wet the bed once, and in order not to be discovered by his mother, he secretly flushed the sheets with water, and then hung them up to dry while his mother was at work. It turned out to be a white sheet that left a ring of yellow marks when it dried. Ha 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 ha. Song Si also covered her mouth and snickered. Her afterglow slightly swept her eyes at Gu Qingchen, seeing that he wasn't paying attention, before she put her heart down and continued to listen to Shen Miaoshu reveal her shortcomings. And also, his mom used to hire a retired soldier king for him to work on his body and learn a self-preservation. As a result, this kid can't stand the coach's daily hokum. So he took advantage of people's off-duty showering efforts to steal the clothes he put on the door to a fire to burn. I heard that the coach of the people in the back came out butt naked, accelerated 100 meters directly, ran that kid's bedroom, and found a bed sheet around his body. On the way, it seems that the house sitter even saw it and almost called the police. That coach in the back practiced gu qingchen like an animal, but he tossed him around. Every time I go to him, he's lying on the couch and not moving, so I go up there and spank his ass as hard as I can, and it's so much fun when it pops and pops, ha 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 ha. Then, after some free-flowing conversation at the expense of gu qingchen's innocence, the dishes were served. Shen Miaoshu didn't return Song Si back, but instead gave her a pot roast in one moment, and shredded pork with fish in another, just like feeding her own daughter, and a meal on a full stomach. Shen Miaoshu called for a waiter, and after elegantly wiping her mouth, her slender finger pointed at Gu Qingchen and said, "That boy pays." Gu Qingchen? No, you're treating me and making me pay for it? Shen Miaoshu nodded rightfully. It's my treat, didn't I bring you here? Besides, I'm the guest, right? Do you have the nerve to make the guest pay for the bill? Gu Qingchen was speechless as he reached out and gave a thumbs up. Good job, Sister Miaoshu. So, cut out the Microsoft and pay in resignation. Just got home. Gu Qingchen then turned to Song Si and said, "See, I'm going to talk to Sister Miaoshu alone about something. Is it okay if you go back to the house and play with your cell phone for a while?" "Ha, good." Although Song Si was puzzled, she obediently nodded and returned to her house. "Come with me, Sister Miaoshu," Gu Qingchen said without looking back. Shen Miaoshu sniffed and had no choice but to follow. Chapter 34, The Obnoxious but Shrewd Old Man. Bringing the person to the master bedroom. Gu Chengchen looked at Shen Miaoshu, who was hogging his gaming chair, and also instantly jumped back and sat his butt on the table. Shen Miaoshu, who was on the side, stretched out her luxuriant hand and patted Gu Qingchen's leg, and her tone was gentle and soft. "How dishonest. What's the point of pretending with you? I haven't seen you in a few years. Why haven't you changed at all? I take good care of myself, and I'm not that old. I'm only 36. You'll be 37 in 4 more months." Gu Qingchen said silently. Shen Miaoshu. She revealed a bright smile and looked towards Gu Qingchen, but her fingers ruthlessly pinched his thighs in a 360-degree rotation. Hiss. Wrong wrong wrong. Gu Qingchen hurriedly tugged Shen Miaoshu's hand away and directly opened the door. "Okay, people have seen and eaten. Tell me, what is it that you came all the way to Linjiang for? Don't say you simply came to see me. I'm not stupid. A woman's uninvited surprise attack can't be without a purpose, and it's 80% related to his mother." Shen Miaoshu did not argue, took out his cell phone and pulled up a picture of a big-belly middle-aged man being handcuffed, surrounded by a group of people. Looking at the dress-up are local villagers. "You before let me do the thing I have arranged. Black Coal Kiln boss has been arrested. Took a little effort. That small villagers are still dead protective of him. Should be promised to people a lot of benefits. If it's an ordinary civilian police officer who has to go up the chain of command, there's really nothing you can do about him otherwise. This scumbag has abducted a lot of people over to work as black laborers on the basis of the underdeveloped communication network, and is probably still holding human lives in his hands, but we'll have to do some investigating to find out." Then she added, "As for C's father, you said it would take a lot of effort to fix him without using the law as much as possible, so let's wait a few more days. Don't worry, I'll make sure you marry her home in peace later on, and there'll be absolutely no scum causing trouble." Gu Qingchen ignored the woman's flirting and asked again. "And?" Shen Miaoshu was silent for a moment and slowly said, "Your grandpa passed away yesterday." Gu Qingchen froze slightly inside, not quite caring. "Really? So, you traveled all the way here just to tell me this?" Shen Miaoshu paused and continued. "He gave the vast majority of his inheritance to your mother, leaving each of his other children a bit of the company's dividend rights." Hearing this, Gu Qingchen was unsettled. Did he have a brain fart? How could he give it all to my mom? Shen Miaoshu helplessly explained, "Put down your preconceptions. Your grandpa is after all a businessman. Not stupid. He knows what kind of goods his sons and daughters are, and an equal share will only make him spend most of his life earning all the property. It would be better to let the most capable child, your mother, be in charge, and then leave the other children a share of the profits to ensure that they are well fed and clothed for the rest of their lives. A clear will also prevents children from fighting each other and hurting their feelings." Gu Qingchen also had to admit that the old man, although annoying, was indeed shrewd. "By the way, he left you an inheritance, a small 2-story villa with a garden and a pool." Just as Shen Miaoshu's words fell, only to hear a miso sound, Gu Qingchen jumped off the table, staring incredulously. "What? That stinky old man even left me? That's not true, is it? He dislikes me so much, how could he leave it for me?" Shen Miaoshu blankly glanced at him calmly and softly said, "Don't startle me. It's true that your grandpa doesn't like you. No, he dislikes you a lot, but then again you're his grandson, so it's hard to say without leaving something on your face." Gu Qingchen, who had heard the words, was relieved and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, Fortunately, I almost felt guilty for the rest of my life. Chapter 35, What is a Mother? Then he asked again and again. And, unhappy, Shen Miaoshu poked Gu Qingqian's stomach with her finger and spat. You had to get to the bottom of it, didn't you? Speak up, or else I'll call your parents and tell them that you're going to lust after me and that the old cow eats the young grass, and I'm sure my grandparents will call you home right away. Gu Changqian threatened. Brat, not cute at all anymore. Shen Miaoshu beamed and complained, saying, Actually, you guessed it all, right? It's your mother who asked me to come, and I'm just a laborer. Gu Qingqian angled his chin. Well, cut the crap and continue. Shen Miaoshu, your mother asked me to secretly intervene with you and fill in the volunteer to the university in Mordor so that you can go back and learn to help her with the group so that you can inherit and manage it in the future. That's it. Ha! It would have been better if you hadn't said so earlier. Gu Qingqian spread his hands, saying it makes you defensive. How else can I intervene? It's all your fault. You had to force me to say it. When I go back, Jia Ren is going to count me out again. Shen Miaoshu turned her body sideways, like a child in a tantrum, her face full of unhappiness. Still, she went on to ask, but by the tone of your voice just now, you agree? How can that be? She took over the company and realized there was no one to follow her before she remembered she had a son like me. It wasn't hard to hear that there was some resentment in Gu Qingqian's tone. Shen Miaoshu also hurriedly persuaded. Don't say that. She is your mother after all. In fact, after you left home, she was quite concerned about you. When you first came to Linjiang, out of the 2 million I gave you, 8 million went to your mom. In the background, you write novels, she pays for the rights. You write program software, you teach piano, and most of your clients are found by your mother. I'll admit, she did have you with the intention of being a toolman in the first place, including cold calling you later for that reason. But she was born this way, cold and slow, so many years, around the heart of the friends. Only I grew up with her girlfriends. All those years she soaked herself in work, and by the time she realized it wasn't right and wanted to learn how to be a competent mother, you were all grown up. So, she's just trying to do her best to make it up to you, to be a good mother, and to make your life behind you rich and carefree. Gu Qingqian violently raised his hand and slapped it on the table, breathing heavily, his tone filled with anger and said, She's naturally cold and slow, but me? Did I deserve to grow up with the stares of my family, the bullying of my peers, and the cold, uncaring look in my mother's eyes when I turned to her for help? Now she wants to be a good mother? Who is she to say that? Don't you know that late and deep love is cheaper than grass? After a venting session, Gu Qingqian eased her tone and continued. Alright, I know she had a hard time giving birth to me. I understand, and I don't hate her. Her help I accept as compensation, as well as filling her own guilt. In the future, if she gets sick or needs help, I will definitely go back and do my best to take care of her and help her out. But don't let that make her put on her good mother face and make me take her back in. I see that you still intend to be a lobbyist. Then I advise you to leave Linjiang before it's too late and not waste your time here. Shen Miaoshu sighed heavily and turned back before getting up and pushing open the door to her room. Think about it again. I will stay in Linjiang for a while. Chapter 36, Going After It Hard. Shen Miaoshu opened the door to her room and immediately saw Song Si, who was standing in the doorway with her hands clenched tightly in front of her chest and a worried look on her face. She smiled slightly and walked out of the room, closing the door behind her, pulling Song Si to sit on the sofa. Si, you like Chen, right? Song Si's cheeks blushed slightly, but she still nodded her head affirmatively. Aha! I don't know much about what's going on between you two. Can you tell me why you like him? Song Si hesitated for a moment, but still gave a brief account of all the things that had happened to her in the past few years, and said that she could not live without him in this life. Bearing her heart in such a way was solely because she was Gu Qingqian's relative, and perhaps by taking the initiative to say so, she could still receive some recognition. The result naturally paid off. Shen Miaoshu, after hearing this, heartbrokenly took the girl into her arms, lightly patted her back, and encouraged, then work hard to go after him, and firmly grasp him into your hands. I can see that Chen also likes you. We relatives can't be around to take care of him from time to time, so in the future, I'll trouble you to take care of him. Shen Miaoshu's tone had guilt and regret. Good, I'll take care of him. Only Song Si didn't hear these emotions and took it all as a promise from her future boyfriend's relatives. Shen Miaoshu smiled and touched her head, correcting, it's not for you to take care of him. You yourself are a child who needs to be taken care of. What I mean, is for you to be his spiritual comfort. You don't see Gu Qingqian doesn't care about anything now, doesn't care about anything, but the damage of childhood can't be healed. Sometime in the future, these scars may be uncovered, but with a confidant by your side, even the most painful scars will be slowly healed. You, too, were hurt more in your childhood than he was, and I hope you will do the same. Take him as solace. and not give the wound a chance to be opened. Song Si nodded heavily. I know Sister Miaoshu, so good, don't worry about me. Grab the opportunity and go comfort and console Chinchun. Shin Miaoshu patted the back of her hand and said, Thank you Sister Miaoshu. Song Si got up and bowed a thank you, then walked quickly towards the master bedroom. Shin Miaoshu looked at the hurried young girl, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She murmured, It's so nice to let the overflow of emotion dull what was missing as a child. Unfortunately, I was born before you were born, and you were born when I was already old. Shin Miaoshu slowly walked to the entrance hall and finally silently looked back at the closed bedroom door before gently pushing the door to leave Gu Qingchen's home. Gu Qingchen was lying on the bed, looking at the clean white ceiling. Her mind was very complicated. Hates it when his loved ones pass away and leave him a house. Childhood's greatest longing for his mother's love came too, but after he had matured and understood. In fact, from the moment the copyrights of the first novel she wrote were bought, from the moment the programming software and the business of teaching piano were just released and large clients came to her door, Gu Qingchen already knew that there was someone behind the scenes pushing for it. He guessed who it was, but he was content to accept the help. He knew that no matter how much he refused, as long as he still wanted to make money, she, as a mother, would always have a way to slip it into his hands. Besides, it wasn't that he disowned this mother, he just couldn't accept her in his heart because of his childhood experiences. If anything happened to his mother, he would surely return to her without a second thought. Chapter 37. At that moment, the door to the room was gently pushed open. Are you okay? Immediately afterward, a clear and soft voice rang out. Gu Qingchen raised his eyes and saw the graceful young girl walking over. What can I do? Just a few arguments. Go rest, don't mind me. Song Si, were willing to comply with him, slowly sat on the edge of the bed and said, I'm worried about you. Gu Qingchen hooked up the corner of her mouth. What's there to worry about me for? Can anything happen to me at home? Song Si didn't respond. She took off her slippers and climbed onto the bed to sit sideways next to Gu Qingchen's head, turning to say, You can confide in me if there's anything bothering you. If you can be my tree hole, I can be yours. What can I be bothered with? I'm just tired of lying down for a while. Song Si didn't poke him, but just gently rested her hand on Gu Qingchen's forehead, gently smoothing the slightly wrinkled brow for him. Feeling the comfort of the young girl, the corners of Gu Qingchen's pretense of spontaneity fell. He hesitated for a moment, but spoke. Want to hear a story? You say, Song Si responded with a soft voice. There was a boy who was born into a posh family, despite this elite education and food and clothing. But everyone in this family doesn't like him. The elders always called him a wild child, and the children of his peers always bullied him. Each time the boy seeks comfort and help from his mother, he is repeatedly met with indifference and disregard. Only one sister-in-law will care for her and look after him. When he got a little older, his mother seemed to change towards him. He is assigned many things to learn every day and is also supervised and tutored from time to time. But sometimes, the noise is too much and he is shunted aside. Boys are like toys that come when called. One day, he accidentally overheard his mother and sister-in-law talking, learning that he was actually a test tube baby and that he was born as a mere toolman for his mother to escape the union back in the day. The reason why the elders hated him so much was because that marriage, if successful, could have more than doubled the family's current assets. So the boy, who learned the truth, fled the house. He didn't hate his mother, because if it were him, he would have done that too. But just when he was independent and mature and leading a peaceful life, that mother jumped right back in and tried to get him to go right back to learning to run a company and trying to be a good mother. Oh, the irony of not a single phone call, not a single message over the years. And when the person in the family who hated him the most died, she had the audacity to talk about wanting to be a good mother or send someone over to say so. She still treats boys like toys and hasn't changed a bit. After listening to Gu Qingchen finish his story, Song Si sniffled and couldn't help but lift his head onto her lap. Then she cupped his cheeks with her soft hands and said with a hint of a sobbing tone, all right, suck. In the future, I will care for you. Suck. Don't be sad. Suck here. Let's say it's an onomatopoeia for snorting. Gu Qingchen pillowed on the young girl's fleshy thighs, comfortably relaxing his whole body, and his mood was also much better. Looking at the choking Song Si, he was instantly amused and said, why are you still crying? Compared to you, I'm just as good as living in paradise, right? At the same time, Gu Qingchen also raised his hand to stroke across the corner of the young girl's eyes, wiping away the tears that were about to fall from her eyes. But Song Si didn't agree with him and immediately retorted, no, it's not the same. All I went through was so that I could meet you who pitied me. But when you're like this, I feel uncomfortable in my heart. So, don't be sad, okay? Gu Qingchen, who heard the words, raised the hand that had been put down not long ago again, and fiercely pinched her soft and tender face, his voice doting to no end. Alright, little love brain, I'm not sad anymore, and you don't cry anon, just like this, let me stay for a while. Suck it. Good. Song Si scratched his hair and answered obediently. From one moment to the next, the relationship between the two seemed to elevate a lot, knowing each other's experiences, understanding each other's feelings, and being poked and prodded by Shun Miaoshu with half a layer of window paper. Even without the so-called confession, it is natural to enter the state of better than love. Chapter 38, Pseudo-Relationships. Laid down for about an hour or so, Gu Qingchen got up from Song Si's knee pillow. Just as she got out of bed and was about to reach down and pull her up, she said in a sticky voice, "Wait a minute, my legs are numb." "Sorry." Gu Qingchen smiled and squatted down, directly holding her slender ankles with one hand and massaging the young girl's thighs with the other. Sure enough, not only is the pillow comfortable, but the feel of it is superb as well. When I get the chance, I must experience black and white silk. After rubbing the two legs interchangeably like this for a while, Song Si slightly reddened her cheeks and whispered, Okay, you can stop pressing, okay." Gu Qingchen didn't give an inch. He stood up, held Song Si's delicate hand and pulled her up from the bed. After leaving the bedroom, Gu Qingchen still held the young girl's hand without letting go, and Song Si just shyly lowered her head without any sign of resistance. Looking at the empty living room, Gu Qingchen knew that Shin Miaoshu was gone and didn't care. The car was arranged, so I'm sure the place to stay couldn't be worse, so he didn't need to worry about it. The two sat down on the couch, each playing with their cell phones, but the hands they held together stayed together, neither one taking the initiative to let go. At this time, Gu Qingchen pinched the young girl's soft and slender jade hand and looked sideways at her. "I'm going to the driving school this afternoon to sign up to learn how to drive. Do you want to learn?" Song Si thought about it and shook her head. "I won't learn. I don't know anything about cars. I can't drive well even if I take the test. I'll talk about it later if I need to." "Alright, then you be good and stay home. I'll go to the driving school to enroll." Gu Qingchen didn't force himself and let go of Song Si's hand. "Good." He came to the foyer, changing his shoes, and added, "By the way, I'll buy dinner straight back, so you don't have to do it." "Got it." Only after hearing the young girl's response did Gu Qingchen push the door away. After waiting for a little while, Song Si saw that he didn't return. She also hurried to the entrance hall to change her shoes and carefully went out the door. About 10 minutes later, Song Si walked into a tattoo parlor called Wild Rose. A standing sign outside the store says it caters mainly to women, and address some nightclub style. With lip nails of the woman saw Song Si came in, just raised his head to survey a glance, then continued to lower his head to continue to brush the phone. Said, "I do not give children tattoos here. Hurry up and go. Do not learn at a young age." Listening to the woman's somewhat fierce tone, Song Si had wanted to beat a retreat, but she seemed to have thought of something, and weakly took out her cell phone and said, I can pay more." The female tattoo artist looked up suspiciously, surveying the innocent and timid young girl in front of her, thinking that a girl with this kind of character and beauty didn't look like someone who would go astray and not learn. She put down her cell phone and asked, "Why did you have to get a tattoo? Did someone force you?" Song Si hurriedly shook her head and explained, "No one is forcing me. It's for someone who is heavier than my life." The female tattoo artist immediately guessed, "You have a loved one who passed away and you want to get a headshot tattoo? I can draw you a picture for free. There's no need to tattoo it on your body." "No, it's to tattoo someone's name." The female tattoo artist thought for a moment, thinking that the name of the person wasn't that big, and that it would be convenient to wash it again even if it was tattooed. So she agreed. "Okay, come inside with me." With that, she led Song Si into a small room. Chapter 39, The Female Tattooist's Admonition. Locking the door behind her, the woman picked up a tattoo pen to sterilize it and pointed to a recliner. "Lay down. Where do you want it?" Song Si reclined on the chair, shyly pulled open the collar of her coat, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Tattoo, tattooed in the center of the chest." The female tattoo artist frowned and reconfirmed, "Are you sure?" Song Si nodded. "Okay, what's the tattoo?" "Gu Qingchen." The female tattoo artist nodded, indicating that she knew, and was just about to put pen to paper. Song Si added, "And tattoo hearts on both sides." That scared the female tattoo artist so much that she raised her hand and asked, "Who is he? Your boyfriend?" No, little girl, tattoo this. You can't even find a good boyfriend after you break up." The female tattoo artist pinched her temples with a big head and thought to herself, "Are all little girls so love-brained these days?" But Song Si still pleaded, "Please sister, I'm not acting on impulse." She then told the female tattoo artist in a few sentences summarizing her general experience, and what she had done for her with Gu Qingchen. The female tattoo artist also touched Song Si's head heartily and said, "It sounds like the boys in your mouth are really nice, but my sister still can't tattoo you. Are you sure your boyfriend, who's so nice, really likes it when you get a tattoo? You don't really have to prove anything to him. The prerequisite for wanting him to love you is to love yourself. I'm sure your boyfriend wouldn't want you to tattoo his name in such a private place. There are many ways to prove love." not necessarily tattoos. Cook him a delicious meal, when it is cold to remind him to wear more clothes. These are not more than tattoos to experience love? You see so many tattoos on my sister's body, all at a young age when she didn't learn, and in the end, my boyfriend didn't want me, and now even more no one wants to marry me. Aren't you afraid that your boyfriend will break up with you because of this? As soon as she heard this, Song Si-yi's head full of thoughts suddenly vanished. Since there was a risk of being hated by the person she liked, it was better not to get a tattoo. She hurriedly got up and straightened her collar, bowing slightly towards the female tattoo artist. Thanks. Thank you, sister. I'd better not get a tattoo. When she finished, she hurried home quickly. Seeing this, the female tattoo artist smiled in relief and murmured, "What a young girl who would do anything for love." It was just that this murmur, I don't know if it was talking about Song Si or myself. Unlock the door and open it. Song Si secretly probed and glanced into the house, seeing that Gu Qingchen hadn't come back yet. Before she secretly let out a sigh of relief, she was afraid that he would know about her sneaking off to the tattoo parlor and then get angry at herself. Even if it didn't turn out to be a tattoo, it does seem a bit uneducated for this behavior to occur at a youthful age. Go inside and close the door. Sitting on the sofa, she asked from WeChat when Gu Qingchen would be back. He said he was still in the middle of his physical and would be back when the results came back and he signed up. And Song Si, the idol master, also began to peer the floor and wipe the table, and cleaned up the hygiene of the house. Approaching 6 o'clock, Gu Qingchen came back carrying 2 honey-roasted pork bibimbap. Looking at Song Si sitting on the sofa, he took out 2 bottles of Coke from the refrigerator and greeted him in passing. Stop playing with your phone and come over to eat. Good. Song Si came to the table, glanced away sheepishly and sat down with her head bowed. Gu Chengchen looked at her strangely, didn't think much of it, and pushed a roasted pork bibimbap in front of her. What a large portion. If you can't eat it, just set it aside. Don't stuff it hard and on. The portions given at this restaurant are generous, and when they say large, they can actually top nearly 3 people's normal servings, and they're not very expensive. Song Si nodded in response as she stuffed her mouth with rice. A meal is finished. Gu Qingchen burped with air. Song Si was no exception. She just covered her mouth and didn't make a sound. Go to bed early tonight. I'll take you out tomorrow. I'm going to go play some games. Call me if you need anything. Gu Qingchen got up, pinched her soft cheeks, and headed towards his bedroom. Good. Song Si watched him disappear from view before she got up and returned to her house. Chapter 40, Dating, above. Chapter 40, Dating, above. The morning was exceptionally bright. That's what Gu Qingchen thought anyway. It was a rare day that he didn't go for a morning run, and just after washing up, he walked to the kitchen and looked at the busy Song Si. She wore an apron and her hair was tied back in a ponytail, curling up like a clean-cut little daughter-in-law. Soon a plate full of fried egg pancakes was brought to the table. Gu Qingchen nonchalantly picked up one and dazzled it into his mouth. On the side took off the apron, just sat over the Song Si, gently patted his shoulder, pouted, "Don't eat like this, choking how to do?" Well, Gu Chengchen immediately changed the unseemly action and replaced it with small bites. With a smile on the corner of her mouth, Song Si picked up her chopsticks and picked up a cake, putting it into her own bowl and eating it. As for the bowls and chopsticks for Gu Qingchen, they became ornamental. After breakfast, Song Si leaned back on the sofa, and Gu Qingchen naturally rested his head on her thigh as he watched the novel. You just can't feel that smooth skin through your pajama pants. And Song Si stroked Gu Qingchen's hair while swiping the short video. At that moment, a phone rang. After Gu Qingchen picked up, she asked, "What's wrong, Sister Miashu? Song Tiejuan's matter is almost over." And a while ago, all the other angles from which he started could only give him a little trouble, without pain. Later, I checked out Song Tiejuan's wife, and guess what? Regarding Shin Miashu's selling out, Gu Qingchen didn't pick up on it and directly said, "Lord Shin, show your work ethic and don't sell out." Cut. Okay, Shin Miashu was slightly bored and reluctantly reported. His wife, in recent years, has gotten back together with the boss who originally adopted her. Then I got someone to take some pictures of his wife cheating on him. According to that woman's character, it's also possible that the child is not Song Tiejuan's own. Last night I had someone tell him all about the photos and the speculation. He didn't do anything to his son for a while, but he and his wife gave each other a good beating. Now Song Taijun has taken his son to the hospital, presumably for a paternity test. Okay, you keep an eye on it. I'm a two-man world today. Just tweet me if you have something to report. Hang up. Gu Qingchen hung up the phone nonchalantly. With a busy tone, Shan Miaoshu, who was still in the municipal government office, froze for a moment and the corner of her mouth twitched. Bastard, actually hung up directly. On the other end, Gu Qingchen told Song Si all this news, and she didn't react to anything when she heard it. Just a faint oh. Gu Qingchen sat up from Song Si's lap and looked at her strangely, saying, With your father's patriarchal nature that favors women to the extreme, being cuckolded to such a large extent and then spreading it back to their village, aren't you afraid he'll get mad, kill his wife and his wild seed, and go to jail for the rest of his life? In the past, even if she was abused by her family, Song-si didn't even go to the police. Didn't she hope that this only family member would be well? He'd already fixed that scumbag father without letting the other guy go to jail. But now what was with this salty "oh" from the young girl? Song-si put down her cell phone. Her slender and delicate little hand tightly gripped the back of Gu Qingchen's hand. He raised me in exchange for money. And now the foster graced it clear. In this world, only you are my relatives. This passage made Gu Qingchen understand what she meant as well. In the past, no matter how that scum father treated her, she only had this one to rely on. So naturally she had to endure at every turn. And now that she had a new soft dependence that she could relax and let her body and mind fall all the way into, the original dependence that was full of thorns was naturally dispensable. Gu Qingchen got up, rubbed Song-si's head, and said, "Go change, let's go out and play." "Good." Song-si revealed a sweet smile and got up to go to her bedroom. Gu Qingchen also simply changed into a black printed sweater with shorts. After waiting a little, Song-si walked out wearing a strapless halter white carved princess dress. It just always felt a little awkward somewhere. Gu Chengchen, who had been admiring the situation for a little while, also noticed the problem, and he directly walked up and took off the small leather band that she had tied her ponytail with, and put it on his own wrist. Looking at Song-si whose hair was cascading down, he was only satisfied when he pinched her cheeks. Full breasts, white skin, pavilion posture, and with this princess dress, it really has the feeling of a rich girl. You can see how high his unseen mother-in-law's face is. Of course, that scumbag father's face value is really okay, or else that woman who was adopted back then wouldn't have taken the risk of cuckolding her boss. When they came to the foyer, they changed their shoes and went out the door, holding each other's hands unannounced. Mall Street, Jin Fashion Hair Salon. "Sister Yuan, stop playing with your cell phone." Gu Qingchen knocked on the front desk countertop. How Yuan looked up and immediately flirted with a joyful smile. "Yo, brother Gu is here?" Then, she looked at Song-si who was following her aside and said, "Is this a girlfriend?" "Right." Gu Qingchen didn't deny it and nodded. "That's nice. Do you want a haircut or?" How Yuan asked. Gu Qingchen pushed Song-si forward. "She cuts. Just come with a simple hairstyle. You watch." "Alright, promise to carve this diamond in the rough for you." How Yuan smiled and assured. Song-si's long black hair is quite nice and doesn't need to be changed. It's just that the flat bangs in front of her forehead are a bit thick, and although it's also beautiful, it could be a bit nicer. Gu Chengchen played with his cell phone and ate snacks from the front desk as he waited for Song-si to finish cutting her hair. Less than half an hour or so, How Yuan brought Song-si over and bragged as if she had made a great achievement. "Look, how is it? Sister's handiwork isn't bad, right?" Song-si also looked at him with eyes full of anticipation. Gu Chengchen looked at the girl in front of him. Waist-length hair like splashed ink, one side showing her ears draped behind her, one side covering her ears draped in front of her. Thick flat bangs are cut into French bangs, and the absolutely beautiful goose egg face shows more sense of first love. It's great, and it's even prettier with a new haircut. "Trouble sister Yuan, just swipe my membership card. We'll leave if there's nothing else." "Okay, leave it alone and go on a good date." How Yuan showed a stone-seepy smile and watched the back of the two as they left. After leaving the barbershop, Song-si put her arm around Gu Qingchen's in an uneducated manner and walked down the street. Many of the boys passing by frequently turned back to look at them, partly because of Song-si, who looked like a heavenly fairy, and partly because they envied Gu Qingchen. What a great way to tease and kill again. Afterwards, Gu Qingchen took Song-si to the mall and bought a few outfits. Now he was getting more and more into having young girls dress up for himself. Your own girlfriend shouldn't be considered a color grant, right? When they passed by a store that sold high heels, Gu Qingchen took Song-si in for another look. In fact, with a princess dress, high heels will be more elegant. Unfortunately, Song-si wouldn't be able to wear them, and the high heels from her last big purchase were still eating dust in the closet. But today, Gu Qingchen wanted her to try. Chapter 41 Dating, below. "Hello, does this shoe come in a size 36? Gu Qingchen asked, pointing to a pair of rhinestones. The salesman picked up the shoes and looked at them, handing them over directly. "This is the size 36. You can try them on first, and I'll pick up a new pair for you if you like them." "Good." Gu Chengchen took the shoes and made Song-si sit on the sofa in the store. She just wanted to reach out and take the shoes and change into them, but Gu Qingchen spoke up and stopped her. "Let me help you change." "Ahem, just changing my future girlfriend's shoes. It's not to take advantage of anything, and it's not a foot fetish. Absolutely not." Song-si lowered her head with a blushing face and allowed him to do it. Gu Qingchen squatted in front of the girl, first removing her shoes and setting them aside, then the small white socks. silently folding them and putting them into his pants pocket. Then, he reached out his hand and cupped Song Si's petite, cute, beautifully arched little feet on his lap, slowly passing the rhinestone high-heeled sandals through the pearl-like little toes and lifting the heel. The other foot operates the same way. After some tossing and turning, Song Si's face was already as red as a ripe apple. Gu Qingchen half-gripped her slender fingers and gently lifted her up and said, "Try to walk. I'll hold you up." "Good." Song Si slowly stepped, walking steadily, just occasionally stepping crookedly, as if walking on a plank in the water. She was actually quite excited by the novelty of wearing a delicate dress and pretty heels. It seems like the vision has gotten higher and the mindset has changed. There's a sense of confidence, and it seems that she's no longer the gray-headed Cinderella she used to be, but a stylish and elegant young lady. She knew that all of this was brought to her by Gu Qingchen, and if she wasn't at the mall right now, then her own heart, which had been sinking for 3 years and was so dumbfounded, might not have been able to resist the urge to confess. Gradually, Song Si walked more and more skillfully, no longer needing to be supported. Gu Qingchen was satisfied with the payment, packed the little white shoes, and directly led Song Si out of the mall. The da-da-da sound of those high heels stepping on the ground was like stepping on Gu Qingchen's heart. They didn't continue shopping, first going to the first floor check-in to deposit their clothes and shoes, and then taking the elevator directly to the 7th floor. The entire 7th floor is filled with various restaurants. Looking around, there were quite a lot of people. It's summer vacation, plus a whole floor of the 8th floor is still a movie theater, so the student party is mostly. When they finished eating, Gu Qingchen took Song Si upstairs to watch a movie, entered a pickled fish restaurant. Many of the boys' eyes all gathered, not even caring about the whacking and displeasure of their girlfriends next to them. After all, Song Si is too fairy, already outstanding appearance, plus princess dress and rhinestone sandals high heel, that first love-like beautiful face and pure temperament, as well as white and pink cardamom toes, is two hooked eyes. Gu Qingchen went to the front desk and ordered the food, then led Song Si to a seat against the wall. "Si, sit here, you go inside," he said, pointing to the high-backed hard-seated couch. Song Si obediently sat in. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, sat beside her, blocking many gazes. The group of boys had the good sense not to pay any more attention to them. Song Si looked at the possessive Gu Qingchen, and her heart was as sweet as if it was stuffed into a honeypot. She wrapped her arms around Gu Qingchen's arm and leaned her little head tentatively against his shoulder, quietly waiting for the food to be served. Gu Qingchen smiled slightly, naturally at ease with the young girl's intimacy, brushing up the jitterbugs. Song Si also watched in passing. After serving, Song Si didn't eat it directly. She chucked a piece of fish, carefully picked up the thorns, and then chucked the fish that could be safely eaten into his bowl. Seeing this, Gu Qingchen also had an empty hand and pinched her soft and sticky face, causing those two pink lips to pout. Song Si looked at him uncertainly. Gu Qingchen smiled faintly. "Don't pick the fish for me. Eat it yourself." "Good." But the young girl's mouth promised. "In fact, the back is still my way." Pick a piece of their own to eat, and then pick a piece of clip to Gu Qingchen, and then pick a piece of their own to eat. So the cycle of eating a meal. It was useless for Gu Qingchen to say anything, so she had to enjoy it. Took a break from eating. The two then went arm in arm to the 8th floor. In front of the vending machine, Gu Qingchen scratched the screen and asked, "Watching a comedy or a romance? Can I watch a horror movie?" Song Si pondered for a moment and returned, "Ha, you like that type?" Gu Qingchen was a bit surprised, thinking, soft and weak on the outside, but I didn't expect to have quite a lot of guts. Is this the contrast? Aha. Song Si had no contact with horror movies at all, just heard that couples go to the cinema and watch the best horror movies, and said so. "Okay, then I'll pick a domestic horror movie." Saying that, Gu Qingchen bought 2 horror movies about paper people and picked up the tickets. There was still some time before the start, so he took Song Si to the game hall area. Movie theaters usually have places like this in order to just pass the time before the movie starts. Come to a crane machine. Gu Qingchen swept the code to pay and didn't care about the gazes of the people around him, pulled Song Si in front of him and wrapped her arms around him, leaned down and pressed his cheek against the girl's reddened cheeks and whispered in a low voice, "Come on, I'll teach you to play." With that said, his large, broad hand covered her small, white hand and slowly maneuvered the handle up and down, stopping above a seal doll. He took hold of Song Si's hand again and lifted it, pressing on the red button. As the hook opened up and descended, it steadily grabbed the doll and tossed it into the shipping opening again with exceptional smoothness. Song Si instantly turned around and hugged Gu Qingchen's tiger waist, exclaiming, "Wow, caught it once. You're awesome." Gu Qingchen was also a bit confused. "I was just doing a demonstration. How did I still win? But even God is playing assist, so he's not welcome." Gu Qingchen took out the seal doll and handed it to the girl. "I'm giving it to you, as a souvenir of our first date." "Aha, I'll keep a good collection." Song Si held the doll tightly in her arms, happy, The latter two took turns catching them several more times, but came up empty-handed. Stop playing, let's go play something else. Song Si was afraid of wasting money and pulled Gu Qingqian's arm and went to play another game. Experiencing a beat-em-up game that zaps the screen with a water pistol, and a racing motorcycle type of racing game, she both went from excited at first, to disinterested at the back. You can tell she doesn't like these types of games. Finally, Song Si was allowed to experience the dancing machine again. It's the girl who moves a little awkwardly, with little physical movement, and follows the arrows on the screen with her feet on the corresponding pedals in a completely rote manner. But even so, there was a group of old colorful people watching. Thus, Song Si, who had only played 2 games of the dancing machine, was pulled off the machine by Gu Qingqian's good behavior and went to play something else. Chapter 42, The Humble Confession of a Young Girl. Before the movie opens, Gu Qingqian bought a big bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of Coke, and then took Song Si to check the tickets for admission. 5 rows 15. 16. Gu Qingqian looked at the seat number on the ticket and quickly found the corresponding seat. Since it's a horror movie and there aren't many well-known actors, not many people see it. Basically couples. The only people in the entire 5th row were 5 and 6, or a couple of big old men. Is there really such a thing as watching a niche horror movie with your brother's friends? Regardless of whether they were ***** or not. Anyway, Gu Qingqian was afraid that Song Si would learn to be bad and become corrupt, and pinched her cheeks to keep her from looking to the right. The thought of a young girl looking at him and Lu Xingjia with a demented smile on her face sometime in the future. He couldn't help but get goosebumps. Song Si didn't know that Gu Qingqian would think so pervertedly, thinking that he just wanted to pinch her cheeks and didn't care too much. A short while later, the lights in the hall suddenly went out, and commercials began to play on the screen, with some ear-splitting sounds coming out of the stereo. Only then did Gu Qingqian feel relieved and withdraw her hand, swiping up her phone and waiting for the movie to start. And Song Si is the first time to see a movie in the cinema. Even if the advertisement is full of strong curiosity, she couldn't take her eyes off the screen until the actual movie started. The familiar one-dragon opening. Then the plot begins, and it's all mediocre and pure narrative storytelling up front. It's only later, starting with the eye-dotting of the paperman, that the atmosphere gets spooky. At this moment, Song Si had already nervously hugged Gu Qingqian's arm, blocking half of her face and revealing one eye. It's so wimpy and I want to see it. When Gu Qingqian fed her popcorn, she subconsciously opened her mouth and ate it. At that moment, the screen image dribbled from the man's left shoulder to his right. Suddenly, a paper man's head appeared behind the man. A scream rang out in the theater, including one of the big old pair to Gu Qingqian's right. He was impressed by the shrillness and strangeness of the voice, which overpowered the screams of the other girls. Although Song Si didn't scream, she had already nestled her face deep in his arms. The souvenir seal doll from their first date was tossed aside by the girl. Seal doll, so love goes away, right? Feeling Song Si's trembling petite body, Gu Qingqian hugged her in amusement. I thought it was daring to pick a horror movie with so much anticipation, but it turned out to be this behind. Song Si's head has never been taken out of his arms, and has been an ostrich until the end of the movie. The hall lights came on. Gu Qingqian patted Song Si's back and comforted. Okay, the movie is over. It's all fake. How else would it have been made, don't you think? Of course Song Si knew that, but she just couldn't help but be scared. She carefully poked her head out of Gu Qingqian's arms and looked at the bright surroundings, and let out a sigh of relief in her heart. She hurriedly hugged Gu Qingqian's arm, picked up the seal doll, and somewhat weak-leggedly exited the theater, saying in her heart, never again will I watch a horror movie. After picking up the stored clothes on the first floor, in order to ease Song Si's fear, the two of them didn't go straight home, but went to the nearby park and wandered around. It was probably too hot and there weren't many people in the park. Gu Qingqian and Song Si held hands as they strolled along the artificial lake, feeling the hot breeze while looking at the turquoise lotus leaves and pink and white lotus flowers, as well as the ripples of light that flooded the surface of the water. But as she walked, the young girl suddenly stopped in her tracks. Gu Qingqian looked back at her suspiciously and asked, "What's wrong?" I. Song Si stuttered for a moment, her heart crossed. She lowered her head and closed her eyes tightly. Her voice changed from loud to small as she confessed, "I like you. Can be my boyfriend. Can." It was said with no backbone, like he was ready to be rejected. She would have relied on Gu Qingqian's side even if she was rejected anyway. She just simply didn't want to miss out on this peaceful and beautiful atmosphere right now. Gu Qingqian's expression was a little surprised. Originally brought her to the park, just to confess. Just did not expect to be bravely preempted by the girl. Gu Qingqian didn't immediately agree, but just touched Song Si's head and said, "I know you have a crush on me, and I like you too. Otherwise I wouldn't be so intimate with you." Song Si, who heard this, immediately raised her head, her eyes flashing with a bright light of surprise. But then he continued, "But I want to know, Is your fondness from gratitude for favors, or is it from the heart? Song Si's heart was pounding, feeling that her confession was about to be agreed to, so she hurriedly spat out all the words she wanted to say in her head. I like you. It's the kind of love that comes from the heart. I have liked you for 3 years. I know I'm not good enough for you, no matter its family background or experience. I actually don't want to hold you back from finding a better girl, but I just can't help liking you. You're the one who said that the 200,000 was a repayment for the adoption and the bride price, and I'm now your fiancé. I love you, Gu Qingchen, whether it's love or a deal. I just want to stay by your side forever. I want to be selfish and greedy. Please, even if you like another girl in the future, don't abandon me. Let's go private. Let's have a private relationship. Okay? Listening to Song Si's extremely humble confession, Gu Qingchen was momentarily at a loss as to how to respond to the girl's morbid love. After easing up for a while, he said heartily, silly girl, since I chose to like you, I won't be accepting another girl, and it's not selfishness or greed on your part, because you're worth it. Is this a yes from you? Gu Qingchen smiled faintly and didn't say anything, but used her actual actions to inform the answer. He cupped Song Si's cheeks with both hands and rubbed them, kissing her thin cherry lips without saying a word. Well, the young girl's eyes widened in surprise, and then slowly closed again, as tears involuntarily flowed from the corners of her eyes. Is happy and excited. They clung to each other, their two tongues intertwining obsessively. Love brain isn't considered a pejorative. It's just a matter of meeting the wrong person and getting in deep. If you meet the right person, it's a love affair that both parties find incredibly beautiful. Unfortunately, there are only 1 or 2 such emotions in the world. I don't know how long it's been. Song Si gasped slightly, her whole body soft as she leaned into Gu Qingchen's arms. Can I call you Morn? 3 years of secret love and getting what she wanted. The young girl is very attached and wants a term of endearment. Gu Qingchen asked with a laugh and a cry. This is my nickname. It feels so strange for you to call it. So what's my name? Song Si asked. Forget it, just Qingchen. It sounds kind. Gu Qingchen was too lazy to dwell on this. Then he asked, what about me? What to call you? Yibao? Just, Yibao is a bit too meaty. Song Si rubbed Gu Qingchen's chest affectionately. Both of them were now sweating profusely because of the makeout session earlier. Gu Qingchen wiped away the sweat on her rosy cheeks with his hand. Let's go home first. We should both get heatstroke at this rate. Good. The two then held hands as they exited the park and hailed a cab. Chapter 43 Song Si's Baby Collection. Back home, Gu Qingchen pulled Song Si to Nestle on the sofa and kiss again. Hot lovers can never kiss enough, let alone a man and a woman who are having their first taste. It wasn't until after 6 p.m. that Gu Qingchen released her lips. Song Si was breathing heavily, her whole body soft and limp as she faced Gu Qingchen and sat on his lap, nestled in his arms, enjoying the residual warmth after making out. This relationship brain of hers had already labeled herself as Gu Qingchen. She was willing to cooperate no matter how intimate, and she was unwilling to resist any of Gu Qingchen's movements. Gu Qingchen took the time to take out his cell phone, ordered 2 large portions of cassoulet rice, and then pounced on Song Si to lie on the sofa and continue to make out. What's the point of nurturing a 3-year relationship? It's natural to come up with a passionate love. It was only when the takeout was delivered that the two parted lips and went to the table to eat. Late night, Gu Qingchen, who had finished his bath, had already turned out the lights and was lying on his bed playing with his cell phone. At that moment, there was a soft knock on the door of the room. Enter. As the door to the room opened, Song Si, who hadn't been back to the house for a long time, held up the seal doll she had caught during the day to block half of her face, revealing her big watery eyes, and said in a small shy voice, Can I sleep with you? I'm scared. When Gu Qingchen looked at her like this, he knew it was the aftermath of the horror movie. Yes, as long as you're not afraid I'll eat you. Song Si was confused for a moment, but quickly understood the meaning of this eat. Anyways, she grew up from the late-night teaching of her scummy father and stepmother, so naturally she's not that innocent. It's okay. If you really can't help it, I can even. Gu Qingchen looked at such a well-behaved girl and couldn't bear to tease her, immediately moving to the side of the bed, patting the empty spot and saying, Come on, lie here. Song Si let out a soft kicked off her slippers, hugged the doll and climbed into bed, coming to lie down next to Gu Qingchen. Okay, go to sleep. Gu Qingchen stroked her head as if she was coaxing a child. Song Si let out a soft snort of comfort, reaching out to hug his waist and closing her eyes. However, this night could be hard on Gu Qingchen, a big sunny boy, being hugged by a beautiful girl with a delicate figure for one night. The wonderful touch of those two soft masses. It was hard for him not to be restless in his heart. It wasn't until the latter part of the night that he drifted off to sleep. As a result, just as the day dawned, Gu Qingchen violently opened his eyes and secretly said, It's over. Seeing Song Si lying in his arms like an octopus, he immediately felt that his life was gray. People can be killed, but they cannot die socially. Gu Chengchen carefully moved his body, trying to slowly break free from the girl's embrace. But Song Si's sleep was so light that she was directly awakened by Gu Chengchen's movements. She rubbed her eyes and murmured in a soft tone, "What's wrong? You're going to morning." Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Chengchen pushed her away in a flash and ran into the restroom. Before he left, he called out, "You're getting some sleep." Song Si sat up, first confused for a moment, thinking about her boyfriend who was in a hurry just now, thought something happened to him, and hurriedly got out of bed to catch up as well. However, just as she entered the bathroom, she saw hiked up on the edge of the sink, a length of pants, and the scene of a lifetime. Yeah, sorry. Song Si's face exploded red and she hurriedly covered her face and walked quickly to the living room. She already understood why Gu Chengchen had just gotten up and hurriedly ran to the bathroom. So, she hurried back to Gu Chengchen's bedroom, rummaged for a change of clothes, and retraced her steps back to the bathroom. Gu Chengchen was currently wrapped in a bath towel, agonizing over how to get out when she had just run too fast and hadn't taken anything, only to see Song Si push the door in again, hand also handed over new clothes. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Gu Chengchen slightly trembled as he reached out to accept the young girl's good intentions and spoke out to explain. That normal phenomenon. You're a school master. Should understand, right? When Gu Chengchen didn't know what to say, Song Si pinched the corner of her coat and picked up the conversation in an understanding and surprising manner. I know. So, then do you still want it? I'm your girlfriend. Can help you. No need. Thank you for your kindness. Gu Chengchen loudly refused. Okay, then. Well, why don't you change first? Song Si turned away sheepishly. When Gu Chengchen came out, the two of them looked at each other. Neither of them said anything, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. He had no choice but to play it cool and say, "I'll go cook the noodles, and you can try what I've cooked." When he finished, he went to the kitchen as if he had turned on a sprint. Song Si looked at Gu Chengchen's back and suddenly felt that such a boyfriend was so cute that she couldn't help but put a soft smile on her face. With the kitchen occupied and nothing to do, she couldn't be bothered. So she went to Gu Chengchen's bedroom, replacing all 3 pieces of the bed set with new ones. He carried the changed sheets and bedding to the bathroom. She first picked out all the underwear belonging to Gu Chengchen from the dirty clothes basket and placed them on the washstand before she came to the balcony holding the dirty sheet in one hand and the dirty clothes basket with the remaining clothes in the other. Sorting into good categories, Song Si put all the outerwear and her own underwear into the corresponding laundry tubs, poured in the laundry detergent, and pressed the high-temperature wash. Then, she went back to the bathroom with the laundry detergent and meticulously scrubbed Gu Chengchen's underwear herself. But coincidentally, Gu Chengchen, who had come out to hang out during the free time he was waiting for the noodles to be cooked, just happened to see this scene. He had nothing to be embarrassed about now. Being thick-skinned was just the way it was. And anyway, it was normal physiology, which meant he was a healthy man. Gu Chengchen walked up and leaned against the doorframe with her chopsticks raised and asked, "What's the point of hand rubbing? Isn't there a washing machine?" Song Si's face was slightly red, and her tone was unnatural. "I felt that the washing machine was not clean. So, I just hand rubbed it myself, and I feel more comfortable wearing it." She did not know why. Obviously how to wash their own underwear does not matter, but the beloved's underwear must be personally hand-washed to rest assured. Otherwise the heart always feel awkward. Gu Chengchen probed slightly, looking at the washing machine that was running on the balcony, and queried, "Do you wash your underwear in the washing machine?" This made Gu Chengchen even more puzzled. "You put your own underwear in the washing machine, but you wash my underwear by hand? I'm afraid you haven't awakened some weird fetish, have you?" He didn't dare to ask in detail. After all, Song Si's love was a bit morbid. Maybe she liked it? Just wash it by hand. It's all for the love of my future daughter-in-law, so it shouldn't be. It's not a strange fetish, right? But why am I a little excited? Gu Chengchen silently returned to the kitchen to see how the noodles were cooking, and when Song Si was washing the last pair of underwear, the one Gu Chengchen changed into this morning, she suddenly muttered with a flash of insight, "One less pair of underwear. I shouldn't be able to find out, right?" So, she ghostly folded her panties, furtively probed at Gu Chengchen, who was still in the kitchen, and then quickly ran back to her bedroom. She took out the baby she had just acquired and stared at it for a while. When she came back to her senses, the roots of her ears and neck were covered in layers of pink, and after cherishing it and storing it in the topmost compartment of the closet, Song Si jumped straight onto the bed and buried her head under the covers. Thinking back on what she had just done, she was literally exploding in place with shame. "See, it's time to eat." In the living room, there was a shout from Gu Chengchen. "Good," she responded aloud, slapping herself on the cheek and mentally chanting the Exodus. Forcing herself to calm down, coming to the dining table and sitting down, Gu Chengchen looked at the red-faced Song Si, thinking that she was still shy about what happened just now, and didn't ask anything, quietly shivering her noodles. What he didn't know, however, was that the blush actually had another reason. Chapter 44 Top Girlfriend Escort. Finish eating. Song Si was in the kitchen cleaning up the dishes. Gu Qingchen leisurely lay on the sofa and found that Lu Xingzhe and Xin Miaoshu had both sent messages. He first looked at the message that Xin Miaoshu had sent half an hour ago, to give you a report on the Song Tiejuan's battle situation from yesterday and this morning. Xin Miaoshu, yesterday afternoon, Song Taijun and his son's appraisal results came out. It's not a biological relationship. A good mess at the hospital. Almost strangled that wild seed. Xin Miaoshu, he mentioned divorce to his wife this morning, but the woman did not agree, but also said that if she dared to leave, she would go to the village to publicize the matter of him wearing a hat for more than 10 years, and now the two sides have been at a standstill. Xin Miaoshu, the things he did. Legally there is actually insufficient evidence. It's not good to start from this aspect. Song Taijun shouldn't have the energy to look for things in these few years, but you still need to be prepared for other things. Gu Qingchen, okay. At this time, Song Si also washed her hands and sat on the sofa. Gu Qingchen tapped on Lu Xingzhe's message and told her about Song Taijun in passing. Song Si just gave a fade oh and scratched his hair while swiping the short video. Gu Qingchen obediently rested his head on her lap and scrolled through the message sent by Lu Xingzhe. Old Gua, Lao Gu lonely and widowed Deadpool seeking online Gogoa. Lu Xingzhe, I was abused yesterday. Don't fall in love with the schoolgirl. Are you going to emphasize sex over friendship? Lu Xingzhe, I'm the one who's been with you for 5 years. You can't be happy with the new. Gu Qingchen frowny face. The words were there, and he didn't have the heart to refuse. Gu Chengchen, okay, come on. After replying, he got up and pinched Song Si's soft little face. Go, accompany me to play the game. And by the way, help me go to the refrigerator to get 2 bottles of cola. Good. While Song Si went to get a drink, Gu Qingchen came to the bedroom first and took some small snacks from the snack shelf at the end of the bed and put them on the table, changing the dining chair back to the gaming chair in the meantime. When the girl returned, he moved the dining room chair directly to the side and patted his thigh. Here, I'll hold you and play. I've been wanting to do that for a long time. Song Si put down her drink and sat obediently on Gu Qingchen's lap, leaning against him as she looked at the computer screen. Perhaps the hair was a bit in the way. Gu Qingchen used his fingers to brush the girl's hair together and then flung it to the side in front of his body. If it was tied up it would be a bit of a human wife that flavor. Entering the game and receiving an invitation, Gu Chengchen also tapped agree to enter the room. At once, Lu Xingzhe's tone came out of the stereo. Old Gu, open. See if I don't kill through them. Gu Qingchen immediately spat. I'll be relieved if you don't get killed through them. Che, today I'll show you what it means not to be a star. As the game begins, Lu Xingzhe rushes straight to point B with a small pistol and gets shot in the head. He hastened to mouth off. It's alright, it's just a pistol bureau. Give them a break. In the second set, there was a kill, but it was also a 1-for-1. In the later innings, it was simply unbearable until the side change. He was February 14th. Quite impressive. Surviving a round, Gu Qingchen said indifferently. Ahem. Lu Xingzhe looked at Gu Qingchen's 17-6 record, coughed a few times, and strategically fell silent. Song Si didn't understand the game very well, only knowing that it was a lot of people fighting each other with guns. Unable to understand, she simply tore open a bag of chips and fed Gu Qingchen. He takes a slice, then another slice for himself. He unscrewed another Coke and fed it to his mouth, and thoughtfully wiped it with a paper towel, which was meticulous to a fault. Gu Chengchen was afraid that she would be bored, so he directly handed Song Si his cell phone and let her play. Song Si took the phone and first fed him a mouthful of chili strips before holding the phone and watching Shake Shack. Only the content was of Gu Qingchen's favorite type, and she switched back to her own phone. Then, she played with her cell phone while feeding Gu Qingchen a snack every now and then. This kind of daughter-in-law is the best in the world. It was only until almost noon, when Lu Xingzhe went offline to eat, that Gu Qingchen realized that his little daughter-in-law had, at some point, adjusted herself to face him, sitting with her legs in an M shape straddling his arms, her little head resting on her shoulder as she fell asleep. He didn't have the heart to wake her up. He just kissed the soft and tender cheeks, picked up the cell phone on the table that Song Si had stopped playing with a long time ago, and ordered 2 grilled pork bibimbap, and then continued to hold her, squinting his eyes. About half an hour or so later, the cell phone rang, and when I answered it, it was the takeout that had arrived. Only then did Gu Qingchen slap Song Si's little arse and wake her up. The young girl grunted and stretched. The rice is here. I have to go get it, Gu Qingchen said in a warm voice. Aha. Song Si reached out and hugged his neck, pouting in a daze. You carry me to get it. Gu Chengchen was slightly stunned. This was the first time she had pampered herself, right? It should have been a sleep daze. Unable to do anything, He could only stand up holding Song-si's small buttocks and walk towards the entrance hall. Luckily he had gotten into the habit of exercising or he wouldn't have been able to hold it. Opening the door, the delivery boy first froze, thinking that the other party was playing some kind of strange play, but seeing that the other two were fully dressed, they were simply hugging each other. Only then did he hurriedly hand over the takeout, say enjoy your meal, and hastily turn to leave. This wave of love's sudden face, really sour. Sitting down at the dining table, Gu Qingchen opened the roasted meat and rice. Song-si, who was lying in his arms, also rubbed her sleepy eyes and braced herself against his chest to straighten up. Looking at the girl's beautiful and lovely sleeping face, Gu Qingchen cupped her cheeks and gently caressed them for a few moments, and said in a warm voice, wake up and nap yet? Eat first or go wash up? Let's eat. Her voice was soft and crispy, and as she spoke, she carefully tested the ground with her little feet, climbing down from Gu Qingchen's lap and sitting on the chair next to her. Gu Qingchen looked at Song-si, who was obediently seated, and pushed a roasted pork bibimbap in front of her. Looking at the girl who picked up a spoon and took small bites of her meal, he suddenly felt that this was a pretty good life. After dinner, Gu Qingchen carried Song-si back to her bedroom and a princess hug again. After all, her slippers were still under the computer desk. After noon, Gu Qingchen and Lu Xingzhe continued their hacking journey, playing until after 7 p.m. before getting off the plane. Gu Qingchen walked out of the bedroom. A pretty figure with a ponytail was in front of the stove with an apron on, making scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He walked over and said nothing, just pinched the girl's cheeks. Song-si spread a smile and said, right away, don't be in a hurry, take your time frying, I just want a cuddle. Saying that, Gu Qingchen encircled the girl's waspish waist and brought his face to her delicate face to rub it vigorously. Song-si put down the spatula, turned around and hugged him back, gently standing on tiptoe to kiss him on the lips. The two of them were oblivious for a while, but they smelled faintly of paste. Song-si hurriedly let go of her mouth, turned back to turn off the fire and turned over the dishes, then pouted. Really, it's all your fault, it almost got mushy. Yes, blame me. Gu Qingchen lightly bit the girl's cheek. Chapter 45, reaching base one after another. Finish eating. Gu Qingchen played Tarkov by himself while Song-si accompanied him. Go rest, I'll bring you breakfast after my morning run tomorrow, so you can sleep more, Gu Qingchen said while looking at the screen and searching for supplies. Song-si, however, was embarrassed and lightly wrapped her arms around him, asking in a low voice, I'm still a little scared, I want to sleep with you, but, is it okay? Gu Qingchen smiled bitterly. The feeling of having the meat right in front of your eyes, but not being able to eat it, was too torturous. But if your girlfriend says she's scared, how can a boyfriend say no? Besides, he wanted to cuddle up to a nice, soft girl and go to sleep. What torment, just fall asleep. Thus, Gu Qingchen gritted her teeth and agreed. Alright. Song-si, who heard the words, smiled happily and immediately went to the bedside to take off her slippers and climb to the position where she had slept last night. Gu Qingchen, which still had the heart to play the game, directly pinched the thunder self to end. Equipment? Not as important as your wife. He had just climbed into bed after turning off the computer when Song-si naturally hugged him and closed her eyes. Gu Qingchen lay on his side with his arm on his face, sighed slightly in his heart, and patted the girl's back as if he were coaxing a child to sleep. After a while, Gu Qingchen also lowered her arms, rested on her pillow, and closed her eyes. And Song-si was not asleep at all. She felt the boy that has not ceased to be different. Her heart is a little guilty. After all, she was the one who wanted to pester Gu Qingchen to sleep. And even though it was difficult for the other party, she still complied with her. Song-si stared at her boyfriend's side face in a daze, hesitating for a moment before disappeared like a fish into the water. For a long time, Gu Qingchen, who had woken up long ago, pinched Song-si's flushed cheeks and said helplessly, not going to brush your teeth and wash up? The girl shook her head lightly, not daring to speak or look at him, shyly burying her face in his arms. Gu Qingchen rubbed her furry head and spoiled her. Thank you, go to sleep. The morning light shines through the window and into the room. Song-si stretched and rubbed her sleepy eyes to get up from the bed. By the time she came out, Gu Qingchen had also entered the house with soybean milk donuts. Awake? Come and eat. Gu Qingchen placed breakfast on the table and greeted the young girl. Song-si ran over with small steps and wrapped her arms around him and gave him a kiss on the cheek before sitting on the chair and picking up the donuts and eating them. Just forgot to brush my teeth last night. The donuts tasted a little weird. Gu Qingchen pinched her soft and bouncy face and sat down to eat as well. After the meal, Gu Qingchen nestled on the sofa, holding her cell phone and memorizing the questions for subject 1. Song-si, on the other hand, sat quietly and watched the movie on her phone. After learning for a while, Gu Qingchen put down his cell phone and took Song-si beside him into his arms. She watched intently, just resting her head against his chest without moving. Gu Qingchen felt that it was meaningless, so he could only move his hands on Song-si, One moment he pinched her soft cheeks, one moment he stroked her silky hair, one moment he flicked his fingers over her watery pouty lips. Song Si was like a doll, not resisting in the slightest, and unusually cooperative. Gu Chengchen, who was perhaps tired of playing, let go of the girl and moved her slender legs, which were wrapped in pajama pants, onto his lap, gently caressing those long, slender, tight, white legs, and holding the smooth arch of the foot, just like that, until Song Si finished watching the movie. She didn't even pull her foot away, but hooked his palm with her toes and softly opened her mouth in his ear. Dear, hold me back to the house to rest. Gu Chengchen froze for a moment, only feeling that this darling called his whole body tingling, and asked curiously, why are you suddenly shouting darling? Almost didn't react. Song Si kissed the side of his face. Occasionally needy point seems intimate. Well, where could Gu Chengchen hold back? He got up and picked her up in a princess hug and walked into his bedroom. Gu Chengchen leaned on the bed, full of coziness, that is, he does not smoke, otherwise high and low have to come on a stick. Song Si threw the paper she had wiped her feet with into the trash can and gathered up the clothes scattered on the floor without a single piece. Gu Chengchen swept her into his arms, covered the quilt, and dropped a kiss on her small nose, saying, rest for a while, get up and clean up again. Good. Song Si obediently wrapped her arms around his robust waist, rested her head on his chest, and closed her eyes. From this day on, they are a lot closer again. Chapter 46 Special Ways to Divert Attention. These days, Gu Chengchen was all bored at home with Song Si, catching up on dramas and playing games together. In the evening, naturally, are some couples playful? In addition to the double and online, all kinds of game way Gu Chengchen since all experienced. Song Si is still enjoying herself every day, changing the method of buying and cooking food supplements for him. He's almost out of leeks and eggs and stuff at home. At this time, the early morning sun was just right. Song Si is busy in the kitchen. Gu Chengchen walked over to embrace the luscious figure in the apron from behind, patted his chin on her shoulder, looked at the pancakes in the skillet, and instantly twitched his mouth. See, let's have leek and egg pancakes. Ha! Song Si flipped the pie and said without looking back. Yeah, what's wrong? It's been leek and egg stuff for the past few days. I'm going to be sick. The day before yesterday it was leek and egg fried dumplings. Yesterday it was leek boxes. And today it's straight up leek and egg pancakes. Are leeks really a kidney tonic? Song Si twisted her head and asked worriedly. These days you've had to do it multiple times every night. I'm afraid you're going to have a health problem. It's not a bad thing to make up for it more often. Gu Chengchen sniffed and felt that his male dignity had been provoked, and immediately pinched both sides of her soft face and pulled hard. There's nothing wrong with me that I don't need to be so patched up. Understand? Well, the girl said with an adorable grunt. What about my fried pancakes? Gu Chengchen, do it all. Eat it. In a short while, breakfast was served. Gu Chengchen stuffed the cake with a big mouthful, and Song Si, who was on the side, slapped him and pouted. Every time you eat, you're always like this. Can you eat slowly? Gu Chengchen was instantly honest and nibbled on it in small bites. Song Si sighed helplessly and picked up a cake and ate it slowly and methodically. Not much later after dinner, there was a soft knock on the door of the house. Gu Chengchen got up from the sofa and walked to the entrance hall. Just as he opened the door, a slender jade hand reached in first, pinching his ear with unparalleled precision and then doing a 360-degree rotation. Hiss, ouch, 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 Sister Miaoshu. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Gu Chengchen didn't see who the person at the door was, but after feeling the familiar maneuver, he immediately knew who the visitor was. Oh, told you to hang up on me without any manners. Has it been too long since I've cleaned you up and made you forget my majesty? At this time, Shin Miaoshu's showy and delicate face was as high and proud as a queen. It was just a little out of tune with the bookish temperament of her body. She led Gu Chengchen to the sofa and sat down, faintly asking, "Where's Ce?" Before he could reply, Song Si came out of the kitchen to greet him. "Hello, Sister Miaoshu." Shin Miaoshu immediately changed her face, her pretense of a cold and arrogant face revealing a smile. "Ce, come, sit next to me." She let go of Gu Chengchen's ear, kicked him to the side, and patted the spot beside her. Well, Song Si obediently came to Shin Miaoshu's side and sat upright, like a little daughter-in-law meeting her parents. "Why are you here?" Gu Chengchen on the side rubbed her reddened ears. Also, who doesn't carry something to show their sincerity when they visit the house? You didn't last time. Is it appropriate for a great lady of a bookish family? Ha! Shin Miaoshu revealed a very kind smile, her tone extremely gentle. Have I given you too many smiles lately? Do you want me to help you recall memories of your childhood? Gu Chengchen shuddered violently, remembering the memories of this woman popping and grabbing him by the jill when he was a child, as well as putting him in a little skirt and parading him around. Ahem. What? You're half my mom. What kind of mom brings gifts to the door? I've got things to do. You guys talk. After saying that, Gu Chengchen was ready to run back to the bedroom in a huff. but he was called out by Shin Miaoshu. Alright, don't play around. I'm here today for something. Gu Qingchen also put away her playfulness and angled her chin. You say, Shen Miaoshu said directly, your mom will come over in the evening. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchen directly fell silent. It was a while before he asked, what's she doing here? Shen Miaoshu slowly got up. You'll know when I come. I'm just saying hello to you. I have to go first. Linjiang doesn't have an airport. I have to go pick her up. Song Si followed and got up, going out to see her off. Shen Miaoshu rubbed his future sister-in-law's head and said, hurry back. Then he entered the elevator. With the snapping sound of the door closing, Song Si returned to the living room, and she sat down next to Gu Qingchen, stretching out her slender fingers and rubbing his already reddened ears. Does it still hurt? Gu Qingchen hugged the girl's delicate and soft waist, buried his head into his dreamy bosom, and muffled, it hurts, or my own future daughter-in-law cares for me unlike that woman. It is really twisted to death Song Si rubbed his ears with one hand and touched his head with the other, her face red as she said, Alright, sister Miaoshu cares about you a lot. I'll rub you more. It won't hurt for a while. Gu Qingchen nodded and rubbed herself comfortably, but inside, he felt a little annoyed by the impending arrival of his mother. Toward evening, Gu Qingchen hadn't been in much of a mood all afternoon, sitting on the sofa and swiping her cell phone somewhat sullenly. Song Si was also nervous. After all, she was going to meet her future mother-in-law. Seeing that her beloved was like this, where she still cared about herself, she only wanted to make him happier. She went back to her bedroom and changed into a black lace and tulle nightgown. She yanked off the small leather band and her bunched-up ponytail draped out like a peacock's. The white and pink little feet didn't wear shoes, stepped on the ground, took sexy cat steps, and slowly went out of the second bedroom towards Gu Qingchen. The young girl reached out a finger and pressed it to his chest. Gu Qingchen, who was directly pressed down on the sofa, gulped. You, what are you doing? To cheer you up and distract you. Gu Qingchen cupped Song Si's face and kissed her lightly on the lips before returning to his bedroom to change his clothes. Although there was no real sword, just a doorstep delivery, it made him feel better. Song Si got up and sat on her knees on the couch, calming her breathing. Seeing that it was getting late, she casually cleaned up before hurrying to put on her nightgown and head to the kitchen to make dinner. When Gu Qingchen changed into his pajamas and came out, he saw that the girl was actually barefoot and busy in the kitchen. He hurried to the second bedroom and took Song Si's slippers to the kitchen, squatting down and placing them at her feet before getting up and patting her small arched buttocks, saying, put them on. Song Si smiled back and stopped what she was doing, stepping her feet into her slippers. Chapter 47, Sheep Mother comes to the door. Serve a large plate of cola chicken wings. Song Si simply scrambled 4 more eggs, and the rice was steamed and served. Gu Qingchen sat at the dining table, planning to hurry up and buy all the contraceptives tomorrow, or else one day the real thing will have to come out with the whole child. Although he felt indifferent, it was always bad for Song Si. During the wait, Gu Chengchen sent the gate code to Shin Miaoshu. He didn't want to take the initiative to open the door and welcome that woman in, but after waiting for a long time, no one came. Gu Chengchen was too lazy to wait any longer and directly greeted Song Si as she sat down to eat first. But Song Si didn't want to leave a bad impression on her future mother-in-law and just sat down and didn't eat. After about 10 minutes or so, the sound of unlocking came from the front door. This was followed by the clicking sound of 2 high heels on the ground. Gu Qingchen turned his head to look, only to see that a woman dressed in a black professional OL outfit, with short hair pulled behind her ears, with a cold temperament and without a trace of expression on her face, had stood in front of Gu Qingchen. Shan Miaoshu, who was dressed in a slim white cheongsam with her long hair coiled behind her head, stood behind the woman. What brings you here? The company isn't busy? Gu Chengchen turned her head back and continued to eat the cola chicken wings. When Song Si beside her saw the scene, she stood up nervously, not daring to make a sound. You're my son, can't I come and see? The woman's voice was cold and clear, as if it had little emotion. That's right, she was Gu Qingchen's cheap biological mother, Gu Jiaran. Sure, but you came all this way just to see me? Then you've seen and read. So, please return? Gu Qingchen's voice was also devoid of emotion, as if she was talking to a stranger. You and I haven't seen each other for a long time. Do we have to talk like this? Gu Chengchen did not want to take care of her at all, so she stopped talking and ate her meal. Waiting for the atmosphere to get cold, this woman will naturally go. But Gu Jiaran directly turned her target to Song Si. You are Song Si, right? She slowly looked at the girl carrying the rice, her tone like she was talking to a subordinate. Song Si nodded nervously. Auntie good. Aha. Gu Jiaran's gaze sharpened to her and she said in a cold voice, living together without being married? Song Si thought that Gu Jiaran was against her and Gu Qingchen's affair and silently lowered her head, not daring to say anything as tears overflowed her eyes uncontrollably. Seeing this, Qingchen hurriedly got up and came to the girl's side. wrapping her into his arms, his eyes looking indifferently at Gu Jiarun, his tone vaguely angry. It's not your turn to care about my feelings, is it? What does cohabitation have to do with marriage? Do I need you to tell me what to do? Shin Miaoshu hurriedly picked up at the side. Chen, your mom didn't mean anything else. She just wanted to find something to talk about. Gu Jiarun didn't utter a rebuttal and considered it a tacit admission. Only then did Gu Qingchen half-heartedly collect his emotions, lowered his head and stroked his girlfriend's soft face in his arms. Comforting. Okay, don't be sad. What other people say is what other people say. It's not like I don't want you. If she interferes in the future, big deal. No license, I'll just take you and elope, right? Song Si rubbed against Gu Qingchen's palm and buried her head in his arms and muffled. Don't make it so serious. Talk to auntie. Aha. Gu Qingchen smoothed her hair and turned her head to Gu Jiarun. Go inside and talk. After saying that, he let go of Song Si and went into the bedroom. Gu Jiarun took a look at the young girl and followed closely behind. There were just two people left in the living room. Song Si served a bowl of rice and said to Shin Miaoshu, Sister Miaoshu, let's eat first. Good. Shin Miaoshu sighed softly and sat down at the table to eat. There was nothing she could do about her mother and father. And Song Si returned to the kitchen, ready to fry a dish in. After all, the future mother-in-law are here. Naturally, we must behave well. Inside the bedroom, Gu Chengchen sat on the gaming chair. Gu Jiarun sat on the edge of the bed, and no one spoke. The atmosphere grew awkward when it was Gu Qingchen who spoke first. Tell me, what do you want here? Gu Jiarun still said the same thing as before. Really just came to see you. Ha! Gu Qingchen mocked nonchalantly. Look at me? What were you doing years ago? Who are you pretending to be a loving mother to now? Come on, I have a grudge against you, but I don't hate you. I just don't want to spend time with you. If you have any purpose, just say so, or with me I can still discuss with you for a while. Now don't play the emotional card to disgust me. Your feelings for me are simply because of blood. I'm nothing more than a test tube baby, a tool to get you out of your family union. Have you ever truly thought of me as your son? At those words, Gu Jiarun fell silent. Asked herself, it was true that she had never before thought of the boy in front of her as a son. The financial help is just a way to make it up to him so that he can have peace of mind. After a short period of reflection, Gu Jiarun also stopped posing as a mother, and her tone became serious. Enroll in a university in Magic City, enter the group to gain experience, and then take over all of it. You are, after all, my son by blood, and there's no way the family assets are going to be handed over to a drunkard or an outsider. There's no way I'm getting married, and you're capable and my only choice. With that, she immediately picked up the chips again. A girl you care about won't need protection in the future? Even if her scumbag father goes to jail, how many years will he get? As long as he doesn't die. By blood, Song Si can't get rid of him on a legal level. What if he's dogging it and ignoring the law? Without strong connections and background, what are you going to do to protect your beloved girl? Can your wonderful book sister help you all the time? This sentence is very sensible. Not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality. Only their own strong is really strong. Rely on outsiders is ultimately limited. Let's just say that businessmen live up to their name and are able to work every angle. If the emotion card doesn't work, you switch to the profit card. If the profit card doesn't work, you add the psychological card. If neither works, you have the threat card, the murder card. People always have weaknesses and soft spots. There was no way Gu Jiarun would watch such a huge business empire change hands. Now it's a softer approach. Later perhaps it's tearing his face off, even going after Song Si at any cost and by any means, thus forcing him to take over the group. Anyway, it was a good thing that was rushing up to give away money. How could Gu Qingchen reject it because of her feelings and then it intensified? It wasn't a little cutie, is it? Big deal is getting paid while chatting. Fine, I'll listen to your arrangements, but you're not allowed to interfere in my emotional affairs, and you have to cooperate fully. Gu Qingchen said. Deal. Chapter 48 Mother and child relationship slightly eased. Then, Gu Jiarun added, I'm your mother after all. Is it okay to talk to your future daughter-in-law? Gu Qingchen nodded in agreement. This is natural. Out of the bedroom, 2 more dishes were added to the table, while Song Si stood aside like a little maid. Gu Jiarun looked at her and slightly hooked the corner of her mouth. I'll call you CC just like I did in the early morning. Is that okay? Dang. Of course. Song Si nodded obediently. Good. Gu Jiarun pulled out a chair and sat down, then patted the chair beside her and said, why don't you sit beside me, and we'll talk while we eat. Well, Song Si nervously sat next to her future mother-in-law, and Gu Qingchen also sat next to Shin Miaoshu. Only, he gave the traitor a sidelong stare before picking up the dishes from before. Where did Shin Miaoshu dare to say anything? She could only pretend not to see it and calmly ate her meal. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law across the table are getting along quite well. Gu Jiarun chucked over a cola chicken wing and put it into Song Si's bowl. don't be nervous. I think Qing Chen has told you all about our family situation. I'm not a competent mother, so I won't meddle in what's going on between you two. Thank you, Auntie. Song Si felt that this was her mother-in-law's recognition of herself, and a wave of happiness just rose in her heart, only to be knocked to the bottom by Gu Jiaren's next words. But, apart from your looks and figure, you're not even worthy of my family's Qing Chen, so you should be clear about that. Gu Qing Chen, who was listening, was instantly enraged as he directly slammed his chopsticks on the table and said in a cold voice, Gu Jiren, if you talk with such an attitude, you'll leave my house. But Song Si pleaded for Gu Jiren. Chen, it's fine, let Auntie finish. I can feel she doesn't mean any harm. Gu Qingchen sighed heavily and snorted, continuing to eat his meal. And Gu Jiaran also continued, in the future, Qing Chen will definitely take over the group, and at that time, women with even more looks and body than you, and with better family backgrounds than you, will come forward to offer gestures and fawn on his side. I hope you won't be discouraged and give up on him and misunderstand him because of this. You are very virtuous, which is not comparable to those women. Since you don't deserve Qing Chen in other aspects, you should exchange it with your efforts. Take care of everything for him, and don't do anything wrong to him, and don't let outsiders take advantage of it. The darkness amongst the gentry is far more sordid and unsavory than you can imagine, and they can do anything for profit. Now that you've entered this ill-suited home, use everything you have to protect yourself, and don't get upset with your loved ones. Learning to tolerate and improve yourself is key to your ability to stand up to the early mornings. Don't be so naive as to think that if you love each other enough you won't be torn apart. There are some things that can't be seen and can't be defended against. Gu Jiaran said a lot of things, and Gu Qingchen heard them. It wasn't that she had a bad attitude. It was just that her words retained the sharpness of a superior, so they didn't sound like good words. Simply put, there is no art of speaking and the emotional intelligence is pathetically low. It is also true that the birth of a rich family never left a step. Face our subordinates and cold family. Emotional intelligence cannot be low. No wonder Shen Miaoshu is the only one who has a best friend. Song Si also nodded seriously and said in a sincere tone, Thank you, Auntie, for your teachings, but my feelings for Chen Chen are different from ordinary couples. I'll keep your words in my heart, and those bad things, they definitely won't happen. Well, I've heard all about you. Take charge of your own future. She didn't doubt the girl's words. After all, she was a poor child who had been hurt by her family and brought out of her misery by her son. Just from all the information she had gathered over the past few years, Song Si had completely taken Gu Qingchen as a spiritual pillar. Then, Gu Jiaran turned the tables again. Since the words have come to this, it doesn't matter if you get a license or not. You can just call me Mom in the future, and I'll contract all the expenses for your wedding. Song Si's pretty face blushed. Thank you, Mom. Well, let's eat. Shen Miaoshu also breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. That'll ease the mother-son relationship, won't it? After dinner, Gu Jiaran pulled Song Si to chat on the sofa again. Gu Chengchen went straight back to the house and played the game, not wanting to listen to a bunch of women chattering away. It got to be about almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Shen Miaoshu then urged, Let's go, or we should miss the plane. While walking, Gu Jiaran also said to Gu Chengchen, Your sister Miaoshu and I will go back to Mordor first. It's best to fill out your wish for Mordor University or University of Finance, but anything else is fine. It's up to you. Aha! All the way to the elevator. Before leaving, Song Si also waved her hand, revealing a sweet smile and said, Mom Miaoshu's sister, you guys take care on the road. Got it. Little Cece, go back quickly. We'll see you again in September in Magic City, that is. Gu Jiaran's tone was still cold and clear. Bye. After saying goodbye, Gu Qingchen looked at Song Si suspiciously. What did this silly girl talk to his mom about? What did this stupid girl talk to her mom about? However, he didn't dwell on it too much. The moment he decided to take over the group, his relationship with his cheap mother was destined to ease up a bit. There's no harm in letting your daughter-in-law get close to your mother-in-law. Back home, Song Si directly jumped into Gu Qingchen's arms, was very happy to kiss on his face. Chen Mom accepts me. She used to think that she and Gu Qingchen would not have a good outcome if they were not the right door in the right household. Her inferiority complex to the extreme. In order to enjoy this moment of pleasure more, in order to return Gu Qingchen's goodness to her, she went out of her way and did whatever she could to please, serve, and care for him. And it's also enjoyable, completely intoxicating, even perversely collectible, craving everything he has. She knew how monstrous her feelings were, but 3 years of buried love, mixed with the redemption that had saved her from the darkness, made her feel like she belonged to him completely. Even though one day he might abandon her and go away, she hadn't changed her mind, except that the boulder in her heart had been hanging high, unwilling to see that day come. Now, however, she thinks it won't work out, but the mother of her obsessive lover recognizes her today. Although it was only a verbal remark, it made the huge stone in her heart plummet to the ground. Is it stupid? Or a love brain attack? Or maybe it's some kind of mental illness? Forget it. Whatever. That's good enough. Song-si's tears kept dripping down the corners of her eyes like a kite with broken strings, and no matter how much she wiped them with the back of her hand, she couldn't wipe them clean. Chapter 49, The First Time. Evening. Gu Qingchen finished her shower first, lazily lying on the bed and brushing her cell phone, waiting for Song-si, who had just gone to take a shower. About 20 minutes or so, the bedroom door was slowly pushed open. Gu Qingchen just looked sideways and froze. No one else. It was all because the girl who caught his eye was so beautiful, still during the day in a black lace nightgown that covered her voluptuous, shapely figure. Long, dark hair cascaded out, part of it falling down her back, part of it gathered in front of her. The girl's shy look with her hands behind her back, her face slightly red and her head hanging low, was like a flower in bud. In looking downward, it was a pair of legs wrapped in black silk, long and straight, and from the gaps in the muslin fabric, there was still some white skin coming through. Cute toes curled together from nerves and stepped on the floor without even slippers. This pure and charming visual impact made Gu Qingchen have some difficulty controlling himself, and his hands subconsciously reached out to encircle the girl's waspish waist, pulling her into his arms. Song-si obediently leaned her pretty face against his chest and asked in a delicate voice, "Do I look good?" Gu Qingchen nodded heavily. "It simply looks good." He. Hearing the compliment, Song-si spread a smile and her delicate lips kissed his lips, wantonly claiming them. Gradually, the atmosphere grew charming. Song-si broke away from the kiss, cupped Gu Qingchen's cheeks, and moved to his ear to whisper softly, "Want me?" At those words Gu Qingchen was stunned, her eyes surprised. "Are you serious?" Song-si nodded. "I wanted to give it to you a long time ago. You're the one who didn't want it." Gu Qingchen loosened his hands and leaned on both sides of the girl's head, condescendingly looked at her and said, "You can think about it. You can't go back if you go this far. Don't be impulsive." When Song-si heard this, her mouth directly deflated, pretending to be aggrieved and squeezing out some tears. Are you regretting and don't want to marry me?" Seeing the situation, Gu Qingchen hurriedly leaned over and kissed her hard, comforting her. "How can that be? I'm going to be okay." Song-si also learned to change her face, and immediately revealed a smile, wrapping her arms around his neck and pampering him. Most love you." Gu Qingchen helplessly pinched her delicate face. "I really can't do anything about you. Which one of you rushes up to give for nothing?" After a rustling sound, both of their clothes were pushed out of the comforter and dropped to the ground. As Gu Qingchen's delicate kisses continued to fall, his movements were gentle to the extreme. The girl shed a few lines of tears though. The spring breeze is blowing, and the shallow singing is slowing to a halt. Song-si snuggled tightly in Gu Qingchen's arms, her eyes full of love as she looked at his side face. "Morning, I love you so much. The maiden who gets what she wants is always tender. I love you too." Saying that, Gu Qingchen contained her lips and demanded wantonly. Song-si also wrapped her arms around his neck, uncontrollably leaving tears of joy at the corners of her eyes. For a long time, the lips parted. The young girl rubbed her soft face fondly against his cheek, and said in a soft and sweet tone, "If only time could stay in this moment forever." Gu Qingchen smiled and stroked her beautiful back, warmly said, "That's not good. We still have to get married and have children and grow old together. There are still long days ahead of us. Go to sleep." "Well, good." Song-si buried her face into the crook of his neck and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 50, Morning Exercise. Maybe a cloudy day. The morning sun wasn't very bright, leaving only a slight dappling through the windows. Song-si woke up first. She wrapped her arms around Gu Qingchen's neck, and after a few lazy, soft grunts, she buried her head in the crook of her boyfriend's neck. Afterward, she raised her beautiful legs in black silk again and rested on Gu Qingchen's waist, tightening her grip on him a few more points. The feeling of not seeming to stop until you've melted yourself into your boyfriend. And naturally, Gu Qingchen was tossed awake by her, still with some sleepy confusion. "It doesn't stop in the morning. You're the reincarnation of a chimera, right?" "Well." Song-si tilted her head in confusion. "What's a chimera?" Gu Qingchen came to her ear and explained seriously, only to see Song-si's cheeks gradually reddening. Her hands covering her face retorted, I'm just like you to be like this." Yes. Let's see how much you like it." About half an hour or so, Gu Qingchen held the girl in his arms face to face, enjoying a moment of afterglow. He then picked up his cell phone and looked at the time, realizing it was after 10 p.m. "Can you still get up? Let's return your father's account book this afternoon," Gu Qingchen said as she patted Song-si's little butt. "Aha, I'll do whatever you say." After saying that, she raised her head and kissed the corner of Gu Qingchen's mouth. As Gu Qingchen drew himself out of bed, he picked up the nightgown underwear on the floor and handed it to Song-si before picking up his own clothes and putting them on. When Song-si got dressed and just got out of bed, She was so weak in her legs that she almost knelt on the ground. Gu Qingchen hurriedly helped her sit back on the bed and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Dizzy?" Song Si shyly shook her head and pointed at her thighs. "Legs. My legs are sore and soft. My waist is also a bit numb, and there's still some pain there." Gu Qingchen, who had heard the words, then breathed a sigh of relief and pretended to scold. "Overplaying, right? I told you to show off." He sat down on his butt on the floor and set Song Si's black silk legs on his lap and gently massaged them. Song Si took all of this in her eyes, but just silently covered her eyes with the quilt, allowing him to indulge as he pleased, enjoying the tickling touch in the process. Afterward, Song Si flopped down on the bed again, allowing Gu Qingchen to sit on her lap and press her waist. After enjoying the services of her boyfriend's poker technician, she got up and stumbled a little to the bathroom to wash up. Gu Qingchen followed along and saw that the girl didn't need his help before sitting down on the toilet to take a leak. Song Si just glanced at it, then picked up her toothbrush and squeezed in toothpaste and started brushing her teeth. In passing, he squeezed Gu Qingchen's toothbrush with toothpaste again and laid it across the tooth cup. Seeing that he was done with his convenience, Song Si directly handed him the prepared toothbrush, then walked to the toilet herself and lifted her skirt to sit on it. Listening to the trickle of water, Gu Qingchen leisurely brushed his teeth as well. Wrap it up. Song Si went back to the house to find her slippers and put them on, then hurriedly walked to the kitchen and prepared breakfast. After Gu Qingchen washed and dried his hair, he also came to the kitchen and embraced the girl from behind. Song Si softly chirped and rubbed her nose against his cheek, pampering herself. "Don't make a fuss, wait for me to finish cooking." Gu Qingchen looked at the pure first love turned into such a delicate appearance. Also flirted, "I suspect that you are the reincarnation of the phantom demon, specifically to cheat me, this pure young man." Song Si flipped the egg, turned her head to hold Gu Qingchen's lower lip, and said vaguely, "Then I'll only be your chimera, too." Since being fully possessed by Gu Qingchen last night, Song Si had completely let go of her reserve and inferiority complex, and the love-brained her had completely assumed that they would definitely get married and have children and grow old together. If you run into a scumbag, the ending is an absolute tragedy. But Gu Qingchen knew what it was like to not be cared for by someone who valued him, so he valued feelings. As Shin Miaoshu said, hopefully they can be a comfort to each other. The girl is sensual, desperately short of love but longing for it. Boys are rational, desperately lacking love but making up for it. Perhaps this is a wonderful destiny destined by God. Dining table. Song Si sat obediently in Gu Qingchen's arms, taking a bite of the omelette herself before feeding her boyfriend a bite. Bread and milk all the way. Just like this mutual greasy eating, Song Si suddenly stroked her stomach and asked, "We didn't do any measures. What if we get pregnant? Just give birth. It's not like I can't afford it. But I was impulsive this time, so if it's okay, next time I'll be sure to take proper measures or take a short-acting birth control pill, both of which are safe and harmless." Gu Qingchen didn't pay much attention to this, picking up the bread and stuffing a mouthful of it haphazardly. Song Si realized that he sort of couldn't change his stinky problem of eating nonsense, pouted and slapped him, picked up the milk and fed it to his mouth. "It's better if I get pregnant. I especially want a child. If it's a boy, then I'll have 2 people to spoil me. From now on, I'll cook for you every day, tidy up the house, and let the kids serve me tea. It'll be a great life. If it's a girl, I'll buy her pretty little dresses every day and take her to eat all kinds of good food, play all kinds of fun." Gu Qingchen listened to Song Si's future aspirations, pinched her face dotingly and said, "You're really good at being a mother. Boys suffer and girls enjoy the blessings. It's too biased." "Not at all. Doesn't the internet say that boys are raised poor and girls are raised rich?" Song Si rubbed her forehead against his chin and retorted non-compliantly. Gu Qingchen thought about it. It was indeed this reasoning, and immediately nodded in agreement. "It makes sense, but I'll try harder to get pregnant first." "LOL, then you go for it," Song Si teased and encouraged. Chapter 51, The Song family's father and son's death. After breakfast, Gu Qingchen went back to the bedroom to change into a black sweater and jeans. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Song Si walked out with a thump. She had her hair tied back in a high ponytail, and had also tacitly changed into a white bodysuit with a light blue pleated skirt. "It looks like the whole thing is so much more lively and cute." Song Si walked over and took Gu Qingchen's arm and shook it. "Let's go. Come back and buy some vegetables on the way. The vegetables at home are almost gone." Gu Qingchen leaned over and kissed her lips, nodding, "Let's go. It's back to that old neighborhood." Passing through the cluttered hallways, Gu Qingchen stood in front of the iron door that he had come to once before and knocked vigorously. With the doors open, a kid with yellow hair said, "Why are you knocking so hard? You're looking for death." Gu Qingchen, look. "Yo, this is that scum father's real wild seed? Little brat, call your godfather out. I've come to return something." "You." Song Zijuan obviously guessed who Gu Qingchen was. After all, his dad hadn't been cursing in his ear that this was the man who had turned his home around. The mother and father had a big fight. and even he was in the crossfire. His mother even took him back to the village later to make a big fuss that he was not his father's biological child. Grandma was straight up pissed off and went to the hospital. At that moment, Song Zijuan's world collapsed. As it turned out, the big boss's own father didn't even recognize him as a bastard, and threatened the father with not divorcing the mother or he'd lose one of his hobbies or something. And with that, a dead silence fell over the house. The pampering that was his, and the pocket money, all gone. All because of this impossibly handsome man in front of her. Anger colored Song Zijuan's eyes, itching to tear Gu Qingchen apart in front of him. However, his afterglow swept aside the youthful and lively sister. Just like the first love, he was immediately attracted. His eyes were looking straight. Anyway, I'm not father's biological child, so wouldn't that make it possible? He. This heartfelt voice continued to amplify in Song Zijuan's mind. Gu Qingchen noticed his lewd eyes and directly blocked in front of Song Si. Song Si also pinched the hem of his shirt and hid behind him. Kid, don't blame me if you keep looking around. Song Zijuan spoiled the fun and said unhappily, you are arrogant my ass. With me here, just you still want to marry my sister? What a daydream. Before he could finish his sentence, a pudgy, bearded, middle-aged man came over and slapped him to the ground. Dad, what are you dash? The man was none other than Song Taijun, only without the small handsome style of the past. He glanced over coldly. I don't have a bastard son like you, and if you scream a word at random, I'll break your legs. Gu Chengchen looked at this pair of father and son with some amusement. Before he was a precious son, now he will break your legs. Song Taijun turned his head to look at Gu Qingchen and instantly changed his face. Ha ha, long time no see Mr. Gu, please come in. He spread his hands in a gesture of receiving. Gu Qingchen did not appreciate, threw the account book to Song Taijun and said, return your account book. In the future, too clear, you'll pretend that there is no such daughter. Don't. Seeing that Gu Qingchen is going to leave, Song Taijun hurriedly stopped him. That's right, breaking bones is still connected to the tendons. She is my precious girl, how can you say when there is no ah? This later will not have to organize the wedding for her well. If the woman elder do not come, like what words ah, shall not be chewed on the root ah. Gu Qingchen was amused. Song Taijun, I dare say the latter is what you want to say, right? Do I still have to pay you a little dowry? However Song Zijuan, who was sitting on the ground, refused, and immediately retorted, Dad, she's my sister. I don't agree with him marrying such a scum. I'll raise her in the future. Song Taijun directly clunked a few kicks. Shut up, you little bastard. Where do you get to talk? After saying that, he hurriedly turned back and pretended to be helpless and said, this male marriage, pay the bride price back to the dowry is traditional. How can you omit it? The dowry is $666,000. It's good luck. You don't care about that much, do you? We, on the other hand, return an 88,800. Hair. This woman's return gift cannot be higher than the man's after all, is not it? Slap. Gu Chengchen applauded, his mouth saying, wonderful. This stand-up comedy of yours, old husband, is really wonderful, but you treat me like a little cutie. Playing with me upsets me. Then, he turned his gaze to Song Zijuan on the ground. And you, your dirty mind is almost written on your face. Do you really think I can't see it? You and your father are not related by blood, but you call yourself family, and you're all in the same boat. It seems that if I don't let you taste some tricks, you won't have the slightest fear. I hope you guys carry it. Gu Qingchen pushed Song Taijun away and led Song Si's hand down the stairs. Don't, Mr. Gu. I don't want the dowry. I'll even give another dowry. Mr. Gu, don't be impulsive. Looking at the other party walking so decisively, Song Taijun instantly panicked. His current mess, is not all the other party's handiwork? He didn't even have the heart to chase them out. All he could think about was hiding. Hide quickly. Can't let the other side find him. Chapter 52, Chopping Up the Roots. Out of the old neighborhood, Gu Qingchen brought Song Si to a small square. Because there is no shopping mall or snack street or something, so there are not many people. Mostly some old people in the pile of chess. Old ladies dance fitness what? Finding a bench in the shade, Gu Qingchen took Song Si and sat down. The girl could tell that her boyfriend had something on his mind and never said anything. Just wrapped her arms around him and rested her head on his shoulder. Gu Chengchen did have something on his mind. Dealing with the Song family father and son. It was useless to look for Shin Miaoshu. At most, he would just send Song Taijun, who had committed a crime, in for a few years. When he came out he was still bouncing. Song Zijuan, not to mention, is a minor, and has not committed any major crimes. The law cannot help him at all. The only way to do that was to get help from my mother. The world was not black and white, but exquisitely gray, something Gu Qingchen had learned at a very young age. What's more, the Gu family's group was huge in volume. And the relationship was even more intricate with entangled interests. It's simply not too easy to quietly crush a few people with no background. The breeze is blowing. A leaf landed on Gu Qingchen's cell phone screen. He dusted his hands and swept the leaves away, looking at the contact on his address book that had his mother on the docket and hesitantly dropping his finger. It's been about 4 years or so since we've been in touch, right? Even though they had only met yesterday, it was still a bit of a face-saver to have him take the initiative to ask for help. And Song Si, who was on the side, looked at Gu Qingchen's hesitant appearance and opened her mouth to persuade. If you don't want to, just forget about it. My father and brother can't do anything to me anymore. Just a little trouble in the future at most. Perhaps they won't necessarily come after me, either? Gu Chengchen looked at the understanding young girl and wrapped his arm around the corner of her shoulder and gently kissed her on the forehead. How can such a nice girl let a future threat go for the sake of saving face? So he decisively dialed his mother's number. After a few dial tones, a cold voice came from the phone. Hello, Qing Chen? Gu Jiarun was a bit puzzled. It was just that she had met yesterday. Why did this kid suddenly call today? Mom! With this cry of mom, Gu Jiarun was lost in thought for a long time. Already, it's been a while since I've heard. In the past, for various reasons, she really did not have the self-awareness as a mother, and still did her own thing, not doing what a mother should do. But on the day Gu Qingchen left, the moment this child who had been with her since childhood disappeared, she realized what it meant to be unaccustomed, what it meant to be worried and pining. No matter what, it's still the flesh that falls from your own body. How can you be emotionless? It's just that motherhood comes too late, but it's useless to regret. The child has already grown up. She knows that Gu Qingchen rather rejects her, so she doesn't dare to care. She can only silently and secretly help in the financial aspect. She was the kind of strong woman who could ruthlessly sacrifice her children for the future of the group though. But now, the son is very capable and has promised to take over the group in the future to make sure that the kingdom his father built will not change hands. She could then completely focus all her thoughts on making amends to Gu Qingchen, and being a good mother. Go ahead. Gu Jiarun slowed down and hurriedly returned. Gu Qingchen hesitated for a moment and also stated his purpose. Do me a favor and make the Song family's family of 4 disappear from this world. While they are not guilty of the crime, there is no defense against someone who has lived a very bad life and perhaps one day loses their mind and kills on impulse. He had given Song Taijun a chance, but the man who had seen his tactics still had the heart to bounce around. And this kind of person was not born to be at peace concerning the life and safety of the most beloved person. No matter whether it is a possibility or not, no matter how small the trouble is, it is necessary to use the greatest means to take the initiative to be the most prudent. Gu Chengchen grew up in such an environment. Eavesdropping or seeing too much gloom. Some things are done without a ripple in the heart. Okay, within a month, get it done for you. Even for people with a little background, this practice is definitely not okay, but for ordinary families it is not a problem. Then, Gu Jiarun added, go back to Magic City earlier. I don't feel at ease with you over there. Got it. After saying that, Gu Qingchen hung up the phone. Gu Jiarun on the other end of the phone looked at the hung-up call, sighed, and dialed another number. Gu Qingchen put down his cell phone and turned his head to look at Song Si. Will you blame me for making things so desperate? Song Si shook her head and worried instead. Will you be implicated? She didn't care about that scum father. What conscience? As long as the people she loved the most were safe and sound. Gu Chengchen smiled faintly and rubbed her face. Don't worry. The more massive the mansion, the more detailed and reasonable things are done. They have a lot of tactics that you can't even imagine. Even if things fall apart, they'll have a way to get out of it and just wait for the news. Before going home, Gu Qingchen went to the pharmacy and bought some short-acting birth control pills and a few pregnancy tests. But it's all just in case, and won't be used easily. There is nothing wrong with taking it as required, and it even regulates periods and reduces the risk of diseases such as ovarian and endometrial cancer. However, adverse reactions can occur, which is fine for occasional emergencies. For other birth control, it's better to shop online. After all, Song Si had been red-faced since she came out of the drugstore, burying her head in his shoulder and letting him lead the way. If I had to go to the mall again to buy a little umbrella, I would have fainted from shame. It was almost 2 p.m. when I got home. Song Si didn't even change her clothes and ran into the kitchen to wash up the dishes and prepare to cook. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, gave her a hand while asking, do you want to take the medicine first? Song Si, however, did not care. No need, I actually quite want a child. Pregnant, I will give birth. Alright, when the time comes to go to college with a big belly, let's see how people talk about you. Gu Qingchen deliberately flirted. What's in that? I'm already an adult, and when the time comes, whoever talks about me, I'll just hold my head high and say, it's the fruit of love between my husband and me. Then point to her ugly face and say, you, are just a poor bastard that no one wants and can't stand to see others happy. Is it against the law and morality for me to be pregnant? Are you going to judge me for that? Didn't your mom teach you that silence is golden? While saying this, Song-si's tone kept changing, adorably gesturing her body movements. That little look was mesmerizing. Chapter 53, 2 months of rush. Gu Qingchen pinched her little nose with his hand. Little love brain. Thanks to meeting me. Otherwise you won't be slagged to death by someone else? Well, Song-si rubbed her nose with the back of her hand and pouted. Your hands are full of water. Also, my first love was you, so how could I possibly accept someone else? Besides, if it wasn't for you, I might have reincarnated by now. Gu Qingchen didn't wipe the water on his hands, and directly cupped Song-si's face and kneaded it. Forget about the idea that you're living lightly, you hear me? Song-si threw away the dishes in her hands and also turned sideways to cup his cheeks, her gaze full of tenderness. I will not. I haven't married you yet, haven't given you children, haven't enjoyed enough of your favor. Even if we will experience life and death in the future, I will follow you. Hubby, I will always love you. Where could Gu Qingchen hold back? As he picked Song-si up in a princess carry and headed for the bedroom. Wait a minute, cook dinner for dinner first. Order takeout. The time has come to June 23rd without realizing it. Gu Qingchen, who had just finished taking subject 1 the day before, and Song-si were sitting in front of the computer making inquiries. Soon, that important result was learned. Song-si 729, Gu Qingchen 671. There was little joy for either. After all, it was expected. It's the 26th again. Gu Qingchen pinched Song-si's slender waist in his arms and said, I'm sure the devil is big. What do you say? Song-si smiled bashfully, holding his face and said, I'll go wherever you go. Don't delay your future because of me. It's better to go to Qingbei if you can. Gu Qingchen persuaded. Song-si stood on her tiptoes and kissed Gu Qingchen heavily on the mouth, then said firmly, word for word, I just want to follow you. Gu Qingchen knew that the girl would definitely be so stubborn, and could only smile helplessly. Just think about it yourself. I'll raise you anyway. Subsequently, both of them volunteered for the Department of Finance at Mordor University. Only Song-si's plan was to minor in finance and accounting her sophomore year. A few days after taking the second section, the acceptance letter from MU has come through, along with class placement and all that. The younger two were lucky enough to be assigned to the same class. In the bedroom, Gu Qingchen was blowing on the air conditioner, resting on Song-si's knee pillow, enjoying her ear-picking service. You pull out shallow. Don't rupture my eardrums. This niece brushed up on the ear-picking video a while ago and actually bought a set of ear-picking equipment to try out for him. I can't help it. Girlfriends must be spoiled. But don't say. It's quite comfortable. It makes him fall asleep. It's too much of a sleep aid. At that moment, Gu Qingchen's cell phone suddenly rang. The man who had been drowsy came to his senses. After looking at the contact, connecting and tapping on the external playback, a clear and cold female voice suddenly came over. The matter is resolved. Song Taijun seems to be intentionally trying to hide from you. I gave him an $8,000 bait for a half-month trip abroad for a group of 4, and he stupidly took the bait with his family, which saved me a lot of effort. No, less than 5 or 6 days after they first traveled to the U.S., the family was confronted with an armed robbery and fell at gunpoint. The culprit was also caught. He was suffering from terminal stomach cancer and robbed the money in order to cure his illness. It's a shame that this family of 4 would rather die than obey. At those words, Song-si, who was picking ears, shivered coldly, and the mother-in-law in her mind, who had a cool temperament, suddenly put on a hideous and frightening mask. It was also the first time I saw the tactics of the so-called gentry. As for the real dad's family, who's that? Not familiar. I know. Gu Qingchen rolled over and faced the small of his girlfriend's back, allowing her to continue picking her other ear. Gu Jiaren was silent for a moment and asked, when will you return to the Magic City? I'm taking my driver's license test, and after that I'll go to Magic City for a few days to play, and familiarize myself with the school, and then I'll look for you. Gu Qingchen thought about her vacation schedule and said back, okay, there's no rush, so I'll get busy. As the phone hung up, Gu Qingchen's heart felt a lot more comfortable. The trouble with his girlfriend's scummy father's family was finally solved. He closed his eyes, sniffing Song-si's refreshing body odor, and continued to enjoy her gentle ear-picking service, until August 13th. After Gu Qingchen, who had finished the 4th section of the exam, finished mailing his driver's license, he and Song-si, who was waiting outside the exam room, went out of the exam room hand in hand. The cicadas in the trees were a little noisy. The big sun was shining all over the place. Watching the fine sweat dripping down Song-si's lovely face, Gu Qingchen then took her to a honey snow ice city and bought 2 strawberry sundaes before stopping a cab to go home. The first time she entered the door, Song-si went into the bathroom and washed her face with cool water to cool down the dry heat. Gu Qingchen followed behind and asked, "Do you want to take a bath?" Song Si hadn't wanted to wash it, but when he said so, she instantly nodded and said, "Wash it." With that, she started to remove her clothes, but turned her head to see that Gu Qingchen followed suit, and queried, "Do you want to wash first?" Gu Qingchen wrapped his arms around Song Si's sweaty body and planted a kiss on her rosy cheeks. Together, for ages, the two opened the bathroom door. Song Si was flushed and glared poutingly at Gu Qingchen. "Liar, where is the bath?" Then, it was time to wiggle her shapely torso back into her bedroom. "After all, I came back and took a shower straight away, without my pajama bottoms or underwear." Gu Qingchen smiled bashfully and also returned to her bedroom with a big grin. Chapter 54 Love to the Bone? That's not true. Song Si, who had changed into a nightgown, had just come out of the second bedroom. Gu Qingchen then handed over a pill and a glass of water. "I'm sorry, it was my impulse." Song Si didn't object this time. After obediently serving it, she wrapped her arms around Gu Qingchen's tiger waist and stood on her tiptoes to give him a tender kiss at the corner of his mouth. "Only I don't blame you. The more impulsive you are to me, the more I like it." Then, the young girl took his arm again and dragged him towards the kitchen. "Alright, accompany me to cook." Gu Qingchen took the cup of water and followed that soft force beside her. It's hard not to fall in love with such a precious girlfriend. Evening. Song Si was sitting on the couch clipping the nails of her toes. Gu Qingchen lay aside and sent a message with her mother's WeChat. "Mom, I remember Sister Miashu said that my grandpa left me a small villa. What's the address? CC and I will go back to Magic City and go over to live there, saving us from having to look for a house soon." Gu Jiaoren also sent an address, Royal View Residence Villa Cluster, Villa 16. "Take your ID card and you can go to the property to get the keys and house book and other formalities." Then another message came through. "Do you need me to send someone to pack and move you?" Gu Chengchen, "No need. We'll do it ourselves." Gujarat, "Okay, feel free to contact me if you need me." Gu Chengchen, "Aha." After replying, Gu Qingchen contacted a cargo puller and made a reservation for tomorrow at noon. He put down his cell phone and got up to take Song Si, who had just finished cutting her nails, into his arms. She moved out of habit and found a comfortable position to lean into Gu Qingchen's arms. Then, taking his hand again, he carefully clipped his nails as well. Gu Qingchen cooperated while saying, "Pack up your clothes tomorrow. We're moving to Mordor. The ticket is for the high-speed train the morning after tomorrow. In fact, the airplane is faster." But for fear that Song Si will not adapt, he chose the high-speed train. Good. Once she heard that she could take the high-speed train, Song Si had more expectation in her eyes. She hadn't taken it yet. She didn't know what it felt like. The night is getting darker. Song Si finished clipping Gu Qingchen's toenails again and went back to the house together to rest. It's not comfortable to sleep with your clothes on. Obey. That warm and delicate body in the daytime made Gu Qingchen a little lingering, and he directly coaxed his girlfriend to want to relive it all over again. Song Si naturally complied with him on everything, and after a while of rustling, she silently pushed out both her inner and outer clothing under the covers. Gu Chengchen naturally wrapped his arms around the young girl's warm body with satisfaction. The sky had long since turned white. I don't know if a cicada had landed on the outside wall, but the dry sun was just coming through the sky anyway. It just started squeaking endlessly, like an alarm clock. The bed, for legs were folded together, exposed outside the summer quilt. Boing, accompanied by a lazy and soft humming sound. Song Si wrapped her arms around her boyfriend's neck beside her. Her small head arched vigorously into the nest of his neck, and her white body was also close to his arms. Gu Qingchen, who had been tossed awake, also yawned, and feeling the softness in front of him, he stretched out his arm and tightly wrapped it around her waspish waist, while his other hand caressed her bare and beautiful back. The two of them squinted for a while longer before Song Si rubbed her sleepy eyes, sat up and stretched, the covers sliding down her skin, revealing a beautiful snow-white light. She picked up the nightgown and underwear aside and put them on, stood up and stepped over Gu Qingchen to get off the bed. Coming to the bathroom, Song Si first squeezed her boyfriend's toothbrush with toothpaste and laid it across the cup. Only then did he pick up his own toothbrush and squeeze on the toothpaste and brush his teeth. Not a moment later, Gu Chengchen also walked into the bathroom in a daze. Looking at his girlfriend who was rinsing her mouth, he took the toothbrush stained with foam in its hand and put it into his mouth and brushed it. Song Si looked at this scene, and hurriedly voiced, that's what I just used. You don't mind?" Gu Qingchen didn't reply, but just stretched out a hand and wrapped it around her waist, cushioning his chin on her shoulder, and continued brushing his teeth with his eyes closed while he was face to face with her. Song Si understood what he meant, and also couldn't help but tickle the corners of her lips, lifting her slender, soft razor and gently caressing his cheek. The boyfriend's unabashed use of his own still unrinsed toothbrush sent a shiver down the young girl's fangirl's spine. He loves himself to the bone too, doesn't he? As for his own toothbrush, of course it is then used. She even that kind of dirty things for him willingly did. Still care about this? And Gu Qingchen said, love to the bone that to know. At least not now. After all, they do not have a love brain. Feelings of things can only be gradual. The reason for this is because for him, Song Ce is as clean as white paper, only contaminated by himself, so his whole body smells good everywhere. Of course he won't mind. He wouldn't have done that with a different girlfriend with a history of relationships. Hell knows how many people have tasted those vermilion lips. No, he doesn't talk to women with a history of relationships, so why would he? A blank slate. Look for a newspaper? If you were a newspaper yourself, that's the only way you'd lower your requirements to find a newspaper. Luckily there were 3 suitcases and a couple of snakeskin bags in the storage room, or I would have had to go downstairs to buy them. After washing up, the 2 of them didn't even eat breakfast. One of them took a suitcase and a few snakeskin bags, and went back to their respective bedrooms to start packing. Song Ce was the first to take out her precious collection and load it up. That was the most important collection one could have. It must never be discovered. Take it out later to view it and reminisce about the sweetness of the past. Chapter 55, Song Ce's Secret Plotting. Noon. Gu Chengchen changed into a simple white t-shirt with black air-conditioned pants. Song Ce, on the other hand, changed into a loose-fitting white half-sleeve with a black bustier dress. The other clothes, sheets and bedding have been packed, and the clothes in the dirty clothes basket are packed separately, ready to be washed again at the house in Mordor. Gu Qingchen's desktop mainframe was also stuffed with some new dishwashing cotton or something to protect the graphics card. By the way, the coffee table, the sofa and the bed in the second bedroom were covered with white cloth. Leave Gu Qingchen bedroom alone for tonight's rest and cover it when you leave in the morning. It didn't take much longer for the cargo crew to arrive. After working for nearly an hour or so and loading everything into the car, Gu Qingchen transferred more money to the staff and wrapped up tomorrow's delivery. After all, they're not leaving until tomorrow, and the cargo pull is much faster, so you can't keep people waiting, can you? Witness the van going away. Hungry, the 2 first went to the delivery station to pick up their driver's licenses that had been mailed to them. Then, hand in hand, they went to the nearest hot pot restaurant to fill their bellies. This time, it was Song Ce who went to the spice plate, and Gu Qingchen sat in his seat and waited. Soon the young girl elegantly returned with 2 dips and sat down next to him. Check it out, essential sesame sauce with sweet vinegar with some slight pepper oil and a couple of bits of millet spice. Not bad, huh? Gu Qingchen took his chopsticks and dipped a bit into his mouth and tasted it, pinching Song Ce's soft face and commenting, it's okay, but you don't have to rigidly follow my taste. What you like is the best. In fact, the flavor of the seasoning was not quite the same at every store. And anyway, he had never had one that tasted the same at any of the stores he had eaten at. Maybe it also has something to do with the different ratios of the various seasonings you put in each time? Song Ce, however, had absolutely no opinion of her own, and naively said, don't what you like to eat must be the most delicious. Gu Qingchen smiled dotingly and swept her into his arms, his movements imperceptibly reckless. Song Ce also did not resist, just red-faced pleaded, here is a lot of people go home casually, you play okay? Gu Chengchen naturally didn't make things difficult for her, releasing his hand to honestly wrap his arm around her waist. In a short while, the waiter brought over the soup pot and a variety of shabu-shabu dishes. Song Ce skillfully laid down the mutton and used her chopsticks to hold the tripe in shabu-shabu. 10 or so seconds later, she continued the dripping soup underneath with one hand and fed the maw to Gu Qingchen's mouth with the other. Gu Chengchen naturally didn't take it easy and ate it in one bite, and shivered her chopsticks. Song Ce smiled happily and turned her head and proceeded to shabu-shabu the other dishes. When the mutton was finished shabu-shabuing, Gu Qingchen picked it all out and put it into Song Ce's bowl. The young girl looked at him quizzically and asked, why are you giving it all to me? I can't eat it. Eat it together. Shabu-shabu gets old when you shabu-shabu it for a long time. Ooh-hoo. Song Ce obediently pushed the plate of ingredients to the center and picked up her chopsticks to eat. And when Gu Qingchen saw that she often ate her hair into her mouth along with it, he put down his chopsticks and smoothed the hair on both sides of her cheeks behind her head, clutching it together with the rest of her long, flowing hair that was draped over her head and stroking it for her. Seeing that her boyfriend was so sweet, Song Ce also smiled sweetly at him and picked up a piece of mutton and sent it into his mouth. In this way, the boy stroked the girl's hair for her, while the girl took a bite for herself and then pitched a bite to the boy. Such a scene was the envy of many young diners around, and See so loving two people. The neighboring table, a pair of middle-aged couples, and the woman suddenly opened his mouth. Young man is really spoiled girlfriend. The little girl is also very understanding. I have seen a lot of small couples before, but are each eat each other, which have you guys so attentive to each other love. You can be good benefits strive to get married. Gu Qingchen sniffed and responded politely. Thank you auntie, we will definitely get married. Song Ce also revealed a smile full of happiness. Auntie is not a girlfriend, is a fiancé. Oh, family recognized the kind of. The middle-aged woman was also surprised. Yeah, how old are you and you're engaged? I wish you guys a happy birthday. The middle-aged woman is an enlightened master. Not thinking, what's wrong with college students? What's wrong with college students who get married and pregnant in college? You're all engaged now, so why don't you hurry up? How wonderful to have a marriage with a child. The middle-aged man on the side hurriedly covered his mother-in-law's mouth and apologized. Sorry, you guys can study hard. Don't listen to her woman's nonsense. It's us who took the liberty of interrupting. You guys eat quickly. It's okay, uncle. Gu Qingchen didn't care, knowing that auntie meant well. Auntie has a point. How wonderful. Song Si's eyes were glowing with excitement. She turned her head to Gu Qingchen and said in a small voice, husband give birth, how about it? Raw your ass. Little love brain, eat quickly. Gu Qingchen helplessly flexed his fingers and flicked her forehead. Well, Song Si covered her forehead and unhappily pouted as she picked up the mutton and ate it in her mouth, then picked up another piece and fed it to Gu Qingchen. Finish eating. It would be almost 4 in the afternoon. It was too hot. So instead of shopping, the two went straight back home arm in arm. After entering the door, Gu Qingchen really couldn't stand being covered in sweat, and went to the bathroom to take a shallow shower. And Song Si was okay, so she didn't follow along. Instead, she sneaks into the bedroom and pulls out a pair of clippers. Pulling open the nightstand, she emptied the little umbrellas all out of their boxes, then shallowly stabbed each one with the tip of her knife a few times, and hurriedly stuffed them back in, returning them to their original places. Hearing the bathroom door open, the young girl's movements quickened and she threw the clippers directly under the bed. Then, as if nothing had happened, he opened the door, put his hands behind his back and hummed softly. Gu Qingchen always felt strange looking at her appearance and walked up to ask, "What's wrong with you?" "Huh? What's wrong with what?" Song Si's face blushed slightly and she twisted her head to the side sheepishly. "Something's wrong. What have you done that's bad?" Gu Qingchen saw that there was definitely something wrong when the young girl was so unnatural. Seeing that she was going to be exposed, Song Si flushed red and blurted out, I rewarded myself." "Huh?" Gu Qingchen stared, a little surprised. "Just like that? Ahem. That, do you still need me?" In order to hide the secret, Song Si was on the verge of crying with shame. Biting her lip, her watery eyes covered in mist, she looked at her boyfriend miserably, pulling on his big hand and dragging him inside. The two of them collapsed on the bed, and after some deep kisses, Gu Qingchen pulled open the drawer and had a busy time. Seeing this, Song Si became even more vain, tightly covering her face, her heart constantly reciting "Don't find out," with the bed collapsing slightly. "Well, luckily, I didn't find out." Chapter 56. Song Si who got angry for the first time. The sun lit up the room and the damn cicadas outside the window started squeaking again. There were piles of clothes scattered on the floor and a couple of paper balls wrapped in little umbrellas in the trash can. Today it was Gu Qingchen who woke up first. Woken up by the noise. He couldn't be bothered to get dressed. He angrily went to the window, opened the screen and poked half of his body out. Looking at the cicada on the wall, he stretched out his arm to reach it, but couldn't reach it. The cicadas seemed to be provoked and screamed even more joyfully. "You big shot. If I don't get you killed today, I won't be called Gu." Song Si was also awakened by the commotion, and she didn't even have time to wake up for a nap before she was startled awake by Gu Qingchen's dangerous actions. She hurriedly lifted the covers and, equally unclothed, stepped away from her long, white legs and ran over to her boyfriend, wrapping her arms around his waist and dragging him forcefully backward. Feeling the soft and slightly convex touch behind her, Gu Qingchen also followed the force and stepped back. "It's too dangerous. This is the 10th floor. What if I fall? Do you know my heart was about to jump out of my chest just now? Can't you think of the consequences before you do something? You're the only family I have left. What will I do if something happens to you? I haven't given you children yet. I haven't grown old together yet. Now you're punished for not touching me for the next 3 days. Remember that." Song Si puffed out her cheeks and chided in an exasperated manner. Her tone was a little punchy, completely lacking the gentle softness of her usual self, and it seemed that she was truly angry. Gu Qingchen knew that he was in the wrong, and immediately wrapped his arms around her smooth back, burying his head into the clavicle that could hold a fish, rubbing it haphazardly as the fierce man pampered himself. "I was wrong, good Cece, remove the punishment back. I promise to not do this in the future. Cut it out." Song Si pushed his head to the side and broke away from the embrace to sit on the bed, holding her arms over her chest and turning her back to him without a word. It was the first time Gu Qingchen had seen a young girl angry at herself, and it was a bit of a novelty. He was naturally cheeky and came up, holding that white-blossomed petite body tightly in his arms, his cheek rubbing against her soft face, warmly coaxing, "Okay, don't be angry. I didn't mean it. There is absolutely no future. I promise. Look, I've apologized so sincerely. You're generous. Don't bother with the little one." "Poof." Song Si twisted her body. Seeing that she couldn't break free, she could only let out a petulant grunt, completely ignoring him. In fact, She had already lost her anger when Gu Qingchen gave her apology, but she had made such a pretense in order to make the other party remember not to do such a dangerous thing in the future. Gu Qingchen only felt that his wife had really given birth to a big atmosphere, directly wrenching her head and containing those thin cherry lips. There's nothing a couple can be angry about that can't be solved with one kiss, and if so, two. Songsi held back the throbbing and did not respond, letting Gu Qingchen alone be passionate. But little by little, she broke down and took it upon herself to hug the other woman's head, becoming more infatuated than ever. I can't help it. The overbearing boyfriend who often protects himself is actively showing his weakness. It's so flavorful, she loves it so much. Just as Song Si was about to take the initiative to morning exercise, Gu Qingchen hurriedly stopped it. Don't! Hurry up and clean up. You still have to catch the high-speed train. At those words, the young girl came to her senses. Her sharp aroma exhaled on his face. Her eyes rippled with lust, and she could vaguely see the little love hearts of her pupils. After a moment's reprieve, she suddenly remembered that she was still angry, and instantly twisted her head around, giving another cute grunt. Well, not mad, are you? Hurry up and go wash up. Who said that? I'm still mad. Song Si stiffened her mouth slightly before adding, dress me. Okay, I'll do as I'm told. Gu Qingchen let go of her tender, soft and plump torso and picked up the white carved underwear on the ground. Raise your arms. The young girl lifted obediently. Buckle up and wheedle the buttons, earning a blank stare from Song Si, hooking it up and straightening the straps. Gu Qingchen picked up the panties again and placed her slender, beautiful legs on his lap, pulling them through the leg holes and up to his thighs. Lift your ass. The young girl lifted obediently. Gu Qingchen looked at GD before pocketing all of it before giving her ass another unfaithful pat. Then, it earned Song Si another blank stare. Then he took the small white socks and slipped them over the young girl's stretched out cute toes and put them on, holding the smooth arches and squeezing them before picking up the other white loose-fitting half-sleeves and black bustier on the floor. When everything was dressed, Song Si got up and kissed Gu Qingchen's cheek, then put on her slippers and bounced to the bathroom to wash up, to which he could only say, not bad, ha ha ha. Putting on his own clothes, Gu Qingchen glanced at his girlfriend who was washing her face in the bathroom, and he immediately came to the kitchen to pick up the broom, moving gently back to the window, re-poking his head out of the window and locking onto the cicada that was still chirping. Then, arms outstretched with broomsticks, a haphazard blind slap. The squeak was gone in a flash. Gu Qingchen smiled disdainfully, said that if I don't get you killed, I won't be surnamed Gu. For the sake of the child's right to bear the surname in the future, it's worth it to take even greater risks. He's got the perfect excuse for his obsessive childish arguments. And Song Si, who heard the commotion, immediately shouted, what are you doing, Chen Chen? This frightened Gu Qingchen, who hurriedly pretended to be sweeping the floor, responding, get going, I'll sweep the bedroom floor slightly. Oh, the young girl didn't get suspicious and washed the cleanser off her face. Looking at his own pretense of weakness performance, Gu Qingchen had a shock. Well, not really, as Lu Xingzhe said, in the future into a wife, right? After loading up the drawer with the contraceptive pill small umbrella pregnancy test and covering the bed with a white cloth, Gu Qingchen walked towards the bathroom. At this time, Song Si had already finished washing up and was sitting on the toilet to take a leak. Gu Qingchen, who had just come in, first gave a bad smile, then walked up and scratched her sharp chin as if he were teasing a cat or dog. Song Si didn't say anything either, but just looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. Slightly bored, Gu Qingchen withdrew her hand and walked to the sink to wash up. He was too lazy to wash his head. It wasn't very messy or oily anyway. Song Si, who had organized her skirt, flushed down the toilet, walked behind Gu Qingchen and hugged him, pressing her stunning face against his back and softly saying, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Gu Qingchen applied the cleanser while saying, go take a break. Time should come in a hurry. Just go to the high-speed train station and have a bite. Okay. However, the young girl continued to cling to him and refused to leave. Not long after, Gu Qingchen, who had finished cleaning up, came out of the bathroom with his little tail, and he picked up a small leather strap from the coffee table and walked around behind Song Si, tying her silky hair into a high ponytail. He straightened her French bangs again and smoothed out the lobbed hair on either side of her cheeks. Well, my wife is just beautiful. Let's go. Gu Qingchen couldn't help but rub Song Si's absolutely beautiful goose-egg face, lightly kissed the reddish lips, and held her soft razor. After turning off the utilities and unlocking the entry door, he took the elevator down. In the middle of the journey, Song Si also looked back at their little home with some reluctance. After all, this place had witnessed all sorts of memories and happiness for her. A drop called by Gu Qingchen had already arrived, so the two of them went straight to the high-speed train station. Chapter 57, Moving into a New Home. High-speed rail station. It was on summer vacation and the place was literally packed. Gu Qingchen picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. 9:42 a.m. The ticket he bought was to leave at 10:20 a.m. Minus 10 minutes early for ticket checking. It was a bit of a rush, so he held Song-si's hand and quickly walked to a noodle shop. At once, a few scattered people were attracted by the young girl's face, but most of them didn't have the time to pay attention to this, and just took a cursory glance before continuing to eat with their heads down, casually ordered 2 bowls of noodles, patted stomach of the 2 people before hurrying back to the ticket gate. Take your ID card later, put it on the stop machine and you'll get through. Just watch how I do it later. Gu Chengchen pulled out 2 ID cards from his pocket and handed Song-si's to her. The teenage girl had an example to follow as she went through the security check and came to the platform. Following Gu Chengchen, he found the compartment corresponding to the compartment number and got on. Song-si curiously surveyed everything around her. Gu Chengchen found a seat and let her sit by the window. There are only 2 seats in this train, seats D and F, so there are no outsiders to disturb. Song-si hugged her boyfriend's arm and leaned on his shoulder, looking out the window at the passengers watching the road. After a stop of about 10 minutes or so, I think, the train started slowly as well. At first the speed was slow. Song-si just looked at it curiously because it was the first time she took a high-speed train, but as she gained speed, the view out the window flew by, and the young girl was suddenly surprised and leaned over the glass to look at it. It's fast, much faster than a car. I'll take you on an airplane sometime. That one's faster and has a great view of the clouds. Gu Chengchen rubbed her little head and said, "Aha! Magic City High-Speed Rail Station." After leaving the station, there were a lot of cabs waiting at the entrance to haul passengers, and Gu Chengchen led Song-si into a random one and headed towards the Royal View residence. Looking at the familiar streetscape outside the window, Gu Chengchen was a little emotional. The world is unpredictable, when it was so certain that it would never come back, but it finally came back. To the Royal View residence, Gu Chengchen and Song-si first went to the property, registered the owner's information, got the key access card and real estate procedures. Another call to cargo puller to come over. With nothing else to do, the 2 went ahead to Villa 16. High-end villa areas are really not comparable to ordinary neighborhoods. The elaborately carved stone pillar archway at the main entrance alone was incomparably large and grand. There is also an elegantly shaped fountain in the center, which has been rhythmically spewing out jets of clear water. The winding main road lies between one villa and the road is paved with a clean stone slab. Low shrubs transformed into low walls were located on both sides of the road, and between every 2 sections, a statue of various shapes and sizes stood, either a figure or an animal. Tall trees were protected within it, extending out with lush branches and leaves that intertwined into a dome of emerald green overhead, and bright sunlight poured through the leaf gaps, shedding shimmering patches of light. As you approach Villa 16, you see the double-story building with beige walls with a dark gray roof, surrounded by lush greenery. It seems like a castle in nature with a calm atmosphere. Come to the door. A cobblestone pathway extends to the entry double doors, lined with flowers in full bloom and fragrant. Since the combination lock has no power, the door can only be opened with a key. Push open the door into the eyes of the spacious and bright hall. The floor of high-grade marble like a mirror reflecting the light. The ceiling hanging gorgeous crystal chandelier. Further in, there was a cozy living room with soft sofas and a beautiful coffee table, and a few paintings on the wall. On one side is the open kitchen, with a bar wine cooler as a small divider, and a large round table that can seat multiple people at once. The second floor is the bedroom area. The master bedroom is an exceptionally large room with a check room and wet/dry bathroom. The best part is that there's a small round hot spring-like bath, so you can take a bath in it with Song-si later on. The bed is an exceptionally large round triple bed with an extra-long monogram table that can be used as a computer desk and dressing table all at the same time. Push open the door to the open-air balcony with its 2 lounge chairs and small table, and the unobstructed view of the city unfolds in the distance. The other 3 secondary bedrooms are not small and all have ensuite bathrooms. Back on the first floor, out the back door of the living room, there was a large lawn garden, right in the middle of which surrounded a large circle of small blue tile blocks, as a separation of about 1 meter, and in the middle of it again, the rectangular swimming pool. Wandered around for a little while, Song-si looked at the incomparably luxurious new home with awe. She poked Gu Chengchen's arm in a way that she couldn't tell if it was reality or a dream and said, "Chun-chen, can I really live here?" And Gu Chengchen took the young girl into his arms and kissed her on the forehead, saying in a warm voice, "Why can't you, my little princess?" He just thought that this place was not bad. After all, he had grown up living in the Gu family's manor, and his eyes were not half a star higher. But as the future love nest with Song-si, Gu Chengchen felt that this place was better than anywhere else. Not a moment too soon, Cargo Lala was also let in by the security guard at the door with Gu Chengchen's consent. After half a day's work, the master worker moved everything to the middle of the hall before leaving, looking at the electronic equipment, snakeskin bags, and other messy things all over the floor. Gu Chengchen's head was spinning. Fortunately, there was Song-si, the virtuous master, who organized and classified the various things in an orderly manner before Gu Qingchen moved it to where it belonged. The work went on until after 4 p.m. When the computer, printer, and other electronic equipment were installed and placed on a monogrammed desk in the master bedroom, along with the gaming chair. Toiletries go in the master bathroom and pots and pans go in the kitchen, but those are new in the kitchen, so they are just put away. Tampons, paper towels, wet wipes, and other things were thrown into the storage room on the first floor. Little umbrella birth control pills or whatever, naturally inside the nightstand in the master bedroom, clothes and bed sheets and bedding and all that. Now Song Si was packing them up herself. She divided the check room into 2 halves, half for clothes the 2 of them wore out and half for pajamas and nightgowns they wore at home. Both of their underwear, socks, stockings and whatnot were grouped together in several drawers. Because the bed is a queen-sized round bed, the sheets that I brought from home were unusable and had to be put in the closet to eat dust. There was also Song Si's most important trophy collection, which was naturally secretly placed in a corner cabinet by her. The bedsheets that retained the young girl's first redness were collected separately in Gu Qingchen's suitcase and put into the storage room. Chapter 58, Thinking with a Full Stomach. Looking at the clothes that filled half of the check room, Gu Qingchen wrapped his arms around Song Si's soft and slender waist behind his back and flirted. This is living in a room? Do you think this is good? Female. Friend. Song Si did not hear his flirting intention. Full of longing and happiness. Correction. I am Aunt Genuine recognized. Belong to the fiancé and married to move again. How troublesome. Stay in the second bedroom for our children to live. Is not quite good. Well, pretty good. Gu Qingchen, who had heard the words, felt a rush of warmth cross his heart. One of his hands moved up to encircle his bust, while the other remained encircled around his slender waist. He buried his face into the nape of the young girl's fragrant neck, sniffing deeply while gradually closing his arms around her, itching to incorporate her into his body. Song Si seemed to sense Gu Qingchen's emotions and raised her hand to caress his cheek, her tone extremely gentle. Si loves you the most always. Little love brain. I will always love you too, Gu Qingchen said in a muffled voice. Well, Song Si dissatisfied stammered. Bulging small face changed from caressing to pinching said, I'm so serious confession you respond well. Little love brain. Well, restrooms. The layout of the villa has the washing machine here, not on the balcony. It's big enough so that 4 different washing machines face the sink. One washes light-colored clothes. One washes dark-colored clothes. One is a double bin washer dedicated to underwear and socks. And one is a dedicated shoe washer. This villa has been unoccupied since the renovation was completed last year and is an investment property, so there is no need to worry about hygiene. It's all brand new. After taking a bottle of laundry detergent from the storage room, Song Si sorted all the clothes from the previous dirty clothes basket and threw them into the washing machine for a high-temperature wash. Instead, Gu Qingchen's underwear was singled out by her. At this time, Gu Qingchen's original body leaned against the doorframe, looking at the front of the washstand, was vigorously scrubbing his underwear of the young girl. Puzzled, Si, you directly put the washing machine high-temperature wash can. Why bother this effort? It was the same when he was in Linjiang. His underwear was scrubbed by Song Si herself, while her own could be put in the washing machine. This was a question Gu Qingchen had wanted to ask for a long time, only that he had forgotten about it before and only remembered it now. Song Si wring dryer right on one side, continue to wash the next one at the same time. Seriously opened, I will not put the future happiness of the hygiene problem. Handed over to a machine hand. My own hand washing. My heart will be assured. Gu Qingchen didn't even know what to say for a moment, and shook his head helplessly, turning around to go to the living room. He took out his cell phone and boarded the properties app, placing an order for some groceries for them to deliver. Just kidding. The property is ridiculously expensive here and the grocery delivery service is minimal. In just 10 minutes or so, the doorbell rang. Gu Qingchen got up and opened the door, and the first sentence was, "Is your property service so fast?" The man who delivered the food froze, understood that this is a new owner, immediately greeted with a smile, patiently explained, "Sir, do not know. We have a special cold storage in the Royal View residence. All the vegetables, eggs and milk, etc. are 3 days a change. We are on call 24 hours a day if homeowners need us." Okay, it's barely worth paying you 5,000 a month for the property. I can't help it. The total square meterage of the villa is 826. According to the property fee of 6 yuan per square meter, it is nearly 5,000. That's not bad. There are upscale neighborhoods at $12 per square meter. For the rich, this is nothing. There's really money to burn. And there are also buildings in addition to the villa area here. So just the property fee alone earns a lot of money. Not to mention the fact that the ingredients that are over 3 days old don't go to waste and can be disposed of to other vendors. And the only thing the property loses is the sporadic quality service. I'll leave you to it then. Feel free to contact the property if you need anything. Bye. Goodbye, sir. close the door and come into the kitchen. Gu Qingchen had just rolled up his sleeves and was about to wash the vegetables when Song Si, who had finished her busy schedule, also came down from upstairs. She looked at the dishes on the operating table and wondered, where did you get the dishes? The property ordered it, and then they sent it over. Gu Qingchen turned on the faucet and washed the dishes while replying, the property has this service? Saying that, Song Si also came over and helped wash it together. Yes, I've paid the property fee of 5,000 for the month. I'll download the property app for you two in a while, so you can buy your groceries from it from now on, so don't buy them yourself. Song Si's voice rose quite a bit when she heard, 5,000? 1 month? Do you have to pay? Gu Qingchen nodded. Definitely. Song Si pursed her lips in pain. Then I'll have them deliver more food in the future and try to use all the money back. Gu Qingchen laughed and scraped her little nose with his water so tanned. Alright, you can make them as hard as you want. Well, Song Si wiped the tip of her nose with the back of her hand. You washed the dishes properly, La. The couple had a busy day, and after a small day of hunger they were finally eating. For a housewarming celebration, it's natural to have a 4-course meal. Steamed rice with sweet and sour pork, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, tomato scrambled eggs, shredded pork with fish, and a meatball-less version of winter melon meatball soup. Gu Qingchen was blinded by hunger and served a large bowl of rice, but ended up not being able to eat it in the end and had some left over. He covered his stomach that was full of food, and with some difficulty he half lay motionless on the sofa. After Song Si finished the rice she was holding, she picked up the rest of Gu Qingchen's rice and ate it. Luckily there wasn't much left, or she wouldn't have been able to eat it. Washed the dishes and put the leftovers in the refrigerator. Song Si slowly came to the sofa and sat down. She was also a bit propped up from eating, but she still warmly reached out her hand to help Gu Qingchen rub his stomach. As the saying goes, when you're full, you think about that. It was a simple massage, but it was enough to draw fire. After enjoying himself for a while, he got right up and Princess hugged her into his arms and headed upstairs. Song Si subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck and asked, "What for?" Gu Qingchen sniffed her white swan neck, his tone full of teasing meaning, "Of course it's to try out whether the new bed is soft or not, and in the meantime, eliminate the food." Good Song Si's skin was tinted with a layer of pink and her voice was soft as she answered. Arching open the bedroom door, Gu Qingchen brought it up again with his feet, laying the girl tenderly on the round bed that was like cotton. They smiled at each other and kissed passionately. Then he yanked off the small leather band that held the young girl's ponytail, and the long black hair instantly cascaded out, as smooth as a waterfall. The clothes were scattered and the love was in the air, but Gu Qingchen sensibly pushed her away and said, "Wait, small umbrella." Song Si's sanity also gradually returned, and in order not to expose the plan, she took the initiative to pull open the drawer. "I'll help you." Chapter 59, A Wasted Effort. For a long time, dusk was completely covered by night, with a nice lilting voice coming out of the bedroom. The clouds also subsided. Gu Qingchen tightly embraced the soft plumpness in his arms and kissed her thin cherry lips, but Song Si, who was responding passionately, suddenly frowned and gently pushed him away. Gu Qingchen rubbed the tip of her nose with the tip of his nose and softly said, "What's wrong? My stomach is a little hard. It seems like I'm on my period." Song Si explained. We've only just. And you're here? Seems like it. Song Si shyly buried her head into the nape of his neck and arched it vigorously. Gu Qingchen was a little apprehensive. So close, almost bloodbath. Then he asked, "Going to change your tampon?" "Well, my legs are weak. You carry me to the bathroom, by the way, bring me sanitary napkins up." Song Si pampered. "Good." Gu Qingchen lifted the quilt, picked up the girl and sent her to the bathroom. Then it was back downstairs to the storage room to get the nighttime tampons, and Song Si sat on the toilet, her face full of regret. Her plan was perfect, but couldn't hold up the wall of her great aunt. Tonight was considered to be a wasted effort. Gu Qingchen returned to the bedroom with the sanitary napkins, first picking up Song Si's underwear on the floor before returning to the bathroom. "Here." He handed over everything and then didn't move a muscle. Seeing that it did not have the posture to go, Song Si could only hold back her shame, her face with a blush, and put up a sanitary napkin. Putting her panties back on, her white and pink feet stepped on the floor. Her upper body was naked as she wrapped her arms around Gu Qingchen and dragged him out of the bathroom. "Coax me to bed. Doesn't your stomach hurt?" Gu Qingchen said with concern. "It's okay, I don't get menstrual cramps." "Okay, tomorrow I'll have the property deliver brown sugar and dates and make you brown sugar water. And yes, salt bags, solid hot water bags." The next day, "It's a bit cloudy today, so it's a bit gray outside." Song Si, who just woke up, was a bit unhappy. Because of her great aunt, she couldn't stick with Gu Qingchen without any obstacles, and she always felt that there was a layer of happiness between her and Gu Qingchen. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she was just about to get up when a pulling sensation tugged at her scalp. A little painful. Turning back to Gu Qingchen, who was still asleep. She realized that her hair was being pressed underneath him. Song Si tugged first, but couldn't get it out. Having no choice but to push Gu Qingchen, her tone carried the softness of when she first woke up. Chen, get up. Gu Qingchen opened her eyes in a daze and wondered. What's wrong? Is your stomach uncomfortable? No, you pressed into my hair, la. Song Si whined back. Oh, sorry. With that, he hurriedly turned sideways. After fixing her hair, the young girl smiled sweetly and leaned over to drop a kiss on the corner of his mouth. Apologize for what? You're taking a nap. I'll go cook. Aha, why don't you take my cell phone and go downstairs? Have the property deliver the groceries directly. And by the way, order yourself some brown sugar and dates, and have them run an errand for you with the salt bags. After listening to Gu Qingchen's command, Song Si picked up his cell phone on the nightstand and said, Got it, I'll call you after I finish cooking, while stepping out of bed with her beautiful legs and putting on her slippers. When she finished, the young girl gathered up the clothes scattered on the floor and piled them at the end of the bed, put the corset back on, and went into the check room. When she came out again, she had changed into a more conservative, long-sleeved version of her pajamas, while holding a set of gray pajamas and black panties in her hands. After placing it at the end of the bed, Song Si picked up the pile of clothes next to her and reminded, I've placed all your pajama underwear at the end of the bed. Oh, Gu Qingchen didn't answer, but just raised his hand and gave an okay gesture, signaling that he knew. Coming to the bathroom, Song Si threw the clothes in her arms into the dirty clothes basket before going downstairs while holding her cell phone and ordering food about running errands as instructed by taking care of the morning. After being woken up, Gu Qingchen couldn't sleep. He leaned back to sit at the head of the rounded bed and fumed. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Yes, Lu Xingzhe. The bastard hadn't contacted him since his exams, and he forgot to ask Lu Xingzhe about his scores and volunteers because he was so sweet with Song Si. Being a brother is so wrong. Thinking of this, Gu Qingchen just wanted to take his cell phone to ask, but remembered that he had already let his wife's honor take his phone away. There was no way. He had to pick up Song Si's cell phone. There was no password. Unlocked and tapped directly into the WeChat interface, clean as a whistle, with only one of his buddies. Tap search. Enter Lu Xingzhe's cell phone number. Apply for friends. Note information, Gu Qingchen wife. What? How does someone memorize a brother's number? No, it's not. It's really Lu Xingzhe's cell phone number that's too extreme, with 4 ones in the tail number and 2506 in the middle number. It's really impressive. After only 10 seconds or so, the application went through there. Luk Sing Cole, sister-in-law? Gu Qingchen, Gu Qingchen, had my cell phone taken away by CC, so I can only use her number to talk to you. Luk Sungchul, are you showing off the trust between you? Gu Qingchen didn't bull **** and went straight to the point. What have you been doing lately? You haven't contacted me in 2 months? And how many points did you score in the exam? Where did you volunteer? Lu Xingzhe, 588, undergraduate from Shaanxi. The first thing I'd like to say is that I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. But I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, because I'm not going to be able to do this. Gu Qingchen, is it reliable? Lu Xingzhe, hey, who are you looking down on? Big beautiful girl, alright. Gu Qingchen, facepalm? Lu Xingzhe, nope. Photos. Met playing games. Gu Qingchen, what alcoholic father? Remarried mom. School brother. Broken her. What to help grandpa sell tea and so on. You do not believe Anon. Lu Xingzhe, I'm not stupid, please. Gu Qingchen, okay, grow a pair. At this time, Song Si entered the bedroom, not caring in the slightest that he was playing with his cell phone, and all of a sudden jumped into his arms, her head arching in a messy way and said, Dinner's ready, Chen. Gu Qingchen wrapped one arm around her back, and one hand gave Lu Xingzhe a reply. Wife is pampered in her arms and shouts for dinner. No more chatting. Bye. Lu Xingzhe, good dog. You, die. Red exclamation point. System, you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first in chat only after the other party passes the verification. Lu Xingzhe, red exclamation point. Chapter 60, Amusement Park, above. In the morning, Gu Qingchen mysteriously went out for a trip and didn't talk to Song Si at all. He didn't come back until noon. In the kitchen, Gu Qingchen, wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts, poured the boiled brown sugar, jujube and ginger water into Song Si's pink thermos cup. Today's plan was to go to Disney, but there was no Ferris wheel there, so I rerouted to the amusement park and waited until I had time to go to Disney next time. Song Si, who was in her aunt's period, couldn't dip into cold water either, so the items with water in the amusement park were all crossed out by Gu Qingchen. Screwing up the cup and putting it into her school bag, Gu Qingchen checked the contents of her bag again. Sanitary napkins, toilet paper, small leather straps, jackets, rechargeable batteries, etc. Basically all together, and the ones I forgot will be purchased at that time. At this time, Song Si also came in style from the stairs. She was wearing a white strapless halter top with a pink pleated skirt and a white silk wrapped around her long, slender legs. Long hair draped over the shoulders, delicate and pretty goose egg face without makeup, but unusually good looking, pure first love-like temperament, but also mixed with a trace of wives only have the ripe charm. Gu Qingchen admired for a while, then suddenly asked out loud, "Are you wearing safety pants yet?" "Aha, wearing it." Song Si nodded and very naturally lifted her skirt to show him the shorts inside. Only then did Gu Qingchen move forward to wrap his arms around her small waist, pressing the tip of his nose against hers and whispering, "That's fine. My girlfriend is so pretty today." How could the love-brained teenager resist his words? And directly pressed her red lips to kiss on those lips that she loved so much. The two made out for a while before separating. Go! Gu Qingchen put on his backpack and left the house holding Song Si's small hand. In the meantime, in a cafe, long hair braided into a loose twisted braid, placed sideways with her chest, wearing an embroidered white cheongsam, Shin Miaoshu gently stirred the coffee in her hand, looking at the scenery outside the window, not knowing what she was thinking. And across from her sat a woman in a professional OL outfit with big wavy curly hair and delicate good looks. The woman took a sip of her own coffee and asked softly, "Miaoshu, I heard that your favorite young lover is back?" "Aha." Shin Miaoshu just answered softly and stopped talking. The woman in front of her was one of her girlfriends, named In Wenxin, and the only one who knew she liked the child she had watched grow up. "Well, still don't have him firmly in your grasp?" In Wenxin asked. Shin Miaoshu revealed a bitter smile. "It's not like you don't know that it's impossible between us. Whether it's our relationship, or age, as well as family history. Besides, he already has a nice girl he likes and who likes him too." And Wenshin thought about it carefully, and that was indeed what happened. Shen Miaoshu's family is too big. There are too many people who want to secretly make bad things happen. This kind of thing, which is somewhat against human morality, will surely be made a big deal by people who have the intention to make a big deal out of it, which is not good for her, nor for that teenager. Even the slightest mishap would see the Shin family pulled off the high horse. And Wenshin sighed and spat. "You said it's not good who you like. How can you like a little kid you watched grow up?" Shen Miaoshu was silent for a moment, took a sip of coffee, seemingly explaining, but also seemingly talking to himself. That child was cold-shouldered by his mother from a young age, and his character was too precocious. At first, I did just look at him and wanted to care for him, but gradually, he became less and less like a child, and even took the initiative to care for me. After all these years, I know that my family relationship and age don't allow me to have this kind of feelings, but my heart just unconsciously favors him. What can I do? Liking is an unreasonable emotion, and it wouldn't be liking if it could be easily controlled and surrendered. Anyway, I don't think I'll ever fall in love and get married in my life, so I might as well just silently protect him from afar like this, and bring him children in the future, and then he'll give me a retirement in the future, and it's actually quite happy. And Wenshin shook her head helplessly after hearing this and muttered, "Sinful fate." Outside the amusement park, Gu Qingchen brought Song Si to check the tickets for admission. The young girl looked curiously at the various rides in operation, the crowds of people with smiles on their faces, and the children playing and running around. Gu Qingchen was the first to lead her to the double-decker carousel, which had the most couples and quite a few children. After waiting in line for a while, it was their turn too. Gu Qingchen led Song Si to sit on a white wooden horse, while he himself sat on a yellow one on the side. The wooden horse rose and fell slightly as the machine turned slowly. Song Si was feeling everything in a new way when she heard Gu Qingchen shout, "Si, turn around." At that, the young girl looked back in confusion to find her boyfriend crossing his cell phone over as if to take a picture of her. "Come on, smile, sissy." Hearing her boyfriend's reminder, Song Si also flashed a sweet-to-the-touch smile towards him. Gu Qingchen hurriedly captured several shots. This was followed by many other poses under his direction. There are those who hold their hands high in the air, those who cup their cheeks and stare ahead, and those who open their arms with their hair flying. After the machine stopped, Gu Qingchen pulled the young girl to take a few more group photos. There was also a picture of her sitting on the same wooden horse, with Gu Qingchen taking her into his arms. However, it was later talked down by the staff. After all, there was a line of people to sit behind them, stroll along the fairy tale flavored paths, and there's a little store selling ice cream on the side of the road. Gu Qingchen went up and bought a vanilla flavored one, giving the young girl 2 licks before he hogged all of it. Song Si didn't have any complaints, so she obediently held his arm and watched him eat with a tender face. Who called it a special time for himself? Otherwise he would have eaten it all with him, one bite at a time, with great affection. Came back to the pirate ship. Wanna play? It might be a bit exciting, Gu Qingchen asked as he fed the last bite of ice cream to his girlfriend. Song Si stuck out her little tongue and won the ice cream that had gotten on the corner of her mouth into her mouth and said, "Give it a try." Having never been to an amusement park before, she naturally wanted to try it. After lining up for admission, Gu Qingchen deliberately picked the center position, where the excitement was relatively small. As the protective bar fell, Gu Qingchen wrapped his arms around Song Si's thin waist and let her lean into his arms. Gradually, the pirate ship swung slightly. At first it was okay. Song Si relaxed for a while to enjoy the feeling similar to swinging, but behind her, she directly jumped into Gu Qingchen's arms, burying her head in his embrace. Feeling the huge swing, and the young girl's heart lurched, Gu Qingchen felt nothing, and even cheerfully took out his cell phone and photographed the scene of his timid girlfriend shrinking in his arms. When she got off the pirate ship, Song Si's legs were wobbling. Gu Qingchen took her to sit on a bench by the side of the road for a while before she got much better. Maybe it's the first time you've played this kind of thrill ride and you're a little uncomfortable? Then, he took Song Si to play a lot of programs. What rocking car that only children sit on? What bouncing trampoline and so on? All of them are some mild entertainment facilities. Of course, there were no shortage of photos of various kinds, full of young girls with happy, smiling faces. It went on until after 5 p.m. While passing by the roller coaster, Gu Qingchen shook Song Si's hand and asked, "The amusement park must play roller coaster. Want to try it? It'll be more exciting than a pirate ship." The thought of a pirate ship gave her heart palpitations, but in order not to spoil her boyfriend's fun, she nodded her head and agreed. Okay, try it. Chapter 61 Amusement Park, Middle. Line up to enter. Gu Qingchen quickly pulled Song Si to the front of the car and sat down. There was no way, although it was a bit exciting, but it was the safest. In case someone vomited, it definitely couldn't reach here. The roller coaster's safety measures, unlike the pirate ship, were one person at a time, which resulted in the teenage girl not being able to jump into her boyfriend's arms and beg for comfort, but only holding his hand tightly. As the roller coaster started, it started with a gentle uphill section, but when it reached the top, the car stopped. Looking at the near vertical downhill slope, Song Si held Gu Qingchen's hand a little tighter. Suddenly, the roller coaster took a dive and a scream erupted. Song Si didn't scream, she just instinctively closed her eyes tightly and clenched her shell teeth in death. The adrenaline surge made her hand exert the maximum force. Gu Qingchen felt the pain, but instead of letting go, he held her hand back just as tightly. The exciting experience ended. The roller coaster came to a stop in the station. Song Si has been pale. The whole body cannot stop shaking. Gu Qingchen was heartbroken and Princess hugged her off the seat, and the young girl, as if she had grabbed a lifesaver, wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her head in his arms. The girl on the side, who was also blushing, but whose boyfriend was just caressing her, glanced enviously at Gu Qingchen's young couple before turning her head and glaring at her own boyfriend again. "Look at people. I want a hug too." The boy smiled sarcastically. "Forget it. Drop you again. Carrying him is okay, but I can't really carry him." Poof. The girl forgot all about her roller coaster fears, stomped her feet, and simply left her boyfriend behind. Gu Qingchen naturally didn't know this. He carried the young girl in his arms to a place with relatively few people. On the road, naturally, there were many people looking at them. After all, this kind of intimate action of princess hug is still quite rare, especially in a crowded place. Plus it's still a handsome pair of men and women, so naturally it attracts more attention. "Come and sit on the bench." Song Si's mind had smoothed out a lot, and the reason why she still relied on her boyfriend's arms was purely because of shyness, and a fondness for the feeling of being wrapped up in a full sense of security. Gu Qingchen was still worried at this point, pressing his cheek against the top of her hair, wrapping one hand tightly around her soft body and patting her slightly sweaty back with the other. At the same time, the mouth also comforted. Okay, not afraid, we will not sit down. I will buy you milk tea to drink, okay? Let's not be afraid anymore on." He also saw that Song Si was the kind of person who wasn't suited for thrill-seeking programs, and would try to avoid those in the future. Just as Gu Qingchen was comforting his girlfriend, a beautiful woman in a black dress with a sun hat and sunglasses, holding a little girl in a princess dress with two little crochets, about 7 or 8 years old, passed by not far away. "Mommy, I want ice cream." The beautiful woman reached out and nudged her forehead, refusing. "No, you've already had one, or your stomach will hurt and your father should come back to spank you." Humph. The little girl raised her head adorably. "Daddy's so busy every day. He doesn't have the time to spank me. Mom, you just let me have one more." "No, you can't have it without a spanking." While speaking, the beautiful woman's afterglow even accidentally glanced at Gu Qingchen. In a flash, she instantly turned her head to look, her eyes blinking as she froze in place, looking at the young figure on the bench, and couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, Big brother." However, soon after, the beautiful woman came back to her senses, her eyes somewhat sad. "No, Big Brother has already sacrificed himself." But, how could it be so similar? Could it be that the sperm taken from Big Brother before he died? Someone took it to IVF and it worked? That's not true. Didn't the doctor say at the time that the survival rate was so low as to be almost impossible, and that it would lose its activity after 3 years of frozen storage? Mom, what are you doing? The little girl watched her mom gawk and tugged at the hem of her skirt in disbelief. Nini, be good. Mommy's making a phone call. Don't make any noise, okay? Oh good. The little girl saw her mother had something to do. Very good not to disturb. Squatting on the ground and played with the small stones. It seems to be extremely well-educated children. As the phone dialed, a deep, serious voice also came from the other end of the line. Hey, Han, what's wrong? Dad, I think I saw my big brother's child. The beautiful woman didn't sell herself short and spoke bluntly. How can I be sure? Look so much alike. And about 20 years old. About the right time. Don't forget, what happened to your brother was 22 years ago. His sperm was already not very viable. Not to mention that after 3 years of cryopreservation, it would have been inactive. And if he was really around 18 to 20 years old, that wouldn't be the right time. The beautiful woman voiced a reminder. Dad, there's still the 10th month of a woman's pregnancy. The phone caller was silent for a moment and said, even so, that is someone else who found the hospital and accepted the sperm donation to voluntarily conceive a child. Even if it is your elder brother's seed, it has nothing to do with the Sue family. Recognizing, it's really inappropriate. Is it possible to just watch Big Brother's child drift alone outside the Sue family? The beautiful woman's voice was already somewhat agitated and weepy. Hey, the deep, serious voice sighed and compromised. Take the pictures, investigate and then make plans. Don't tell your mom or your second and third brothers yet. After that, the phone hung up directly. The beautiful woman also hurriedly snapped a few pictures of Gu Qingchen and left with her daughter at a quick pace. Song Si raised her head in a thievish manner and slightly glanced at Gu Qingchen. Seeing that he was staring into the distance and his hand had been patting her back non-stop, she couldn't help but think in her heart, it's really like a good father who patiently coaxes his child. As if. Suddenly, Gu Qingchen lowered his head and directly met her beautiful eyes. Song Si was startled and immediately buried her head into his arms again. I saw it all. Don't hide it. Going to dinner? Gu Qingchen was amused by this adorable scene and gently pinched the young girl's soft and delicate face and asked. Song Si just tightened her encircling tiger's waist and muffled. Milk tea you said. Good. Gu Qingchen smiled helplessly. Let's go eat after we buy, and then I'll take you on the Ferris wheel at night, okay? Song Si, who had heard the words, revealed a flash of anticipation in her heart and responded obediently. Good. After saying that, she climbed up from Gu Qingchen's arms, straightened her skirt, and said quietly, alright let's go. Gu Qingchen also stood up and held her hand, walking towards the milk tea store, and Song Si looked at the hands they were holding together and directly reached out her other arm, holding his arm tightly into her arms before she was satisfied. Feeling the soft wrapping, Gu Qingchen favored the young girl by trying to pinch her arched nose. Well, Song Si, however, playfully dodged it and then dropped a kiss on his cheek. In a Chinese restaurant, Song Si held the warm pearl milk tea and sipped it, then raised it to Gu Qingchen's mouth again. Naturally, he took a big swig with the straw in his mouth. Drink less or you won't be full for more than a few bites when the food is served later. Song Si took another sip with the straw in her mouth before putting down the milk tea. Soon, several dishes and rice were served. Pork in a pot, slipped pork sections, braised prawns, mapo tofu. Gu Qingchen didn't eat directly, but put on plastic gloves and peeled up the shrimp. And every time he peeled one, he put one in Song Si's bowl. And as the girlfriend of Song Si did not sit back and enjoy, she will feed her boyfriend a pot roast, a slipped meat section, in the feeding mouth rice, cycle after cycle. She didn't eat all of the peeled shrimp and left a lot for Gu Qingchen. Chapter 62 Amusement Park, below, after dinner. It's not quite dark yet. Gu Qingchen thought for a while and decided to take Song Si to a haunted house. No haunted house is complete without physical stimulation and without a couple going through it once. Say it and do it. Holding Song Si's hand to the haunted house. Read the rules notes and so on, but not the type of deciphering to do the task. Just have real people playing ghosts to scare you. It's dinner time, so there aren't a lot of people coming to play the haunted house, and there's no need to wait in line, so you can just play. Before entering, the little sister with ghost makeup painted on the door said, if you are pregnant and have a history of heart disease, etc., and can't be frightened, please consciously withdraw. If there is any accident, the park will not be responsible. After entering, if you don't want to continue to play, please raise your hand and shout loudly to indicate. Naturally a staff will bring you out. And the most important point, please don't assault the staff. Please don't assault the staff. Please don't assault the staff. Well, there are many paths inside that lead to different themed scenes, so please make your own choices and enjoy your tour. After that, all 10 or so of them entered the haunted house. Gu Qingchen led Song Si into the road that was the subject of the abandoned hospital. There was a couple following behind, but for some reason, They retreated and switched to another path when they were almost at the entrance of the hospital. But it didn't matter. 2 less light bulbs, just 2 people. I just pushed the door in, and what caught my eye was the dilapidated corridor, with bloody handprints all over the walls, and words written in blood, such as something like "Get out of here, help me, it's coming," and so on. In the next second, the door behind her slammed shut, startling Song-si, who nervously hugged Gu Qingchen's arm, her body shaking a little, and Gu Qingchen was okay, just a little shocked in his heart. He turned around and pulled the door. Unsurprisingly, it was locked. "It can only go forward." "Ah," Song-si answered in a small voice. The two of them slowly forward along the corridor. The surrounding silence. Cannot hear the other theme room. Other people's voices. Should be done soundproof treatment. As he passed a window, a bloody hand suddenly slapped up. "Aha!" Song-si didn't scream. She just let out a delicate whimper of fright and leaned towards Gu Qingchen's arms. "Keep going. It's a dead end at the end." And with a creak, the worn wooden door to one of the rooms behind them slowly opened. Gu Qingchen knew that this was the cue, so he had to take Song-si into that door. There were 2 beds in the room, one with the covers up and the sheets covered in blood. The other was covered with a white cloth, and there seemed to be a man lying inside. When they approached, Gu Qingchen had thought that the person on the bed would suddenly sit up and scare you, and Song-si thought the same thing. However, the next thing that happened was that the medicine cabinet behind them quietly opened, and a hand with its bones exposed beyond the skin slowly rested on Song-si's shoulder. "Ah!" Looking at the somewhat bloody to real hand, Song-si screamed and immediately jumped into Gu Qingchen's arms, her body shaking. Gu Qingchen also immediately looked back, only to see that the fake hand had already retracted, and the door of the medicine cabinet was directly shut. Gu Qingchen tightly embraced Song-si's head buried in the crook of his neck and spoke out to comfort him. Okay, it's all fake, don't believe me. Look." Song-si also palpitated and looked sideways. There was only a medicine cabinet, nothing. When she had just breathed a sigh of relief and raised her head, ready to leave the embrace, she suddenly saw that the corpse that had been lying on the bed had long since sat up silently. The clean white sheet that still covered the corpse's head had an additional creepy, bloody smile on it. Ah! This time Song-si was really frightened by this chain of tricks. Without saying anything, directly jumped into Gu Qingchen's arms again, his hands wrapped around his neck, burying her pretty face in his arms, and her long and slender legs were wrapped around his waist. Gu Qingchen supported the young girl's small buttocks before hugging her and turning around to look at her. He couldn't help but praise, "Brother, this sound and fury, it's a real bull's play." The corpse didn't say anything, just reached out and gave a thumbs up, and lay back down silently. Instead, a sobbing sound came from Gu Qingchen's arms. He hurriedly squatted against the wall, cupped Song-si's face, looked at the eyes red, crying pearly, choking more than the small appearance. "The heart is pained to death. Okay, let's not play. I'll take you out, okay?" Song-si nodded aggressively and buried her head back into his chest again. Gu Qingchen also repropelled her arse and stood up, saying to the side camera, "I'm done, take us out." It didn't take more than a few seconds for the corpse on the bed to sit up again, lifting the sheet off his body as he did so. It was a smiling boy with a headset. "Let's go, buddy. I'm so sorry for scaring your girlfriend to tears," he said as he stood up and straightened his clothes. Song-si in Gu Qingchen's arms, however, twisted her little head and corrected with a slight sobbing tone, It's a fiancé." When she finished, she buried herself back in her arms. Gu Qingchen dotingly hung a smile and rubbed her head. "It's fine, it's my wife who's too timid." And the grinning boy couldn't smile anymore at this point. "Come with me." He led Gu Qingchen out of the door where he had just entered the hospital before returning to work, out of the haunted house. Seeing that the time was still some time away from 8 o'clock, Gu Qingchen hugged Song-si and sat on a bench to wait. Perhaps due to the drawbridge effect, the young girl became even more clingy to him after her mood improved, sitting on his lap like a kitten, kissing and smoothing his neck with her tongue as she did so. "It's all sweaty. You don't mind getting dirty." Song-si showed no signs of stopping at all, and thoughtfully took the time to return. "I like it," and continued. Gu Qingchen, who had been enjoying herself for a while, responded with her hands not being honest. One moment he touched her white thighs, the next he pinched her round ass. And so it was until 7:30, when he placed the young girl in his arms on the ground and took her by the small of her back to get in line for the Ferris wheel. On the way, Song-si was very dissatisfied and directly picked up Gu Qingchen's hand and pressed it on his little belly button, and also pressed his own hand on the back of his hand for fear that he would run away. After a little queuing, they also boarded the Ferris wheel without any problems. As the vision slowly rises, the young girl had leaned over the window, looking down at the beauty of the brightly lit city of Mordor. The river flooded with layers of moonlight, all reflected in her eyes. "It's beautiful." Looking at the passenger compartment that is about to rise to the top, Gu Qingchen wrapped his arms around Song-si's slender waist from behind and said, there will be even more beauty in a while, and I heard that when the Ferris wheel reaches the top, the couples who kiss each other will go on for a long, long time. Then let's kiss too. Upon hearing this, Song-si said without thinking. As soon as her words fell, only a bang was heard, and a beam of fire shot up into the sky, breaking the silence of the night. Immediately after that, a beautiful firework bloomed in the sky, followed by fireworks of various colors and sizes, one after another, lighting up the whole night sky. Pedestrians in the amusement park were pulling out their cell phones and taking pictures to record the beautiful scene. It's beautiful. I didn't hear there was a fireworks show today? What the hell? Just watch and be done with it. Inside the passenger compartment, Song-si's beautiful eyes reflected the colorfulness of the sky. Gu Qingchen pressed his cheek against her delicate face and suddenly pinched a diamond ring with his finger, slowly placing it in front of her eyes. See, are you willing to marry me? No getting down on one knee, but a sky full of fireworks. Song-si looked back in surprise, her expression filled with dismay. She stared blankly at the side of her lover's face, her eyes so thick with tenderness that they were about to overflow, and her tears couldn't stop flowing. Song-si slowly stretched out her left hand, her tone filled with excitement. Of course I'm willing. Gu Qingchen put the diamond ring on her ring finger and spoke gently. See, I love you. Cici loves Morn the most too. As the passenger compartment rose to the very top and stopped, their lips locked in a tight kiss. There was no intense wet kiss, only the simplest touch between lips and lips. At that moment, the boy embraced the girl from behind, and the girl covered her soft rays on the big hands around her waist. This beautiful picture will be forever imprinted in each other's minds. Chapter 63, Song-si's Pity, Too Wasted. Back home, Gu Qingchen transferred the remaining 100,000 fireworks show's final payment to the amusement park. Didn't even take a shower, took off the clothes on his body that had been soaked with sweat during the day, and collapsed naked on the bed in his bedroom, without even changing into his pajamas. He was really tired, and this was more exhausting than shopping. Song-si, on the other hand, went to the check room to get a change of underwear and a skirt, which also secretly hid a strip of black silk, and in the middle of the process, she also deliberately ran to the bed and kissed Gu Qingchen's lips before shaking her little skirt and going to the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out after taking a shower and blowing her hair, she found Gu Qingchen still keeping the same look as before and swiping her cell phone. Ahem. Song-si deliberately coughed, trying to attract his attention, and Gu Qingchen was indeed attracted and looked towards her, only to see that the young girl had a slim-fitting purple stepmother's dress, which outlined her exquisite and voluptuous figure to the fullest. The delicate first love's face still had the flush of a freshly showered face, and her long, dark hair was cascading, one side falling in front of her and the other pulled behind her ear. That pure and lustful aura was just too seductive. Why do you want to wear this? Aren't you afraid I'm going to put you in your place? Gu Qingchen's eyes went straight, and Song-si took long, oily black silk legs, catwalked to the edge of the bed, bent her knees to get into bed, climbed to Gu Qingchen's feet, sat facing him, and half-curled her legs. Gu Qingchen stayed to enjoy herself for a while, and said somewhat helplessly, "You're on your period. Be honest." He was so afraid that he wouldn't be tempted to hurt her. Poof. Song-si practiced her legs with self-discipline, paying no attention to Gu Qingchen. After a few moments, the somewhat tired young girl reversed course and tugged at her collar, learning the ways of the manga in her head. Gu Qingchen really couldn't take it anymore. He lay on the bed, out of sight, out of mind, for ages. Song-si slowly got up and said, "I'll clean up and go cook for you. Don't be lazy. Go take a shower." "Good." Gu Qingchen responded freely. Restrooms. Song-si picked up her own towel and soaked it, cleaning it briefly. Afterwards, the delicate face revealed a look of pity and muttered to herself, "What a waste." After rinsing the towels briefly and hanging them back up on the rack, she pocketed the collar and wiggled her sexy body, framed by her stepmother's dress, downstairs to make dinner. Gu Qingchen watched Song-si leave and lay down for a while longer before picking up the pajamas she had changed out of this morning and going into the bathroom to take a shower. After about 10 minutes or so, in the kitchen, Song-si slightly gathered her hair together and tied it with a leather band, draping it on the side in front of her body, a proper dangerous human wife hairstyle. The tight long skirt that cinched the waist and wrapped around the hips, outlining the voluptuous figure, was half wrapped by the green apron, so that the shapely beautiful back, slender waist and rounded jiggle could only be seen from its back. This pairing looks like nothing at all, but it's even more seductive than a fully nude apron. The young girl who was humming a little song in a melodious voice was constantly stirring the bean curd stir-fry in the pan. Suddenly, a broad embrace tightened around her from behind, the large hand scurrying around like two swimming snakes while the other encircled her waist. Feeling Gu Qingchen's cheek rubbing vigorously against her own, Song-si was also enjoying his caresses while smiling softly. "It's too late today. I'll just copy a dish. Oh, well, I'll eat anything you cook." Okay, don't get tired of it, go serve the rice. The food is ready, Song Si said as she caressed his cheek with a free hand. Gu Chengchen let out a soft and after letting go of her, he was still not honest enough to give her little but a not-so-gentle slap. Yuck. Song Si gave him a blank look and didn't bother with him. After dinner, after a day of fun and games, both were a little tired. Removed their clothes, skin to skin, embraced and snuggled together to sleep beautifully. Day 2. The twittering birds outside the window chirped crisply. Song Si stretched out sleepily, wanting to nestle into her lover's arms, but after half a day of groping, she couldn't touch the warm body. Puzzled, he opened one eye and realized that the person on his pillow was gone. She couldn't be bothered to dress, so she got out of bed naked except for her panties. Looked for a bathroom. There wasn't one. He hurried downstairs again before seeing Gu Qingchen's figure in the kitchen. Song Si trotted over to embrace him with attachment, her soft face rubbing lovingly against his back. Gu Qingchen finished frying the last egg before he turned around and embraced her back, but seeing that snow-white beauty, he didn't have the good sense to flex his fingers and flick her forehead. Why do you come down without clothes? What if there's someone in the house? Go put it on. Song Si playfully spat out her fragrant tongue and obediently ran up the stairs. When she went downstairs again, it was last night's stepmother's dress again. Gu Chengchen suppressed the fluttering in his heart. Hurry up and eat. We'll go to mom's company in a while. Song Si sat beside him, picked up her chopsticks, and asked as she ate, should I go too? Well, mom called this morning about it. Good. Finish eating. Song Si exchanged her stepmother's dress for an innocent and conservative white dress. Gu Qingchen was just a simple white t-shirt with jeans. After hailing a drop, they went straight to Gu's group. Get to the floor of the building. Song Si held Gu Qingchen's arm and looked up, her cute little mouth slightly open. Wow, so high and big. Come on, it's better inside. Into the group. The front desk girl flashed a smile and inquired, how are you two? How may I help you? I want to see Gu Jiaren. The receptionist girl followed the procedure and continued, do you have an appointment, please? Nope. Then may I ask what you're looking for, Mr. Gu? She's my mom. Gu Chengchen's simple sentence scared the little sister, who directly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, young Master Gu. I'll report it to General Manager Gu. When a call passed, the little sister also respectfully returned. Young Master Gu, you can just take the president's special staircase directly to the top floor. Okay. In fact, there was no need to be reminded. Gu Qingchen directly and lightly led Song Si to the elevator and pressed the 50th floor. This entire floor is the president's office. The outside workstations were seated with secretaries, and the innermost was Gu Jiaren's office. Gu Chengchen directly pushed open the door and swaggered into the office. The secretary on the side had already gotten the message and did not stop it. Song Si obediently followed him, surveying the luxurious decorations and the space that was only a little smaller than the school auditorium. Chapter 64. The love brain is really gifted in a certain way. Seeing Gu Qingchen come in, Gu Jiaren also stopped what she was doing. She looked up and pointed down at the leather seat in front of her desk and said in a still cold tone, you guys sit here. Gu Qingchen sat down and waited for her to speak. Song Si also sat down obediently and spoke softly. Mom, good morning. Well, Si is a good boy. Gu Jiaren gave a rare smile before turning her head to look at someone again. What about you? Gu Qingchen shouted helplessly. Mom, aha. Gu Jiaren nodded in satisfaction and handed a piece of information to Gu Qingchen and said, take a look at it first. At least know which fields your company mainly operates in and which subsidiaries you have under your name. In the future, we'll focus on academics first, and occasionally come to the company to shadow me as a secretary and learn how to manage the company. As the words left her mouth, she added towards Song Si, Si, you're also enrolled in finance, so you can follow along. I heard that you're going to minor in accounting in your sophomore year, right? The young girl nodded. Right. Good. Study hard, and when early morning takes over the company in the future, the CFO will be yours. What's a CFO? Song Si asked dully. Gu Jiaren also patiently explained. It's the chief financial officer, who mainly manages all the financial transactions and planning within the group, and also has to have a certain degree of professionalism in all aspects. Our group is not listed. More than half of the shares are in my hands, and I have a veto. So I didn't set up any board of directors. Then finance must be someone the leader can trust completely. That's why you need to study hard and go straight into group practice in your senior year. And try to be a good assistant to early morning and be his ear. Whether it's a junior staff member or a mid-level leader, you need to listen to their various suggestions and then analyze the pros and cons. Ben is a one-word group, and he won't get very far if he doesn't listen to other people's opinions. As soon as Song Si heard this, she immediately said with firm eyes, don't worry, Mom, I will definitely work hard. Gu Qingchen, who heard the words, didn't want to put too much pressure on his girlfriend and touched her head. Relax, do your best, don't die drilling into the bullseye and put too much pressure on yourself. Good. Song Si smiled sweetly at him. Gu Jiaren looked at the loving duo and slightly hooked the corners of her mouth as she continued to finish the work in hand. Gu's group currently operates restaurants, hotels, e-commerce, technology, foreign trade, cosmetics, heavy industry, planting and farming, and foreign infrastructure. Other industries have dabbled, but either the profits are small, or the market is down or smoothly saturated, thus maintaining the status quo. All in all, it's a fairly comprehensive, self-sufficient behemoth that has developed to this point, and definitely has the indelible credit and connections of Elder Gu. Now that he had passed away, the Gu group remained stable, of which, not only was there Gu Jiaren's outstanding business talent, but, presumably, there was also some relationship with Shin Miaoshu, and, of course, the old master's wise will, also had credit. Just how long this will last is unknown. After reading the information, Song Si felt that her insights had been uplifted by an unknown amount. It seems that I have to work hard, otherwise how can I be a good bookkeeper for my future husband? And after Gu Qingchen read it, he silently returned the information and asked, is it you or me who sets the occasional over? Gu Jiaren didn't raise her head. I'll set it. I'll notify you on WeChat. Okay, then Si and I will go first. Wait, Gu Jiaren called out to him and said, I've transferred $8 million to your bank card. Take some time to buy a car yourself to make it easier to come to the company later. Thanks, Mom. Gu Qingchen didn't push back and pulled Song Si out of the office. It's not like he's some kind of pawn and stand-up villain. When I was a child and didn't know any better, I did hate her a little, but when I grew up and knew better, and knew the inside story, it was just a matter of heartache and resentment because of being cold-shouldered by my mother in my childhood. It's not as if I hated her to the bone and severed my relationship from that point on. What's wrong with treating your mother badly? Can't you rebel? What's wrong with eating your mom's soft food once in a while? It's called doting motherly love. Understand? Out of the company, Gu Qingchen went straight to the Rolls-Royce's four-son store. I'll omit the car purchase. No mindless facepalming or showmanship. And the car doesn't matter. And I don't know anything about the process being right or wrong, so forgive me. Going into a store is asking for Cullinan by name. SUVs are what men love. After a full range of sales staff, Gu Qingchen is also a direct bright mom's identity, confirmed by phone, a 5.8 million contract directly drawn up on the table, or the current car. After signing, swiping the card, and insurance and other miscellaneous stuff was done. The sales respectfully invited him into the parlor to wait a little while, and brought in a variety of drinks and desserts. Song Si held Gu Qingchen's arm the entire time. Her head was in a daze, and she was only startled for a moment when she heard the price. Even the license plates were on after a deluxe lunch dabbling in the store. Shanghai A06G35. Licking like this. Air. With heart. It could only mean that Gu Jiaren was a big customer here. Gu Qingchen directly drove the black Rolls-Royce Cullinan away from the four-son store. Sitting in the co-pilot, Song Si does not quite understand what luxury car is not a luxury car. She only knows that this is the future husband's car. There is no sense of constraint at all. Stomping right off her little white shoes, she stomped her little white sock-clad feet on the seat and scrunched up in a ball to play with her cell phone. Before arriving home, the security guard stopped and registered the owner's vehicle information before releasing the vehicle. There is no underground parking lot in the villa area of the Royal View residence, but each house has 3 garages. But because the road is wide, most of the homeowners park on the side of the road. Gu Qingchen is no exception. Is really convenient. Parking and turning around is not difficult at all. The novice driver can come and go. In the past few days, Gu Qingchen and Song Si were considered idle. Every day you either go out and shop or you're at home and you're so happy. During that time, Song Si also learned to shop online. At a young age, she has already adapted to the life of a rich wife, buying a bunch of clothes and shoes. A small portion was normal clothes, and the other large portion was a variety of sexy nightgowns and black and white silk garter stockings and whatnot. There are also a few couple-boosting gadgets, as well as contraceptive items. In short, Song Si hadn't tossed Gu Qingchen around after her great-aunt left, bound to complete her plan. And Gu Qingchen had found a reason for Song Si's learning to be bad. The teenage girl's cell phone is full of short video recommendations of sexy babes, and it looks like that's where the outfit was learned from. There was also the browser, where he saw the search history of several very familiar educational software and the software proper hidden in a folder. Definitely learned from peeking at his cell phone. Let's just say that the relationship brain is really gifted in order to please its lover. Even the newly purchased small umbrella was once again secretly moved by Song Si, and naturally, Gu Qingchen was completely unaware of it. The dark, open days continued until August 31st. Gu Qingchen carried the 2 mattresses and put them in the back seat of the car, packed up the bed sheets and bedding again, and pulled the suitcase and threw it into the trunk before he and Song Si got into the car and headed to Magic City University. Chapter 65 Reporting Day. Midway, Gu Qingchen stopped and bought a Chinese cigarette and 4 cups of iced milk tea. Arrived at the entrance of Mordor University. There were new students everywhere pulling their luggage, parents dropping off their students, and seniors guiding new students through the process of checking in. Gu Qingqian's Cullinan is really eye-catching, especially the little gold man on the front of the car. Even if you don't recognize the model, you definitely recognize this. He silently lowered the little golden man and drove quickly to the entrance of the school. The security guard is a man who has seen the world and can tell at a glance that this is a Rolls-Royce. He just wanted to go up to say that foreign vehicles are not allowed to enter, but saw the window slowly lowered, handed 2 boxes of Chinese cigarettes. "Uncle, do me a favor, I'll just go in and drop someone off and come right out." That security uncle also pretended to be natural and took the cigarette into his pocket, coughed twice. "Okay, there is no hurry, but lower profile." "No problem, uncle. I'll bring you wine next time." The security uncle hurriedly pressed the lever lift button. "Got it. Get going. Let our leader see it later." Gu Qingqian wasn't getting close and drove straight in. Following the acceptance letter came class assignments, classrooms and times to report to, and dormitory assignments. Even if he didn't need to be guided by his elder sister, he could find it by following the map. He and Song Si were both in the finance class, but they weren't going to class until tomorrow. Arriving at the female dormitory building 3, Gu Qingqian parked his car, letting Song Si carry the milk tea. He got out of the car with her mattress luggage. There were naturally many girls' eyes cast over in the surrounding area. After all, the Rolls-Royce model was still quite obvious. Some of the heartfelt gold-digging women who had jumped at the chance to see Song Si again stopped in their tracks. It couldn't be helped. The girl was so beautiful. A strapless tight white dress, long hair cascading behind her, French bangs slightly swaying from the wind, and pure and lustful in a way that they weren't. They'd only burn. Maybe it's because it's report day and the hostess aunts are actually out of town, allowing all sorts of people in and out. Only when Gu Qingqian took Song Si upstairs did he realize that there was a female teacher from the school making rounds on each floor. "Come to the 5th floor, dorm room 502. But Gu Qingqian was tired. Carrying things and climbing the stairs was really very human. Push off the bedchamber. It was quiet inside. Just 2 girls sitting at their desks looking at their cell phones. They all looked over when they saw someone come in. "Hello, 2 beauties. I'll buy you milk tea." Gu Qingqian smiled faintly, took the milk tea in Song Si's hand and shook it, saying, after handing the milk tea to each of them, Gu Qingqian added, "In the future, I'll trouble you to take care of my family's Sisi, and I'll treat you to a big meal after the military training." "Thanks, they're all roommates. It's only right." One of the girls with short hair raised a nice smile. Her tone was natural, a cheerful personality. Another girl with round-framed glasses and a baby face also said, "Thank you," and then there were no more words. It seems to be a sociopath. Gu Qingqian didn't say anything else, but just pushed Song Si in front of them and whispered in the young girl's ear, "Talk to them. One always needs to have their own friends." This was also the purpose of letting her live in the dormitory. Freshman year was usually not allowed to apply for off-campus living, but one could apply for it by going through connections. But Gu Qingqian didn't do that. Life doesn't work without a few friends. No matter how many, even 1 or 2 know-it-alls will do. They can always comfort you when you're upset or help you without even realizing it. Gu Qingqian didn't bother the girls chatting to draw them closer and silently went to make his girlfriend's bed. "Hello guys, my name is Song Si." Her tone was pretentiously cold. All the warmth and softness she had with Gu Qingqian was gone. She didn't want to show her soft side to anyone other than her lover. That short-haired girl was very bright and said, "Hello, my name is Zheng Fian." Northeastern people, but there is no Northeastern accent, is it? Since childhood my mother let me speak Mandarin. Say bad will be beaten with a stick. Immediately after, that doll-faced young girl also said nervously, "Hello, my name is Bai Xiao Xiao, from the rural areas of Shandong." As soon as Zhang Fian heard her weak tone, she directly got up and ran over to put her arms around her shoulders. "So you're a social terrorist? I thought you were high and cold. You glanced at me when I first entered the dormitory and then sullenly played with your cell phone, causing me to be afraid to find you to talk to." "Sorry," Bai Xiao Xiao apologized. It's okay. Zheng Fian didn't mind in the slightest and continued to ask, "How many points did you get into Magic University?" 665. "Not bad, I'm just 13 points above you." Then, Zheng Fian turned her head to Song Si and said, "See, it's okay for me to call you that, right?" Yes." Song Si nodded. "Okay, can I ask you what your score is?" 729. "I'm going. Then why don't you go to Qingbei?" Zheng Fian was filled with shock that a college bully had actually come to her dormitory. Before Song Si could reply, Gu Qingqian interrupted with a voice, "Sorry, I've disturbed your chat." After saying that, he also said to Song Si, "I've made all the beds for you, so I'll go to my own dormitory first. You get along with your roommate, and if there's anything you need to WeChat with me, I'll go with you so you can talk to your roommate and I'll make your bed." Song Si wrapped her arms around him and resumed her original soft whisper, "No, Wouldn't you be a sheep to the wolves if you went? Get along with your housemates first, and do as you're told. At those words, the young girl could only skim her lips and reluctantly said, all right. When Gu Qingchen left, Zhang Fian directly came up with a face full of gossip. See, is he your brother? Song Si shook her head, revealing the diamond ring on her hand, and said, fiancé. What? Zhang Fian exclaimed. See, you have a fiancé here. She nodded rightfully. A proposal is a proposal, not a fiancé? Wow, quickly tell me your love story. Zhang Fian was filled with excitement. Even Bai Xiao cautiously came over to eavesdrop. Gu Qingchen parked his car downstairs in the boys' dormitory. Ignoring the stares of the boys around him, he carried his mattress luggage up the stairs. Luckily, his dormitory was on the second floor. He didn't want to climb the stairs with his stuff anymore. Come to all 201 doorways and enter the building first. Home is. Push open the door and enter the dormitory. 2 men and a woman, they were gathering together to chat, and when they saw someone coming in, they all looked over. Chapter 66 Love at First Sight for a Jagged Man. Gu Qingchen, who entered the dormitory, was still a bit confused. How did this girl sit so naturally in the middle of the 2 boys? Whose girlfriend is this? And one of them, a boy with an inch hair, somewhat strong physique, wearing a set of blue sportswear, patted the chair beside him and spoke with a mouthful of northeastern words. Old 4, finally here. Sit. Gu Qingchen was a bit unsure. He put down the mattress and suitcase, sat on the chair and asked, Old 4 is talking about me? Yes, you 4th into the dormitory. Is not the Old 4 well? That northeastern boys explained, and then said, I called He Chang, nicknamed Dun Air. You also call me Dun Air on the line. As for which people do not need me to say it? Hello guys, my name is Gu Qingchen, a local of Magic City. Gu Chengchen introduced himself, and didn't count on the oldest. It didn't matter. Immediately after that, a boy with a big back haircut and wearing a suit also said, my name is Chen Junjie, from Chuanyu. It's fine to call me Chuanyu Junjie or Brother Jia. And then, that girl also introduced herself in a soft tone. My name is Li Zirwei, from Hunan, just call me Rui. Listening to that effeminate male voice, Gu Qingchen looked at him in surprise. You, little nymphette? Li Zirwei smiled generously. Personal preference, but I like women. Don't worry. And with an arm around his waist in a tight long skirt, Zhang Shen said in a serious tone, I think that our dormitory is a very inclusive dormitory. We should never discriminate against anyone, right? He Chang also stroked Li Zirui's thigh. That's right, our dormitory is very friendly. And Li Zirui said everything and didn't resist. Instead he even covered his mouth shyly. Gu Chengchen looked at the sweet female-looking roommate. Naturally there was nothing to discriminate against. It was quite eye-catching anyway. Let's just say that I often seem out of step with you guys because I'm not kinky enough. Zirwei, you didn't get into the school just like that, did you? Gu Chengchen looked at his melon face with long hair spread out and slightly parted bangs, as well as a long black dress and feet wrapped in black silk wearing fine high-heeled diamond-encrusted sandals, and asked curiously, well but didn't dare to say anything. When we go to the classroom assembly, we will change back to men's clothes. Usually if we go out, it depends on the mood. This hair is also a wig. What? What's the matter? Li Zirui patiently finished explaining and even gave him a small tease. Gu Chengchen immediately shook his head. No, I have a girlfriend. You are indeed pretty like this, but welcoming a man is a big no. He Chang and Chen Junjie, who had heard the words, directly came up, and one of them put his arm around Gu Chengchen's shoulder on one side and asked in a cheap manner, 4, what department is your girlfriend in? Any pretty girlfriends? Senior, don't forget about the brothers. Dorm room bonding? Li Zirui didn't say anything, but the gaze he seemed to have was somewhat expectant. It always felt like he was going to wear women's clothes to the sorority. It doesn't seem to be impossible. What if some girls are good at it? He Chang was fine, but it was mainly John Chen. The reason the kid wore a suit was to try to pick up girls. Gu Qingchen didn't dare to make a promise. I'll try my best. Wait until the military training is over. I'll make the bed first. Do you want to go out for a get-together at noon? Okay, I'll find the restaurant. Okay? He Chang said. Lin, John Chen, okay. Gu Qingchen, okay. Li Zirui smiled sweetly. I can do anything. At noon, 4 people from the dormitory walked to a small restaurant after. Gu Qingchen then received Song Si's WeChat. Chen, have you eaten yet? Gu Chengchen, at a get-together with his roommates. Song Si, us too. Gu Chengchen, how was it? Did you get along with your roommate? Songs, pretty good. Songs, little bunny be good /JPG. Gu Chengchen, okay, then we'll talk again tonight. I'll have dinner with my roommate first. Song Si, good. Gu Chengchen put down his cell phone, and his housemates all ordered their dishes, excluding Li Zirui, who came out in his women's clothes. so naturally he could keep quiet. What courage! After dinner, a few people who didn't have much to do said they were going to walk around the school. Gu Chengchen excused himself and didn't go. He took advantage of his roommate's few people leaving and hurriedly parked his car outside the school. The identity of the rich kid is better to wait until a few people are more familiar with each other. Walking back to the dorm, Gu Qingchen received another WeChat from Song Si. Qingchen, can I come to you? Take a stroll around campus together. Ha, Gu Chengchen, don't you get along with your roommate? Song Si, but I miss you. Gu Chengchen, then wait for me downstairs in your dormitory. Songs, photographs. Song Si, I'm already downstairs in your dormitory. Gu Chengchen, crying and laughing / emoji. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Song Si, good. On the other hand, Song Si had just placed her cell phone down when a breeze blew in, caressing her disheveled hair and causing it to gently flutter in the air. The clean white dress she wore also clung to her legs and fluttered backward. A few leaves slowly fell from the tree, and the young girl looked up and reached out to catch them. Her eyebrows arched in a light smile so good it was foul on her first love's face. And this scene was just watched by a boy walking out of the dormitory building. His heartbeat directly missed a beat as he stared blankly at Song Si. It was a feeling that he had never had with any of his previous dozen or so ex-girlfriends. Love at first sight. Let's go. You. He didn't come back to his senses until another boy came up to him and tapped him. Ah, wait. The heart is not as good as action. Chang Ziyu directly walked to the front of Song Si, pretending to be a gentleman, asked, classmates, my father is the chairman of the Xingzi group. My name is Cheng Ziyu. Can you give me a WeChat to get to know each other? Song Si frowned slightly at the words and took a few steps back without moving, while her heavenly voice remained cool and polite. I'm sorry, I have a fiancé. Classmates, you said you have a boyfriend, I believe. Fiancé is too far, right? There is no need to use this kind of reason to put me off. Is to add a WeChat to recognize it, no matter what the reason. Chang Ziyu, as the Sea King, of course knew that the young girl was rejecting herself, but not willingly he still stalked him. Song Si didn't want to pay attention to him and went to wait somewhere else with her beautiful legs. Cheng Ziyu still wanted to go forward, but was interrupted by his roommate who came from the distance. Brother, you're hitting on me? Why don't we go to the bar first? Lu Zi and the others are rushing, and there are a lot of beautiful women there. Cheng Ziyu naturally did not want his roommate to know that he had failed to accost him, and said stiffly, no accosting. Acquaintances. Chatted a couple of sentences. Let's go. There's no rush. As long as she's still a student at the University of Magic, she'll find it. Oh, the housemate didn't doubt his words. At the same time, Chang Ziyu also took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat with a girl named Shanshan. Let's break up. Just a short sentence. And then it was a skillful blackout and deletion of a dragon. Chapter 67, Born to be a Beautiful Little Girl. In about a couple minutes, Gu Qingchen had just arrived at the dormitory building when he saw the beautiful young girl in a strapless white dress on the side of the road. He approached and called out directly and softly. See? Song Si sniffed and twisted her head to see her beloved boyfriend walking towards her. She also hurriedly trotted up with her slender legs under the hem of her skirt. All of a sudden, she jumped into Gu Qingchen's arms, and the girl immediately complained. Chen, just now there was a man who managed to ask me for WeChat. I didn't give it to him, and after I said that I had a fiancé, he was still cheeky enough to pester me. Gu Qingchen frowned slightly, looked around and asked, where is everyone? Just got called away by his roommate. I know. Next time you meet this kind of person, don't even pay attention to them, just leave and tweet me. Gu Qingchen admonished. No, it now accompany me to go shopping around. Song Si rubbed her soft face against his chest. Well, go. Gu Qingchen held her hand, his fingers clasped together, and walked in the direction of the playground. There are two small attractions on the Magic University campus, a lake and a wooded garden. It's all about students walking and couples dating. At this moment, Song Si was holding Gu Qingchen's arm and strolling by the lake. Many men and women pass them and can't help but look at them. There's no way around it. The couple's face is so high that they just can't control their eyes. And not far away, there were three sneaky figures that were quietly following behind. It's none other than the one strong, one skinny, and one step-forward wife from the 201 dormitory. He Chang narrowed his eyes and asked, do you guys think that's Lao Si? It should be. I look quite similar. The girl beside him is quite wow. Her demeanor is intimate. In all likelihood it's his girlfriend, Jun Chen said. But the little petite wife on the side softly said, isn't it not good for us to be like this? Why should I peek at old Four's date? He Chang looked at Li Zirui's sweet face, always a little trance, although it cannot be said to like, but there is a special feeling. Too strange. He voiced a correction. This is a public venue. We're calling this a chance encounter. Get it? John Chen also catered. That's right, public grounds. How can this be called peeking? Then, he changed his words. No wonder he didn't hang out with us. So he was secretly dating his girlfriend. But why didn't he tell us this kind of thing? Is it possible that he's in 2 different relationships? I don't know. Look again. He Chang said. Gu Qingchen sighed. After strolling around with Song Si for a while, he took her on a walk to the forest garden. Only the lake became a pond, with lotus leaves floating on the water, a small wooden bridge, and a slightly larger rockery. The whole thing isn't that big, so you can stroll around for a while. The 2 of them went out of school for another meal before Gu Qingchen sent Song Si downstairs to the women's dormitory. The young girl was full of reluctance. Yesterday she was sleeping together, but today she was going to be separated. And most importantly, her plan was going to be delayed. I can only hope that my efforts from a while ago bear fruit. She patted on her toes and embraced Gu Qingchen for a while before separating. I'm going upstairs then. You'll miss me. Gu Qingchen rubbed her head. Go on. See you in the classroom directly tomorrow morning. After saying that, Song Si took 3 steps and turned back, reluctantly going up the stairs. Gu Qingchen eyed them for a while and turned to leave as well. Back to 201. He Chang and John Chen weren't there. Only Li Zirui who was removing his makeup. He had already taken off his wig, revealing his original slightly parted and broken hair. But he still looked like a girl, and he really was born with a female face. Rui is really naturally beautiful. Gu Qingchen teased. Li Zirui helplessly spread his hands. What can be done? God rewarded me with food and being raised as a girl by my parents since I was young. Otherwise I wouldn't have this hobby. Yes? What do you think of yourself? No idea. Maybe I'm just used to it? Being a man or a woman is fine. Otherwise I wouldn't have shown it to you guys so generously, Li Zirui said. Gu Qingchen nodded. That's quite good too. Just be happy. That's right, responded Li Zirui approvingly. At that moment, He Chang and Junjie returned in company. They rushed directly to Gu Qingchen and questioned together. Secretly dating behind our backs. Say, is that girl your girlfriend? Right. Why don't you tell us? Say, isn't it a foot in the door? You didn't want us to know. Gu Qingchen cried and laughed and raised his hand, crying out, no, I didn't want to go, but my girlfriend suddenly invited me. How can I excuse myself? He Chang and Junjie looked at each other and immediately said in unison, bah, preferring color to friends. Evening. Gu Qingchen lay on the bed. How could he not sleep? The absence of that warm little petite body in his arms was really uncomfortable. Is it a mistake not to apply to live away from home? He Chang was already asleep, still snoring slightly. John Chen seems to be playing king. Stepford Rui didn't move and didn't know what she was doing. Suddenly, a WeChat was sent over, and Gu Qingchen picked up his phone and clicked on it to see that it was from his little petite wife. Song Si, Chen, I can't sleep. What if I miss you so much? Gu Chengchen, I can't sleep either, and I miss you so much. Song Si, then can I come out to you? Gu Chengchen, how can I come out when the door is closed? Crying and laughing / emoji. Just chat on WeChat. You'll get sleepy after a while. Song Si, good. Then, Song Si directly chatted incessantly about what she had chatted with her roommate today. There are even discussions with her housemates about how she feels and positions when she has that with herself, and tips that her housemates have seen or learned. It's true that when girls get dirty, there's nothing for the boys to do. As we chatted, the other side suddenly stopped talking back, probably falling asleep. Gu Chengchen sent her a good night and put down his phone to sleep as well. Day 2. Gu Qingchen got up early and went for a morning run in the playground. When I came back, I also went to the cafeteria and brought my roommate a breakfast of pancakes and nuts with soy milk. Lao Si, you're really my own brother. Old 4, if thou wilt not forsake me, I will worship thee as my righteous father. He Chang and John Chen, the 2 living treasures, took the breakfast and directly cupped and shouted. Only the soft, male version of the little Stepford wife, with a smile on her face, said thank you and had to transfer money to him. Gu Chengchen naturally didn't care and waved his hand to reject it. The 4 of them who had finished breakfast cleaned up a little and headed to classroom 403 in the A2 teaching building. Chapter 68, Meeting a Scumbag in the Same Class. Clowns. Song Si and the dormitory trio came out of the cafeteria and similarly headed for the 403 classroom in the A2 teaching building. She still had the same strapless white dress from yesterday. The extra girl with delicate looks and shoulder-length hair among them should be the last person in their dormitory. Her tall figure was wearing a small shirt with a hip skirt, her legs wrapped in black silk, and her feet stepped on high-heeled sandals, which was simply ripe and charming, with a full imperial sister model. Come to the classroom. Song Si purposely sat separately from her roommate in order to wait for Gu Qingchen, but it was also a front and back table relationship, and a boy in the last row with a 3'7" and an average face was staring at her obsessively. Chang Ziyu's face was full of mirth, as if he saw a future life of hugging people left and right. Naturally, the housemate next to him heard him muttering to himself. Yesterday our acquaintances casually chat a few words. Today because of the chance encounter face surprise, clearly is a pickup failure. But who called this brain-deficient young master out of the blue? Here also have to pretend not to hear. So, under the watchful eyes of his roommate, Chang Ziyu's elegant gait, as yesterday, pretended to be a gentleman and came to Song Si's side, his tone gentle. This student, what a coincidence, we are actually in the same class. Song Si skimmed her head at him and just gave a cool sound, not bothering with him. Chang Ziyu smiled somewhat awkwardly, pointed to the seat beside her, and asked, "Excuse me, can I sit next to you?" "Feel free." Chang Ziyu, who had received permission, had a happy face and was just about to sit down, only to see that the young girl got straight up and moved to re-sit in a seat 6 places to his left. The corner of Chang Ziyu's mouth twitched, but he didn't know what reason to use to get over there again, so he could only sit down first, looking sideways at the faraway cool and incomparable, unsmiling, stunningly beautiful young lady. At this time, a tall and robust figure with a handsome appearance walked into the classroom, attracting the attention of many girls. He was followed by 3 other boys, one of whom looked like a delicate little schoolgirl, and attracted the attention of a few more girls in addition. Chang Ziyu's gaze followed, and a trace of jealousy even flashed in his eyes, but immediately afterward, his fists clenched, the vinegar jar was directly overturned, and a skyrocketing rage directly surged to his brain, because that uncharacteristically handsome boy actually sat down next to Song Si and even pinched her cheeks affectionately. Not only that, the girl, who was incredibly cool, also showed a smile to that handsome and unlikable boy, a smile that was 100 times sweeter than the light smile he had seen yesterday. Cynical fire rushed to his heart. Chang Ziyu were still cared about what relationship the two of them had, and directly slapped the table. "Hey, you get off of her!" At once, the eyes of the class were drawn to it. Song Si was also startled, and immediately hugged Gu Qingchen's arm and looked sideways. Gu Qingchen coldly surveyed this yelling strange boy, not understanding what he was barking at. Song Si then whispered in his ear and explained, "He's the boy who pestered me yesterday, and just now he tried to pester me, that's why I hid over here." "I know." After saying that, Gu Qingchen got up and gazed at Chang Ziyu blandly. "What does it have to do with you if I'm intimate with my girlfriend?" Before Chang Ziyu could reply, Song Si raised her left hand first, shaking the diamond ring on it, and corrected, It's fiancé, not girlfriend." Gu Qingchen smiled helplessly and dotingly rubbed her head. "Yes, it's a fiancé." Chang Ziyu's heart broke when he saw this scene, but he calmed down a little and still said unwillingly, "As long as I don't have a license to get married, I have the right to pursue it. Kid, the chairman of Xingzi Group is my father. I can give her whatever she wants. I advise you to be good and sensible. Take the initiative to leave her. You can't give her happiness. Don't force me to use means to fix you." The beautiful figure standing under the tree, holding the leaves and smiling like his first love, had been deeply imprinted in his mind, and letting go just like that was never possible, because he used to chase girls one after another. Chang Ziyu always had an inexplicable confidence that as long as he looked at, he could get his hands on them in the end. It's just that the feeling Song Si gave him this time was too strong, causing Chang Ziyu to rise up with an extremely possessive desire, subconsciously treating her as his forbidden domain. He would not allow this clean white sheet to be touched a bit by anyone other than him. Gu Qingchen's eyes surged with layers of sulkiness, just as he wanted to dislike her back. Song Si, however, got up one step ahead of him and raised her hand to point at Chang Ziyu, changing her usual coolness and gentleness, and scolding angrily with slightly reddened eyes. "Who are you? I don't even know you. Are you out of your mind? Coming up and saying a bunch of self-righteous and misleading words. It's none of your business if I make out with my husband. You big ugly face. Is there some kind of mental illness in your mom? Dumbass." If the chair hadn't been fixed, she would have thrown it. After scolding, Song Si turned around and hugged Gu Qingchen tightly, lifting her pretty face, tears snapping from her cheeks, with a sobbing voice, explaining in a rush, "Qingchen, I don't even know him. You don't," he heard. "Don't leave me. I'll be absolutely obedient from now on. Stay far away from him. Don't say a word to him. I'll do whatever you say from now on. Oh, don't ever leave me, okay?" Gu Qingchen heartbreakingly wrapped his arms around the young girl, rubbed her head, and comforted. Okay, CC good boy. When did I say I'd leave you? I won't leave you even if the sky collapses. I didn't even believe that stupid fool's words. Don't cry. I'll take you back to our house after class and spend half a day as a couple, okay?" Looking at his terrified girlfriend, he realized how insecure the girl actually felt about him. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so scared just because of a word from an outsider. Sure enough, childhood wounds aren't so easily smoothed out. Song Si rubbed her pretty face, buried in the nape of his neck, up and down in agreement. At this time, the 3 girls in 502 all stood up from the front row as well and looked at Chang Ziyu. The imperious girl raised her middle finger and just coldly spat out 2 words, "Clown." Zheng Fian, on the other hand, looked at him angrily. "Dare to provoke my family CC to cry. Let's see how I'm going to clean you up in the future." Bai Xiao snorted coldly and ignored him. Gu Qingchen's roommate also gave a good performance. He Chang had already stood behind Cheng Ziyu and patted his shoulder. His tone was impulsive. Where did you come from? Get lost. Do you hear me? Make our siblings cry and still don't hurry up and get out. Don't force me to slap you anon. Jun Chen, who was on the side, chimed in. At this time, Cheng Ziyu also came back to his senses from the adoring girl's wildly scolding. Words such as neurotic, stupid and brain-dead, as well as her humble gesture of pleasing that boy. After giving Gu Qingchen a hateful look, she turned around and returned to her seat in the last row. He was convinced that the innocent and sweet figure in his mind must have been PUA'd by that boy, or else he would definitely not have any dignity at all. He's going to save the girl he fell in love with at first sight. Around, the crowd of students eating melons also put down their cell phones and sat down again, putting this shocking big melon on the Magic University forum. Li Ziroe, the little petite wife, patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder in the back row and gave him a thumbs up, as if admiring his wife-keeping skills. Gu Qingchen patted the back of the young girl in his arms, silently comforting her, but the sulk in his eyes remained intact. Chapter 69, Children are the ones who will always be bound. Cheng Ziyu's roommate to see him back, hurriedly full of smiles to comfort. Brother you, all right, love of beauty of all people have. The pursuit of open and clear and does not violate the law. That since the ill-advised, then we will change the target. Her cold roommate is not. Before the roommate finished his words, Cheng Ziyu immediately interrupted in a cold voice. Shut up, if you call dare her again, spit out all the wine you drank before. Otherwise, I'll find someone to help you spit it out. The smile on his roommate's face froze, and he quickly nodded. Yes, 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 I have a cheap mouth. Brother, you don't get on my bad side. In fact, the heart but silently slandered, Che, rich second generation. By the bar those pander to the lady cooks the head. People have a boyfriend, you still go up to the open robbery. Say you have a pit in the brain is really not wrong. If it weren't for your father's power, you would have been beaten up with a sack. Cheng Ziyu knew afterward that he had been impulsive, but there's no way around it. Who asked the girl to leave such a deep impression on her? It's like touching an electric door. It's not at all something you can just let go of when you want to. This was the first time since his love affair began that his heart was overwhelmed, and the feeling was completely different from the demonic ES he had come into contact with before. No, say what you have to grab it. She's only a freshman in college, and judging by her innocent appearance, she shouldn't have been deflowered yet, so as long as she moves fast, she should still be able to make it in time. As a woman with coiffed hair and dressed in a professional OL outfit, probably in her 30s, walked into the classroom, the first period for new students officially began. Everyone is seated in their seats. It was only Song Si who was still sniffling and clinging to Gu Qingchen's arm. The female teacher took an even breath and slowly spoke out. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Ling. I'm the counselor for the next 4 years of your university. I hope we can get along harmoniously in the future. You all have cell phones, right? Open WeChat, first face-to-face to build a group. Password 4031. Notes are changed to finance a class plus name. My personal WeChat you can also add from the group. When the group chat was built and the students had all added in, Zhang Ling continued. Alright, today is the ideological education class for new students. I think you all know very well what you can and cannot do in this information age. You guys just need to take the time to go to the Magic University website and look at the school rules. Now, why don't each of you take a turn coming up and introducing yourself, starting with a dragon to my right in the first row. As one person came on and off the stage, the introductions were all pretty much the same. What's their name, where they're from, and at most they added a hobby, including the imperious girl in dormitory 502. My name is Fan Zyru. I'm a native of Mordor, and my hobby is to study all kinds of dresses and makeup. Then, she shook her sexy waist, strutted her long black silk legs, stepped on her high heels, and got off the podium in a click 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 sound of stomping on the ground. I don't know how many boys were attracted to this enchanting scene, until Song Si came on stage. Because of what happened just now, everyone also raised their heads to gaze at this pure girl who was cool on the surface, but actually initiated an unusually hot temper. Hello everyone, my name is Song Si. True simply introduced his name and stepped off the stage. Cheng Ziyu also secretly memorized her name. Immediately after, Gu Chengchen also walked onto the stage, his eyes coldly looking straight at Cheng Ziyu in the last row. Hello everyone, my name is Gu Chengchen. Especially you, the son of the chairman of that what's her name Shang Zhe group. You'd better have the means to get it right, or don't regret it. Zhang Ling, who was on the side, frowned slightly, keenly sensing something and questioned. Student Gu Qingchen, what do you mean by that? He just smiled slightly. Just kidding teacher. With that, he strides off the podium, and Fan Zyru looked at Gu Qingchen's figure, her eyes glowing with a strange color. The unknown Zhang Ling couldn't be bothered to have a fit and called for the next one. After the class has been introduced once, she stood back up to the podium again and said, "The next step is the half-month-long freshman military training. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Everyone will gather in the playground. Find the sign for the finance class and stand still, waiting for the instructor to make arrangements. Now, to choose a temporary head and deputy head of the class, responsible for the distribution of today's military uniforms, as well as all the work for the next 15 days. Who among you would like to be the head of the class?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Fian directly raised her hand. A good opportunity to mix her resume. Of course she couldn't miss it. Much to her surprise, she was the only one in the class who raised her hand. "Good, then you'll be class president for the time being." Then, Zhang Ling added, "Let's have a boy as vice class president. Which one of you is willing?" Gu Qingchen glanced backward and whispered to Yi Chang and Zhang Chen. "Zhang Fian is quite good looking. Such a good opportunity. You guys should take the initiative since you want to get off the hook." The two of them looked at each other, and Zhang Chen made a direct gesture of invitation. Yi Chang patted his shoulder, secretly saying "good brother." He raised his hand high. Again, only Yi Chang raised his hand in the class. In this way, after tentatively determining the head and deputy class president, Zhang Ling pulled another ideological education, and when she saw that the time was up, she announced that the class was over. Gu Qingchen led the moody Song Si straight outside the school to get her car and return to the Royal View residence. The military uniforms pleased Zhang Fian and Yi Chang, respectively, to help them bring back to the dormitory. Arriving home, it was only when she came to the familiar surroundings that Song Si's sense of security returned a little. On the large round bed in the bedroom, she was snuggled in Gu Qingchen's arms, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her delicate face as if it were glued to his face, sticking to it to death. Gu Qingchen was naturally not an honest master, and his hands scurried about like thieves and rats. The young girl quietly enjoyed herself and was in a much better mood. Gradually, the two kissed passionately, with each other's clothes fading one by one and scattering on the floor. A summer quilt also covers a beautiful view. The sun was already on its way to sunset. A slight dusk reflected off the entire city. On the bed, Song Si's delicate face was flushed, her wet hair sticking to her face. She braced her tired body to get up and picked up 2 or 3 small umbrellas on the ground. When Gu Qingchen came out of the shower, Song Si was standing obediently in the doorway with her hands behind her back. "I'm done. You do it." "Good." Song Si sheepishly averted her eyes and quickly stepped into the bathroom. Gu Qingchen didn't notice the girl's abnormality, cleaned up the clothes and small props on the floor, threw the paper balls and whatnot into the trash can, and lazily lay on the bed and ordered a takeout. Today perhaps the young girl was in a bad mood and played endlessly, even forgetting to eat her lunch. In the bathroom, Song Si touched her stomach and murmured, "I hope I can conceive successfully." Even though the little umbrella moved, she still felt it wasn't safe to sneak so. Her conception of a child is the only tie that locks two people together forever, and the insurance that she will not be abandoned forever. Chapter 70, Investigating the Xingzi Group. Picked up takeout. Gu Qingcheng set all the Wallace sets on the table. At this time, Song Si, who was wearing her hair loose and only a nightgown, also finished her shower and came down from upstairs with her wet slippers. The young girl was still in love, where she was willing to separate. She sat directly on Gu Qingchen's lap, her hands around his neck, her little nose like a piglet, constantly arching in his face. Gu Qingchen surrounded Song Si's slender waist with one hand and pinched an onion ring to her mouth with the other. "Okay, eat first," tossing and turning for a small amount of time. "Aren't you hungry?" Song Si ate the onion rings in one mouthful, and licked his fingers in the process, pouting. "You feed me." Gu Qingchen smiled dotingly, and had to feed one pea pie a while, and one bone and flesh a while later. After feeding all kinds of snacks, Song Si obediently took the burger and nibbled on it herself. After a full meal, Song Si then pulled Gu Qingchen back upstairs to change. After all, they had to go back to school in a while. In the check room, Song Si directly peeled off Gu Qingchen's pajamas and stripped herself naked again. First, he found out a pair of underwear for Gu Qingchen, and only afterward, he unapologetically changed into a set of pure cotton white underwear in front of him. The buttons of the corset were still fastened by Gu Qingchen, since some of her more favorite clothes had been taken to the dormitory. Song Si could only put on a set of blue JKs to make do. Gu Qingchen, the few clothes he already had were taken to his dorm room and pressed. All but a few t-shirts, sweatshirts and long shorts were winter coats and jackets. After all, he used to wear a school uniform most of the time, and he's quite a nerd, so he doesn't buy much clothes, and he grew out of puberty and threw away a lot of inappropriate ones, resulting in a bit of a lack of clothes. As for spring and fall clothes, is that a word for boys? Regardless of long and short sleeves, padded is a winter coat and non-padded is a summer coat. What a simple division. Except for fall coats and pants, Gu Chengchen casually changed into a set of white sweatshirt and jeans, and then went out of the house with Song Si, who bundled her ponytail while walking. Drive halfway to school. He went and bought 10 bottles of sunscreen spray before he went back to school while the mall was open. Still parked off campus, sending Song Si back to the dormitory floor on foot. Gu Qingchen took out 5 bottles of sunscreen spray from the plastic bag in his hand, and handed her the rest with the bag, saying, "Share it with your roommates, and tell me if it's not enough, and I'll go buy it again. Good kisses." Song Si stood on her tiptoes and came up to him with her red lips. Gu Qingchen just lightly nodded, then pinched her soft cheeks and said, "Hurry up and go up to the air conditioning, and if you need anything, send me a message or call me. Good love you." After saying that, the young girl took a light step and went up the stairs with 3 steps. She had just entered the dormitory when the 3 girls came right up to her. Fan Ziru took the lead and softly said, "Si, are you in a better mood?" Zheng Fian's C words were snatched. Had to comfort, do not and that under the head of the male. He is a psychopath. Somehow say a bunch of self-righteous words. Your boyfriend is not a scum. There is nothing to worry about it. Bai Xiao didn't know what to say, but just gently held Song Si's hand, replacing words with actions. "It's okay, I've gotten much better. Thank you guys." With that, she waved the sunscreen spray she was carrying in her right hand. "My husband brought this for you guys. If you don't have enough you let me know and I'll have him go buy more." Fan Zero looked like a rich girl, not liking this at all, but still thanked with a slight smile. "Thank your boyfriend for me. Oh, having a husband is different. I also want to be spoiled by someone who is 5 feet 8 inches with 8 muscles and looks more handsome than Daniel Wu." Zhengfian said quirky. Bai Xiao was straight-minded, completely missed her joke, and kindly recommended, "You can go to the temple to worship. There is a small temple near our village. Many people go there to seek a marriage and seek a son. It is said to be quite spiritual. You can try." Fei Yen Zhang. She cupped Bai Xiao's face and rubbed it vigorously. Well, silly Bai Xiao thought that this was Zheng Fian's intimacy to express her gratitude, and was very cooperative in letting her do her bidding. Fan Ziru, on the other hand, took the military training uniform and handed it to Song Si. "Go and try it on. If it doesn't fit there's still time to change it." "Thanks." She took it and went to the bathroom. On Gu Qingchen's side, he had already returned to his dormitory with the rest of the sunscreen spray in his arms. Just walked in the door. Just heard Yi Chang's loud voice shouting there, "Hurry up, Kai Wen-ji milks a mouthful of milk." John Chan also immediately said back, Coming. As soon as I heard it, I knew they were playing king." Gu Chengchen put away the sunscreen spray and came over to little petite wife and found that he was playing Han Xin, with a record of 16-1 and a fierce batch. The contrast between this outer softness and inner strength was no less than a harmless little loli that suddenly jumped up and ripped the head off of a strong man. "Winning! Ha, I'm starstruck. I'm 1 game away. Rari, take me another round." As the enemy crystal was demolished, He Chang and John Chen directly got up and came to Li Zirue's side, hugging and kissing him fiercely on the left and right. That image, spicy. After kissing, He Chang came over to hook Gu Qingchen's shoulders again before he could say anything. Gu Qingchen then directly pressed back on his face and said, Don't kiss me." He Chang's face was full of black lines. "I didn't want to kiss you. I wanted to ask if you've coaxed your daughter-in-law yet?" Only then did Gu Qingchen breathe a sigh of relief and returned. "Coaxed? Already sent her back to her dormitory. That'll do." Next to him, Jun Jie, however, teased, "It's just a matter of spending some kidneys, isn't it, Lao Si? You're the only one who understands." Gu Qingchen slapped him on the back of the head and didn't deny it, and Li Zirue had been looking at the three with a smile on his face the whole time, not interrupting at all. There's a sense of age in watching the kids play. "Old 4, the military training uniforms are back for you. Try them on," He Chang said as he took a set of camouflage uniforms. "Okay, thanks." Saying that, Gu Qingchen came to her desk and directly changed it. After putting it on, he moved around a bit. "It's okay, slightly too big. Makes do. Lao Si, go cafeteria cha meal," He Chang and Junjie said as they walked over. The little petite wife then stood at the door and waited. "I'm not going. I haven't eaten for long. I'm not hungry," Gu Qingchen said as she sat at her desk. "Okay, we're going then." After saying that, all three of them went out of the dormitory, and Gu Qingchen took advantage of the dormitory room just himself, and hurried to talk to Gu Jiaren briefly on the phone, to ask for the information of the Xingza Group, top 10 local businesses in the Magic City. It used to be the leading real estate company in Magic City, but now it has been transformed to focus on e-commerce and domestic and international trade. The biggest chairman is called Chang Wenshang, which should be Chang Ziyu's dad. The biggest backer is suspected to be the vice mayor of Mordor, which is a bit tricky, so we can only wait for the other side to make the first move. Chapter 71, the first day of military training. Early the next morning, Gu Qingchen came back from his morning run on the playground and looked at the time. It was already past 7 o'clock. At this time in the dormitory, only Li Zirue got up with his clothes on and was washing up in the bathroom. Looking at the humming two generals who were still sound asleep, Gu Qingchen directly shouted them both awake. He Chang didn't have much of a wake-up call, and when he woke up, he got up straight away and got out of bed in a daze to go to the bathroom. And John Chen this goods, sat up for a moment and then lay back. The back successively called a few times did not have any response. Li Ziruo, who had just finished washing up, was rubbing his hand cream and came out. When he saw this, he first went back to his desk and rummaged through his wig to bring it back on, and then directly called Gu Qingchen down on the bed ladder. Go change your clothes, I'll do it. Saying that, the little Stepford wife climbed onto John Chen's bed, and shook the delicate jade hand, which emanated the aroma of hand cream, in front of his nose. Then, hooking her orchid fingers again, she gently slid her fingertips down his chin to his chest. In the end, Li Ziruo made a masterstroke, put her mouth to Qin Junjia's ear, spit out a mouthful of hot air, and pinched her voice to sweetly pamper. Junjia brother quickly get up Mua. In a flash, John Chen's entire body trembled and he got up violently. Li Ziruo, on the other hand, immediately withdrew from the battlefield, took off his wig and threw it on the table, and changed into his military uniform as if nothing had happened, as if the person just now was not him. Gu Qingchen looked dumbfounded at the bland little petite wife and silently gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Qin Junjie was still sitting on the bed dumbfounded, his brain down, because, as he came to his senses, he realized that he had just given birth to that little bit of a heartbeat. This isn't right. He Chang wiped his face and went out of the bathroom. Looking at the dazed Junjie, Chen hurriedly urged, quickly go to wash and change your clothes. It's almost 7:30, and still have to go to the cafeteria to eat. Time the rush. After hearing this, where did Qin Junjie still care about his wild thoughts? He quickly got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. Men are generally quick. I'm talking about washing up. It didn't take long for all four to change into their camouflage uniforms and head downstairs to the cafeteria. Before leaving, Gu Qingchen did not forget to pocket 2 bottles of sunscreen spray. Almost 8. The playground was already full of students in camouflage uniforms, but only the finance and accounting departments were there. The others were elsewhere. Gu Qingchen was holding hands with Song Si as they chatted together. Chang Ziyu, on the other hand, stared at them from a short distance away with eyes full of jealousy and hatred. Soon, in the distance, a group of instructors with consistent movements and loud 1, 2, 1 foot slogans came running. After they stood still, they only saw the chief instructor at the front looking down at the folder in his hand and saying something, seemingly assigning classes. About a few minutes later, with a very loud dismissal, all of the instructors spread out and trotted to the individual class lines. The finance class that Gu Qingchen was in was assigned a round-faced instructor. He stood straight in front of the group and gave a military salute before speaking. Hello students, my name is Duan Fei, and I will be your instructor for the next half month. From now on, you are soldiers under me. I want you to obey my orders absolutely. Can you do it? Can. Times XN. Since the voice wasn't very loud, Duan Fei re-emphasized, the voice is too low. Can you do it? Can. Times XN. Very well. All the following, girls in front, boys in the back, stand in a 2-row line for me by height. After the instructor's order, everyone moved quickly to compare alignments. Soon, looking at the team basically taking shape, Duan Fei was also satisfied. In the future, when you gather, you'll stand in this formation. Now, I'll teach you to stand at ease, because everyone had the experience of high school military training. Duan Fei didn't have to teach much, and everyone did a great job. Duan Fei said, very well, first row, start counting from left to right. 1. The first girl looked her head to the right and chimed in. Immediately after, 2, 3, the report was smooth and standard, and Duan Fei had the second platoon reported again before officially starting the training. If you want to build a tall building, you must first build a good foundation. Today, you don't have to do anything, just practice standing in military posture. Head up, heels together, toes about 60 degrees apart, fingers together, middle finger against the seam of your pants. Duan Fei demonstrated the maneuver and then gave the command. At ease. Attention. The crowd stood at attention, not daring to move a muscle. After looking around a few times and adjusting a few people's postures, Duan Fei walked to the side to field a fish. It stood for about an hour and a half or so. Duan Fei took a drink of water and slowly returned to the front of the group. Alright, all of you, rest for 20 minutes. Dismissed. At that moment, the crowd wailed, and there were even a few people who directly sat on their asses on the ground. Ah, finally a break. Exhausted. I feel like I'm going to cook. Water. Who brought water? Luckily, Gu Qingchen exercised regularly, so it wasn't a big deal. He took out a bottle of sunscreen spray and gave a bottle to little petite wife and instructed, spray he Chang Junjie and the others as well. After saying that, he went to the girl's side and brought Song Si to a small corner. Chang Ziyu watched the goddess being led away by her boyfriend. but didn't dare to go up to the beep without a brain. Only his clenched white fists could describe his current mood. Of course Gu Changchen wouldn't care about a certain clown. He was rubbing his girlfriend's small hand and said with concern, "How is it? Can you hold on? Tell me if you can't. I'll give you a vacation." Song-si shook her head and wiped his sweat with her free hand without any disdain. "It's okay, just in time to get some exercise." "You, don't be a hard ass." "Not at all." She gave a soft smile, and as if she thought of something, she said, "Wait for me," and hurriedly ran to the plastic runway. There's a small area here where the finance class puts their water bottles. Except on the first morning of military training, no one felt anything, so there weren't many bottles. Song-si picked up the pink thermos cup that belonged to her and quickly walked back to Gu Qingchen again. She unscrewed the cap and handed the cup directly to his mouth. "Drink it." I filled it with mineral water. Gu Qingchen wasn't very thirsty, but seeing Song-si's concerned little eyes and the already tilted cup, she had to cooperate and take a few sips before suppressing the hand she continued to raise and said, all right, you drink. I'm not thirsty." "Really?" Song-si's eyes were a bit suspicious. "Don't mind me until you're full. If I don't have enough to drink, I can go drink Yanzi's water from them. I'm really not thirsty anymore, so go ahead and drink." "Okay." Only then did Song-si withdraw the cup, turning half a circle in the process, and gulping herself down to the place where Gu Qingchen had just drank. Only after seeing the girl drink all the water in the cup in one gulp did Gu Qingchen take out the sunscreen spray and say, "Did you spray it when you came out?" "Nope." Then head high and eyes closed. Song-si sniffed, screwed the cap on the bottle, and obediently did as she was told. After spraying her well, Gu Qingchen sprayed himself again, and the rest of the time, naturally, was a mushy time for the two. It was just a little hot, and the two didn't get too intimate, just holding hands and talking about love and chatting. Chapter 72 Chief Instructor, an old acquaintance with a history of butt nakedness. Soon the 20-minute break was up. As the instructor shouted, "Assemble!" Song-si hurriedly put the cup away and returned to the group with Gu Qingchen. Duan Fei once again gave the order to stand in military posture, and went back to the side to touch the fish. It's just a matter of making the rounds every now and then to see who's not moving standardly or is slacking off. This time the stand was long and lasted until 12 o'clock, when it was announced that it was dismissed for dinner and told to meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The people were dismissed, and without even a word of complaint, they hoofed it to the cafeteria. After all, they were hungry and thirsty, and it was better to stay alive than to get high. In the cafeteria, because the table couldn't seat so many people, Gu Qingchen and Song-si, along with Li Zirwei and Fan Ziru, sat at a table, and the remaining four sat at a table next to them. They say they sit separately, but in fact the two tables are separated by an aisle, so it's still no problem to talk to each other. There was also Gu Qingchen's selfishness in this. In fact, it was fine for everyone to sit on their own, but for the sake of his siblings' happiness, he and Song-si still pulled each other's roommates to sit together, regardless of whether or not there was a match. There was no harm in getting to know each other first, and anyway, we would definitely have to arrange a bonding session in the future, so it wouldn't be too awkward to play together then. It's the fact that no one is talking at first that makes the atmosphere a little weird. It was Fan Ziru who made a start, looking at this Li Zirwei who was sitting across from her and said bluntly, "You look very beautiful. I don't mean any harm. May I ask if you're suffering from some kind of disease? If it's inconvenient you cannot answer." Zheng Fian from the next table also raised her hand and curiously chimed in. "I want to know too." She'd wanted to ask for a long time, but hadn't dared to for fear of offending someone. He Chang followed suit and said weakly, "Ahem, me too." Neither Bai Xiaoxiao nor Song-si said anything, but it was not hard to see the curiosity from their eyes. Only Gu Qingchen was silently drying his meal. Li Zirui did not feel anything. Generously explained, "I saw a doctor when I was a child, but went to several large hospitals. All kinds of checks were done all over the place. All said that there is no problem. It should be born with such a look." Chen Junjia picked up. "It's really God's reward. That wig, a skirt to wear a dress. Simply beautiful. If you open a live broadcast, absolutely a bunch of people to see." But as soon as he finished speaking he immediately covered his mouth, realizing it was fast. "I'm used to talking about this kind of thing in the dormitory, so I don't have to avoid it, but this one talked too much without thinking about it. This is good. The existence is brushed on, but the housemates are sold." Li Zirui is very understanding, knowing that Chen Junjie is not intentional, and female clothing this matter himself never wanted to cover up. He stretched his hand sideways and patted John Chen's shoulder across the aisle while saying to the girls who were curious but didn't have the heart to follow up, "I do like wearing women's clothing, but not to the extent of perversion. Just wearing it for myself and others to enjoy and appreciate. After all, so many people said I was a girl growing up, so I tried dressing up and realized that it felt good too. So I played with it as a hobby." Now this era of inclusiveness is still quite strong. The girls did not show a look of disgust and aversion. On the contrary, there is also a hidden excitement and expectation. Then can you wear it once to show us when you have time? Zheng Fian got an inch and said as she sought benefits for her roommate. Women's clothing big man am more rare than pandas. This happened to be not good to watch and learn. Of course, Li Zirui answered with a slight smile. Curious baby Zheng Fian also smiled happily and immediately asked it Chen Junjie again. Your name is Junjie, right? Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment and nodded. Yes, what is it? Are you a singer? Or is your family singers? Zheng Fian's eyes lit up, feeling that not only did she run into a female bigot today, but it seemed that there was also a star. College is such an amazing place, with all kinds of people. No, my family is in business, so of course I'm going home to inherit the billion-dollar family business. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's reply, Zheng Fian said with an obvious tone of disappointment. Well, then you're really occupying a latrine with this name. Zhang Chen. Sorry, just kidding. Rich Junjie, don't bother with this little civilian. Whatever. Chen Junjie waved his hand helplessly and pressed on with no intention of counting. Then, Zheng Fian, this little sparrow, again chirping a moment with this chat. A moment with that chat. The atmosphere was brought by her less formal. Suddenly, a thick arm rested on Gu Qingshan's shoulder. The others around them, including Song Si and the 6 people in the 2 dormitories, were also attracted to the man in the officer's uniform. Gu Qingshan twisted his head to look. The rice that he hadn't finished chewing in his mouth instantly sprayed into his face. His eyes shocked. Big head Gong, why are you here? I haven't seen you for so many years. How come you're an instructor now? Doesn't the private combat training business make money anymore? Why are you unemployed? This man was none other than the retired Soldier King coach, Gong Hongyi, who had trained Gu Qingshan in military fighting back then and had his clothes burned in his butt naked. Because of his big head, he was also nicknamed Gong de Daodu. Gong Hongyi wiped the rice grains on his face, his head full of black lines, gritted his teeth and said, Brat, after so many years of not seeing, there is still not a good word in his mouth. Lousy has always been the chief instructor. The personal trainer is only a part-time job. Where is the word of unemployment? On the contrary, it's you. I recognized you from afar, and now that you've fallen into my hands, let's see how hard I'll practice you. Gu Chengchen instantly stopped. The training of Big Head Gong was simply not something that people could withstand. He got up without saying a word and did a sidekick, taking Gong Hongyi by surprise and attacking him preemptively. The retired Soldier King was certainly not a vegetarian, and immediately dodged and counterattacked, his fists coming from all angles. Gu Chengchen saw the move and failed to defend the last move, crossing his arms in front of his chest to block, and was kicked back several steps by Gong Hongyi. It seemed intense, but only a few seconds had passed. However, the cafeteria was silent, and all eyes were also on the duo who had just fought. Big Head Gong, you've regressed. You used to be able to take me down straight away. Now how do you dish it out like this? Gong Hongyi, however, said, it is clearly you who have grown up and come up with a size advantage, not me who has regressed. Also, remove Big Head Gong to me. How can I say I'm also considered your master? Show some respect. Che, Gu Qingshan skimmed her mouth. Put me down before you say anything. Okay, then let's practice on the playground, and I'll see if you've slacked off after all these years. Later, saying that, Gu Qingshan came to Song Si's side and said, you eat first, I'll go tease the dog. But Song Si held his hand, her eyes full of worry. Who is he? Why are you suddenly fighting? Why don't we not go? What if we get hurt? It's the coach who used to teach me fighting. Don't worry, it's just a comparison. He's an instructor. He has a sense of proportion in his strikes. Gu Qingshan rubbed her head. Alright, then pay attention and admit defeat if you can't beat them. Song Si pursed her lips and admonished. Okay, I'm going, so hurry up and eat. After saying that, Gu Qingshan followed Gong Hongyi out of the cafeteria, and there were quite a few other people who had finished their meals who followed out with the intention of watching the fun. Chapter 73, Protecting Your Husband. The cafeteria resumed its noisiness. Zheng Fian was full of shocked look to Song Si. I lo, a good boy, your husband's so powerful. Fan Xiru was slightly surprised, but didn't say anything, just looking at the entrance of the cafeteria not knowing what she was thinking. Bai Xiao Xiao wasn't the type of person to be shocked, just silently marveling in her heart. He Chang and John Chen had quickly swept up their trays of rice and ran out to watch the battle. Little Stepford wife, well, naturally, Tarzan collapsed in front of the face without changing color, and quietly ate the meal. Not far away, Cheng Ziyu cancelled his plan to find someone to teach Gu Qingshan a lesson after witnessing the scene. Song Si finished her own meal and picked up Gu Qingshan's tray, dismissing the rest of his meal. Zheng Fian finished pulling the last mouthful of her own rice and sighed. True love, sure enough, all of my husband's leftovers smell good. Song Si blushed slightly. It's not good to waste food. Yes. Zero Xiao Xiao. And, what's your name again? Zheng Fian got stuck talking. Li Zi Rui. Right. Rightly Zerue. Are you all done eating? Let's go. Let's go out and see the fun too. Afterwards, the little petite wife followed the 4 women out of the cafeteria together. By this time, there were quite a few people gathered around the playground, and a few instructors watching their chief instructor bully. Gu Qingchen throws a straight kick, but it's tackled by Gong Hongyi. Then he decisively leapt up and a whip leg kick towards Gong Hongyi's head again. Gong Hongyi could only let go, raising his arms and bending them to protect his head. Just as he seized the moment to counterattack, Gu Qingchen, who had fallen heavily onto the lawn, had completely stopped resisting. Gong Hongyi stopped his fist in time and withdrew his hand, mocking, "Kid, wasn't your mouth quite stubborn just now? How come you can't do it now?" Gu Changchen, lying on the ground swinging, feel that all hurt a lot. But the mouth is still tough. You, a retired military king bullying small young, still have the nerve to be sarcastic. Can be beaten by me to have to come and go. You are also a regression of Gong de Dajo. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I was giving in to you. How could Gong Hongyi admit that he had regressed? But the fact is that as he grows older, all the old illnesses that fell after he was injured on previous missions are showing up, making him more and more incapable of doing his job. As it was, the right arm that had been penetrated by the bullet hurt terribly when he exerted himself, and his left leg was even a bit numb, and his reflexes were not as good as they used to be. Suddenly, a beautiful figure in camouflage uniform ran over from the crowd with tearful eyes. She blocked in front of Gong Hongyi with her red eyes, glaring at him with a deadly glare while shedding tears, and said in a cold voice, "An instructor actually bullied a student. Are you good enough to do that? This isn't over. I will definitely sue the school." Seeing this, Gu Qingchen, were still dare to swing Ratna, hurriedly endured the pain and climbed up, wiped away Song Si's tears with the back of his hand and comforted. Well, don't cry. I'm not in the least bit fine. Old acquaintance, not so much." Gong Hongyi didn't care about the girl's behavior just now and curiously asked towards Gu Qingchen, "Yo, girlfriend? You kid can this is a good girl. You don't want to fail." "Yes, how can you live up to a girl who can shed tears over your pain? That's natural. Who's like you? An old single dog, who doesn't have a date until now." Gong Hongyi sniffed and just wanted to have a fit. However, Song Si stretched out her hand that was wearing a diamond ring and silently corrected out loud, "Not a girlfriend, but a fiancé recognized by Auntie Gu." Gong Hongyi was slightly stunned, forgetting about Gu Qingchen's mockery, and turned to laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, well, what a cute girl child. Okay, don't show your love in front of me. Give you 2 half a day off. Let your unmarried wife take you to the infirmary to take care of it. Especially the word fiancé, which he bit off hard. That's pretty good. Let's go." After saying that, Gu Qingchen skipped off with Song Si, ignoring Big Head Gong's flirting. Half a day for 2A. What a waste of words. Go first. Gong Hongyi looked around at the crowd that was still holding up their cell phones and immediately chirped, "What are all shooting? Hurry up and disband and rest, or I'll just let you all gather for training." As soon as these words came out, the crowd dispersed in a flurry, so fast that it was like a rocket. And after the topic of the chief instructor fighting the military trainees and the pure first love goddess domineeringly protecting her husband also quickly rushed onto the campus network. Afternoon. Everyone was in the middle of their miserable military training. Only Gu Qingchen was lying leisurely in the infirmary. It wasn't really that serious. It was just several bruises, and I sprayed some medicine to invigorate blood circulation and remove blood stasis and I was fine. Song Si, on the other hand, is still sitting quietly on the sidelines, teary-eyed and very unhappy, and is very dissatisfied with Gong Hongyi's approach in her heart. Cutting and sparring is just cutting and sparring. Why do you hit so hard? Let my Qingchen hit a few times, and then admit defeat is not good. You are an instructor with the students to bother about what Thanks to Gong Hongyi not knowing Song Si's heart activities, otherwise he would definitely spit out the words. Was that a few hits? That was aimed at my life. Didn't you see him kicking at my head with great force? What? A student's life is a life, but an instructor's life is not. Gu Chengchan looked at the sullen girl, reached out and held her small hand and squeezed it, crying and laughing. Okay, see, don't be upset. It's all a small injury. A few days and it'll be fine. Don't blame Big Head Gong. He did stay his hand, and I was the one who dealt the death blow. He's practicing killing techniques. I can't take a few of his moves without collecting them, and I have to go all out. Song Si was only slightly more comfortable when she heard his explanation, but she still softly pouted. You have to give kisses to be happy. Gu Chengchen immediately got up and kissed her cherry lips. Ahem. Suddenly, a soft female voice rang out from the infirmary. There's still people here. Get a grip. Song Si immediately hung her head shyly. Gu Chengchen also turned her head to look at the doctor's sister who was sitting in front of her desk, wearing a white coat and a low ponytail. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. He immediately pulled out his cell phone and said, Sister Doctor, How about I transfer $200 to you and you go out for a cup of coffee? Upon hearing this, the doctor's sister slowly turned her head and looked suspicious. What are you doing? This is the infirmary, not your home, and I'm a doctor. What if a student comes to see me? 500. Gu Qingchen said indifferently. It's not about the money. 1,000. Gu Qingchen said again faintly. I'm suddenly a little tired of sitting, so I'm going to go stand in the doorway for a while. The doctor's sister stretched and stood up. Before she left the door, she made a point of urging, also, this is the infirmary, so don't be too reckless. Chapter 74. I don't think he's paid me yet. There were only 2 people left in the infirmary at this point. Without saying a word, Gu Qingchen directly dragged Song Si onto the bed and wrapped his arms around her slender waist and embraced her in a kiss. Song Si was no longer shy, and tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, demanding more actively. Gu Qingchen was afraid of cameras and pulled the quilt over to completely cover him and Song Si before he couldn't help but let loose. The girl's soft murmur like ravings only stopped after almost an hour of being mushy. The quilt lifted. Gu Qingchen got up and stretched, while Song Si also got up and straightened her inner and outer clothes, running her messy hair with a flushed face. Let's go. Can't lie down anymore. Go out for a stroll. Gu Qingchen said. Good. Song Si clung to his arm into her bosom and followed out of the infirmary. Sister doctor, we're leaving. You keep working. Gu Qingchen finished speaking to the doctor's sister who stood at the doorway like a door god, and then took his fiancée and left. The doctor's sister exhaled in seeming relief and immediately returned to the infirmary, sitting in a chair and pounding her long, tired legs from standing. Suddenly, she remembered something and muttered, wait, I don't think he's paid me yet. While passing by the bathroom and the corridor where the infirmary was located, Gu Qingchen had a little idea. And then, Gu Qingchen led Song Si to the restroom, and after looking left and right, he led her inside, walked to the innermost compartment and padlocked it. A rustling sound followed. Wait. Not long after, 2 footsteps suddenly walked in. Gu Qingchen was so frightened that he directly wrapped his arms around Song Si, who was sitting on his lap with her back turned toward him, and gently covered her mouth. Brother, you're still not giving up on that Song Si? At the same time, 2 lighter sounds rang out. His Hu Chang Ziyu inhaled. Of course, this time I'm serious. So pure as a moonlight girl, how can it be cheaper to outsiders? Of course he wouldn't tell his roommate about the innocent figure that had been deeply imprinted in his mind, or else it would detract from his majestic image. Who but people have boyfriends? The video that exploded on the campus network today, as well as Song Si personally said that it was his fiancée. It's not too good for us to do this, right? The roommate was persuading. Che only freshman year. How can a youthful love affair withstand reality? Women will all fall under money in the end. I'm just saving her from her misery in advance. No matter what means, the result is good. Chang Ziyu didn't think so, then added, right, let that woman be smart. Don't jump on Gu Qingchen when you see him. Chat with each other first, let down your guard, then behave a little bit more intimately, and then jump on him and hug him while he's not prepared. You find me a good camera position and shoot Gu Qingchen's face clearly, or else you'll be the only one to blame. Yes. Brother, we should go. The instructor will call for assembly in a moment. Go. During the time the 2 were talking, Song Si had long since lost her mind. Where did she care what was going on outside? Listening to the footsteps of Chang Ziyu and his roommate leaving the restroom, Gu Qingchen completely relaxed. So did Song Si. After slowing down, she buried her head into Gu Qingchen's arms with a blushing face. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, had thick skin and was much more calm. The 2 simply packed up. Gu Qingchen wiped the door panels, toilet seat and floor tiles again. The girl covered her face shyly and peeked aside. After carefully leaving the restroom, her face was flushed as she wrapped her arms around Gu Qingchen, her footsteps a little unnatural. There was no way around it. Her fiancé's love made her heart happy. The 2 weren't hanging around. Gu Qingchen sent Song Si back to her dorm room, gave her a deep parting kiss and left. And back to the dormitory. If Song Si first looked around and saw no one before hurriedly rummaging out new pajamas and underwear and trotting to the bathroom to take a shower. Gu Qingchen, who didn't want to go back to his dorm room, came to the playground for a walk. Looking at the finance class that was standing in military posture, he dejectedly held his head high and hummed a little song as he walked past the front. Little petite wife didn't have much of a reaction, but Yi Chang and Zhan Shen had already gritted their teeth and looked over with murderous gazes. Zheng Fian just deflated her mouth, and Fan Ziyou and Bai Xiaoxiao both chose to ignore it. But Duan Fei's sharp immediately said, the second row. The 2 squeezed the eyes of the boys consciously stand out 20 push-ups. Do not force me to pull you. Asterisk. Lao Si, your mom. Yi Chang and Zhan Shen got down and had to do as they were told. When Gu Qingchen saw it, he came to the side with a smile on his face and dropped a stone. TSK, Tisk, it's really miserable. telling you guys to be dishonest. Duan Fei naturally noticed this boy who had cut a deal with the chief instructor at noon today and had been granted a half-day off. There's no way to remember it, but it looks like he's all better for it, all in the mood to skulk around here. Duan Fei immediately avenged Gong Hongi, Gu Qingchen, disturbing the order of the team. Now immediately, run 20 laps around the playground. Quick, this is an order. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How much? The corners of Gu Qingchen's raised mouth disappeared, but shifted to Yi Chang and Zhan Shen's faces. Ha ha, old four, playing it off. That's right, I told you to fool around. Quick, hurry up and go run. The two men immediately taunted. Who told you to talk? Add 20 more, Duan Fei said. Asterisk 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 asterisk, times x2. The two of them whimpered and did it again. Then, Duan Fei pointed at the plastic track and shouted at Gu Qingchen. What are you waiting for? Move fast. Asterisk 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 me. Did Big Head Gong tell you to do that? The corners of Gu Qingchen's mouth twitched slightly. Wasn't it the burning of your clothes in the first place that made your butt-naked image visible to the housemaid? Why are you being so hateful? Duan Fei didn't answer, but added pounds, 30 laps. So, Gu Qingchen ran and shouted, Big Head Gong, you wait for me. Chapter 75 Song Si's Worries and Complaints. It was not yet dark, but the sun had faded quite a bit of its enthusiasm. At this point, the sweaty Gu Qingchen's footsteps were getting heavier and heavier, and he gritted his teeth and ran the last half lap before stopping to change from running to walking. People who have just finished a strenuous exercise should not rest immediately, even if they are tired. This was such a small walk for a while before Gu Qingchen collapsed on the lawn. One lap of 400 meters. 30 laps is 12,000 meters, or 12 kilometers. Thanks to Gu Qingchen's daily adherence to morning running exercise, or else he really couldn't run down. All he could feel now was his legs tightening and throbbing as if they had cramps, and his lungs ached with his rapid breathing. Duan Fei silently came from the side and said, Okay, 12 kilometers, 1 hour, 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Very good result, keep it up. Gu Qingchen didn't want to ignore him and directly raised her hand to give him a middle finger. Duan Fei naturally didn't care and turned around to return to the front of the finance class 1 team again. In about an hour or so, with the instructors in the distance one after another dismissed command, several more heads also appeared in Gu Qingchen's field of vision as he looked at the azure sky, and there was even a finger of an unknown person that was placed under his nose. Moving his eyes, he realized that it was Zhang Fian, the living treasure, and when Zhang Fian saw Gu Qingchen's eyes move, she immediately pretended to be surprised and said, Yeah, alive. Gu Qingchen was speechless. I'm just tired and don't want to talk or move. Not dead. Old Gu, you are really awesome big time. Not only did you single-handedly challenge the chief instructor, but you were also able to run wildly for 30 laps. That's right, if this were me, I'd be absolutely dead halfway through. It's a shame that the two hummers, Yi Chang and Zhan Chen, don't do comedy when they're singing in unison. Then a slender hand with a manicure reached out and stood a bottle of mineral water on his chest. Fan Zyro squatted down and softly said, Have a drink of water. I took advantage of the midway break to buy it, and I haven't drunk it yet. No, thank you for your kindness. Gu Qingchen refused without thinking, then asked, Is there any water in Ci's water cup? Bai Xiao Xiao held Song Ci's water cup in her hand and said, Yes, it's full. Great. Saying that, Gu Qingchen returned the mineral water in his chest to Fan Zero, got up with difficulty with the assistance of his little petite wife, took Song Ci's water cup and unscrewed the cap and drank. Fan Zero held the water in her hand and just watched, not showing much emotion. After drinking the water, Gu Qingchen called Song Ci and told her not to come out. He would buy a meal and have his roommate bring it back to her. Come on, let's eat. He walked slowly with the crowd toward the cafeteria. After an hour or so of resting, there wasn't much more to it, except for the fact that my legs were still a little sore. Finish eating. Zheng Fian carried the covered rice bought by Gu Qingchen and returned to the dormitory with Fan Zyru and Bai Xiao Xiao. As soon as she entered the door, she placed the rice in front of Song Ci and began to chirp. See, your husband is too good. After 30 laps he still runs like a nobody. Too strong. You'll be so happy in the future, so envious. What 30 laps? Song Ci said uncertainly. You don't know that, do you? Your husband was punished by the instructor by running 30 laps of the playground track. Ha, don't we get a half day off? Why would we still be penalized? Song Ci asked in confusion as her worries slowly rose. Who told him to come to the front of the line this afternoon to fool around with the idea of not having to stand in the military position? And then he got caught by the instructor. Zhang Fian's words just fell, only to see Song Ci grab her cell phone and immediately get up and rush out of the dormitory. No, if you don't eat your rice it should. It's getting cold. Looking at the young girl who hurried away and disappeared, Zhang Fian's shouts of reminder gradually went from loud to small. She blinked twice, dumbfounded. Just So nervous about his husband? Fan Ziru rubbed her skin care products while saying, teenage girls in love are like this. Just get used to it. Song Si, who came to Gu Qingqian's dormitory floor, went straight up the stairs, immediately attracting the attention of a large number of boys. Even the hostess aunt didn't react. Looking at the little girl who had already gone upstairs, muttered, this little girl, and then didn't bother. Men's dormitory is not as strict as the women's dormitory. Women's dormitory hard to break into the absolute eat disciplinary action. Men's dormitory will be fine. Really no God, said the equality of men and women it? 201 dormitory. Song Si pushed the door straight in. The three men who were huddled together playing king looked up and froze in place. Lao Si, your daughter-in-law is here. It was He Cheng who came back to his senses and hurriedly shouted. Gu Chengchen looked from the bed with a sideways probe, and saw a sweet figure in a white t-shirt with a blue liner and a small white skirt. He hurriedly got up and got down from the bed, cupped her first love like absolutely beautiful goose egg face stroked. Why did you come up directly? Send me a message not on the line? Song Si immediately embraced him, buried his small head into his arms, smelling the flavor that made her obsessed. Muffled, I heard Yanzi said you were punished to run 30 laps. Worried about you, hurry over to see. And He Chang, John Chen, and little petite wife all didn't want to be a light bulb, and at this moment were tiptoeing like thieves to leave the dormitory. However, no surprises are about to happen. Suddenly, the sound of an empty can falling to the floor resounded through the dormitory. Gu Qingqian, as well as Song Si, who was buried in his arms, as well as He Chang and the little petite wife, all looked at John Chen. Oh, John Chen smiled sarcastically. Accident. Saying that, he clunked 2 feet, flattened the cans on the ground, threw them into the trash can, and made a pleased gesture to Gu Qingqian. You guys continue. Then, the light bulb trio immediately left the dormitory at a fast pace. Song Si looked back at Gu Qingqian and couldn't help but show a smile. Your roommate is quite interesting. Indeed. Gu Qingqian patted her perky buttocks and said, have you eaten the rice I brought you? Song Si obediently shook her head. Come on then, let's take you out for some dinner. Gu Qingqian let go of her and sat on a chair to change his shoes, but Song Si frowned her willow eyebrows and shook her head worriedly. No need, you take a break. After running for so long, I also said I would give you a massage. When Gu Qingqian heard it, there was this good thing? Immediately, she took off her shoes and got up and climbed into bed. Come on, don't pity me. Song Si was amused by his quirkiness for a moment and also took off her little white shoes and climbed onto the bed. Gu Qingqian plopped down and put a pillow under his head. Let's begin. Your honorable wife. Good. Song Si also gently sat on his waist and massaged Gu Qingqian's thighs with her back to him, and while Gu Qingqian enjoyed the 2 bouncy soft buttocks flaps spread out on his waist, he ate painfully and endured the aching muscles that the young girl's slender fingers were running through. True pain and pleasure. Hiss gently. Perhaps his hand was too strong. Gu Qingqian shouted in a hurry. I'm sorry. If you can't run, then don't run. Why do you have to finish? Why do you like to show off so much? Instructors are also, 1 or 2 how they like to abuse students, and not really his soldiers. Why should they be like that? Chapter 76, a person with military connections comes to see me for an unknown reason. As soon as Gu Qingqian heard that Song Si was not in the right mood, he hurriedly rolled over and took her into his arms. Song Si also obediently faced him and sat into its arms, burying her face deep into the nape of his neck, her small fists clenching the clothes on his chest. Gu Qingqian patted her little head while comforting her. All right. Why are you crying again? Are you a little crybaby? I'm fine, aren't I? It's just sore muscles from overexercise. I'll be fine tomorrow. I ran because I knew I could run down. Otherwise I must have stopped, and the other instructors wouldn't have forced me to run. Song Si stifled a grunt and gently raised her hand to whack him on the chest. Can't you just stay honest? Always making me worry. How can a boy come down honestly? It wouldn't be a boy. I've got a sense of humor. I won't hurt myself, so don't worry, my good boy. Gu Qingqian held her and slightly swayed his body as if he was coaxing a baby. Outside the dormitory, little petite wife Li Zirwei inexplicably sneezed. You 3 having a late night snack? I'll bring back some. Gu Qingqian held Song Si's hand and asked the 3 people standing outside the dormitory. He Chang, eat, barbecue. Thank you, righteous father. John Chen, don't forget the beer. Lizzie, I'll do anything. Here we go then. After saying that, the 2 of them went out of the dormitory building holding hands and strolled all the way to the nearby snack street. Morn, I want to eat that, Song Si said, pointing to the cheesy hot dog stand off to the side. Gu Chengchen immediately went over and bought one and handed it to her, seeing her take a bite before asking, is it good? It's okay. Strolling around, Song Si ate until there was still half left, so she handed it to Gu Qingchen. I don't want to eat it, you eat it. Gu Chengchen took 3 or 2 bites and dazzled it into his mouth, then took out a paper towel and wiped Song Si's mouth, and then wiped himself. There are so many stores in the snack street that it is impossible to beat every one of them, so Song Si only picks the ones she is particularly interested in buying. What's this in the shape of a flower? Song Si asked, pointing to a small flower-shaped pastry. Begonia cake. It's quite tasty. Buy 4, go back and share it with your roommates. Pan-fried buns, Song Si said as she shook Gu Qingchen's hand. Anyhow, it's a Magic City specialty, so you have to try it. Gu Qingchen doted on her and pinched her cheeks and bought a copy. Song Si, as usual, ate the remaining half and threw it to Gu Qingchen. After a few rounds of shopping, what ribs rice cake, oil pierogi, 5 spice beans, etc. All kinds of snacks bought a copy for Song Si to taste. She still ate half of each and then threw it to Gu Qingchen. Finally packed a crab meat bibimbap and bought barbecue beer for his roommate before the two of them left the snack street. Back at school, Gu Qingchen pulled Song Si to sit on a bench in a corner. There wasn't much around, so Song Si let go a bit. She took off her shoes and tucked her feet, which were wearing small white socks, into Gu Qingchen's arms, swinging restlessly as she ate the crab meat bibimbap. Judging by the little toes that blossomed down every now and then, the young girl was in a good mood. Gu Qingchen held the arch of her smooth-lined foot and gently kneaded it. Song Si fed him a mouthful of mixed rice. I so want to go home and live with you, I can't sleep at night and stick it on. It's so torturous. When she finished, she stuffed herself with another mouthful of rice, chewing and swallowing with slightly puffed cheeks. I'll take you home to live in the 2nd year of college. Study hard first now, and as soon as I get a vacation in the future, I'll take you home to have a 2-person world. Okay? Gu Qingchen patiently soothed. Aha, good. Song Si smiled happily and once again stuffed Gu Qingchen with a mouthful of rice, and an accidental passerby saw the scene, hesitated, and immediately turned around and walked back. After eating and drinking, Gu Qingchen supported his girlfriend's small feet and helped her put her shoes on. Then picking up the barbecue beer and 3 high-tang cakes on the chair, he and Song Si left hand in hand. Downstairs in the women's dormitory, Song Si carried the begonia cake and wrapped one arm around Gu Qingchen's waist, angling her head and kissing him warmly goodbye before returning to the dormitory reluctantly. When Zhang Fian saw that she brought back delicious food, she directly gave her a hard kiss on the face. Bai Xiao didn't push back and gladly took it. Fan Ziru, as a local of Magic City, has naturally eaten a lot, but still said thank you and took it. Gu Qingchen sighed. Just as he returned to his dorm room, he was surrounded by hummers and he handed over the barbecue he was holding. Here your barbecue beers. John Chen, thank you. Righteous father. He Chang, why are you stealing my words? The little petite wife said, thank you in a gentle manner, and ate with those 2 righteous sons. Except he doesn't drink. Pure jerk off. Day 2. As always, the crowd came to the playground to gather. Today's lesson is marching at attention and standing at attention. Originally, Gu Qingchen was practicing just right, but he was called away by Gong Hongi. What? You're not going to train me alone, are you? Wasn't Duan Fei's 30 laps yesterday enough? Gong Hongi was confused when he heard. What 30 laps? Gu Chengchen then reacted to the fact that Gong Daodu had given leave and he didn't know that he would be back at the playground yesterday afternoon. He himself just said Gong Daodu was added to 30 laps of this perverted punishment before he thought it was ordered by Gong Dudu. Stereotypes kill people. Duan Fei, right? You want to avenge your leader, don't you? Okay, wait. Gong Hongi also reacted. Oh, yesterday you went back to the playground and let Duan Fei caught. Punished 30 laps, right? Good job. I'll praise him when I get back. Don't worry. Gu Qingchen silently gave him a middle finger. So, what exactly are you looking for me for? Someone wants to see you. It's not a small one. The big leader of the military region found me directly to tell me. Who have you been messing with lately? Gu Chengchen was even more puzzled after hearing this. He hadn't sinned against anyone, just a Chang Ziyu. But how could Chang Ziyu invite his father's backer because of jealousy? And that backer is in politics. What's that got to do with the military? When do they want to see me? Gu Qingchen asked. Didn't say exactly. Just told me to call you over first. Should be right over. But listening to the leader's eager tone, it doesn't sound like a reckoning. Forget it. Gu Qingchen, who can't figure it out, no longer thinks about it, and can only know what the other side's path is when he meets. Chapter 77. Lovely Auntie. Grandpa Tong Tian. I made small talk with Gong Hongi for almost an hour. After receiving a phone call, he said, come with me. People are coming. Gu Qingchen nodded slightly and went out of the school with him to a street with not many people. Gong Hongi pointed to a black nanny car with 2 people standing next to it. The person who wants to see you is up there. Go. Gu Qingchen slowly stepped forward and realized that there were people standing not only by the car, but all around. There were 8 of them in all. all in civilian clothes and wearing headsets, 2 guarding the door and the rest standing in different directions, looking around from side to side. Come to the car door. One of them went straight forward and reached out to stop them. Hello, we need to search you. Please cooperate. Thank you. Gu Qingchen face unhappy. This car people what official authority compulsory to let Gong Hongyi to stay to meet their own not to mention. This appointment to search the body. I didn't ask for this meeting. You're playing this game with me? I'm not going to serve you anymore. Just as the thought fell, Gu Qingchen turned around and was about to leave. At this time, the windows of the nanny car were lowered, and a woman with light makeup and a very delicate and beautiful appearance hurriedly shouted out to stop him. The young man, stay back. They are just routine. There is a very important figure in the car. They must protect it. I hope that you will forgive me. Let's say Auntie begs you to cooperate with them. We really have something important we want to talk to you about. For the time we delayed you, we'll make up for that as well. Is that okay with you? People had said this, so Gu Qingchen had no reason not to respond. It was only possible to walk back and cooperate with the men in a brief search and get into the car. Into the eye. In addition to the woman just now, there was also an old man in the car with a straight posture, not angry and authoritative. The first feeling one gets is that of someone who climbed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Coupled with that old man's unblinking gaze, it makes Gu Qingchen shudder a little. That beautiful woman enthusiastically shook the back of his hand. The tone of cordiality of the opening of the introduction. Hello, young man. My name is Su Yahan. This is my father, called Su Zhongshan. You call him Su Grandpa on the line. This sudden intimacy made Gu Qingchen a bit repulsed, but she still politely shouted, Hello Auntie Su, Grandpa Su. Then he asked, May I ask what you want to see me about? The beautiful woman didn't answer and turned to her father. Su Zhongshan also slowed down from his slightly stunned mood, his voice slightly old but resounding. Gu Qingchen? Your mom gave you that name? Gu Qingchen nodded. Sloppy. Gu Qingchen. Old man? Are you polite? After saying that, Su Zhongshan opened his cell phone and pulled up a picture, handing it to him. Gu Qingchen took it suspiciously and looked at the person on the picture, and her eyes widened violently. Nothing else, the man in uniform above, saluting the army, and himself are just like each other. Like, too much like, at least 7 or 8 points like. This is? Gu Qingchen looked up at Su Zhongshan and said. Su Yahan, however, took over the conversation and explained with red eyes. His name was Su Yifeng. He was my elder brother, but he died because of a mission. Before he died, we did a sperm retrieval and freezing in order to leave our big brother with an heir. But big brother has never married, and we can't be selfish and borrow a belly to have a child, or let a woman into the Su family to be a widow. So, we chose to donate. However, the activity of the sperm is already low from the time it is removed, and doctors say that after about 3 years in cryopreservation, it is completely inactive. We had stopped getting our hopes up, but a while ago, I saw you when I took my daughter to the amusement park. For the rest, there was no need for the beautiful woman to say that Gu Qingchen knew. So, you guys thought I was your big brother's kid and came looking? The beautiful woman nodded gently. Can I take the liberty of asking? Do you know how your mother conceived you? The Su family had also investigated recently, but had found nothing. One is that it's been too long, and the other is that Gu Jiaren has not revealed to the public why she got pregnant in the first place. Gu Qingchen hesitated for a moment before returning. It is indeed IVF. Su Yahan was immediately excited and held his hand. Then can you come with us for an appraisal? Even Su Zhongshan's hand unconsciously tightened, but Gu Qingchen shook her head. I have to ask my mother. After all, she's the one who raised me. I can't just go with you guys without saying a word. Su Zhongshan said, It is this reasoning. We will go to pay a visit to your mother. But can you first go with us to do a kinship appraisal? As for whether or not to recognize the Su family in the future, we will discuss it again. Please understand that we seniors are missing our cabs, and we really want to know if our oldest child is healthy and alive. Gu Qingchen could only nod. All right. Some paternity testing center in the Magic City. Gu Qingchen, who had been forced to take a shot, was sitting on a chair playing with her cell phone in boredom. He had already checked in with Song Si and said that he would go back in the afternoon and tell her more about it face to face. About 2 hours or so later, a doctor walked out with the report. Su Yahan and Su Zhongshan both gathered around. Chief, of the 4 copies of blood you sent, your blood and the lad's blood have a proximity value of over $40,000. There is a high degree of similarity to the DNA of all 3 remaining aunt and uncle's blood. The doctor glanced at Gu Qingchen and added, plus this young man's looks, great probability that he's a member of the Su family. Thanks. Su Zhongshan said thanks. You're welcome, Chief. And Su Yahan directly hugged Gu Qingchen without saying a word, and started snapping and dropping tears. Woo! My big brother has a descendant. My big brother finally has a descendant. Good nephew. From now on, if there's anything you need to do, just talk to your aunt. and she'll take care of it for you. Su Zhongshan came from the side, looking at Gu Qingchen's awkward appearance. He also hurriedly dragged Su Yahan over to reprimand him. Alright, how grown up, but also this childish nature. Afterwards, he patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder. Good boy, you've heard the results. On your mother's side, I'll pay a visit in the afternoon. And in the end, if you want to recognize the Su family, you decide for yourself. Su Yahan but interjected, recognize good nephew, your grandfather old powerful, military vice seat, just under the first, the military region a hand. Talkative. Su Zhongshan covered her mouth as he turned to Gu Qingchen and said, your aunt was spoiled by your father when he was alive, and when she saw you she kind of unleashed her nature. She's not usually like this in front of people. Forgive me. Gu Qingchen also thought that this aunt was quite cute and didn't care. Just surprised at the old man's position. Vice state level. Still in the army, that's a figure through and through. It's not like we can't recognize this one. Chapter 78 Gu Qingchen's Little Report. Scum Duo. Just after 2 p.m. Gu Qingchen was sent back to the school gate. Su Yahan added a WeChat to him and went to visit Gu Jiarun with the old man. It was a bit of a rush, but the old man had a lot of things going on every day, and today he had taken time out because he had found his suspected grandson's relative, so he tried to get it all out of the way in one day. Gu Qingchen, who had dealt with a boxed lunch at the paternity testing center, didn't forage for extra food and went straight into the school. Come to the playground. Commands such as 1, 2, 1, halt, turn backward, and march in unison were heard endlessly. After looking around and realizing that Gong Hongyi wasn't in the playground, Gu Qingchen didn't go directly to call Song Si, lest she be caught by Duanfei, and directly entered the line to walk in the right step. However, the sharp-eyed Chang Ziyu saw him. With that, he immediately whispered to his roommate who happened to be in front of him. I see Gu Qingchen. Here's your chance. You're pretending to have a heat stroke. Ha? Oh. The roommate, who also knew what he was doing, pretended to lope a few steps and all of a sudden collapsed to the floor in a heap. Duanfei immediately came over when he saw this. What's going on? Chang Ziyu hurriedly picked up. It should be heat stroke instructor. I'll send him to the infirmary. Okay. With that, he had assisted his roommate, carrying him back towards the outside of the playground with the assistance of the others. Duanfei and the others didn't notice anything wrong and continued to train. After the two came out of the playground, the roommate immediately got off Chang Ziyu's back and took out his cell phone to contact the previously promised peripheral woman. Come on, here's your job at no small cost to you. Okay, about 40 minutes or so, a beautiful-looking woman wearing a conservative dress came to Chang Ziyu. She held out her cell phone QR code. Pay first, work later. Chang Ziyu was not polite and directly swept 1,000 over. The peripheral woman nodded. Well, where's the man you were talking about? Chang Ziyu pointed to Gu Qingchen who was watching Song Si's training in the distance and said, that's the one. Now the opportunity is good. No need to let down his guard. You quietly go over and hug him directly. If he wants to shake you off, you'll just put your arm around him instead. Then, to his roommate, you capture it better. Don't miss it. Don't worry you. Saying that they would do it, the two of them walked directly and quietly towards Gu Qingchen. Gu's group. Inside the president's office. Gu Jiarun personally brewed 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of Su Zhongshan and Su Yahan before sitting down across from them. Su Yahan opened the door directly and pushed the affinity identification report to Gu Jiarun. This is the identification report between us and your son, Gu Qingchen. Then, she pushed Su Yifeng's photo over. This is my big brother who has already sacrificed his life, called Su Yifeng. Are your ears familiar? Gu Jiarun looked at the report and the cool photo of Gu Qingchen, listened to the name she was very familiar with, and shifted her gaze to Su Zhongshan and asked, so the headmaster made this trip specifically to recognize his family? Since you didn't deny it, that means you know that this child is our Su family's? Gu Jiarun shook her head and explained, I'm just familiar with Su Yifeng's name. After all, I hand-picked him in the first place, and you guys have laid out the evidence in front of me. Isn't that enough to conclude? Su Zhongshan heard Gu Jiarun admit it herself, and the half-hanging boulder in his heart landed steadily. So what does President Gu mean? Gu Jiarun had no hesitation. Recognizing my relatives is naturally possible, but I won't enter the Su family, and I don't think you guys want me to enter the Su family either. Moreover, it has to be my son who agrees to recognize his relatives, and you guys can't force him. Su Zhongshan said, as it should be, President Gu deserves to be a strong woman with clean decisions. Then we'll leave you alone, and we'd like to trouble President Gu to speak to the boy himself. Yahan, add President Gu's WeChat, so we can get in touch if something happens. After exchanging slight pleasantries, Gu Jiarun personally sent the two downstairs and watched them get into the car and leave. Gu Qingchen dropped the peripheral woman to the ground with an over-the-shoulder slam. Ah, you nuts! Why are you hitting me all of a sudden? Gu Qingchen smacked her clothes in disgust and wiped her hands. You're nuts, Why are you suddenly hugging me? Saying that, he looked towards the back of a person in camouflage uniform not far away, running away quickly, and immediately remembered that day in the restroom. He accidentally overheard the conspiratorial conversation between Cheng Ziyu and his roommate. Looks like that roommate faked a heatstroke, acting pretty well, and Cheng Ziyu cooperated well. Boring. Why on earth are you so obsessed with my sissy? Gu Qingchen was puzzled, and the peripheral girl got up in a mess and ran straight to her employer to settle the score. She didn't dare to be unreasonable with Gu Qingchen. This guy was really doing it. Cheng Ziyu looked at the photos in his cell phone and nodded with satisfaction. The shot is okay, it's enough. At this time, the peripheral woman also returned, and she directly pointed at Cheng Ziyu's nose and threatened. Hey, you didn't say that the guy was still hitting people. No, you have to add money or I'll go to your school leaders. QR code. Cheng Ziyu suspected that she was noisy and directly transferred another $5,000 to her. Thanks boss, nothing for me, right? Cheng Ziyu had already gotten permission from the instructor to sort of take a leave of absence. Anyway, it's not like he's doing anything right now. He glanced at the peripheral girl's body, and exchanged glances with his roommate. The two men understood and took the peripheral girl with them out of the school. Gu Qingchen came to the front of the finance class 1 team. When Song Si saw him return, her expression immediately took on joy. Reporting to the instructor, Gu Qingchen said. Duanfei glanced at him. Speak. When I came back, I saw Cheng Ziyu and his roommate standing on the side of the road, resting and chatting, with a woman on the side. Cheng Ziyu, you disgust me. Then I disgust you too. Duanfei frowned. Where are they now? Gu Qingchen spread his hands. I don't know. You're in first. Yes. Duanfei didn't hesitate and immediately reported Gong Hongi and began to tune the surveillance to find someone. After all, it is during military training. If something happens, the instructor cannot get off the responsibility. In order to beat Cheng Ziyu's little report, Gu Qingchen had no choice but to return to the team to kick the right steps. This kick went on until after 4 p.m. And Cheng Ziyu and his roommate were also caught by Gong Hongi. It was Big Head Gong whose face was as black as coal. I'll report you guys for joining the team and whoring around off campus during military training. And we'll see what the school has to say about how you're going to be disciplined. Gong Hongi's did not hide it and said it in public. A murmur erupted from the group. Under everyone's wonderful gaze, Cheng Ziyu and his roommate turned even redder and returned to the team with no place to go. All quiet. Now resume training. Duanfei coldly said to Cheng Ziyu and the two of them again. The two who are whoring around. Give me 40 laps around the playground. You're allowed to rest for 10 minutes twice in the middle, but you're not allowed to eat if you don't finish. Now. He was on fire right now, because there were 2 losers out of his team. The defeated duo didn't dare to touch the instructor again and obediently ran. But Cheng Ziyu had already completely held a grudge against Gu Qingchen in his heart, because his other roommates had already told him that it was Gu Qingchen who had snitched. Chapter 79, Serving her husband's third wife in the moonlight. Afternoon training is over. Looking at Cheng Ziyu, who was still trotting on the runway, Gu Qingchen dejectedly held Song Si's small hand and came to the runway in front of him. Seeing the people getting closer and closer, Gu Qingchen immediately wrapped one hand around Song Si's willow waist and cupped her cheeks with one hand and kissed her. When Cheng Ziyu saw this scene, the jealousy in his eyes was on the verge of turning into substance, but Duanfei was staring at him from the side, so he could only release all of his indignation on running. For dinner, Gu Qingchen didn't go to the cafeteria with his roommates, but took Song Si out of the school to eat shabu-shabu. It's still the usual shabu-shabu dishes and dips such as beef and lamb, tripe and shrimp sliders. While waiting for the dishes to be shabu-shabu, Gu Jiaren's phone call came through. After answering, the cool voice slowly came out. Are you done training? Gu Qingchen pinched the delicate soft face of Song Si, who was playing with her cell phone, while replying, It's over long ago. The old man should have looked for you, right? What did you say? Well, this kiss of recognition will do you a lot of good in the future. Gu Jiaren was a businessman after all, and viewed things habitually from the perspective of profit. However, she added, but recognizing or not recognizing depends on you. I won't interfere. What about you? How does it feel to have another home for the son you raised with your own hands? There was silence on the other end of the line for a few moments before she spoke. I haven't done what a mother is supposed to do, and if there is such a thing as a home where you can feel what you want to feel, I'm naturally willing to do it. I know, so let's not chat for now. After saying that, Gu Qingchen hung up the phone. At the same time, Song Si fed a ball of lamb covered in sesame sauce to Gu Qingchen's mouth. After he subconsciously opened his mouth to eat it, he chewed a few bites before saying, See, if 2 strangers suddenly came to you to recognize your relatives, saying that they were your grandparents and aunts, do you think you would want to recognize this relative? Song Si froze slightly, bit off the meat in the bowl, and said, So you were called away in the morning to recognize your relatives? Aha! Gu Qingchen nodded. The girl gripped the head of her chopsticks. pondered for a while, and said, I think it's better to familiarize myself with it first, right? If I were to call a stranger grandpa and aunt or something, I wouldn't be comfortable with it. When you get familiar with it, maybe it's natural to recognize the kinship as well. Gu Qingchen, who had heard the words, came to a realization. Yeah, I've taken the bull by the horns, and I've been thinking about recognizing or not recognizing, and I've forgotten about the step-by-step process. He immediately encircled Song Si's waist and dropped a heavy kiss on her oily cherry lips. Still, my daughter-in-law has a flexible head. Alright, eat quickly. The little daughter-in-law fed another piece of shrimp slider into Gu Qingchen's mouth. After you've had your fill, the two wandered down the street holding hands. It's just that the camouflage uniform is really a bit eye-catching, and people passing by basically glance at it a few times. Suddenly there's a vestigial feeling of the return of the Dragon King plus the villain. What with the president's mom, the war god's dad, the Tongtian's grandpa, and the protective family. Gu Qingchen pulled Song Si's hand, looked sideways at her and asked, do you think that a protagonist will pop up one day to me? Huh? What do you mean? Song Si, the good baby who hadn't read the novel, completely missed the groove of her fiancé. It's fine, it's just a sentiment. As they walked and chatted, they returned to the school without realizing it. Once again, he came to sit on the bench in the corner last night. Song Si took off her military training shoes and put her little feet on Gu Qingchen's legs, pampering herself. My feet are a little sore today. Rub them for me. Gu Qingchen was naturally happy to help her take off her little white stockings, so he held the graceful arches of her feet and pressed and rubbed them. Just by pressing on it, he noticed that near the side joints of his pinky and thumb, a bit of skin had been broken, obviously abraded. Also, all the shoes from military training rubbed my feet, so I'm glad I caught it early and didn't get any blisters. See, go back and put some tampons in your military training shoes. Your feet are worn out. Can't you feel it? Song Si drew back her small foot and looked at it. Indeed. No wonder it hurt a little. She thought it was because of the long training. The girl tucked her little feet back into Clear Morning's arms again and asked, do tampons work? It should work. See, it's all over the internet. Give it a try. Gu Qingchen was not sure. He often ran. The skin of his feet was worn out. Naturally, he did not feel the pinch and abrasion of his feet. At that moment, the same passerby from yesterday passed by once again. Passerby, how come it's you two again? Is this your refreshment point? This time he didn't hesitate and walked straight back the way he came with a silky smooth turn. The two saw this and smiled at each other. Come on, get on your horse and get you back to your dormitory. Gu Qingchen put his fiancée's socks into his pocket, picked up her shoes, and bowed slightly. Song Si also got up, her snow-white lotus feet stepping on the bench, and a small jump to pounce on his back. Gu Qingchen immediately held her little buttocks and upended it. The girl was even more like a beautiful snake, her slender legs wrapped around his waist in a deadly fashion, her arms wrapped around his neck, and that first love-like innocent face was pressed against Gu Qingchen's cheeks, as if they were stuck together. Under the streetlight, the two loving shadows were reflected in a long, the next day, of Gu Qingchen's three housemates, except for He Chang. The other two had their feet worn down a bit. Little petite wife didn't know where she got the sanitary napkins from and shared two of them with John Chen as shoe insoles, due to some guy staying in bed. When Dorm 201 came to the cafeteria, there was only a short 10 minutes or so to eat. At this point, the playground. Chang Ziyu was holding the photos he had taken yesterday and showing them to Song Si. Look, Gu Qingchen was intimate with another girl behind your back yesterday. He's basically a scum. You must be coaxed by him. Song Si didn't want to pay attention to him at all. And Zhang Fian stopped in front of Chang Ziyu. Don't you call my family Cici so intimately, and also, you whoremonger have the nerve to talk about others. Disgusting. Chang Ziyu didn't pay any attention to the others and was still arguing loudly. You believe me. It's all because Gu Qingchen set me up. He's not a good person at all. Don't be fooled by him. Song Si was made to tire of it, and couldn't bear it any longer. Don't call me so intimately. Who are you? Let my husband misunderstood my mother is not finished with you. Also, if my husband had another woman, I would personally serve them in their monthly cycle, and I would be more than happy if they passed on the family name to my husband. Are you satisfied with this answer? Can you get the hell out of here? After saying that, Song Si walked quickly to somewhere else. The only one left behind was Chang Ziyu, who froze in place with a burst of red and white in his face. Within a few minutes, Gu Qingchen also arrived late. Chapter 80, You're Against 3? I'll just king bomb. Song Si didn't cry like she did last time, just burying her head into Gu Qingchen's arms. She silently sniffed the smell that made her heart feel at ease. Gu Qingchen listened to Zhang Fian recount what had just happened and nodded his head to indicate that he knew. I thought Chang Ziyu's plan would be dead in the water, but I didn't expect someone to wipe the kid's ass. Not only did he not have any disciplinary action, but he also came to the military training normally, and he was even more shameless in dumping the pot on him. Gu Qingchen changed her mind. Instead of waiting for him to get dirtier and dirtier with his methods later, she should hold him down now. It's just that there are a lot of people involved this time, and he doesn't know if Shin Miaoshu's own energy can still help him, or if he can directly look for the Su family, the heavenly rainfall. But isn't it a good idea to ask someone to do you such a big favor when you've just recognized them? We can only ask Sister Miaoshu first, and if that doesn't work, we'll look for the Su family. After making up his mind, Gu Qingchen rubbed Song Si's small soft face and said, wait, soon I'll make sure Cheng Ziyu can't annoy you anymore. Well, good. Bean Song Si obeyed and let him manipulate himself. At this time, Duan Fei also walked over and shouted, gather. After lunch at the end of training, Song Si and her housemates went back to the dormitory. Gu Qingchen sat alone by the flower bed under the men's dormitory. He gave a moment's thought, but still called Shen Miaoshu. Hello, Morn? Aren't you in military training? Why are you free to call me? On the other end of the phone, Shen Miaoshu's gentle and nice voice rang out. Missed you chanting Miaoshu-chan. Gu Qingchen hemmed and hawed. Poverty. When your military training is over, Sis will take you and CC to a big dinner. Okay, tell me, what's going on? Gu Qingchen didn't playfully smile anymore. It's still Sister Miaoshu who understands me. Then I'm not polite. This time it's not a small matter, but it's me who took the initiative to start it. Next, Gu Qingchen told all about Cheng Ziyu and Xingzi Group and the backers behind them. It's impossible for a rich second generation like Cheng Ziyu to be clean, and the group behind him started out in real estate, so it's definitely not clean either. The caller mused. Vice Ministry, I'm not qualified. I have to beg my father, but there is only one level difference between them, and belongs to a different field. It's not too good to get. My father can't possibly use his contacts for you. I'll try it first. Okay, trouble you Sister Miaoshu. Gu Qingchen said thank you. All I can say is try. For now, I was just at home. I'll ask the old man in the study. As the call hung up, Gu Qingchen pulled up Su Yahan's phone number again. In fact, the other party sent him a message in the morning to shush him, saying that when he finished his military training, he would take him to the imperial capital to recognize the Su family, which was already a disguised tacit admission of the fact that he was recognizing his relatives. This made it hard for him to say anything. Let's wait for Miaoshu first. Shen Miaoshu's house. Inside the study. Dad, that's just the way it is. Shen Miaoshu finished recounting Gu Qingchen's matter to his old man. On the seat, an old man with glasses and some elegance frowned. For old man Gu's grandson? Is it worth it to use our family's connections and drop favors? Worth it, Shen Miaoshu said without hesitation. It's okay to help him, but put your mind off him. Your age, relationship, family background. It's not right. You can't possibly work out you're not unaware of that. And, obey the blind date I arranged for you, Shin Dad said lightly. Knowing a daughter is like a father. How can he not see his own daughter on the Gu family boy's mind? Just things did not come to a certain extent. Turn a blind eye to it. In my heart I can't let go, but I'll keep a good distance. A blind date is out of the question. Don't even think about it. Father Shen, your father is not a pedant, and has no objection to your not marrying, but your mother and I will always have 100 years, and if you don't leave a child, how will you get by in your old age? Mourning will raise me, Shen Miaoshu said. Shen father angry directly slapped down the table. Chen, just no Chen. People do not get married and have children, which has the obligation to care about you. I'm his sister-in-law, his godmother. Shen's father was completely speechless. As you wish. This is the first and the last time, but I can't pack my bags to solve it completely. I'll do my best. And, next time he's in trouble, don't call me. Get out. Apparently Shen's father had an extremely bad impression of Gu Qingchen. Thanks Dad. Love you. Saying that, Shin Miaoshu was afraid that her old father would back out and quickly stepped out of the study. Returning to her house, Shin Miaoshu immediately called Gu Qingchen and relayed his father's words. As far as possible, the weeds can't be blown out. The wind blows and grows again. What if I look for the military vice seat again? Gu Qingchen asked. Admiral Vice Kingdom. You have to invite that kind of character. As long as the other party breaks the law, absolutely all of them can be held down. Shen Miaoshu was puzzled again. What do you mean by that? You don't really know, do you? Gu Qingchen immediately told all about the Su family. You've become the daughter-in-law of a powerful family? Then why are you looking for me? Wouldn't your grandpa Su have solved everything? Shin Miaoshu in the room stood directly on the bed in shock. It's not too good to open your mouth when you're not just recognizing your relatives. Gu Qingchen voiced her concerns. Shen Miaoshu also said, is your daughter-in-law important? Or is face important? If it's not good for your grandpa Su to meddle in politics, just call my dad directly and he'll definitely cooperate fully. I know. His dad is the Minister of Education. A full ministry, plus a vice state. I can't imagine. Gu Qingchen unceremoniously dropped the phone and called her sister-in-law. Shan Miaoshu, why is my good nephew calling me? Is this because you want to go back to the imperial capital with your aunt to recognize your family now? Auntie will arrange it right away. Gu Chengchen listened to such a voice that released his nature, and after hesitating for a moment, he still repeated the words he had given to Shin Miaoshu to Suya Han again. Oh, it's not difficult. I'll just give the old man a call and say so. Just wait, the Minister of Education can be used. After all, the old man is not good at putting his hand directly into politics. Good nephew, don't worry about it. Nephew-in-law's revenge, aunt give her revenge. As long as the other party has any crime, you see how aunt fix them. Thank you, auntie. Gu Chengchen could already imagine this aunt. Why she was so fond of his father whom she had never met. What kind of spoiled person does one have to be to have such a personality at that age? How much trouble did he get into growing up? How many times did his father protect him? After hanging up, Gu Chengchen then went back upstairs and sat back and waited to see how things would develop. But this time, there was no news for 3 days in a row. Chang Ziyu continued to train normally, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 81, Chang Ziyu's Endgame. Halfway through the military training date. On this day, Gu Chengchen realized that Chang Ziyu hadn't come. He had a vague feeling that something had happened, and during the 20-minute break in the middle, he specifically asked Duan Fei what was going on. Duan Fei said he didn't know either, and that no one had asked him for leave today. At noon, in the cafeteria, Gu Chengchen deliberately sat separately from her roommate. Song Si, on the other hand, sat quietly on the side, feeding him a mouthful of rice a little while later before taking a mouthful herself. Gu Chengchen smiled and pinched her cheeks, taking out his cell phone with the intention of giving Shin Miaoshu a call to ask about the situation. However, Suya Han's call came first. After connecting, a voice with hidden anger came from the other end of the phone. Good nephew, military training is over on your side, right? To inform you, it's over. Chang Shangtian, chairman of the Xingzi Group, tax evasion, bribery of officials, more than 10 years ago due to construction site safety issues, resulting in 37 deaths, as well as the gangsters when the murder of traffickers D and many other things he was whitewashed, all found out, and it's related to the deputy mayor of all the officials, including, but also fall into the horse severely dealt with. Chang Ziyu is a small one, raping 21 people, seducing 9 people, including the death of 2. From a young age in the school is more of a gangster in the bearer, made a lot of things, his father all to him to wipe the ass. He wouldn't know how to get away with it if he hadn't kicked you in the teeth. But be careful. Chang Shengtian heard something and hit his son last night. Someone who's fallen from the top of the heap to the bottom of the heap might be dogged, so you'll be hiding out and staying out of school lately. No need. Gu Chengchen looked at a man wearing a mask and a punching bag, standing fixed not far in front of him. The eyes that were full of indignation were like they wanted to eat him alive. Chang Ziyu is at school. With that, Gu Chengchen hung up the phone. What? Hello? Hello? Suya Han eagerly dialed back the phone and hurriedly called for another person to rush to the school. Gu Chengchen said to Song Si beside him, Si, go and get me another order of chicken legs and sweet and sour pork. Good. Song Si had no doubt and obediently took the plate. The students who had finished eating kept passing by Chang Ziyu, wondering why this person was dressed like this but not caring too much about it. Gu Chengchen got up and was just about to go forward to persuade him, only to see Chang Ziyu pull open his coat chain and pull out a dagger from his arms. Without saying anything he directly charged hard and stabbed towards Gu Chengchen. Gu Chengchen, I want you to die. The surrounding students, seeing this scene, were scared but curious and retreated far away to watch it, while the timid ones ran out of the cafeteria. Gu Chengchen wasn't surprised, or rather expected it. He had wanted to tackle Chang Ziyu's dagger, but an idea popped into his head, making him withdraw his hand to avoid the incoming swipes. He even deliberately let him paddle himself a few times as he rolled around. Seeing that the time was almost up, Gu Chengchen kicked Chang Ziyu to the ground, leaned forward and pressed down on his hand holding the dagger, stabbing it towards his own neck. Pity, it's so cheap. As Gu Chengchen whispered, the blade slowly pierced into the flesh bit by bit. Chang Ziyu's eyes went wide, and after a few whimpers with blood in his mouth, he completely lost his life. Blood flowed out from under him. Most of the students watching the battle could no longer stand the bloody scene and ran towards the outside of the cafeteria. Gu Chengchen wiped the blood from her face and recoiled slightly. It doesn't feel good to kill someone for the first time, even if that someone is, perhaps having seen more and having military genes. The feeling didn't last long. Suddenly, a shapely figure ran to Gu Chengchen's side, and as she looked at the knife wounds on her lover's arms, stomach, and chest that kept bleeding, her entire body trembled unceasingly, her tears flowing like broken threads, and while her hands and feet were at a loss, she couldn't say a word. Adrenaline slowly receded. Gu Chengchen grimaced and raised his hand, but when he saw the blood on it, he gently put it down again and comforted in a warm voice. Good boy. I intentionally let him scratch it. It's not deep. It's fine. Song Si didn't dare to touch him either. and could only wipe her tears and choke on them while tightly clutching the corner of his coat. Inside the hospital, Gu Qingqian's chest and stomach wound with a few stitches, the arms not deep, just bandaged. The police also came in person to make a statement, and the verdict will soon be in as to whether it was self-defense or over-defense. Although Suya-han was also distressed by her nephew's injury, she was still needed for the follow-up and could only leave first. Ward, Song-si, who was tired of crying, lay in Gu Qingqian's arms and fell deeply asleep. Gu Chengchen also lovingly stroked her soft face. A smile sketched on his face. Gong Hongyi looked out of the window and suddenly said, "What I'm teaching you is not something that a rich second generation who's been emptied by booze and sex can deal with by picking up a knife." Gu Qingqian ran his fingers across Song-si's lips and asked, "What is Instructor Gong trying to convey? You're bold and decisive, but aren't you afraid it'll become a case of over-defense? Or even intentional homicide? First, his sword never left his hand. Second, I was injured and was only forced to fight back. And third, my grandfather should be able to handle it." Gu Qingqian said indifferently. "Hong Gong. And, with that kind of how could I let him go to prison to enjoy himself?" This ward is the intensive care luxury single room arranged by Suya-han, and Gu Qingqian is not afraid of having ears through the wall. Gong Big Head is not stupid, knowing that he has a big background, and there is no injustice to each other, and even call it a friend, will not do anything stupid. After noon, the young couple were the only two left in the hospital room. Song-si woke up leisurely. Gu Chengchen put down his cell phone and just wanted to speak, but she wrapped her arms around his neck and gagged him to death. Ryoko's lips. Not really a score. Song-si bit Gu Qingqian's lower lip somewhat vigorously, not letting go of her mouth in any way. "It's wrong. Your Honor." Gu Qingqian cupped her face and begged for mercy. Song-si bit hatefully for a while before letting go, but the next second, she deflated her mouth again, tears snapping down her face as she choked. "You always lie to me, every time. I just want you to be peaceful, and you left me alone. If I was there, I could have blocked a few knives for you, not let you be like this." Gu Chengchen, touched and heartbroken, put her into his arms, kept stroking her little head, comforted. "Silly bean, what kind of man lets his own woman block the knife? You want me to be safe and sound, and I also want you to do the same at the same time. I promise I'll spread my legs when it happens again." Song-si sniffled, lifted her small face buried in the nape of his neck, and instantly bit on his neck. Gu Qingqian ate the pain and gently patted her back, a thick smile on his face. Letting go of her mouth, Song-si buried her small face tightly back into his neck, murmuring in a low voice, "I don't believe you. I'll just pester you to death from now on, and if I see the situation is bad, I'll pull you and run away. If I can't run away, I'll be your meat shield." Well. Gu Chengchen pinched her little butt and hugged her a little tighter, but in his heart, he secretly said, "No, even if I do encounter that situation, I will protect you." Chapter 82. Late night in the ward. Gu Qingqian's stomach let out a gurgling wail. The ward was quiet. Song-si naturally heard it. She lifted her head buried in the nape of its neck and asked, "Didn't you eat?" Gu Chengchen helplessly pinched her cheeks and flirted. "I don't know which little crybaby, tired of crying, slept in my arms, in order not to wake her up. Of course I'm still hungry," chanting. Song-si spit out her little tongue and made a cute face. "Who asked you to make me so worried and scared? Starve you a bit as punishment. I'm going to go and buy you some food." Saying that, she was about to get up and get out of bed, but was pulled back by Gu Qingqian. "No need." A moment later, Mom and Sister Miaoshu and the others came over with our meals. "Wait a while." "Oh." Song-si lay back down again and hugged Gu Qingqian tightly. Just as well, she didn't want to leave. About 10 minutes passed. The door to the ward was pushed open, and the first one to come in was Shin Miaoshu, who came directly to the side of the hospital bed and twisted Gu Qingqian's ear in a 360 degrees twist. "Brat, you're crazy to fight with someone with a knife, aren't you? You don't know how to run?" Hiss. "Ouch. Sister, I'm a wounded man, injured." Gu Chengchen cried out while following the strength of Shin Miaoshu's hand. Song-si watched the scene with amusement, silently getting up and out of bed, coming to Gu Jiaran, who came in behind her. "Mom," Song-si sweetly called out and took the 2 3-layer lunchboxes she was carrying. "Cici isn't scared, is she?" Gu Jiaran said with concern. It was said to be quite bloody at the time, for fear that this simple girl would be left in the shadows. "No, I was so worried about Morn that I didn't notice anything else." Song-si shook her head slightly, but did not cover it up in order to keep others from worrying. She was really white in the head at that time. Her heart was full of worry about Gu Qingqian, and did not pay much attention to the body of Cheng Ziyu lying on the ground. "That'll do." With that, Gu Jiaran helped Song-si to arrange all the meals on the coffee table in the hospital room. Gu Qingqian also broke away from Shin Miaoshu's merciless iron hand and rubbed his ears as he sat down on the leather sofa. Seeing this, Song-si stepped forward to take over and tenderly rubbed her lover's ears. Gu Jiaran pushed the rice in front of Gu Qingqian. Hurry up and eat. Shin Miaoshu came from the side. CC. Go eat, don't rub it in his face. Let him learn a lesson. Song-si gave him another gentle stroke with her slender fingers. Then she let go and sat down on the opposite couch and ate her meal. Made a celery stir-fry with pork liver and spinach soup with rice. Both blood tonic. Gu Chengchen was sure that the rice was cooked by his mom. Because Shin Miaoshu couldn't cook. Don't look at Gu Jiaran's coldness. But she really wasn't a bad cook. While eating her meal, Shin Miaoshu added, in a moment, the mayor of Mordor and my father will come over. So get ready. Gu Chengchen was puzzled. What are they doing here? Shin Miaoshu calmly looked at her cell phone. Can you not come? After eradicating so many tumors, and your grandfather is a heavenly background. In order to flatter, but also for their own broken things will not be turned out chant. It was almost evening when the two men did come. One was a middle-aged man who came up and gave Gu Qingqian a round of condolences and self-introductions. He also just responded in a friendly manner. The other one is a little older. Gu Qingqian has some impression. Is Shin Miaoshu her father? Shen Xinghua. Gu kid has the style of Gu old man. Also has his grandfather's iron blood fearlessness. Can fight bravely and knife-wielding criminals and counter-kill. Really young and talented. In the future, if there is anything, despite to come to find Grandpa are for you to solve. Looking at Shin Xinghua's face full of amiability, Shin Miaoshu's white eyes in her heart were about to roll up to the sky. Father, you didn't say that before. After a good dose of compliments and pleasantries, the two of them didn't stay long and left. It's true that those who mix with officials are all human beings. In one sentence, it was semi-subtly told Gu Qingqian that you were acting in self-defense and seeing justice. The mayor, because of the prestige, is not as good as Shin's father. Just smiling expression, did not interject, but has expressed the attitude, is to support this statement. Obviously both were trying to curry favor with the Su family. Late night, Shan Miaoshu and Gu Jiaran both went back. After all, the two of them have to go to work tomorrow. And looking at Gu Qingqian's lively appearance, having Song-si to take care of her is enough. In the ward, the curtains were hung and the door to the room was closed. Because Gu Qingqian's wounds couldn't get wet, Song-si brought a basin of hot water, wrung out a towel, and prepared to wipe his body. I'll do it myself. Gu Qingqian just wanted to raise his hand to take the towel, but was slapped down by Song-si's soft razor. You don't even wash seriously in the bath. You're not even wiping yourself in a haphazard manner? Stay honest. After stripping him of his hospital gown, the girl began the all-encompassing and meticulous task of cleaning him. Gu Qingqian was like an aggravated little daughter-in-law, letting Song-si fiddle with her and move however she wanted. After finishing, Song-si carried the basin back to the bathroom. After she shucked her towel, she took a brief shower as well. There just wasn't a change of clothes, so she had to walk out without an inch of clothing, clutching her military uniform and underwear, and draping her slightly damp hair. Gu Chengchen immediately watched with unblinking eyes as Song-si walked towards him, then lifted the covers and got into his arms. Skin on skin. That man could hold back and instantly moved his hand. Song-si lightly patted the big hand that was acting strange on her waist, and said in a glutinous tone, "Don't make a fuss, be honest. You're a sick man." Gu Qingqian's nostrils were ragged. Then you're still like this? He's externally injured, not internally. Who can handle this? Song-si said with an aggravated voice, the clothes have been soaked in sweat during the day, and it's not comfortable to sleep in them. I don't have a change of pajamas. I can only do this. It's not like you haven't held me like this before. Gu Chengchen sullenly buried his head into her gully and rubbed it hard, pretending to be pitiful. Once upon a time, there was a wolf who could eat meat every day until he went to bed full. As a result, one day the wolf king didn't catch his prey, and then that wolf starved to death. Song-si. Alright, she scratched her own man's hair and compromised, getting up and quickly getting out of bed to unlock the door to the hospital room, returning to the bed again, holding onto and sitting on Gu Qingqian. Well, don't move. I'm afraid you'll pull the wound and then you'll need stitches again. An automatic is just better to drive than a manual. Satisfied, Gu Qingqian tightly wrapped his arms around Song-si's sweaty body and dropped a kiss on her lips. Okay, go to sleep. I'm sleepy. Song-si buried her head into his arms, her long legs hooked around his waist. Unable to resist the tedium, she quickly entered dreamland. Today's events had caused her mind to fluctuate too much, which relaxed her natural sleepiness. Gu Qingqian was not very sleepy, pulling the hair at the corner of the girl's mouth behind her ear, as if coaxing a baby, gently patting her white beautiful back, enjoying the cozy afterglow. It took a long time before he slowly fell asleep. Chapter 83, A Visit from a Roommate. Morning. The hot sunlight through the window, sprinkled on Gu Qingqian's body. Fortunately, the ward has air conditioning, otherwise it must be sweating. He slowly opened his eyes, and at once two large faceplates sprawled on the side of the bed came into view. It was He Chang and John Chen who were the two pussies. Gu Qingchen. He froze for a moment and rolled over breathlessly. When did you two come? The flow of words inexplicably cut off for a moment as he caught sight of the three girls standing on the other side of the bed again. Zheng Fian grinned at Gu Qingchen, then held the hand of Bai Xiao Xiao, who was shyly bowing her head in her arms, and shook it like a fortune cat. Good morning, Cici, his husband. Fan Xiru smiled back and waved at him. Gu Qingchen. No. What's wrong with you guys? You like to watch people sleep? Gu Qingchen, who couldn't lie down, got up all of a sudden, and Fan Xiru just raised her hand to help, but he waved his hand and refused. It's fine, a small injury. It doesn't hinder activities. It hurts to involve the wound, but it's not a big problem. Where's C? Gu Chongchen looked around and only found the figure of the male little petite wife drinking water on the sofa. Li Zirui sucked a mouthful of hot water from the paper cup and said without lifting his head, went out to buy dinner. He Chang and John Chen came over and stomped in unison. Old 4, yesterday was a real handsome blast. A poof of a knife, handily slaying Chang Ziyu. It's hot to watch. It's just a bit disgusting. Almost didn't throw up at the scene. Zheng Fian also picked up. Xiao Xiao and I were so scared that we didn't dare to look, and went straight out of the cafeteria. Looking at the coded pictures on the school's forum, it scares me to death to think about it. Bai Xiao Xiao also nodded hurriedly with a palpitating heart. Zero was rather bold. She watched the whole thing. Zheng Fian added. Fan Xiru, however, shook her head. I watched the front. The back was too bloody, so I just closed my eyes. Gu Qingchen didn't care too much and chatted with her roommate for a few moments, then suddenly remembered something and asked, no, don't you guys have military training? What time is it? Zheng Fian, the class president, explained, suspended for a day. The whole school classes will have a class meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I guess it's to say about you. Gu Qingchen nodded. Understandably, the school doesn't want things to get too big and affect its image. This is for you to keep your mouths shut and not spread the word. Saying that, he took out his cell phone and searched for related information, and sure enough, no matter whether it was a short video or news, there were only a few sporadic messages. Not many people watched it, and it should have been suppressed by the top. At this time, Song Si pushed the door and came back, carrying Xiao Long Bao and kanji in her hand. Seeing her in a white t-shirt with a pink pleated skirt, Gu Qingchen revealed a puzzled expression. Didn't you not have a change of clothes? It's not like you went back to your dorm room in the morning, right? Song Si was about to say something, but Zheng Fian beat her to it, pointing to an opaque shopping bag on the sofa and said, report. I brought her a change of clothes when I came in the morning. Gu Qingchen, I know, and He Chang and Shen Junjie, these two goods, has long taken Song Si hands of breakfast to the coffee table, so a few steps actually took the lead in pulling out the buns to eat on the hand is really fast. The little petite wife and a few of the remaining girls, too, were not slow to come over and eat. Song Si directly took away 2 of the bags of buns and 2 cups of kanji, came and sat down next to Gu Qingchen, inserted the kanji into a straw and handed it to his mouth. Gu Qingchen inhaled and was just about to take a bun to eat, only to see that Song Si had already picked one up and handed it to his mouth again. Gu Qingchen had no choice but to eat it. Suddenly, Chen Junjie's derisive voice slowly came. Yo Lao Si, how grown up are you? Still calling for someone to feed. Gu Chengchen took another sip of the kanji in Song Si's hand and countered. I remember that when you come to visit a patient, you have to carry something, right? You guys seem, TSK, and you're also rubbing the patient's rice. This, alas. The White Horse Six all stopped moving their hands and mouths in unison to look at someone who was talking too much. John Chen. So what? Did I say something? Sibling, hey, don't mind us. Feed me hard. I'll feed you if you can't. You're welcome. Ahem. Why are you looking at me? Eat. The crowd then continued to mope around. Song Si hid her mouth and snickered for a moment before continuing to pick up the bun and feed it to Gu Qingchen. Well, you eat too. Don't just feed me. Gu Qingchen took the bun and brought it to Song Si's mouth. She smiled sweetly and took small bites of her future husband's feeding as well. The two ended their breakfast feeding each other buns and drinking the same cup of porridge. The others had eaten their fill and then sat down to chat. It was almost noon before the 6 people from dormitories 201 and 502 left and went back to school, recuperating from the days of hospitalization. Song Si took a leave of absence to take care of Gu Qingchen the whole time. Gu Jiaoren would bring in hand-cooked meals every day at noon and in the evening, but wouldn't stay for long before leaving. During the period, Shen Niashu came more frequently every night. After all, it is a public official. 9 to 5, counting the leisure. Suyahan only came and stayed for most of the day before going back to the imperial capital. People are civilians in the army. Because of his affairs in the Magic City delayed for a long time, have to go back to work. Master Su did make 2 phone calls. One was concerned. and one was the national day to let him take Song-si to the imperial capital to recognize the Su family. Gu Qingchen naturally agreed. How to say also helped him so big favor. Although there is a blood relationship, but so unloading is not too good. The morning of the last day of military training, Gu Qingchen insisted on being discharged from the hospital even though he hadn't fully recovered. He really couldn't stay. Instead of going back to school, the two first went back to the royal court. Arriving home, Gu Qingchen leaned back on the sofa, while Song-si gently wrapped her arms around his waist and snuggled into his embrace, her head resting on its shoulder, quietly enjoying the peaceful and beautiful atmosphere. Just stay like that for a while. Song-si gently dropped a kiss on the side of Gu Qingchen's face, then got up and went to the kitchen, preparing to make some breakfast. But there's not much food left in the house. The eggs in the fridge are still edible, so I can only simply cook some hanging noodles. When the noodles are cooked and served, Gu Qingchen directly held Song-si in his lap and rubbed the tip of his nose against her soft cheeks and said, "Feed me." He'd basically been on the receiving end of his daughter-in-law's cast-offs for a while now, and was now so spoiled that he couldn't go back at all. Song-si wrapped her arms around his neck, and coaxed in a soft and sticky voice, "This is freshly cooked noodles. How can I feed it? You eat it yourself, okay?" Gu Qingchen wasn't being unreasonable, picking her up and placing her on a chair to the side, casually scraping her small nose. "Okay, I won't tease you. You eat quickly too." Song-si smiled softly at him and picked up her chopsticks to suck up the noodles. Chapter 84, Daily Life at the Villa. Gu Qingchen, who had finished breakfast, sat down on the gaming chair after a long time and turned on the computer, ready to soundly play a few games of Tarkov. Next to Song-si, she sat on one of the lamb's wool makeup chairs that had been brought with her since she moved to the villa, watching a TV series on her cell phone in a well-behaved manner while silently accompanying him. Luckily, the snack shelf she brought from Linjiang hadn't been replenished with snacks yet, or else she would have had to add another job of feeding Gu Qingchen. And so, in just over an hour, 2 labs, a coastline, and a reserve station, all fully loaded into the chart, yet none of them made it out alive. Gu Qingchen directly exploded in mind and turned off the game. A couple of casual glances at the tweets revealed that it was quiet. Ever since Lu Xingxia that pussy online dating, he has never taken the initiative to send a message to him. Of course, Gu Qingchen hadn't taken the initiative to send Lu Xingxia a message either. Both are immersed in a sea of love that they can't get out of. Gu Qingchen, who had something to do, took out the Eye of Defeat notebook that had been unopened since it was bought for Song-si. After plugging it in and turning it on, Gu Qingchen set it aside and gently moved the gaming chair to Song-si's side, seeing that she was engrossed in watching an urban romance drama. Right? Curious, she also moved her head over to watch it. The plot? Didn't get it. The actors? Don't recognize. I recognize one. Song-si also noticed the handsome side of her head at this time, and instantly kissed it. Gu Qingchen took his eyes off the phone and cupped her soft little face and said, "How meaningless it is to kiss your face." After saying that, he directly took in those red thin lips. Song-si cooperated by wrapping her arms around his sturdy back and sinking into it. As time went on, the two also came to the large round bed, with clothes strewn around. The scorching heat of the midday sun was stopped by the glass of the windows. Gu Qingchen threw all the small umbrellas into the trash can, and in a princess carry, picked up Song-si, whose whole body was as limp as water and whose face was crawling with redness, and walked into the bathroom. The young girl's entire body exuded laziness, and she leaned into his arms with unparalleled relaxation. After all, it's time to go back to school, so it's natural to be reckless for once. Wearing a blue ice silk nightgown, Song-si sat on the makeup chair, shaking her long wet hair and shouted, "Hubby, help me blow dry my hair." Coming, Gu Qingchen peeled off the scars that had long since scabbed over his body, fastened the buttons of his pajamas, and walked over with a hairdryer from the nightstand. With the whistling hot wind blowing through, his palm brushed through the soft hair and a nice fresh scent drilled into his nose. Song-si propped her hands on the chair and happily bobbed her little head lightly, enjoying her lover's care. When they were done putting the hair dryer away, the two of them lay on the bed for a little while longer to get mushy. Gu Qingchen then went downstairs to get the dishes delivered by the property. Song-si, on the other hand, got up and picked up the clothes scattered on the floor, carried them into the bathroom and threw them into the dirty clothes basket, and also took lotus steps down the stairs. Looking at Gu Qingchen, who was busy in the kitchen, she walked up and picked up a large packet of what looked like seasoning and looked at the words on it and said, "Spicy hot pot seasoning? Can I make this myself at home?" Gu Qingchen washed the dishes in her hands and replied, "Yes, boiled pork slices, old pickled vegetables and whatever. It's just that some restaurants have exclusive recipes that are a little more delicious." Ooh-hoo. Song-si really didn't know this. She always thought that this kind of food, only hotel restaurants can eat. "Help me cut all the vegetables, just the right size," Gu Qingchen said as she placed the washed vegetables on the counter. After the order was given, he began to start a pot of water to boil, ready to blanch all the veggies first. Song-si picked up the kitchen knife and skillfully cut up the vegetables. The two of them just cook as a male and female team. Soon, a large pot of spicy hot pot was served. Song-si naturally sat in Gu Qingshan's arms, picked up her chopsticks, and first fed Gu Qingshan a piece of mutton before taking a slice of lotus root and putting it in her mouth. Well, you made it delicious. Gu Qingshan pinched her cheeks. The seasonings were all mixed by others, not made by me. Song-si cared not about this, dropping a kiss on the corner of his mouth and said, whatever hubby makes is delicious. You. Gu Qingshan smiled dotingly and gently patted her little butt. Feed me another intestine. Good. Song-si immediately picked up one and fed it to his mouth. Afternoon. The young couple nestled on the bed, snuggled together, and watched the TV series on Song-si's cell phone. Gu Qingshan now roughly saw that it was this one who loved that one, but that one loved the other, and the other one loved this one. It's a love triangle. Although the TV show wasn't to his liking, it wasn't so boring with his wife in his arms. Occasionally he kissed the corners of her forehead and mouth, and sometimes he kneaded the dough, and the girl obediently let him manipulate it, which was a different kind of fun. Hubby, why do you think they have so many conflicts? Wouldn't it be better to say everything frankly and openly, and then keep a good distance from other members of the opposite sex? Song-si asked as her slender fingertips rubbed Gu Qingshan's fingers. Gu Qingshan straightened the bangs on her forehead and replied, because then the drama can just end, and the more bloody the plot is the more people watch it. Yes? Song-si cocked her head, not really understanding. She only felt so stifled watching it, purely chasing it for the ending. If you don't like it, just change it. There are so many TV shows. There's always something you like. Aha. The girl listened well and immediately got a new TV show and started watching it. Until near dusk, Gu Qingshan reluctantly patted Song-si, who was nestled on top of him and looking completely mesmerized, and said, it's time to change clothes and go back to school. Ha! Song-si put down her cell phone and sulked a little because she wouldn't be able to cuddle her husband to sleep if she went back to school. Be good, Gong Daotu knows about my discharge from the hospital, so at least show up before the end of military training. Gu Qingshan coaxed with his cheek rubbing her soft face. Then you dress me, the young girl pouted. Good. Gu Qingshan lightly kissed her cherry lips and got up to go to the check room. After casually changing himself into a white t-shirt with black shorts, he brought Song-si a set of beige underwear, as well as strapless white slimming half-sleeves and a blue pleated skirt. When he came out of the check room, the young girl was already out of her nightgown and standing on the bed waiting for him in white. Gu Qingshan walked over and patted her little arse and put on her underwear. Afterwards, the top was slipped on and the little skirt was lifted up. Song-si directly jumped into Gu Qingshan's arms with a big jump, wrapped her legs tightly around his tiger's waist, wrapped her arms around his head, and gave it a passionate and suffocating kiss. For a long time, the lips parted. Gu Qingshan laughed as he placed the girl on the bed, cupped the two cute little feet, dressed the wobbly ones in their little white socks, and proceeded to lazily carry her down the stairs. Chapter 85, Return to School. Come to the foyer. Gu Qingshan placed Song-si on the small stool used to facilitate changing shoes at the door. Smoothly, she crouched down, took hold of the delicate arch of the foot in its tiny white stocking, and gently slipped the shoe on her. Song-si got up and leaned lightly on Gu Qingshan, dropping a kiss to the corner of his mouth and said, thank you, husband. Good boy. Gu Qingshan rubbed her head, and while squatting down to change his shoes, he asked, you said, do we still have the military uniform? Song-si pursed her lips and thought and said, take some, in case you need to use it. You wait, I'll go get it. With that, the young girl took a spirited step and ran towards the stairs. Not a moment too soon, Gu Qingshan then led Song-si, who was carrying a bag with the two men's military uniforms and shoes, towards the outside of the neighborhood. Since Cullinan was dropped off outside the school, the two had to call a drop back to the school, a stroll-like ride to the playground. Gu Qingshan led Song-si to the front of finance class 1's line and shouted, reporting instructor, are we still in the line? Duanfei twisted his head to look at them and said, are you injured? Gu Qingshan nodded. Almost there. Where are your military uniforms? Song-si didn't say anything though, she just shook the bag in her hand. Go to the bathroom and change, Duanfei said. Gu Qingshan glanced at her cell phone. Instructor, it's almost 5:30, there's still half an hour before dismissal. It's not necessary, is it? We have night training tonight. Go change. If it was a few days ago Duanfei might have let them go first, but tomorrow was the military training debriefing performance, and he was going to say some details in the evening. However, Gong Hongyi told him that Gu Qingshan and his young couple didn't need to participate in the repertoire, so as to save them from not being able to keep up with the training and dragging the class down. But since we're all back to report for duty, it's nothing to simply attend a night training session, right? Okay. Gu Qingshan didn't feel anything wrong and pulled Song-si to the nearest bathroom. However, just as he entered the door of the cubicle, Song-si followed him in, locking the door in the process. Gu Qingchen coughed twice. Don't, right? If you don't go back in half a day, the instructor should get suspicious. Song Si rolled a lovely white eyes, took out the military uniform and handed it to him. Where do you want to go? Hurry up and change. What have you not seen? Bother to separate. Why? Gu Qingchen was speechless and joined her in taking off her clothes and changing into her military uniform and shoes. Their original clothes and shoes are put in a bag and just thrown into the place where the water drains later, and no one steals them. Let's go. Gu Qingchen patted Song Si's little butt and said, The two returned to the playground hand in hand. After putting their clothes away, they each got into line as well. After standing in military posture for about 10 minutes, Duan Fei, who was pacing back and forth, also stood still and said, All right, I'll give you guys an hour to eat, and gather in the playground at 7 p.m. Now, all of you. Dismissed. The students dispersed. He Chang came from the side and patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder. Old four, are you healed up? It's nothing serious. That'll do. At this time, John Chen, little petite wife, and Song Si and the girls also walked over. Go eat and talk about it while you eat. Gu Qingchen wrapped his arm around Song Si's willow waist and walked with the crowd towards the cafeteria. Zhang Fian gave a strong push, merging the two dining tables together. John Chen applauded from the sidelines and said, Woman warrior, good hands. You're welcome. It's okay. Zhang Fian slightly arched her hand, rather cuddly. Song Si, Fan Zero, and little petite wife went to get food for the crowd, while the rest of them casually took their seats. And Zhang Fian's chirpy little mouth still can't stop. Gu Qingchen, you're famous in your class. You're the one who killed Chang Ziyu, but you're only famous in your class, and the school's news suppression is pretty good. Not many people know about you. There are actually a few classes that know about it, but most of the people in Mordor University, they just know that someone hand-slapped the knife-wielding thugs in the cafeteria. As for who it was, it's not clear. He Chang on the side added. Gu Qingchen nodded. That's fine. He didn't want to be mobbed by a crowd of people everywhere he went, or just scare a bunch of people away. For his part, John Chen joked, You're famous. When you meet a little girl hitting on you, don't apologize to your younger siblings, but you can push it to your brother. You know, he said, and raised his eyebrows in a thievish manner. Fine. The first one will be pushed to you. Gu Qingchen lost his smile. Lao Si, righteousness. Before they could chat for a few moments in the back, Song Si and the others came back with their dinner trays. It's just simple home-cooked food and rice and drinks. The meal was all placed evenly on the table before the three of them took their seats. Song Si continued to feed Gu Qingchen as if she was feeding a baby, sitting beside him and feeding him. Eek Jia Xn. The crowd made envious, sour noises in unison. Chen Junjie even continued. Lao Si, you wife treasure man, all healed and still let people feed Song Si sniffed and hesitantly withdrew the hand that had fed the past meal. Gu Qingchen were willing to do Directly Song Si on the lap, wrapped her slender waist said, Wife, do not take care of him this single dog, he just cannot eat grapes to say grapes sour. Quickly, I'm hungry. With that, he opened his mouth owlishly. With a sweet smile, Song Si sent the rice mixed with vegetables into Gu Qingchen's mouth. John Chen. Gu Qingchen completely ignored the people around him and also thoughtfully scooped up a spoonful of rice and fed it to Song Si. Just like that, looking at the two of you, who were feeding each other, the others silently turned their murderous eyes towards John Chen, as if to say, last time it was you, this time it's your damn talkative mouth irritating him again. Jun Chen also shrunk his head and buried his head in his mouth. After you've had your fill, Gu Qingchen took a tissue and tenderly wiped Song Si's mouth. John Chen followed suit and took a tissue and said, Chang come, I'll wipe you. He Chang also pretended to cooperate. Here it comes Jie. Vom. Zhang Fian dry heaved and pushed the table back into place. The rest of the group covered their mouths and snickered. Gu Qingchen shook his head breathlessly, interlocked his fingers with Song Si, and walked out of the cafeteria with the crowd. Come to the playground. Since the time was not up, the men and women of the two dormitories sat around and chattered. Song Si, on the other hand, quietly leaned in Gu Qingchen's arms and watched them talk and laugh. It's still a beautiful atmosphere like that. Generally between the male and female dormitories, there were few relationships like theirs, or rather, because of something that made Gu Qingchen and Song Si, the young couple, the bridge in the middle. As to whether there will be a second or third couple between them, it depends on fate. As the day wore on, the playground became more and more crowded. The instructors did not form up either, but each took a leisurely stroll to the front of each class. Chapter 86, You're My Baby. Duan Fei looked at the watch on his wrist, and when he saw that the time was up, he immediately shouted, Line up! Shouts came from all the other classes' teams, all at the same time. The playgrounds, which had been cluttered with crowds, have all been squared off in droves. Next, a brief description of tomorrow's arrangements. For the next hour or so, Duanfei was explaining the do's and don'ts, gesturing with his hands where to go from, how many to enter, who would hold up the sign in front, etc. With all that should be said finished, Duanfei added, there's still first time. Let's pull a few military songs. You guys sing after me. Unity is strength, sing. Unity is strength XN. Unity is strength XN. This power is iron. This power is steel XN. A few more songs came afterward, and for one or two of them, Gu Qingqing just laid it on the line because he couldn't sing anymore. Okay, there's nothing else going on down there. Let's go have some fun with the other classes. All of you, to the right, march. Duanfei brought the finance first class to the accounting first class. Finance class, form a half circle and sit in place. Seeing this, the instructor from the accounting department chimed in. Accounting class 1, make up the other half of the circle. Accounting department, the majority of female students. This spread out to sit, all a young and beautiful face. As the crowd settled down, Duanfei also hosted. Below are those students who volunteered to come up and perform some programs. Gu Qingqing heard that the opportunity to avenge the 30 laps had come, and immediately stood up and shouted, reporting instructor. Should we practice? Let's give the students a warm-up. Aha! Before he could finish his sentence, a small white hand immediately covered up, feeling his head being pulled down and resting on the soft, scented brain cushion waves. Before Gu Chengchen could react, a voice as beautiful as an aureole said for him, reporting to the instructor he's just talking nonsense. Don't bother with him. I'm sorry, you continue. I'm not making this up. Saying that, Song Si bowed slightly and boarded Gu Qingqin's head to sit down again. Duanfei didn't bother with the injured man and continued yelling. Soon a boy came up and performed a martial art, and Song Si, unmotivated to watch, was hatefully ravaging the head resting on her lap, muttering in a low voice, why are you always like this? And you still have injuries. Can you be more honest? What if you don't pay attention and get hurt? Really you won't be able to get into my bed for the next month. When Gu Qingqin heard this, the first thought that came to his mind was, how come you know this kind of move too? This can't be done. Afterward, he hurriedly got up, picked up Song Si in a princess hug, and quickly ran backward. Fortunately, the others, including the instructor's attention was on the program, and only he Chang Zhengfian, who was beside them in their two dormitories, noticed, and thoughtfully automatically filled in and took cover. In fact, even if someone else sees it, it's fine. They're all clear and stupid college students. No one's going to mouth off and snitch. Because it was nighttime, some of the lawn wasn't fully illuminated by the lights and was slightly dim, which made it the perfect place for Gu Qingqin to coax his daughter-in-law. He wrapped his arms around Song Si's waist, patted his chin on her collarbone and rubbed her neck vigorously. I was wrong, daughter-in-law. Take it back? Because Song Si was sitting face-to-face in Gu Qingqin's arms, she simply couldn't push this scoundrel and could only twist her head to the side with her head held high, completely ignoring him. After seeing that pampering was fruitless, Gu Qingqin could only switch to another trick. Without saying a word, he directly pounced on Kagome in his arms and kissed her heavily on the lips. Well, Song Si was confused for a moment by Gu Qingqin's sudden attack, and when she reacted, she couldn't help but cooperate. Not for long. Lips apart, Song Si's face was tinted with a slight blush. Retracting her lovely tongue and looking at him with soft affection in her watery eyes, Gu Chengchen stared blankly at the lawn in front of him, hair spread out like flower petals, face as stunning as the pistol of a young girl. His heart thumped so hard that he couldn't help but open his mouth and say, daughter-in-law, I love you too. Song Si's slender, soft hands stroked his cheeks, gently tugged, and added, you always coax me like this, so that people can't be cruel enough to punish me, and then you don't remember to make a mess, always making me worry nuisance. I really do have a sense of propriety. I won't mess around. You don't have to be so nervous about me, Gu Qingqin said helplessly. He was within the bounds of accepting judgment for every injury, and if there was one he couldn't judge and couldn't cope with, he wouldn't have initiated it at all, or would have turned on the lubrication long ago. The rich kids are very precious about their lives. However, Song Si lifted her head and pressed her little nose against the tip of Gu Qingqin's nose, her breath exhaling like an orchid. I know you've got your measure, but you're my baby. I simply can't control my nervousness and worry. So, be more honest from now on and don't keep me on my toes. Okay, hubby. Gu Qingqin, who heard the words, his small heart instantly became a soft mess, and tightly embraced her delicate body. His lips gently kissed her ear, and warmly said, okay, I got it. Chapter 87, If You Don't Abandon Me, I'd Like to Be Your Father. Gu Qingqin then held Song Si's hand and sneaked back to the team. With a couple of small shows played out, Duanfei and the instructor of the first class of accounting also gathered their respective teams, said that tomorrow at 8 o'clock, the stadium will gather, and announced the dismissal. Early the next morning, all the freshmen were assembled in the huge stadium. In each class, the teams were lined up in long, neat lines in order of appearance. The only thing that was left was in an inconspicuous corner of the stadium. There was a picnic blanket on the ground with a variety of snacks and drinks. Gu Qingchen, dressed in a white shirt and black pants, leisurely pillowed on Song Si's long legs under her white dress, and from time to time, opened his mouth to receive the chips she fed to his mouth. Luckily, the stadium was big and no one noticed them, or they would have had to be glared at by the crowd. Shortly afterward, the debriefing began. Gu Qingchen also sat up, holding a straw in his mouth, and sipped his coke while watching. Song Si, on the other hand, wrapped her arms around him and gently leaned her head against his shoulder, revealing a gentle smile as she eyed the boy's serious side face. On his way to watch, Gu Qingchen didn't forget to pass the straw in his mouth to his wife's mouth so that she could take a few sips. Time passes slowly, watching Big Head Gong stand on the podium and announce the perfect end of the debriefing performance. Gu Qingchen also burped with satisfaction. Then, he immediately stood up and helped Song Si up, not even bothering to clean up. He directly carried the four corners of the picnic blanket in a wrap, and hugged it into his arms and said, quickly go, it would be disastrous if you were discovered. With that, he took a hasty step and headed out of the stadium first. Song Si held her mouth and guffawed, following behind Gu Qingchen without slowing down. Woohoo! Military training is finally over. Cool, I'm going to play openly tonight. Rue, take me flying. As soon as they entered the dormitory, He Chang and John Chen, who had his arms around his little petite wife, let out a triumphant roar. However, at the sight of the beautiful figure sitting in front of Gu Qingchen's desk, he instantly lost his voice. Ahem, sister-in-law is here. Where is old for? He Chang instantly asked as he gathered his voice. Song Si politely turned around and responded, in the bathroom. As soon as the words fell, Gu Qingchen wiped his face and walked out. As soon as you two enter the door, you're just yelling, so don't give away your girlfriends when you find them in the future. No, I still have Rue, said John Chen as he put his arm around Li Zirue's shoulder. Li Zirue, however, disgusted, pushed him away and said, sorry, I just like pretending to be a woman, not a real woman. Normal orientation. Thanks. What? Rue, you actually don't want me anymore. I don't live anymore. Chen Junjie immediately put on a heartbroken look and slumped down on his desk. Snap dash. He Chang, who was passing by, directly hit him with a powerful vajra palm and called out on his buttocks, and then in a shockingly loud sound, drilled into the bathroom. Naturally, John Chen covered his ass and quickly got up, rushing into the bathroom right behind him. He Chang, now life come. Gu Chengchen listened to the rowdy too, breathlessly holding Song Si's hand, and pressed into her ear. Go back and tell Zheng Fian and the others that I'll treat them to lunch at noon and ask them if they're coming. Song Si sniffed and cocked her head in confusion. Why do you suddenly want to buy dinner? Gu Chengchen swept her into his arms and stroked her soft face as he replied, of course it's to take advantage of the few days of vacation after the military training to take my precious wife out for a good time. And by the way, bring along these 3 righteous sons of mine with them. When Song Si heard the 3 words baby wife, a touch of blush surfaced on her pretty face and she gently kissed him at the corner of her mouth. I'll go back then. Call me when I'm ready. With that, he left his warm, white arms and headed out of the dormitory. It was then that Li Zirui slowly got up, and while taking off his military uniform, he said, Tsk tisk, it's so sweet, it's snoozing me. Gu Chengchen mouth cornered with a smile helpless spread his hands, no way, this kind of treasure girl in the arms, I can't control me to send a few and He Chang and John Chen briefly washed up and jostled their way out. You guys change, I'll treat you at noon, let's go out to eat. Gu Qingchen said, righteous father, is it true? Righteous father, is fondue okay? The 2 humming generals immediately came forward to pander. I booked the restaurant for 8 people, and the fondue was too crowded. Upon hearing this, Li Zirui silently put back the t-shirt pants and took out the long black slim skirt. After all, the girls in 502 were promised that they would wear women's clothes when military training was over for them, it seemed. As soon as He Chang and John Chen heard that the arrangements were made, they didn't pick, just have something to eat, and each went to change their clothes. Asterisk. Times 2. Looking at the low-profile and luxurious Rolls-Royce Cullinan in front of them, with a small gold man standing on the front end, He Chang and John Chen were dumbstruck and froze in place, while a head of long hair to the waist, wearing a long slim black dress, legs wrapped in black silk, feet stepping on high-heeled sandals, Li Zirui, but not much surprise. From the recent events, Gu Chengchen probability background is not small. Can afford to drive this kind of car is also understandable. After all, normal people, even if it is self-defense and kill, but also cannot be so fast at all things or no longer. I wanted to get along with you guys as normal people, but nah, I only have this one car at the moment, so no more pretending. Showdown, I'm a rich kid. Gu Qingchen's words had just fallen. The excited shouts of the 2 cubs then came. resounding throughout the men's dormitory downstairs. Dad, let me drive. Grandpa, let me drive first. Many of the boys sniffed and looked over, wondering if there were any hidden rich second-generation roommates in their dormitories. We'll see if we can hang him up and torture him. Gu Chengchen pressed his hand and said, alright, I have to pick up the 502 lady. You guys take a taxi, and when you come back after dinner, you'll be driving out for a ride or going to a bar to play hard to get. Son, thank you, righteous father. Chen Junjie this forced, but also directly kneel on one knee, said, floating half alive, not met the master. If the public does not give up, Jia would like to worship as a righteous father. 6. Good job when reward. Come back car first for you to drive. I'll go first. Gu Chengchen waved his hand and drove towards the female dormitory. He Chang immediately stared at John Chen with eyes that seemed to say, asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid play so tie right. Come down to the women's dormitory. Gu Chengchen sent the address of the restaurant to Li Zirui and then called Song Ce. Hey hubby. On the other end of the phone, a crisp, soft voice came through. You guys come down. I'm downstairs. Gu Chengchen said. Good. As the phone hung up, Gu Chengchen also opened the door and got out of the car, standing and leaning against the passenger door, waiting for his daughter-in-law to come downstairs. As for the winks thrown at him by passing girls, they were naturally ignored. Chapter 88. The little Stepford wife appears in 4 girls' clothing. Song Ce in a flowing white dress went out of the female dormitory building first. With a cheerful little step, she jumped into Gu Chengchen's arms in a flash, rubbing his chest lovingly. Zheng Fian and Bai Xiaoxiao and Fan Ziru, on the other hand, took a step back and walked out without slowing down. Looking at the young girl who was pampered in her boyfriend's arms, her little chatterbox mouth immediately teased, Aya, whose little daughter-in-law is this? As soon as she heard that her husband had arrived, she directly abandoned her girlfriends. It's really sad woo-woo. Song Ce sheepishly raised a little bit of her little head and looked sideways. Yanzi, be careful of me blowing my ear off and not letting my husband take you to dinner. A sister if this kind of attitude to appear to me unreasonably unreasonable must be afraid of already tired of me really still other sisters sweet. After all, it is my mouth is poor to please the people. Zheng Fian hooked up her orchid fingers, slightly covering her cheeks, and daintily sidestepped her head, learning to speak in the style of Lin Daiyu. Song Ce and Bai Xiaoxiao and Fan Ziru, who had heard the words, were all amused and giggled. Gu Chengchen didn't laugh along with them, but just hooked up the corner of his mouth. Seeing that they were almost done laughing, he took over and said, alright, please get on the car. For big beauties, don't let Yi Chang and the others wait impatiently. There's still a little surprise waiting for you. The little surprise was naturally Li Zirui, who was still quite curious to know what the 4 girls would look like when they saw the little petite wife in her female attire. However, Zheng Fian always felt that Gu Chengchen's car looked familiar, nimbly ran to the front of the car to take a glance, and directly burst out, asterisk 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 asterisk, little golden man. She immediately turned back to Gu Chengchen, who had already pulled open the passenger door and, in order to prevent Song Ce from bumping her head, had deliberately placed his palm lightly on her small head and helped her into the car. Gu Xiao, I thought your family was just rich. After all, you can live in a luxurious single room in the hospital, but I didn't expect to be so rich. You are also too low-key, right? Gu Chengchen waved his hand as he walked towards the main driver. Average, third in the world. Get in the car or I'll leave you behind first and on. Zheng Fian hurriedly sat in the back seat after hearing this. Gu Chengchen got into the car and glanced at the 3 people in the back seat to make sure they were all in the car, then turned sideways to fasten Song Ce's seatbelt. On her way back, the youngest daughter-in-law even stole a kiss on his cheek. Gu Chengchen didn't return the kiss, he just rubbed her little soft face. This time, because Zheng Fian and Bai Xiaoxiao were too formal to sit in a luxury car for the first time, Fan Ziru acted as a mouth substitute. Okay, young Master Gu, be considerate of the single dog. Don't get tired of it, just drive. Good, that's a go. Gu Chengchen listened to the advice and started the car, driving towards the hotel. Originally he hadn't wanted to keep getting mushy. After all, there were outsiders. Come to the destination. It's just an okay private dining room. He Chang and the others had gone up to the box, parked the car into the store. The 5 people also led by the waiter to the box. Enter the door. Seeing the elegant and beautiful Li Zirui for the first time, Zheng Fian asked Gu Chengchen in a puzzled sideways whisper, whose girlfriend is this? Isn't it a get-together between our 2 dormitories? And Gu Chengchen wrapped his arm around Song Ce's waist, smiled mysteriously, didn't reply, and directly landed on his seat. This made Zheng Fian even more puzzled, and even Bai Xiaoxiao and Fan Ziru had puzzled faces. Li Zirui slightly once, did not in the closed mouth to sell, immediately with a gentle voice on the male side of the greeting, hello guys Hearing the familiar voice, Zheng Fian immediately knew what was going on, and came to Li Zirui's side with an arrow step. looking back and forth from left to right, and even moved his jade leg wrapped in black silk to touch it. I go. That's a girl's costume. You are a girl, aren't you? Is there a female-to-male sex change operation? The dignified fan Xiru, as well as the shyest by Xiao Xiao, couldn't hold back their curiosity and came over to take a look. You could move into live streaming or cosplay. You're naturally suited for that. I'll think about it, thanks, Li Zirui politely responded. In the back, he didn't resist, or sheepishly retracted his legs, and graciously allowed the three of them to gabble and discuss their admiration. Song Si's curiosity wasn't that great, and after just a few glances, she took Gu Qingqian's arm into her arms and leaned on his shoulder to fake sleep. For a while, it was Gu Qingqian who interrupted. Alright, three curious babies, just sit down. It's time to serve the food in a while, the master had ordered, so the three of them could only sit obediently, but their newfound gazes continued to survey Li Zirui. As a dish is served, Gu Qingqian picked up her chopsticks and said, let's eat straight away. We don't talk about that much. After hearing this, He Chang and John Chen naturally began the evil tiger devouring. Song Si, on the other hand, still practiced the service attitude of feeding her husband, and half of the dishes she clamped went into Gu Qingqian's mouth. Of course, he would also feed Song Si. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate and mushy, the crowd said that they were already not surprised. Halfway through the meal, Gu Qingqian also stated the purpose of the day. One of the reasons for inviting you guys to dinner today is to get together and go out for a bit in a while, so that you can familiarize yourselves with each other's dormitories. One is thinking of taking advantage of these days of vacation. Take my family CC to find a place with good scenery to wander around and have fun, and would like to ask you guys want to go together, and incidentally advice on where to go to play better. What do you say? I'll cover the costs. Don't worry. The crowd said that they were naturally willing, but Zheng Fian said, the cost of AA will be fine. How can I let you treat me to dinner and play? Gu Chengchen, however, waved his hand, not caring in the slightest. What are you AAing with me? A rich second generation? I'm mainly just bringing CC to play, and I'm just picking you guys up on the way. Let's start with how we're going to organize the next few days. Seeing him say that, the crowd didn't insist. Chen Junjie actively raised his hand and said, how about a water park? In the hot summer, you can play and not be afraid of heatstroke. Zheng Fian directly rolled her eyes mercilessly. Are you running for fun? You're going for the swimsuit girl. I'm too embarrassed to point you out. With his small mind poked through, John Chen also spread his hands and said, then where do you think you're going? It can't be a tour of the Magic City, right? How do you know? Zheng Fian tilted her head. John Chen. At this time, Fan Xiru raised her hand and proposed, do you guys want to go on a picnic? I know a small river stream. The deepest water is just knee-deep, surrounded by small forests. When I was a child, my family took me to play. And at night, if you do not come back, you can also set up a tent to look at the stars. I just don't know if I'll be able to see the stars now. When Gu Qingqian heard it, his eyes lit up. It was a very good proposal. It just so happened that his little daughter-in-law hadn't had a picnic before, so he could let her experience this feeling of being close to nature. Chapter 89. Why don't you wish me a good movie? The proposal was successfully adopted. The crowd was also glad to end a meal and leave the private dining room. Street. The girls surrounded Li Zirui and chirped in front of them, as if this was their good sister. The two humming generals looked at Li Zirui jealously and followed them. What do you say? Should I wear a female costume as well? John Chen directly spoke out of turn. He Chang seems to be looking at the little cutie, as if looking at him. Rui wears women's clothes. That's called natural beauty. That's called being born perverted. John Chen and Gu Qingqian and Song Si clasped their fingers together and walked at the end, enjoying their own little world alone. Their original plan was to go to a KTV to sing, but Gu Qingqian's lack of pentatonic voice gave it a veto right away. The crowd had no choice but to go to the movie theater to watch a movie and then go to the mall to get all the stuff for the picnic tomorrow. Come to the nearby movie theater. After some discussion, the crowd chose a recently released film, Wild Child, which is about two street kids. After buying their tickets and waiting time, a few of them ran off to catch dolls again. Without participating, Gu Qingqian bought 7 buckets of popcorn, temporarily stored them at the counter, and then came alone to sit in front of the massage chair. He contacted Gu Jiaran from WeChat and asked her to arrange for 2 SUVs or big crossovers to be used temporarily for a few days. Song Si watched them play for a while and thought it would be more fun to accompany her husband, so she returned to Gu Qingqian and sat in his arms in one go, receiving Gu Jiaran's good reply. Gu Chengchen also put away his cell phone, wrapped his arms around his daughter-in-law's small waist, rubbed the tip of his nose against her face, and asked in a gentle tone, why aren't you catching dolls with them anymore? Song Si leaned her head against his chest, listening to the steady and reassuring heartbeat, and murmured with her eyes closed, I want to stay with my husband, and they're so stupid. They couldn't catch one a dozen times. It was just a coincidence that we did it last time. Now if I were to catch it, I wouldn't be able to catch it dozens of times. It's not that they're stupid. It's just a ruse. Gu Qingchen used his hand to lift Song Si's bangs and dropped a kiss on her forehead. Song Si, were willing to comply, raised her head and wrapped her arms around his neck, slightly pouting her cherry lips. Kiss here. When his daughter-in-law gave the word, Gu Chengchen, as a husband, naturally didn't dare to go against it, and directly lowered his head to hold those two lovely soft pieces, and wolfed them down to savor them. For a long time, lips parted as Song Si exhaled her aroma, her eyes rippled, and her face and ears were tinted pink. Gu Qingchen raised his hand and wiped the crystals from the corner of her mouth, cradling her little head into his arms before saying to the 6 people watching behind him, "Was it good?" The 6 nodded in unison. The corners of Gu Qingchen's mouth twitched. "Last time you watched me sleep, this time you're watching us make out. Do you guys have some kind of voyeuristic fetish?" Zhang Fian then explained that the movie is about to start, but you guys kissed so much that we didn't dare to disturb, so we could only watch. Gu Qingchen. He glanced at his phone. The movie started at 2:25 and it was now 21 minutes. Ahem. Got so into the kiss that I lost track of time. Ahem. There's popcorn at the counter. 7 buckets. Please go get it. After saying that, Gu Qingchen didn't let Song Si go down, but instead hugged her and got up calmly, walking in the forefront in a Princess Carrie position. Come to the ticket checker. He first set the blushing young girl in his arms down before taking out 2 tickets and handing them to each other. The little brother took the ticket with a leathery smile and tore off the end. In fact, inwardly, but in the mom sells panda, attention to you 2 half a day. Public kissing endless even if you still hug over to me to see. You're a dog lover, aren't you? Okay, then don't blame me. The ticket checker handed back the ticket stub and made a gesture of invitation with a hanging smile. Please come in, enjoy the movie with your partner. Don't blame me for thanking you. No way. The job was clean and 6,000 a month. He didn't want to lose Gu Chengchen took it and said thank you, wrapping his arm around Song Si's shoulders as he walked into the movie theater. The remaining 6 walked in after picking up their popcorn and checking their tickets. Only John Shen landed at the end and asked the little brother, "Why don't you wish me a good movie viewing?" The ticket checker immediately put on a fake smile. "So, have a good time at the movie then." John Shen nodded with satisfaction after hearing this, stretched his collar with one hand, hugged his popcorn, and entered the movie hall with his head held high. In the next second, the ticket checker's smiling face instantly disappeared and muttered in a voice only he could hear, "Psycho." In the movie theater, all 8 had seats in row 5. The boys were on the left and the girls were on the right, sandwiching Gu Qingchen and Song Si in the very center. Taking the popcorn from the petite wife and the movie started. Song Si was quite mesmerized at first, but it was Gu Qingchen who lacked interest and was bored feeding Song Si popcorn. However, because the feeding was too fast, it caused Song Si's 2 little cheeks to bulge like a little hamster, which was quite cute. After she reacted, she also refused to feed and snuggled into his arms, concentrating on chewing the hoard in her mouth, and in the process feeding Gu Qingchen as well. Not too often though, most of the attention is still on the movie. Gu Qingchen wasn't bothering Song Si, he just wrapped his arms around her and climbed up the mountain in a very mischievous and courageous manner. The young girl's cheeks flushed, and she obediently moved into his arms to make it a little more convenient for him, just a little unable to focus. A little bit of time passes. The studio lights went up and a movie with a charming atmosphere came to an end. Zhang Fian got up and looked at Song Si, whose face was red and who was straightening her collar, and said suspiciously, "Si, are you very hot? Why is your face so red?" Song Si shyly skimmed her head and said somewhat sheepishly, "A little." At this time, Fan Ziro covered Zhang Fian's mouth. "Are you stupid? It's obvious that the other young couple did something. Don't get to the bottom of it. Quickly go." Zhang Fian also reacted and hurriedly slipped away after Fan Ziro. In her heart, she was admiring, playing so ambiguously in a movie theater? These 2 people are really bold. Song Si angrily buried her head into Gu Qingchen's neck nest, gently bit him, and muffled, "Big bad egg, blame you for being discovered." Gu Qingchen, however, put his arm around her waist and teased, "Where is this? We haven't done anything more. Why are you shy?" "Well, stop it." Well. Gu Chengchen patted his daughter-in-law's beautiful back, supported her little buttocks and got up, walking towards the outside of the movie hall. Because it was a long skirt, Song Si could only clamp her legs around his tiger's waist to make the hold slightly easier. However, the ticket-checking boy looked at the back of the beautiful young girl who left with a sloth hug. Hugging her, the corners of his mouth jerked hard, and in his heart, the fierce man wept and said, "Woo, ITM also wanna fall in love." Chapter 90, I'm the boss. Why do I have to work? Outside the theater, 2 Range Rovers were parked in a parking space off the street. A man walked up to Gu Qingchen and bowed to hand over 2 car keys, saying, "Young Gu, these are the keys to the Land Rover. Aha! Gu Qingchen took the key, and the man also said a respectful goodbye before leaving with quick steps, and Song Si, who had long since gotten off of Gu Qingchen, walked to his side, took his arm into her arms, and asked, "You had Mom send this? Well, this car is for them, and tomorrow we'll go in our own car and not squeeze in with them." Saying that, Gu Qingchen even reached out to straighten the hair on her forehead. Song Si smiled happily and stood on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek, looking forward to tomorrow's trip. After all, the world of two and friends hilarious at the same time. There is nothing more beautiful than that. Come to the 6. Gu Qingchen shook the car keys and asked, "Girls, which one of you can drive?" Van Zillow silently raised her hand. After all, being a rich girl, knowing how to drive is considered a necessary skill. Alright, you drive one, and drag Zhang Fian and Bai Xiaoxiao exclusively tomorrow. Gu Qingchen handed over the keys. Good. Fan Ziru took over and answered. Then, he looked at He Chang and John Chen, and under the others' expectant eyes, turned to the little petite wife and asked, Rue, can you drive?" "Will drive." Li Zirue nodded, but then said, "It is the license down after not much movement of the car. You rest assured that I drive?" Gu Qingchen looked helplessly at the humming two generals. "You two guess. Whoever wins will open." "Success. Come on, I'll put out the cloth," He Chang said without saying a word. John Chen was slightly stunned. Then I'll put out the scissors?" "As you wish. Prepare. Rock. Scissors. Boo." As He Chang's words fell, both of them extended their hands at the same time. He Chang boo. John Chen stone. "I rub. You're really honest out of the cloth." "No way. You misled me." 2 out of 3. Jun Chen blared. "Che, tell you the answer can be wrong. Old brother dish. Then more practice. Cannot afford to lose. Do not play." He Chang taunted as he took Gu Qingchen's car keys and leisurely walked off to visit and fondle his temporary wife. Naturally, John Chen was not willing to lag behind. Not that it did not belong to him? Then it's okay to have touched and sat on it. He Chang you go to buy field supplies, such as tents, lights, barbecue grills, small gas stoves, portable small diesel generators, charcoal and so on. Anyway, you think about what is missing to buy. Fan Zyra you guys go buy a couple of bigger blankets to use as picnic blankets. And by the way snacks, ingredients, and iron sticks for barbecuing and stuff. You contact each other and talk it over, and I'll transfer the money to the two of you driving later. After Gu Qingchen instructed them on their respective tasks, he led Song Si away. The more Zhang Fian thought about it, the more wrong it became, rubbing his chin in disbelief. What are they doing? At this point, Gu Qingchen had already finished picking up his car from the entrance of the private house, pulling Song Si in the passenger seat to head to the riverside for some fun. That's what he had to bring his friends for when he could have been alone. Here, now it's just a straight-up dump. How comfortable is that? The slight twilight reflected the light of the water flooding the calm river into a golden color. Men and women sitting on the sloping lawn along the bank, quietly snuggling together, enjoying the beautiful view of the river and the skyscrapers on the other side of the river. At this time, Song Si raised her snow-white slender calf and gently rubbed Gu Qingchen's leg, asking in a glutinous tone, "Husband, can I go play in the water?" "No, this is not the beach. It is not good to say where the water is deep and shallow. It is too dangerous. National Day I will take you to the beach to play." "Good boy." Gu Qingchen hooked the bend of her legs and swept them onto her thighs, gently caressing them. Song Si curled her legs and let him play with them, obediently leaning her little head against his chest. "Good." Gu Qingchen pressed his cheek against the top of her hair, sniffing the freshly scented ooze, and couldn't be bothered to touch his legs, hugging his daughter-in-law tightly as if she were a doll. Listened to the flow of the river and watched the beauty of dusk. Gradually, Song Si couldn't help but raise her little head, her eyes softly taking the initiative to kiss Gu Qingchen's lips. Just as the two were about to deepen the kiss, a cell phone rang. Gu Qingchen helplessly let go, licked his lips and picked up the phone. "Hello? Are you guys done buying?" While enjoying Song Si's massage that caressed her cheeks, she listened to Yi Chang's slightly raspy voice on the other end of the phone. "It's bought. Please accept it, boss." "Okay, I'm on my way." Gu Qingchen hung up the phone in tears and laughter, got up and princess hugged Song Si into his arms, and walked towards the roadside Kiranin. Song Si, on the other hand, wrapped her arms around his neck and lightly shook her feet in her little white shoes, saying, "We haven't done anything. What are we going to say when we go?" Gu Qingchen slapped her little arse. "I'm the boss, the one who pays. Why should I work?" Song Si heard, "Seems to be such a reason." Immediately nodded, "Okay, million evil capitalist husband." "Hey, little Cece, how dare you talk about your husband like that? Let's see how I'll clean you up." Gu Qingchen quickly walked towards the passenger side of the car, opened the door and put Song Si in, reaching out to tickle her itchy flesh. "Ha ha 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 hubby, I was wrong, ha ha ha, stop scratching. I'll give you a kiss, okay?" As soon as he heard this, he immediately stopped his hand and looked at the young girl whose eyes smiled a thin layer of watery mist and whose face was scarlet, and muttered with muttered lips, "Come on, kiss me until I'm satisfied, then I'll let you go." Song-si straightened her skirt and smiled sweetly as she cupped Gu Qingqian's cheeks and held her lips that she couldn't kiss enough. About a few minutes, Song-si took the initiative to release her lips, rubbing her lover's cheeks, her voice gentle to the extreme. "Okay anyway, it's vacation. Go home tonight and kiss as much as you want. Go first. Don't let Yanzi and the others wait for rush. Listen to your wife." Gu Qingqian scraped her little nose, closed the passenger door, and came to sit in the main car. "Seat belt, wife, ooh-hoo." Watching Song-si buckle her seatbelt herself, Gu Qingqian also started the car and left in a cloud of dust. Come to the orientation given by Heejin. It's off-street parking in a small plaza. Get out of the car. Song-si and Gu Qingqian walked slowly with their fingers clasped together, looking at the two Land Rovers with open trunks. Gu Qingqian also walked up and looked at what had been bought. Well, it's quite complete. 4 tents, barbecue grill, small diesel generator and a barrel of diesel fuel, camping lights, sleeping bags, multifunctional knives and whatnot. Not bad. On the girl side are various snacks and drinks, barbecue sticks, diced meat and vegetables, seasonings, instant noodles, and 4 colorful blankets. That's it. Just get someone to bring in anything else that's missing, Gu Qingqian said. Zheng Fian, however, asked the question she had been wanting to ask this afternoon. What did you two do this afternoon? Gu Chengchen rightfully replied back. Found a place to enjoy the world of 2 times x6. Looking at their dumbfounded expressions, Gu Chengchen said again with the same answer she had given to Song-si earlier. What for? I'm the one who pays, the boss, so of course I have working men to do it. 6. John Chen silently gave a thumbs up. So, you asked us to hang out with you to make it easier for someone to run an errand? Fan Zyro said it in one word. The scene was slightly awkward at one point. Chapter 91 Love You Forever. Ahem. So what? No need to transfer the extra money back to me. You guys take it and have a nice dinner. I still have some things to do. Let's meet in front of the school tomorrow around 8 o'clock. That's it. Bye. After saying that, Gu Qingqian pulled Song-si and ran away. The remaining 6 look at me and I look at you. Zheng Fian was a bit confused and asked, then, what do we say? Go back to our own homes and find our own moms? Fan Zyra shook her cell phone. Big Boss Gu rewarded so many gifts. Wouldn't it be a shame not to go and have a meal at sea? Okay, to a 5-star hotel? He Chang said. Chen Junjie waved his hand, 5-star less, but also dead expensive. You are not an expert in tasting food, cannot eat a good taste, not as upscale self-service. What have? A person is only a few $100s, the most cost-effective. Of course, if you're eating that vibe, it's a 5-star walk. Anyhow, the family is also a slight asset, so it is natural to have insight in this area. Fan Zero also agreed. Indeed, I know home upscale buffet, $500 a person. 5-star is also okay. I have a card. Can discount. How do you plan? A few people thought about it and all voted for upscale self-help, then drove the Land Rover straight to their destination. It was getting late. Gu Qingqian sighed. Returning to the villa, he, who had changed into his pajamas, was now resting on Song-si's bare white legs that her nightgown couldn't cover, enjoying her ear-pulling service. Flip, other side. Song-si's voice was soft as she patted the drowsy Gu Qingqian. He obediently rolled over and buried his face in the small of his daughter-in-law's back. The accompanying hollowing spoon had just gone into his ear when the doorbell rang. Song-si put down her ear-pulling spoon and pushed Gu Qingqian. Husband, get up. I'll go get the dishes. How could Gu Qingqian let others see his daughter-in-law's appearance in a nightgown? Immediately, he pressed Song-si to get up and said, I'll go. You sit honestly. He walked to the foyer, opened the door, grabbed the groceries, said thank you, and closed the door without a moment's delay. The property owner delivering the groceries blinked a few times, looking at the closed door and the disappearing groceries in his hand, confused for a moment before feeling a pang of puzzlement and turning away. Song-si got up and took the dishes, then walked to the kitchen. Gu Qingqian, on the other hand, leaned lazily on the sofa and swiped his cell phone. Suddenly, Lu Xingzhe, who hadn't been in touch for a long time, sent a message, Lao Gu, are you free for the National Day? Gu Qingqian, saying, depending on the situation. Lu Xingzhe, cough cough. I internet dating Ben now. You can accompany me to a trip not to. Gu Chengchen, you've only been here for a while? What did you do on your summer vacation? Lu Xingzhe, playing a game Gu Qingqian frowny face. Gu Qingqian, where to go to Ben now? Lu Xingzhe, way hi, isn't that a coincidence? Gu Qingqian thought to himself. Originally planned to take Song-si to the beach to have fun. This can also take her to experience the feeling of riding an airplane. And by the way, to eat a melon. 3 birds with 1 stone Gu Qingqian, okay, you can contact me on the national day. Lu Xingzhe, Lao Gu. Good brother. For life. Gu Qingchen didn't bother replying, putting down his phone and going to the kitchen upside down. He wrapped his arms around Song Si's sexy waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as he watched her flip the pan of vegetables. Song Si's mouth smiled as she pressed her soft face against his cheek and asked, "What are you doing in the kitchen if you're not lying on the sofa? Can't you stay with your daughter-in-law?" "Okay then hubby kiss." Song Si sideways put her lips up. Gu Qingchen wrapped his lips around those jelly-like lips without saying anything and savored them. Only for a short while, Song Si winks and pushes him away. See Gu Qingchen still want to kiss up. She hurried to cover the mouth of the sand, night and then give you a kiss. I frying vegetables. A moment paste. You still eat or not? Eat? I'll eat anything you make. How can you say you won't eat your wife's cooking? It's a piece of, forget this one, as long as he can get down. It's a show off to the death. Alright, you go and rest. Mushy meals are unhealthy. I wouldn't want to give it to my most beloved baby. Song Si stroked Gu Qingchen's cheek with eyes full of favor and continued to stir-fry the vegetables. And how could Gu Qingchen, who had been struck straight to the tip of her heart by the words, still be willing to leave? He just wrapped Song Si's shapely body in his arms and didn't bother her. Just murmured on his lips, "Just spoil me. Beware I'll turn bad." Song Si didn't care at all. Just kissed his cheek sideways. "It's okay, I like to spoil you. No matter how bad you become. Even if it's a matter of principle. It doesn't matter. You'll always be my husband. I'll always be by your side too." Gu Qingchen, who had heard the words, completely froze and asked in dismay, "What's wrong with you? Suddenly saying such words?" Song Si was a bit unsure. "Nothing much. What's wrong with that? What's the problem?" That's a big problem. He had thought that after being with Song Si, her low self-esteem could weaken a bit. At least she wouldn't have thoughts like, "Don't abandon me even if you like another girl." But now it seems that the idea is still deeply rooted and has expanded by an unknown amount. A matter of principle. That's a lot. This kind of thinking is no longer as simple as mental illness, is it? Looking at Gu Qingchen's serious expression, Song Si smiled softly, turned off the fire to serve the dishes and put them to the side, turned around and hugged him gently. "I probably know what you're trying to ask, and I also know that my own psychological problems seem to have gotten more serious. Perhaps the Song Si who ran away from home on a rainy night has long since died. Now, I don't feel anything for the future. I don't have much interest in things that don't have anything to do with you, and only have all sorts of emotions for you, and things that have to do with you. As long as I gradually fail to feel your presence, my whole body is as numb as a puppet on strings. But hearing your voice, smelling you, or seeing and touching you, it's like I come back to life. So, I become a girl who only lives for Gu Qingchen." Saying that, Song Si pressed Gu Qingchen's palm on her chest, her autumn water-cut eyes blinking without blinking as she looked at him. "This heart, too, beats only for you. I hope you must be healthy and safe. Otherwise, I really don't have the slightest bit of courage to live at all." Gu Qingchen immediately hugged her tightly with heartache. His eyes were red even though he hadn't shed any tears. "I'm sorry, I didn't feel anything different about you at all. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll take you to see a psychiatrist tomorrow, okay? Don't. As long as you don't leave me for long periods of time, I'll be no different than normal. And I don't want to be heavily medicated or hospitalized in a mental hospital. And, I love the way I feel right now. Loving you all the time. It feels really good." Song Si patted his back lightly, coaxing him as if he were a child. "Silly girl." Gu Qingchen's tears eventually fell. "It's always love you, silly girl." Chapter 92, Happy Heart Disease. Table. Gu Qingchen took the mushroom stir-fry fed by Song Si with her mouth and asked worriedly, "Is it really okay? Why don't I take you to the hospital?" Song Si shook her head. "Heart disease still needs heart medicine. Going to the hospital is just prescribing some inexplicable and strange medicine. When did you notice the symptoms?" Gu Qingchen held Song Si's armpits with both hands and carried her onto his lap, tightly embracing her delicate body. After nearly 3 months of feeding and concocting, the young girl's figure had plumped up quite a bit, and she had a funnel-shaped look about her now. Song Si moved her butt, finding a comfortable position to nestle in his arms, playing with his large bony hands, recalling, "One night when we started living in the dormitory, right? Actually, there should have been before, only we were stuck together all the time back then, so we didn't feel much. Then why didn't you just tell me? Because the only time that feeling slowly surfaces is when you're away from me for an extended period of time, but then I get to see you again the next day, so it feels like nothing." Song Si let go of Gu Qingchen's hand, picked up the rice mixed with vegetables and fed it to his mouth. After Gu Qingchen finished chewing and swallowing, he asked, "What exactly is that feeling like?" Song Si fed him another mouthful of rice and thought for a moment. A kind of thing where it is clear that every move is one's own thoughts, but the next moment, it feels like it wasn't controlled by one's own thoughts just now. It's like being manipulated. The trepidation, insecurity, and fear constantly filling the heart, trying to act out, but like a machine, continuing the actions that you did 1 second and felt the next were not what you had in mind. However, after you appeared beside me, that feeling immediately disappeared without a trace, followed by a non-stop surge of happiness, bliss, fondness, and even excitement. If you're hurt or something, it's the emotions of worry, upset, and sadness. Anyway, I still kind of like the feeling. Like right now, my heart always feels as sweet and happy as if I had eaten honey. Watching Song-si happily stuffing herself with a large mouthful of rice, Gu Qingchen hooked the corners of his mouth with a complicated heart and gently stroked her face. Now the reason for super love brain, and the reason for crying his eyes out whenever he gets hurt a little bit, has been found. Sounds a bit like dependent personality disorder. I still need to take her to the hospital after the picnic to see what's going on. After the meal, Gu Qingchen put the last bowl that had been washed into the cupboard. Song-si then handed the peeled apple to his mouth. Take a bite. I don't like fruit. You eat it. Gu Qingchen pushed the apple back. No, just one bite. Looking at his daughter-in-law's small appearance of handing back the apple again in a petulant manner, Gu Qingchen could only helplessly take a big bite. Only then did Song-si beautifully follow the teeth marks where he had bitten and nibbled on them in small bites. Gu Qingchen scratched her chin and took her free little hand and headed upstairs. The young girl was nibbling on an apple while blinking her dopey fawn eyes at him. Those long, white legs, following closely with brisk little steps. Go into the bedroom. Gu Qingchen took the apple in Song-si's mouth and ate the last few bites in 3 sittings, throwing away the core, and gently removing her and her own pajama underwear. Song-si didn't. She was in a vacuum. Get up and take a shower. Saying that, Gu Qingchen picked up Song Xiaobai sheep, who had a delicate figure and delicate, warm skin, and went into the bathroom. This shower was nearly 2 hours long. With the bathroom door open, Princess Gu Qingchen walked out with Song-si, who was limp in his arms and had a delicate red face. After placing her on the large round bed and covering her with the quilt, Gu Qingchen went downstairs to fetch another glass of water up. He snapped out a short acting from the nightstand and placed it next to the water glass on the desktop and said, I said I'd finish my shower but you insisted, so you'll have to be a good boy and take the short acting, and bring along a box of them tomorrow as well, and you'll sneak one in every day. I'm going to go find some clothes, so hurry up and eat an on. After the instructions, Gu Qingchen went into the checkroom and picked out the clothes that the two of them would wear tomorrow. Ergo, Gu Qingchen didn't have much to pick from. Basically they were all pretty much the same. Mainly Song-si's, took advantage of hubby's trip to the checkroom. Song Xiaojiling hurriedly wrapped the short utility toilet paper and threw it into the trash can, and gulped 2 big mouthfuls of water to fake the scene. And when Gu Qingchen was looking for underwear for his wife, he suddenly rummaged through his long disappeared underwear. Looking at the top froze for a moment, and being a veteran driver he quickly realized what was wrong. Forget it. I'll just forget about my wife's little hobby. After the object is returned to its original location, Gu Qingchen walked out holding the clothes of the two. Looking at the cup with the water level down, he didn't get suspicious at all. Just put the clothes at the end of the bed, took the hairdryer in the makeup area of the one-word table, and blew out the hair of Song-si, who was pretending to watch a TV show. Watching the silky and fragrant hair blow dry a little, Gu Qingchen rubbed the head of his good little daughter-in-law and blew his own hair as well. Boys' hair just blows out better than girls, and it doesn't take much longer to dry. Putting the hair dryer away, Gu Qingchen finally finished his work and climbed onto the bed, contentedly taking Song-si's white body into his arms. Pressing his cheek against her soft and tender face, Gu Qingchen just snuggled up with Song-si and leaned against the bed, watching the dog-eared drama on his cell phone together. It was Gu Qingchen's hands that were very unfaithful, running around. It caused the flushed red color that had just dissipated on Song-si's face to surface again. As a little bit of time passes, noticing his daughter-in-law whose eyelids were fighting straight away, Gu Qingchen also removed the cell phone from her hand and placed it on the bedside, gently patting her and coaxing, go to sleep. Good night. Love you hubby. Song-si lazily rolled over and embraced Gu Qingchen face to face, resting her jade legs on his waist and squeezing into his arms before she took his lips again. And then, no more. The young girl was already waterlogged and asleep. Gu Qingchen helplessly touched her head, feeling the two does squashed on his chest, and also closed his eyes in enjoyment. The two fell asleep just kissing each other, and it was the latter part of the night as to when they parted. The sky was flooded with some light. Gu Qingchen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the young girl who was soundly sleeping buried in the crook of his neck. He gently pinched with her soft bouncy cheeks and slowly got up, only to cry and laugh as he realized that Song-si's drool had flowed down his neck and onto the pillow. Gu Qingchen hurriedly reached out and wiped the drool off the corners of his daughter-in-law's mouth, held her head slightly upright, and briefly wiped the drool off his own neck before going to the bathroom to wash up. Chapter 93, Crouching Dragon Phoenix Chicks. After washing up, Gu Qingchen changed into a set of bodysuit and long pants. Then he leaned over and sat sideways on the bed, gently patting Song-si's small buttocks through the covers. See, get up and wash up. The young girl let out a lovely soft grunt and slowly sat up, the summer quilt falling along her smooth skin. She held out her arms with her chest wide open and said in a daze, "Cuddle." Upon hearing this, Gu Chengchen directly dove headfirst into the tenderness, tightly wrapping his arms around Song Si's waspish waist, and Song Si froze for a moment at the reverse hug, but immediately afterward, she gently hugged Gu Chengchen's head, her slender 5 fingers plunging into his hair, and her soft face pressed against the top of his hair. After enjoying a few moments of softness, Gu Chengchen, who had some difficulty breathing, left his daughter-in-law's embrace. While the smell of milk lingered in his nostrils, he picked up the white flowery Song Si in a sloth hug and went to the bathroom to wash up. "You step on my foot." In front of the washstand, Gu Chengchen let his daughter-in-law's delicate and exquisite little feet step on his own instep, while he himself gently supported her little stomach with his left hand from behind, so that she didn't have to struggle to keep her balance. Then, Gu Chengchen handed over the toothbrush with squeezed toothpaste. Song Si didn't take it, just slightly sideways, opened her cherry mouth and waited. Little slacker, how could Gu Chengchen not know what it meant? Dotingly grabbed her stomach, brushed up her teeth with his own hands, and then rinsed her mouth after holding the dental cup with his own hands. Song Si also obediently washed her own face, but the face wash was smeared by Gu Chengchen himself. After washing up, Gu Chengchen held Song Si's small buttocks and carried her back to the bed. Clothes. Well, the daughter-in-law's simple just 2 words again made Gu Chengchen obediently bring the clothes. Song Si was very cooperative, lifting her arms one moment and her long legs and ass the next. Gu Chengchen was also skilled in buckling, hooking, bracing, straightening the straps, lifting the legs, threading the leg holes, and pocketing the buttocks. Dressing my daughter-in-law in her underwear, she put on a strapless slim-fit t-shirt and a black tutu. Finally, Gu Chengchen held the delicate arches of the feet and played with them carefully for a while before putting on the lace-edged little white stockings. "Thank you, hubby." Song Si put on her slippers and got up, gently cupped his cheeks and offered her lips and fragrant tongue without stinting, kissing deeply. For a long time, somewhat amorous, both men sensibly parted. "All right, let's go see what we need to bring," Gu Chengchen said as he patted Song Si's butt. The two then found a small backpack, loaded some wet wipes, toilet paper, charging cable, charging treasure, as well as Song Si's short-acting medicine and so on. "I would have liked to bring some snacks and drinks, but unfortunately there is none at home, so I had to go out and find a supermarket to buy some." Foyer. Song Si, who had put on her shoes, had wanted to tie up her hair as well, but Gu Chengchen took her hand and said, "Just spread it out like this. It's pretty." "Good." Song Si took his arm and obediently responded, "It does not matter, as long as her husband likes it." The two went out to the car. Gu Chengchen then drove out of the neighborhood in Cullinan. Halfway through, they bought some snacks and drinks in a small supermarket on the side of the road before they came all the way to park their car not far from the entrance of the Magic University. Since it was still early, just a little after 7:30 a.m., so, no one from either dorm has come yet. Song Si flipped out the bread from the plastic bag, tore open the package and handed it to Gu Chengchen's mouth and said, "Bite." Gu Chengchen didn't have the courtesy to directly bite off a large bite. Only then did Song Si withdraw her hand and eat the rest of the bread. Later, no matter if it was a snack or a drink, she would feed Gu Chengchen the first bite of the small portion, and then she would pass out the rest, and for the large portion, she would take one bite with him, basically patting my stomach, and the time came to 7:54. At that moment, a Land Rover slowly pulled up next to Cullinan. Gu Chengchen lowered the window, and the opposite side also lowered, revealing a delicate face painted with light makeup, which was Fan Ziru, who was driving the car. "Big boss Gu, checking in early, not bad, huh? Pretty good, not late," Gu Chengchen said indifferently. Song Si also probed slightly and waved her hand in greeting. Suddenly, Gu Chengchen suddenly thought of something and asked, "Right, what did you do with those ingredients last night? It shouldn't go bad if you leave it overnight, right?" Before Fan Zero could speak, Zhang Fei Yin in the passenger seat made a flying leap and pressed onto her, her upper hand grasping the window edge with a face of indignation. "I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Do you know that I ran through 3 cafeterias yesterday in order to save these ingredients before buying 3 foam boxes and ice packs? How big is the school, you know? I'm dying of exhaustion, okay? You black-hearted boss." Ahem. Gu Chengchen smiled sarcastically and joked, "Well done, comrade Zhang Feiyan. The organization won't forget your merits. Also, why don't the 3 of you just get a cafeteria each, or just drive off campus to get it?" As soon as these words came out, Zhang Feiyan was stunned and stiffly turned her head to look at Fan Ziro and said, "Right, why don't we have a cafeteria for each of us, or drive out and buy it?" Bai Xiao Xiao, however, picked up the conversation, because as soon as you heard that the ingredient release party was going to go bad yesterday, you ran straight out. "Ah, we thought you could fix it, so we didn't care." Zhang Fian immediately retracted back to the passenger seat and sat paralyzed in the seat without tears, a look of lifelessness on her face. To think that her nearly 700 points to get into the magic university of the school bully, but also have a day by their own stupid cry. Where are He Chang and the others? Fan Ziru asked. Gu Qingchen spread his hands and said, I don't know. I'll make a call and ask. With that, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed He Chang's number. Hello, Lao Si? When are you guys getting here? Who would have thought that He Chang's first words were actually a rhetorical question to him? You're here? Where are you stranded? Gu Qingchen looked around, puzzled. The entrance to the school. Gu Qingchen poked his head out of the car window to look back, and was instantly speechless when he saw the Land Rover parked in front of the school's main entrance. Gu Qingchen, he immediately said, you and Zhang Fian are really a crouching dragon and a phoenix chick. You directly blocked the school entrance. How come the security uncle didn't kick you out? We just parked naked on the side of the road. Can you observe the surrounding? The eavesdropping Zhang Fian had deflated her small mouth. Ha, yeah, He Chang's voice came from the phone, and at the same time, a big head poked out of the Land Rover at the entrance of the school. Then the last Land Rover drove up slowly. Where are Junjie and Rue? Gu Qingchen asked. The glass in the backseat of He Chang's Land Rover slowly lowered, and Alizi Rue in his regular clothes and a pink JK snuggled together, sleeping soundly. They both stayed up pretty late last night to score. Wait, Zhang Fian's voice came, followed by a cell phone peeking out from the side of Fan Ziru's face. With a click and a flash, a sleepy photo of John Chen and his petite wife snuggling together has been passed down forever. Chapter 94 Fan, the 13th man of Central, 0. Fan Ziru, you lead the way at the very front. Gu Qingchen said. Okay, I only remember a general idea. It might take a bit of a detour, so you guys can just follow. After saying that, Fan Ziru started her car and drove out of the parking space. He Chang also started his car and followed closely. And lastly, Gu Qingchen's Cullinan Road. The landscape outside the window swept by quickly, changing from the city to the woods. Gu Qingchen, who was a little bored, moved his hand on the gearshift lever to Song Si's slippery and slender big white leg and kneaded it. As it traveled for quite some time, Gu Qingchen suddenly felt that something was wrong. Because there was a billboard on the side of the road that he had seen 3 times, and even some of the features of the intersection felt familiar. It's like getting lost and spinning in place. CC. Dial a WeChat number for Fan Ziru. Gu Qingchen said. Good. She instantly dialed up her microphone. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Fan Ziru's voice also came from the other side of the phone. Hello? What's up, big boss Gu? Are you going the right way? Gu Qingchen asked. The other end of the phone went silent for a while, before Fan Ziru's somewhat unnatural voice said, right. Yeah, I just purposely asked my dad. Gu Qingchen was a bit speechless. Central 13. Did you just play with me in a roundabout way? That's not true. There was a small situation just now, but it's fine now. Gu Qingchen didn't bother to dwell on the issue and said directly, then give me an indication if I can get to my destination before noon. Yes, don't worry. Okay, don't let me down. Central 13. After saying that, Gu Chengchen loosened her grip on her feet, tapped hang up, and gripped it back again. About half an hour or so passed. They finally reached their destination without incident. The scenery is really nice. Lush groves of trees wrapped around a small, clear river stream, with fallen leaves gently swaying on the water's surface. The banks are paved with small, cobblestone-like stones and a number of wildflowers that dot the landscape. Instead of immediately carrying the things to be used for the picnic, the crowd got out of their cars and ran down to the river stream to splash around. Chen Junjie is even wearing shorts, stepping on the flip-flops of rushing into the water, indeed not deep, barely above the knee. It seems to have gotten a little shallower. I remember it being up to my thighs. Fan Ziluo said. There are fish here. Zhang Fian, who was paddling the water with her hands together with Bai Xiao Xiao and was a little excited, asked in a loud voice. He Chang looked at the small fry swimming past his eyes and responded. Yes, I saw it, but it was so small. Li Zirui chimed in. I saw a palm-sized one, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Gu Qingchen, who had just put on Song Si's shoes and socks and was holding her as she walked slowly, did not participate in their discussion. Instead, he turned his head sideways toward his daughter-in-law and asked, want to go down and play? You stay with me just to think, Song Si said softly. Gu Qingchen smiled dotingly, squatted down to pull up his own pants leg, took off his shoes and socks, and said, hold on to my shoulders while I take off your shoes. Song Si obediently held on, raising her leg slightly in the process. After removing her shoes and socks as well and placing them on the shore, Gu Qingchen assisted her into the water barefoot, feeling the cool water rushing over her feet. Song Si raised her legs and paddled the water with some novelty. A few other people saw that their young couple and John Shen had gone into the water and followed suit, taking off their shoes and socks and going into the water. The crowd played for a while, Gu Chengchen looked at his cell phone. It was almost 11 o'clock before he shouted, "All stop playing first, move everything down and get it right, have lunch and then play." "Yes, times N." After the crowd responded, Gu Chengchen also put his arm around Song Si's waist and went ashore. Since there was nothing to wipe their feet with and they were going to play in the water later, everyone just went barefoot, getting the grill, generator and whatnot down and put away. The crowd butts heads and freezes at the 4 packages. They gathered in a circle and looked at the 4 tent bags that lay on the ground. Opened, and all fell silent. Gu Chengchen squatted down, picked up an iron bar, and said breathlessly, "You guys, who would build this thing?" Several people looked at me and you, all shaking their heads. Gu Chengchen sighed with a big head and looked at the 3 boys who bought the tent. "How did you buy the tent? Isn't there that kind of one piece? Pick up and fix it and live in it?" He dumped out one of the packages of tent parts. "Had to buy this in bulk and a 4-pack full of them. You guys are really my angels, asterisk 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 asterisk." Without a word, He Chang squatted down and handed the manual in his tent bag to Gu Chengchen. He took it helplessly and flipped through it. Slowly, Gu Chengchen realized that the parts were just a lot to look at, but they were actually quite simple. Then he commanded these men, and fixed all the ground cloth and ground nails, and laid the inner accounts, and joined and supported the skeleton, and fixed the inner accounts, finally draping the outer ledger. After fixing the outer ledger is pretty much done. That's basically it. Learned yet? Gu Chengchen clapped his hands and said. The crowd immediately nodded and set up all 3 remaining tents. However, Gu Chengchen thought of another problem. It's best for Cici not to leave her side at the moment, so how will she sleep at night? 4 tents, 1 for 2. If she must sleep with herself, then there must be a man and a woman who need to be in a tent. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Chengchen still said, Ahem, that. Cici is more clingy to me. Can I apply for a separate tent for the 2 of us to sleep in? The crowd looked at each other, but are not much of an opinion. The boss said which cannot be from Besides, the young couple want to sleep together can also be understood. Thus, Fan Zyra directly arranged for all of them. You 3 boys squeeze into 1 tent, Yanzi and Xiao Xiao 1, and I'll be alone. At the end, she added coquettishly, all you brothers will surely let me be a girl, won't you? At once, the 2 half-grown men present, except for Gu Chengchen, were all ruffled by Fan Zyra's petulant words. You live. Yeah, we boys aren't that pretentious. Just squeeze. Little Stepford didn't say anything, sort of acquiescing. Chapter 95, Song Si's first makeup. Finished solving the tent problem. The crowd went back to laying out picnic blankets, setting up burners, and stringing skewers. Although the ice packs in the phone boxes had melted, they were still somewhat cool, and the ingredients remained intact even in the heat. Zheng Fian looked at all the meat threaded on He Chang's bamboo skewer and said leisurely, He Chang, can you not just thread meat? She said, and showed what she was wearing. Look at mine. 2 pieces of meat separated by a few slices of vegetables. That's how it tastes. He Chang glanced at it and wondered, are you from the Northeast? The great Northeast doesn't fiercely flaunt meat? That's right. Nutritional balance. Do you understand? Even though I don't speak Northeastern, I'm still a Northeasterner. Okay. He Chang glanced at by Xiao Xiao, who was busy beside her, and immediately raised his chin. Isn't your family's Xiao Xiao also a pure meat skewer? Zheng Fian retorted. You just see people wearing meat, right? People are a string of pure veggies and a string of pure meat. Okay. Then, He Chang looked at Fan Zyru, who was just like Zheng Fian. 1 section of meat and 1 section of veggies. Another look at John Chen and Petite. These 2 are sneaking fish on the score. Gu Chengchen and Song Si, a pair of Siamese twins, are wearing fish fillets and steamed buns. It seems like you're really the only one wearing pure meat skewers. As if. I like pure meat. That's all. Why do I have to agree with them? Then all the pure meat is for me to show off. Okay? He Chang said helplessly. Zheng Fian immediately shook her head. That won't do. What? He Chang, so you're saying I'm only wearing jerky? I'm just saying you need to be more nutritionally balanced. I'm not saying it's wrong to wear meat. He Chang was completely speechless. Girls have such strange brain circuits. After Gu Chengchen dressed the last piece of fish, he got up and patted the 2 fish touching parties. You 2 stop playing. Work. Go dress the chicken wings or something. Otherwise there's no rice and on for you. With that, he went to turn over the coals to start the fire. John Chen and J.K. Ping Sweetly Zeroy looked at each other and said in unison. Finish the fight first. What's with the sudden feeling of CP? The time slowly came to noon. Gu Chengchen carried all the various kinds of skewers that everyone had put on and put them next to He Chang's side by the grill. Cheer up, Aang. Grilling a smashed one can be too embarrassing for the Northeast people. He Chang patted his biceps. See, natural skills can't be bad. Okay, hard work. After saying that, Gu Chengchen turned around and left, ready to find his daughter-in-law to get bored. However, Song Si had no time for him, because, at this moment, she was being forced to undergo makeup by Fan Ziru pinching her chin. Zheng Fian and Bai Xiaoxiao are watching and learning. Gu Chengchen didn't disturb them, just stood curiously not far away and watched. Inwardly, I'm also looking forward to what Song Si looks like with makeup. In about a couple minutes, Fan Ziru smeared Song Si's lipstick, revealed a confident smile, and patted her shoulder. Great job, go on, give your husband a look. Good, Song Si answered softly, and just as she got up and turned her head, she saw Gu Chengchen, who was looking at her favorably. Not far away, she trotted toward him joyfully. Seeing this, Gu Chengchen also hurriedly stepped forward to meet him. Slow down, they are all stones, what if you trip? Song Si, on the other hand, couldn't wait and asked with her little head, hubby, is it good? Gu Chengchen looked at it carefully and was quite stunning. The girl in front of her had eyebrows like distant daisies, and on her autumn watery eyes, there seemed to be a touch of light traces outlined, like delicate brushstrokes in an ink painting. The cheeks were covered with a layer of light pink, just like the clouds in the sky. Lips on the lip gloss, but also like the dewdrops on the morning roses, through the watery luster, especially when coupled with her sweet smile. The whole look unfolded perfectly. Gu Chengchen didn't reply, but instead directly swept the lovely person in front of him into his arms and ate the lip gloss she had just smeared. Well, Song Si wrapped her arms around his back and cooperated in an incomparably natural manner. The 6 people watching the show around them, 5 people, all with auntie-like smiles. Only the northeastern big brother, Master he, is puffing and puffing, grilling skewers. The 2 were still kissing like glue until he finished grilling all the skewers. Now all 6 were watching them kiss in boredom. Slowly, Zheng Fian, who was really hungry and anxious, couldn't help but shout, hey, I say, 2 of you, can you stop? Eat first, okay? Upon hearing this, the unmarried couple who were still indulging in the charming atmosphere could not extricate themselves, before they immediately came back to their senses and hurriedly separated. Song Si was even more shy and buried her head, dead, into her husband's arms. Ahem. Gu Chengchen coughed awkwardly and picked up his daughter-in-law and came to sit on the picnic blanket. That what? Can't help it. Let's eat. The crowd then picked up different skewers and ate them. Zheng Fian, on the other hand, ate while saying, wow, he Chang you this handicraft can you this open a barbecue store does not blood earn, and see, do not be shy, quickly eat it. As she said that, she also handed over a skewer to Gu Chengchen. Song Si's face flushed as she probed and glanced before reaching out to take the skewer and sent it to Gu Chengchen's mouth. You eat first. Gu Chengchen took a bite and also praised it while moving the skewer to his daughter-in-law's mouth and said, indeed you can he Chang, it's a pity that you don't open a barbecue restaurant with this talent. Song Si also obediently took a bite and couldn't help but have her eyes light up, and he Chang, with a skewer in his mouth, contemplated for a moment. Then I'll try to open one during my sophomore and junior years? Being told that, he was also moved, in case it came true. Alright, I'll throw some money at you then. You can try it out. It has the potential to catch fire. Gu Chengchen said, it's only tens of thousands of dollars at the most, and it's all an investment that doesn't matter. Fan Ziru also raised her hand. I vote too. Chang, you 2 rich kids have said so naturally I have to try. He Chang wasn't someone whose personality dragged out euphemisms, and immediately accepted the goodwill of the 2. After a barbecue feast that was not full of wine, but only full of rice, the crowd was content to lie on picnic blankets and sunbathe. Yes, Song Si wasn't lying down, she was snuggled in her husband's arms. After a break, the 3 girls, except Song Si, all got up and went to play in the water in the small river stream. He Chang and Chen Junjie, on the other hand, found 2 wooden sticks and took a knife to sharpen them in preparation for spearing fish. For her part, little petite wife sat quietly by the river by herself, rinsing her feet and playing a game. Let's play too. Gu Chengchen got up and picked Song Si up in a princess carry and also went into the water. After lowering her from her arms, the young girl happily took Gu Chengchen's arm and strolled through the water. From time to time, he leaned over and flipped over the nice-looking rocks in the water for him to look at before putting them in Gu Chengchen's pants pocket. Chapter 96, John Chen's Good Luck and Bad Luck. Gu Chengchen and Song Si, who were a bit bored, came to He Chang and John Chen arm in arm, watching the 2 of them, wooden forks in hand, held high in the air. They kept scanning the water for movement. Suddenly, Chen Junjie made a downward fork, then clanked and stomped out of the water like he was on sprint. Next to him, He Chang was naturally affected by the waves and splashed all over. He immediately raised his head and shouted towards Junjie Chen, who had already run out several meters. Jesse, what are you doing? Splash me with water. I didn't bring any clothes. Chen Junjie said back as he ran. Fish. I saw the fish. It's such a big one. I almost speared it just now. And then, not 10 seconds later, he waded back in with his head hanging down, muttering to himself, How can a fish that big be gone so quickly? Gu Qingchen looked at the two men, one drenched and one half wet, and said breathlessly, "What are you two going to do? We don't seem to have any clothes with either of us." He Chang was indifferent. "It's fine, the big deal is to sleep bare-assed." Hearing this, John Chen agreed. "Good idea." So the two completely let themselves go. Dive right into the water with your whole body and catch fish with your bare hands. Let's go. Let's not watch these two make a scene. With that, Gu Qingchen held Song Si's hand and returned to the shore. Take the shoes and socks to the edge of the picnic blanket. He held Song Si's small snow-white feet that were sitting on the blanket, moved them into his arms, lifted up the hem of his shirt and wrapped it around, and wiped them as a foot wipe. For a moment, Gu Qingchen swept her hand over the white and red soles of her feet, put white socks on her cute toes, and put on her shoes before she sat down on the blanket, took a paper towel and wiped her own feet, and put on her shoes and socks. Song Si looked at her attentive husband just now with a smile on her face, and didn't hold back from wrapping her arms around his neck from behind and boarding over his cheeks for a sideways kiss. After her lips parted, Gu Qingchen pinched her cheeks and asked, "What's wrong? Kissing me all of a sudden?" "Not how I want to kiss," just Song Si voice soft and sticky back. "All right." Gu Qingchen got up and pulled her up, ready to stroll down the small river stream, but Zheng Fian scurried over from the side, with a flower garland in her hand for Song Si to put on her head. "Wow, better look." Sure enough, flowers go with beauty. She then looked at Gu Qingchen and spat out her tongue. "Sorry, we didn't pick many flowers, so there's no share for you boys." Gu Qingchen pointed doubtfully at Li Zirwei, who was not far away, sitting by the river, wearing a garland of flowers on his head and playing a game, and said, "Then how come he has it?" "Ha, people are obviously little girls with long hair, long legs, and pink JKs, okay?" Gu Qingchen. After giving Song Si the garland of flowers, Zheng Fian literally flew back to Fan Zhou and Bai Xiaoxiao at the edge of the woods like a little swallow. "Alright, I'll bring you mine." Song Si thought he wanted it too, and just wanted to take off her own wreath, but was stopped by Gu Qingchen with a smile. "I don't want it. I'm just teasing her. You wear it well. I just don't know which one of them made it up, and the craftsmanship is quite good. It should be Xiao Xiao, right? She grew up in the countryside. It's normal that she would know this." "That's her." Gu Chengchen pointed at Bai Xiaoxiao, who was beside the flowers and had begun to weave a garland again, and said. Song Si looked at it and turned her head to raise her little head. "See, I'm awesome. My Si is awesome." Gu Chengchen reached out and rubbed her head, then took her by the willow waist and walked towards the upper reaches of the small river stream. The two basically wandered around for a while and then headed back, because there's really not much to see. The scenery is basically the same. Even if you go further, it's a disaster if you can't come back. Just back. Gu Qingchen and Song Si saw and heard that the crowd was gathering around the laughing John Chen. A closer look revealed a fish the size of 2 palms in the bastard's hand. "Lao Si, look, such a big fish, bull or not." John Chen carried the fish mouth and showed it off to Gu Qingchen. "Nyo ah, how did you catch it?" Gu Qingchen asked. He couldn't even spear a fish before. With his bare hands? "I'm afraid this fish will be delivered directly to him, right?" Chen Junjie immediately excitedly narrated. "I do not know ah. I'm looking for fish. This guy directly a fish leaped dragon door into my arms flutter. I'm afraid it ran. Hurry a force brick fly flung to the shore. Caught ah. Gu Qingchen. It was really delivered to him. Next to him, he Chang skimmed his lips. Asterisk 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 luck. "Che, you're just jealous," said John Chen, waving the fish in his hand in front of him again. Instead, Zheng Fian interrupted. "Junjie, are you going to steam it or braise it?" Before he could reply, he Chang mercilessly broke Zheng Fian's expectations. "Don't think about it. There's no such thing as that condition. It can only be roasted. Ah, the barbecue that was only eaten at noon wouldn't still be eaten at night, right?" Zheng Fian dropped her head, her words full of dislike. He Chang pointed to the instant noodles on the blanket and said, "Here, eat this at night, and by the way, cook the leftover ingredients piece by piece, and the fish will just be grilled and shared when the time comes." Since he had been a sub-grill master for lunch, it was natural for him to bring himself into the role of chef. Also, okay. Decided on the evening meal. Somewhat bored, the crowd sat around the blanket and discussed finding something else to do. By the way, He Chang and John Chen were sitting on the ground. Who made these two people all wet? It's just as well that the sun is pretty hot right now to give them a tan. Truth or dare to play or not? Fan Zairu suggested. The crowd was fine with that and agreed. Afterwards, Fan Zairu turned over a deck of playing cards, picked out the A8 of different suits from it and messed them up, and took out a big bucket of Coke and paper cups. "Here. Draw an A to ask a question or give a punishment. Draw an 8 to choose truth or dare, and if you don't answer, or don't do the punishment, blow a Coke. You must take a mouthful of it. Oh, and you can't stop, or you'll be punished with another drink." After saying the rules, Fan Ziro placed the cards on the blanket. Everyone, open the draw. The result is John Chen 8. Fan 0A. John Chen said, I'll go with the truth. Okay, may I ask who your first love was? The first person you liked? Fan Ziro came up with a sharp question. My middle school language teacher. Wow XN. He Chang patted John Chen's shoulder. Nyo Jiezi, what does that teacher look like? It's not extraordinarily pretty. It's just the stirrings of youth. After recalling with somewhat reddened cheeks, Chen Junjie hurriedly said again, alright, next hand. Van Zillo upset the cards and placed them in the middle of the blanket again. As the crowd finished taking their cards, John Chen directly threw out the cards in his hand and let out a sharp pop. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come it's me again? I knew that fish given for nothing had a price. That card was clearly an 8. And Zhang Fian snorted and turned over the card she was holding. I'm an ace. Do you choose truth or dare? Sincerely, are you still a virgin? John Chen. He gritted his teeth, his cheeks reddening as he stifled out. Yes. Ha, you're not. Are you? Isn't your family rich? How is it possible that you haven't talked to anyone? Zhang Fian said doubtfully. So what? Pure love rich second generation can't do it? Jun Chan retorted unconvincingly. Besides, the money isn't his. It's his father's. Now he's limited to a pitiful $2,000 a month in pocket money. Sure. Zhang Fian nodded with a smile. Chapter 97 Fan Ziro confesses. Red Queen Zhang Fian. With the redraw. Ha ha, not me anymore. John Chen threw out the 3 in his hand as if he was excited as if he was a villain. Fan Ziro threw out the 8 in her hand with a face full of helplessness. I'll go with truthfulness. Who's A? Gu Qingchen, who had heard the words, turned the card in her hand over. I'm an ace. What's the name of the person you like? Fan Ziro froze for a moment as she looked at Gu Qingchen, seemingly pondering something, before speaking a moment later. To be honest, I don't have a favorite. At most I just have a good feeling. That name? Gu Qingchen asked again, but Fan Ziro evaded. You're talking about someone you like. Good feelings don't count. Oh. When she finished, she reshuffled her cards. After that, we went through 7 or 8 more rounds, and everyone got all over 8. And the questions were irrelevant. When was the first time you kissed? When was your first love? Tell me a little inside secret and so on. However, apart from Gu Qingchen and Song Si, only Zhang Fian, John Chen and little petite wife had crushes or had good feelings for each other, but none of them had ever been in love, until Van Zillo draws 8 again. And once again, Heejin, who was holding the A, asked, what's the name of the person you have a crush on? This time, she was silent. Gu Qingchen seemed to see her difficulty. Drink your drink if you don't want to talk about it. However, Fan Ziro shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, his name is Gu Qingchen. The moment these words came out, the entire room fell into silence. Everyone except Gu Qingchen looked at her in surprise. Song Si, on the other hand, tightened her own husband's arm in her arms and looked at Fan Ziro in disbelief. And Fan Ziro's purpose was simple. In order to avoid unnecessary conflicts between sisters in the future, it was the right opportunity to talk things out. She continued to open her mouth and explained, don't worry, I don't like Gu Qingchen, I just have a good feeling. The condition of my family, you should also be able to see, although there is nothing that can be called the export of well-known enterprises, but the family is not small. The financial strength is called the mansion. It was also my father's arrangement that I got into the finance class. For the sake of the family's interests, he gave me 3 targets and told me to pick one to approach, build a relationship, or even seduce to facilitate a future marriage. Anyway, I couldn't make the decision myself, so I might as well pick one that I could see eye to eye with. So I picked Gu Qingchen. Saying that, Fan Ziro turned her gaze back to Song Ce. I'm sorry, at first I did want to steal my husband from you, but you were too simple, full of him, and he doted on you, so I knew I didn't have a chance. I'm just saying this today so you don't get me wrong. I don't actually want to be in a relationship. I want to start my own company and make it big and strong and prove it to my family. Let them know that I can create benefits for the family even if I don't join forces. Song Si, who heard the words, didn't have much emotion. She was nervous. She was just afraid that Gu Qingchen wouldn't want her. As for whether Fan Ziro would be with Gu Qingchen in the future or not, although she was a little jealous, she didn't care too much. Gu Qingchen had long since noticed Fan Ziro's abnormality in the smallest details, but she was very measured and kept a certain distance, so she didn't poke her. That's all. At this time, He Chang asked, then why don't you just cut ties with your family? Can they still force you? Fan Ziro glared at him, looking despondent. You think it's that easy? My parents are very good to me. They follow me and spoil me with everything. It's just that this marriage thing is not up to me or my parents to decide. Then, she pretended to be relaxed and leaned back. It doesn't matter. Anyway, The clan thinks that I'm still raiding Gu Qingchen, so I'll be able to relax for a few years. When I graduate, I'll just find someone to marry and become a rich wife. Gu Qingchen looked at the frank Fan Ziru, slightly changed his opinion of her. Out of Song Si's roommate and sympathy, in the future. If you need help, you can find me. Upon hearing this, Fan Ziru immediately straightened up and revealed a smile. With this statement from Big Boss Gu, I'm relieved. Come on, continue. When she finished, she upset the cards again and threw them in the middle of the blanket. The corner of Gu Qingchen's mouth twitched, daring to think that the set of maneuvers just now were all pretend. Just for his verbal promise? Looks like the girl is trying to rebel against her family. Suddenly, Zhan Chen asked while drawing cards, Lao Si, is it convenient to reveal what your family does? Gu Qingchen thought about it, but did not want to hide it from her roommate, and confessed. Gu's group, ********. Chen Junjia immediately jumped up. Old 4. Nope. Righteous father. Father, in the future, little brother will have to rely on you for more support. Okay, don't be so startled. Hurry up and sit down and play. Gu Qingchen cried and laughed, but everyone else in the room except for Fan Ziru was a bit unsure. After all, there was no contact with the business world, and there was no concept of what this group and that group. He Chang even said bluntly, what's wrong with Gu group? Is it special? Chen Junjia looked at him with eyes like he was looking at a bumpkin. Leading company in Magic City, top 10 in the country. Do you think it's bullish? It seems quite bullish when you hear it like that. Zheng Fian said weakly. Forget it, you guys don't understand. In short, my righteous father's thighs you guys can hold on to. Don't ever let go. Zhan Chen didn't bother to explain to them and sat down again to look at the cards in his hand. And then, holy, it's me again and again. He threw away the cards in his hand and lay down lifelessly on the floor, saying breathlessly, I'll take the dare. Say, who's the ace? Zheng Fian raised the card in her hand. Me. The punishment is that you kiss my family Xiao Xiao's cheeks one bite, and if one of you doesn't want to, you'll have to drink a drink. It's excessive, isn't it? Chen Junjia slightly glanced at Bai Xiao Xiao, who shyly lowered her head and had a clear face and said, excessive? I told you that if either of you two refused, you'd just have a drink instead. Come on, you're not afraid, are you, little virgin? Zheng Fian deliberately provoked the sisters to create opportunities for them, because she had found out long ago that Bai Xiao Xiao was probably interested in Zhan Chen. Perhaps she liked boys with a good sense of humor, and she was usually always seen sneaking glances at Zhan Chen. Today it's even more frequent, and even covers its mouth and snickers. It's just that this housemate of his is so low self-esteem that he doesn't show it at all. Before she caught the opportunity to see Zhan Chen was that reaction. It should not be a scum. Now that she had caught her chance again, it was up to the two to make it work. Chapter 98 by Xiao Xiao, who fainted in shame. What wouldn't I dare as a big boy? Just kiss. Zhan Chen sat up from the floor, completely unaware that his cheeks were already surprisingly red. Although Bai Xiao Xiao was not to the level of a stunning beauty, her rather durable baby face and relatively petite figure did give off a very criminal feeling. It's okay if you don't mention it, but if you notice it once in a while, you can't afford to rise too much, so you'll just consider it an acquaintance. But suddenly mentioning it, Chen Junjie, a white boy who has never had any emotional experience, does have some unstoppable heart. Zheng Fian put her arm around Bai Xiao Xiao's shoulders and said in a slightly goading tone, how about Xiao Xiao? It's just a kiss on the face, it's nothing. I'm all, anything. Although Bai Xiao Xiao's voice was like a thin mosquito, she did not object. He Chang pushed the indomitable Zhan Chen forcefully and said, what are you still waiting for? Go! At those words, only then did Zhan Chen get up and take a step, slowly squatting down to Bai Xiao Xiao's side and very slowly bringing his face over. The crowd all held their breath and kept quiet, not wanting to disturb them. Bai Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, lowered her head and closed her eyes as hard as she could, feeling the hot nostrils getting closer and closer, her head already steaming faintly, with Zhan Chen's lips landing on her face like a dragonfly. In the next second, Bai Xiao Xiao's body slumped and unexpectedly fell into Zhang Feiyan's arms. Xiao Xiao. The crowd rushed around to see what was going on. Zhan Chen also froze in place, his heart bewildered. What did I do? Didn't I just kiss her? Why did you faint? Could it be my kiss was poisonous? Zheng Fian looked at Bai Xiao Xiao, whose face was blood red in her arms, and reached out to touch it, saying in disbelief, it's so hot. This is fainted from shame? Fan Ziru probed her nostrils with her fingers. There's still breathing. It seems like she's only fainted, not dead. She's definitely breathing. Gu Qingchen said breathlessly. Oh. Fan Ziru scratched her face in embarrassment. So what now? Just when the crowd was at a loss for words, Song Si directly drew out a few sheets of toilet paper, got up and jogged to the riverside to soak it up, then jogged back and pasted them on Bai Xiao Xiao's forehead, face and temples respectively. See, does it work? Gu Qingchen asked. Song Si wrapped her arms around him and shook her head. I don't know. I just think it's similar to having a fever and heatstroke. Let's try it first. About a minute or two or so. Bai Xiao trembled her eyes and slowly opened them. Wow, Xiao, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. Zheng Fian was immediately thrilled and hugged her tightly into his arms. Unable to do anything, Bai Xiao could only endure the ferocious passion while asking as if she was disconnected. What's wrong with me? Fan Zero lifted her hand to remove the toilet paper from her face and explained. You were fainted by Zhang Chen's kiss. It's the first time I've seen someone who can be fainted by shaman. As soon as Bai Xiao heard this, she immediately remembered what had just happened. Her face once again tinged with blush as she buried her head into Zhang Fian's boondocks and muffled her voice. Right. I'm sorry for making you guys worry. It's fine my fault. I shouldn't have let Zhang Chen kiss you. I should have done it a little bit. Zhang Fian stroked her head and soothed her. Instead, Bai Xiao slightly revealed a nod of her head and looked at Zhang Chen, who was standing stupidly on the side with embarrassment on his face, and sheepishly buried her head back. Seeing that there was nothing more to do, Gu Qingchen also said to He Chang, it's getting late. Go cook the noodles. The pot is small. You'll have to cook it several times. Hard work. Harm. Little things. After saying that, He Chang took the pot and the small gas stove aside to cook the noodles. The remaining 7 weren't playing truth or dare while they waited for their meal. Gu Qingchen held Song Si in his arms and together they swiped short videos to relieve their boredom. And little Stepford wife went off to sit at the little generator to charge her cell phone because it was dead, and turned on the camping light in the process. The somewhat dim surroundings brightened up a bit. The remaining 3 girls were sitting in a circle, not knowing what whispers they were whispering. Finally, Zhang Chen sat down next to Yi Chang and nagged him. The scene was harmonious and beautiful. After about 10 minutes or so, 2 bowls of noodles came out of the pot first, and after serving them in an iron bowl, they were served to Zhang Fian and Bai Xiao. The instant noodles with diced meat and veggies were okay, and the 2 of them ate quite well. The pasta that was cooked in the back was naturally given up by the boys to the last 2 girls first. It was just that Song Si was an exception. At this time, the noodles that had just reached her hands were picked up by the chopsticks and blown, and sent to Gu Qingchen's mouth. Hubby Gu Qingchen helplessly pinched Song Si's cheek. You eat, I'll just eat the back. No, good girl. Having no choice but to face his daughter-in-law's soft words like she was coaxing a child, Gu Qingchen had no choice but to open his mouth and accept the loving feeding. This little couple, you feed me a mouthful, I feed you a mouthful of mushy. But to the 2.5 boys who were still hungry, look at that, called a sour. It wasn't until it was basically dark that all of them finished eating. Then, He Chang finished grilling Zhang Chen's white to fish, divided it into 8 portions, and delivered it to each person. The crowd just sat on their blankets with their grilled fish and looked up at the sky. Zero, this doesn't have the roaming starry sky you're talking about either? Zheng Fian said doubtfully. Is it because it's still completely dark? However, an hour passed. The little petite wife even made a point of turning off the camping lights. Still nothing, Zheng Fian said with some lack of interest. I was expecting to see a bright river of stars in the sky, but this is it. Maybe it's too close to the city? Fan Ziru guessed. After waiting a while longer, there was still not a single glimpse of the stars. Zhang Chen and little petite wife had lost hope and went back to the tent to play the game and hack away. And not many minutes later, He Chang also got up and walked into the game's queue. In the end, it was Gu Qingchen who pulled Song Si up and said, alright, I guess I can't see it. Let's all go into the tent. We've been playing all day. Let's rest early. When he finished, he took his daughter-in-law's hand and went into the tent. The remaining 3 women glanced at each other and all got up helplessly and went into the tent. However, Fan Ziru didn't have a separate tent, but squeezed into one with Zheng Fian and Bai Xiao, just like the boys. Gradually, although it didn't get very late, the crowd, tired from playing, basically went to bed. At this time, Song Si, however, pulled Gu Qingchen out of the tent. That's not necessary, is it? What if we wake them up? Gu Qingchen whispered. Song Si, however, turned around and wrapped her arms around Gu Qingchen, lightly biting his ear. But I've taken all my medication, so don't waste it. Hubby, you can just cover my mouth. Gu Qingchen was pulled into the grove. In the darkness, Song Si secretly opened her palm, and a pill just fell onto the grass and disappeared. Chapter 99, Return to School. Gu Qingchen held Song Si's small buttocks in his arms and looked around for a while before carefully walking out of the woods. At this moment, the young girl's whole body was soft and sweaty. Her face that was pasted on his chest was full of red rhythms, and her long, white legs were wrapped around his tiger's waist in a deadly manner. Back to the tent. Gu Qingchen placed Song Si on the sleeping bag, wiped her head full of fragrant sweat with the palm of his hand, and said very quietly, satisfied now? Can you sleep? Right? Can. Song Si smiled sweetly and similarly whispered back, since it's still summer, the sleeping bag is purely for use as a pad and doesn't need to be covered at all. Gu Qingchen lay back and took his daughter-in-law into his arms, patting her back as if he were coaxing a child. Good boy, go to sleep. You can't stay in bed tomorrow. Song Si naturally put her jade leg on his waist, her little head arched towards his neck nest, her voice glutinous. Good night, hubby. Good night. Listening to the somewhat sleep-aiding sounds of insects, the two people embracing each other gradually fell into dreamland. Early the next morning, it was only when she heard the sounds of busy work outside that Gu Qingchen slowly woke up. He picked up his cell phone, which still had 33% charge, and looked at it, realizing that it was only a few minutes after 7. Gently pinching the arched nose of the soundly sleeping girl resting on his chest, he whispered, "See, it's time to get up." Well, some breathing difficulty. Song Si tightly wrapped around the side of the pillow, greatly stretched a lazy waist, with the lazy after waking up. On the small head, voice light soft glutinous said, "To kiss to wake up." Gu Chongchen favored a smile, immediately lowered his head and kissed on her cherry lips, incidentally also gently pinched one of the clusters of fullness. The two got up and straightened their clothes before pulling the tent open and walking out. It was just that Song Si hadn't been fully switched on yet, her hair slightly disheveled, and in a daze, she pinched the corner of Gu Qingchen's coat with her fingers and followed him. "Wake up, Lao Si, when are we leaving?" He Chang twisted his head to look at Gu Qingchen and asked as he stowed his tent. Fan Ziwei and Zhang Fian were also collecting a tent each, but after hearing He Chang's inquiry, they both turned their heads to look over. "Let's go when we're done packing, just in time to go back and have a bite of breakfast. I've had a hard time putting away my tent, and C and I are going to wash up." "Small problem." He Chang gave an okay sign. After saying that, Gu Chongchen first went to the car and took out the two men's tooth cups, toothbrushes and toothpaste, and then brought Song Si to the side of the small river stream to wash her face and brush her teeth. When the washing is done, after being returned with Song Si's arm around her, Gu Qingchen looked around and asked toward He Chang, who had just stowed his tent in his bag, "Where are Junjie, Xiao, and Rui? Fan Ziru?" However, snatched the answer. Chen Junjie and Xiao were stuffed into the car by us to talk about love. In a while, let Chen Junjie drive and take Xiao to go. Cultivate the relationship. He Chang and Xiao Rui ride in our car. As for Rui Ahi, just as she was having some trouble getting her words out, Li Zi Rui in the woods cooperated and came back. Gu Qingchen glanced at him. "What did you do?" Li Zi Rui yanked out a roll of toilet paper from the abyssal giant pocket of his little pink skirt and blandly said, "Take a." Once everything was packed, the crowd came up to their respective cars. Gu Qingchen basically knew the route back, so he drove Cullinan at the forefront to lead the way. He wouldn't dare to let Fan Central 13 Ziru lead the way. Detours are trivial, and then leading them into a ditch can be fun, and then a passerby will say, "No parking here," then it's really red warm. A smooth ride back to the entrance of Mordor University. Gu Qingchen took the car keys in the hands of Fan Zio and Junjie Chen and said, "Alright, you guys go to the cafeteria for breakfast first. I'll pick up the car people later. Sissy will follow too, right?" Song Si shook her head at his words and tightly wrapped her arms around him. "I'll accompany you. Good girl. I'll be there in 10 minutes or so go order me some good food." That's fine. Song Si didn't mean that she couldn't leave him completely. There was still nothing wrong with it for a short time. When they're gone, about less than 10 minutes later, the same man who had delivered the car last time walked over with a man Gu Qingchen didn't recognize. "Gu Xiao, just give me the key, I'll take care of the rest." "Okay, hard work." Gu Qingchen handed over the key and went straight into the school gate, immediately upon reaching the entrance to the cafeteria. Instead, he saw Song Si, who was squatting conspicuously by the grass on the side of the road. Walking over, he found the young girl poking a sleeping civet cat with a twig. "Si, do you like small animals?" Gu Qingchen asked as he stroked her little head. Song Si was first startled, thinking that a stranger had touched her head, but immediately calmed down after hearing her lover's voice. "Hubby also no la, I thought it was dead so I tried it." "Alright, don't disturb senior." Gu Qingchen glanced at it. There were no eggs. Immediately changed his words. "Senior sister, eat to go. If you like we also buy a home. This is only home, cannot catch back." Hubby you decide." Song Si really didn't have much resistance to furry things, but it was fine to keep them or not. Inside the cafeteria, an ordinary morning meal is finished. John Chen led by Xiao to take the first step. Gu Qingchen gently wiped Song Si's mouth while saying, "Are these two progressing so quickly?" Fan Ziro ate the last Xiaolong bao, mouth a little unclear, okay, and did not hold hands, just talk alone. Gu Qingchen didn't dwell on it too much, just curious to ask. Zhang Fian leaned on her face and looked at the two people who were slowly moving away, full of envy. "I also want to have a sweet relationship ah." Fan Ziro elegantly wiped her mouth and said, "Aren't there two right next to you?" Zhang Fian looked at Yi Chang and Li Zi Rui, and immediately shook her head. None of them are my cup of tea. I want a guy Jin who comes to marry me with his feet on the 7-colored auspicious clouds. He Chang, however, splashed cold water. You're not Zixia fairy. Poof stab. Zheng Fian felt like 10,000 knives had been inserted into her heart. She huffed. Keiko, if you don't know how to talk, let's go to Dog Bear Ridge and cut down trees. At least there are bears there, monkeys and all, willing to listen to your chatter. He Chang completely ignored her little sarcasm and continued to insert his knife. Besides, the one who stepped on Yun Fei wasn't the supreme being, it was a monkey. Do you like that type originally? The taste is quite unique. Fei Yen Zhang. He Chang. You. Die. Chapter 100 Childbirth Cure. The hostesses set up a diagram, which has also been added in Chapter 1. 4,000-word chapter. OCD to make up 100 chapters. The group exited the cafeteria. After saying a goodbye, Gu Qingchen held Song Si's hand and left the school. The others didn't care. It would be strange if the young couple didn't go to the world of two and play with a few of their singles. The two returned to the Cullinan. Song Si, who was obediently sitting in the passenger seat, tilted her head and said, "Hubby, what are we doing?" Gu Qingchen stroked her soft face and softly said, "Let's go to the hospital, okay? Otherwise I don't feel at ease." Although he had never seen the girl reveal the symptoms she had dictated, now that he knew, his heart was always hanging in the balance as a future husband not to take it for a visit. Well, but, no matter what disease is found, don't abandon me, okay? Song Si pinched the corner of her skirt, her voice lowered like a child who had made a mistake. She doesn't want to worry the people she loves, but she's afraid that they won't want her if they know she's mentally unhealthy. How come? You're my wife and I'll only be there for you all the time. Saying that, Gu Qingchen gently wrapped his arms around the back of Song Si's head and moved forward to kiss those jelly-like lips. With the gentle opening of the shell teeth, the warmth intertwined. The two kissed for a while before they broke apart, panting. Well, it's just to show you around. No medicine or hospitalization. Gu Chengchen stroked his daughter-in-law's head and comforted her. Good. Song Si answered obediently. Gu Chengchen smiled and kissed her forehead, fastened her seatbelt, and then started the car and drove towards the affiliated hospital of the Magic University. Inside the psychiatric clinic, the female doctor pushed a business card in front of Gu Qingchen and said, "Since you don't want to take medication, contact this private psychiatrist to try. Mental illnesses are not like other illnesses, they are different for everyone, and in your loved one's case, I can't really conclude what it is. She does have a dependency disorder, but she also has other symptoms, and all I've given so far is medication plus counseling. Nothing more. Very good. Yes, thank you." Gu Chengchen thanked him and left the hospital with Song Si, heading to the address given by the doctor. Come to the 6th floor OFA building. Just outside the elevator, he was greeted by a backdrop that read Reassurance Private Psychology Clinic. Holding Song Si's hand around this wall was a front desk. At this time, the front desk girl who touched the fish saw that a guest had come, and also hurriedly got up to welcome him. "Hello, is it for psychological counseling?" "Yes, someone referred me to Dr. Gu Qingchen said as she handed over her business card. "Yes, just a moment." Saying that, the little sister picked up the landline, dialed a number, put down the phone after saying a few words, and made a please gesture. "Two of you, please follow me." Under the reception, the receptionist girl brought the two of them into a consultation room and said, "Dr. The patient has been brought to you, so I won't bother you." Good. At this time, sitting in front of the desk, a woman wearing a professional hip-hugging OL outfit with big wavy curly hair, put down her slender white jade legs cocked into a two-legged stool and stepped on patent leather high heels and walked slowly. Young Master Gu? Dr. and uttered in surprise. Gu Qingchen froze slightly, puzzled. "You know me?" Dr. and red lips hooked up. Tone some mischievous charm. I certainly know the famous Gu Xiao, but Gu Xiao is not necessarily know the little girl." Gu Chengchen frowned, somewhat doubting the woman's professionalism. Put, Dr. Anne's jade hand covered her mouth and let out a light laugh, collecting some of her expression and said, "All right, I won't tease you. My name is Wenshin. Your sister Miaoshu is my bosom friend." At those words Gu Qingchen was a bit surprised. "Is that so? That's really fate. Okay, you came to my place for yourself, or to see your little girlfriend?" "My girlfriend," Gu Qingchen said, and Wenshin nodded and made a gesture of invitation to the sofa. "Sit down first." After saying that, she personally brewed 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of the two of them, then elegantly sat down on the single sofa next to her, and added, "Tell me what's going on first." Good. Gu Qingchen dictated the symptoms Song Si had described earlier, and Wenshin listened, asked a few small questions, filled out a form for Song Si to read, then pointed to the door and said, "Gu Xiao, please go out and wait for about 4 to 7 hours, but please don't leave. I'll call you if something happens. And of course, don't worry about lunch and dinner. We'll provide them. Please." Why do you want me to go out? Gu Qingchen said in disbelief. Of course it's your girlfriend's condition that requires it. It's not like I can do anything to her as a girl. Don't worry. I'm here in a formal and legal private psychological clinic. Otherwise with your background, you wouldn't have to tear down my little temple. Gu Qingchen helplessly stroked Song Si's face to comfort her nervousness and slowly got up. Alright, call me if anything happens, I'll be right outside. With that, he pushed the door and walked out, seeing that the person in the way is gone. And Wenshin sat down next to Song Si, holding her hand and chattering away, seemingly drawing closer to each other. Then, she asked about her romantic past with Gu Qingchen, before slowly introducing her own experiences from childhood to adulthood. There's no way around it. The determination of mental illness is tied to personal experience, and that's something that has to be asked. Stopped for lunch, and Wenshin meticulously asked Song Si again how her symptoms really were. That's all. Gu Qingchen waited from nearly 10 a.m. until after 5 p.m. The cell phone was charged for quite a few clinics and yawned for I don't know how many. Finally, the door to the clinic opened slightly, and Wenshin poked her head out and hooked her finger at him. Come on my young master Gu. Gu Qingchen was really speechless at this burning woman. Are all female psychiatrists like this? He got up and followed. When Song Si saw him come in, she immediately stood up from the sofa and ran to Gu Qingchen's side to wrap his arm tightly into her arms. What's wrong? What did this woman do to you? Gu Qingchen stroked her chin and looked at Wenshin with unkind eyes. No, I just miss you. Song Si shook her head. And Wenshin, aggrieved Baba said, Gu Shao, I just want to, but also do not have the tools of the crime. How can you wrongly accuse a good person? Okay, be normal and tell us your diagnosis. And Wenshin also straightened up a bit, sitting on the sofa and taking a sip of the herbal tea that Gu Qingchen hadn't drank, saying, more severe dependent personality disorder, and severe depression. But strangely enough, her depression is squashed by a dependent personality, and she's a very clingy, normal person as long as you're around her. It's also the only thing I've ever seen in my life, and counts as the first case in the world. And the inner anxiety she described, and the numbing fear of feeling manipulated like a puppet, are both somatization symptoms. Maybe it has something to do with her experiences from childhood though. She personally can hide the symptoms so well it's barely noticeable. But if you're away from her for long periods of time for too long, I guess not. My advice is threefold. Most effectively, you don't leave her side for more than 5 hours. Effective, but harmful. Medication. What might cure it but I can't guarantee it. Get some pets. Or just have a baby. Song Si sniffed, immediately tugged on the corner of Gu Qingchen's coat, raised his little head, his big eyes seemed to glow as he looked at him, his voice soft and sticky, pampered, have a baby. No, why are you still thinking about it? Gu Qingchen smiled helplessly, flexed his fingers and flicked her forehead, turning his head toward Wenshin and asking, is having a child really useful? And Wenshin nodded and said, having a child gives you a bond, and once motherhood is inspired, it doesn't say that it can definitely be cured, but it will definitely be relieved a lot, and it's not good to say that it will naturally get better as time goes by. Pets have a similar effect, but it varies from person to person, and in any case it's not as good as having a baby. Anyway, nowadays, encouraging procreation, listening to the wonderful book in your family talk, your kind of relationship with a little bit of disease, great probability is that it will not be able to break up. Both have shadows from childhood. The love-brained woman who can't stay away from you and is extremely giving, and the affectionate man who won't let go and craves love and is possessive. To put it bluntly, you two are a younger and unlicensed couple. You simply match well. Gu Qingchen, Song Si, happy face. I know. I'll see to it. How much is the consultation fee? And Wenshin immediately opened the payment code on her cell phone. Sungui 5,000 pieces. Sweet past 5,000 bucks. And Wenshin also pulled out her own QR code business card and said, add a friend. You are welcome to consult at any time if you have any questions. Added her friend again. Gu Qingchen said, we'll leave first if there's nothing else. Alright, boss Gu, take your time. Because it was an acquaintance. And Wenshin waved her hand casually, and her slender white legs crossed her legs, playing with her cell phone on her own. Past the front desk girl and heard its phrase, you take care. After, Gu Qingchen and Song Si took the elevator downstairs, searched for the nearest pet store from the navigation, and drove there. Since having a baby isn't quite there yet, I'll just have to get a pet and see what happens. The university's accommodation will also need to find connections to do it. Song Si is better to follow around at the moment. Home of the Munchkins. Gu Qingchen held Song Si's hand and came to the store. The owner of the store was a woman in her 30s with an average face and some slight weight. Seeing a visitor, she put down the beauty short in her arms and was greeted by a wiggling love-hip corgi following behind her. Hello, we want to buy a pet. What kind of cats are here? Gu Qingchen asked. The two had talked it over when they arrived. Dogs are off the table for now because freshman year is still pretty full of classes and not a lot of time to walk and feed dogs. Cats don't have that concern at all. A tub of food and water and a litter box and you're basically off the hook for a few days. We have all breeds of cats at the moment. But Garfield, Maine, Siamese and milk, we are out of kittens. The owner's wife said. See, what kind of cat do you want? Looking at Song Si, who leaned over and gently caressed the corgi dog's head with her fingers. Gu Qingchen also stroked her little head. I don't know any species. Can you show me around? She straightened up, wrapped her arm around Gu Qingchen, and asked directly towards the boss's wife. Sure, the owner's wife was kind enough to lead the two to the favored house, but while passing through a caged area, Song Si was suddenly attracted by a small three-flower. He's cute looking, kind of like a Muppet kitten, with color blocks that don't cover his face, but instead are parted on his forehead like figure-8 bangs. That white, dopey, crooked little head face instantly captured Song Si's heart. She looked to Gu Qingchen, shook his arm, and pointed at the little three flowers. Hubby, let's have it. Before Gu Qingchen could open her mouth, the boss's wife took the first step and said, these are all stray cats sent by others, but we've already done the vaccination, deworming and cleaning, so if you want to, you can just spend $100 to adopt them away. Actually, they were originally free to adopt, but a cat abuser in the neighborhood claimed a few of them before, and then I heard about it and just switched to paying for them. If you'll excuse me on that one, it's fine. Just it, please take us to pick out some pet supplies. Gu Qingchen doesn't care how much it costs, as long as his wife likes it. Okay. The boss's wife directly opened the cage and carried out that little manhwa and put it into Song Si's arms. Then, it was time to take them to pick out cat litter and cat food and stuff. And Song Si was a little happy, scratching the chin of the little three flowers with a faint smile on her face. Gu Chengchen, on the other hand, unceremoniously picked up Sanhua's ass. Well, it's still a cute girl. So, it was time to buy her a pink litter box, food and water bowls, and an all-cotton-covered litter box. Cat food, cat litter, cat scratching boards, canned cat strips, cat toys and whatnot. Naturally, are a lot of things. Cat climbing frame also took a flower bush shape. Is to go back to have to manually assemble some trouble. Otherwise the car simply cannot put one purchase later. The owner's wife even helped them carry all their stuff to the car. Before leaving and adding WeChat, after saying goodbye to her, Gu Qingchen and Song Si drove back to the Royal View Villa. Back home, Gu Qingchen moved everything upstairs to an empty room. This going up and down is wearing him out. Song Si sat on her knees on the bed without sheets, heartily massaging up the shoulders and waist of her husband who was lying on top of it, throwing the kitten that had just arrived at home to the side. However, this little three flowers was quite self-contained, not at all like the other kittens who first found a place to hide when they arrived in a new environment. Instead, they run around, scratching this one time, scratching that one time. He even hooked the mattress with his little paws and climbed onto the bed, directly lying on Gu Qingchen's head and sleeping. Hey, that little thing. Song Si stopped the massage in her hand, amusedly took it into her arms, rubbed its head and said, hubby, give it a name? Gu Qingchen sat up as well, poked Sanoa's nose, and after a moment's thought, said, let's call it E, our family's first pet. How rash, but it's also quite catchy. Let's call it that, said Song Si, pinched its small ears, Tone softly said, from now on you will be called One La, know it? You're not allowed to be naughty. Gu Chengchen looked at this scene and smiled dotingly, suddenly somewhat understanding why An Wenshan said that keeping pets and having children could alleviate the condition. Lovely creatures are naturally a comfort to the human soul, and the child, the mother's spiritual support. Perhaps over time, Song Si would really slowly change to be like a normal girl. Chapter 101, The Cat's Ancestor. Chapter 101, Cat Ancestor. Gu Qingchen sat on her butt on the floor, holding the instructions for the cat climbing frame and watching how to assemble it. Luckily the package came with its own Phillips screwdriver, or he would have had to go out and buy a toolkit. Song Si, on the other hand, squatted on the side and fed one by one with cat food in her hand. This little guy doesn't seem to be hungry yet. He didn't need a few bites before he ran off in a huff to harass Gu Qingchen, who was assembling a cat climbing frame. He had only just screwed the support post to the base when one by one scurried up to the top of the post in a flash and meowed at him, as if to say again, shoveler, why are you so slow? Will you be safe? Without saying a word, Gu Chengchen directly pinched the back of its fateful neck and lifted this selfless little fellow into Song Si's arms, then took the other supports and platforms and compared them to the instructions. Song Si laughed and used her slender fingers to nod E's kitten nose, and said in a soft tone, don't bother daddy, mommy will take you to eat cat strips. About 10 minutes later, Gu Chengchen looked at the flowery bush-type cat climber that was more than 2 heads taller than him and gave a smug smile. It wasn't too hard to load, and as I loaded it, I got the general idea of what was going on, and then I got better at it. See, let the little ancestor try, Gu Qingchen said with her arms crossed. Good, Song Si put away the half-eaten cat strip one by one and picked it up and walked over to Gu Qingchen, placing the little guy on a platform in the middle. He first looked around and sniffed, then he completely let himself go and started jumping up and down. Finally, Yi climbed up to the highest platform, lowered her white face with bangs, and gave Gu Qingchen a meow meow meow. Can this be tolerated? Of course it can't be tolerated. Gu Qingchen directly tiptoed to catch it, but the little guy is very resourceful. A backward jump back to the middle of the platform, without stepping on a stool, cannot really reach it. Song Si saw the situation and hurriedly went forward to embrace his arm and said, "Well, what do you care with it?" When Gu Qingchen heard this, he immediately turned his head to look at her and pretended to be aggrieved. "No, daughter-in-law, you're starting towards this at all?" In fact, he didn't care at all. He was just playing along with one by one, but what he got in return was a loss of favor. "No, of course I love my husband the most. I just don't want you to get upset with a cat." Song Si hurriedly cupped Gu Qingchen's cheeks with her hands, rubbing them as she explained. "Okay, I'm not mad. I'm just messing around. Don't be too sensitive. I don't usually get mad." Saying that, Gu Qingchen held her perky buttocks with one hand and wrapped one hand around her thin waist, carrying his daughter-in-law's entire body lazily into his arms, lightly kissing her lips and walking towards the outside of the room. "Let's go. Contact the property to deliver the food and cook dinner. Let Won stay by herself and get used to her new home." Evening. Song Si cut the vegetables and Gu Qingchen panned the rice, and one by one, who had run down the stairs, was sitting with his head cocked in the kitchen doorway watching the two of them as they went about their business, waiting for a pot of eggplant, potato and beef stew to be served. One by one this little guy has been meowing under the table. Song Si fed the blow-cooled beef into Gu Qingchen's mouth, so she leaned over and poked Yi's little head with the end of her chopsticks, helplessly saying, "Little chatterbox, I put cat food in your rice bowl. Go eat it. What are you screaming about here?" Meow. But the kitten can't understand this. It just wants to eat meat. Is it wrong? So still meowing. Gu Qingchen, who really couldn't bear it, had to unwillingly put the meat that his daughter-in-law had given him on the ground. Seeing this, Yi rushed over with an arrow, grabbed the meat in his mouth and ran to the side to feast on it. Song Si smiled and ate a mouthful of rice, then repicked a few pieces of meat for Gu Qingchen. The atmosphere does get a lot more joyful when there is a little mischief maker in the house. A dinner is over. One by one, he ate his fill of meat and flopped down on the back of the couch to spread into a slice of cat pie. Gu Qingchen took the job and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Song Si, on the other hand, squatted on the floor, holding toilet paper to wipe the stains everywhere that the catmaster had eaten. A little busy work later, Gu Qingchen dried his hands, holding Song Si's waist with one hand and carrying the back of Yi's neck up the stairs with the other. Back to the bedroom, Gu Qingchen directly threw one by one to the ground, then wrapped his arms around Song Si's delicate and soft body and went to change the checkroom to change into pajamas. Meow. And one by one, disgruntled, followed behind, snarling at him incessantly about the evil dragon. Gu Qingchen completely ignored it, changed his pajamas, hugged his sister in his arms, and casually leaned back to sit on his bed and brush his jitterbug. Seeing that the pooper scooper wasn't paying attention to him, the little guy barked a few more times before cruising around with his little tail wagging slightly. Song Si was still somewhat interested in kittens, kissing Gu Qingchen's neck as if pleasing him, sucking out a shallow strawberry, and then burrowing out of his embrace, lying on the edge of the bed and watching one by one wandering around making mischief. However, her snow-white and delicate jade feet were placed on Gu Qingchen's abs, and the pearl-like rounded toes unconsciously opened and closed, blooming like small flowers, so it was obvious that the owner was still in a good mood. How could the old colorful lot pass up such an opportunity? Gu Qingchen directly held Song Si's smooth arch, his thumb gently rubbing her white and red forefoot, but his eyes were still looking at the cell phone screen, feeling the tickling touch. The young girl did not withdraw her foot or resist, but let him play with it with a slight blush on her face. As a little bit of time passes, looking at Yi who fell asleep on his slippers, Song Si reached out and stroked his cat head, then crawled back to Qing Chen's side. She sat on her ass on his stomach, removing the only nightgown she had on and propping her beautiful torso up on her hands in a half-slump on his chest. Looking at his fawning daughter-in-law, Gu Qingchen slapped her arse and asked, "What are you doing? Make babies." Song Si swayed her body like a riding horse and pouted. Gu Qingchen cried and laughed as he pinched her cheeks. "Don't think about this. First study obediently and wait until after you graduate from college. But you can still study when you're pregnant. At most you'll be delayed for a month when you're giving birth. And besides, didn't Dr. and also say that giving birth can cure diseases?" Song Si still tried to convince her husband to say yes, it's a possible cure. After Gu Qingchen corrected him, he added, "People also said that Dr. and said that pets are fine, so how do you have to raise one by one first to see if there is any effect before you say ah?" At that Song Si unhappily pouted and withdrew her hands, slowly lying down on his chest. The little head was even more vigorously buried into the nest of his neck, with a great feeling of smothering himself. Okay, what's so sad about this? Isn't it enough to have your husband with you? No more tossing and turning today. Rest early. Gu Qingchen was like coaxing a child, patting Song Si's white butterfly back and comforting her softly. Poof! The young girl tightened her arms around him and let out a pouty snort before she stirred. Helplessly, Gu Qingchen kissed the top of her hair, put down his cell phone, and turned off the bedside overhead light switch, plunging the room into darkness as he did so. He struggled out of his own pajamas, said goodnight, and went to sleep as well. Chapter 102 Song Si's Words of Tiger and Wolf. The next day, the sun hadn't even risen yet, and it was still a little dark. Gu Qingchen woke up with a breathless feeling. He picked up the furry thing on his face in a daze to see that it was none other than his catmaster at home. Meow. One by one, his limbs drooped in the air, the tip of his little tail swung from side to side, and he just looked at him innocently with wide eyes. Gu Qingchen helplessly put it aside and rubbed its little head and educated. As a mature kitten, you have to learn to sleep on your own. Even if you smother me, you won't be able to inherit my legacy. Alright, play on the side. With that, he threw one by one off the bed with a gentle toss, ignoring its disgruntled meow. Gu Qingchen moved down and buried his head into his sleeping daughter-in-law's tenderness to catch up on his sleep. Maybe it was the routine. Just squinting for a while he couldn't get back to sleep. After tasting the next 2 soft rice bowls for her future child, and listening to a few light woos like dreaming from Song Si, Gu Qingchen got up, went to the check room to change into her sportswear, and went out for a morning jog. By the time he came back with the buns and rice porridge, Song Si was already wearing a white nightgown and sitting on the sofa with the in her arms, teasing it. See, hubby is back. She directly put one by one on the ground, got up and walked to Gu Qingchen, jumped into his arms, and hugged his neck tightly and pouted. Bugger. Gu Qingchen put away the buns and porridge, stroked her disheveled hair, and said uncertainly, "What's wrong with me? Come up and talk about me?" Poof. Song Si raised her head and lightly opened her cherry lips to hold his lower lip, saying vaguely, "Don't think I don't know if you did something bad to me in the morning." Gu Qingchen was thick-skinned and just smiled ambiguously, picking up her small buttocks and sitting on the dining chair, eating each other's mouths for a while before slowly separating, and said with the tip of his nose against the tip of hers, "Then why don't you push me away?" Because my husband likes it. Of course I'll follow you." Saying that, Song Si buried her head into his embrace with a slightly reddened face, and muffled her voice again. "If you still want to, I can continue to feed you." Cough cough. In response to his daughter-in-law's words of a tiger and wolf, Gu Qingchen pinched her little buttocks and refused. No, let's eat first. We'll talk about it later. Song Si, however, raised her little head, forcibly holding back her shame, exhaling her breath as if it were orchids, saying in his ear, whatever you want. Anyway, you can do whatever you want to me in the future. Whether it's to tell me directly and I'll cooperate, or to take advantage of my sleep to I'll do whatever you want. All at your pleasure. Gu Qingchen, who had heard the words, had a violent ups and downs in her mind, but she vaguely felt that something wasn't right, so she tried. "But how come I always feel that you have some kind of purpose?" Song Si, who was poked and prodded in her small mind, immediately came out of his arms pretending to be angry, and sat to the side aggrieved. I've been taking medication and doing protection, and I've shamelessly said these words so that you don't have to worry and act recklessly, all for the sake of making you happy. You say that I have ulterior motives. So, then don't even touch me in the future. No, heaven and earth. I'm just concerned about you. I'm afraid you'll be impulsive. You can't be too hasty in having a baby. I was wrong. Daughter-in-law. Gu Qingchen hurriedly embraced Song Si and coaxed in a loud voice. On second thought, yes, the measures were complete. There would be no accidents. It was him who was overthinking. However, Tao is 1 foot tall. The devil is 10 feet tall. Song Si means all the means, in order that her great cause will not collapse in the middle of the road. Alright, forgive you, eat now. Song Si didn't continue to mess around, for fear of revealing a crack. She hurriedly picked up a bun and fed it to Gu Qingchen's mouth. After a mediocre breakfast, Song Si ate half of Gu Qingchen's leftover buns, then led to go upstairs to eat. And by the way, she also had to organize the housework, wash the clothes and quilts and so on. I don't care if it's mopping floors and wiping tables. I'll leave it to the property manager. After all, the house is so big that one person would have to clean it up all day at least. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, nestled on the sofa and dialed a call to Shin Miaoshu. It took a while for the other side to pick up, and the gentle voice came slowly. "Hello? What's wrong? Morn? Sister Miaoshu, CC and I want to do a walk-in and not live in the dormitory." Gu Qingchen said bluntly. "This is it? I'll just make a phone call to say so. The dormitory is reserved for you. You and CC want to live wherever you want to live. Nothing else. I'll hang up first. I'm a bit busy today. Good. As the phone hung up, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but think in his heart, it's not bad to be the daughter of the Minister of Education. As long as she's involved with the school, this efficiency is simply amazing. But she doesn't seem to know about Song Si, so it seems like Wan Xin is quite professional. After finishing his business, Gu Qingchen got up and went upstairs to find his daughter-in-law. Seeing Song Si as usual, she began a meticulous hand rubbing his underwear. Gu Qingchen hugged her from behind, kissed the cue-bouncing earlobes, and said in a warm voice, daughter-in-law, there's really no need to hand rub, just put it in the washing machine at a high temperature. But Song Si rubbed her cheeks against his cheeks and said, it's okay, only this way I can rest assured. Wait for me to finish washing and then high temperature wash again on the line. Why don't you go teach one by one how to use the litter box? The little guy doesn't know how to do it yet, and he sneaked in and peed in the corner of our bedroom last night, which I was lucky to see. Okay, Gu Qingchen answered and let go of her warm body, going to look for one by one all over the world. My daughter-in-law's cleanliness in this area of his life seems to have gotten worse again. Before it was just hand rubbing, now it has to be washed again at high temperatures. What if one day she gets a sudden idea? She'll do it to him in person. Can't imagine. Gu Qingchen looked around, what with rummaging under the bed, behind the door, and in the cat's den. As a result, when he looked up, he found the bastard, Wan, lying on the topmost part of the cat climbing frame, with his little head slightly exposed, looking at him. Thanks to the fact that he first looked at the cat climbing frame as soon as he entered the door, and even knocked on it, this little ancestor froze without saying a word, and didn't move for a second. It took Gu Qingchen a lot of effort to catch it. Walking over to the litter box, he grasped one by one's tiny paws in both hands and grubbed at the litter as he said, from now on, after you go to the potty, this is how you'll bury it. Afraid that it won't be able to remember, Gu Qingchen even went to the bathroom, cupped the water with both hands, drizzled it onto the cat litter, and then buried his hands to demonstrate to it. One by one even cooperated by coming up and sniffing. Just when Gu Qingchen felt that his teaching task had been successfully completed, the guy actually peed on the ground with a clatter directly in front of him, then elegantly shook his hind paws, took an untamed kitten step, and came to the cat scratching board to sharpen his claws, and then, it seemed to meow provocatively as he watched. Just leave it. Gu Qingchen felt his blood pressure rubbing off on him. Didn't they say that animals were not allowed to become sperm after the founding of the country? Chapter 103, Gu Xiao's personal swimming instruction. Gu Qingchen had just finished cleaning up the mess of one by one. I saw my busy daughter-in-law return with her cat master in her arms. He immediately got up and angrily recounted the crimes of the 3 flower essences. Then, aggrieved to the point of being unable to do so, he ran behind Song Si, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, rubbed his cheek against her soft face and said, daughter-in-law, this time you have to turn towards me. Song Si just smiled softly and helplessly, flexing her fingers and flicking the head of Yi in her arms not lightly or heavily. This is okay. Meow, meow. Listening to the cat master's growl, Gu Qingchen smiled in satisfaction and directly picked up the back of its neck and threw it to the ground. Then wrapping his hands around his daughter-in-law's soft razor, he turned his head sideways and rubbed the tip of his nose against her cheeks and said, another kiss for comfort? Song Si, who had heard the words, also did not hesitate to sideways slightly angled her head and kissed Gu Qingchen's lips, and one by one looked at the humans with their lips and tongues intertwined, their tiny heads filled with confusion. What's the two-legged beast doing? It wasn't too hot today. The temperature was just right. Call it not sunny, but it was cloudless. A short morning. Song Si then taught one by one, the little kitty spirit, to go to the bathroom. It's pretty easy. Just go to a short video and search for tutorials. Then follow the above step by step. It's nothing more than tossing toilet paper that you've wiped his pee on into the litter, letting him sniff it, and burying it. A little correction when he next goes potty, or just catch him in the litter box and reward him with a small snack is about right. Cats, creatures that go to the bathroom at regular intervals, are easy to teach, unlike dogs, which are a pain in the ass to teach. After lunch, Gu Qingchen's first reaction after seeing his catmaster voluntarily enter the litter box to defecate was, why did I forget to search the tutorial? But, again, turning his head, he threw it out of his mind, because, on a whim, he had the property come over to clean the pool and delivered 2 swimsuits and some pool supplies like swim rings and inflatable beds and whatnot. At this moment, Gu Qingchen, who had already changed into her swim trunks, was guarding the outside expectantly. Not much longer, with the check room open, a young girl with long flowing hair, blushing face, one hand around her chest, one hand protecting her crotch, and a delicate and plump figure, stepped out with her white and red, delicate and exquisite little feet. She was in a white 3-point bathing suit, which simply showed the sexy temptation to the fullest. Coupled with the shy movements and youthful stunning face, it was really the representative of the pure desire sealing awe. Gu Chengchen went straight forward, gently pulling Song Si's hands apart, and after admiring her greatly for a while, he held her plump buttocks and took her into his arms in a sloth hug position, chin on top of the full soft between, head up to the daughter-in-law water-like rippling eyes, and feel the slender legs tightly wrapped around the waist, so that Gu Qingchen cannot help but kiss the cherry-pink lips on the face of that first love. Song Si also closed her eyes fondly and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her slender fingers plunged into his hair and kept rubbing and stroking it. A long time. After their lips parted, the two panting men looked at each other and smiled, and under Gu Qingchen's embrace, they headed towards the pool that had been cleaned downstairs. Song Si tapped the surface of the water with her cute toes, felt the cool water temperature, and then slowly descended into the water with Gu Qingchen's assistance. The young girl was full of smiles as she dipped her body into the shallow water and briefly paddled. LOL. Suddenly, she cupped another ladle of water with both hands and splashed it at Gu Qingchen, then let out a silver bell-like laugh and quickly swam towards one side. Gu Chengchen was naturally not willing to give in and chased after his daughter-in-law in a non-stop splash attack. Playing around for a while, it was only then that he wrapped Song Si's waist, and while gently wiping the water droplets on her face, he said, "Alright, no more fooling around. Let's teach you to swim first, and start practicing from the most basic change of breath. Inhale on the surface, then potentially underwater. Exhale slowly and repeat the cycle. Can you hear me?" Song Si nodded her little head. "Okay, come on Mr. Gu. Okay, grab the edge of the pool yourself and I'll hold your stomach." Gu Chengchen guided the gesture and said. The young girl dutifully obeyed and floated on the surface of the water, practicing the change of air as instructed as well as assisted by her husband. This was repeated dozens of times before Gu Qingchen called her off. "Okay, now hold your breath. Don't throw up. Bury your head completely in the water and slowly relax your body." Song Si didn't ask what this was for, so she obeyed obediently and did as she was told. As Gu Qingchen slowly let go of his hand, the young girl floated to the surface of the water on her own, but not for a few seconds. Fearing that his daughter-in-law would choke, he rushed to help her out of the water again. Practicing this is so that you can float yourself on water. Your head and arms come out too much and your body sinks. The same goes for drowning in the future. Don't panic, just lean back slowly and relax your body so that your arms and legs aren't underwater and only your face is exposed to breathe. Gu Chengchen recounted the purpose of practicing this while using it to also teach his daughter-in-law about self-rescue from drowning. Song Si nodded. "I know." And so it was. After another 20 or so repetitions, seeing that she had basically mastered the skill of floating, Gu Qingchen held her up and began the practice of skating with the help of force. This was followed by movement essentials practice, until more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Si is also able to swim that small distance in a decent manner. However, instead of letting her continue practicing, Gu Qingchen put a duckling swimming ring on her and took her to the deep water to play for a while. The feeling of her feet not touching the ground at first made Song Si a little panicked, but with her husband supporting her, her apprehensive heart completely relaxed again. Dusk is slightly rising. Some tired of playing, the two swam arm in arm toward the shore. However, just as she reached the shore, Song Si pulled Gu Qingchen back and reached out to probe. Gu Qingchen's whole body stiffened and said in confusion, "What are you doing?" Song Si's pretty face was flushed, and she came up and pressed her bosom against his chest, saying, "You've been like this since I changed into my bathing suit. Do you want it? I'm sure, but not here. Let's go upstairs first." Gu Qingchen wanted to pull her ashore, but Song Si stubbornly said, "Anyway, no one." And without waiting for him to retort, the young girl had already pushed aside her cover and stepped forward of her own accord. Night had covered the sky. Going ashore, Gu Qingchen swept Song Si, whose face was flushed, in his arms, and wrapped her in a bath towel, saying, "Go inside and take another hot bath. Don't catch a cold." Good. The young girl walked slowly toward the house with limp steps. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, re-entered the water and drained all the water from the pool. It can't be helped. The water is no longer clean, not even if it's sporadically contaminated, and the heart is in the right place. Chapter 104. Table. After laboring for more than an hour, Master Gu and Master Song were too lazy to cook, so they simply ordered a takeaway of boiled pork slices. Just as Song Si was feeding her husband intimately, the little cat spirit, was fawning and meowing again. Gu Chengchen ate the meat and rice that his daughter-in-law fed to his mouth, leaned over and tapped his cat's head with his finger and educated. "Stop screaming. You want to eat everything you see. This is spicy. You can't eat it. Meow." One by one, he said he couldn't understand. Song Si held his arm and said, "Okay husband, don't tease the cat. Eat quickly." Saying that, she picked up another piece of meat with her chopsticks and fed it to Gu Qingchen's mouth. "Eat it yourself. Don't just feed me." Gu Chengchen said as he ate the meat and pinched his daughter-in-law's small soft face. Aha, good. However, she also mouthed yes every time, and it was time to feed. In fact, what Gu Chengchen didn't know was that the reason Song Si insisted on this was to keep his stomach, preventing him from having leftovers that he couldn't eat himself. After all, she was the one who had been starved, and it would delight and satisfy her to cherish food on the one hand, and eat what was left of her loved ones on the other. After dinner, Song Si threw the after-dinner trash into the trash can, and manually adjusted it to cover a small pill inside that she had just secretly discarded. Lightly familiar with the road, she was calm and self-assured, holding Gu Chengchen's hand up the stairs with her fingers interlocked. One by one, they were forgotten by the two, struggling to climb the stairs one section at a time and follow them, filling the cat's bowl with food and water on the way. Gu Chengchen picked up Song Si into the bedroom and closed the door tightly, to keep from smothering his face again in the morning. The little cat spirit didn't understand any of this, and scratched the door a few times to see that no one was paying attention to it, before wagging its little tail and going to its room to eat. There was no talk all night. The sleepy young couple was clothed and dressed early. Unclothed, skin to skin. Morning, Song Si changed into a more conservative blue dress. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, swaying, showing her youthful vigor. She exudes a soft and mature temperament from the inside out, which is really pure and lustful, and is definitely a superb goddess that ordinary boys can't resist. And not only could Gu Chengchen hug this flawless jade recklessly, at this moment, he was even wrapping his arms around her plump body from behind, and sidling up to each other with her, warmly engaging in a war of words. Since today was the first official class after the freshman's military training, the two of them were only slightly intimate for a while before separating. After filling one by one with cat food and water, they walked downstairs, hand in hand, and drove to the school. Classroom 201, second academic building. After Gu Chengchen led Song Si into the classroom, the crowd's talking immediately dropped a degree. This ruthless man who handily killed Cheng Ziyu does make simple college students cringe. Gu Chengchen didn't bother with them and came to the side of the two dormitory roommates. He Chang, the male little petite wife, Fan Ziwei and Zhang Fian were all sitting in a row. Zhan Chen and Bai Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, ran off alone to a position against the wall. Very consciously, he made room in the center for the young couple who had just arrived. Gu Chengchen and Song Si sat down and then asked, "Are Junjie and Xiao Xiao progressing so fast?" He Chang returned, "You are unaware that Zhan Chen has been giggling all day and all night." Zhang Fian also picked up, +1, "So does my family simple and cute Xiao Xiao. Is this confirming the relationship?" Gu Chengchen asked again. He Chang and Zhang Fian glanced at each other, neither seeing an answer in the other's eyes. Or He Chang returned, "I don't think so, right? The two didn't hold hands when they came to the classroom today, so I guess they're still in the flirtation period?" Gu Chengchen nodded, indicating that she knew, and didn't ask too many questions on the topic of Zhan Chen and Bai Xiao Xiao's relationship. Instead, he looked at some small tacit understanding of the two men and flirted. "You and Yanzi also catch some tight. Look at others Junjie, and then look at you guys, TSK TSK TSK. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fian immediately retorted, "Don't point out the lovebirds, he's not my cup of tea." He Chang also disliked, "That's right, I'm not going to like someone whose ideal type is a monkey." I said feet on the seven-colored auspicious clouds. When did I say monkeys? Stomping on cloud flying is not just a monkey king, but not a monkey. I'm talking about the supreme being, not the monkey. What do you know, you big five? After saying that, Zhang Fian glared fiercely at He Chang, let out a petulant grunt, and turned her head to lazily ignore him. "I call that strong understand. No vision woman," He Chang muttered, similarly skimming his head and playing with his phone. Looking at the two people who were rather like happy enemies fighting, Gu Chengchen and Song Si glanced at each other and both hooked their lips in a smile, gently snuggling together and whispering. Soon, Zhang Ling, the counselor of the first finance class, walked in on her high heels, followed by several students carrying books. The class fell silent. "Just put it on the ground," Zhang Ling said. Several people left the classroom after putting their books away as instructed. "Temporary class president and vice president, come over here and hand out your textbooks. You were supposed to get them from the registrar's office, but there was a change in your curriculum and it was only finalized yesterday, so I'll save you the trouble." As Zhang Ling said again, Zhang Fian and He Chang also got up and took out their textbooks and distributed them. Finished, Zhang Ling took her own textbook and stood up on the podium and said, "The next class meeting will elect the official class officers again, and you guys also happen to get to know each other a bit more." As she said that, she also gave Gu Chengchen a complicated look in her eyes. She realized now what the kid had meant when had said at the opening class meeting, "You better have something to hold on to or you won't regret it." Shang Zhe Group was also considered a behemoth, but it ended up collapsing in an instant, and even Cheng Ziyu was killed by the other party's hand. but the other party came to class like a nobody. And the school stepped forward to cooperate fully with the suppression of this matter, enough to see this Gu Qingchen background through the sky, and she was really stressed out as a counselor, afraid of accidentally pissing off the other side, otherwise the consequences will be more than losing your job. Zhang Ling is also very incomprehensible. You, a person with such a big political background, ain't enough to come to study finance for what? Shouldn't you be studying political science or law? Seeing that all the textbooks had been distributed, Zhang Ling exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and tried her best to suppress her temper, which she used to love to crack, as she softened her voice and said, "The following is the start of our first lesson. One is not exempt from the humane society of people with through-the-roof backgrounds. Even how iron-faced and self-satisfied a person is, he will obediently lower his head. At most he will not show it on the surface. Otherwise, naturally, there will be all sorts of people, things and events that will teach you how to behave. Unless you are not afraid to die, then feel free to do so." Chapter 105, Gu Jiaren's Summons. Zhang Ling lectures on stage. Gu Qingchen is sleeping off stage. I can't help it. The old mother of the family is dry finance. Zhang Ling is talking about what he grew up under the ear. There is really not much interest in listening to the class, and the back of the class he is even more to listen to not listen to anything. He would have been a mix of a diploma. Business and stocks are things where the theory is just the foundation, and it doesn't help much in terms of whether or not you can make a lot of money. All those who make a lot of money to become a boss, either by contacts or by luck. Real talent is just icing on the cake. It's just that they'll all say to the public that they got it by hard work. But if you stop at the social elite and successful people, then you still need to learn. And the theory in this area is equally important. Taking advantage of Zhang Ling's tired speech to rest, Song Si twisted her head to look at the sleeping Gu Qingchen beside her. But instead of waking him up, she smiled gently and covered her palm above his eyes, blocking some of the harsh sunlight for him. And that block was an entire class. Well, from now on, I'll send the weekly schedule to the WeChat group, or you guys can check it out on the school's faculty website. At the end of this month, there will be a small welcome party on the playground. Each class should register at least one program. This is the responsibility of the vice class. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, send me the registered people and programs to the private chat. Of course, you can go to the show if you want to or not. There is no compulsion to be there. That's it, class is dismissed. Everyone. Only with the fall of Zhang Ling's words did Song Si retract her already sore arms and rub them. Gu Chengchen also got up from his desk and stretched lazily before wrapping his arms around his daughter-in-law beside him and leaning on her shoulder to doze off. Song Si gently caressed the side of his face and just quietly let him lean against it. Suddenly, Gu Chengchen's cell phone rang. He barely opened a slit and picked up his cell phone and looked at it before connecting and putting it to his ear. "Can I help you?" On the other side of the phone, a clear and cold voice suddenly said, "You don't need to take the afternoon class. I've greeted the school. Come directly to the company." Gu Qingchen sniffed breathlessly and said, "Understood, Mother-sama." With that, he hung up. In the presidential office of the Gu Group, Gu Jiaren saw her son directly hang up his phone, and shook her head helplessly, putting down her cell phone to deal with the documents she had at hand. "Put the phone back in your pocket." Before Song Si could ask, Gu Qingchen took the first step and said, "I have to go to the company to study in the afternoon, so I shouldn't stay long. Will you be okay by yourself at school?" Song Si's small mouth slightly open. Just wanted to ask, the words swallowed back. Turned to nodded. "Line afternoon seems to be a class on the end of my own to go to the library to learn accounting knowledge. You come back from mom, directly to the library to find me on the line. My C is such a good boy. Come and give me a kiss." Gu Chengchen completely ignored the surrounding students who hadn't finished walking, as well as the gazes of the two dormitory roommates, and pinched Song Si's soft face 2 cheeks with one hand, and contained the pouting cherry lips. He Chang, Zheng Fian, Fan Ziru, Little Petite Wife, and John Chen and Bai Xiao didn't pay any attention to them at all, still immersed in their own two-person world of talking and laughing. For a while, it took a small couple with parted lips and a single dog foursome to call the sweet future couple together and head for the cafeteria. However, after the meal, Chen Junjia Bai Xiao and the crowd parted ways and went to other tables to make love. Zheng Fian poked the rice in the bowl and helplessly spat. "These two are so mushy now?" He Chan calmly nibbled on a chicken leg. Ambiguous period. Understand. Fan Ziru, however, was filled with bitterness. "I feel like following you guys every day is too bad for Taoism, making me want to fall in love. Just talk if you want to. Why are you a big lady agonizing over this?" Gu Qingchen said as she ate the rice ball Song Si fed her. "How dare I? It's not like you don't know what's going on with my family." "Oh, right." Gu Chengchen then remembered that this Miss Fan could not help herself, but still proposed. "You can secretly talk about it. Underground lovers are quite exciting, aren't they?" Fan Zero glanced at him breathlessly. "My dream is to accomplish a business empire on my own. I don't want to give my energy to relationships and mislead people." then you go for it. Saying that, Gu Qingchen ate the rice Song Si fed him again, and the crowd had long since seen this, the combination of the need to feed baby and the obsessive feeding mom. It's good that they're happy. A meal is over. Gu Chengchen rubbed Song Si's head and gave her a parting kiss before leaving the cafeteria first and heading to Gu's group. Seeing this, Zheng Fian said in confusion, Si, what did your husband do? Song Si picked up Gu Qingchen's bowl. Mom told him to go to the company to study. After saying that, she peeled off the last few mouthfuls of rice inside, stuck out her cute little tongue to lick the rice grains off her lips, and picked up the toilet paper to wipe her mouth. Zheng Fian was even more confused. Mom? Who mom? Of course it's his mom. That's my mother-in-law. My mom died in childbirth when she gave birth to me, so I grew up without a mom. Song Si explained with a crooked little head. I'm sorry Si. I didn't mean to talk about your sadness. Zheng Fian apologized. It's okay. Song Si didn't care. Not in a desperate way, but because she had never met. Even if she was her own mother, she couldn't talk about any feelings. At best, the guilt of descending for her and dying in childbirth. Fan Zero then picked up. You've called mom, so you've met with Gu Qingchen her mom? Aha. Song Si nodded. What kind of family is your family? Just your average family. These words made Fan Zero a little confused. That's not right. By all accounts, it's impossible for Mother Gu to accept a girl from a small family as her daughter-in-law, right? It's really strange, but she didn't say this in her heart, and turned to talk to Song Si about something else, and Gu's side of the group. Gu Qingchen entered the president's room, and without even greeting him, he nonchalantly laid down on the parlor sofa. Gu Jiaran looked at the documents in her hand and said without lifting her head, Have you eaten? If you haven't eaten, you can go to the company cafeteria and have a bite. Gu Qingchen lazily said, I came over after eating. Okay. Gu Jiaran slapped the table and said, Move a chair over here. I'll start teaching you once I'm done with the matter at hand, and by the way, I'll also see how I work in an office. Gu Chengchen swung slightly for a moment after hearing this, and also pushed a chair over to sit down. However, instead of immediately plunging into the sea of business, he lightly pressed the call button on a landline on his desk and said, Secretary, please make me a cup of coffee, lots of sugar and milk please. Immediately, the secretary's puzzled voice also came from the landline. Mr. Gu, this? Gu Jiaran said coldly while correcting the documents in her hand. Didn't you hear me? Do as instructed. Yes. Gu Qingchen skimmed his mouth. What's the matter? You listen to Mr. Gu, but not Mr. Gu. I'm going to give you a hard time when I inherit the group. Chapter 106, There's a little angel in her belly. The bride price is only 880,000 RMB. Gu Xiao, your coffee. After seeing Gu Qingchen take it, Mr. Gu's pretty secretary respectfully stood aside. However, looking at the eldest young master who had crossed his legs onto the desk and lethargically relied on the chair, who had yet to be reprimanded by General Manager Gu, her heart was gray, because this was the only person who had been so wanton and unruly in front of Mr. Gu, but hadn't been scolded. Maru spicy, being spoiled by Mr. Gu into this dude like, if he takes over the company in the future, I won't be suborned. Right, even though I'm married and it's going to be a decade or so before Gu Xiao takes over, and I'll be almost 50 by then, but what if he's good at it? If it really comes to that, do I have to do it, or do I fight back and do it again? Luckily, Gu Qingchen couldn't hear her inner self-importance, or else she would definitely have to cry out, Pervert is actually beside me. Thanks for the coffee. Is there anything else you need? If not you can go out. I'll call you back if something comes up. Gu Qingchen calmly sipped her coffee and said, Yes. As the secretary left, Gu Qingchen let go of her own baggage and sucked up her coffee as if she were drinking soup. When the drink was finished, Gu Jiaran also happened to be done with her business and patted her legs on the desk. Alright, sit down. I'll teach you the most basic management first. Gu Qingchen put down his cup and sat back slightly, listening to his mother's wise teachings. After the afternoon classes, Song Si, accompanied by Zheng Fian, headed to the library to study. Originally, she had planned to go by herself, but Zheng Fian also had the intention of learning a bit on her own, so she followed along. The two took a trip off campus to get 2 cups of Honey Snow Ice City's milk tea before arriving at the library. Song Si looked for some books on the basics of accounting, while Zheng Fian continued to pounce on finance, casually finding a corner seat. Song Si entered the study state first. Zheng Fian, on the other hand, looked a bit distracted, because she's just now realizing that she's the type for high school, the type that you have to be forced hard to learn in order to get into it. Instead, this self-study is hard to read, and the attention always runs elsewhere. No way am I masochistic, the kind that won't run away without a fight? Zheng Fian looked at the book in front of her in agony, and after trying for a while longer, she gave up completely. She was completely unaffected when she was in high school or in a classroom. so it seems that self-study is completely out of her league. Suddenly, a fairly good-looking boy walked over from the side and stopped beside Song-si, saying, "Classmate, you're very pretty, can you give me a contact?" But Song-si didn't even return her head, completely ignoring him, still continuing to bury her head in her studies. It was Zhang Fian who relieved the situation. "This student, this is a place to study, not a place to strike up a conversation. Also, she already has a little baby in her belly, so don't bother her. In case of a miscarriage, watch out for her husband to come after you." "Ha!" The boy was dumbfounded and quickly bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Excuse me." With that, he took off in a huff. "Ha ha 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 ha, see, he actually believed it, laughing my ass off." Zhang Fian looked at the boys who had fled, and immediately wrapped her arms around Song-si's arm and laughed. Seeing that some people were attracted by the sound of laughter, Song-si also covered her mouth, her voice faintly saying, "Alright, Yanzi, don't disturb others." Seeing Zhang Fian nod repeatedly, Song-si released her mouth. Still, the stifled laughter that came from time to time made Song-si sigh helplessly, and it was a short afternoon. Zhang Fian had already driven away 3 people who had come to accost Song-si. The reasoning is the same as the first one. One of the most outrageous was, her boyfriend doesn't want her anymore, but there's a little angel living in her tummy. Are you willing to raise him, her? When the boy heard that, he didn't even say anything and immediately turned his head and ran away. Song-si couldn't learn from being so messed up. She closed the book and said, "Borrowing from you. Swallow, I'll be the first to give you a big red packet if you do get pregnant." "That's not necessary. I want to be a godmother." "Okay." Zhang Fian thought that what Song-si said was nothing more than a joke along with her, and pressed on without caring, and matched it with a smile. But not long after, she realized that what Song-si said at that time was all true, and he himself was nicknamed the Goddess of Mercy by his housemates because of the prophecy. Then, bored, the two took out their cell phones and one of them put on a headset to watch a TV show. It didn't take long. The sound of a footstep standing still came again from behind him. Zhang Fian did not look back and said, "Sorry, this lady beside me was knocked up by a scummy man. You just need to pay a dowry of 880,000 yuan. You can have a wife and child. Think about it, pro?" Immediately after, a magnetic voice leisurely said, "Zhang Fian, when did I become a scumbag? And what's the deal with getting pregnant?" Song-si heard Gu Qingchen came, immediately took off the headphones, got up and jumped into his arms at once, buried her small face deeply in his chest, sniffed the incomparably reassuring odor, and softly pouted, "Hubby, I miss you so much." "I miss you too." Gu Qingchen laughed dotingly. Then while stroking her little head, he said suspiciously to Zhang Fian, "What do you mean by what you just said?" Zhang Fian shrunk her neck and smiled sarcastically, but on second thought, "That's not right. I helped your wife get rid of the flies. You mustn't thank me." Then, she lifted up her small chest and said untamedly, "Humph, you're not the scum of the earth, leaving your daughter-in-law behind and having to rely on me to help her chase away a few flies. If you don't, those guys won't stop hitting on you, will they? Really? That's quite a thank you. I'll send you a red packet later." Gu Qingchen had no doubt that there was absolutely no need to lie about this kind of thing. "Hey, thanks boss." As soon as Zhang Fian heard that Big Boss Gu was giving red packets, she immediately changed her face and was full of flattery. Gu Qingchen cried and laughed as he looked at this living treasure, and suddenly thought of a stunt, jokingly saying, "I still like the unruly look you had just now, so please recover." Ahem. Zhang Fian also cooperated, behind her upper hand, and once again lifted up her small breasts. "Then I'll leave you guys to your love for now. Go first." With that, she took off at a jaunty pace. Gu Qingchen hugged Song-si and sat on the seat, took out her cell phone, opened WeChat, and transferred 500 red packets to Zhang Fian. "Swallow, thank you boss." Swallow, Niels and Couthouse/JPG. Gu Qingchen didn't reply to her again, but took out his own cell phone, transferred 10,000 to Song-si, and picked up her cell phone again and tapped receive. Chapter 107, Gu Xiao's piano performance. The wooded paths of the campus. Gu Qingchen and Song-si held hands and wandered towards the outside of the school. "By the way, I've asked Sister Miaoshu to do a walk-in for us, so from now on we'll go back to our own home to sleep at night. Of course the dormitory can be lived in as well, so if you want to you can go over and live with your roommate for a few days anytime." Song-si's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this, immediately letting go of his hand to encircle his waist instead, and slightly angling her head, she said, "Really duh. Love you husband." Gu Qingchen doted on her and pinched her face. "Let's go. While the mall isn't closed, let's buy some clothes and put them at home. Don't pack the clothes in the dormitory. You can still change them if you stay temporarily for a few days. Talk to your roommates later, so they don't worry when they see you don't come back to the dorm at night." "Aha, I know." Song-si nodded in response. The two then picked up their pace a bit and left the school to drive towards the nearest mall. and when they arrived at the mall, since it was a big purchase, for the sake of efficiency, Gu Qingchen also called the manager in charge to follow. When the purchasing was over, and the time came to more than 7 o'clock in the evening, after slipping some money to the manager and reporting the address for all the deliveries to be made in a short period of time, he left the mall holding Song Si's hand, the two of them who found another hot pot restaurant nearby and dealt with it a little bit, then drove back home, parked the car and just walked in the door. Ichi-Chi, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, immediately began to endlessly meow. "Can't you be quiet?" Gu Chengchen had no choice but to pick up the little cat spirit and carry it into his arms, while Song Si on the side held his arm and stretched out her fingers to tease the little chatterbox. The two snuggled up the stairs, found the already empty cat bowl, and hurriedly refilled it with some cat food and water. "No wonder you've become a chatterbox. It's really aggravating." Crying and laughing, Gu Chengchen stroked Yi's cat head and put it down, saying, "In a moment, I'll buy it an automatic food and water feeding machine from the internet, as well as a drying box, so it's easy to give it a bath at home." "Aha, good." Song Si squatted on the side, looking at the wolfish one by one with a smile on her brow. It didn't take long for the delivery man to arrive, which was efficient. After some effort and strength, Song Si also started to move all the clothes and shoes into the bedroom, all organized into the check room. She then went to the bathroom holding both of their new underwear. It's still its own high-temperature washing. Gu Qingchen's meticulous hand-rubbing plus high-temperature washing. It was getting late. Only after the underwear was washed and dried did Song Si take off her clothes, but climbed onto the bed without changing into a nightgown, tightly embracing Gu Qingchen, burying her head into his neck, letting out a lazy, soft, little nasal sound. "Sleep." Gu Chengchen didn't want to toss and turn and said as he lightly patted his daughter-in-law's white and beautiful back. Song Si answered, and tugged on his pajamas. "You take it off too. It's not comfortable to hold." Well. And the days that followed, Gu Qingchen would go to the company every afternoon to study for a while. Song Si also has classes and goes to the library to study accounting on her own without classes. In the evening, the two returned home together, and after some occasional lovemaking, they embraced each other. It was midway through that Yi Chang found Gu Qingchen begging for help because of the small orientation meeting, crying out for help, wanting him to use his banknote abilities or connections to casually go up as a whole person. It was really because the submission time was coming up, but he had waited for almost 2 days without a single person approaching him to sign up for the program. Gu Chengchen sighed helplessly. This amount of time was not enough to find someone to top it, so he had to submit his name and program. Anyway, it's just a 3-minute or so piano play, and it's not like he's a pentatonic person singing, so it's not much of a problem. Yi Chang was so moved that he almost didn't kneel down to him on the spot. As a little bit of time passes, the day also came to this day at the end of September. At this time, the playground is full of people, and there is a youthful atmosphere everywhere, but everyone stood and watched, and the school pressed them into chairs. The podium, too, has long been loaded with the backdrop and equipment for the orientation. Under the stage, everyone from dormitories 201 and 502, except Gu Qingchen, were gathered together. "How many programs is Lao Si on?" Because the scene was too noisy, John Chen could only ask loudly. "Sixth." Yi Chang, the person in charge of enrollment, also shouted back, and backstage in the room, Gu Qingchen and many of the students, who had already changed into their costumes, stayed in the lounge, nervously waiting for the program that belonged to them to begin. Oh, there was no Gu Qingchen in the tense crowd. He was crossing his legs and leisurely swiping a short video. When everything is ready, a middle-aged man went up to the podium first. Hoo. He blew on the microphone and said, "All right, everybody be quiet." As the entire room quieted down, the middle-aged man continued, "Hello everyone, I am the Dean of the School of Economics, Chen Wei. I'd like to welcome you to the Magic City University family. As for me, instead of going into a long speech here, which I'm sure you don't like to hear, I'll just make a couple of brief comments. You all have struggled for 3 years to get into the Magic University by all means, but even if you enter the university, don't slacken off on your studies. You are all high achievers. Don't let yourself go just because there is no one to control you, and you should be more disciplined to do so. Okay, let's start the show." After saying that, Chen Wei walked off the stage. As the principal retired, a girl in a banquet white dress with a beautiful appearance, and a boy in a suit with a handsome look, came onto the stage together. Woman, teachers, students, in unison. "Hello, everyone." Since some cheesy opening remarks, that hostess also said again, "Now, please welcome our first program, a youthful and energetic regimental dance. To open up the enthusiasm for all of you, applaud and welcome." Slap. As the room applauded, 5 very pretty girls, dressed in revealing t-shirts and short white skirts, came on stage with glowing colored balls in their hands. The music started and the girls began to dance with their movements. A bold move that could catch the eyes of all the boys in the room. The hot dance is over. The boys can't get enough of it. Next, skits, magic tricks, songs, all kinds of programs were staged one by one. Until the hostess came on stage again. Next, please welcome Gu Qingchen from Finance Class 1, who will bring you a piano song, Call of Silence. Yes, it's the Attack on Titan finale. Some of the too elegant track students don't understand and don't want to listen to, just simply and brutally play a random piano version of a pop song. Anyway, he took the stage for perfunctory purposes. As for Song Si, when she heard Gu Qingchen on stage, she also hurriedly raised her gaze and stared at the podium tightly. A piano was brought up and put away by the staff. Gu Qingchen, dressed in a white suit, also walked up to the stage, placing his right hand on his chest and bowing slightly in salute. He sat down in front of the piano, his long fingers on the keys, and slowly played. The intro's low tune rings out, heavy, depressing, ethereal, mysterious, as if revealing the secrets and emotions hidden in the story. As the song progresses, the music fades out for a short period of time, followed by a fiercely uplifting melody that resonates with a powerful rhythm that brings a sense of impact. There's a sense of being reborn, cocooned, and filled with hope and determination for the future. As the climax passes, the melody becomes soothing and lingering, suggesting that the story has come to a temporary end, with its emotion and power continuing to live on. The music ended and the stage erupted in booming applause. Obviously pop is more popular than classical pieces that they can't appreciate. Looking at the glittering boy on the stage, Song Si's heart had been pounding non-stop. Chapter 108 National Day Eve. Leave the backstage. Gu Qingchen came to Song Si and the others. When Yi Chang saw him come over, he directly asked, Lao Si, have you made any arrangements for the National Day? Go with me to the Northeast to have some fun? No, Si and I are going to meet someone and have a little fun at the beach. Then we have to go to the imperial capital to visit our relatives, and we're in quite a hurry. Gu Qingchen shook his head and asked the others, what about you guys? What's the arrangement? Zheng Fian pointed at Yi Chang and said, I'm on my way with him and have already booked a ticket with him to go back to the Northeast together. Zhang Chen said, I'll go to Xiao Zhao's house to take a look. After spending so much time together, he already knew that Xiao Zhao's family was in poor condition, and as a prospective boyfriend with some money, of course he had to go and help out, but he just said he'd go and check it out, nothing more, for fear she'd say no. Xiao Zhao didn't say anything, just shyly lowered her head. For her part, the little stepford wife blandly said, of course I'm going home, too. Fan Xiru gave Gu Qingchen a blank look. It's redundant for you to even ask me. I'm a local. Where can I go? Alright then, Si and I will go ahead and you guys keep watching the show. Gu Qingchen wasn't interested in staying to enjoy the program behind. So, in the midst of several goodbyes, holding Song Si's hand, he left directly, with a gradual move away from the podium. At that moment, one of the girls in the hot dance at the beginning suddenly ran over from the side and stopped in front of Gu Qingchen. The first thing she said when she opened her mouth was, you were so handsome on stage just now. Can I get in touch with you? When Song Si heard this, her hand holding Gu Qingchen couldn't help but grip it a little tighter. She didn't make a sound to stop her, but nervously looked at Gu Qingchen's mouth, waiting for something with fear and anticipation. And as Gu Qingchen looked at the girl in front of him, whom he didn't recognize, he politely declined. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. As he said that, he also raised the hand he was holding with Song Si and shook it. It's okay, just add a contact, make a friend. Seeing that the girl could not hear good and bad in this way, Gu Qingchen had to stroke Song Si's stomach, full of loving fatherly smiles. My daughter-in-law is pregnant. More than a month. Do you want to see the ultrasound photos? Fight. Excuse me. Seeing the fervor of his words, the girl's face stiffened and she ran away. Gu Qingchen didn't care about this little episode at all, but just silently gave Zhang Feiyan a nod in her heart. Your reasoning is so useful. Song Si hung a soft smile, her eyes full of joy as she looked toward her husband's hand stroking her stomach, as if there really was a little person living inside. Suddenly, Gu Qingchen's phone rang. He took it out to see that it was Su Yahan calling, so he got through and tapped on the speakerphone. Good nephew. Dad, why did you grab my cell phone? The soft voice had just come, when it was replaced by a calm voice. Xiao Chana, come to Imperial City on your National Day. It just so happens that I'm free, and I'll take you to recognize your family. I know Grandpa. Si and I have already booked our tickets. We'll be in the Imperial City at noon on the 3rd. Well, nothing much going on lately? Su Zhongshan asked. No, eat well, drink well, and be doubly well. That's fine. Then Grandpa arranged for someone to go over on the 3rd to pick you up. Don't be afraid of trouble or you won't be able to get into the house. Gu Qingchen knew what was going on and didn't push back. Okay grandpa, by the way, is my grandson-in-law next to you? Gu Qingchen gently shook his daughter-in-law's small hand beside him and whispered, call grandpa. Song-si also obediently nodded her head and sweetly shouted, hello grandpa. Oh well if someone bullies you in the future, you'll tell grandpa, and grandpa will help you out. Su Zhongshan tried his best to clip his voice more kindly and said, okay thanks grandpa. Song-si felt like she had been recognized by the rest of her family again and snuggled lovingly into Gu Qingchen's arms. At the same time, the idea of having a child in your heart becomes more and more urgent. Alright, then grandpa won't bother you two youngsters anymore, so I'll hang up first and on. Gu Qingchen said, okay, bye grandpa. Song-si chimed in, bye grandpa. Dad, I haven't talked to my nephew yet. Before Su Yahan could finish her words, a busy signal already came from the other end of the phone. Come on, go home and pack, Gu Chengchen said as he lightly kissed the corner of his daughter-in-law's lips. Aha, let's go. The two of them drove home and began to hoof it and pack. It's mainly the virtuous wife and mother Song-si cleaning up. He's basically touching the fish. As for the automatic cat food and water feeding machine that Gu Chengchen had bought had already been arranged. Yes, there's a camera, so when the time comes, just close the bedroom door and monitor this little room the whole time, just to be on the safe side. He also called his dear sister Mayashu. Hello? Why? Shen Miaoshu had been busy and giddy lately, so her speech was a bit lazy. Sister, do me a small favor, Gu Qingchen said. What's wrong again? I'm having a hard time taking a break for the 4th of July, and you're still coming to toss me around? It's really a small thing. My country celebrates going out. My cat, you help me take care of it? When Shin Miaoshu heard this, she came to be a bit more interested. What kind of cat? You still have a cat? Yeah, a little three-flower. You can come by my house once in a while and just check to see if there's any food or water left in his feeder and water. And if you want to feed another cat strip, it's all good too. Okay, I really owe you in my life. Today I'm taking the cat, and in a while it's time for me to take the baby. Although Shun Miaoshu agreed, there was inexplicably some resentment in her tone. I won't disturb your rest then. You know the house code well. I'll hang up now. With that, Gu Qingchen hung up the phone. Shin Miaoshu looked at the resting cell phone and silently muttered, brat. Song-si zipped up both of their suitcases, and with a look of a job well done, she angled her little head and said, all right. Gu Qingchen also got up and cupped her face and rubbed it vigorously. Tough daughter-in-law. So don't you want to give your daughter-in-law a little reward? Song-si blinked her somewhat drawn eyes and gently hooked his tie and tugged it downward, her cherry-pink lips instantly covering her lover's. Gu Chengchen also wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his teeth and tongue entwined. For a long time, the lips parted. Song-si's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at the deep eyes in front of her, slightly exhaling her aroma. Hubby, I want to. Good. Where would he refuse his daughter-in-law's request? Just when he wanted to remove his white suit, he was pulled by Song-si. That's it for today. Gu Qingchen doted on her with a smile, pressed his nose against hers, and flirted with her in an ambiguous tone. My family Cici likes dress-up play too? Beg. Bugger. With that, the young girl kissed his lips once more and pushed him back onto the bed. Chapter 109, Mandarin Bathing, Plus. After the clouds and rain, Gu Qingchen princess carried Song-si, who was paralyzed in his arms, full of blush, and breathing with some urgency, to the bathroom, and having wanted to take a bath, he suddenly changed his mind when he looked at the large, round bath that had been deserted for a long time. So, he lightly patted his daughter-in-law's little butt in his arms and said, See, do you want to take a bath? It was only then that Song-si managed to slow down from the afterglow, and she fondly raised her arms around Gu Qingchen's neck, kissing the corners of his mouth without stopping while murmuring, I'll listen to you. Okay, then get down, or I can't get it with you in my arms. Song-si obediently got down from Gu Qingchen's arms, but her hands still wrapped around his waist, clinging to him. This made Gu Qingchen a little laughable, so he had to retoe her little buttocks, changing from a princess hug to a sloth hug to hold her tightly in his arms and said, use your own legs to clip my waist, or else I can't support you for much longer with one hand. Anyway, as long as he had one hand free to operate it, he was happy to hold his daughter-in-law with her soft and mushy body. After Song-si heard this, she immediately wrapped her arms tightly around Gu Qingchen's neck, her slender jade legs wrapped around his waist, and her delicate two little feet hooked together with each other. Adjust the temperature of the water heater, unscrew the bath faucet toward the left, and hot water with steam immediately flowed out. While waiting for the pool to fill up, Gu Qingchen carried Song-si to the shower and prepared to first wash down his body with warm water. He turned on the shower and picked it up, briefly rinsing his body for himself and his daughter-in-law saying, lean back slightly and close your eyes. I'll rinse your hair. Good. Song Si obeyed and did as she was told. Feeling the warm stream of water drenching her head, she shifted comfortably. Don't wiggle, if I don't hold and give you a fall. Because he didn't have a free hand, Gu Chengchen could only pinch her buttocks helplessly and reminded her, not at all, I'm holding you tight. Although her mouth was like this, Song Si was still honest. He let Song Si take the shower and rinse her head again before Gu Chengchen carried her back to the bath and sat down. After waiting for a little while, seeing that the water in the pool was almost ready, he turned off the faucet and brought Song Si to soak in a little bit. The water was only mildly hot, so it took just a little getting used to before I was able to soak my whole body in. Gu Chengchen exhaled comfortably, and Song Si, who was sitting face to face on his lap, enjoyed snuggling into his arms. The blush that had long since dissipated on those cheeks surfaced once more. Neither of them spoke, just soaking in the warm, serene atmosphere. It was Gu Chengchen who would drain some water from time to time and add new hot water to keep the water warm. It's true that an insulated jacuzzi is still more convenient, and the only advantage of a bathtub is just more space. I don't know how long. The two, who had gotten a little disoriented, also got out of the water and sat on the edge of the bath. Of course, Song Si was still sitting face to face on Gu Chengchen's lap. Wash my hair, I'll do it for you later. Gu Chengchen leaned his chin on his daughter-in-law's tenderness and said, good. Song Si took the shampoo and squeezed it on her hand, then gently held the head in her arms, her slender fingers like butterflies through the hair, carefully scratching and wiping. There was also quite a bit of foam on her chest and arms because of how close they were to each other. Gu Chengchen, on the other hand, encircled his daughter-in-law's waspish waist and squinted in enjoyment. Not a moment too soon, Song Si took the shower and said in a soft voice, hubby, close your eyes. I'll rinse your hair. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengchen could only reluctantly leave the gentle land and tilt her head with her eyes closed. Along with rinsing it off, he slathered Song Si with shampoo. It's true that long hair is hard to manage, and shampoo has to be rubbed in half a day to soak it all in. And Song Si buried her head in his chest the entire time, even when she was rinsing, watching the foam secondarily utilized to flow all over the two men's bodies. Gu Chengchen felt that the shower gel had been saved. Finally, they drained the bath and still applied bath gel to each other. After all, how could Gu Chengchen give up such an opportunity? That mastery of the delicate foam across the white skin and softness of the other person is really a great pleasure. It's just that the process is a little fragrant, so it's good to see that after half a day of tossing and turning before, it didn't rub off on me again. Leave it to rinse off. They dried themselves with a washcloth and headed out of the bathroom arm in arm. Gu Chengchen finished blow-drying his own hair before taking the hairdryer to the side of the bed, patting the small butt of Song Si, who was lying on the bed playing with her phone, and meticulously blow-drying her hair as well. About 20 minutes or so, Gu Chengchen, who had finally dried his daughter-in-law's hair, put the hairdryer away before turning off the light and returning to the bed, embracing Song Si's fragrant and soft body. Because it was so late, the clothes that had been scattered all over the floor during their previous big battle were not cleaned up. The two of them spoke affectionate words to each other for a while, and gradually fell into sleep. The next day, the sky was still cloudy. Gu Chengchen slowly woke up. Looking at the sleepy Kagome lying on his chest, he gently ruffled the hair in the corner of Song Si's mouth and pulled it behind his ear, and caressed her soft face for a while before slowly pulling himself out of bed. After gathering up the white suits and his daughter-in-law's inner and outer clothes that were scattered on the floor, Gu Chengchen went to the check room to change into a simple bodysuit with pants and went to the bathroom to wash up. Not more than a few minutes later, seems to be unable to feel the body temperature of the lover beside Song Si also slowly woke up. She stretched her waist while letting out a lovely soft wooing, and after a slight little daze, she also lifted the summer cool quilt first, swaying her beautiful torso as she got up and got out of the bed to walk towards the bathroom. Gu Chengchen, who had just finished washing his face and was brushing his teeth, watched as his daughter-in-law, who was not wearing any clothes in the mirror, walked in and wrapped her arms around him from behind. Feeling the soft pushback and the soft bouncy face of her pampered rubbing against his back, he said vaguely, "Why don't you get some more sleep?" Song Si was still a little bit confused. Her voice was lazy. "My husband is not around. I don't want to sleep." Gu Chengchen gargled away the foam in his mouth, wiped his mouth, turned around and wrapped his arms around her willow waist, kissing the tip of her nose lightly. "I'm going to the restroom, so hurry up and wash up too." When he finished, he let go of his daughter-in-law in his arms and walked over to the toilet, but Song Si followed him with a smile in her eyes, probing. The old married Gu Chengchen was not embarrassed at all, but just lightly flirted. "You're holding it for me?" Unexpectedly, Song Si actually blushed and did as she was told. "Wash your hands and then wash your face. I'm going downstairs to make breakfast. Come down when you're changed," Gu Chengchen admonished before leaving the restroom. "Good," Song Si answered and began to wash up as well. In the kitchen, because of the time, Gu Chengchen simply fried a few eggs and did nothing else. "Just pad your stomach first, and order your food when you get on the plane," Chapter 110, Song Si's first airplane experience. Song Si simply changed into an apricot-colored one-shoulder loose-pleated dress, and walked down the stairs in a graceful manner, giving people a very fairy feeling. Deal with a bite. When you get to the airport or on the plane, Gu Qingchen placed 2 fried eggs on a plate and handed them to Song Si along with her chopsticks. Good. Song Si took it and fed him a mouthful of eggs as usual before taking small bites herself. A few minutes later, the two ate briefly and went upstairs to pull out the suitcases and backpacks they had organized last night. Incidentally, Ichi-Chi, the little cat spirit, was filled with food and water plus a pooper scooper. Behave yourself at home. Song Si squatted down and rubbed its little head, then got up and left the room on Gu Qingchen's arm, looking at the door of the room that was closed. One by one didn't care much, his little tail wagging as he jumped to the windowsill and lay down directly on it, lazily sunbathing, and the young couple who left the house hailed a drop and headed straight to the airport. Pay and get off. Gu Qingchen led Song Si into the airport's waiting hall. The 4th of July is really crowded, and it looks like a crowd at a glance. Luckily, I bought a business class ticket, so I didn't have to wait in line at all, and I just found the corresponding check-in counter to check in my baggage. Then you go through security to the exclusive business class lounge and wait for your flight. All the food and drinks here are free, so go ahead and take as much as you want, and get me some along the way. Gu Qingchen sat on a chair and said while taking out her cell phone. Okay, then you wait. Song Si put down the luggage in her hand, quickly walked to the dining table, looked around, not a lot of people, slightly embarrassed to pick up the food and drink. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, opened WeChat and read the message Lu Xingzhe had sent a few minutes ago. Lao Gu, I'm boarding the plane. What do you say? Gu Chengchen, the lounge is waiting for the plane. Lu Xingzhe, that's fine, I guess I'll get there before you. I'll be waiting for you at the airport. Send me a message when you get off the plane. Gu Chengchen, okay. He had just put down his cell phone when Song Si came over with a bunch of various kinds of food and drinks. That much? Song Si sat down next to him and tilted her head. But I didn't take much of each. Didn't you say it was free? It's okay. Eat, big greedy girl. Gu Chengchen picked up a food of unknown origin and stuffed it into her mouth. Song Si also maintained her good habits as usual and fed him. The surrounding travelers, who were also in business class, also looked at their sweet little couple in silence, either obviously or subtly showing some smiles. Soon, as the radio blared, Gu Qingchen also pulled Song Si to board the airplane. Although business class are all individual seats, they are not too far away from each other. As soon as they came up and sat down, the sexy stewardess came up and offered a hot towel to wipe her hands on, and asked if she wanted a drink, if she wanted to dine, if she needed a blanket, and so on. I can only say that rich people are treated differently. All rejected after. Gu Qingchen looked at Song Si beside her and pulled her hand. There's a feeling similar to riding a pirate ship after taking off in a while, but it'll be a bit stronger. So if you're scared, clutch my hand harder. The young girl, who was indeed nervous about her first airplane ride, didn't push. Okay, I'll try not to push too hard. A little bit of time passed. As the announcement was made, the plane slowly took off. The relatively strong sense of weightlessness caused Song Si to gasp for air somewhat nervously, holding Gu Qingchen's hand tightly, and Gu Qingchen worriedly spoke out to comfort. Relax, relax, it's okay. Good thing that feeling didn't last long. Song Si also slowly relaxed, easing her hand and letting out a breath. It didn't feel so bad. Get some sleep. You'll basically be there in an hour or so, Gu Qingchen said as he rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb. Song Si let out a soft and also obediently narrowed her beautiful eyes. An hour and a half or so. The plane also landed at the airport in Weihai. Gu Qingchen, who had finished picking up his luggage, held Song Si's hand and walked towards the location sent by Lu Xingzhe. Soon, not far from one of the seats, a slightly chubby guy in a suit with a big back haircut was seen. Man, God Lu, you're dressed quite Thai. Ha? Gu Qingchen flirted as she stood still in front of him. Lu Xingzhe, who heard the words, hurriedly looked up and excitedly stood up and hugged Gu Qingchen. Ha ha, old Gu, long time no see. Come on, big old man hugging a ball. Gu Qingchen instantly pushed him away. Lu Xingzhe then grinned at Song Si, who was on the side, and said, "Good day, sister-in-law. Prettier than when we met once." Aha. Because of the bad impression left by the first time, Song Si responded in a salty manner. Lu Xingzhe didn't pay any attention to it and pulled up his own luggage. Let's go. Let's go to the hotel first to put our luggage down and then look for my precious Ben now. Okay, go. Gu Chengchen said, and the three of them walked together towards the outside of the airport. Because they had to go along with Lu Xingzhe's financial situation, both he and Song Si booked ordinary rooms. There's no special car to take you there, so you'll have to call a drop to get there. To the hotel. Receive your room card from the front desk and go to the corresponding room. Gu Qingchen let Song Si go and put her luggage away while he looked over the opposite bed and the bathroom. All kinds of hidden corners, sockets, flower pots, chandeliers, etc. were checked in every detail, and only slightly reassured when they saw that there were no pinhole cameras. Song Si didn't understand the sinister nature of society, and although she didn't understand what her husband was doing, she still stood by and watched obediently, not going up and making a noise to disturb her. It wasn't until Gu Qingchen explained it to her that she wrapped her arms around him in afterthought, feeling like there was a pair of eyes all there. Well, I checked and there are no cameras, which doesn't happen much, and roughly some places are just basically safe. Seeing his daughter-in-law's uncomfortable look, Gu Qingchen pinched her face and comforted her. Aha! Saying that, Song Si was still a little creeped out, waiting for the two to pack up and exit the room. Lu Xingzhe was already waiting outside the door. Where to meet? Gu Qingchen asked curiously. Lu Xingzhe opened his cell phone's location and handed it to him. The back street of a shopping mall. Okay, as long as it's not some nook or cranny. After saying that, the three of them exited the hotel, stopped a cab, and rushed towards their destination. When you get to the place, it's really the back street of a mall, but for some reason, it's not very crowded. It's like the streets of a ghost town. Although the roads are wide and green and nice, there just aren't many people. Lu Xingzhe didn't go directly to the agreed place, but waited for a runner to receive a bouquet of flowers first. Seeing this, Gu Qingchen also gave him a thumbs up. Alright, quite well prepared. That's a must. You'll just see how I'll hold a beautiful woman. Lu Xingzhe smiled confidently. We both hid and watched the show. You go for it. After saying that, Gu Qingchen patted his shoulder and pulled Song Si to crouch behind a green belt. Chapter 111. Red dress, black silk, high-heeled strong man, little baby. Lu Xingzhe, like a good student, sat on a bench by the side of the road, flowers in his arms, his fingers constantly stirring together, showing his inner nervousness and anticipation. And the grass. Gu Qingchen and Song Si each poked out two pairs of small eyes, secretly observing. Si, do you think the one coming in a while will be a beautiful woman or a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Gu Qingchen asked in a small voice. Song Si tilted her head in confusion. What Tyrannosaurus Rex? She'd only recently gone through the internet and was really a little uncertain about her former terrier. It's a woman who's more man than man, more dinosaur than dinosaur, or a man dressed as a woman like Zirai, but a dark-skinned hunk. Ah, there are still people like that. Isn't that cheating on your feelings? Song Si was a little surprised, and her voice was unconsciously raised a little. Gu Qingchen shrugged. There's no way. The world is full of wonders, not to mention the internet. The probability of touching a beautiful woman in this online dating and winning the lottery is almost no difference. If things get bad, we'll run. After all, they were two suspicious characters squatting in the bushes. In case that Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't catch Lu Xingzhe and saw them coming out of the bushes, it was not good to say that they would be taken as the friends of their boyfriends who were spying on them, and then carry the Son of Heaven with them. While highly unlikely, it's not without. Aha! Song Si nodded earnestly, with an unspeakable little thrill. Soon, a figure in a red coat wrapped all over her body, with red patent leather heels, long flowing hair, and a face wearing sunglasses and a mask, came from a short distance away. Whether it was Lu Xingzhe, or Gu Qingchen and Song Si, they all noticed this incomparably conspicuous person at a glance, though I'm not sure if it's Lu Xingzhe's online love interest. But, I have a bad feeling. Gu Qingchen murmured to his daughter-in-law. Looking at the dress, it seems like a girl, said Song Si. No, she's wrapped up so tightly, there's definitely a ghost. Get ready to run. Gu Qingchen took his daughter-in-law's hand and was always ready to run. Subsequently, Lu Xingzhe picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, got up with the flowers and walked towards the red figure. His brow was furrowed, though, and the tension and anticipation he had felt a moment ago was completely gone, so clearly he hadn't been swept away by love and could see that something was wrong. Come to the online love interest. Lu Xingzhe kept a distance and handed her the flowers, calling out its screen name uncertainly. Sweet White Rabbit? The red-clothed figure that was only a drop shorter than Lu Xingzhe nodded, but didn't say anything. So, can you take off your sunglasses and mask? He asked again, and the figure in red was silent for a moment. Then with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, he ripped off the sunglasses mask, revealing a bearded man's face, and while opening his arms touting his thick lips, he lunged forward, wanting to hold Lu Xingzhe and kiss him. Asterisk. Fortunately, Lu Xingzhe, who was prepared, immediately retreated, threw the flowers in his hand over, and turned to run. Immediately afterward, the mouth also shouted, Lao Gu, help! The big man in red also immediately trotted after him. But where can high heels run over flats, or flats that have exploded into a small universe? In just a puff of smoke, Lu Xingzhe ran out of sight. The big man in red was so angry that he took off the coat he was wearing and dropped it on the ground, revealing a fairly normal dress code and a rather obese figure inside. Then, like a monkey, she curled up her black silk-wrapped bucket legs and drove the red patent leather heels on her feet, leaping up and down. bouncing back and forth. At the same time, he cried out in a very thin, shrill voice, hard-packed in the roughness. "Ah, hubby, you heartless man, you don't want me either. You men are no good." The scattered passers-by around him saw this and avoided him, and Gu Cheng-chen, who had finished watching the show while hiding in the bushes, hurriedly pulled Song-si, who had been shocked by the scene and whose small mouth was slightly open and full of disbelief, and bowed her back to sneak out of the bushes. But the next second, Lu Xingjia's WeChat call came instead. Because he was relatively close, the crazy big man immediately turned his head to look over and came eye to eye with the sneaky Gu Chengchen. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Gu Chengchen immediately straightened up and pulled Song-si and ran, incidentally also connecting to Lu Xingjia's phone saying, "Lu Xingjia, you guys get back here, get Keelbull back here." Where could that big man not know what was going on? Like an evil spirit, he immediately chased after him. It's still the same thing, but where can heels outrun flats? Or flats that have exploded into a small universe? In a flash, Gu Chengchen and Song-si ran out of sight. Come to safety. The two changed from running to walking. Gu Chengchen stroked his daughter-in-law's back, smoothing out her breath, and panted himself and said into the phone, "Lu Xingjia, you're really desperate. This call, do you have to call me right away? Damn you, we almost got killed. Asterisk. It's so scary. I'll never believe in online dating again, I'm a dog." On the cell phone, Lu Xingjia's shocked voice came. Song-si smoothed out her breathing, and surprisingly, she said, "In fact, it's quite exciting." Gu Chengchen also nodded his head in agreement. "Well, it's quite fun and exciting. Ha, old Lu. In the future, this kind of good thing will also call on me anon." Lu Xingjia, sure enough, people don't share their sorrows and joys. One's own pleasure is to be built on the pain of others. What now? Lu Xingjia asked lifelessly. "Send the share and leave this side first. I'm afraid that your object will catch up again, and it'll be fun to meet love around the corner." Gu Chengchen opened the share and said, "Okay, go north." Without hanging up the phone, Gu Chengchen pulled Song-si onward. In the share, the avatar of Lu Xingjia in the street across from them also slowly moved forward. About 10 minutes or so, the three of them met at a noodle shop with Anhui beef plate noodles. "Old Gu, my life is so miserable. First love." As soon as he entered the store, Lu Xingjia hugged his shoulder and kept shaking and complaining. "Boss, please give us 3 bowls of noodles with egg and sausage and dried tofu." "Okay," the boss answered. Gu Chengchen first ordered rice before patting Lu Xingjia's shoulder and comforting him. "Alright, it's just online dating. It's not like you're paying anything. It's not a loss." Which it isn't. I flushed almost 1,000 skins on him and called him baby every day. Vomit, just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Stupid asterisk. I can't believe you're fooling me with web maps and voice changers. Lu Xingjia walked across the room and sat down, lying on the table in grief. Before Gu Chengchen could make a sound, Song-si covered her mouth first and almost laughed out loud. Lu Xingjia, Chapter 112, The Half-Drunk Song-si. The three of them walked out of the store after eating their noodles. The sun isn't so hot anymore. Gu Chengchen, who was holding Song-si's hand, took out his cell phone with his free hand and took a look at it. It was already past 3 o'clock. "I don't know if I just had lunch or dinner. Where to now?" Lu Xingjia asked with a sideways glance. Gu Chengchen pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go to the beach seashore tomorrow, and just wander around casually today." "Okay, let's go." Lu Xingjia walked forlornly in front to lead the way. "I was thinking of having a 2-couple duo today, but as a result, it left an indelible shadow on his young mind. Internet dating is harmful." Afterwards, the sweet little couple lit a big shiny light bulb and strolled through the streets of Weihai, had snacks and bought drinks, wandered around the park and looked at the special attractions, because there was a single dog who had just been cheated out of his feelings on the sidelines. Gu Chengchen and Song-si, out of humanitarianism, didn't have any overly affectionate gestures and were honest throughout. Toward evening, the trio found a clear bar. Song-si purposely allowed Lu Xingjia, a person with a case, to drink with her own husband, but only if you don't get drunk. With that, the two boys ordered a number of drinks and drank them one by one. Song-si just had to have a cup of juice and quietly watched them chatting and talking about the ground. Halfway through the conversation, Lu Xingjia shook the white wine on the table and said, "Sister-in-law, you try to drink some too?" Gu Chengchen stretched out his palm and gave him a direct blow to the back of his head. "Don't bring my daughter-in-law down. It's just one drink, to promote blood circulation. It's fine." Lu Xingjia egged on without a care in the world. Gu Chengchen looked sideways at Song-si. "You can taste it if you want to, but don't drink too much." And Song-si's curiosity was hooked. "I'll taste it." Saying that, Lu Xingjia had already brought a new small cup and poured a glass of wine for her. Then, this silly simpleton thought back to the way they drank in big gulps, and actually gave it in one direct gulp. Gu Qingchen couldn't even stop it in time. I'll go. Sister-in-law has a huge amount of C. Lu Xingzhe marveled. Cough cough cough. Ah, so hot cough cough cough. Song Si was choking on her tears, and her face was instantly covered in redness. Gu Qingchen hurriedly patted her back to smooth her breath. Are you stupid? This is white wine. Your first drink is a mouthful. It's really powerful too. Better yet? It took a while for her to come back to her senses. Ahem. Why are you guys drinking so painfully? Cough cough. Can't you guys feel the spiciness? We are used to drinking. Of course you can't drink like this. And it's easy to get drunk drinking like this. Gu Chengchen raised his hand and wiped the wine stains that spilled from the corner of his daughter-in-law's mouth and explained. Lu Xingzhe again made a death wish and poured Song Si another cup. It's okay, sister-in-law. Drink more and you'll get used to it. Gu Qingchen disliked him with his elbow. Drink yours. Don't fill my daughter-in-law with wine. You're not creating an opportunity for you. How can you do whatever you want if you don't get drunk? Lu Xingzhe cheaply scowled at him and whispered in his ear. Gu Chengchen said breathlessly. I can do whatever I want without the irrigation. It's superfluous. Lu Xingzhe. He felt not just like a mouthful of dog food, but like a clown. No longer coughing, Song Si tried to drink a little bit, although much better, but the taste of the wine is really not good. After finishing the last cup, she turned back to drink her own juice to go. Gu Chengchen ordered another low-degree fruity cocktail for her to try. The result was more in line with the young girl's taste, but it was also average, just a little better than white wine. One boozy drink later, Gu Qingchen and Lu Xingzhe both kept their heads in the sand and no one got drunk. But Song Si was a different story. The first time she drank, she was already groggy. Not enough to talk about being drunk. It was similar to being half asleep, out of the clearing bar. Supporting his daughter-in-law and holding her in his arms, Gu Qingchen called a drop and said, Go back to the hotel. Cece can't go around like this. If you're hungry, just call a takeaway to fix it. Okay? I'm a little groggy too, so I'll go back to bed straight away. Lu Xingzhe also crouched down with some difficulty. When the drop came, the trio went straight back to the hotel to rest. Insert the room card. As the lights in the room came on, Gu Qingchen lazily hugged Song Si and placed her on the bed. Song Si, on the other hand, was not honestly sitting up, her little fingers pinching the hem of his shirt, and she lovingly said, Husband, accompany me to sleep. Gu Qingchen cupped her hot face and rubbed it, coaxing her warmly, change clothes and wash up first, okay? Si is so good. Saying that, he squatted down, hooked his daughter-in-law's slender ankles, removed her shoes and small white socks, and in the process kneaded the arches of her white and red, delicate and smooth feet. Giggle, it tickles. Song Si smiled and wiggled her little feet, but didn't pull away. Releasing her jade feet, Gu Qingchen rummaged through the suitcase again to find Song Si's pajamas. Stand on the bed by yourself. At those words, Song Si obediently got up from the bed and stood shakily. Luckily, it was a dress that was very good to take off, and he stripped his daughter-in-law into a little white sheet to put on the pajamas before Gu Qingchen helped her lie down again. Taking the skirt and underwear he had just changed out of and putting them in his suitcase, he pulled his own suitcase open again and changed into a nightgown. After basic packing, Gu Qingchen then took the unopened nanfu-shanquan on the bedside table and unscrewed it, picked up Song Si and leaned on his shoulder, passed the water to her mouth and said, Si, have some water? Oh, half asleep. She gulped it down, yet as she drank, she fell asleep. Gu Qingchen smiled helplessly and pinched her little nose. Silly daughter-in-law. Then, rummaging out the wet wipes, he briefly wiped his daughter-in-law's face and his own, and, unable to carry off the drowsiness, fell asleep with his arms around the warm body. Midnight. Song Si woke up in a daze. Still a bit tipsy, she sat up and shook the sleeping Gu Qingchen beside her and pouted. Husband, I want to go to the bathroom. Gu Chengchen was also tossed awake. He rubbed his slightly aching head and got up in a daze, thinking that his daughter-in-law didn't know where the bathroom was, and without saying anything he led her to it. You go on, I'll wait outside. Saying that, he was just about to leave when he was pulled back by Song Si, who had lifted her nightgown to sit on the toilet. The young girl's body leaned forward and hugged Gu Qingchen's waist, burying her face in his stomach, as if pouting her little buttocks, and said in a glutinous tone, Husband, you stay with me. Gu Chengchen also sobered up quite a bit. Doting a smile touched her little head. Good, you quickly solve it. As the stream Huan stopped, Song Si tugged on his clothes and said, Hubby, well rub. Gu Chengchen sighed helplessly and had to pull out a section of toilet paper to clean her up. Straightening the hem of his skirt for his daughter-in-law who had stood up, he lifted her little bottom into his arms and went back to bed to resume his sleep. Chapter 113, Seaside Routine. Morning. Song Si, who drank the least, woke up first. She lazily buried her head into the nest of Gu Qingchen's neck and let out a soft, delicate hum, but immediately afterward, as all the memories of last night flooded into her mind without a trace, that fair face turned red and her head buried deeper. but the two had done more intimate things, and this kind of thing didn't shame Song-si for too long. When Gu Qingchen woke up leisurely, she had already finished washing up, wearing a white t-shirt and a black pleated skirt, looking indifferent. "When did you wake up?" Gu Qingchen asked in a daze. Song-si sat down beside him and gently stroked his cheek, saying, "Just woke up just over half an hour ago. Do you still need to sleep for a while?" "No, get up. Didn't even eat last night? I'll take you to get a bite to eat." "Good." Saying that, Song-si got up and squatted in front of the suitcase, rummaging through the clothes Gu Qingchen wore today and putting them beside him. Slightly bedridden, Gu Qingchen also climbed up, changed into the white t-shirt and black shorts that his daughter-in-law had prepared, and went to the bathroom to wash up. At that moment, there was a soft knock on the door of the room. Before Song-si, who had walked to the door, could ask, Lu Xingjia's loud voice had already come through. "Lao Gu, have you gotten up yet?" The door to the room opened. Seeing the pavilion figure in the doorway, Lu Xingjia grinned. "Sister-in-law, has Lao Gu gotten up yet?" Washing up in the bathroom." Song-si sidled up and made a gesture of invitation. "Come in first, he should be ready soon." "Okay, not a moment too soon." Gu Qingchen, who had finished washing up, walked out of the bathroom. Knowing that Lu Xingjia had come, he asked as soon as he left the house, "How's our brother Lu's mood? He won't be unable to leave the shadow of his lost love for a while, right?" "Fortunately, I have a big heart. It's not so sad." Lu Xingjia was still cheerful, with nothing disheveled about him. "That's fine, let's go, have a bite of breakfast and go to the beach." Then, Gu Qingchen thought of something and asked, "Are we still buying swimsuits?" "No need, right? Let's just play in the water. I still changed these clothes on purpose." Lu Xingjia patted his white t-shirt with green shorts. Gu Qingchen nodded approvingly. "I also don't want my daughter-in-law's swimsuit to be seen by others." Song-si smiled softly and wrapped her hands around his arms. "Lu Xingjia, I shouldn't be in the room. I should be on the roof." The three of them had a simple breakfast at the hotel and took a taxi to the international beach. "Get out of the car. Because of the National Day, the place is so crowded that it can be like a dumpling in the sea. But the turquoise blue sky and sea, the golden sandy beaches, and the waves of clean white waves are truly a joy to watch." The slight sea breeze brushed his cheeks and the salty scent seemed to blow away all his worries. Lu Xingjia was especially obvious. Not only did his worries blow away, but even his brain. Watching him dive headfirst into the sea swimming like a toad without saying a word, Gu Qingchen felt a pang of speechlessness. "I just don't know if his phone is waterproof." Song-si, on the other hand, aged well, slightly cupped a little bit of seawater, stretched out her cute little tongue and licked it, and immediately wrinkled her nose, so salty. Gu Qingchen was amused by this cute scene and reached out to pinch her cheeks. "Can seawater not be salty? You schoolteacher won't return the knowledge to the teacher, right?" "Well, practice makes perfect. I've never tasted it. So if the book says it's salty, does it necessarily mean it's salty?" Song-si disgruntledly lifted the clothes in front of his stomach and wiped her wet hands. Gu Qingchen took over her hands and took the initiative to lift up his clothes to wipe her up. "My schoolteacher daughter-in-law has a point. It seems that training you to be the group's financial youngest sister is really holding you back. When you minor your sophomore year, you can pick something you're interested in. You don't have to listen to me and pick accounting. I respect your choice and you're my future wife no matter what." Song-si's sweet smile, directly on tiptoe, gently fell a kiss on his lips and said, "I don't want I'm going to go to you as a financial little sister, to prevent others from stealing our family's money." She was really embarrassed to kiss for too long because there were a lot of people around. "Okay, so is the little finance sister ready to be suborned by her unscrupulous boss?" Gu Qingchen wrapped his arm around her thin waist and teased with a doting smile. "I listen to everything, boss." Song-si spread a smile and incomparably cooperated by wrapping her arms around him. "Let's go then. Today's subterfuge is a date." With that, Gu Qingchen led Song-si towards the distant flock of seagulls. Along the way, the girl also picked up a lot of beautiful shells and showed them to him. "I want to string them up and make them into small pendants to put at home." Okay, it's most important that your daughter-in-law is happy." Song-si revealed a sweet smile and stuffed all the shells into her pocket, then stood on her tiptoes to drop a kiss on the side of his face. "Husband is the best." The two then went to where the seagulls were gathering. Many people were feeding them with bread. "Yeah, and there's a shady businessman who sneaks in here and sells bread for $20 a bag." Gu Qingchen bought a packet of money, the result of a look at the date of production, or almost expired. No wonder he did not dare to sell it in the open. Too lazy to bother with the bastard. Gu Qingchen tore the bread into strips and handed it to Song-si to lift or throw. He took a number of pictures of his daughter-in-law in the moments when the seagulls came to eat. After feeding the bread in her hand, Song-si looked through the photos taken by Gu Qingchen, and satisfied, she wrapped her arms around his neck and had a passionate kiss for a few seconds. As for the speedboat and water-flying dragon program, Song-si disliked the contact with other men, decisively refused. Just took some pictures of others when they were swimming. That's about it for beach fun. Seeing that there was nothing to play for, Gu Qingchen simply took off his and Song Si's shoes and socks and carried them in his hand, leading her to tread water in the sea. Wow, so cool. Looking at the lovely appearance of his daughter-in-law's white and tender little feet kicking at the water, Gu Qingchen also wrapped his arms around her waist and sipped hard on her soft face. LOL. Stop it. Song Si smiled happily and instantly snuggled into his arms, watching the azure blue laced with white waves coming in. After treading water and playing around for a while, the two of them found a less crowded beach to lie down on and snuggled together with their eyes closed. Sunbathing. Haven't enjoyed it quietly for more than a moment. Gu Qingchen's cell phone then rang. Without looking, the odds are that you know it's Lu Xingzhe. He connected, and as expected, the voice came over the phone. Lao Gu, how are you enjoying the world for two? Come to drink coconut juice with me? Gu Qingchen didn't answer him and asked instead. Your cell phone isn't in the water? I forgot if you didn't say it. Luckily my cell phone is waterproof. Otherwise it would have cost me a lot to swim in the ocean. Immediately after, Lu Xingzhe, this pussy, also complained about him. Old Gu, why did not you pull me a little? All you could see was your daughter-in-law, right? You've forgotten your friends. Bull *******. You scurried out directly like a scurrying monkey. I didn't even react to you going into the sea, pulling a fart. Gu Chengchen said he refused to take the blame. Chapter 114, Lu Xingzhe, the social cow. After a moment of silence, Lu Xingzhe changed the topic in a raw manner. So are you guys coming to drink coconut milk? Come on, it's your treat. Send positioning. Okay, it was nothing more than $10 high or low, and he could still afford to hire it. Receiving Lu Xingzhe's location share, Gu Qingchen sat up and patted the sand on her feet, putting the shoes and socks aside. Squatting again in front of Song Si, who sat up with him, he took hold of her two exquisite little feet, swept the sand from the white and red soles, and put on her shoes and socks as well. Let's go. It's a rare treat from Lu Xingzhe. We need to drink more of his coconuts. Gu Chengchen pulled his daughter-in-law up from the beach and gave her a gentle pat on the sand that was caked on her back and little butt. Song Si also patted the sand on his body and took his arm into her bosom and said, let's go. The two followed the location out of the beach and down the street. From a distance, I saw an open-air stall selling coconuts. As he approached, Lu Xingzhe was sitting next to the boss, who was peeling coconuts, sipping the coconut in his hand while swiping a short video. Gu Qingchen walked up with Song Si and called out, Old Lu, where are the coconuts? Lu Xingzhe lifted his head at the sound and grinned. Here it comes, Lao Gu. There, enough of it. After saying that, he said to the boss beside him, Uncle, open 2 coconuts for me. Okay, right away. Soon, the middle-aged boss used a spear-style tool to peel a coconut in 3 tries, inserted a straw, and handed it to Gu Qingchen, saying, young man, drink first. Thanks, boss. After he took it, he put the straw directly to Song Si's mouth and said, you drink it first. I'll drink the next one. But Song Si shook her head and pushed the coconut to Gu Qingchen's mouth. You take a sip first. He pinched his daughter-in-law's cheeks and had to take a few sips with the straw in his mouth. Well, it's pretty good, so drink up. Only then did Song Si obediently take the coconut and drink it. As the sweet coconut milk slid into her mouth, she smiled back with a happy frown. Lu Xingzhe looked at their cloying energy, and also twisted in a disconcerting manner, looking down at his phone and no longer looking at them. Not long after, the owner handed over another coconut. After Gu Qingchen took it, he and Song Si, who had already almost finished the coconut in her hand, took a sip each. The mixture of coconut milk and zin makes the coconut much sweeter. In the back, the owner helped them split the coconut they had finished drinking and gave them 2 plastic spoons along the way to eat the coconut meat. Noon. The 3 of them casually ate some seafood barbecue and ran off to rest on the lounge chairs under the umbrella. Gu Qingchen rested his hands behind his head and squinted his eyes leisurely. Song Si, who was lying on a chair with him, was quietly snuggled in his arms, quietly enjoying the sound of the waves and her lover's body heat. The light bulb Lu Xingzhe did not want to eat dog food at all, and after lying down for not much longer, he ran to play with speedboats and water-flying dragons. Lay still for over an hour. Gu Qingchen, who couldn't lie down somewhat, also took his daughter-in-law for a walk. Hubby, does this look good? As she walked, Song Si suddenly bent down and picked up a small cone-shaped shell. It's nice to look at. Pocket it. He good. In this way, all the way around, Song Si picked up a bunch more shells, and Gu Qingchen's pants pocket inevitably bulged. Next, the two came to a place where there were not many people. Gu Qingchen pulled his daughter-in-law to stand on the seashore, took out his cell phone and said, come on, let's take a group photo. Good. Song Si wrapped her arms affectionately around Gu Qingchen's neck and stuck face to face with him, revealing a stunningly beautiful smile. With the shutter pressed, An intimate couple's photo with the sea as a backdrop is freshly taken. An afternoon passes. Gu Qingchen and Song Si, who had wandered around and taken quite a few pictures, returned to the previous awning hand in hand, and Lu Xingzhe, the pussy, didn't know where to go to get high and couldn't be seen at all. Since she had to fly to the imperial capital early tomorrow morning, Gu Qingchen, who was preparing to take Song Si back to the hotel to rest, sent him a message. Then, it was only when Lu Xingzhe, who was dripping wet, hurried back. What are you doing? Make a scene in the Dragon Palace? Gu Qingchen asked suspiciously. Which is not. No, a guy. Play diving with him in the sea. Touch seafood. Lu Xingzhe said as he wrung the seawater from his clothes. It's true that the Great Dragon Palace has gone, and you're really a social cow. First the owner of the coconut cellar, and then a stranger you don't know very well. Gu Qingchen lamented, but looking at his two empty hands, she asked again. By the way, where are the shrimps and crabs you caught? Lu Xingzhe waved his hand. Harm, I brought it back and it's useless, so I just gave it all to that big brother. Gu Qingchen said breathlessly. Is it possible that that big brother is a professional seafood catcher? Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll just be happy. Lu Xingzhe said indifferently. Okay, what do you do? We're leaving in the morning. Are you going to keep playing on the beach, or are you coming back to the hotel with us? Lu Xingzhe pinched his chin and thought about it, and said, you guys go back first. I'm on a plane ticket for tomorrow afternoon. There's no rush, so I'll take advantage of the time I have to go around and buy some seafood for my mom to go back. Okay, we go back to the hotel and I guess we pack up and go to bed. I won't greet you in the morning anon. Gu Qingchen said. Okay, you guys go back and rest. Let's go. Bye. Bye. After the separation, Gu Qingchen led Song Si to the curb and stopped a cab to go straight to the hotel. Back in the room, both men stripped off their sand-stained clothes and went to the bathroom to shower. But Song Si cowered in the corner the entire time, pulling Gu Qingchen to block herself. And Gu Qingchen took the shower and flushed her body while helplessly saying, there's no pinhole to shoot you. Weren't you quite natural in the toilet last night? Why do you care about this now? Song Si's face flushed red as she poked his pecs with her finger, pouting her small mouth. I was a bit confused last night. Where do I care so much? It's different now. I'm awake, naturally care. Alright, then I'll block you while you apply body wash to my hair anon. Gu Qingchen scratched her cute little chin and said, good. Anyway, I washed each other like that only the day before yesterday, so it's not much of a problem. After showering, the two exited the bathroom and each changed into their pajamas. Gu Qingchen picked up the hairdryer at the top of the bed and blew out her hair. Our virtuous wife, Song Si, found a plastic bag and wrapped the sand-stained clothes they had just changed into a suitcase to prevent other clothes from getting dirty. After everything is cleaned up, only then did she obediently sit on the edge of the bed and enjoy Gu Qingchen's hair-blowing service. About 10 minutes passed. Okay. Gu Qingchen shook Song Si's silky green silk and leaned down to press against the top of her hair and sniffed lightly before placing the hairdryer back on the bed, pressing the landline on the side in the meantime and ordering a hotel delivery service. When the two had finished eating briefly, they nestled in and looked at their phones for a while. Gu Qingchen then wrapped his arms around his fragrant and soft daughter-in-law and collapsed on the bed to get ready for bed. Song Si in her arms looked at her husband's sleepy side face. The corners of her mouth hooked up, and she angled her head and kissed the corner of his lips lightly before burying her face into his chest and closing her beautiful eyes. Chapter 115, finally meeting the Su family. Early the next morning, because I'm meeting the elders today, so Gu Qingchen, who had already gotten up and finished washing, purposely changed into a simple white short-sleeved shirt and black pants that were clean. Song Si, who was also wearing the apricot-colored one-shoulder loose pleated dress from the day before, slowly walked out of the bathroom while running a comb through her hair. I'll comb it for you. Seeing this, Gu Qingchen went forward and took the comb in her hand and combed it for her. Honey, do you think the rest of Grandpa's family will like me? While enjoying her lover's hair brushing service, the young girl raised her eyes to meet his and couldn't help but ask with some concern. Gu Qingchen parted a third of his daughter-in-law's long, silky hair, ruffled it in front of his body and smoothed it out, then straightened her fluffy bangs. Then holding her soft face, he leaned down and lightly kissed those cherry-pink lips and said, my family CC is so well-behaved and pretty and understanding. How could someone not like it? That's definitely that person's eyesight is faulty. Song Si smiled, wrapped her arms around Gu Qingchen's waist and snuggled into his arms, leaning her small head against his chest, murmuring in a soft tone, husband, I really love you even if Grandpa's family doesn't like me. You don't want me. Okay, how can it be? If they don't like you, this is a kiss I'd rather not recognize. Gu Qingchen lightly patted her back and added, alright, don't think too much. They'll definitely like you. Let's go. It's time to go to the airport. Aha. After saying that, the two of them checked out of the room, pulled their suitcases out of the hotel, stopped a cab, and headed straight to the airport. On the way, Gu Qingchen also sent Lu Xingjia a WeChat in passing, "We're going to the airport, so call back when you wake up." Seeing that the other party did not come back in half a day, he also put away his cell phone and held Song Si's hand to play with it. To the airport. Again, it was the familiar process of punching a ticket, checking in, going through security, entering the VIP lounge for a bite of complimentary breakfast, and delivering luggage for boarding. This time, Song Si didn't have the nervousness and fear that she felt the first time she took an airplane, and she didn't even feel much. About an hour or so later, the two landed smoothly at the imperial capital airport. Gu Qingchen and Song Si had just stepped out of the airplane, hand in hand, when on the corridor bridge, a man in plain clothes with an earpiece and sunglasses, and a bulging waist, walked towards them. He stopped and gave a simple military salute, then said bluntly, "Mr. Gu, I'm here to meet you by order of the chief, and next, you can just follow me throughout." Gu Qingchen also didn't expect to come to this, and nodded helplessly. "Okay, please, lead the way. Yes, please stay close." With that, the man turned and led the way ahead. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, pulled Song Si's hand and followed closely the entire time, all the way across the corridor bridge, onto the ferry, to the VIP building, and out of the lobby after picking up your luggage. What came into view was a black red flag vehicle with white plates, and two armored military off-roads parked one in front of the other at the main entrance. There were also several heavily armed, Type 95 soldiers on guard around the area. On both sides of the doorway, there were even several men and women in suits, seemingly from the airport management, all of them with their heads down, not moving a muscle, and the plainclothes man who led them here, pulled open the rear door of the red flag car, made a gesture of invitation and spoke, "Mr. Gu, get in the car first." Well, thanks." The uncomfortable Gu Qingchen hurriedly pulled his daughter-in-law into the car. Close ranks. With the plainclothes man's command, the soldiers on guard around them boarded the armored vehicles in front and behind. He also got into the passenger side of the red flag car and said to the middle-aged driver who was driving, "Old Zhang, drive." Watch the vehicle slowly pull away. Several of those airport management were relieved and rushed off on their own, all the way through. Soon, the three vehicles pulled into an area with soldiers guarding the entrance. From afar, Gu Qingchen saw Su Zhongshan supporting a slightly aged woman, as well as Su Yahan, two pairs of middle-aged men and women, two young girls and a little girl, all standing in front of a plane compound. The armored car stopped on the side of the road halfway through the day, and the red flag car came to a stop all the way in front of the compound. The plainclothes man got down from the car first, jogged to stand in front of Su Zhongshan, gave a standard military salute, collected his hands and said, "Reporting to the chief, the platoon leader of the 1st Platoon of the Lion Regiment, Wang Ruifeng, has successfully completed the escort mission. Please give your instructions, take the team back." Su Zhongshan waved his hand. "Yes." Wang Ruifeng saluted again and turned left to run towards the armored car, and Gu Qingchen pushed the door to get out of the car and took Song Si next from the car, holding her hand, and arrived in front of Su Zhongshan. "Grandpa." "Hello Grandpa," Song Si shouted after her. Good. CC, don't be formal either, just like your own home." Su Zhongshan patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder, and hurriedly helped over the woman beside him, saying, "This is my wife, Mu Si, also known as your grandmother." "Hello Grandma," Gu Qingchen hurriedly shouted. "Hello Grandma," Song Si chimed in, but Mu Si just stared at Gu Qingchen in a daze, trembling as she stretched out her palm, which had some loose skin, and gently stroked his cheek, seemingly remembering his fallen eldest son. The cloudy eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. Really like, good boy, really good boy." Saying that, she wiped her tears and shifted her gaze to Song Si. "My grandson's daughter-in-law is also very pretty. Grandma will personally cook for you today. Don't be polite." "Thank you Grandma," Song Si smiled sweetly. "Good girl." Mu Si smiled amiably, then held Gu Qingchen's arm and pointed at the two middle-aged couples on the side. "My good grandson. I'll introduce you to them. The one on the left is my second son named Su Igwa, and the one beside him is his wife, Deng Kaixian, and there is a boy and a girl with two children in their family, but the boy is not here. Later have the opportunity to introduce to you to know, and that the tallest girl is their daughter, called Su Jingwan, in Qingbei on the junior. The one on the right is called Su Yiren, my third son. The one beside him is his wife Mengyin. The girl whose height is second only to Jingwan is the only daughter of their family, called Su Shiyu, just in her first year of high school, and that little bitty one at the end." Before Mu Si finished speaking, Su Yahan picked up that little dot and interrupted to pick up the conversation. "Good nephew, she is your aunt, my precious daughter called Su Yuro, nicknamed Nini, this year 6 years old. Nini, call your brother and sister-in-law." Little Nini was also cute and adorable. "Hello brother and sister-in-law." "You too, Nini," Gu Qingchen said back. Song Si, on the other hand, looked at her with two glowing eyes and softly returned, "Aha, Nini, good." Immediately after, Gu Chengchen also shouted at the people present one by one, second uncle and second aunt, third uncle and third aunt, and two cousins, first time meeting, my name is Gu Chengchen, I guess you all know, this is my fiancée, called Song Si, and I'm going to trouble you all to take care of her in the future. Song Si also behaved herself by shouting humanity one by one. All but two of the cousins nodded faintly, smiling in response. Suiguo boldly walked up, took Gu Chengchen's shoulders, forcibly pulled him into the courtyard, said, "Harm, are their own people? Say these why. Go, into the house. We uncle too good chatter." The crowd followed suit. Song Si, on the other hand, held Musi's arm and said in a soft voice, "Grandma, I'll help you go in. He good, my grandson's daughter-in-law seems to be a virtuous and good wife, and it's a good fortune to marry you in the early morning." Musi had seen this granddaughter-in-law's backtone before and was pleased with her. Song Si, however, shook her head seriously. "Grandma, it's my good fortune to have met him." Musi froze and smiled gratefully. That would be a blessing for each other, with the two men walking into the courtyard as well. Su Zhongshan, who had landed at the very back, looked at this scene of family reunion and couldn't help but reveal a smile as he looked to the sky and whispered to himself, "Feng don't worry, everything is fine at home." Chapter 116, Song Si suddenly dry-heaving. Yard. Everything here is no different from the small bungalow courtyard where ordinary people live, just slightly larger, filled with flowers and plants, and a slightly fat civet cat sleeping on the steps. The group entered the living room. A large folding round table had been propped up in the center, but they went ahead and sat down on the wooden couch and chattered away. There just wasn't enough room, so Suyahan held Nini and moved stools to sit with Sui Ren and her two aunt cousins, and after listening to them talk for a while, Muchi smiled and got up to go busy in the kitchen. Song Si didn't interrupt the conversation. She just glanced at Gu Qingchen and tapped her grandmother's departing figure with her finger, meaning to get up and follow after she nodded her head in agreement. Seeing this, Suyahan handed the Nini in her arms over to her second sister-in-law at the side and also got up to follow. Inside the kitchen, Musi picked up the chopper, ready to continue cutting the meat that hadn't been finished on the counter when she went out to greet Gu Qingchen just now. However, Song Si, who followed her up, held her hand and said, "Grandma, give it to me. I'll help you. And no need. How can a granddaughter-in-law let you cook for the first time? You go out and talk with them. Grandma will be fine here." Musi hurriedly smiled and excused herself. Suyahan also walked into the kitchen. See, I'll just have me help your grandma. You go out and stay with my good nephew." Musi patted Song Si's back and agreed. "Yes, go quickly. Just let Yahan help me here." But the young girl softly smiled and held her arm, her tone soft and sticky, pouting, "Grandma, I'm your granddaughter-in-law, it's okay." Where could the old man resist this kind of offense? He could only helplessly smile and agree. Well, then you just wash the dishes for us." "Got it, Grandma." Saying that, Song Si immediately ran to the sink and carefully washed the dishes that were ready to come out. Suyahan then went up to help her cut up all the washed-out vegetables. The living room. Suiguo meticulously learned about Gu Qingchen's life, and then asked, "Great nephew, on your physical fitness, are you interested in joining the army? Uncle will arrange it for you one by one." Gu Chengchen immediately waved his hand and refused. "Second uncle, don't. I still want to stay with my daughter-in-law." "Ha ha ha." Suiguo laughed out loud for a while and nodded his head. "Yes, stay well with your daughter-in-law. Your elder brother has already sacrificed. You, the only seedling, can definitely not be okay. It's good not to go to the army. It's safe. Your mom has money. Just live your own little life." Gu Qingchen didn't continue the topic, but instead turned to ask, "Where's my aunt? What is he doing? Why don't we see anyone else?" This time it was Su Iren who answered, "Don't mind that kid. A scientific research fanatic, soaking in the lab every day, simply busier than the old man. Back to the time to introduce you to recognize." Okay, as a little bit of time passes, Suyahan and Song Si also brought the rice bowls and chopsticks onto the table one by one. Muzzy also came along with a bottle of juice and white wine each. Su Zhongshan also stood up and greeted. "All right, all take your seats and eat." The crowd rose to their seats at the words. Musi opened the white wine and placed it on the table, and opened her mouth to warn, "Don't give Chen Chen any alcohol. All of you drink moderately, and you, Su Zhongshan, no more than 3 cups at the most. Do you hear me?" I know." The old man responded in a slightly aggravated manner. It couldn't be helped. Too many injuries when he was young, and now that he was older, the doctors no longer allowed him to drink too much alcohol. Song Si also knew how to unscrew the juice and poured a glass for all the ladies present. The women also gave a thank you one by one. Only Nini, the little girl, finished the juice in the cup in one go and raised it again. "Sister-in-law, I want more." This scene amused the adults a bit. Before Song Si could move, Su-yahan nudged her little brain and said, "No more drinking, or you won't eat for a while." However, Nini is aggrieved, holding the cup, jumped out of the chair, upside down, ran to Song-si's side, pulling her skirt. "Glutinous sister-in-law, I'll give you a kiss you give me pouring well." Song-si fondly rubbed her little head and lowered her head in tandem. "Come on, Mua." Nene immediately beamed and printed on her cheeks. Song-si immediately revealed a smile, rubbed the little girl's cute face, and poured juice into the cup in her hand. And instead of downing it in one gulp this time, Nene brought it back to sit beside her mom and took a small sip. She knew that after drinking it all again, it wouldn't be so easy to ask for it next time. Ghostly, Mu's eye was full of smiles as she watched the intimate scene of her juniors, and gave Gu Qingchen a sandwich of braised meat, saying, "Come my eldest grandson, have a piece of meat." Gu Qingchen immediately lifted the bowl up to take the meat and said, "Thank you, Grandma." Then, another piece was given to Song-si, and the young girl took it, saying sweetly, "Thank you, Grandma." "Alright, all move your chopsticks." Only with the old man's order did the crowd move their chopsticks. And so, everyone chatted and ate. Song-si gave her favorite Nini a few dishes in her bowl every now and then. Even though Nini didn't like vegetables, it was a dish that her sister-in-law had pinched her nose and stuffed it into her mouth with a wrinkled little face. This scene to see the Su-yahan this pro-mother cannot help but pinch her little face, said, "Ghost girl mom to you, clip on the dial to the side. Sister-in-law clip on the eat right." Nini ate the pain and immediately complained to Musi. "Grandma mommy bullied me." And Musi also spoiled her, and immediately spoke, "Alright, it's just a small child. You as a mother lighten your hand." Su-yahan gave a childish humph and let go of her daughter's face. Nini was instantly happy and ate the meat in her bowl. Just as the men were mingling and pouring wine on Gu Qingchen, Song-si, however, suddenly frowned and spat out the meat in her mouth, hurriedly getting up and running to squat in front of the trash can next to the coffee table. Vomit, cough, vomit, hoo, hoo. She sucked in a big breath, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes from the intense dry heaves. Seeing this, Gu Qingchen immediately put down his wine glass, got up and jogged to Song-si's side, leaning down to pat her back while asking, "What's wrong? Did you eat something bad and have an upset stomach?" Where did the crowd care to eat? All of them came to this side of the coffee table. Vomit, vomit, hoo hoo, vomit, hoo. After another bout of dry retching, Song-si raised her head with difficulty, her voice a little hoarse. "I don't know, I just suddenly wanted to vomit. Vomit." With that, she dry heaved again. "Guar, go get old Zhang, and go directly to the military hospital in a moment." Su Zhongshan is a thunderous person. Immediately let Su Igwa arrange a car to the military hospital, and the three women present who had given birth, all looked at me and I looked at you, exchanging glances as if confirming something. Chapter 117, Pregnant? Pregnant. Nini, this little guy from the pile of people, came over. Little fat hand pat Song-si's back, lightly opened the shiny little mouth to comfort. "Sister-in-law, I'll give you a pat, will not be uncomfortable a while." Song-si covered her chest uncomfortably, but she also didn't forget to take the time to rub her little head and said, "Good, thank you Nini." Only, Su-yahan suddenly asked weakly, mentioning, "Could it be pregnancy?" At once, everyone craned their heads to look at her. The two women were fine. After all, they had the same point of view. The others just got that "what are you babbling about" look. Song-si, on the other hand, was expectant and excited. Seeing this, Su-yahan looked like a cat that had exploded its fur and immediately said, "Why are you all looking at me with strange eyes? I know that CC is still young, and I don't want to think in that direction, but the symptoms are almost exactly the same as when I was pregnant. It's hard not to be suspicious." The other two women chimed in. "Indeed, C looks very much like she's pregnant now." "Yeah, it's about the same as mine would have been. I think it's pregnant." When Gu Qingchen heard this, where did she care about privacy or not, shame or not? She immediately said, "No, we have protection every time. How can we get pregnant?" Su-yahan pointed at Song-si and said, "And did CC's period come last month? And you guys must have done protection every time?" Gu Qingchen turned his head to look at his daughter-in-law, who was already much better and no longer dry heaving, and thought for a moment. It seems like CC didn't have her period in September, and it seems like it was unprotected just once. It's not that bad, right? Musi said. "Since there is a probability, go to the hospital and have it checked." At this time, Su Zhongshan looked at his cell phone and also spoke. "Old Zhang is outside. Yahan, take Qing Chen and CC to the hospital. We'll wait for your news at home." "Got it, Dad." Then, Su-yahan looked at her own daughter and said, "Nini, you follow Grandma at home. Be good and obedient, no?" "Good." The little girl dutifully responded. Gu Qingchen also helped Song-si up, stroked her back, and asked, "See, let's go to the hospital for a checkup?" Good. She also desperately wanted to know if her efforts for so long had borne fruit and if she was pregnant or not. Saying that, the three of them walked out of the yard, got into the red flag car they came in, and went straight to the military hospital. When you get to the place, the three of them didn't even get a number. They just scheduled an ultrasound to determine if they were pregnant first. The one who gave the checkup was a gray-haired grandmother who looked like a big shot in the industry. Let's just say power is a great thing. With the old granny holding the instrument, she slid it back and forth on Song-si's white belly for a while, and opened her mouth. This little girl is pregnant, probably for about a month or so, but right now the embryo is still too small to see anything. But everything is fine. Just go back and get well and come back for a good checkup when you have a fuller month. Okay, thanks doc. After Gu Chengchen thanked him, he helped his daughter-in-law down from the bed carefully, causing Song-si to cry and laugh. Hubby, I've only been here for a month. I'm not that delicate. That won't do. You're a baby now. You have to be carefully guarded. Gu Chengchen couldn't help but stroke his daughter-in-law's stomach, his tone a little apprehensive. Since it wasn't like in the short video, where he suddenly learned that his wife was pregnant, he wasn't very excited, but more excitedly joyful, and an unspeakable emotion. The question of why he was still pregnant when he had obviously taken measures was long behind him. Song-si also looked gentle and stroked her stomach, although she welcomed the arrival of this child, and her eyes were tinted with some maternal light. But the joy that flooded her heart still stemmed from the fact that she finally had a bond with Gu Chengchen and could be tied together in death. Suyahan walked up and held Song-si's hand. Alright, let's go. Go back and give the old couple a happy report. Good. Song-si answered with a smile. Grandma Lin, we're leaving first. Slow down girl. Before leaving, Su Xia greeted the doctor's grandmother and left the hospital with the three of them. Uncle Zhang drove the car and sent them back to the compound. Just as she got out of the car, Mu Xiai walked up holding Nini and couldn't wait to ask, how is it? Is it pregnant? Su Xia smiled and said, voila, you're going to be a great grandmother. Good, really good. Go. Granddaughter-in-law, grandma will make you a delicious meal. Mu Xiai also revealed a kind smile and hurried forward to hold Song-si's hand. Tough luck grandma. She didn't push back. After all, it was the old man's intention, and pushing back would make the other person unhappy. Looking at the silhouettes of the two as they walked into the compound, Gu Chengchen, the forgotten grandson, took hold of Nini, who was also forgotten, and Suyahan looked at each other helplessly as they followed. And Nini, the little one, shook his hand and asked as she walked, brother, is there a little baby in your sister-in-law's tummy? Well, yeah, Nini will soon have a little nephew or niece, Gu Chengchen said in a warm voice. It's just that I'll be bringing up the kids later, so I can practice with my little girl, Nene immediately said with both eyes glowing with excitement. Then let's go buy ice cream for our little nephew and niece. Before Gu Chengchen could answer, Suyahan immediately pinched her little face and reprimanded her. No way, ghost girl, why don't you find a better excuse for wanting to eat? What if your stomach hurts? You really don't remember what you ate. Well, Nini yanked away from her mother's hand in pain, and ran to the other side of Gu Chengchen in a puff of smoke. Hiding at his side and making a face at Suyahan, slightly bad mom, be careful of Nini pulling out your oxygen tube later. Kids who are deeply poisoned by short videos also speak out. Gu Chengchen, who had heard the words, immediately looked to the side, and then, met Suyahan's gloomy gaze. On this side, Nini also shook Gu Chengchen's hand and pouted. Brother, you're the best, take me to buy ice cream. In the next second, Suyahan's cold voice immediately came out. Su, Ro, I think you have an itchy ass, don't you? As soon as the little girl heard her mother call her by her full name, she immediately realized something was wrong. Turning instantly, he scattered away from Gu Chengchen's hand and ran towards the house with his short legs while shouting, Grandma Mom is going to beat me. Suyahan also immediately chased after her. Stinky girl, watch me today, I'll open your ass up. Gu Chengchen smiled and followed them in, turning around but not seeing Su Zhongshan and the others. Entering the kitchen, he found Mu Xiai preparing chicken soup. Nini, on the other hand, was held in Song-si's arms, dodging her own mother's merciless iron hand, and incidentally mercilessly mocking. Mom, sister-in-law has a little baby in her tummy, so you won't be able to hit me. Oh. Suyahan laughed in anger, and for a moment she really couldn't do anything about her. Grandma, where are my grandfather and the others? Gu Chengchen asked. Mu Xiai was busy with his hands. His head did not turn and said, Harm, they are all busy people. The military district has something. Hurriedly eat a meal and then directly left. Those two girls don't live over here, so naturally they have to follow. Just turn around and tell them about Cece's pregnancy on WeChat. Okay. Chapter 118, Distinctive Treatment. As the chicken soup was brought to the table, the rich, fresh aroma filled the living room. The leftovers from lunch were also warmed up and served because the chicken soup stew was all a bit long in the tooth. Suyahan stirred the bowl of golden-colored soup with her spoon and glanced at Gu Chengchen's. Well, it was the same as her own. Looking at Song-si and Nini's again, she instantly let out a dissatisfied grumble. Mom, you're also too biased. Right, just see and Nini have meat. And Nini already ate at lunchtime. So why don't you share it with me and my good nephew? Upon hearing this, Nini immediately shielded the bowl full of chicken soup and meat in front of her, her big bright eyes looking warily at her mom who hadn't missed out on grabbing her things. Musiai poured Songsi a cup of juice and said in a bad mood, "You don't look like a mom at all. What? You still want to steal your daughter's food?" Songsi smiled as she used her chopsticks to rip off the chicken leg and put it into Gu Qingqian's bowl, and then put half of the chicken body into her aunt's bowl. "Ah, thank you nephew-in-law, auntie really loves." "Ah, Mom, what are you doing? That's my nephew-in-law's tribute to me." Suya Han's words of thanks had just been uttered, only to see that the next second a pair of chopsticks holding hands with Oldskin reached over to return the filial piety to its rightful owner. Musiai glared at her fiercely. "As an elder, do you have the nerve to eat the junior's meat? You've really been spoiled by your 3 brothers and your husband. You don't act like an adult at all." Being reprimanded, how could Suya Han dare to talk back, and could only condescend to suck in the chicken soup? Gu Qingqian smiled helplessly and took the chicken leg that his daughter-in-law had given him, and pinched it into his aunt's bowl. "Eat quickly." This time Suya Han grew a long memory, first stuffing the chicken leg into her mouth before spitting it out and thanking her with tears in her eyes. "It's still my good nephew who's good. Auntie really didn't love you for nothing." Musiai glanced at this daughter-in-law of his, her face full of dislike, not bothering to talk to her, and gave her granddaughter-in-law a dish. "Thank you grandma, you don't have to mind me. I'll just clip whatever I want to eat myself." Song Si waved her hand. "It's okay, grandma has finished eating. You're pregnant. You need to eat a balanced diet. You can't be picky. Go back and eat even better. And if you can't, hire a nanny who specializes in cooking for pregnant women. She'll definitely have more experience than you guys." Musiai did not talk about her own experience when she was young and pregnant. After all, the times are different. They will which paid attention to what? Our normal meals, the work to work, the planting of the land. In the face of Musi's exhortation, Song Si also obediently nodded her head and said, "I know, Grandma." Gu Qingqian, who could not enjoy his daughter-in-law's feeding, just tastelessly drank a bowl of chicken soup, and then wrapped his arms around Song Si's slender waist beside him, gently caressing her smooth little tummy, and brushing out the short video on pregnant women. By the end of the meal, it was after 4 in the afternoon. On the wooden couch, Suya Han hugged Nini as mother and daughter played around while looking at their cell phones. Gu Qingqian and Song Si snuggled together and looked at the knowledge on pregnancy. Musiai, on the other hand, with a pair of presbyopia glasses, sitting on a single wooden sofa, sent the news of her granddaughter-in-law's pregnancy and the chicken soup stew to the family's WeChat group, and incidentally added the WeChat of Gu Qingqian and Song Si, pulling the two in. Su Jingwan, welcome sister-in-law, gift/JPG, gift/JPG, gift/JPG. Su Shiyu, welcome sister-in-law, soy hugs love/JPG. The two most idle cousins in the group, cousin and cousin, came out first to welcome them. Gu Chengchen, what about me? Su Jingwan, welcome. Su Shiyu, +1. Gu Qingqian frowny face, followed by the two aunts. Menon, welcomes nephew and niece-in-law. Mengyin, nephew-in-law receives WeChat red packet. Deng Kaixian, welcome nephews and nieces-in-law to the family. Deng Kaixian, for my nephew-in-law WeChat red packet. Deng Kaixian, your cousins are on a mission. They shouldn't be able to play with their cell phones, and your grandfather and the rest of them are busy, so they should be back to you guys in the evening. Deng Kaixian, what does CC need to pay attention to when she's pregnant? We can't explain it in a sentence or two of typing. You guys just ask Yahan directly. She understands it as well. Or search from the internet. Basically it's all right. Gu Chengchen, it's okay. We'll just take our own time to learn about it from the internet. Thank you two aunts for the red packets. After sending the message, he pinched the soft flesh around his daughter-in-law's waist and said, take it, an elder's intention. Good. Song Si finished receiving the red packet and also sent a message, thank you two aunts. Both were large packages of 500, and she immediately moved her phone to her husband and waved it around with a sweet smile. Gu Chengchen also stroked her face. Keep it for yourself to buy delicious food, but you're a pregnant woman now. Even if you don't have too many contraindications, you have to be moderate, you know? Aha. Of course she knew that. After all, this child was a guarantee that she could stay firmly by Gu Qingqian's side, and she absolutely could not afford to lose it. At this time, in the mother's arms to stay tired of Nini, from Suya Han's lap Mayfly chrysanthemum down, holding a side of Song Si's long and slender legs swaying said, sister-in-law, let's go out to play. Looking at the cute little girl, Song Si is also from Gu Qingqian's arms sat up. Motherly love flooded rubbed her small round face softly said, Lina, where do we go to play? Like a little adult. Nini patted her little chest and said, just follow me, I know a street with lots of goodies and ice cream flavored with great white rabbit milk candy. At that moment, a slender jade hand reached over, picking up her small ears, and said in a cold voice, "Su Euro, you really are a thief with a heart of gold, aren't you? Wow, sister-in-law, help." Although little Nini couldn't understand what the meaning of a thief's heart was, she also knew that her mom, the great demon king, was angry again, and immediately hugged Song Si's thighs and cried out. Musiai is helpless to open the mouth to persuade. Well, Nini is still a child. She wants to eat ice cream. You let her eat one. Have not touched it for so many days. It does not matter. Mom, it's only just been half a month since her tummy ache. It won't work. Musiai, how to say, is also when the grandma, or more favored granddaughter, once again persuade, that is Nini ate 3 ice creams a day. This time let her eat one. Let Chen Chen keep an eye on it is not good? Her own mom said so. Suyahan said to Gu Ching Chen in a slight compromise, okay, good nephew, you can keep an eye on the little girl, don't let her eat more. Alright, don't worry auntie, we'll go out and sneak around a bit then. Gu Ching Chen smiled and got up to agree. Afterward, Song Si took Nini's hand and got up with him, heading towards the door. As she brushed past Suyahan, she also secretly whispered in Gu Ching Chen's ear, good nephew, you let her lick a few mouthfuls and then throw it away for her anon. Okay, Gu Ching Chen answered with a cry and a laugh. Before leaving the door, Nini, the ghost girl, even turned back to Suyahan and peeled down her eyes to make a face. You! Suyahan directly slapped the table. Ah, run! Saying that, Nini let go of Song Si's hand and ran outside the courtyard with her legs spread out. You slow down Nini. Don't run far away. Song Si hurriedly trotted after her and shouted, go away grandma auntie. Gu Qingchen bid farewell and hurriedly chased after him as well. Musiai looked at their departing backs and smiled dotingly. These 3 kids, so nice. She was so happy today. She recognized her grandson and brought a pregnant grandson-in-law with her. It was a double blessing. Chapter 119 Ice Cream teases Nini. A nearby street. It's not a food court, but more than half of the stores are about food. Song Si strolled down the street with Gu Qingchen's arm in her left hand and the bouncing Nini in her right. With this harmonious scene, those who didn't know, really thought it was a family of 3. Since they had come out with a full stomach, even when they saw the dazzling snacks, neither she nor the little girl had much interest in them. Just randomly bought some small portions of wok, siumai and pea butter to try. Gu Qingchen was also curious to buy a serving of bean juice. After all, the internet said it was hard to drink. How do you know if you don't try it? He then gently inhaled and immediately spat it out. Blah blah blah. What is this? Sour and astringent. Who on earth loves to drink this? It's so try it and die. Tongue twitching. A sight of the boss to see is also a laugh. This scene he saw more. Immediately said, this thing is only the local people can take it. Rarely see outsiders like it. Gu Qingchen looked at Nini, who picked up his bean juice and took a few unresponsive sips, and nodded approvingly. Indeed. And Song Si watched Nini drink quite naturally, so she also leaned over and curiously took a sip. At once, her beautiful little face scrunched together as she forced down the horror in her mouth. If you can't drink it, spit it out. You don't have to swallow it. Gu Qingchen raised his hand to wipe off the bean juice spilling from the corner of his daughter-in-law's mouth. It's okay. Can barely swallow. Song Si covered her mouth and said. Nini didn't quite understand why her brother and sister-in-law found it hard to drink. She just thought it was okay. Brother, if you won't drink it, then I'll drink it all? Gu Qingchen rubbed her little head and said, it's all yours. Drink it. With that, Nene gulped it all down. Seeing this scene, both Gu Qingchen and Song Si couldn't help but shiver. They likewise couldn't understand how this little girl drank it without changing her face. Boss, we'll just leave first anon. Handing the empty bowl to the boss, Gu Qingchen gave a goodbye. Okay, you guys take your time. Then, he put his arm around Song Si, who was holding Nini, and went to buy the big white rabbit-flavored ice cream that the little girl had been longing for. When she came to Honey Snow Ice City, Gu Qingchen asked for 2 original, great white rabbit milk candy flavor, cone ice creams. He first gave one to Song Si and told his daughter-in-law to eat it first. Then placing the other ice cream in front of Nene, he immediately lifted his hand when he saw her reach for it. Just like that, as if teasing a puppy, he teased the little girl who was bouncing up and down and kept reaching for the ice cream. Give it to me, brother. Come on. Gu Qingchen ignored her pouting and continued to tease. I'll buy you another one if you get enough. How's that? Good brother's word. Sure. But after a few minutes had passed, Nini, who couldn't reach it no matter how she tried, became angry. Her small fists kept pounding his thighs, her eyes tearful and angry. Stinky brother, bad brother, I'll beat you to death. Still unable to watch, Song Si patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder and advised, alright, don't tease Nini, give it to her. His wife had ordered him. Of course he had to obey, and hurriedly handed the ice cream, which had already melted a bit, to the little girl. Oomph. After Nini took it, she threw her little head to the side and didn't look at Gu Qingchen. Her expression still puffed up as she ate, but in fact, she was happy in her heart. Song Si looked at the little man in front of her with a soft smile. eating her own ice cream while feeding Gu Qingchen a few bites. Soon, both of them finished their ice cream, but Nini pulled Gu Qingchen's pants leg and pampered, "Brother, buy me another one." Gu Qingchen held Song Si's face and raised his hand to tenderly wipe his daughter-in-law's mouth while saying, was that little kid angry with brother just now? How come he's begging for his brother now?" Nini's cheeks were slightly red as she continued to pout. I'm not. I'm so cute. How could I possibly be mad at my brother? Brother, just buy it for me. No, in fact, your mom only let you lick a few bites of it, or my brother was soft and let you eat a whole one, so you can't eat anymore. Gu Qingchen refused. Nene were willing to give up, still kept tugging at his pants leg. "It's okay brother, mom doesn't know." It was Song Si who squatted down, rubbed the little girl's soft face, wiped away the ice cream milk stains on the side of her mouth with her slender fingertips, and softly relieved the situation. "Nini, let's not eat, okay? Otherwise, if you have a stomachache, your mom will be anxious again, and you'll have to go to the hospital for injections and medication. Isn't that right?" Nini is the most obedient, right? As expected, once she heard about the injection and medication, Nini immediately became honest, and lost her head and said, "Okay, well Nini is so good." Song Si slowly got up, holding the little girl with one hand and Gu Qingchen with the other, murmuring, "Let's go hubby, the ice cream is also eaten, and it's almost dark, it's time to go back." "Okay." After saying that, the three of them slowly returned the same way, back to the compound. Just as she entered the living room, Suyahan walked up and pinched Nini's cheeks. "Ghost girl, satisfied huh?" Saying that, she looked at Gu Qingchen again and asked with slight skepticism, "Good nephew, this girl didn't eat much, so you bought him one, right?" "No, just one. How dare I buy her more?" Gu Qingchen said helplessly. "Okay, you guys go up to the first room on the second floor and rest. Your grandmother is already up there laying out your blankets." Afterwards, Suyahan took Nini's hand again and walked towards her room on the first floor. "You've been playing madly all day as well. Come back to the house with me to do your homework." "Oh mom, I don't wanna write it," whined Nene. "I'll spank my little ass for not being honest." Well, after watching the somewhat amused mother and daughter enter the house, Gu Qingchen and Song Si looked at each other and smiled, also walking hand in hand towards the upstairs. The two had just entered the house, just saw Muzzy putting a pillowcase on a latex pillow. Song Si let go of her husband's hand and immediately went up to help. "No need, it's all done. This is the last one." Mu Si nimbly smiled and patted the back of her granddaughter-in-law's hand that had just reached out to her, and pointed to the suitcase in the corner and said, "By the way, your luggage is also for you to take up. Don't go downstairs to look for it again and on. It's hard on grandma. Actually, we'll just do it ourselves." Song Si said sweetly, "That can't be, since I came to the house naturally have to arrange for you guys, and the luggage is also old. Zhang moved up. I at most just suffer to make a bed for you guys. It's fine." Muchi waved his hand. "Okay." Song Si sniffed and answered in tears. She thought that the luggage was carried up by grandma herself with great effort. Chapter 120, Song Si's confession. Gu Qingchen then asked, "Grandma, won't my grandpa and the others come back at night?" Musi shook her head and said, "The Su family's old men don't often come back one by one. The military district, they are busy. Understand? Your aunt is a scientific researcher and spends all day in the lab. That's why your aunt moved in with me, to keep me, an empty nester, company. Whenever your aunt comes home, she'll go back to her house for a couple of days and come back when your aunt is gone." "I see. That's not easy then." Gu Qingchen nodded. "Harm, that's the way this family is. Get used to it." Saying that, Mu Si walked towards the door while saying, "Alright, I won't bother you guys to rest. If you're hungry, go downstairs and look for me. I'll cook for you, but don't be afraid to trouble me to starve my grandchildren again." "Got it, Grandma." Gu Qingchen responded and watched the old man leave the door. Song Si also sat on the looser bedding and slowly leaned back, lying on her back. "Do you still shower? It looks like there's only one bathroom on the first floor of the house." Gu Chengchen sat down next to his daughter-in-law, lifted the bangs on her forehead, and leaned down to drop a kiss. "I'm not going to wash it. Let's talk about it tomorrow anyway. I'll leave after a few days, so I can't go back to our house and wash it again." Saying that, Song Si changed from lying on her back to lying on her side, stretched out her arm around his waist, and rubbed her face on his leg. Gu Qingchen flicked her broken hair behind her ear and stroked her face. "Okay, then let's go change into our pajamas, play with our cell phones and go to bed early. Pregnant women need to ensure good rest." But Song Si didn't move. She hesitated for a moment before she still whispered, "I'll tell you something first, but don't be angry with me, okay?" Gu Qingchen was puzzled. "You said, why am I angry with you?" With his daughter-in-law glued to his side all day, there were basically no secrets left to keep, and what he could keep from him was probably not a big deal. Song Si organized her words and slowly said, I pierced holes in all those small umbrellas before. And the short-acting medicine. As long as you didn't watch me take them, I actually secretly threw them all away. Now that the big job was done, she didn't want to hide it from her husband anymore, lest she be found out later and have a bad time. Nor did she want him to feel guilty that her pregnancy was the result of a careless moment. After all, it did seem a little young to be pregnant at her age. There was a silence in the room, and Gu Qingchen's heart was in even more disarray, from the initial shock, to slight anger, but it immediately turned to helplessness. He gently touched the little head that was buried on his stomach, not daring to look at himself, and said in a warm voice, "Hey, I really can't do anything about it. In fact, if you really want to give birth, I'll let you be. There's no need to sneak around." When Song-si heard this, she immediately raised her small head to look at him. Then you're not angry with me anymore? Gu Qingchen let out a sigh and said, "Kind of. I just think you might hurt your body by having a baby so early. I'm just angry that you don't love yourself, but now that it's all over, what else can we do? Just raise it well and give birth. He hubby is the best." Song-si immediately climbed up and sat her butt into Gu Qingchen's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing his lips. Gu Qingchen also held the back of his daughter-in-law's head with one hand and wrapped one hand around her slender waist, and her lips and teeth were soft and delicate, extremely lingering. A long time. Both of them parted with ruddy faces and panting breaths. "Go change into your pajamas and help me get mine out too." Gu Qingchen wiped away the saliva from the corner of her mouth from who knows who and said softly, "Aha." Song-si obediently nodded her head and gave him a strong sip on the side of his face. Then she got up and got out of bed and went to rummage through the suitcases for her pajamas with her cheerful little steps. Gu Chengchen, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and first sent a message to Gu Jiaren, "Cici is pregnant." But it was busy, so I didn't get back to him for half a day. Then, another identical message was sent to Shen Miaoshu. "Shen Miaoshu, what pregnancy? You're sleepy, aren't you? Shen Miaoshu, by the way, your housey, I went to look at it today. The little guy is quite cute. Nothing is wrong with it, it's just quite high-strung and doesn't love to take care of me. Before I left I added food and water to it and shoveled the cat litter." Gu Chengchen, tough on Sister Miaoshu, but Cici is really pregnant. Shan Miaoshu. The next second, the Microsoft phone call came immediately. After Gu Qingchen connected, the voice with surprise in its twang immediately came over. "What's the situation? Really? Gu Qingchen nodded. Shen Miaoshu was silent for a while and said, "Then what are you going to do? Just give birth. It's not like you can't afford it." At this time, Song-si also changed into her nightgown, holding Gu Qingchen's pajamas as she walked over and asked, "Is it Sister Miaoshu?" "Well, you talked to Sister Miaoshu." Gu Qingchen handed her the cell phone and took the pajamas his daughter-in-law had found to change into. "Hey, Miaoshu-chan," Song-si said as she sat down and tapped on the speakerphone. "See, what should I do about schooling if you want to give birth?" Shen Miaoshu asked her concern. "It's okay, I'm not affecting my studies. I'll just take a vacation when I'm about to give birth." Shen Miaoshu thought. Also yes, the Gu family so a behemoth, and Su family this through the sky pillar. Enough to a lifetime of food and clothing. Education is not important at all. Okay, anyway, if you guys think about it, I won't disturb the pregnant woman's rest, and in the future, don't let CC organize the housework and cook, and pay attention to your diet. Okay, don't worry about it, Sister Miaoshu. Gu Qingchen, who had changed her clothes, picked up the conversation. Okay, get some rest early. Sis hangs up. Bye. As the phone hung up, Gu Chengchen also saw the message Gu Jiaren returned. "Really? Then contact me when you guys come back, and I'll arrange for a nanny to take care of you." I can only say that it is worthy of a businessman, who has no ripples in his heart and still makes arrangements quickly. Gu Chengchen, I know. Gu Jiaren, by the way, when you come back, you go with her to the Gu family trust and sign the beneficiary agreement. Gu Qingchen, the Gu family has a trust? How come I didn't know? Gu Jiaren, it's been there for a long time, but when your grandpa was alive, it was impossible for you to become a family beneficiary, so I didn't say anything about it, but now that he's gone, and you've got the Su family's background, I'll be able to maneuver around it. Gu Qingchen skimmed his mouth and muttered, "Dead old man," while sending a message asking about how much money is fixed to be given every month. Gujarat, 580,000. Gu Chengchen, I'll go back and sign it with CC. Nonsense. It's a good thing to give money. Cootie, just turn it down. Family trusts are a bit of a pain to explain, so I'm going to stop watering down the word count here and ask yourselves the doohickey. Chapter 121, The Little Hamster Who Steals Food in the Middle of the Night. Finished chatting with Gu Jiaren, Gu Qingchen then hugged his daughter-in-law and went into the quilt, swiping the short video, and Song-si didn't follow along. She just leaned into his arms and searched the internet for pregnancy-related stuff, until late at night. Su Zhongshan, a few busy people, before they have shown their heads in the group. Suigwa, congratulations to my nephew-in-law on her pregnancy WeChat red packet. Suigwa, your aunt's strict control. Just 200, don't mind. Suiren, Ibid, WeChat red packet. Suigwa, Lao-san, typing a few more words won't kill you. Suiren, then you don't care. Just send the gift. Gu Cheng-chen, thank you. Second uncle and third uncle. Song Si received the red packet and also replied back. Thank you Uncle 2 and Uncle 3. It didn't take long for an unfamiliar name to show up as well. Su Jishue, introducing myself, I'm Yahan's husband, not a member of the family. It's just a coincidence that my last name is Su as well, although we haven't met yet. Congratulations to my nephew-in-law on her pregnancy. Su Chisu, congratulations and great luck WeChat red packet. Su Jishue, alright, I have to go on with my experiments. You guys talk. Gu Cheng-chen, thank you aunt, you're busy. Song Si said, thank you, auntie. When she claimed Su Jishue's red packet, she instantly stretched her phone out in front of her own husband. Wow, $1,000 eh? Gu Chengchen smiled faintly. Researchers still have a bit of money. Immediately after, Su Zhongshan also came out. Good if you're pregnant, give birth. Don't be afraid to delay your studies. If you can't directly let your grandma bring it, when grandpa finishes his work tomorrow, he'll take the time to go back and take a look at my grandson's daughter-in-law. Su Zhongshan, red packets are even. Grandpa, I'm holding all my money in your grandma's hands. I can't send it out. Gu Cheng-chen, it's okay grandpa. Just take care of your health. You don't need to make a special trip back. Su Zhongshan, how can I call my grandson's daughter-in-law's matter special? It's a big deal. I have to go back. Song Si, it's okay grandpa. Su Zhongshan, no, don't worry about it. You guys take an early rest. Grandpa won't nag you anymore. There are still quite a lot of things to do. Gu Cheng-chen, okay grandpa, you're busy. As he put down his phone, he let out a long breath. After all, talking to elders and stuff was the most tiring. At this time, Song Si in her arms, however, used her white and tender calves to rub against Gu Chengchen's thighs, murmuring in a petulant manner, hubby I'm hungry what should I do? Hungry? Gu Chengchen frowned and looked at her cell phone. It was almost 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. He thought about it and figured that takeout probably wouldn't be delivered. So he patted his daughter-in-law's little butt and said, then let's go downstairs to the kitchen and get ourselves something to eat, so we don't wake up grandma. Good. Saying that, the two of them slowly got up and out of bed. Gu Chengchen turned on the flashlight of his cell phone, gently holding Song Si's soft razor, and left the room. Before descending the stairs, the two men also gave a furtive probe and saw that no one was in the darkened living room before tiptoeing cautiously towards the kitchen. Why is the kitchen light still on? Did grandma forget to turn it off? Gu Chengchen looked at the light showing through the doorway and wondered. Song Si answered in a low voice, maybe. The two of them gently pushed open the kitchen door, only to see a small figure wearing a white cotton nightgown, immediately closing the refrigerator door with a bang, and then swiftly stuffing all of the creamy cake in her hand into her mouth. The speed of this proficiency is heartbreaking. Nini, what time is it? Why aren't you sleeping? Gu Chengchen voiced out. At the word, the little face drummed with a hamster-like little girl, which turned his head to look over, suddenly relieved, chewing hard this mouth of cake. Song Si covered her mouth and looked at this scene with amusement, released Gu Chengchen's hand, walked up and squatted down, raised her hand and carefully wiped off the cream on Nini's face, and softly said, eat slowly, there's no rush, be careful of choking. Gu Chengchen also hurriedly turned out a bowl, caught some water from the pure water faucet, and handed it to his daughter-in-law. Quickly give her some water. Slowly fed the little girl some water before she finally swallowed her mouth full of cake and said playfully, brother and sister-in-law you guys scared me to death. I thought my mom found out. You guys have to keep this a secret. Can't tell mom. Song Si smiled with a slender finger, nodded her little nose and asked, okay but not allowed to eat it again. Mom doesn't let you eat it surely has a reason. Good. Gu Chengchen also rubbed her little head and asked, Nini, where's your mom? How come she didn't watch you little mouse come out to steal food? Bad brother I'm not a little mouse. Nini dissatisfied beat her mouth and spread her hands again to explain. Every time mom tells a bedtime story and puts me to sleep, she falls asleep first. I can't sleep, so I can only come out to look for food. What can I do? When Gu Chengchen heard this, he was a bit teary-eyed, not worthy of being a mother and daughter. It was so much fun. He pinched the girl's little face and said, then brother and sister-in-law will cook, and you'll eat later and go to bed, okay? Good. Subsequently, Gu Chengchen was rummaging through the dishes when he accidentally found half a box of braised beef instant noodles. Just in time. Cook the noodles, crack a couple eggs and put in some greens, otherwise the stir-fry will tend to wake up grandma. It's okay. Song Si looked down again at Nini who was holding the hem of her skirt and asked, where's Nini? Are you eating? The little girl wasn't too picky a eater, and immediately nodded her head. Yes, but no Brussels sprouts. Gu Qingchen took out his chopsticks and tapped her forehead, refusing. No, you have to eat. Kids can't be picky. Well, Nini covered her forehead, aggrieved and pouting, tugging at Song Si's nightgown and complaining. Sister-in-law brother beat me and forced me to eat green vegetables. You quickly control him. But Song Si hung a light smile and picked Nini up, rubbing the tip of her nose against her little face and said, brother is also for your own good. Kids can't be picky about what they eat, or they'll get stupid and grow taller. Nene sniffed and had to bury her head into her neck, smothering. Okay. Gu Qingchen boiled water to cook the noodles while breathlessly slapping Nini's little butt. You little girl, why do you listen to your sister-in-law? The little girl shifted her body in dissatisfaction and slightly sidled her head. Bad brother, I'm not going to listen to you. After saying that, he buried his face into the nest of Song Si's neck again. Song Si said gently, children, you have to be gentle with her. Gu Qingchen cracked the eggs into the pot. Our CC looks like a good mom at first glance, so let's practice with NI now. At that moment, the kitchen door was pushed open once more. It was Muzzy who walked in. You three little guys, you all said you'd call out to me when you were hungry, but you ended up secretly cooking these nutrient-less instant noodles here by yourselves. Really? Sissy is still pregnant. Can she eat this? As soon as Nini heard that her grandma was here, she also got down from Song Si's arms and ran over to hug her thighs. Chapter 122, Late Night Snacks. Gu Chengchen hurriedly turned her head and said, Grandma, why are you awake? It's fine, I added eggs and greens. There's enough nutrients. You should go back and rest. Mu Xiai stroked Nini's little head and walked towards him. Alright, I'll do it. I'll make 2 more dishes for Cici later. It's not good to just eat noodles. Grandma, it's really not necessary. Before Gu Chengchen could finish, Mu Xiai directly interrupted while yanking him out. Listen to Grandma. Quick, just go out and wait for the food. After some tugging and pulling, he really couldn't argue with this old lady, so he had to take Song Si and Nini outside. Before leaving the kitchen, Song Si also turned her head and asked, Grandma, why don't I stay and help you with the work? And Mu Xiai waved her hand without looking back. The kitchen is full of fumes, so you little pregnant woman should stay outside honestly. Okay, then it's hard on Grandma. Song Si said helplessly and obediently followed her husband out. The 3 of them turned on the lights in the living room and sat down at the dining room table to wait up for their meal. With the sound of clattering stir-frying coming from the kitchen, the door to the first-floor bedroom was pushed open. Suyahan walked out in her nightgown with bleary eyes. Nene twisted her head and immediately shouted, Mommy. However, this real mom simply ignored her, looked at the kitchen, and asked towards Gu Qingchen, Good nephew, where's your grandmother cooking? Well, we were just going to sneak in and cook a bowl of noodles, but we didn't think the old lady would wake up and kick us out. That's your grandma's personality. It's fine, just wait for the food. Saying that, Suyahan also sat down on the dining chair with her butt, and muttered and complained again. Also, you 3 little guys sneak up in the middle of the night to forage for food, and you actually didn't call me. It's so not enough. Gu Qingchen could only cater to the situation. Yes, we'll definitely call you next time. As usual, this aunt is not a grown-up. A while later, when Mu Xiai came out with the noodles and saw Suyahan sitting at the table, she immediately said, You woke up and didn't go to the kitchen to let me know? The noodles don't have your share. With that, she turned her head back to serving the other dishes. Suyahan instantly had a bitter face, looking pitifully at Nini. Baby girl, split your noodle a little bit for mommy, okay? Yeah. Nini obediently pushed the noodles in front of her mom. Anyway, she was half full from the cake she just ate. Not much of a problem. You're so good today? I can't believe I'm not nursing my food. Strange, knowing that a daughter is like a mother. Seeing her own daughter agree to be so dry, Suyahan immediately smelled something wrong. The alarm bells went off in Nini's heart. Where? I'm not very hungry. Yes? Glancing at her suspiciously, Suyahan wasn't overly skeptical. Dry rice was important. After Mu Xiai served the rest of the noodles and tomato scrambled eggs and stir-fried vegetables on the table, she said, Alright, you guys can just soak the bowl directly after eating. I'll go back to bed. The old man isn't top sleepy. Good. The crowd responded and started moving their chopsticks as well. Since there were no elders around anymore, Song Si started her habit of feeding her husband again, skillfully sending a piece of scrambled egg with tomatoes into Gu Qingchen's mouth. Seeing this scene, Nene also turned her head to her mom and pouted, Mom, I want to feed too. Suyahan gave her a disgusted blank look. You're a big kid. You have to eat by yourself. Of course the little girl was unconvinced. Then why does brother get to be fed by his sister-in-law? What do you know, you little kid? Eat your food. Nene turned her head away unhappily, or Song Si motherly love overflowing. Clip up a piece of egg, also fed to the little girl's mouth. Come, Nini's sister-in-law feed you. Nene immediately turned back to eat the egg at the edge of her mouth and said vaguely, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Saying that, she glared at Suyahan again. "Oof, bad mom." And Suyahan had to helplessly pick up a chopstick of vegetables and feed it to her daughter's mouth. "I'll just feed you." "Really? Just eat." I want eggs." Where Nini, a picky little eater, would eat vegetables. Suyahan immediately pinched her little face and said in a fake cold voice, "Suyuro, since you're letting me feed you, don't pick, eat." Looking at the fuming tigress, Nini also stopped resisting, squeezing her little face and reluctantly eating the vegetables. A dinner of cozy, Gu Changchen and Song Si, and oppressive, Suyahan and Nini. After the evening meal, the four of them soaked the dishes, turned off the lights, and went to their respective rooms to sleep. Upstairs bedroom, Gu Qingchen lay on the bed slightly propped up. Song Si, on the other hand, sat sideways and rubbed his stomach with her delicate palm. After all, the daughter-in-law is pregnant. Did not rub for too long. Gu Qingchen directly gently gathered her into his arms, gently kissed her forehead and said, "All right, go to sleep. It's not good to stay up all night." "Aha." Song Si kissed the corner of his mouth back, closing her beautiful eyes and burying her head into the nape of his neck, rubbing it with the tip of her nose in attachment. Afterwards, smelling that reassuring smell, the young girl put another white and slender jade leg on Gu Qingchen's waist, as if she was hugging a large hugging pillow, and slowly went into dreamland. Gu Qingchen was like coaxing a child, patting his daughter-in-law's back, and it didn't take long for them to fall into sleep together. I don't know whose house has chickens. The sky brightened with several bright rooster crows. At some point, Gu Qingchen was holding his daughter-in-law as she slept sweetly, but Nini, the little guy, sneaked in by pushing the door, climbed onto the bed and pinched his nose, forcing a laugh and not daring to make a sound. Gu Qingchen, who felt difficulty in breathing, woke up at once, and as soon as he opened up, he saw the cute face of the little girl who disliked his face. He instantly swept Nene into his arms and tickled her itchy flesh. "Ah, brother, ha 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 ha, I was wrong." In the little girl's open laughter, Gu Qingchen's voice was low with no sleep, saying, "Nini pranked her brother into sleeping in the morning. See how my brother can clean you up." "I was wrong, brother, haha, sister-in-law help, ha 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 ha." Song Si was also unsurprisingly woken up by the two. She confusedly took over Nini in her arms, kissed the soft little face, and said in a lazy and soft tone, "Nini, good, accompany sister-in-law to sleep." Nini also wrapped her arms around Song Si's neck, and rubbed her tender, bouncy face with her own little face, saying sweetly, "But sister-in-law, grandma told me to come up and call you guys for dinner, so I can't sleep or else all the meat will be eaten by mommy." Song Si snorted. "Good sister-in-law will get up." Afterward, Song Si got up and got out of bed with Nini in her arms, and Gu Qingchen followed suit, simply folding the quilt and taking them downstairs to eat together. Chapter 123, The vacation is coming to an end. Returning to Magic City. Just go downstairs. Gu Qingchen and Song Si saw Su Zhongshan, who had already returned and was sitting at the dining table eating buns and drinking rice porridge. "Grandpa!" Gu Qingchen shouted. "Hello, Grandpa." Song Si put down Nini in her arms and shouted after her, "Sit down and eat." Su Zhongshan greeted him and asked Song Si, "How's your granddaughter-in-law? Did you sleep well last night?" After Song Si took Gu Qingchen's arm and settled down, she returned, "Pretty good, Grandpa, no different from your own home." "Ha ha, that's good. The old house really can't compare to a building villa. Granddaughter-in-law, take it easy." "Which, I still like this little yard." Song Si said, "This is not polite. This kind of small courtyard really has a unique feeling. Peaceful, moderate size, does not look empty." And then raise some flowers and plants, as if stepping into the garden in general, pushing all the buns in front of him to his granddaughter-in-law. Su Zhongshan added, "If you're pregnant, you need to eat well. Eat a few more. Your grandmother is cooking eggs. They'll be ready in a moment." "Thank you, Grandpa." Song Si smiled sweetly and picked up the buns, first handing one to Gu Qingchen before picking one up and eating it herself. And Suyahan also walked over with 2 bowls of porridge, with a Nini behind her butt. "The eggs are inside. You guys flipped and ate them anon." After Gu Qingchen and Song Si took it, they said good and also ate their buns while slowly drinking it. Subsequently, Musiai also brought 2 bowls of kanji before Suyahan took her seat with Nini in her arms, drinking the same bowl of kanji and chatting with the crowd. Su Zhongshan finished his meal and also organized the clothes on his body, got up and said, "Alright, I have to go back to the military area. This time I guess I have to stay for a few days. It should be too late to send you guys off. From now on, if your grandson's daughter-in-law has anything to do, just ask Shinchen to do it. Don't do it yourself. And also eat well. Don't starve yourself. If someone bullies you, tell Grandpa and he'll arrange for someone to fight back." "Good, thank you. Grandpa, you also pay attention to your health. Rest when it's time, and stay up less late," Song Si said with concern. "Haha, well." Grandpa remembered his granddaughter-in-law's words and left. Su Zhongshan laughed and left the courtyard accompanied by Mu Xiai. Su Yahan, on the other hand, smiled and teased. Our family CC already has the demeanor of the old Su family's daughter-in-law. Auntie, don't you laugh at me. Upon hearing this, Song Si lowered her head with a red face and held her husband's hand in embarrassment. Gu Chengchen also smiled and handed the bun to her mouth. Eat quickly, the porridge will get cold later. And Nini was unexpectedly honest this breakfast, fighting the bun the whole time, her little face stuffed and bulging. After Mu Xiai, who had sent Su Zhongshan to the car, returned, the people finished their meal chatting. Back in the day, Gu Qingchen and Song Si either occasionally took Nini and went out to wander around and play, or they stayed at home. Mu Xiai also cooked for them in different ways every day, and even the chef who came back from vacation couldn't intervene. The 7th, the last day of vacation. Today the young couple got up early and accompanied by Su Yahan. They came to the site of the flag-raising ceremony. Looking at the sea of people at the scene, both of them were too lazy to push forward. Solely, Gu Qingchen squatted down, patted his neck and said, see, right up. Ha, no need. It's fine if I look at it like this. Song Si waved her hand and said, it's okay, come on up. At his repeated urgings, the young girl obediently rode on. I'm going to get up. You hold on to me, Gu Qingchen reminded him, then hugged his daughter-in-law's 2 fair legs and slowly got up. Wow, so high. Song Si was excited and scared in her heart as she gripped Gu Qingchen's hair lightly and looked out at the red flag ready to be raised in the distance. Slowly, as the national anthem played, the tens of thousands of people throughout the square suddenly quieted down. With a few rays of sunlight reflecting in the sky, the glittering national flag was slowly raised and flew freely in the wind. The short flag-raising ceremony ended with many cries of awe. Song Si also got down from Gu Qingchen's body, somewhat excitedly wrapped her arms around him and said, husband, what's with the little bit of pride? It's pretty good. The normal emotions that should be there. Keep it up. Gu Chengchen smiled and stroked her soft cheeks, adding, let's go. Find auntie and go back. Otherwise we shouldn't catch the plane. Good. The young girl strides happily away from the square front of the compound. The driver, Lao Zhang, put the 2 bags into the trunk. Mu Xiai, on the other hand, held Gu Qingchen and Song Si's hands and instructed, you 2 come back to visit when you're free in the future, okay? And Si, you must eat well, rest well, and pay attention in general. Don't do any dirty work, just leave it all to Chen. Don't worry grandma, I'll definitely take care of Cici, and my mom has found a good nanny, so I won't starve your precious grandson, Gu Chengchen said. That'll do. And Nini, the little guy, deflated his little mouth. His big eyes flooded with tears as he looked at Song Si and said, sister-in-law, I'll miss you. I don't know if this little person, whether she can't let go of this sister-in-law, or she can't let go of this person who can take her to play and buy her good food. Song Si squatted down and gently hugged her for a moment, wiping away the teardrops from the corners of her eyes, rubbing her little head and saying, Nini good, don't cry later. Sister-in-law often come over, that is, or you go with your mom to find sister-in-law to play. Saying that, she then joked in the little girl's ear, when the time comes, I'll take you to eat 3 ice creams without letting mommy know. Really? Nene instantly showed up and broke into a fit of giggles, completely oblivious to the fact that this was a nice, big, smelly pie painted by the dastardly lord. Really? So Nini don't cry, oh, Song Si said as she stroked the little girl's face. Aha, I'm not crying. Subsequently, Su Yahan also hugged Gu Qingchen and said, alright good nephew, go now. You won't be able to catch the plane in a while. When you're free auntie will take Nini to find you to play. Yeah, any time. Then, Gu Qingchen helped Song Si into the car and said to Mu Xiai, Grandma, we'll leave first. We'll come back to see you in the new year. Mu Xiai smiled amiably. Good, you guys take it slow on the road. Good. Go grandma. Take care grandma. Gu Qingchen sat in the car, and Song Si closed the door after both of them had a final word. Uncle Zhang, let's go, Gu Qingchen said to the driver of the car, and together with Song Si, they waved to the crowd through the car window. Good. Uncle Zhang responded and also started the car and drove away slowly towards the airport. Chapter 124, The Airport Ancestor Experience. Instead of taking them to the terminal, Uncle Zhang came directly to the VIP building, just when Gu Qingchen still didn't know what was going on. A middle-aged man in a suit jogged over with a flight attendant. He eagerly opened the car door and made a gesture of invitation and said, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, our airport has opened a green channel for you, so you can directly follow me into the building to rest for a few moments and prepare for boarding. Gu Qingchen looked at the driver in confusion and said, Uncle Zhang, what is this situation? Uncle Zhang explained, the airport side took it upon themselves. We didn't arrange any of this, but if they're willing, we naturally won't refuse. Just listen to his arrangements for everything. Alright, thank you Uncle Zhang. We'll leave first. Saying that, Gu Qingchen held Song Si's hand and got out of the car. That middle-aged man also immediately ran to the trunk and personally carried the luggage down, pushing it while leading the way in front. After entering the VIP building and settling on the sofa, he bowed toward Gu Qingchen and said, Mr. Gu Mrs. Gu, we have special arrangements to transport your luggage, so by the time you get off the plane and go out of the corridor bridge, you'll be able to see that there are staff members who will personally come up to deliver the luggage. There's also the air ticket printing and security check we've waived. When it's time to board the plane, just take Mrs. Gu and follow her. She'll arrange everything for you. Saying that, the middle-aged man pointed to the pretty flight attendant on the side. That stewardess didn't dare to be slow, hurriedly bowing as she walked, clamping her voice and saying, Mr. Gu Mrs. Gu, you can call out to me if you need anything in the middle of the journey, and I'll be dedicated to serving you too on this trip. Even for someone with Gu Qingchen's background, he was a bit uncomfortable with this somewhat over-the-top service, but he nodded and said, Yes, please, what are you talking about? It's all what we should do. It's an honor for our airport that you trust us. The middle-aged man immediately patted his horse's ass and said back. Then, again, he was afraid that he would stay here and make his honored guest uncomfortable, so he asked for instructions. Then, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, I won't bother you to rest. If there's something wrong, you can let the stewardess call me over at any time. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchen just smiled helplessly. All right, you go and get busy. Well, thank you for your consideration. The middle-aged man then turned to leave, and the stewardess came up and asked, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, do you have anything you want to eat or drink, or a blanket or something like that? I can go get it for you. Gu Qingchen first looked at his daughter-in-law and saw her shake her head before he waved his hand and said, No thanks, none of us need it. Good, then please feel free to call me if you need anything. After the stewardess finished speaking, she stepped aside and stood like a little maid. Gu Qingchen wasn't a towering personality either, and greeted her. Sit down too. Relax. There's no need to be formal. It's not like I'm going to complain about you. No need, Mr. Gu, I'm fine like this. The stewardess still stood meticulously straight. Gu Qingchen shook his head, too lazy to care about her, wrapped his arm around his daughter-in-law's slender waist and carried her into his arms, snuggling up to look at his cell phone. Not long after, a man wearing airport overalls and a reflective vest walked in and said, Mr. Gu Mrs. Gu, I'll take the luggage and check it in. Good. Hard work. Gu Qingchen looked up at him and said, seeing him pulling the luggage away and lowering his head again. After about another hour or so, the flight attendant also received a reminder to board the plane, and took Gu Qingchen and Song Si onto the ferry at the door, boarding the plane first. After some more, handing hot towels to wipe hands, what to eat and drink, need blankets and other services, the plane also finally took off smoothly. Magic City Airport. Pushing his luggage, Gu Qingchen held Song Si's hand and got into the internet car he had called just after getting off the plane, heading straight to Gu's group. Beneficiary agreements for trusts. Sign early and get paid early. It can't be helped. Who asked him to be a man with a baby to raise? 20 minutes or so to reach your destination. Getting out of the car and carrying down the luggage, Gu Qingchen pushed while holding his daughter-in-law's hand and striding into the building. Hello, welcome to the Gu. Help, you? The receptionist blinked, dumbfounded as she watched the two who ignored her and passed by her, very naturally getting on the president's special elevator. After reacting, she hurriedly dialed up the presidential secretariat, reached the topmost floor and get out of the elevator. Gu Qingchen also saw the quiet secretary who had just put down the phone and who he often called on. Xiao Gu, MS, Song, make me a cup of coffee, the usual, and a hot juice for my daughter-in-law, please. After instructing his secretary, he threw his luggage aside and directly pushed open the door to the president's office, leading Song Si inside. Gu Jiaran didn't even raise her head when she heard someone come in without greeting, and said while handling the documents in her hands, You two find your own place to sit. I'll take you to the family trust after I'm done with my business. She didn't need to look to know who was coming. This kind of unruly directly pushed the door in. Except for his own son can't be the second person dared. Even she had to coax this ancestor a bit now, who told her that she now had the Su family to protect her. Gu Qingchen helped his daughter-in-law to sit on the sofa and also walked over to Gu Jiaran, leaning over to read the document in her hand. Drones? Mechanical dogs? When did the group start producing technological military parts? Gu Qingchen was puzzled. Gu Jiaran explained while handling it. Your grandfather led this. If it can be done well, the group will also join the list of companies that the military cooperates with, and by then it will have to produce much more than that, and the status of the business community will also rise. Gu Qingchen nodded after hearing this. This old man, he actually didn't tell me. Gu Jiaran explained. There's no need. You'll have to know sooner or later anyway. because the first project you'll be taking over the management of in the future will be this one. And your grandfather didn't give me such a tasty project just because of my daughter-in-law of the Su family face. Got it. Let's talk about it in a few years. Anyway, you're still dry. I need to enjoy my youth more and stay with my wife and kids. Gu Qingchen waved his hand and said. Gu Jiaoren blankly glanced at him breathlessly, and didn't have the heart to deal with the paperwork, so she immediately got up and walked over to Song Si's side to sit down. Reaching out, he stroked the small of her back and his tone softened in a rare moment. Well, how does it feel to be a first-time mom? Song Si softly smiled. The heart is happy anticipation, but physically there is nothing to feel, except for the beginning of the dry heaving. The back is not much feeling. The little guy still heartache me. That's good. Saying that, Gu Jiaoren took Song Si's hand and helped her up, saying, let's go. Now go and give both of you mothers a safeguard. Gu Qingchen also hurriedly followed and went out of the office together. And the pretty secretary who had just finished making coffee and hot juice looked at the departing trio and hurriedly asked towards Gu Qingchen, Gu Xiao, what about this drink? And without turning his head, he waved his hand and said, drink it all yourself. Looking at the trio who had already gone down in the elevator, the pretty secretary muttered with her mouth deflated in aggression, big dude, what do you want me to soak if I don't drink? Then she took a sip of coffee and a sip of juice. Chapter 125, Gu Jiaoren's slight changes. Come to the Gu Family Trust. Here is a small building that is not in a good location but is exceptionally well decorated. As soon as Gu Jiaoren entered with the young couple, a woman in a professional OL outfit greeted her and said, Mr. Gu, everything is ready to be operated at any time. Aha! With the crowd coming into the office, the woman put the prepared agreement in front of Gu Qingchen and Song Si and said, the two of you can sign, press your handprints, and leave your bank card number. The rest will be operated by us. Gu Qingchen looked at the two agreements, saw that there was nothing wrong with them, and signed and sealed them together with his daughter-in-law. But if the bank card, Song Si does not have it, her money is in WeChat. Just on weekdays she does not spend much money, and there is no need to recharge and withdraw cash, so it is ignored. Helplessly, Gu Jiaoren also came over and said, let's go to the nearby bank and get one. Small problem. After that, the three left the trust, drove to the nearest industrial and commercial bank, spent less than half an hour, did a card and returned. Enter the card number into the system. The woman looked up and said, Mr. Gu, it's all good. This month's money will arrive the day after tomorrow at the latest. Okay. Gu Jiaoren nodded in response and turned her head to the young couple. Let's go. It's all done. Let's go eat. Aha. Gu Qingchen held Song Si and followed her. When she left the trust again, looking for a restaurant, Song Si hugged Gu Qingchen's arm and came to his ear to ask in a whisper, Hubby, what's the point of signing that? Gu Chengchen pinched her cheeks and explained with a smile. Simply put, it means that you can receive a sum of money every month in the future, no matter if you divorce me or get into debt, and it's the kind where you won't be forced to pay back the debt. However, the amount of money, depending on how the trust manages its money, is not fixed. Song Si didn't care at all about giving money every month, but tightened her arms in her arms a few more points and retorted in a small voice, I'm not going to divorce you, and the future death will also rely on you. I know, I'm just making an analogy. Little love brain. Gu Chengchen couldn't help but tickle her little arched nose and said, Gu Jiaoren, who was driving the car, really didn't want to listen to them being mushy and directly opened her mouth to interrupt. Is it okay to eat private food? Okay, it's your treat anyway. You decide. Gujarat, come to a private dining room. As a dish was served, Gu Qingchen looked at the fish in Song Si's bowl, which Gu Jiaoren had picked out the thorns and pinched over, and felt a wave of incredulity. It's a miracle that she's learned to give food to others too. What are you looking at me like that for? Glancing at her son's strange look, Gu Jiaoren frowned slightly. Gu Qingchen immediately shook her head and said, No, eat. Of course Gu Jiaoren knew what that look in his eyes meant. She just didn't point it out due to her mother's face. Is it weird to give your daughter-in-law a dish? Then, Gu Jiaoren added, the nanny that I found for you will report to your home tomorrow morning. Her name is Feng Yu. She has been specializing in serving pregnant women and baby moms for more than 20 years, and none of the clients that she has served have ever given a bad or moderate review. In the future, if you don't know anything about pregnancy, just ask her, and the paycheck will come out of my pocket. Thank you, Mother Superior. Gu Chengchen raised the juice in his teacup in a salty manner and said in a quirky manner, because of Song Si's emotional reassurance and the arrival of the child, he didn't have much of a problem with the mother anymore. It's not close enough to talk about. It's not distant enough to get along as friends. Gu Jiaoren, who was not good with words, also nodded silently and continued to give Song Si dishes. And Song Si also smiled from time to time and gave her dishes, or gave Gu Qingchen dishes, and even fed him intimately. When Gu Jiaoren saw this scene, her eyes slowly moved downward, not knowing what she was thinking. And so it was, At the end of a reasonably good meal, the three of them returned to the Gu group. After getting out of the car, Gu Jiaran looked at the two who were snuggling together and said, "You guys wait downstairs. I'll have someone bring your luggage down and send you home." Then, she looked at Gu Qingchen alone, and after a moment's thought, she added, "I think you're quite right in saying that I can still be in the business for many years, so I'm not in a hurry for you to take over the group. Take a few years of your long vacation and spend time with your daughter-in-law and children." Gu Jiaran paused for a moment, her eyes looking if anything at Song Si's stomach. "Don't be like me, born in an icy family since childhood, never feeling a bit of family warmth." Her eyes looked at Gu Qingchen again, and then continued what she had just said. "Growing up, it is even more headlong into the business, died full of interest in the heart, without a little belonging to their own lives not to mention, but also everything is not away from the interests, even going so far as to implicate innocent children in order to defy the family. I've missed it once, I can't afford to miss it a second time." If Song Si's unwavering choice of Gu Qingchen, his unrelenting and unceasing care for him in the hospital day and night after he was injured, and the intimate feeding in the restaurant were the leads, then Gu Qingchen's line in the office, "Anyway, you're still dry. I need to enjoy my youth more and spend time with my wife and kids," was the spark, igniting memories of Gu Jiaran's past and some motherly qualities, and Gu Qingchen froze for a moment at his words, and the dissatisfaction he felt towards his mother in his heart seemed to dissipate a bit more. He shook his head. "Not exactly wrong, I guess. I would have made the same choice if I were you. You're just wrong for not being a good mother." Saying that, Gu Qingchen looked at Song Si again and favored her with a smile. "Moreover, even if you don't give me a vacation, I'll skip work to go find my wife and child, and skew my focus towards my family." Gu Jiaran was silent for a moment and murmured imperceptibly, "Yes, why couldn't I figure it out in the beginning?" Then, looking up again, he gave his son a light smile and turned to enter the building. Song Si immediately tugged on the hem of Gu Qingchen's shirt and said, "Wow, Mom smiles so beautiful." Gu Qingchen thought back to her mother's smile just now, lost in thought for a moment, and nodded as well. "Yes, this is still the first time I've seen her smile from the bottom of her heart since I was a child." Song Si also nodded with deep approval. "Seems to be in the past, when Mom occasionally smiled at me, it wasn't as natural as this time." Gu Qingchen wasn't paying attention to Gu Jiaran's smile, but instead touched his daughter-in-law's head and said, "Are you tired? Why don't you go sit and wait in the group? It's okay. Pregnant women need to exercise more, too." Song Si smiled softly and lightly patted her stomach in rejection. Chapter 126, The Homecoming Routine. Didn't have to wait too long. An Alpha Nanny car pulled up to them. As the window came down, a familiar face revealed itself. The same man who had given them the car at the last picnic. "Gu Xiao, get in the car." "You again? Ha? Hard at work," Gu Qingchen said with a nod. "Gu Xiao, where are you talking about? It's just driving a car. Anyway, come back. Gu always gives tips." "Okay." Afterward, Gu Qingchen held Song Si's thin waist, pulled open the door and got into the car. Royal View Mansion. Gu Qingchen smoothly moved the luggage from the car, holding Song Si's hand as she stood by the side of the road, and said with a sideways glance, "You go back, and slow down on the road." "Good Lu." Gu Xiao. As they watched the nanny van fade away, the two men opened and unlocked the door and returned to the house. After putting the luggage in the upstairs bedroom, Gu Qingchen and Song Si went to the next room to see how the little one was doing. Just walked in the door. What came into view was the little three flowers lying on the windowsill, lazily basking in the sun. Unlike a dog, he gives full emotional value by wagging his tail frantically and pouncing when he sees his owner, who has been away from home for many days, return. One by one, not even close to a cat, didn't even open his eyes to look at them, or at best wiggle the tip of his tail once in a while. Quite the high-strung kitten, but it's okay. Just go back and get a dog to mess with it. Gu Qingchen first went to look at the food and water, and found that there were still quite a few, and the cat strips cat cans were missing 2 each, which should be fed by Shun Miaoshu, and Song Si had already walked over to one by one and tickled its chin with her slender fingers. "Hello, hello." Listening to one by one snore comfortably, Song Si also hooked her lips a bit and rubbed its little head with the other one. Gu Qingchen also walked over and wrapped his arms around his daughter-in-law from behind, cushioning his chin on her shoulder, rubbing his face against the soft cheeks while gently caressing the belly that contained the little life. For some reason, one by one suddenly opened his eyes, puckered his butt and stretched, then stretched out his little paw and clung to Gu Qingchen's doggy paw that was stroking his mistress' stomach twice. Only after seeing the hand that was in the way withdrawn did it bring its little nose over and sniffed at Song Si's stomach for a while, meowing twice and rubbing up with its head non-stop. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, nodded his finger fiercely at Yi's little head and condemned it. "You still know there's a little baby inside, don't you? That's my baby. Why are you slapping my hand?" "Meow." One by one yelped twice in displeasure and opened his mouth to bite the finger poking his head. Song Si smiled and kissed the side of Gu Qingchen's face. softly saying, "Okay, stop and accompany me to pack my bags." "Okay." Gu Qingchen wrapped his arm around his daughter-in-law and headed for the door, not forgetting to turn around and glare at the little one halfway through. He also looked like he was defiant, jumping off the windowsill and darting over to Song Si's side, meowing at him non-stop. Gu Qingchen lazily ignored it, turned a U-turn and returned to the bedroom to close the door, listening to the barking and scratching of one by one outside the door as he and his daughter-in-law sorted out the contents of the suitcase. After putting a few miscellaneous things away, he went to the check room, clutching the clothes he hadn't worn. Song Si, on the other hand, went into the bathroom holding the worn clothes. Throwing her coat and her own underwear into the washer to wash on, she went back to the sink and hand-rubbed her husband's underwear. Gu Qingchen finished hanging up his clothes and came to the bathroom as well, and unsurprisingly saw his daughter-in-law who was struggling. He helplessly walked behind Song Si, his hands gently tugged on both sides of her face and pinched. "Give it a rest when you're pregnant. It's just as well to wash it at high temperatures in the washing machine." "Well," Song Si leaned back slightly, rubbing the top of her hair against his chin and pouting. "It's okay, you let me wash it, so I'll wash it for you?" Don't, I've said it before. I'll wash it myself so I can rest assured." The little pregnant woman desperately shook her head. Having heard her say that, Gu Qingchen could only sigh and dropped a kiss on the top of her hair and said, "Then I'll take a bath first. You can do it when I'm done." Because it wasn't very convenient at the Su family compound, and because they had only been staying there for a few days, both of them had only carried out a simple wash. Gu Qingchen was also considered a clean person, and not taking a bath for so many days was already the limit. Song Si who heard the words but pulled him with her wet fingers and said, "Wait for me, I'll finish washing right away and join you." Gu Qingchen laughed bitterly. "Don't, right? You're a pregnant woman, and I'm so vigorous, in case I don't hold on. It's okay, I'll just help you out with something else." After saying that, Song Si began to speed up the speed of scrubbing her panties. Eventually, Gu Qingchen still didn't resist the temptation and went into the bathroom with his daughter-in-law. Looking at the little white sheep crouching in front of him, he let out a breath and placed his hand on the little head that had worked so tirelessly for him, running it through the dark, silky green silk. While Gu Qingchen turned on the shower to rinse up his body, he also patted Song Si's buttocks beside him and said, "You go brush your teeth first." "Aha." After pursing her lips and rolling her throat a few times, she dutifully opened the bathroom door, poked her body out, grabbed the toothpaste and tooth cup on the sink, and retreated back into the bathroom. But how can that alone calm the storm? About an hour and a half or so, Gu Qingchen carried Song Si in her princess's arms and walked out of the bathroom. After placing his daughter-in-law on the edge of the bed and sitting down, he went to the check room and rummaged around for underwear and pajamas. A few moments later, "You might want to dress conservatively just to be safe." Gu Qingchen, who had changed into pajamas, came out of the check room and handed over a set of pink conservative pajamas and pajama pants, saying, and Song Si's heart was filled with warmth as she looked at her husband in front of her. She took the clothes and said with a hint of softness in her voice, "I'll listen to everything you say, however. I can actually help you anytime if you want. You don't have to be so careful. No, special times, must be restrained. I know you have feelings too. I can't be comfortable but make you feel bad." Gu Qingchen shook her head and refused. Hearing the words of Song Si, only feel the heart was poured on the layer of honey in general, immediately wrapped around his waist, face vigorously rubbing his abs. "Tone is pampered is soft and sticky. It's okay husband, I'm willing to as long as do not do the last step you casually, how all good." Gu Qingchen were able to withstand such seductive words, hurriedly patted his daughter-in-law's white butterfly back and urged, Okay, do as I say. Get dressed, my sage time is almost over." Tut lol. Feeling her own husband's embarrassment, Song Si raised her absolutely beautiful face and smiled cheerfully. "Husband, you help me wear it." Chapter 127, Shen Miaoshu's visit. Naming the baby. After lifting Song Si's slender legs to put on her panties, Gu Qingchen put the pajama top and pajama pants over her fair and shapely torso. At home, a corset is not necessary. Comfort is most important. The young couple who had just finished arranging their daughter-in-law's hair and were about to snuggle up with each other on the bed to look at their cell phones for a while, heard Shen Miaoshu's voice from downstairs. "Morning sensei, at home or not?" Gu Qingchen froze and looked at Song Si, not very sure. "Did you hear Sister Miaoshu's voice?" Song Si nodded. "I think I heard it." I'll go down and take a look, so you stay put." After saying that, Gu Qingchen stroked her face, got up and got out of bed, and walked towards the door. Just after walking halfway down the stairs and being able to see into the living room, he saw the figure in a white blouse with a long black skirt, her hair tied back in a high ponytail with 2 strands of dragon's whiskers hanging down either side of her cheeks, crouching on the floor, rubbing the belly, turning one by one as she played. "Sister Miaoshu, why are you here?" Gu Qingchen asked, and Shen Miaoshu had already heard his footsteps, so without lifting her head, She stroked the cat while speaking. What? My brother's nephew-in-law is pregnant, so I, as a sister and aunt, can't come and take a look? I thought you guys weren't home. No one paid me any attention when I yelled so loud earlier. Nonsense. In a villa with such good soundproofing, couldn't you have shouted a few more times? I thought it was haunted. Gu Qingchen was filled with helplessness. Shan Miaoshu, who heard the words, immediately threw a cold eye over. Brat, dare to say that sister is a ghost? I think you don't want to live, right? Gu Qingchen winced. Unable to mess with this tigress he feared to the bone, immediately heading upstairs as he said, I'll go get CC down for you. Shan Miaoshu breathlessly rolled her eyes and hugged Yi on her lap. Sucking hard. Upstairs bedroom. Song Si sat on the edge of the bed, her face is slightly red, and her white and red little feet opened up like a blossom. Gu Changchen squatted on the floor, holding her graceful arches, pointing her pearly toes and playing with them for a while. Then he put the slippers on the two little cuties and helped his daughter-in-law up from the bed. Go. Song Si wrapped his arm into her bosom and together they walked towards the stairs. However, just after walking down the stairs and seeing Shan Miaoshu, the young girl mutinied. She trotted up the stairs to its heels in a flash and said with a sweet smile, Sister Miaoshu. Shan Miaoshu also put one by one on the ground, got up and gently stroked her stomach and chided. You're all pregnant. Slow down. What if you fall? It's not like I can run. Aha, I know. Song Si obediently nodded her head. Gu Changchen also walked down and rubbed his daughter-in-law's head and said, Come on. Sister Miaoshu finished what I said. From now on, no matter if it's the stairs or the flat ground, you're not allowed to run, hear me? Oh, I know this one too. Song Si responded by hugging Gu Qingchen again pleasingly. There's really nothing you can do about it. Afterward, Gu Qingchen looked at the two large bags of things on the ground and asked toward Shan Miaoshu, Sister Miaoshu, what did you buy here? Oh, yeah, I forgot if you didn't tell me. Shan Miaoshu hurriedly picked up two plastic bags to the sofa, a brain all poured out, pointing one by one, said, This is the care pads. Before and after the birth of the use of this is the anti-overflow pads. Listen to the name, can also understand it? This is a maternity sanitary napkin. And nursing clothes, nursing bra, bondage panties, bondage belt, whatever. These are baby towels, wipes, soft cotton wipes, talcum powder, body wash, whatever. Yes, this is a heated lunchbox, chopsticks, spoon, sippy cup, bottle, nipple, and a special small brush. The pots are too big for me to carry. You guys can buy them then. These 2 buckets are powdered milk. I'll buy you guys more later when you're done. However, Gu Qingchen looked at some dazzling things, but interrupted. Wait a minute, sister. I can understand everything else, but this milk powder, is not it a little too early to buy? When the baby is born, I'm afraid it's all expired. Shan Miaoshu froze. She hadn't given birth to a child. How did she know? But it didn't prevent feeling as if what Gu Qingchen said was quite reasonable, and said indifferently, if you don't open it, it should be able to be kept for quite a long time, right? If you really don't feel comfortable with it, then you drink it, and I'll just buy you all new ones then. Gu Qingchen. In the next second, Shan Miaoshu mysteriously took out an item inside. Finally, dang dang dang. With that, she unfolded the thing, and it was a little pink dress that little babies wore. Look, when the baby grows up it will be so pretty and cute, I'm excited just thinking about it. Wow, nice looking, thank you Miaoshu-chan. Song Si also walked to the front with both eyes shining, and carefully viewed the little dress. But Gu Qingchen's sentence directly shattered the two women's beautiful fantasies. Well, what if it's a boy? Shan Miaoshu, Song Si. Shan Miaoshu looked over with a furtive gaze. That's also the same thing. Weren't you also paraded around in a little skirt when you were a kid? There is no difference. Gu Qingchen. He stopped interjecting, afraid that Shan Miaoshu would shake out something else. So the two women fiddled with their little outfits and talked. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, sat on the side and swiped short videos in boredom. As a little bit of time passes, they started talking about baby names, and then, they actually skipped him, the father, and decided on the baby's name. Gu Qingchen hurriedly interrupted their pleasant conversation. Wait a minute, the father, haven't even given my consent yet. How come I've settled on a name? Shan Miaoshu directly twisted her head and said, do you have a better name than Gu Qingyan? Gu Changchen thought about it and instantly became honest. No, you guys go on discussing. Che. Shan Miaoshu disdainfully skimmed her mouth and continued to discuss a nickname with Song Si. After a few minutes of discussion, the nickname Tuan was also settled upon. Next up, the male names. Shan Miaoshu searched on her cell phone for a moment and immediately said, how about calling Gu Zijuan? No way, ×2. Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Qingchen and Song Si immediately denied the name out loud. Shan Miaoshu tilted her head in uncertainty, wondering, if you can't, then you can't. Why such a big reaction? Gu Changchen pointed at his daughter-in-law and said breathlessly, my sister Miaoshu, have you forgotten? Cece's late good brother was called this, and it's short-lived by the sound of it. Oh, yeah, I remember. After his reminder, Shin Miaoshu then remembered the family of 4 that had long ago run off to the western paradise of ultimate bliss. Then, she uttered one of the search's alternative names. Then that. How about calling Gu Wenchuan? Gu Qingchen waved his hand indifferently. As long as it's not called Zijuan it's fine. It's a boy anyway. Names are good for raising. Shan Miaoshu. Chapter 128. Shin Miaoshu's culinary skills surge. Shin Miaoshu disgustedly gave Gu Qingchen a punch in the chest. You shut up. You forfeited your naming rights. Stay where you are. She then pulled Song Si along to discuss the name as she asked the dowser. However, there are not many good names, but still pending the name of Gu Wenchuan, waiting for a good name in the future to replace it. And one by one, the little guy who didn't know where he had run off to play, suddenly appeared and jumped onto the coffee table, startling the 2 women and interrupting their continued exploration of names. What's the matter, little naughty boy? You want to make a comment too? Shen Miaoshu fished Yi into her arms and rubbed these for all over her body carelessly. One by one hugged her hand as well, biting one of the fingers, which was a catatonic succession of stumps to show defiance. Song Si looked at the time and said with a smile, I'll have the property send over the food. Why don't Sister Miaoshu eat at home tonight? Shan Miaoshu, who was teasing Yi, also nodded her head and said, It's fine, but I'll cook. So you, a pregnant woman, don't dip into the kitchen. Before Song Si could reply, Gu Qingchen took the first step to panic. Don't Sister Miaoshu. It's fine if I cook. Shen Miaoshu blandly said, Alright, you guys just wait honestly to eat. I've been cooking a lot lately, don't worry. Saying that, she put down Yi and looked at Gu Qingchen with a death stare. What? Or is it that you can't trust sis? That can. I still trust Sister Miaoshu. Gu Qingchen swallowed a mouthful of saliva uneasily. From experience, the more confident the other party was, the more unsatisfactory that result would be. This last one, trusting Sister Miaoshu's, was still something he said through clenched teeth. Then, Song Si taught Shin Miaoshu how to order food for the property to send over. One purchase later, the 2 women chatted about something else, and Gu Qingchen took aside Yi into his arms, seemingly jerking the cat, but actually in his heart, he was thinking, should we let the 5-star hotel, or other upscale restaurants send some meals over? The property was still very efficient. It wasn't long before it had been delivered. Looking at Shin Miaoshu, who turned on the living room lights and walked into the kitchen carrying dishes, as well as Song Si, who was driven out, the apprehension in his heart grew more and more intense. Watching his daughter-in-law come to his side with a helpless face, Gu Qingchen, who was hiding behind the sofa and peeking, gently wrapped her into his arms, and also probed his head to glance at the kitchen just in case, before intimately whispering in his ear, Daughter-in-law, why don't we have a fancy restaurant deliver the food? Song Si didn't know that Shin Miaoshu wouldn't be able to cook and wondered, isn't Sister Miaoshu cooking? Why are you still ordering rice? Gu Chengchen hurriedly gave a brief account of his childhood and his first year in junior high school, where he ate each other's dark cuisine and was miserable. But the foolish daughter-in-law remained uncertain and asked, is it really that bad? Pack's hard to eat. You believe me. Gu Chengchen nodded her head like a chicken pecking at a rice. Seeing this, Song Si could only go along with her husband. Then what should we do? Isn't it impolite to order food directly? Gu Qingchen then said, later, you don't eat first. I'll eat. If it's delicious then forget it. If it's hard to eat, we'll order more. However, it's only been 5 short years. I don't think Sister Miaoshu will have improved her cooking skills. Okay. Song Si leaned her head on Gu Qingchen's shoulder and responded. Anyway, what her husband says is what he says, right? The two of them just quietly snuggled on the sofa, waiting for Shin Miaoshu's judgment. At this time, one by one also came slowly from the sofa, carefully stepped on Song Si's leg, rubbed her stomach, and nestled into a ball and plopped down. Gu Qingchen and Song Si both reached out to touch this baby protector. It's okay. It's not a waste of time. About an hour or so, Shen Miaoshu also walked out with the dishes and called out, come on, 2 young masters and young ladies, it's time to eat. Okay, here it comes. Gu Qingchen answered and passed Song Si a look to act according to the plan, and after receiving a knowing nod from the other party, he got up first and went to the table, picking up his chopsticks. Looking at the table full of dishes that were still selling well, as if he were dying, he picked up a piece of celery fried meat and put it in his mouth. Time 1 second. 2 seconds. Passed. What happened to a little bit of deliciousness? Gu Chengchen raised her eyebrows in thought. Then, undeterred, she took a piece of cold broccoli and put it in her mouth. It is indeed possible. Could it be that what goes around comes around? Is it already so difficult to eat that it's affecting my taste buds? Just as Gu Qingchen was muttering blindly in his heart, Shin Miaoshu had already gently put her hand on his ear and said quietly, how is it, Chen Chen? It's quite delicious, isn't it? Aha, aha. He nodded his head in a rush. Nonsense. You've got a gun to your ear. You have to say it's good even if it's not. Shen Miaoshu again looked at Song Si, who was standing behind her and did not dare to move her chopsticks, and immediately made a 360 degrees rotating vigorous spiral. Hiss. Sister, 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 sister. Wrong, wrong, wrong. I know it's wrong. Gu Chengchen immediately put on a pain mask and begged for mercy. Whatever it is, it's right to apologize first. Oof. No son is not like mother. How to say is also she watched grow up. A look at the see that look. I know this brat must secretly say bad things about her. Shen Miaoshu slightly released some force and said to Song Si, see, you come and taste it too. Didn't your husband eat quite well just now? Don't be afraid. Oh. Song Si came to the table with some embarrassment, picked up the chopsticks and casually ate 2 dishes, and found that the flavor was very good. Not at all as difficult to swallow as her husband said. She looked at Sister Mythical Book beside her and said, it's delicious, thank you for your hard work. Sister Mythical Book. Shen Miaoshu immediately tugged on Gu Qingqian's ear and said, well, old mother has been practicing her cooking skills for so many years, and you still don't believe me. I made all the boxed lunches you ate last time you were hospitalized. Gu Qingqian smiled sarcastically. Oh yeah? I thought my mom made it. Sister Miaoshu hit it really deep. I really didn't expect you to make human food in your life. What did you say? Hearing the demon whisper, he immediately changed his words. It's giftedness and rapid progress. It's an honor for me to be able to eat my sister's cooking in my life. Che, that's more like it. After saying that, Shen Miaoshu let go of Gu Qingqian's ears and pulled Song Si into a seat, and Gu Qingqian rubbed his ears while sitting next to his daughter-in-law. Where did Song Si not feel sorry for her husband? Immediately, she raised her hand and rubbed his ears for him. Shen Miaoshu, on the other hand, pinched all the dishes into her bowl, and also shang a bowl of meatball soup to the side and said, Cici, don't mind him, he can't die, eat first. Good. Finally giving Gu Qingqian a few rubs, Song Si smiled helplessly and immediately ate her meal as well. Shen Miaoshu naturally also served a bowl of pill soup to the son she had watched grow up and handed it over. Gu Qingqian took it as if she was receiving an imperial decree. Thank you, Sister Miaoshu, and then turned on the dazzle. Sweet smelling. Chapter 129, Midnight Vomiting. After a meal, Shen Miaoshu looked at Gu Qingqian, who was forcibly pulling Song Si to the sofa to pose on the sofa, and spat at him in a low voice. I had to enthusiastically put the uneaten meal in the refrigerator, and wash and clean up all the extra dishes on the way. Hard work, Sister Miaoshu. Looking at Shen Miaoshu, who walked out of the kitchen, Gu Qingqian put his arm around his daughter-in-law while looking at his cell phone and raised his hand to shake it without looking back. Shen Miaoshu walked over and pressed a slap on his head, rubbing the dog's head vigorously and said, I really owe you in my previous life. After saying that, she also gently rubbed Song Si's head. It's getting late. There's nothing else, sis, we'll go back first. I have to work tomorrow. Then I'll see you off, Sister Miaoshu. Song Si immediately turned back, ready to get up and said, no, you guys take a break and call sis if you need anything. Shen Miaoshu pressed her shoulders and gave Gu Qingqian another blow to the back of the head, admonishing, you too, pay attention to Cici in general. Don't still act as if you weren't pregnant before, letting your daughter-in-law serve you everything. Gu Chengchen covered the back of his head and cried and laughed. I know, Sister Miaoshu. My daughter-in-law, I'm definitely heartbroken and will pay attention. Okay then, let's go. Shen Miaoshu waved her hand and left with a flick of her ponytail in a very dashing manner. Since she was carrying 2 big bags of stuff today, she came with just her cell phone in her pocket. Now that there is nothing, walk to the natural sharpness. Listen to the door close with a bang. Gu Chengchen immediately lay down on his side, resting his head on his daughter-in-law's thigh, and complained, I've fallen out of favor. Sister Miaoshu has changed, no longer raining on my parade, and she's even hitting me hard. Song Si touched his hair with a smile on the corner of her mouth and comforted him, saying, alright, Miaoshu sis still spoils you. She's just more concerned about the baby and, besides, even if there's no Miaoshu, there's still me, I'll always spoil you. Of course, Gu Chengchen knew that, but he was just deliberately selling 2 sentences of misery in exchange for his wife's warm words. It's better to have my daughter-in-law. He changed to lying on his back, pressing his ear against Song Si's stomach, quietly listening to something. Song Si, however, lifted up his bangs and caressed his forehead with her palm, saying in a soft tone, it's only been about a month. You can't hear anything. Indeed, nothing could be heard, but Gu Qingqian still stiffened her lips and said, no, 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 no. I heard the resonance with the child's soul. Song Si pursed her lips and smiled, her soft fingertips traced over his face, following his words. Then did you hear if it was a boy or a girl? Definitely a daughter. Soft and fragrant. How cute. Who likes brats these days? Immediately afterward, Gu Qingchen added with a twist of words, but both men and women are fine, as long as they're born to you I like them. Song Si, on the other hand, said in a gentle voice, in fact, I want a daughter just as much as you do. Look how cute Nini is. Gu Qingchen sat up, hooked his daughter-in-law's arm and took her into his arms, stroking her smooth little belly and said, cute line, ghostly wick even if, I still like the girl to you quiet and well-behaved a little. The child is fine how it is don't talk about this come on. Go to bed with me. I'm a bit sleepy. Song Si let out a small yawn and rubbed the tip of her nose against his cheek, her voice glutinous. Good. As he helped his daughter-in-law up and prepared to go upstairs, Gu Qingchen glanced at the rest of the room and saw Yi, who was hiding behind a pillow and sleeping. He instantly picked up the flesh of the back of its neck and straddled Song Si up the stairs, throwing one by one back inside his house and closing the door to keep him from running away for the night. The young couple returned to their bedroom as well. Come to bed. Gu Qingchen held Song Si tightly in his arms and gently held her cherry lips in a passionate kiss. Song Si was also like a little white rabbit, 2 fingers pinching his collar and responding silently. After a long time, the two slowly separated. Gu Qingchen wiped away the crystals at the corner of his daughter-in-law's mouth with his thumb, dropped a kiss on each of her flushed cheeks, and her watery, rippling eyes, and said softly, go to sleep. Song Si kissed him back on the knot of his throat before burying her face in the crook of his neck and closing her eyes. Gu Qingchen was also like coaxing a child, gently patting her back, and without realizing it, she also slowly entered dreamland. Late night, Gu Qingchen was suddenly awakened by the person who had risen violently in his arms. When he woke up and looked, Song Si was already barefoot and quickly got out of bed and ran to the bathroom. Vomit. Vomit. The next second, the sound of his daughter-in-law dry heaving came over. Gu Qingchen instantly came to her senses, and not caring to put on her shoes, she hurriedly got up and got out of bed to follow up with the bathroom. Looking at Song Si squatting in front of the toilet, covering her chest, her whole body slightly trembling, he also rushed forward and patted his daughter-in-law's back, comforting, how is it? Is it better? Vomit. Phew. Vomit. Song Si dry heaved a few more times, her eyes red with difficulty and flooded with tears as she looked at Gu Qingchen, her voice slightly hoarse. Right. I'm sorry hubby for waking you up. Silly ninny, what are you apologizing for? I'm more than heartbroken. Gu Qingchen wiped the teardrops from the corner of his daughter-in-law's eyes, knelt down on one knee, carried her to sit on his lap, and gently stroked her back, saying, how is it? Still want to vomit? Song Si quietly felt it for a while and silently shook her head, then immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face into his chest, her voice carrying a sobbing tone, hubby I'm so hard. Ouch. My goodness. This aggrieved little voice could scream Gu Qingchen's heart into melting. He wrapped his arms tightly around his daughter-in-law's waist, rubbed her furry little head, and rubbed the top of her hair heartily with his chin saying, when the baby is born, I'll slap her little butt and tell her to toss mommy. Song Si, however, gently pushed against his chest and muffled, no can't hit the child. Saying that, Gu Qingchen asked uneasily, then do you still want to vomit? If you don't want to throw up, let's rinse our mouths and go back to bed. Well, don't throw up, go back to bed. Feeling better? Song Si nodded. Okay. Gu Qingchen also immediately hooked the bend of his daughter-in-law's leg, picked her up in a princess carry, walked to the sink and set her down, and used a dental cup to catch some water and handed it to her. Rinse your mouth. Don't swallow anon. Aha. Song Si obediently took a sip and spat it out with a grunt. After repeating this once more, Gu Qingchen poured out the excess water, put the cup away, and picked his daughter-in-law up again to return to the bed. He held Song Si's small white and red feet and gently patted the soles of his feet. After all, he had just gotten off the ground without shoes. Only then did he climb onto the bed and lie down, wrapping his arms around Song Si who was nestled in his embrace and said, quickly go to sleep, and if it gets hard again, just call out to me, and you should go to sleep too. It's late. Song Si was also heartbroken that her husband followed her up at night, holding the back of his hand and softly saying, well, go to sleep. Gu Qingchen dropped a kiss on her forehead. Gradually, he watched his daughter-in-law fall asleep before he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. It's just that she was afraid that Song Si would get up again for pregnancy vomiting, and she was too dead asleep to hear it, so Gu Qingchen forced herself to sleep shallowly, resulting in a not-so-good quality of sleep in the second half of the night. Chapter 130, National Day ends, School begins, OCD, still a 4,000-word chapter to round out the chapter count. Heave, the sky brightened slightly. Sporadic bird calls can also be heard. The newly awakened little pregnant woman froze with sleepy eyes for a moment, then pressed her head sideways against the neck beside her and shrugged her little nose, sniffing delicately at the reassuring scent. A few moments later, Song Si moved gently and picked up the cell phone on her pillow and glanced at it. Seeing that there were still 10 minutes to go before 7 o'clock, before reluctantly removing the large hand clasped on her conscience and dropping a soft kiss on the side of Gu Qingqian's face. And just as she slowly sat up and was about to get out of bed, Gu Qingqian woke up with a start, his voice carrying the low tone of waking up from sleep as he asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to vomit again?" Song Si sniffed and hurriedly waved her hand. "No, no, no. You sleep some more. I'll call you when I'm ready to cook." "No, pregnant women are strictly forbidden to cook." Gu Qingqian was relieved, as long as she didn't throw up, but she didn't have the heart to sleep back. Getting up and wearing shoes out of bed, came to the bedside holding his daughter-in-law's feet, while putting on her slipper shoes, while saying, "A nanny will come over to check in, and there is still the morning 8. Hurry up and wash up. Go to school." "Aha, good." Song Si stepped on her slippers and stood up, holding her husband's arm and going with him to the bathroom to wash up. As always, handing Gu Qingqian the toothbrush with squeezed toothpaste, the young girl ruffled all her hair behind her and began to wash her face. While Gu Qingqian brushed his teeth with one hand, he lightly clutched his daughter-in-law's soft hair, which was gathered together, to prevent it from suddenly falling apart. The two then swapped places again. Only Song Si didn't need to help her husband scratch his hair, so she brushed her teeth, removed her pajama pants and sat down on the toilet to take a leak. It's an old married couple, so there's no avoidance or embarrassment at all. The two shuffled to the check room. Gu Qingqian changed into a simple white shirt with jeans. Song Si, on the other hand, had put on a pink JK, and had made the unprecedented move of handing over a pair of white silks to shake in front of his eyes. "Hubby, you put it on for me." Gu Qingqian forced herself to hold back the throbbing in her heart and took the stockings, wondering, "Why did you suddenly remember to wear this today?" Song Si explained with a sweet smile, "In case you have a child, your temperament will change. While the belly is not yet big up first to the pure and sweet side to you to see enough well. You." Gu Qingqian helplessly nodded her arched nose and said, "Don't worry, when you're done giving birth, postpartum recovery and nursing and beauty care will be arranged for you, and my Sisi will always be pure and lovely." "Ha?" Song Si immediately shook her head. That's not necessary. Don't you boys all like mature and charming women?" I'd rather not be pure." "Put." Gu Qingqian couldn't help but hold his daughter-in-law's lovely face, looking dotingly into her eyes, holding its jelly-like lips, like sipping ice cream, and kissing it non-stop. Song Si also closed her watery eyes and moved to wrap her arms around her lover's waist. It didn't take long to kiss and the two parted ways. Wiping away the watery glow on his daughter-in-law's lips, Gu Qingqian said in a warm voice, "Don't think too much. My family CC has a body to have a body, and a face to have a face. No matter what the temperament of the image can handle, can be imperial or roly-poly, can be salt or sweet, can be charming or soft. So what are you afraid of?" Song Si lightly exhaled her aroma and asked dizzily, "Really? Of course, can I lie to my daughter-in-law?" Saying that, Gu Qingqian squatted down again and said, "All right, it's been delayed for quite a long time. Hold on to the cabinet and lift your feet. I'll put on your socks." The young girl listened, kicked off her slippers and obediently did as she was told. Looking at the white and red, delicate and cute little feet in front of him, Gu Qingqian just held her graceful arch and caressed it. Then he put the white silk over the cardamom-like toes and pulled it up a little bit to his thighs. Song Si had indeed gained quite a bit of weight, and her white thighs were strangled with some flesh by the stockings. The other leg is operated in the same way, with no steps missing at all. Then, after rummaging out a new pair of little white shoes with a bit of pink color for his daughter-in-law to put on, Gu Qingqian held her soft razor and went out of the check room to go downstairs, and his own shoes were in the foyer, so he could just change into them when he was on his way out the door. The couch. Gu Qingqian put his arm around Song Si's waist, caressed her white silk legs, looked at 7:23 on his cell phone, and thought, why hasn't this nanny come yet? But suddenly, he heard a knock on the door. He realized what was going on and got up to open the door. Sure enough, as the doors opened, an older woman was standing outside the door with her lunchbox and suitcase, with a dignified posture and a flat expression on her face that showed little impatience. "You are Auntie Feng Yufeng, right? The house soundproofing is too good. You'll have to ring the doorbell directly, otherwise you really won't hear the knock upstairs," Gu Qingqian said. "Yes, I'm Feng Yu. Hello young Master Gu." The woman's voice was extremely gentle as she added, "I actually rang the doorbell, but it seems that none of you heard it, so I knocked on the door instead for fear of disturbing you." Yeah, maybe we were washing up in the bathroom at that time, and it was covered by the sound of the water running, right? Sorry. Gu Qingqian apologized awkwardly and added, "By the way, you can just call me Xiao Gu or Gu Xiao. Adding a master sounds too awkward. My fiancé you can also call Xiao Song." Then he made a sideways gesture of invitation and said, "You can come in first." Good. Feng Yu pushed her suitcase and walked into the living room. When she saw Song Si, she was also surprised by the young girl's appearance, but then greeted, "Hello Ms. Song." From now on I'll be the one to take care of your living and eating during your pregnancy. You can look for me if you have any problems. Good, thank you. Song-si also responded politely. You're welcome, as it should be. Saying this, Fong-yu placed the lunchbox on the coffee table and opened it again. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to make it in time, so I made breakfast at home and brought it here, so you guys can simply have a bite first. Gu Qingchen looked at the bacon and egg sandwiches in the lunchbox and picked one up with satisfaction, handing it to Song-si and saying, eat it. But Song-si passed it to his mouth first. You eat first. Watching Gu Qingchen take a bite out of habit, she withdrew her hand and ate it herself. Fluffy milk white bread with bacon and eggs. Really delicious. Worthy of the nanny hired by President Gu. This is called professional. Gu Chengchun chewed the sandwich in his mouth while asking, Fong Ma, it's okay to call you that, right? Sure. Good. He pointed to a room on the first floor and said, then you can stay in the first room from now on. The rest of the rooms in the house are all the same except for the master bedroom upstairs, which has a bigger bathroom. It's all fully equipped but there's only one washing machine, so you'll have to commiserate. How is this called aggravation? It's already much more luxurious than my home. Fong Yu shook her head and said, that's fine, let me add you a WeChat. I'll give you the properties app and living expenses, and then when you buy groceries, just directly call the property to deliver them. Basically everything. Gu Chengchen took out his cell phone and said, good. Soon, the two added WeChat, and Gu Qingchen also transferred the app and $10,000 of living expenses, and incidentally, the home password. Let's start with this Fong Ma. We can't make it with our classes in the morning, so take your lunchbox with you and we'll eat on the way. Also, there is a kitten in the second room upstairs. You work hard to take care of it. Just check if there is food and water in its automatic feeder and water dispenser, and replenish the points if there is none. Cat strips cat cans you can feed if you want. It's okay. Although this is not within the scope of service, but some small thing Fong Yu still will not refuse, and itself she also quite likes small animals, so she nodded her head and responded, okay, Gu Xiao don't worry, tough luck Fong Ma. After saying that, Gu Chengchen covered the lunchbox and led Song-si, who was nibbling on a sandwich, to the entrance hall to change her shoes, then hurried out the door. Road. The co-pilot Song-si ate while feeding the driving Gu Qingchen. Basically by the time they were almost at school, the two had already eaten all 8 sandwiches Fong Yu had made. Time was tight this time, so Gu Qingchen said hello to the gatekeeper uncle and drove the Cullinan directly into the school. Come under the school building. He had just helped his daughter-in-law out of the car when he happened to collide with 6 people from the dormitory who had rushed from the cafeteria to the classroom. Zheng Fian saw Song-si's eyes light up, immediately as Trotting Plus swooped over to embrace her. Excitedly jumped straight to say, Cece, I miss you to death. Gu Qingchen immediately stepped forward and picked up the back of her collar, yanking it out of his daughter-in-law's arms and said, calm down, be careful of hurting my baby. Zheng Fian's hands were still in the embracing position, and she tilted her head in uncertainty. What baby? Gu Qingchen smiled sinisterly and deliberately teased her. Didn't you say before that my sissy has a little angel in her belly? Here, congratulations, prophet status is solid. Ha, Zheng Fian is not stupid, just the face pretending not to understand. In fact, the heart already roughly understand what it means, just did not dare to say. I don't know if that's a prophecy or a wonderful statement. Let's see how Bosco reacts before deciding whether to apologize or take credit. She's so smart. It was Van Zillo who walked up and said bluntly, is it a pregnancy? Aha. Gu Qingchen nodded. Why are you guys so careless? Cece is only a freshman. How much is this delaying her studies? Fan Ziro glared at him and turned her head to look helplessly at Song-si. Then what are you going to do? Abort it or keep it? Does your husband's family know? Gu Qingchen hurriedly answered. No. Why is your tone so heavy? You make it sound like I've committed some heinous crime. You guys don't worry. My family knows and agrees. Cece also signed a trust beneficiary. More than $500,000 a month. Don't worry. Her back road is protected. Fan Ziro glanced at him in surprise. Puzzled. Your Gu family is so generous? Agreeing to sign CC into the family trust? Gu Qingchen naturally couldn't possibly give an account of the Su family's background, and just sloppily said, then don't you care? It's signed anyway. Really? Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Fan Ziro also didn't get to the bottom of it, nodded and said, that's good. Okay, don't worry, milkman, your daughter-in-law will give you good protection. Let's go. Class is going. With that, she took Song-si's arm and walked towards the school building, and when Zhang Fian passed by, she even said with a smile, Boss Gu, remember to give me a big red packet, by the way, and I'm going to be a godmother. Okay, I know. I'll definitely wrap a big one for you to return the favor to you, the goddess of child delivery. As for the godmother, just ask my Cece, she'll agree. Gu Chengchen waved his hand in a dismissive manner and said, Fan Zero also snickered, quoting him, and snickered. Hurry up and keep up, goddess of mercy. Ah, can you not call it that, so shameful? Zheng Fian quickly followed and wrapped her arm around Song Si's other arm. And Zhan Chen walked over holding Bai Xiaoxiao's hand and gave Gu Chengchen a thumbs up. Okay, Lao Si. Really efficient. Gu Chengchen, however, looked at their hands held together and asked, together? Chen Junjia immediately lifted up and shook it. No, but only just got together. Just holding hands. As he said that, he also came to Gu Chengchen's ear and whispered, I want a kiss, but Xiao Xiao won't let me. Old fourth, you should quickly ask your daughter-in-law to teach my Xiao Xiao. However, Bai Xiao Xiao heard it all, and instantly blushed as she hurriedly dragged him towards the school building. Lao Si, don't forget, Zhan Xin shouted back as he walked forward along with the intensity. Bai Xiao Xiao, who heard that, pulled him even harder. The last two men came up as well, one holding one of Gu Chengchen's arms. He Chang, Lao Si, I want to be a godfather. And, even if you have a baby, you can't forget about your brother's happiness, Li Zirui said lightly. Walk and talk, we're going to be late. On the way to class, Gu Chengchen breathlessly said towards He Chang, you and Zhang Fian really match each other. One is going to be the godmother, the other is going to be the godfather. Isn't this happiness right in front of you? Why don't you grab it and hold on to it? However, he shook his head and said, no, if these two were together, we wouldn't fight every day, right? Besides, my ideal type is the type of girl who is lively with a bit of gentleness. Zhang Fian? She's the type that's lively with a bit of liveliness. Or forget it. Little petite wife then picked up. So, how about Fan Ziru? He Chang was like looking at a little cutie, as if looking at him. How dare you think this? Miss Fan looks down on every ordinary person equally, regardless of the question of whether or not I can catch up. Even if I do, will I still be held to death by her? Gu Chengchen didn't want to waste her brain on this issue, then changed the topic and said, okay, your happiness is pending. Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about Zhan Chen first. When did he and Bai Xiaoxiao get together? Both He Chang and little petite wife who heard the words shook their heads. Mother Hannah, we also know only when we went to the cafeteria and saw them holding hands, He Chang said with a shrug. Lizzie said, ditto. Okay, come to the classroom. This group of girls also knew to leave a place beside Song Ce for him, the husband and baby daddy. Zhan Chen and Bai Xiaoxiao didn't sit somewhere else alone this time, but they were also sitting close to the edge of their row. The specific image is, Il, He Chang, little petite wife, Gu Chengchen, Song Ce, Zheng Fian, Fan Ziru, empty seat, Bai Xiaoxiao, Zhan Chen, Il. Not only can we chat with them, but we can also have a two-person world, flirt and enhance our relationship, which is also great. Chapter 131, A New Prophecy from the Goddess of Mercy? Zhang Ling, who was wearing a wraparound dress, walked into the classroom. The class fell silent. She came to the podium and put down her lesson plan textbook, and without directly lecturing, she first said, the last class of the afternoon will be replaced by a class meeting, which will be used to formally determine the class committee of the class. If you want to run for class president, vice president, life committee and arts committee, you prepare a short speech and the class will vote on it. As for the secretary and the study committee, I'll just appoint them this afternoon, so you don't have to run for them. That's it for now, class. In fact, when selecting the class members, Zhang Ling could have left it to the sophomores and juniors to come over and do it for her, or just let the provisional class president and vice president unify the votes. It's not a big deal after all, but there was nothing to be done about it. Who told the class to have a great god in it? To prevent unnecessary trouble, it was better for her to do it herself. As the lecture begins, Gu Chengchen had listened for so long, plus he hadn't rested well last night, and at this time, that monstrous drowsiness had already tumbled up. In order to refresh himself, he also put his hand on his daughter-in-law's silky white silk leg and stroked it back and forth with abandon. Song Ce naturally didn't care about his playfulness, but looking at her own husband's drowsy appearance, she still came to his ear and whispered, why don't you lie down on the table and take a nap? I'll jot down my notes and tutor you when I'm free. Okay, wake me up if you're not feeling well. Gu Chengchen really couldn't carry on a bit, and after a final admonition and a squeeze of her fleshy thighs, she closed her eyes and flopped onto the table. And Zhang Ling, the counselor who paid special attention to him, must have seen this scene, but she continued to talk about her lesson, completely ignoring it. Not to mention the fact that there aren't many teachers in college already, who are willing to care about students who sleep in class. Even in high school, she wouldn't have dared to control it without the permission of its parents. Zhang Ling really wanted to spit out a sentence. You guys are really the hardest class of students I've ever brought up in my teaching career. But once she gets over it, it will definitely be the most colorful addition to her resume, and she'll take off right where she left off. It might even be possible to make a good relationship and become a protective talisman for yourself. The morning passed. Okay, that's it for the morning class. Class dismissed. Zhang Ling closed her textbook and slowly walked out of the classroom after announcing the end of class. Gu Qingchen, who hadn't slept much, also woke up from her sleep when she heard the word class dismissed, sat up and shook off her right arm, which was already completely insensible, and had to raise one arm high and stretch a big waist. Seeing this, Song Si on the side, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, stretched out her hand, cupped his cheek with one hand, and with the other hand, she gently ran her fingertips along the red marks on his face that had been made by sleep. Gu Chengchen silently enjoyed himself for a while, then held her hand and said, "All right, don't bother, the marks will go down by themselves in a while." Okay. Song Si withdrew her hand and organized both of their textbooks and paper and pencils, handing them over to Zhang Fian. Zhang Fian, on the other hand, naturally took the textbooks handed to her and stuffed them into her small book bag. Since the young couple doesn't live in the dormitory anymore, she keeps and carries their textbooks and whatnot for convenience, living up to a 4th grade bag. Luckily, college textbooks are different from a whole bunch of high school ones, so even memorizing 3 copies wasn't very heavy. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and secretly transferred a 5,000 red packet to Zhang Fian. "Gu Chengchen, keep it quiet, sender of sons. If it's a daughter, I'll give you another 5,000. Sinister laugh/JPG. Zhang Fian, kneeling to thank the boss/JPG. Kneeling to thank the boss/JPG. Zhang Fian, in the future, if you need anything, please feel free to order me." She hadn't been polite with Gu Qingchen, the big boss. There was no need. This was. Fan Ziru also packed up her textbooks and probed over, and before she could open her mouth, she saw Zhang Fian clasp her cell phone to her chest in one go. With a look of weakness, she glanced suspiciously, but didn't say anything. Only turning to Gu Qingchen, she asked, "Are you two going to the cafeteria with us?" "Go, let's go, but don't starve my daughter-in-law and child." Gu Chengchen also put down his cell phone and led Song Ce to get up and said. He Chang immediately grabbed Boss Cardine and Yang said, "Ikja thirst holded knife nest wash service drink sea paper." Fan Ziru glared at him. "Don't be sour, hurry up. I didn't eat much in the morning. I'm starving." "Yes, Miss Fan has spoken." He can't disobey. The group then paired up and headed out of the classroom towards the cafeteria. Of course, it did not include the pair of dangling, mushy little couples, Zhan Chen and Bai Xiao Xiao, who were following the group. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Gu Qingchen took over Song Si and led Yi Chang and Zhan Chen to get their meals. However, when he returned from the fight, he found his daughter-in-law uncomfortably holding her hands up and 3 little furry heads on her stomach. Song Si cried and laughed as she looked at the 3 roommates squatting in front of her. "Don't listen to it, it's all still unformed. You can't hear it." Fan Zero was just curious, so she listened to the advice and got up and sat down. "Your stomach doesn't have any amplitude at all, so I'm skeptical of whether or not you're pregnant. So have you guys checked?" Gu Qingchen put down the dinner plate with a bunch of rice on it and picked up. "Of course I checked. Otherwise I wouldn't have sworn so convincingly that Zhang Fian was the goddess of mercy." "Oh, that's fine then." Saying that, Fan Ziru had already nonchalantly picked up her meal and ate it. Not a moment too soon, He Chang and Zhan Chen also returned with trays. Gu Qingchen immediately said to the 2 little ones who were still relying on his daughter-in-law's stomach, "All right, we can't hear any flowers even if we listen for another hour. Let's eat." "Got it, cheapskate." Zhang Fian got up and playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Bai Xiao Xiao followed suit and got up, but subconsciously stroked her belly, not knowing what she was thinking. When the sharp-eyed Zhang Fian saw it, she immediately flirted. "Xiao Xiao, don't be in a hurry. Sooner or later, when the time comes to give birth to a big fat boy for me to play with Bai Xiao Xiao, who heard the words, immediately lowered her head with a red face and trotted over to sit beside Zhan Chen. "Haha, Xiao Xiao, you're too much fun too." Zhang Feiyan was overjoyed. Everyone else watched the scene with a smile on their lips. It was still Zhan Chen who defended his wife. "Please, you guys don't tease my Xiao Xiao. She's thin-skinned." Yes. Zhang Fian and the rest of them also collected their laughter. Only Gu Qingchen looked suspiciously at this goddess of mercy. This mouth isn't going to hit it again, is it? However, the thought only existed for a second before he shook his head and tossed it away. After all, Song Si's pregnancy was premeditated. It was just a coincidence, and it was her own fault for overthinking it. Then, Gu Qingchen began to give his daughter-in-law nutritionally balanced meat and vegetables alternating dishes to eat. By the way, he would then eat the rice that Song Si had hand-fed him. Chapter 132, You haven't even kissed me on the mouth. Eat the prawns Song Si peeled and fed. Gu Qingchen asked towards Junjie Chen. "Junjie, don't you want to tell us about your experience of going to Xiao Zhao's house on the National Day, and how they got together?" The others didn't say anything, but they all looked at him, obviously curious as well. However, Zhan Chen first glanced at Bai Xiao Xiao and saw her nod her head in agreement before he straightened his collar and stood up, narrating as if he was about to give a speech. Ahem, listen up. I'm telling you guys, it's a big accomplishment. I first entered Xiao Zhao's village, and as soon as those in the neighborhood saw my regal figure in a suit, they all complimented me on being a handsome young man, and said that Xiao Xiao had brought back a golden son-in-law. Zhang Fian tapped the edge of the bowl with her chopsticks and interrupted. Hey, get to the point. Chen Junjie skimmed his mouth and had to skip the description of his handsome image and said, later, when I entered Xiao Zhao's house, her parents were quite enthusiastic, and yes, there was a 9-year-old brother and an elderly grandmother. They're all pretty healthy though, nothing wrong with them. After chatting all afternoon to understand each other, her family is not patriarchal, such bad habits. Are honest people, quite good. The day after I stayed overnight, I took Xiao Xiao to the nearest county town and bought some clothes and quilts for her and her family. Xiao Xiao didn't want it, but I strong-armed her into buying it. Right now Xiao Xiao has new clothes in her suitcase, but she's too shy to wear them for me. By Xiao Xiao, who had heard the words, immediately pinched John Chen's thigh in shame. Hiss. He let out a pained cry and held by Xiao Xiao's hand as he continued. And then later, I also wanted to buy some new appliances and replace all the old ones for Xiao Xiao's family. Turns out Xiao Xiao got mad and didn't buy it, he. Except for the trio of Gu Qingchen, Song Si and Fan Ziru. Is this Versailles? Gu Qingchen nodded, indicating that she knew, and asked, so, you still haven't said how you got together with Bai Xiao Xiao. Chen Junjie waved his hand and said, Old four, don't be anxious, listen to me continue. And then later on, when the uncles and aunts received the clothes, they first excused themselves for a long time before they had no choice but to accept them. Then dinner is all kinds of pinch. Have relatives visit is all kinds of bragging. I am ready to head back to realize what is pride. Later, Xiao Xiao took me to play in the field, catching frogs and loaches in the river, and fishing with homemade rods. Although I didn't catch a single one, but it was especially fun. And then, in a fit of brainstorming, I confessed, I was regretting it, thinking that it was too hasty and Xiao Xiao was definitely going to reject me. But to my surprise, she shyly nodded her head and agreed. With a silence, Zhang Fian blinked her eyes, thinking that there was still a big melon behind her that hadn't been told, and frowned with a willow brow and said, continue ah? John Chen was puzzled. Continue what? No, Fan Ziru has a kind of immediate climax. Ahem. The plot enters the climax. The result is that the author comes with a hand of extreme broken text, not up and down feeling. Nope. Hearing John Chen return, the crowd except for Song Si and Bai Xiao Xiao gave a cut and buried their heads to continue eating. Chen Junjie, also unknown to sit down, to the side of the girlfriend small asked, I just spoke not good? Bai Xiao Xiao just silently gave him a kung pao chicken. Let's eat. Oh. John Chen didn't think much about it at all and happily ate the food his girlfriend pinched for him. Basically after dinner, Gu Qingchen proposed, do you want to come out for a barbecue tonight? Let's have a good chat. My treat. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you and decided that there wasn't much to do anyway, so they all agreed. Okay, I'll find the ground and send you a locator after class this afternoon. So why don't you guys just take a cab over here and I'll reimburse you for your travel expenses. After saying that, Gu Qingchen picked up the toilet paper and wiped Song Si's mouth, and everyone else cleaned up. So they got up one after another and went out of the cafeteria. Road before the separation, Gu Qingchen also made a point of instructing Zhang Fian and the others. Please take good care of my daughter-in-law. I'll bring you milk tea this afternoon. Okay boss Gu, don't worry, I'll make sure your mother and child are safe. Zhang Fian made a gesture at him, and then held Song Si's arm as she walked towards the women's dormitory. Fan Ziru smiled back as she walked. Don't worry, Bai Xiao Xiao also said very quietly. Don't worry, then let go of John Chen's hand and quickly followed Fan Ziru, watching the girls' faraway backs. Gu Qingchen also said to her roommate, let's go back and rest too. However, the three were not willing to let him go and directly surrounded him. John Chen, hey, your wife can go. Quickly say, what's wrong with you ah? This has a baby? He Chang chimed in. Yes, details, detailed details. Little Stepford didn't say anything, just a look of self-seeking. There's no details, it's just that I suddenly realized that I was pregnant, so I had it. Gu Qingchen said helplessly. John Chen said, you guys usually don't even do measures? Gu Qingchen smiled sarcastically. I've done it, but I've done it twice. Who would have thought it would be so accurate? Then it's still not there? He Chang gave him a middle finger. Asterisk 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 then turned around and walked away. Chen Junji also blared at him. I wouldn't have let my family Xiao Xiao get pregnant so early. Indeed. You haven't even kissed on the mouth. Gu Qingchen retorted. John Chen, you, breaking defense. He immediately turned to follow He Chang. Little Stepford silently stepped aside. This time, they have more sense. Gu Qingchen sighed bitterly and followed the trio. He couldn't say that it was Song Si who was the devil and he was the victim. Could he? Not to mention the bad reputation of the daughter-in-law. But the point is that no one will believe it even if they say it. Back to the dormitory. Gu Qingchen just came to Yi Chang's side, playing with his cell phone. He did not look back and said, "Yo, our inappropriate person's oldest four came back?" However, Gu Qingchen just said to himself, "The evening hot pot bureau was originally prepared for you, thinking that if you really can't make it with Zheng Fian, I'll give you to find other schoolmates a friendship." It seems that after all, it was a mistake to pay up, but just take it as if his brother doesn't know any better. After saying that, he turned to leave with a feigned regret. Yi Chang, on the other hand, immediately threw a monkey off his back and pulled Gu Qingchen's arm to get up. "Righteous father, don't! I was wrong. How can I say that? Righteous father and righteous mother are so in love. What's wrong with having a child? If anyone dares to say that your father is not a proper person, I will personally use my sword to take their heads. Then, what do you think of this fellowship, righteous father? I'll arrange it myself," Gu Qingchen said with his hands behind his back, raising his head and chest. At this time, Chen Junjie also walked out from the bathroom. Seeing him come up with a sentence, "Hey asterisk 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 back," before Gu Qingchen could say anything, Yi Chang and disliked John Chen with his fingers. "Tai, little thief, and dares to be rude to my righteous father. Die." With that, he swooped in with a crow ride. Upanishad Millennium Kill. Chapter 133. Jeans are uncomfortable. Why don't you take them off? Just after 2 p.m., Gu Qingchen went to Honey Snow Ice City alone and bought 7 cups of milk tea before coming to the classroom. In the same position as always in the morning, the milk tea was distributed to 6 people, receiving a word of thanks from each of them. Only then did he come to sit beside Song Si and handed her the last cup of milk tea, saying, "Drink more than half of it and give it to me anon." Not much more. Gu Qingchen also didn't know if drinking too much milk tea for pregnant women would be harmful, but in moderation it shouldn't be a big problem. Song Si habitually passed the straw of the milk tea to her own husband's mouth, and only after seeing him take a sip was she satisfied to take back the milk tea and drink it herself. As a teacher whose name I didn't remember, but was reasonably familiar with, entered the classroom, the first class of the afternoon began. After receiving the 2 language textbooks handed over by Zheng Fian, Gu Qingchen and Song Si listened carefully to the lesson. He also just slept through his major classes. He couldn't help it. After all, he knew most of the freshman year stuff and really wasn't interested in listening to it. The sun took a small step to the west. The language teacher glanced at the clock and announced the end of class a minute or so early. There is a 15-minute break between classes. Watching Yi Chang and little Stepford wife go to the restroom, Gu Chengchen, on the other hand, placed his legs on their chairs and lazily lay back on Song Si's fleshy white silk thighs, feeling the soft and smooth touch and fragrant body odor, as well as his daughter-in-law's delicate fingers' gentle temple massage service. He couldn't help but comfortably close his eyes and let out a breath. There aren't many knee pillows left, and when her belly gets up later, she won't be able to get one for a long time. When Zheng Fian saw Gu Qingchen in this state, she enviously eaned. "Bosku really knows how to enjoy himself, unlike me, who needs to work hard for the future and doesn't dare to take a moment's rest. Hey, she's not gonna say, I'd like to lie down, too." Without even opening her eyes, Gu Qingchen said, "Why don't I let you have one leg?" Really? Zheng Fian's eyes lit up at his words. False. He's just being polite. Is his daughter-in-law's leg something he can let go? Che. Zheng Fian skimmed her mouth, turned her head to look at Fan Xiru, and aggrieved pointed her finger at Gu Qingchen and pouted. Ro, look at him, I want a knee pillow too." Fan Xiru helplessly closed her extracurricular book and moved to the 2 empty seats next to her. Coming to Bai Xiao who was talking to John Chen, she patted her jean thighs and said, "Come on, hey, here we go." Thus, in Bai Xiao's curious eyes, Zheng Fei Yan laid down on the knee pillow as she wished, but within seconds, she was dishonestly screwing up her mayflies with a wobbly head again. Fan Xiru looked down and said, "What are you doing? Pillow on the pillow, honestly pillow. Do not move, a never-ending, okay?" Zheng Fian, however, complained, "Jeans are not comfortable. Why don't you take them off?" At that moment, everyone around, including Song Si, Bai Xiao, and Jun Chen, especially the boys, looked over. Gu Qingchen also silently raised his hand and gave a thumbs up saying, "Awesome." The corners of Fan Xiru's mouth twitched, and immediately, with a face full of black lines, she rushed at Zheng Fian's forehead and landed a knucklebuster. Ouch. She immediately popped up and sat up, rubbing her forehead with a subtle grin over her teeth. "Serves you right," Fan Xiru said faintly. The people watching around them didn't see what they wanted to see and turned their heads back. Pain relief Zheng Fian sardonically smiled. 2 fingers pinched the corner of her coat, said, "Hey, I did not mean to do it." A moment of mouth just fast. "Sorry, virtue, no more pillows for you. Sit back." Fan Xiru gave her a blank look and said. The unreasonable Zheng Fian obediently sat back, and Fan Xiru also moved back to her original position to read a book. The late arrival of He Chang and little Stepford wife only saw so little of the last bits and pieces of the content. What is it? He Chang curiously asked towards Gu Qingchen, who was enjoying his daughter-in-law's knee pillow. Gu Qingchen also retracted his legs upon hearing this and sat up to briefly recount the situation just now. Okay, little Fei Yen, how can you say such things in public? He Chang, who had heard what happened, immediately scoffed. Shut up, Baldy, don't shelve the fallout. If Zoe really stripped off, you must be the one who watched the most carefully. Comparison, just an analogy. Zoe. Before Zhang Fian could finish her sentence, she was cured by a choke from Fan Ziru. Don't you dare slander me. I still know the truth that a friend's wife and housemate cannot be deceived. Believe you, damn it. Zhang Fian didn't dare to choke on each other with He Chang anymore, fearing that Fan Ziru would do it to herself again. With recess over, Zhang Ling walked into the classroom, and the class followed suit. Okay, let's start choosing class members now. I'll give the secretary directly to Ding Jie. She was the secretary in junior high school, so she's the most suitable. The study committee member is Song Si, the best student in our class. The following campaign. Zhang Ling wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Song Si. Instructor, can I not be a study committee member? After all, she's pregnant, and this is going to be a bad influence on the study committee. Sure thing, let's give it to the second one. Kong Chengguen. Zhang Ling dared to ask why. She'll just change it and be done with it. Kong Chengguen didn't dare to say anything. Just take it and be done with it. The campaign continues. Zhang Ling took out her book and pen and prepared to take notes while asking, raise your hand if you want to run for class president. Outcome. It was still the same as when the school year had just begun with the selection of the temporary class president, and only Zhang Fian raised her hand. Zhang Ling helplessly pressed her hand. Put down your hand. You don't need to come up for a speech. Just turn straight. Thank you, guide. Thank you, classmates. Zhang Fian happily got up and said thank you. Zhang Ling continued. Next is the vice class president. Raise your hands if you want to run. Only one girl raised her hand this time. Gu Qingchen looked at He Chang beside him and kicked him directly. Raise your hand. What are you waiting for? I don't. If I work with Zhang Fian in the future, I won't make a lot of noise. Gu Qingchen was speechless. He created opportunities so much and didn't do anything about it. What a pig teammate. Then, he raised his hand to raise his recommendation. Guide. He Chang also wants to choose the vice class. As a result, before he could finish his sentence, Gu Qingchen glared at him and mouthed a threatening gesture. Fellowship. Her strong instantly changed his tune and said, me, campaigning. Alright, you guys come up separately and speak briefly. Zhang Ling said. Ladies first reasoning. That girl went first. With the standard set of speeches over, it was He Chang's turn. He stood on the lectures and pondered for a while, then said nonchalantly, Ahem, I don't know what to say, but if I'm elected vice class, I'll definitely assist the teacher and the class president, and complete the tasks given with quality and quantity. From now on, everyone can come to me for anything, come what may. I can do what the squad leader can do, and I can do what the squad leader can't. With that, He Chang clapped his hands and said, right, then why can't I be the class president? Everyone say right? Right XN. The crowd matched him. Let's just say it's worthy of a Northeasterner. And this go with the flow speech is one of a kind. Chapter 134, The Flower-Armed Punks Make a Mess. Bald head strong. You die for me. Seeing that He Chang wanted to rob his class president, Zhang Fian, who was also a Northeasterner, were to hold back his violent temper and immediately slapped the table. Hearing this, the usual Zhang Ling would have been furious, but there was no move. These two were covered by someone. She could only say with a fake serious expression, Student Zhang Fian, please sit down. And also don't take the lead in calling your classmates nicknames and swearing. Your squad leader won't change. Don't worry, it's so hard to be a counselor. With the voting for the vice class over, He Chang was unsurprisingly elected vice class. Behind them are the Life, Arts and Sports Committee members. The process remains the same with a brief speech on stage plus a show of hands to vote. After determining the remaining 3 members, Zhang Ling gave another lecture on ideological and political education, and when the time for class to end arrived, she announced the dismissal of the class. Just after 5 in the afternoon, the entrance to the school building. C and I will go ahead and find a cleaner grill. You guys can find a place to rest, and I'll send you a locator when we get there. Gu Qingchen said to the crowd, then held Song Si's hand and got into the car, driving towards the outside of the school. The rest of them glanced at each other, and Junshin took the lead by holding by Xiao Zhao's hand. We're going to go wander around, so when Lao Si sends the location, we'll go straight over there. Don't worry about us. The two then waved their hands and left for their duo. The 4 singles froze in place, or He Chang suggested, why don't we find a coffee shop or something and go sit down for a while? Okay, whatever. Fan Ziwei and Zhang Fian agreed. Petite nodded in approval. After the unanimous vote, The four of them headed towards the outside of the school, drove around for half a day, finally found a barbecue place that was a little cleaner. It's open air, but the back room and grill are clean. After sending a message to Feng Ma, saying that they wouldn't be going home to eat at night, Gu Chengchen sent the location to all six of them, and incidentally, one of them sent some money for the road. Waiting for people to gather during, the co-pilot Song Si leaned her head on his shoulder in boredom, stroking her small stomach, her voice glutinous. Hubby, is it okay to eat barbecue when you're pregnant? Gu Chengchen pinched her little nose and said, it's fine, pregnant women don't have that many taboos, just don't eat too much, just moderate, that'll do. Suddenly, an empty bottle of wine was shattered to the ground, and a couple of men with tattooed flower arms began to row and dunk and make a ruckus. Gu Chengchen frowned, but didn't care too much. That's basically what happens to open-air barbecue stalls, as long as they don't get in the way. As a little bit of time passes, John Shen came first with Bai Xiao Xiao. When Gu Chengchen saw that someone had arrived, he also brought Song Si out of the car and occupied a table. Let's order first. He Chang and the others should be getting close. With that, he greeted the waiter. Also speaking of the devil, during the ordering period, He Chang and the others happened to arrive. The four of them took their seats and looked at the menu one by one and ordered, "Boss, please serve us 5 more cases of beer after ordering." He Chang shouted again in a loud voice. Gu Qingchen also picked up, plus a bottle of fruit orange. "Okay, right away," the owner responded. The shouts also attracted the flower-armed men at the next table, but they only looked at them vaguely for a moment before retracting their gazes as if nothing had happened and continuing to drink. Soon the waiter brought over the beer and drinks. "Come on, start drinking." He Chang directly picked up 8 bottles in a row, poured them for Gu Qingchen and John Chen, and drank them. Zheng Fian, as an old northeastern sister, how could she miss it? She directly slammed the cup in front of He Chang. "Fill it up. You, okay?" He Chang shook his beer and looked at her playfully. "Hey, who are you looking down on? Poor, if I don't drink you down today, I'll take your name." Zheng Fian held her head high, her eyes filled with defiance. "Okay, come on." Pouring a cup for Zhang Fian, he asked by Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, do you want some? With our big singer by our side, you can drink without worrying, but you mustn't taste what the wine tastes like." Bai Xiao Xiao didn't say anything, but only turned her gaze to John Chen as if inquiring. Chen Junjie is not a rigid boy, immediately said, "If you want to drink, just drink. Anyway, your boyfriend and roommates are there. It's okay to get drunk." "Good, have a drink then." In fact, at home she drank white wine with her own old man, not to say 1,000 cups of wine. "Right, but also can be slightly drink. I'm just afraid that my boyfriend will get the wrong idea, so it's better to pretend that I don't know how to drink." "Me too." Seeing everyone getting drunk, Fan Ziru was no exception. Except, of course, for Song Si, a pregnant woman, who only deserves a drink. When the people's glasses were intermingled, the kebab casserole and other things were brought up by the waiter one by one. Then, with the dishes to cushion their stomachs, they drank even more of this wine. Bai Xiao Xiao looked at her boyfriend who was already drinking with Yi Chang and Zhang Fei Yan, not paying any attention to her, so she didn't put it away anymore, and silently ate the meat while drinking from one bottle after another. It's true what they say, those who are silent at the table, or say they are average drinkers, are often the ones who can drink the most. At this time, Song Si pulled the corner of Gu Qingchen's coat and came to his ear. "Hubby, I want to go to the toilet." "Okay, I'll take you." Gu Qingchen didn't drink much, just coped with a sip when they circled around and hit themselves, so pressed in drunk. He got up and led his daughter-in-law toward the nearest public restroom. At this point, a man at the next table saw the two leave, and immediately elbowed the bald man with the strongest figure on the side. "Brother Blade, the prettiest chick is gone. It's too late if we don't get on." That knife man poured down a mouthful of wine and exhaled with mesmerized eyes. "Damn, hurry up my ass. Brothers, let's go." At once, the 5 flower-armed men got up and walked over. Bai Xiao Xiao noticed it first and hugged John Shen's arm in some fear. In the next second, a few of the people who had gotten high also noticed a couple of males who were coming, but it was too late to leave, for 4 of the men surrounded them at the first opportunity. Blade's face was bloodshot and his eyes were a little lax as he staggered from side to side, obviously drunk. He held up the table, his eyes focusing on the lustful color of the several girls present, especially Fan Zero. Tone obscene said, "A few little sister, accompanied by a few brothers to have a drink. Ah, what's the fun in having a drink with this group of kids? Let's go and have a good time after drinking? Let me serve you well." "That's right, don't be afraid. Maybe if we're happy, we can even give you some money to spend." "Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." A sidekick chimed in, causing the others to laugh. Zheng Fian's temper immediately exploded, picking up an empty bottle and pointing at them. "Get lost, don't force me to beat you up." TSK, TSK, TSK still a little hot pepper with personality. Brother loves it even more. I hope you'll be this hot in bed later, haha. Listening to Blade's mouth full of obscenities, Zhang Fian, without saying a word, smashed a bottle onto his big bald head. As the bottle shattered to the ground, Blade touched the blood running down his head and was instantly enraged. Also copied the empty bottle on the table and smashed it as well. Zhang Fian didn't react at all and could only watch as the bottle came crashing down. How could He Chang sit back and watch? He immediately got up to protect her head and took a hard bottle for her. He Chang, ×3. Several people immediately shouted in alarm, and Zhang Fian looked at the blood flowing out of the back of his head in front of him to protect himself. He Chang had been completely dumbfounded and unable to speak. The ideal type in his mind with his feet on the 7 colored clouds seemed to gradually turn into He Chang's appearance as well. Chapter 135, The Knife Brother Who Fell Asleep. The surrounding guests and passers-by all scattered in fear and hid to the side to watch the fun. The boss saw someone making trouble, hurriedly stopped the work in hand, jogged over and said, everyone, don't make trouble. Something good to discuss, or I can call the police. **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** resourceful, or experienced this kind of thing, hurriedly climbed up and covered the sore chest, ran back to the store to report to the police, and when Gu Qingchen, who had just led his daughter-in-law back, saw this scene, as well as He Chang's head covered in blood, he immediately took out his cell phone and opened the video, handing it to her. Record it, and don't follow it over. Honey, you be careful. Song Si's heart was about to jump out of her throat as she instructed. While she didn't want her husband to go over there in a million ways, she knew she couldn't stop him at a time like this. He could only look at Gu Qingchen's back and silently pray in his heart that nothing would happen and he wouldn't get hurt. Brother Knife didn't bother too much with the boss. While wiping the blood on his head with toilet paper, he instructed his little brother, "Go, beat them to death for me. That little who ed me stays. I want to personally cannon." But before he could even say the word system, his afterimage had already glimpsed the silhouette that suddenly appeared behind him. It was all too late to react when a bump that appeared to be a knuckle disliked him violently in the throat. Ho! Knives felt a breathlessness and didn't even finish dry heaving before a stiff punch had come towards his face, drying him out in a flash. In the next second, countless powerful punches kept landing on his face, of which the closing, and also the most violent one, directly dried to his temple. With a buzzing sound in his brain, he too lost consciousness and fainted. Gu Chengchen looked faintly at Blade, who had already slept, and stopped swinging his fist, watching the blood flow out of his mouth and nose, and thoughtfully tilting his head sideways to prevent him from choking on his own blood. Look how sweet it is. When Blade wakes up, high and low will have to give him a 5-star review to do so. This swift and decisive set of "give me back my drifting fist" only happened for a short 3 to 5 seconds. Blade's minions looked stunned, and they only came back to their senses when Gu Qingchen straightened up and turned back. There was nothing to put on a vicious session, but instead, they immediately showed a fierce expression and rushed towards him together. Gu Qingchen, also lazy nonsense, directly walked up. Against one of the punks rushing up, is a straight fist to the chest, catch elbow to the solar plexus, immediately knocked out on the ground. A sidekick then sent the incoming punk from the back flying to the ground, and an instantaneous tackle on the left punk's swinging fist, a familiar knuckle-dislike throat package. Taking advantage of the gangster's efforts to dry heave, Gu Qingchen tripped the right gangster to the ground with a sweeping leg kick, then leaned down to deliver a straight punch to his solar plexus. Without hesitation, Gu Qingchen turned back to the punk who hadn't finished dry heaving, and a roundhouse kick hit his head, knocking him out on the ground. The whole thing flows smoothly and takes no more than 10 seconds or so. The second punk, who had been knocked to the ground by a sidekick, had already climbed up, pulled out the folding knife in his pocket and unfolded it, and charged back swinging and slashing again. Gu Chengchen continuously backed up and dodged a few times, then seized the moment to tackle his wrist and pressed it against the dining table beside him to seize the knife, then held it in a backhanded grip and held it high in the air. Fighting is fighting, and playing with knives is not being a good boy, so you need to be taught a little lesson to learn your lesson, right? As the words fell, Gu Qingchen's hand holding the knife also fell violently, and the tip of the knife penetrated through the gangster's palm with a forceful force, and together with it, it was nailed to the dining table with a dead weight. Blood flowed down the dining table, and the gangster, also feeling the sharp pain sweeping through his body, let out a vicious word. "Kid, don't be complacent. Brother Blade has a big backer. When we come out of detention for a few days, you'll be dead." Gu Qingchen pulled out his ears with his pinky and was unimpressed. "Is that so? No wonder you're so arrogant in public. You say coincidence. I have a nickname, Yugong, specializing in moving leaning mountains. Kick me. You're kind of kicking an aircraft carrier." After saying that, Gu Qingchen didn't bother to talk to him anymore and turned around to walk to He Chang's side. "How's it going? Is it okay?" He Chang, who was being supported by Zheng Fian, shook his head. It's fine. It's just bleeding a bit. Song Si also stopped the video recording and hurriedly ran to Gu Qingchen's side, unfolding her arms to try to hug him. However, he was met by Gu Qingchen, who stretched out a finger against his forehead and said, "Let's talk about it at home. There's blood all over your body. It's dirty." "Good. So you're not hurt?" Gu Qingchen drew out a piece of toilet paper and wiped the blood on his fist and said, "No, just a few people. One sneak attack. The rest still have no skill at all, fighting like little kids." At that moment, with the faint sound of sirens in the distance, 2 police cars arrived at the scene not long afterward. The 4 officers got out of the car and frowned as they looked at the scene of 4 laying and 1 kneeling. One of the policemen, seeing He Chang, whose head was covered in blood, and Gu Qingchen, whose body was stained with blood, also immediately came over, flashing his police officer's license and asking, "What happened? Did you guys start it?" Gu Qingchen pointed at the 5 people on the ground, and then took the cell phone Song Si handed to her, tapping out the video and saying, "Look for yourself, Uncle Policeman." The remaining 3 cops came over to look at it. After watching the video, the police officer who was the first to ask looked at the punk whose palm was pierced by the knife, then turned to Gu Qingchen. "Even so, this is too much for you. Why are you being so extreme when you have the ability to grab the knife and knock him out?" "Extreme? Uncle Policeman, he's got his knife out. I'm doing this in nothing more than self-defense. It's the only way to minimize the risk." Saying that, Gu Qingchen also pointed at the punk and said, "Look, he doesn't dare to move at all." Old relieved. While they were talking, the ambulance arrived. The policeman sighed and could only direct that all the people be carried up first. He Chang and Zhang Fian also got into one and headed to the hospital. Gu Qingchen took advantage of the police not paying attention and transferred $5,000 to them to see the doctor. After all, he had organized this meal. The police uncle then walked back and said, "All right, all follow us back to the police station to make statements." Then, he said to Gu Qingchen alone, "Your matter is more complicated. It's not good to say that you'll be temporarily detained. Your friends are all fine. You'll be able to go home after you've made your statement." "That's fine then. Thank you, Uncle Policeman." The policeman shook his head. "No thanks, just normal procedure. You, too, went too far with 2 of them, and based on your ability to make judgments, it may have gone beyond self-defense, so prepare yourself." When Song Si heard this, she immediately clutched Gu Qingchen's hand tightly, and Gu Qingchen hurriedly came to his daughter-in-law's ear and comforted. "It's fine. You forgot who our grandfather is? Small problem." After saying that, he smiled harmlessly at the police uncle. "How can I care about this when I fight? You can just do your job." But mentally, he added, "If you can convict me of self-defense, I'll take your last name from now on." Chapter 136, Chen Junjie and Bai Xiaoxiao with rapid progress. In the police station, Gu Qingchen, who had finished making a statement, made a call to Shun Miaoshu. After all, this kind of not too big and not too small things, direct use of the Su family a bit of cannon to hit the mosquito feeling, it is really not necessary. And Song Si and the others came out after a simple statement. On the bench in the hall of the police station, Fan Zaira held Song Si's hand and said, "Won't you come with us to the hotel to rest?" She shook her head. "No, you guys go rest, I'll just wait here for my husband. With Gu Qingchen's background it will be fine, but he definitely won't be able to get out tonight. Just feel free to go to the hotel with us." Anyhow, she was also a rich girl with some insight and knew some general processes. However, seeing Song Si's completely indifferent appearance, Fan Zairu also stopped persuading this stubborn girl and just sighed helplessly. "I really can't do anything about you." After saying that, she turned to John Chen, Bai Xiaoxiao and Li Zirui and said, "I'll transfer the money to you guys, so you can go to the hotel to rest for the night. By the way, send a locator to Yi Chang and Yanzi, and tell them to come straight to you after they've dealt with their injuries, and I'll stay here with CC tonight." Song Si sniffed and hurriedly waved her hand and said, "No need, Zero. You also go to the hotel to rest. I'll just stay at the police station by myself." "It's fine." "That's not good. If Mr. Gu comes out and finds out we didn't take care of you as a pregnant woman, he'll blame us to death." Song Si thought about it. It seemed like there was this possibility, so she didn't refuse. "All right, it's hard for you to accompany me. Small problem." Van Zillow hooked her lips in a smile. Instead, Li Zirui said, "Why don't we stay too?" "No, why are you all staying up all night? We're definitely taking tomorrow off, so you guys just happen to take all the notes in class, and we'll come back and have to transcribe and study," said Fan Zero. "Okay," Li Zirui nodded. "Then we're off. Call us if anything happens." After that, the 3 of them left together, came to an okay hotel. The 3 of them got a room each. Now that their nerves were relaxed, John Chen and Bai Xiaoxiao's drinking strength came back a bit. Li Zirui had a quiet personality and didn't fool around with them, so he was similar to Gu Qingchen, didn't drink much and wasn't drunk. "Come to the door of the corresponding room." "You, Why don't you come to my room first? I'll boil some water for you to drink before you go back to sleep. Bai Xiao seemed uneasy with John Chen and pulled his arm into her room. Before entering the door, she turned back and said, "Is Zirui coming for some water too? I didn't drink much. Thanks for the concern." Li Zirui shook his head. Okay then. With that, the two closed the door. Li Zirui didn't think too much about it. It's quite normal for a girlfriend to worry about her boyfriend, right? Then, too, he opened the door and went into his room, sent a locator to He Chang, and flung himself on the bed to play a game. And inside Bai Xiao's room, she looked around and didn't see the kettle boiling there. Or John Chen unscrewed the room's farmer 3-punch, handed Bai Xiao a bottle and said, "Even if there is, I do not dare to use who knows if it is dry or not clean. So drink it." Okay. Bai Xiao also sat down next to her boyfriend holding a water bottle and took a small sip. Somewhat bored, Chen Junjie immediately found out a youthful campus romance movie and watched it with Bai Xiao. As a little bit of time passes, after a dogged middle course, the ending hero and heroine are also finally together and hugging and kissing each other. At that moment, John Chen and Bai Xiao also blushed at each other. Perhaps it was the effect of alcohol. Both of them slowly approached each other. As the four lips met, John Chen also went up to the head and pressed Bai Xiao down on the sofa. The atmosphere became more and more ambiguous and intense. Plus, by the influence of alcohol, they became more and more difficult to understand. Completely lost their minds into the lust, kissing and getting up towards the bed. Hospital. He Chang has been bandaged. Because the wound was closer to the top of his head, he was now wearing it like a white wrap. The appearance was a bit comical, so that Jing Fian, who was on the side, always wanted to laugh, but did not dare to laugh, and could only cover her mouth to reveal her arched eyebrows. Luckily, the wound wasn't deep and didn't get into any glass shards. It just looked like it was bleeding more than anything else. Alright, let's go. Don't get wet. Just come back in 3 days to change the medicine, the doctor said as he packed up the gauze and medicine. Thank you, doctor. Zhang Fian gave a thank you and held onto He Chang's arm, trying to help him up, but He Chang waved his hand and refused. It's okay, it's just broken, not a concussion, not to help. Shay, who cares to help you? Go, hurry to the police station to find CC and the others. Zhang Fian's face flushed red as she withdrew her hand, but remained close to him. He Chang took out his cell phone and handed it to her. No need. Zirui sent a locator and told us to go to the hotel to find them. Okay. With that, the two walked and talked their way out of the hospital. Second floor of the inpatient unit. Damn. This drinking is really harmful. Why can't I control my lower body? At this time, the knife brother is wrapped in the head, face swollen like a pig's head lying in the hospital bed. Vaguely can see the teeth missing a few. Speak some leakage. So, Dagger, what should we do when we go to the police station tomorrow? Apologize? No way. Brother Blade, I've put out harsh words. How can I apologize in such a stifled manner? The minions had also sobered up and were standing around the bed. One of them still wrapped in his right hand. Apologize for. I still want to lose my face. Don't worry. I'll find someone to go through the relationship. He still have to obediently apologize with us. Hiss this kid down really hard, Blade said with a smug smile, but tugged at the wound. He immediately took out his cell phone and called his brother-in-law, adding all the causes and consequences. On the other end of the phone, a low voice said, I know, college students only, will come with you to the police station tomorrow. And Hu Han, you've been honest with me lately. It's only been about a month since the Xingzi group recruited the downfall of a man of the world. Because of this matter led to now there are many officials are being investigated and supervised. Such a tense period. I want to be because you were caught braid down. Do you think you can still hide your things? Yes, I know brother-in-law. Blade, who had been fierce just a moment ago, was now as well behaved as a child. Put a smart face on me. Mind your minions, and as long as you get through this time safely, I won't be short on pocket money. Yes. Thank you brother-in-law. Brother Blade immediately thanked him excitedly. Every time my brother-in-law says it's a lot, it's definitely over $1 million in pocket money. Chapter 137, Hinaonan and Zhang Neurotics. Police Department. Fan Ziro hugged Song Si's arm and rested on her shoulder, swiping the short video in boredom. Song Si then completely lacked this mind, and had been staring blankly in the direction of the office. At that moment, the door to the police station was pushed open and a man wrapped in a trench coat and wearing slippers, revealing toes with red nail polish and a pair of purple pajama pants. A woman with a sultry face walked in. When Song Si saw her, she immediately stood up and waved her hand. Sister Miaoshu this. Seeing Shin Miaoshu walk over, Fan Ziro also stood up and chimed in. Hello Sister Miaoshu. Well, you're Ci's roommate, aren't you? Thanks for accompanying Cici. Shen Miaoshu smiled politely. It's okay, it's all as it should be. But Song Si, where did she care about small talk? took Shin Miaoshu's hand and shook it. Sister Miaoshu, is Chen Chen okay? Can you come out tonight? I'm not sure yet, but with his grandfather there, or the other party provoking him first, it must be nothing serious. Afterward, Shen Miaoshu added to Fan Ziru, trouble you to stay with Cece for a while longer. I have to go in and see what's going on. Yeah, just got into the office. Shen Miaoshu then saw Gu Qingchen, who was sitting on a chair and was leisurely sucking tea from a paper cup. Gu Chengchen also noticed someone coming in and turned his head to see the strangely dressed Shin Miaoshu. Yo Miaoshu sis is here? What are you wearing? Trench coat, pajama pants and slippers. TSK. Quite. Personality. The corner of Shin Miaoshu's mouth twitched, and she went up and pinched his ear, tugging hard and said, you still have the nerve to say that. On the phone, you came up and said Sister Miaoshu, the matter is urgent. I'm in the police station. Come and save me. What happened? It took me rushing out the door for you to give me a clear explanation of the cause and effect, and you had to start with the time you had the barbecue? Couldn't you just say that someone was drunk and disorderly? Gu Qingchen followed Shin Miaoshu's hand strength and leaned his head over, grimacing as he explained. Hiss gently then I have to make the details of what happened clear. Damn kid, look at me. Ahem. Before Shin Miaoshu could finish her sentence, a police officer walked in from another door and patted the folder in his hand, interrupting. This is a police station. You can't hit people anon. Pinching the ears is even. Shin Miaoshu hurriedly let go of Gu Qingchen's ear and walked up and asked, Officer, I'm the child's family. Is it convenient to ask how you're going to handle this? The policeman opened the folder and handed it to her. See for yourself. The hospital report on the injuries. 4 minor concussions, one of which lost 5 teeth, a penetrating hand wound, and a number of minor injuries, both large and small. The one who lost his teeth lost an incisor and a posterior alveolar tooth, affecting his ability to chew, and was classified as seriously injured. Originally we follow the processes to file a case, but the other side has some relations to stop. However, this young man will have to stay here for a night first. Wait for tomorrow. First trouble a group of people from the hospital over and then said, okay, trouble you officer. Shin Miaoshu said. The officer waved his hand. Say a few more words to the kid. I'll find him a room for the night in a few minutes, so I won't make any arrangements for the holding cell. He knew it was the other guy's fault in this case, and the kid was acting in self-defense, but the law doesn't see it that way. All he can do as a little civilian police officer is try to take care of as much as he can. Thank you very much. Shin Miaoshu politely took out the phone and was ready to move her old man, the savior, but Gu Qingchen suddenly held her wrist and blocked. Wait for Sister Miaoshu first. I want to meet this group of people on my own first tomorrow, and then, you can bring Uncle Shin. Grandpa Shin's entrance. Shin Miaoshu looked at him in disbelief. What are you trying to organize again? Gu Chengchen came to her ear and explained in a whisper. Think about it. If it's a minor injury, then I'm in self-defense. The reason is in me. It's reasonable for them to want to talk to me, but now is a serious injury. Into the defense. Both sides have no reason, and the matter is not big, not small. The other side of the death of provocation to a 15-day detention. I seriously direct a year, but why the other side still have to take the relationship to stop the case? Change to face-to-face? Plus my grandfather has only been off the scene for about a month. The wind hasn't died down yet, and it's pretty tense in the official circles of Mordor right now, isn't it? I don't believe you when you say there's no ghost in it. Sister Miaoshu, what kind of good person can a big official be who can stop the legal process and harbor a gangster? This political achievement delivered to your door. Do you want it or not? Shin Miaoshu gave him a breathless blank look and said indifferently, whatever you want, just don't overplay it. I'll take Cece back to the hotel to rest first. Anyway, there are Su family backing. Gu Qingchen cannot go out a little thing. To really political achievements, she can also go along the way to promote a job. Why not? For now, it was more important to get Cece, the pregnant woman, organized. Then, Shin Miaoshu waved her hand and stepped on her slippers to leave. The officer saw this and also came over and said, come on, I'll take you to rest. Thank you, Uncle Policeman. Gu Qingchen followed while sipping the tea in her hand. In the lobby of the police station, Shin Miaoshu recounted the current situation, and the tawdry maneuvers Gu Qingchen was going to play, plus a good deal of persuasion. Before Song Si, the stubborn girl, was persuaded to leave the police station and brought back home to rest, and Fan Zero was too embarrassed to follow, so she went to the hotel to find her roommate. In the hotel, He Chang and Zhang Fian had just walked up to the front desk when they heard a silver bell-like laughter from behind them. The two of them turned around, and they saw Fan Ziru who had also arrived at the hotel. Zoe, Zhang Fian immediately jogged over and hugged her arm and asked, how is it? Is Gu Qingchen okay? It's okay. Fan Ziru shook her head, but Boss Gu is casting his nets and fishing, so don't mind him. Ha? What do you mean? Zhang Fian said uncertainly. It's okay. Fan Zairu looked at He Chang, who was just one beard away from turning into the image of a farmer and landlord fighting, and changed the topic. You're wrapping this head. It's really, absolute. He Chang was indefensible, rolled his eyes breathlessly, turned around and showed the electronic ID card from his cell phone to the front desk and opened a room. Fan Zairu operates in the same way. Only Zhang Fian calmly took out her ID card from her wallet and handed it to the receptionist. You still carry an ID card with you? Fan Zairu asked with a slight sense of rarity. I was carrying my wallet with me. Okay, and my ID was just along for the ride. Okay, the two joked and laughed their way up the elevator, followed by the silent farmer He Chang, to the 4th floor. Van Zilla went to the room first. Zhang Fian's face flushed red as she poked He Chang, who had just opened the door, and said, "Send me a message if you're not feeling well, okay?" He Chang gave her a strange look. "I just broke a skin. It's fine. Che straight man." Zhang Fian glared at him and muttered as she went into her room. "Nerves," He Chang muttered back, walking into his room and closing the door. Chapter 138, You're using your power over me? Then I'll crush you too. Morning. Gu Qingchen first called Shin Miaoshu before being led by the police to a conference hall. As soon as he entered, he saw a rather svelte-looking man in an executive jacket with glasses and a smiling face, as well as the 5 flamboyant armed men he had violently beaten up last night. "Li, you go out first. I'll talk to this young man alone," the man with glasses said. "District Governor, the policeman hesitated, but walked out. Then, the man pushed his glasses and made a gesture of invitation. "Sit down, young man. I'll introduce myself first. My name is Xiang Song. I'm the mayor of Yangpu District. These 5 are my brother-in-law and his friends. They were really drunk last night. I'm sorry for the trouble they caused you and your friends, but you did hit them a little hard. According to the relevant laws and based on your own ability, you could have grabbed the knife and subdued them, but you had to knock out 5 of their teeth and stab through their palms, causing serious injury, which is already a case of over-defense, and according to the law, you should be sentenced to at least 1 year. But since you're still a college student, I'll let it go, and I can drop this case. How about you apologize to them, pay them a little for their medical bills and moral damages, and we'll forget about it? After all, if the school finds out about this and expels you, and you go to jail, it's too much of a loss." Gu Qingchen crossed his legs and couldn't help but applaud Xiang Song's wonderful speech. This set of statements by District Governor Xiang to avoid the important and use his power to suppress others is perfect. If I were an ordinary college student, I might have really compromised. Well, why don't I talk to someone else? District Chief. Gu Qingchen got up and came to the door, and when he opened it, he saw an elegant old man wearing glasses. "Grandpa Shun, please." Shen Xinghua smiled amiably and patted his shoulder. "No trouble, leave it to me next." And Xiang Song had stood up, respectfully bowed his head and said, "Minister Shen, it's really been a long time, not to mention the Minister of Education he could not afford to mess with. A while ago the Su family went down, or its whole time on behalf of the relationship, can be said to be hitched. It is even more cannot afford to mess with." His heart was about to jump out of his throat, fearing that the other party would investigate him thoroughly, and then he wouldn't be able to hide any secrets. Didn't this brother-in-law of his say that the other party was just an ordinary college student? "I'm going to kill your mom." District Governor Xiang, it has indeed been a long time. What do you think about this today? How can we solve it? Shen Xinghua sat down on the chair, fingers crossed together on the table, a look of unruffled authority. Xiang Song hurriedly said in a nice voice, "It's not a big deal. Naturally it's best if it can be resolved peacefully. It's us who are at fault first. They deserve to be beaten." Then, he immediately slapped Blade and said in a cold voice, "Apologize, all of you together." Brother Knife is not a brainless, immediately pulled his little brother together and bowed. "I'm sorry, we got drunk in a moment. I'm really sorry." Under the tutelage of the official man of the world, he could be said to have learned to be able to stretch and shrink. "What about the medical expenses and moral damages?" Gu Qingchen interjected. Blade immediately pulled out his cell phone and said, "I'll transfer money to you. Is 100,000 okay?" Gu Qingchen smiled faintly. "Yes, make a note of anon, or I won't accept it." Yes. Brother Knife immediately made a note of medical expenses and moral damages and transferred the account to Gu Qingchen. "Alright, this small matter is settled. Xiang District Governor is a busy man, so I won't send him off." Shen Xinghua laughed. "Good, then we'll leave first, Minister Shen." After saying that, Xiang Song didn't dare to stop for a moment and hurriedly led the 5 people out of the police station. Gu Qingchen also transferred the money he got to Yi Chang for 20,000 and the remaining 5 for 16,000 respectively. Also told them that it was the money to compensate for last night's trouble. At ease to accept, then put away the phone. Looked at Shin Xinghua said, "Grandpa Shin, you check it. This Xiang Song is not simple. Definitely a big fish. I will not get involved. First go home to accompany the daughter-in-law. Okay, that little girl is at your sister Mayashu's house. Go pick her up. Good. Thanks for taking care of Grandpa Shin. Because the Ministry of Education's work for the past few years has been carried out in Magic City, Shin Miaoshu is currently living with her parents. And there is nothing wrong with this sound of thanks. Leave the police station. Gu Qingchen first took a taxi back to the front of the barbecue restaurant. The mess from last night has long since been cleaned up. Looking at the owner, who was open for business, he scanned the payment code and transferred $1,000 over, settling the bill for their meal last night and the poke table. This was followed by the sound of the owner's smiling farewell. Gu Chengchen got into his Cullinan and drove towards Shin Miaoshu's house. In the meantime, in the hotel, waking up, Zhan Chen and Bai Xiao glanced at each other, fiercely both turning red and turning their heads away. They didn't break last night, they were just a little bit emotionally hard on themselves with the alcohol going to their heads, so there was no gaslighting or apologizing, just a little bit of overwhelm. I will definitely take responsibility. Zhan Chen suddenly spoke out. Bai Xiao shouted, pluck up courage this time, and gently held his hand, but her voice was like a thin mosquito. You were originally my boyfriend. Let's get up and clean up first. They should call us later. Well, the two then silently wrapped themselves in the same quilt and got out of bed, picking up the clothes on the floor. Then one cowered under the covers and one ran into the bathroom, came to a fairly well-decorated double-story building with a small courtyard. Gu Qingchen parked the car and knocked on the door. Coming. After waiting for a while, a woman with half-white hair slowly opened the door. Long time no see, Grandma Wei. Gu Qingchen greeted. You're early morning, right? Wei grandmother face showed a trace of joy, hurriedly pulled his hand said. Quickly come in. This turn of the eye have grown into a big child. The last time I saw you or in your 6th grade when it. Yes, mainly because you and Grandpa Shen have settled in the Imperial City, and Miaoshu's work is in the Magic City, so there really isn't much of a chance to see her. Now that we've all temporarily settled in Magic City, when you're free in the future, come and see this old lady of mine more often. Grandma Wei's words were not polite. After all, Mordor didn't know many people, and every day, besides nesting in the house, she was just walking and skulking around on her own. No problem. Then you don't mind if I come every day to rub my nose in it? Gu Chengchen also joked back. That can't be. Just come as you are. As soon as Grandma Wei's words fell, a beautiful figure in a JK dress and white silk ran out of the house and jumped into Gu Chengchen's arms, hugging him tightly. Gu Chengchen also favored her with a smile, wrapping one hand around her waist and rubbing her little head with the other. Alright, didn't I say so? Grandpa Su gave me a backing. I'll be fine. I know, but I can't help but worry. Song Si lifted her small face buried in his chest and said in a soft tone, Chapter 139 must be restrained. At least 3 months later, Grandma Wei looked at the loving pair with a smile and said, Xingchen has married a good wife. That's for sure, Grandma Wei. My CC is both virtuous and understanding, gentle and kind, and looks as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. I've really picked up a treasure. Gu Chengchen naturally didn't mince words in praising his daughter-in-law. Song Si also shyly buried her head back into his chest and gently poked his waist with her fingers. By the way, Grandma Wei, where's Sister Miaoshu? Did she go to work? The old man went over. So you'll be fine here. So naturally she didn't take a vacation. Grandma Wei nodded and said, well, then we won't bother you much. We have class this afternoon. Talk about not bothering, since there's a class then wifey I won't keep you guys around. Also, Cici has eaten breakfast. You can't give her any more. In case you hold up the baby in your stomach it won't be good. Grandma Wei admonished. I know. I'll trouble Grandma Wei to take care of my CC. I'll bring CC to visit you and Grandpa at home some other day. Gu Qingchen politely replied back while still holding Song Si's waist toward the door. Good, then the old man and I will be waiting for you at home. With a kind smile, Grandma Wei sent the two to the door and watched them get into the car. Before leaving, Gu Qingchen rolled down the window and said, Grandma Wei, we're leaving. Song Si followed suit and waved her hand sideways. Bye-bye, Grandma. Okay, bye. Grandma Wei immediately waved her hand in response. As the vehicle slowly pulled away, Gu Qingchen rolled the window up, and in the meantime handed his cell phone to Song Si in the passenger seat. There's only one class in the morning. We definitely won't be able to make it. So let's ask the instructor for a leave of absence, and pull another group of people from both of our dorms and tell them to collect all the compensation money. Good. Song Si skillfully unlocked her phone and followed her husband's instructions one by one. The name of the group was simply and crudely named 201 and 502 Dormitory Group. Before Song Si could send a message, a system message came out from the group. Swallow with Flowers changed the name of the group to 4 Flowers Stuck in Cow Dung. Gu Chengchen, please change all the group nicknames to your own name. Swallows and Flowers, okay. Zheng Fian, why do you feel that Bosku is effeminate? Fan Zaire changed the group name to 4 Golden Flowers Reflecting Green Leaves. Fanziru, I think it's CC who's using Bosku's cell phone, right? Gu Qingchen, my husband said for you to take all the money. Indeed. The other side to pay the money. He did not take a dime from his own pocket. John Chen, Roger. Thanks for the gift. Mr. Gu. He Chang changed the name of the group to, the group has been ruled by 201. He Chang, Roger. Thanks for the gift. Mr. Gu. Li Zirui, received. Thanks for the gift. Mr. Gu. Zheng Fian changed the group name to, the beautiful four fairies in them. Zhang Fian, Roger. Thanks for the gift. Boss Gu. Van Zeiler, +1. By Xiao Xiao, thank you Boss Gu. John Chen changed the group name to, Chicken You're Too Beautiful. Zheng Fian changed the group name to, Magic Fairy Castle. Instead of sending messages, the group staged a battle for the group's name. Royal View Mansion. Gu Qingchen carefully helped Song Si out of the car and just opened the door to return home. One by one this little guy came flying over and hugged his leg with a bunch of bites and stumps. Gu Qingchen breathlessly picked up the flesh on the back of its neck and handed it to his daughter-in-law's arms, saying, this little guy also kisses you. And every time he either treats me with love and disdain or gives me a good beating. Song Si scratched its chin with a smile and followed behind her husband to comfort him. No, it's not. Just feed it a few times more and it'll be fine. There's no such thing as a girl who doesn't kiss her father. Don't dare ask for that much. It just needs to not catch me in a beating. As soon as Gu Qingchen's words fell, Feng Ma walked out from the nanny's room. She hurriedly greeted her and said, Xiao Gu, MS. Song, do you need me to prepare the meal? As a qualified babysitter, one does not ask why a man or woman stays out at night. Simply prepare something. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. CC ate, but it can be a little less. Hard work Feng Ma. After Gu Qingchen finished his instructions, he took Song Si upstairs. He had to take a shower and change his clothes. After all, last night's battle was grueling, and even though it was a one-sided crush, it was inevitably stained with blood. Originally, Song Si was going to come in with her, but Gu Qingchen strictly refused. There was no way he could guarantee that his stripped and gorgeous wife would be in front of him and not eat. Song Si, on the other hand, went to the check room with a face full of unhappiness, changed out of her JK suit, and put on an apricot yellow cute style dress and little white socks. By the way, he found out a white body shirt and a black and white gray plaid shirt for Gu Qingchen, as well as a pair of light white jeans. With that, the pregnant teenager put her clothes aside and sat on the edge of the bed facing the bathroom holding her youngest 3 flowers while she jerked off the cat and waited for her husband. Soon, after washing up, Gu Qingchen walked out wearing only his underwear. Fortunately, Song Si was a Gu Qingchen control, not a muscle control. Otherwise she would have been eager to walk up and reach out to touch her own husband's evenly toned muscles. Looking at his daughter-in-law who had already prepared all her clothes, Gu Qingchen first leaned over and took a hard sip of her cheeks, then said while putting on his clothes, so virtuous, I really can't live without you after this. Then don't leave. Won't you just take me with you wherever you go from now on? Song Si put down one by one and got up to straighten the collar of the shirt for Gu Qingchen who was putting on his pants. In the next second, Gu Qingchen, who had fastened his pants string, instantly wrapped his arms around his daughter-in-law's thin waist and picked her up and spun her around in place. Afterwards, he lowered his head to contain those delicate lips and savored them. Song Si also wrapped her arms around his neck, closed her eyes, and took the initiative to stretch over the warmth to cooperate, because Mom Feng has prepared an early lunch, I guess, so the two didn't make out for too long before they parted ways, looking at the eyes with ripples of affection, as well as the small mouth slightly open, showing the lilac tongue exhaling like orchid. Song Si, Gu Qingchen patted her little butt and said in a warm voice, go eat. If we don't go down Feng Ma should suspect that we're declaring adultery in the daytime. At those words, Song Si's already flushed face instantly spread to her white swan neck. Come on then. Fearing Feng Ma's misunderstanding, the young girl hurriedly hugged her own husband's arm and headed downstairs, and Feng Ma, who had already prepared breakfast and stood waiting at the dining table, saw the two of them come down, especially the little pregnant woman whose face she had to focus on still had a reddish tinge to it. Immediately, he walked up and said bluntly, Gu Xiao, Miss Song is only just pregnant. She is absolutely not allowed to do that. At least she has to wait for 3 months to stabilize before she can do it. I don't know how many times this kind of thing had been said in Feng Ma's career, so the avoidance and embarrassment was long gone, but not the couple, at which point embarrassment and shame surfaced on both their faces. I know Mom Vaughn, I'll refrain. After Gu Qingchen finished his assurance, he hurriedly held Song Si's hand and sat on the chair. That would be best. Feng Ma nodded and didn't say anything more. Chapter 140 Zhangzhen, the Goddess of Mercy, Flying Swallow. Time flies, but not that fast. Anyway, a month or so of boredom passed by in such a hurry in the regular routine of class, eating, and sleeping. Today the sky is falling a little rain, but it's a Saturday day with no classes. The living room, Gu Qingchen lay on his side on the sofa, resting on Song Si's bare silky thighs outside her nightgown, listening to the pattering rain while enjoying her long-lost ear-picking service. One by one, on the other hand, was a complete puddle of cat cake, sprawled out on the backrest of the couch, wagging his little tail and napping. Vaughn's mom came from the side and placed the oranges, apples and cantaloupe, cut up on a plate, gently on the coffee table. Song Si stopped the movement of her hands, raised her eyes and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Mrs. Fong, you also sit down and eat. In the face of her hostess's invitation, she still shook her head in a measured way and said, Thank you, Ms. Song, but I won't bother you in Xiaogu. There's still leftovers in the kitchen, so I'll get them myself if I want to eat. Okay. Song Si no longer said more, because in this month or so of getting along, Feng Ma never acted as a light bulb for the two of them, and politely declined every invitation. She was so used to it that she just politely inquired about it every time. Seeing Feng Ma turn around and go back into her room, Song Si was just about to tie up a piece of cantaloupe with a toothpick and feed it to Gu Qingchen when she saw that a thieving hand had already reached over, pinched a cantaloupe and put it in her mouth. She helplessly patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder and pouted. Isn't there a toothpick on there? Why don't you wash your hands and pick it up to eat? It's okay, you're not sick if you don't eat it dry. Gu Chengchen rubbed his cheek against his daughter-in-law's smooth thigh and said without any concern, Really, you're not allowed to move. I'll feed you. Song Si didn't want him to touch the fruit with his dirty hands again, so she began her daily feeding routine, tying up a piece of orange with a toothpick and bringing it to Gu Qingchen's mouth. Gu Chengchen naturally wouldn't refuse and ate it directly into her mouth, but after frowning for a moment, he hurriedly changed his expression to one of surprise and said, Wow, this orange is super tasty. Daughter-in-law, you eat one too. Song Si didn't suspect anything and obediently tied up a piece of orange and ate it into her mouth. A stream of sour, slightly sweet juice flowed over her taste buds, causing her pretty features to crinkle. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Gu Qingchen finally couldn't help but laugh. Song Si adapted to the flavor before pouting and rubbing the cheeks of her hateful husband, who was resting on her lap, and complained in a petulant manner, You're so nasty, no. You eat another one. Saying that, she was just about to feed Gu Qingchen another orange when Gu Qingchen's cell phone rang. He picked it up and realized it was a WeChat group call initiated by John Chen. Answer it. There's already Zhang Fian and He Chang inside. And John Chen's voice came over. Well, everyone should be here, right? Zhang Fian's side said. It's all together. Zoe is by my side. He Chang chimed in. Little Stepford wife is by my side. Gu Qingchen similarly said. My daughter-in-law is above me. Immediately, the five immediately came in unison. Ah. Song Si sniffed and pinched her husband's cheeks, snatched his cell phone and explained in a panic. You guys don't think wrong. He's just resting on my lap. Oh, Che, the five of them said in unison again in disappointment, and Zhang Fian added a meaningless sentence at the end. Song Si, alright, go ahead. What's the sudden call for? It was Gu Qingchen who interrupted. Oh, yeah, I'm going to tell you guys something, so prepare yourselves. Turns out no one has a voice. John Chen was puzzled. Did I lose my internet connection? Why are you all silent? All ears. You tell me. Zhang Fian doesn't know what he's doing, and he can still hear the keyboard. That, Xiaoxi, is also pregnant. Instantly, no one spoke again. Even the sound of keyboards disappeared. A few moments later, Zhang Fian's shocked voice came out at once. What pregnancy? Who's pregnant? I'm asking you who's pregnant. Then, He Chang also came back from his astonishment and asked, Whose is it? Get the out of here. Of course it's Lousy's. John Chen immediately cursed. But, you two haven't even kissed on the mouth. This child can't be a gift from a phone bill, right? Fan Zyro said doubtfully. Well, actually, it's like this. In order not to be labeled as the unwarranted cuckold, Chen Junjie confessed all about how he stayed in a hotel with Bai Xiao more than a month ago because of Gu Qingchen. Chen Gexing, you're a cow. Hiding deep enough. It's been over a month, right? You haven't let the slightest bit of wind out. And one shot into the soul. He Chang burst out. Gu Qingchen also interjected. Zhang Fian is the bull. Right, said whoever pregnant. Really, delivery of the goddess of mercy. Turn back Xiao family. That small temple also do not provide what goddess of mercy directly for you. Accurate prediction of 2 pregnancies. Is this a coincidence? Isn't this the reincarnation of goddess of mercy? In dormitory 502, Zhang Fian also skeptically held her head and muttered. What the hell? Is my mouth really enlightened? My mom didn't tell me about this? Did I really say whoever got pregnant? Saying that, she also slowly turned her head towards Fan Zyru at her side. And in my head, I couldn't help but think, why don't we try again? What are you doing? Fan Zyru looked warily into Zhang Fian's unkind eyes and jerked her head. Zoe, when it was too late. Zheng Fian had just opened her mouth when a slap was slapped directly on her mouth and covered it to death, and the owner of the slap immediately picked up the other hand and kept shaking her head, saying, "No talking, and no thinking either. Forget it all. Do you hear me?" "Ah, I know." Zheng Fian kept nodding her head. Only when Fan Ziru saw this did she let go of her hand, but did not immediately withdraw it, ready to cover this crow's mouth at any time. On the phone, Gu Qingchen asked John Chen, "So what are you going to do? Give birth. What else can I do?" Chen Junji also fell in Gu Qingchen a thought. Anyway, the family has money. It does not matter. Born only. But the next second, his worried voice came, "But mostly, I don't know how to explain to people in my own family." "What else can I explain? Confess from leniency, resist from severity. That's the only way," Gu Qingchen said. Good thing he doesn't have these worries. Laugh at old man who he actively plotted to send up. "Well, I'll let my family know in a bit. Before I talk to Xiao Xiao's family." Gu Qingchen asked again, "Do you need me to make another prenatal and postnatal one-stop arrangement for you? Try to make your family Xiao Xiao give birth without hurting her body. Having a baby at 18 does hurt quite a bit, mostly related to physical development. But the rich and powerful can minimize these injuries with a good diet, plus nutritional aids, and advanced medical treatments and postpartum conditioning." Right now Song Si was receiving healthy dietary combinations and various nutritional supplements from Fengma on a daily basis. One can only say that the life of the heavenly court is not for mortals to pry into, while John Chen refused. "That's not necessary, is it? My Xiao Xiao is 20 years old, she'll be 21 soon. It's not a low birth age, right?" "Ha!" The five were again and again in unison. "I didn't realize until I looked at the checklist and ID today that Xiao Xiao is an 03. That is, she has a younger birthday, mid-December. She said it was because her family was poor and paid for her schooling a little late. Here I am still inexplicably in a sibling relationship. I'm holding a gold brick," John Chen explained helplessly. He didn't care that much about age. Though, after all, what kind of era is this? Sisters can love people, and sibling love is the most fragrant, right? Chapter 141 Imported Cantaloupes. "Ha, then I mustn't call sister Xiao Xiao." Zheng Fian always felt a slight twinge. It's like when you have a real sister that you grew up watching, and suddenly one day your mom comes up to you and tells you that she made a mistake before, and that from now on you're going to call your sister sis is the same feeling. Gu Chengchen also picked up. "Not just you. To call us all, we'd have to call it good, right? Question: what is it like to be a petite, baby-faced, soft little girl who is a bit of an introvert, but the oldest of all? It's actually okay, just a bit of surprise and novelty, but it's absolutely impossible to manage to open her mouth and call her sister." He Chang didn't care about any sister or not, but asked, "Where are you now?" Zheng Fian also interjected, "And Xiao Xiao, is she by your side?" Chen Junjie said back, "The hospital is chanting. Then why is it so quiet around you? Then why isn't she talking?" John Chen. Again he answered one by one, "Because I'm in the safe passage. This is the 4th floor. Not many people come. Xiao Xiao is just too embarrassed to talk." "Oh, times 2. Gu Chengchen immediately laughed and teased, "Chang Zi and Zi, the two of you are really a natural pair. This tacit understanding, absolute." As the words fell, a piece of apple was fed as well. Chen Junji also said, "Okay, I just talked to you guys. Looking for ideas, confide in a little. Nothing, I hung up first, have to hurry to my old man to a phone call. Discuss what to do. I'll tell you more about it tomorrow or during class." Gu Qingchen, "Good luck with that." Heejin, "Good luck to you." Zhang Fian, luck?" John Chen. With the group call hanging up, Gu Chengchen subconsciously reached out to take a piece of cantaloupe, but was slapped lightly on the back of her hand by Song Si. "No hands have said either take a toothpick or I'll feed you." Well. What can he do? He's helpless. He can only listen to his daughter-in-law and wait with his mouth open. Soon, those slender fingers were pinching the toothpick and bringing the sweet cantaloupe on top into their mouths. But coincidentally, the doorbell followed at that moment. Gu Qingchen hurriedly chewed the fruit in her mouth and got up to open the door. "Hello, Mr. Gu, tale number 7349, right? Your rattan chair has arrived. Do you need me to help you carry it in?" The raincoat-clad delivery man patted the oversized box beside him and pulled out his cell phone to look at the information on it and verify it. "No need, I'll do it on my own." Gu Chengchen waved her hand and refused. "I'll leave you to it then. Goodbye." He watched the staff drive away in the van before pulling the box into his home. It just looked big, but it wasn't really very heavy, and he could lift it all by himself. Song Si stuffed herself with a piece of apple, got up and straightened her nightgown, and walked over curiously. She looked at the box, which was almost as tall as she was, and cocked her head, asking, "What did you buy?" Gu Qingchen brought the telescopic knife. While opening the box, while returning, hanging double rattan chair, A moment assembled and put in the small courtyard. Nothing to do can be nestled in the sun on it. It's also decorative. Otherwise the whole yard would just be a bare pool. How ugly. And I also had the property deliver some flowers and plants, which are boring anyway. So we'll take our time transplanting them ourselves when the time comes. Oh good. Song Si sniffed but came to be a little interested. After all, which girl does not like flowers? After watching Gu Qingchen take out the dark green, rattan chair that resembled a large oval, the young girl leaned over with curiosity to look inside. Gu Qingchen pinched his daughter-in-law's soft face, smiled dotingly, and pointed to the blankets and pillows inside that hadn't been unpacked, saying, "Lay out the cotton blankets, so you can try lying in them first." Ooh-hoo. Song Si immediately unpacked the blanket and laid it out, followed by himself also drilled into lying down. Then the marshmallow-like pillow in his arms, the whole body relaxes and said, "Wow, so soft, so nested up, as if it is indeed quite comfortable, right? When you get a little bigger, you'll just lie on it every day and wiggle around in the sun. How nice." Gu Chengchen said with his mouth full while his hand picked up the cross-change pick given by the merchant and assembled the support frame shaped like a tree branch. Even one by one, the little guy stretched out and jumped down from the backrest of the sofa, walking over to join in the fun with his enchanting little cat steps. It sniffed around at the wicker chair, then gracefully stood up and sharpened its claws. This then triggered a male roar. "I'm going, one by one, my new wicker chair." The little guy was so scared that he directly slipped into the rattan chair and lay on Song Si's stomach. Gu Qingcheng, on the other hand, came forward and touched the place where one by one had scratched. Luckily, the rubber was pretty stiff and didn't break. Then he reached out and poked the cat's head on his daughter-in-law's stomach and reprimanded. "No more claw grinding outside of the cat scratching board." However, Kanzuya indifferently stated, "Can't understand what you're talking about at all." About 10 minutes or so, Gu Chengchen assembled the support frame and hung the rattan chair with 5 chains to suspend it. Since it was still drizzling outside, he simply moved the rattan chair to the sliding door that led to the small courtyard, and dug in to test the weight-bearing, stability, and comfort. After a bouncing and shaking session that was fine, Gu Qingchen was relieved and waved at his daughter-in-law. "Si, come here." Song Si obediently walked over after eating a piece of cantaloupe. After gently wrapping her waist and carrying her into the rattan chair, Gu Chengchen directly kissed the watery red lips and plundered all of the imported cantaloupe that his daughter-in-law hadn't finished in her mouth into his own. The ambiguous atmosphere of love and confusion had only just risen when it was interrupted by the sudden bombardment of messages. Gu Qingchen released Song Si's lips and helplessly pulled out his cell phone, seeing that it was a Weibo message from Lu Xingzhe. "This stupid asterisk, old Gu, you have to save me. Lu Xingzhe, my cell phone is scrapped. All my money is buying a new one. Woohoo/JPG. Lu Xingzhe, hurry up and lend me 1,000. Help me out in the jungle. Lao Gu. Lu Xingzhe, or else I'll have to eat dirt for the next half a month." Gu Qingchen, transferring -1,000. Gu Qingchen, how can a good one be scrapped? Did you fall and break it? Or crushed by a car? Lu Xingzhe, neither of them. Lu Xingzhe received your transfer. Lu Xingzhe, last time I went to Weihai, I let the seawater soak it. As a result, today how can not turn on the machine? I go to repair only to realize that the parts let seawater corrosion. Repair money is comparable to a new phone. Simply buy a new. Lu Xingzhe, a great favor is not appreciated. I'll pay you back right away when my father's living expenses call next month. Gu Qingchen, whatever. Gu Chengchen, lol. Lu Xingzhe, turning his head. Gu Qingchen put down his cell phone and gloated as he shared it with his daughter-in-law. However, Song Si grabbed his hair and brought her little face up, kissing his lips again to initiate the request. Obviously, she's not interested. Chapter 142, Planting Flowers. Outside, the rain is gradually getting lighter, but you could still hear the patter of rain falling down the eaves. Gu Qingchen closed his eyes and tightly wrapped his arm around the corner of his daughter-in-law's shoulder, pressing his cheek against her bare forehead and swaying slightly, causing the rattan chair to gently swing up. Song Si, on the other hand, snuggled into his arms, the tip of her upturned nose buried in his neck, inhaling and sniffing the refreshing, yet reassuring smell of her husband's body. Suddenly, one by one also leapt onto the rattan chair in one go, wanting to nestle on Song Si's stomach, but as a result, before stepping steadily, he was lifted up by Gu Qingchen carrying the flesh on the back of his neck and said, "Don't disturb our two-person world, little light bulb." With that, he dropped it. Meow. With a few disgruntled barks at the wicker chair, the little guy wagged the tip of his tail upright a few times and climbed the stairs, section by section, back upstairs. Song Si laughed and used her lotus root bud-like toes to gently tickle Gu Qingchen's thighs. Her voice glutinous, "Why are you rushing one? It's just a cat. It doesn't understand anything. It's just that it gets in the way too much." Gu Qingchen slightly sideways, tightened her slender waist into a face-to-face tightly together embrace, smiled and kissed on the delicate cherry lips, a touch that is divided. "Look, if a one in, I do not still have to give it thrown down? Songsi pretty face gave birth to a red halo. Bright eyes gazed at him. His head had already forgotten one by one, and unconsciously took the initiative to come forward to hold his lower lip and sucked on it. Gu Qingchen had just turned passivity into initiative when she heard the doorbell ring again. How come it's always such a coincidence? He had to let go of Song-si and wiped her lips saying, "Go down. It should be the flower delivery coming over." Good. She first slowly explored a pair of white and red lotus feet, and then moved a little bit to the edge of the rattan chair, put on her slippers on the floor, got up and straightened the hem of her skirt, and walked over to the sofa and sat down. Gu Qingchen was a bit sharper, jumping straight out of the wicker chair, putting on her shoes and walking to open the door to the property. "Mr. Gu, the flowers you ordered have been delivered. Do you really not need our professionals to transplant them for you?" "No need, we'll just grow our own." Gu Qingchen refused. After all, his goal was to enjoy the process, not whether the flowers would transplant well. "Well, why don't we help you carry the flowers in then? Please, just put it in the foyer." With 9 large boxes of flowers and plants, as well as small shovels, hose, and gloves, all of these tools were brought in and put away before the property took its leave. Song-si saw that everyone had left, and also came to the entrance hall, dazzled by the foam box of flowers, colorful flowers. Gu Qingchen squatted down to pick up one of the flowers, and was relieved to see that the base was wrapped in a paper cup-sized black soft plastic pot, and that it was easy to take down. Otherwise, let alone transplanting them, it would be a pain to plow them out one by one first. He looked at his daughter-in-law beside him, got up and patted her little butt and said, "Let's go. Let's go upstairs and change our clothes and plant all these flowers in the yard." "Good." Song-si happily took Gu Qingchen's arm and bounced toward the stairs. Still, Gu Qingchen held her down and coaxed gently. "Be honest, our child is still young and can't stand the excitement of a roller coaster." "Oh right." Song-si also remembered that she was still pregnant, and immediately held her stomach and changed her jumping to walking. Gu Qingchen helplessly nudged her nose, causing the young girl to spread a smile. Not much longer. Simply changing into a t-shirt and pants, the two walked downstairs arm in arm, Song-si's head, but also wearing a sunscreen straw hat with fake flowers. At first glance there is really a little bit of a little florist feeling. Gu Qingchen carried up a box and came to the small courtyard with her. At this point, the rain had basically stopped, with just a smattering of rain falling out of the way. Putting the gloves on Song-si, he leaned over and rubbed the tip of her nose with the tip of his nose, admonishing, "Move smaller and slower. Got it, little pregnant woman?" "Aha, I know." When the words fell, the young girl beamed and kissed Gu Qingchen's lips. Then she squatted down and picked up the small shovel on the ground and dug a hole. After Gu Qingchen favored her with a glance, he also walked to the entrance hall, ready to carry all the remaining flowers over. When he finished his work and came to Song-si's side, she had already laid out the layout of a small piece of land and dug quite a few holes. "How are you going to grow this?" Gu Qingchen leaned on his knees and looked at his daughter-in-law and asked. And Song-si also stood up at the words, wiped the fine sweat on her face with the back of her hand, not feeling the dirt rubbing off on her, pointing to her plan and introducing it. "When the time comes, put the rattan chairs diagonally in the middle, and then leave a small aisle, and plant flowers in different color intervals on both sides and all around. And then, plant the rest of the denser flowers on the other side so that you can nestle in a wicker chair and enjoy the flowers later." "Okay, I get it. I'll leave the rattan chair side to you, the little flower cat, and leave the flower appreciation side to me." Gu Qingchen nodded with a smile. Song-si, however, tilted her head to look at him and said, "What kitten?" Gu Qingchen wiped her face with her finger, and the result was even more flowery. He stifled a laugh and showed her the dirt on his fingers. "Look, the dirt is rubbing off on your face. Not a kitten." "Ah." Song-si seemed to have forgotten that she was still wearing gloves, and directly raised her hand and wiped it up. "And then, the kitten has become a big kitten. Put, ha ha." Gu Qingchen finally couldn't hold back her laughter and said, "I finally know what it means to be stupid for 3 years when you're pregnant." Poof. Song-si dissatisfiedly pouted her small mouth and directly threw down the shovel, taking advantage of his lack of preparedness. She also stretched out both hands to cup his cheeks and wipe them. "LOL, you've become a kitten too." The young girl smiled happily again as she looked at the obvious mud slap marks on her husband's face. Gu Qingchen is also happy to accompany his daughter-in-law to play around. Directly squat down and pinch up a handful of dirt to dirty his hands, smiling and looking at her. "Good hubby, please forgive me." Song-si immediately turned around and ran, but before she could run a few steps, she saw Feng Ma standing at the entrance of the courtyard, her face pale as she looked at Gu Qingchen and said, "Gu Xiao, Miss Song is still pregnant. The little girl doesn't know any better. You should know better and try not to fool around." "Ahem." Gu Qingchen stopped awkwardly and scratched his cheeks. "Okay, I know." Even though he was the master, Feng Ma really couldn't refute this statement. Song Si also walked up and tugged on her coat corner in a petulant manner, escorting her husband. "Feng Ma, it was me who fooled around first, I was wrong. There's no need to apologize, Miss Song. I'm just doing my job to advise. Go wash your face. It's time to drink your nourishment later." "Ah, can you not drink it?" Song Si was actually quite reluctant to drink that stuff. The flavor was really average. "For the sake of your health." "No, come with me. The flowers will be planted later." Feng Ma refused without mercy. "Oh." Song Si pitifully looked at Gu Qingchen, but got a shrug of the shoulders. Of the other side of the love cannot be helped. Chapter 143, Wedding Overtaking. Song Si pinched her nose, her brow lightly furrowed as she drank down the paste made from the various nutrients. Then rather adorably, he spat out his little tongue, pulling Gu Qingchen's finger aside and retracing his steps towards the courtyard. This time she didn't even wear gloves. She just squatted down and picked up a small shovel and started digging a hole. "Watch yourself, Anon. I'm going to plow the other side." Gu Qingchen removed the straw hat hanging around his neck and fastened it on his daughter-in-law's head. Song Si straightened her hat and said without looking back, "I know." Gu Qingchen silently gazed at her back, which was getting more and more plump due to her recent nutritious diet, for a while, and also turned around and went to her own area to dig a pit. It's been a while of work. After the two had basically dug all the holes from the foam box containing the flowers, Gu Qingchen picked more than 10 flowers that he didn't know what variety they were, but they were quite pretty, and came to Song Si's side. The young girl has never touched a flower, and she can't even say it, but as long as it looks good, smells good. Song Si first brought the stamens to her nose and smelled them before carefully planting them on both sides of the path that had been purposely left open. The circle around the rattan chair. It does not care whether it looks good or not, as long as the color distinction. Every 2 plants of the same color in the middle of the flowers. Plant 1 or 2 other colors of flowers can be. It's much easier to plant a garden than to dig a hole. In just 10 minutes or so, with the combined efforts of the 2 men, they finished planting all of them. Afterwards, Gu Qingchen moved the rattan chair out and placed it right in the middle of the wreath and looked at the effect. At first glance, it did have a fairy tale aesthetic feel to it, which he did think was not bad, but Song Si always felt a little empty. Directly pulling Gu Qingchen close to the rattan chair around the redigging pit, and plundered the flowers that should have been planted in the flower viewing area. Planted in. Another busy day. Looking at the dense flowers surrounding the rattan chair, Song Si wrapped her arms around Gu Qingchen's arm in satisfaction and happily rubbed her face against his shoulder. However, one only has to look behind them to see that there are only 6 lone flowers in the originally planned flower viewing area, 3 of which are still one color. Of course, none of this is the most important. The most important thing is that those pits before, Gu Qingchen dug them all for nothing. It's not really a total waste of digging, as long as I get the property to buy some more flowers to plant tomorrow. But the problem was that Song Si had kindly filled all the pits back in again for the sake of overall aesthetics. Why do you think Gu Qingchen didn't stop it? Because he didn't react until after he had filled in all those holes. It seems this pregnancy is still a contagious disease. 2 p.m. Feng Ma deliberately moved lunch back 2 hours so as not to disturb the 2 of them planting flowers. The 2 of them briefly washed up, went to the table and sat down to eat Feng Ma's brand of maternity meal. Gu Qingchen played with his cell phone and searched online for a raincloth to cover the rain, and when the time came, he draped it directly over the rattan chair, so that the rain wouldn't soak all the cotton blankets and pillows inside. Song Si, on the other hand, held the dishes as usual and brought them to her husband's mouth, starting the habitual feeding job. Feng Ma, who was on the side, had become accustomed to seeing this scene. After all, when she was washing her clothes before, Song Si had a death grip on Gu Qingchen's underwear and insisted on washing it herself. She couldn't be persuaded by herself. In contrast, this is just a feeding. It's all a minor issue. Just in my heart, I can't help but sigh every time. Rich people play really flowery. Thanks to Gu Qingchen not being able to hear Feng Ma's heart, or else she would have definitely cried out in injustice. This show you beat Huanggai, a willingness to fight, a willingness to be beaten. How to play the flowers. After eating and drinking, Song Si was fed some more vitamins, fish oil and other health supplements by Feng Ma. It was only then that the 2 returned to the rattan chairs in the small courtyard and enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Feel the warmth of the sun after the rain, and the scent of flowers in the fresh air. Song Si narrowed her eyes and hooked her lips as she sat on the edge of the rattan chair, gently rocking her 2 slender legs and cute white little feet. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, was leisurely nestled in a rattan chair, his head resting on a cushion, lazily brushing his cell phone. Perhaps because she was tired of sitting, Song Si lay down directly on her back and smashed into Gu Qingchen's body. Looking at his daughter-in-law who was resting on his chest, Gu Qingchen helplessly ruffled her bangs and put his hand on her bare forehead and said, "Be gentle. What if it hurts? The cushion is so soft, and you're holding on to it, so how can I get hurt?" Saying that, Song Si even moved upwards and squeezed into Gu Qingchen's arms. Then, wrapping her arms around his neck, she pressed another beautiful leg against his stomach, hugging him like a large doll. That soft bouncy face, even more so, clung to his cheek as if it had been glued with 502 glue. Gu Qingchen took it for granted and put one hand naturally on her waist and femur, while the other hand held his cell phone and swiped up a short video with her. However, before you can watch much longer, the 8-person dormitory WeChat group called again with a group phone call. When Gu Qingchen connected, He Chang was already inside, while Zhang Fian came in right behind him, bringing with him the sound of a crackling keyboard. What again? I'm playing a game here? Zhang Fian's voice was slurred and she seemed to be eating something in her mouth. Chen Junjie voiced out, there's a result for me and Xiao Xiao. Ha, just a couple hours? That fast? He Chang was surprised. Gu Qingchen asked immediately afterward, how so? John Chen hesitated and said, Xiao Xiao and I are getting married. I don't know how many times the room has gone silent, and I don't know how many times the 5 have said in unison. Ha! Song Si was also surprised for a moment, but more than that, she was looking forward to it. If they could get married, wouldn't it be okay for her too? Xiao Xiao is old enough, but you're not, are you? How can you get married? Gu Qingchen asked again. Chen Junjie explained, not a license, is simply to do a wedding. Xiao Xiao family village has customs, quite taboo before marriage, the birth of a child. So, my dad discussed with Xiao Xiao's family to have a simple wedding in the village first to finalize the relationship and not let the village pick a fight and gossip. That's understandable, but did your conversation go so well? He Chang asked. Chen Junjie smiled bitterly and said, Xiao Xiao's family is okay. The village at the age of 14, 5 years old to hold a wedding banquet is quite a lot. His family did not feel anything, but my dad gave me a good scolding. Luckily, Xiao Xiao's family came out to speak up for me, or else my dad really would have flown over and drawn the 7 wolves to reteach me how to be a man. That's also divine speed. Gu Qingchen sighed. He and Song Si actually let the later give the backlash by having the wedding first. Life is so unpredictable. It's like a big bowel movement. Chapter 144, a young girl who is satisfied even unilaterally. When are you going to have the wedding? He Chang asked. Jun Chen thought about it and returned, listening to Xiao Xiao's family. It seems like it's within this week, right? We'll just directly take a few days off when the time comes. Zhang Fian was puzzled. Why are you in such a hurry? While Xiao Zhao's stomach is still up, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. In just one day, John Chen was already in a bit of a trance. First the baby and then the wedding. It's like a dream. Then are we still going to your wedding? Gu Qingchen asked. Chen Junjie refused. Do not it. I do not think it will do a big. Just according to custom. Give the village an account of it. When the time to record a video for you. You guys can come back when I go back to Chuanyu for my big wedding. Then, he asked Gu Qingchen. Old 4, when are you and CE planning to have a wedding? Gu Chengchen sniffed and Song Ce glanced at each other and said, anytime is fine. CC doesn't have any relatives, and our family knows all about our situation, so wanting to do it is just a matter of words. Ha, CC is an orphan? Fan Xiru asked in surprise. She had always thought that if Song Ce was so pretty, her family must not be simple either, or else how could she climb up to Mr. Gu? As a result, she seems to be a Cinderella, right? But, how could a family group as big as the Gu group agree to a woman with no background into the Gu family? Zhang Fian closed her just open mouth and poked the itchy flesh around Fan Xiru's waist in dissatisfaction. Xiru, why are you robbing me of my words? Geez, stop it. Haha, watch this. Taking advantage of the 2 women during the scuffle, Gu Chengchen thought about it. It seems that they really did not mention Song Si's life, so he did not intend to explain. Will be all as if she was an orphan. So yeah, we want to have a pretty simple wedding. There's no rush. Alright, then you can treat CE well. Don't be a scum anon. He Chang admonished. That's right, this is true if you slag her off. He Chang also said. Well, don't worry, it's all about having children. So she's not an orphan. Gu Chengchen assured in obedience, and at the same time, dropped a kiss on his daughter-in-law's cheek. What else could he say? That C was abused as a child by her scummy father and then he personally sent his old man to heaven? It's not necessary. A well-intentioned lie like that is fine. CC, I'll cover you from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll kick his ass. Zhang Fian proudly patted his big thunder assuringly. Good, thanks Swallow. Regardless of whether she could fight or not. But this thought, Song Si still had to open her mouth and thank her. Still, Gu Qingchen deliberately teased Zhang Fian. What if I bully CC? The next second, the voice end went silent. Ha ha ha. He Chang immediately scoffed. Zhang Fian immediately retaliated. You're laughing your ass off. Gu Qingchen bullied CC. Is that something I can control? Mustn't be handed over to condoms. The silence was deafening. Song Si, who had heard the words, all but shyly buried her head into the nest of her own husband's neck. In the dormitory, Fan Ziru gave Zhang Fian a thumbs up and said, Yanzi, the way you drove this car, it really caught us off guard. He Chang also said, I thought that you were afraid of Lao Si's force, but it turned out that you thought wrongly. It's worthy of being the goddess of mercy. Everything is not ionized. Admire, admire, admire. As soon as his words left his mouth, Zhang Fian exited the voice. Come on, run away in shame for one. Let's all disperse. CC and I will also rest and go. Gu Qingchen said. He Chang, okay, I'm going to play a game with little petite wife as well. John Chen, bye. As the group chat hangs up, Gu Qingchen patted his daughter-in-law's little butt and said, alright, it's already hung up. Take your head out. But Song Si raised her hand and grabbed it downward. Her soft lips slowly went up along his neck, spitting hot air at his ear. Husband, you're all like this, want it or not? No, I'm okay, just a normal reaction. Let's go. Upstairs, Gu Qingchen didn't give Song Si a chance to refuse at all, hugging her and scooting her outside the rattan chair. Well, seeing that he had acted, Song Si could only mutter in a lost voice and immediately listen to her husband's words as she got off the rattan chair first and put on her slippers. Only when Gu Qingchen also put on his slippers and came down did she come forward and tightly wrapped her arms around him, her softness intentionally rubbing against him as they walked towards the house together. In fact, because of the psychology of it, even if she serves it one-sidedly, she can still get some satisfaction out of it. But Gu Qingchen didn't believe me. Come upstairs. Gu Qingchen played Tarkov for a long time to divert his attention from the Halloween zombie event a while back, and Song Si moved the makeup chair to sit aside, jerking his legs to turn his belly, comfortable snoring one by one. There was also a freshly opened bag of chips on the tabletop in front of her. Gu Qingchen got up and loaded while saying, just one bag of on. Feng Ma doesn't let you eat snacks. I'll get scolded again if she finds out. This is what puzzles him. Obviously the one who steals food is his daughter-in-law, but as a result, he is the one who gets scolded. It's okay, Feng's mom found out. I'll just say you ate it. Saying that, Song Si even pinched up a chip and handed it to Gu Qingchen's mouth to bribe him. Gu Qingchen, who accepted the bribe, still went back on his word and said, that won't do. Just one bag, and no other snacks are allowed. I've already indulged you. Poof. Song Si gave a petulant grunt, got up, threw one by one out of the room and closed the door, and walked into the bathroom not knowing what she was doing. But a few moments later, she walked out of the bathroom with a small leather band in her mouth and her hands gathered her hair up in a ponytail. Then, suddenly kneeling down again, he leaned over and crawled into the bottom of the table, sitting sideways on Gu Qingchen's feet. And Gu Qingchen, who was in the middle of a battle with someone else in the building, no longer had time to care about his daughter-in-law's operation. In the next instant, his already taut nerves tightened much more. Hiss! He pulled out a grenade and dunked one towards the room. As a result, the man directly chose to shift places and run away, and Gu Qingchen hurriedly chased after him. And so, chasing and stopping and fighting, the two froze and ran back and forth between the first and third floors, neither one leaving the main building first. It remained a stalemate until the game was minutes away from ending. In the end, naturally, no one went out and they were all lost. Gu Qingchen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and touched his daughter-in-law's small head, watching happily licking her lips and walking towards the bathroom the gorgeous figure. Gu Qingchen didn't know whether to be helpless or happy. Chapter 145, The Little Girl Who Stole Food. The Naughty Little Cat Spirit. The following morning, the weather is still a little cloudy, but it's not raining again like yesterday, and Gu Qingchen, who had just woken up and was still a little hazy in his consciousness, felt that the warm and delicate body in his arms had disappeared, and there was a clattering sound coming from him, so he immediately came to his senses, and raised his head to look in the direction where the sound had come from, only to see that a little hamster wearing a nightgown and with her hair down, was squatting in front of the snack shelf, watching a TV show on her cell phone while shaking her head and stealing snacks. She also had a few empty snack bags scattered around her, so she didn't look like she'd been eating a lot. Gu Qingchen didn't wear shoes, quietly got out of bed and came behind his daughter-in-law, directly reaching out and pinching the chips she was holding in her hand to pick them up. Ah, well, Song Si was first startled for a moment, but knowing that there was no one else in the house except her husband, she immediately understood. Then deflating her small mouth, revealing a somewhat small pitiful expression, she turned her head to curry favor and said, "Hubby morning." "Good morning." Gu Qingchen helplessly poked her forehead. "You can steal food if you want. In such a big crowd, I'm not blind or deaf. You're not Feng's mom. I know it's okay to be found out. And, I can't go to the bathroom to eat, right?" Song Si held his palm with her oily little hand, her voice soft and a bit pampered. "Feng Ma has a reason for not letting you eat more, so restrain yourself, or I'll turn my back on my daughter-in-law and spank you too." Who knew that the little daughter-in-law instantly turned around and said with a slight pout on her butt, "So, then, if you've beaten me, Does that mean you can let me have as many snacks as I want? Gu Qingchen nonchalantly patted and pinched her, then pinched her red cheeks and gently pulled. You've learned from Nini, haven't you? Then I'll talk to Feng Ma. I'll let me. And incidentally, she'll have to talk about me. And you know you care about me as a child's father? Gu Qingchen directly picked up his daughter-in-law in a princess embrace and sat down on a gaming chair to the side, letting her nestle in his arms, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and said, your little greasy hands pay attention to certain Anan. Don't rub against my pajamas. Also, you're not a glutton for punishment, are you? Why are you suddenly so disobedient? Song Si obediently put her little oily hands on her stomach, rubbing her glossy forehead against his chin and said, I don't know, it's just that I suddenly want to eat. I kind of can't control myself. Should we ask Feng Ma? Gu Qingchen asked worriedly. Ha? Song Si was adorably startled for a moment, pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment, murmuring, Then just say that I can't help myself from wanting to snack. But don't say that I've already eaten. Good. He doesn't know anything about this kind of thing, so it's better to ask a professional and rush to the hospital if something is wrong. Then, Gu Qingchen picked her up again and was just about to head towards the bathroom when the door to the room was gently knocked on. Gu Xiao, I have something to tell you. Is it convenient to come out for a moment? Feng Ma's voice came from outside. Gu Qingchen had to put daughter-in-law down from her arms, patted her back and said, Go wash your hands yourself. Oh. Song Si obediently went to the bathroom by herself. Gu Qingchen also opened the bedroom door and said, What's wrong? Feng Ma? Gu Xiao, why don't you go downstairs and take a look? But be prepared. What? Gu Chengchen listened to the clouds and immediately followed Feng Ma downstairs. As a result, what came into view was a house full of cat footprints, not to mention those on the floor that can't be counted. Even the sofa, coffee table, carpet, dining room table and the kitchen have not been spared, and even the wall has a few sporadic. Oh. And a green plant next to the TV wall fell over and spilled the soil from the pot all over the place. But compared to this scene, it's harmless. This scene, looking at Gu Qingchen's forehead was bruising. Afterward, Song Si slipped down the stairs as well, looking at the scene of the wreckage. Her small mouth slightly opened, and she held her own husband's arm in doubt. This is a burglar? Yeah, got in a little cat thief. Gu Qingchen looked sideways at Feng Ma and gritted her teeth. Feng Ma, where's he? Feng Ma smiled helplessly and pointed to the bathroom on the first floor. I locked it inside. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchen immediately walked towards the bathroom, opened the door. Boy, a kitten, covered in dirt except for its back and half of its head, which was clean, was sitting on the sink, picking at the faucet. Gu Qingchen immediately walked up with a gloomy face, pinched the back of its neck and lifted it up, saying, one by one, Did you have a good time last night? Meow. Looking at this troublemaker with his tail between his legs, his anger suddenly turned into helplessness. Yeah, what can we do? What does a cat know? When it's angry, it's only angry for a little while. If you have your own cat, you have to spoil it even in tears. If only it were a dog, it would be more resistant and could be beaten up. Hey, Gu Qingchen sighed long and hard. Forget it, I'll go upstairs and wash it. You can't just let one out into the wild in the future. Wait until it grows up a little. Walking to the door, he turned his head to Feng Ma again and instructed, Feng Ma, why don't you call the property to come over this afternoon to do a big cleanup, so you don't have to clean it up yourself. Good. After saying that, Gu Qingchen carried the little mud cat upstairs. After all, its pet body wash and stuff were upstairs. Song Si, on the other hand, went to take a look around the yard, and just happened to find a waterlogged mud puddle by the wall. Understanding how one by one was covered in mud, it's a good thing all the flowers she planted are still in good shape and not scourged by that little guy. Upstairs, Song Si was holding a hairdryer, blowing the hair of the freshly bathed one by one on the cat climbing frame. It wasn't afraid at all, and it just plopped down into the shape of a pie, enjoying its mistress's serving. Gu Qingchen finished cleaning up the bathroom and walked out as well. First, he filled the automatic feeder and water feeder with food and water before walking behind his daughter-in-law and taking her into his arms, incidentally tugging at one by one's little ears, saying, from now on, just keep it inside, especially if it's raining, and never let it downstairs. Song Si sidled up and dropped a kiss on his cheek. It's okay, it'll be fine when EE grows up a bit. Besides, just keep the yard door closed. It's not like it's going to open the sliding door. Also, but for the near future, it'll stay honestly inside for insurance purposes. Saying that, Gu Qingchen even patted one by one's little head. Soon, the two men who had finished blow-drying the cat closed the door behind them and walked downstairs, looking at Feng Ma, who had already cleaned up the floor, the tabletop and the cat footprints in the kitchen and was cooking. Gu Qingchen led Song Si to her side and said helplessly, Feng Ma, didn't I say it would be fine to clean up for the property? Feng Ma said indifferently, it's fine, it's just what I can do. It's just that I can't clean the sofa, so I'll have to ask the property owner to specialize in cleaning it up. Okay. Gu Qingchen didn't pay much attention to it and asked again. I also wanted to ask you. Cece always wants to snack and can't control herself. Is this normal? Feng Ma raised her eyebrows and looked back at Song Ce, smiling. Cece is stealing snacks? Upon hearing this, the young girl immediately turned red and hid behind Gu Qingchen, revealing her small eyes as she looked at her sheepishly. Gu Qingchen dotingly looked at his daughter-in-law behind him and replied, yes, I knew I couldn't hide it from Feng Ma, but I still need to ask you about this. Otherwise I don't feel at ease. Feng Ma shook her head and said, it's fine. It's normal for pregnant women to have heavier tastes and not be able to control their mouths during pregnancy. It's fine if you steal food occasionally, but you can't eat without moderation. Just keep an eye on your daughter-in-law. It's not a big deal. That'll do. Only after hearing Feng Ma's permissive words did Gu Qingchen nod in reassurance. Chapter 146. Time flies. New Year's Eve. Afternoon. Feng's mom called the property to come in for a wave of cleaning. In the evening, Gu Qingchen played a game and caught Song Ce stealing food once more, then went to bed, and the days that followed remained quiet. When classes started on Monday, both John Chen and Bai Xiao were absent on leave. After the crowd asked in the group, they said the wedding reception is tomorrow and they will post the video then. It wasn't until Tuesday, near the end of the night, that a video came through the group. It's not very long, 11 minutes, it's just a video from the wedding reception, but the scene was Spartan. A few large table dishes sitting around some neighbors. The village head also sat with both parents. Not even a hanging red around. Chen Junjie and Bai Xiao stood in the middle of the room wearing clothes that weren't even considered to be wedding robes, just clothes made of pure red cloth. The process was also strange, with toasts being given to each table before the parents were bowed and knelt. Finally, the village chief came up again, put something like a twig on their chests, announced that they were married, and was gone. Rather than a wedding feast, it was more like a puja. Presumably a village custom, although it seemed unnecessary. Who told John Chen to knock up someone else's xiao? Even if it seems like nonsense, you have to accompany people's parents to the village to toss them around. On Wednesday, the newlyweds were back at school, and still had the branch hanging from their chests, saying they had to wear it for a week before they could do so, or else what the heck. Don't understand, but respect it. In a sense, these two did get married anyway. After all, they were witnessed and agreed to by each other's parents and relatives. Time passes like the blink of an eye. Months of going to and from class, eating to feed the baby, sleeping to get up. Song Ce's stomach, too, was slowly getting bigger. And of course, there was Bai Xiao's. The students of the university were naturally surprised to see them both pregnant. Originally, a pregnant woman in college is quite rare. This all of a sudden the same class out of a pair, really lower than the probability of winning the lottery. However, there was no way. Gu Qingchen had a background, and all kinds of news were all suppressed by the school. Anyway, pregnancy is not a crime. At first there are some people talk about a few gossip, and then gradually see the strange. Flash forward to the day before New Year's Eve in February. Naturally, Feng's mom is home on vacation for New Year's Eve. At this time, the sky was cloudy, and there was a slight cold wind blowing the branches of the trees, so it was probably going to snow. But inside the house, Song Ce, dressed in a cool nightgown, sat on the sofa, enjoying the villa's underfloor heating and air conditioning at a constant temperature, knitting the pink scarf that would soon be finished. One by one, who was lying on her big belly, had also grown into a long-haired three-flower very much like a Muppet, stepping into the ranks of the beautiful cats, which, if released, would not know how many stray cats in the neighborhood would be charmed. Unfortunately, Gu Qingchen, who was sitting in front of the TV and was playing Black Myth Goku with a joystick, had neutered and dewormed a dragon for it last month. 10 or so minutes later, Song Ce, who had finished the last few knitting strokes of the towel, put away the threads and carried one by one down from her stomach. So she got up with her stomach in her hands and ran to Gu Qingchen with great excitement to put a scarf around him. What for? Gu Qingchen paused the game and looked at the scarf around his neck in disbelief and asked, to see if it fits. Of course. Song Ce cocked her head, not understanding why her husband asked such a stupid question. Gu Qingchen picked up a corner of the scarf and said, pink? Knitted for a big man like me? Do you think it's appropriate? Isn't it pretty? Besides, if people see you wearing a pink scarf, they will definitely know that it was hand-knitted by your wife. Song Ce touched her stomach proudly. Gu Qingchen helplessly spoiled with a smile and said, well, wife, your honor's holy grace, I dare not disobey. Suddenly, Song Ce's remaining light caught a glimpse of the white snowflakes falling from the courtyard, immediately and excitedly ran to the door, holding his stomach, looking at the snowflakes falling from the sky like a heavenly maiden, and his eyes were glowing. Gu Qingchen also got up and walked up to embrace his daughter-in-law from behind, gently touching her large belly and warmly saying, Let's go. Go upstairs and change clothes to go out and play. Good. Soon. Small yard. It's beautiful. Song-si exposed her mouth from the scarf and half raised her right hand, looking at the few snowflakes that fell into her hand and quickly melted, exhaling white breath in admiration. Gu Qingchen pulled Song-si's cotton cap downward to cover her ears. It's been reported to be snowing heavily for the past 2 days, so get up tomorrow and put up the Spring Festival couplets and Lucky Charms, and we'll go downstairs to pile up snowmen. Good. Song-si smiled happily and added, what about mom and sister Miaoshu? Are they spending New Year's Eve with us? Gu Qingchen replied, Sister Miaoshu's family style is more formal, before she marries, and there is no big deal. She must go home for the new year. Mom is the head of the Gu family, and every year she has to spend New Year's Eve with the family's relatives, and I don't want to hitch a ride with those relatives, or else I should have taken you there. On Grandpa's side, let's go over there on the 3rd day of the new year to see what's going on, and then we'll go over to Grandpa's side next New Year's Eve. Song-si slapped the snowflakes off her hands, passed through Gu Qingchen's arm, and put it into the coat pocket of her down jacket. So it's just the two of us this year? It wasn't hard to hear that there was a little anticipation in her tone. Right. Gu Qingchen nodded. Song-si smiled softly at him and stood on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek. Why don't I fry you a steak tonight? There's no fumes. Okay, whatever my daughter-in-law says to eat. Pregnant women aren't that pretentious, so it's okay to cook a few times every now and then. Gu Qingchen stroked her soft and fluffy face again and said, unfortunately, fireworks are now prohibited. Otherwise we can treat you to a good New Year's Eve experience. But the ones that don't ring like a bared flower or a fairy wand can still be put on the sly. Song-si shook her head carelessly. It's okay, as long as you stay with me. Okay, I'll try to arrange it, and I'll take you for a good time next year. Chapter 147, Piling Up Snowmen. New Year's Eve morning. Snowflakes were falling in droves, making the sky gray and cloudy. Through the window, the world seemed to be covered with a snow-white velvet blanket. At this time, Song-si was barefoot and lying in front of the windowsill, looking at the silver snow scene. Gu Qingchen, who had just woken up from his sleep, subconsciously fished for the girl in his arms and found nothing before he rubbed his eyes and sat up. The good thing is that with underfloor heating and also air conditioning, it wasn't too cold. After he finished yawning and stretching, he saw Song-si, who was pouting her little butt and leaning on the windowsill. So, Gu Qingchen put on his shoes and walked over to pat her upturned little butt. Song-si instantly turned around and spread a smile. You're awake? I'll go cook for you. With that, she held her stomach and snapped on the floor and headed for the door. Seeing this, Gu Qingchen picked up the girl passing by in a princess carry and placed her on the bed. What's wrong? Song-si asked, tilting her little head. Gu Qingchen gently swept her pink soles with his hand, and while holding the graceful arches and kneading them for a while, he picked up the socks and put them on for her. Even if there's underfloor heating, you can't bare your feet, and the ground is cold in the winter, so it's not good to say that there's a place that the underfloor heating didn't take care of. Oh, I know. Song-si wiggled her cute toes and looked with tender eyes at her boyfriend who was putting on her socks. After Gu Qingchen finished dressing her, he flexed his fingers and snapped her naughty toes a few times. Alright, put on your shoes and go cook. Let's go down and pile up snowmen after dinner. Good. Song-si sniffed, happily put on her shoes and quickly walked downstairs to the kitchen to cook. After a simple meal of omelette and milk on toast, she couldn't wait to go to her bedroom and change. Gu Qingchen just put on yesterday's down jacket and cotton pants, still open, and took 2 pairs of snow mountaineering gloves, waiting for the girl to change her clothes at the entrance hall. When Song-si walked out of the room wearing a scarf and a cotton hat, wrapped in a thick white down jacket, she saw what Gu Qingchen was wearing and disgruntledly went up and pouted. It's snowing outside. You're still open, and you don't wear a hat or a scarf. You really don't know how to take care of yourself. As she spoke, she reached out to zipper Gu Qingchen's zipper up and hurried to his bedroom to rummage for the pink scarf and hat she had knitted yesterday. When he came out, he carefully put the scarf around him and the hat on before pulling him out the door with confidence. Since the yard wasn't very big, the two went out into the neighborhood to play in the snow. Gu Qingchen personally put the gloves on Song-si and then led her to roll a snowball. Hubby, is it okay to roll this big? Not long after, Song-si pushed a large snowball about as tall as her waist over. Gu Qingchen immediately nodded and said, enough, stop pushing, it's too big. With that, he made his snowball a little smaller and gently picked it up and piled it on top of the girl's larger snowball. Then, 2 more branches and 2 rocks were found and stuck in the snowman's sides and face. Song-si pinched a triangular tube and fastened it on the snowman's head as a hat. Well, she crossed her little waist and held her big belly as if she was showing off her masterpiece. Well, it's just short of a nose, but where do I get a carrot? Gu Qingchen looked left and right and didn't see anyone else around building a snowman, and the handy Song-si directly kneaded a snowball and patted it on the snowman's face. This for a nose. It's a bit ugly. Gu Qingchen looked at the big snowman and spat without a care in the world. Poof. Song Si treated it as if she didn't hear it, walked over to the snowman, and used a tree branch to write on its chest, Chinchin Si. She clapped her hands together and looked at her boyfriend with her chin held high and said, "Not ugly now, are you?" Where could Gu Qingchen refute her? Although he felt still ugly in his heart, his mouth still concurred. Good looking. It's the second best looking in the world. So who's the first to look good? Of course it's my daughter-in-law, said Gu Qingchen as he squatted down and clutched a snowball. Upon hearing this, Song Si hooked her lips in satisfaction and smiled. However, the next second a ball of snow flew over and hit her squarely on the forehead. No pain was felt, but the girl still covered her forehead with tears. Gu Qingchen hurriedly got up and ran over, crying and laughing as he rubbed her forehead and said, Sorry, I didn't expect it to be so accurate. I thought it could only hit the clothes." Song Si skimmed her lips and squatted down to rub a snowball as well. Gu Qingchen saw this and ran away. "Don't run, let me smash you too." Listening to Bean's clear voice, Gu Qingchen ran for a short while before suddenly stopping and turning his head to hug Song Si, who was chasing after him. The snowball in her hand was naturally knocked off, and feeling the warmth of the embrace, the girl instantly and honestly nestled in his arms and didn't move a muscle. "Alright, stop it. You're still pregnant. If you slip again, you'll be in trouble. Go home and put up couplets." Gu Qingchen rubbed the top of her head with his chin. Good Song Si, who had buried her head in enjoyment, returned sullenly. With that said, the two snuggled up to each other and returned to the villa. From the storage room, he rummaged through the Lucky Charms and couplets that he had bought years ago. In Linjiang, Gu Qingchen boarded the stool, writing the couplet with one hand and reaching out toward Song Si, who was down beside him, and said, "Help me tear the sectional tape." Song Si also hurriedly bit off a section of tape with her teeth and handed it to him. One more verse. Once again, the girl dutifully did as she was told. A lot of work went into it. Gu Qingchen, who had pasted the couplets in place, jumped off the stool and clapped his hands. All together. Previous, Red Plum spitting out pistols to welcome the new year. Bottom line, snowy weather signals a good year. Banner, welcome spring and receive blessings. It's just an ordinary couplet. Nothing special. Song Si experienced some of the joys of the new year, and with a smile on her face, she wrapped her arms around Gu Qingchen's arm and said, "Hard work. This is what hard work." The neighborhood is also a sticker of spring couplets, before the cottage compound, but also to welcome the god of the door. Firecrackers, hanging colorful flags. It can't be helped. It's the only way to go now that the flavor of the year is diminishing. Gu Qingchen's words were filled with pity and nostalgia for the past new year. It was a really happy time, and even though the family didn't treat him well, the year was great, and he still got a few red envelopes. Then call a few of your best buddies to go set off firecrackers and run around the world having fun. But now, times have changed and grown up, and a few friends who played well together rarely reconnect because of his former escapades. Song Si sensed her boyfriend's mood, slowly hugged him and softly said, "It doesn't really matter if it's New Year's or not, as long as the important people are around." Gu Qingchen smiled faintly and hugged the girl back, rubbing the tip of his nose against her hair and sniffing the refreshing hair scent. "Let's go. We'll eat hot pot at noon, and at night we'll be mixing stuffing and bread dumplings." Good. The hot pot basin ingredients were bought in advance by Gu Qingchen and frozen in the freezer, just waiting for the new year. Set up the induction cooker, serve the Mandarin duck hot pot, mix up the sesame sauce, and bring out the beef and lamb rolls and tripe, as well as some crab stick and shrimp dumplings, the essential shabu-shabu snacks. Song Si also washed some vegetables and brought them up. Gu Qingchen took out 2 bottles of chilled juice from the refrigerator, unscrewed one and handed it to the girl, sitting beside her in the meantime and opening the pot of shabu-shabu. Chapter 148, New Year's Eve. During the time he waited for the dishes to cook, he also contacted Gu Jiaran on WeChat and asked if anyone was selling small fireworks like fairy wand bared flowers. Quickly asked for the fireworks vendor's contact information and said he would bring it to him this afternoon, but pay more for your hard work. After all, people are celebrating New Year's too. Gu Qingchen agreed readily. Eat up, the meat is getting old. Song Si chucked a large pile of mutton into Gu Qingchen's bowl. Okay, you eat too. Don't worry about me. Aha. The girl nodded in response, but she still didn't stop her motion to give him food. Gu Qingchen also just smiled helplessly and didn't say anything else, enjoying his daughter-in-law's feeding. After a well-fed fondue feast, the fireworks delivery uncle arrived. Gu Qingchen transferred $500 to him for his hard work, and the uncle left happily. What is this? Song Si asked as she looked at Gu Qingchen, who was carrying a black bag. Bared flowers, the kind that don't go off, are the kind of fireworks that girls like to set off on jitterbug that spit out fireworks. Gu Qingchen explained. Oh, what's on at night? Yeah, it's okay to put it on now. It just doesn't look good. Song Si shook her head as she sniffed. Forget it then. Let's play it at night. Gu Qingchen set off the fireworks and pulled the girl towards the bedroom. Go, accompany me to play some games. Good. Song-si followed his footsteps obediently. Around 6 p.m., the sun was obscured by clouds. No sunset twilight in sight, but night was already spreading from the sky. The goosefeather snow had long since stopped by now, and its woven quilts were more than a layer thicker. In the kitchen, Gu Qingchen kneaded a pile of dough vigorously, sprinkling some flour into it from time to time to prevent it from getting too sticky. Song-si, on the other hand, was chopping meat on the side, and there was also a pot next to it containing leeks that had been cut into sections. It was busy for a while. Gu Qingchen covered the kneaded dough with another basin. Song-si also put the seasoned meat mixture into the refrigerator. It's a little early to be wrapping dumplings, and they're planning to wait until the Spring Festival Gala starts in a little while before wrapping them up and cooking them on. Anyway, the Spring Festival Gala is getting less and less interesting, so let's just use it as a pastime while making dumplings. Come on, daughter-in-law, let's go set off some little fireworks. Gu Chengchen put on his down jacket and greeted the girl. Coming. Song-si also got up from the sofa, put on her down jacket, put on her small cotton hat, and picked up the pink scarf in her hand, coming to Gu Qingchen's body, and thoughtfully wrapping it around him. Don't you fence yourself? Gu Chengchen didn't push back and looked at the girl who revealed her white neck and asked. She shook the cotton cap on her head and said, no cotton cap is enough. It's not like we're playing in the snow. It's okay. Okay, I'll be giving you a scarf when it gets cold. Boys are more resistant to freezing than girls. Good. Waiting for the two men to arrive at the small courtyard carrying fireworks, Gu Qingchen pulled out the fairy wands from the bag and handed Song-si two of them. When lit with a lighter, gorgeous floral fire bursts forth. Song-si stared blankly for a long time until the sparklers burned out. Gu Qingchen, who was watching from the side, handed over two more. Try waving them around. What's the fun in just holding them? Aha! As the fairy wand lit up again, Song-si waved it in the air in small increments. LOL. Slowly, the girl also let go, and took a few more fairy wands for Gu Qingchen to light up. Then with a silver bell-like joyful laughter, like a beautiful elf, she danced in the snow. You slow down. Don't fall. Gu Qingchen worried. Good. After running around like crazy for a while, Song-si returned to Gu Qingchen out of breath, a happy smile on her face. Gu Chengchen was only afraid that his daughter-in-law would sweat and catch a cold, so he immediately removed the scarf and put it around her neck. Immediately afterward, he gently tugged Song-si into his arms again, cupped her chin and kissed her. Well, the sudden kiss caught the girl a little off guard, but she soon wrapped her arms around the boy's neck, opening her teeth and intertwining her tongue with his warm one. The small lighting in the yard reflected the two standing in the snow, entwined together like a beautiful painting. It would be even more beautiful if we could get some more snowflakes. For a long time, the two slowly parted, a silvery thread resting between their lips, and the exhaled haze punctuating the bridge of love. Song-si blushed slightly and stuck out her cute little tongue to roll the waterline into her mouth. Seeing this scene, Gu Chengchen didn't hold back again and once again held her watery lips and savored them wantonly. For a long time, Song-si buried her head into his chest, pursed her lips and said in a naive tone, "You sip so hard. I feel like my mouth is swollen." Gu Qingchen hooked the corners of his mouth and raised his hand to caress her soft face. "Let's go. Cook." Haha, your bag is so ugly." Song-si, who had changed back into her nightgown, picked up a flattened dumpling and burst out laughing. Next to him, Gu Qingchen awkwardly coughed and explained, "After all, I don't cook very often. Simple is fine. Making dumplings is not something I'm good at." Song-si collected some laughter and pushed the dough in front of him. "Then rolling out the dough will always be possible, right?" "This one will." Gu Chengchen nodded and took the rolling pin to roll out the dough. Song-si watched the Spring Festival Gala while her dexterous hands flexibly filled and kneaded. Basically 3 seconds a dumpling. Not only efficient, but also pinched very regular. Each are full and round, thin skin filling. In the end, the job of cooking dumplings was naturally taken by Gu Qingchen. About 10 minutes, the cooked dumplings are then brought to the table. Gu Qingchen set up the vinegar dishes and called out to Song-si, who was watching a skit on the sofa, "Dinner's ready, daughter-in-law." Coming. Stepping on her slippers, Song-si got up from the sofa. She sat down at the dining table and ate her dumplings while watching the TV. Gu Qingchen followed suit and looked up. "Honestly, this year's Spring Festival was really not that great, so I don't know how she got into it." After finishing his meal and brushing the dishes, Gu Chengchen sat down on the sofa, and in the process took Song-si, who was beside him, into his arms. She watched intently, just resting her head against his chest without moving. Gu Qingchen was bored with herself, pinching her conscience one moment, and touching her fleshy thighs the next. And so it was, as the spring fling ushered in the end. Song-si pressed her petite body against Gu Qingchen's arm and spoke softly in his ear. "Husband, Happy New Year." "Well, Happy New Year." After saying that, Gu Qingchen even imprinted on the corner of her mouth. At this time, Sheng Miaoshu also sent a WeChat, a Happy New Year and a red envelope. Gu Qingchen returned the same words and collected the red envelope. This sister and brother and mother and son do it every year. What about $1,000? Don't take it for nothing. Song Si is naturally not an exception, and also received Shin Miaoshu's blessing red packet 2 in a row. Lu Xingzhe, the comedian, a blessing without a word. Just a very simple 4 words, red packet to bring. Gu Chengchen, Reddit/JPG. On the other side of the Lu Xingzhe face a happy. Just clicked on the red packet but did not jump out of the payment interface. Puzzled, he quit and right-clicked, still with the red envelope zoom screen. With hindsight, Lu Xingzhe realized that it was actually just a picture. Lu Xingzhe, chopper/expression. Lu Xingzhe, thief. How dare you trick me? Gu Chengchen, goes posting with his wife, single dog. Lu Xingzhe, your mom. Lu Xingzhe, Lao Gu. You, however, Gu Qingchen didn't even read his message. He sent a 5,000 red packet to Song Si's WeChat and tossed his phone aside. Song Si watched Gu Qingchen's cell phone screen the entire time and naturally saw the scene where he sent himself a red envelope. However, she just intimately buried her head in the crook of her own husband's neck and enjoyed sticking it. Nonsense. He's going to give birth to this child. Crickets are nothing. Chapter 149 Gu Jiaren's short visit. I don't know if there is such a thing as awake, staying up all night, anymore. Pregnant women must not have them anyway. Put one by one back in his own cat room. Gu Qingchen then carefully assisted his daughter-in-law back to the bedroom, watching Song Si dryly holding her stomach sitting on the edge of the bed, kicking off her slippers, stomping her cute and graceful little feet, scooting her buttocks like a caterpillar onto the bed. Gu Qingchen didn't even have time to take off his slippers, and hurriedly knelt on the bed to help her, helplessly saying, "My ancestor this is not the time when you were a month or 2 old. Can we move slower and lighter?" Song Si smiled sweetly, patted the position beside her and said, "It's okay, I'm not that fragile. Come on up, I want a hug." Well. Gu Chengchen took off his slippers and threw them off the bed, slowly crawling over to his daughter-in-law's side to lie down. Song Si also immediately pasted up to vigorously rub his chest with her little face, and incidentally also slightly raised her pregnant belly and leaned on his body to reduce the burden. It's one of her favorite moves when she sleeps. Another is to lie on your back on your side and have your husband's leg over your lap and snuggle up. It wasn't even as comfortable as nestling face to face in his arms and cuddling him, but after all, with his belly getting bigger, he had to settle for second best. Gu Qingchen caressed his daughter-in-law's stomach with his fingers, and faintly could still feel the little baby inside moving. Song Si raised her watery rippling eyes and looked at his side face. Husband itches. Okay, I'll stop touching and go to sleep. Gu Qingchen just removed his hand. Song Si held his hand again and placed it on her delicate face, softly saying, "Don't touch that baby, touch this baby." Gu Qingchen smiled dotingly, rubbing his thumb lightly against her smooth, soft skin and said, "You're jealous of this child before it comes out. What if it comes out?" "No way." Song Si took the initiative to rub against his palm. "I don't care, you have to put me first." "Well, I definitely put you first. He love you." Song Si dropped a kiss on the side of his face. It seems that since she got pregnant and her belly is showing, her mental issues have gotten a lot better. I don't know if it's because she has a child, or because she's not afraid to separate from Gu Qingchen. The first day of the year, Gu Qingchen had just finished her morning run and was walking slowly down the road, but as he walked, he suddenly saw a figure wearing a long black down jacket, with black high-heeled boots, hair like a noblewoman's disc behind her head, and carrying a black bag in her hand, standing by the side of the road, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, looking at him. Seeing this, Gu Qingchen walked quickly to the woman's side and reached out to hook her hand. "Where's the red envelope?" Gu Jiaren froze at his words, a little embarrassed in her heart, but her face didn't change as she said, "I forgot. Sorry." "Okay, just kidding. I don't know your nature. Let's go. Get in the house first." Gu Qingchen smiled faintly and walked ahead to lead the way, back to the villa. Gu Qingchen went upstairs first to change her clothes. Gu Jiaren, on the other hand, changed her shoes, took off her down coat, and strolled around the house in a low-neck sweater. It was her first time to come to this villa. When the old man bought this place, he wanted to spend his days in peace and quiet, and she was still in charge of the decoration. Unfortunately, the old man had gotten sick immediately afterward, so she hadn't been paying as much attention to this place. She would have forgotten about the house if it hadn't been mentioned in the will. In the bedroom, Gu Qingchen changed into his pajamas, flopped onto the bed, and pinched his daughter-in-law's small nose who was sound asleep. Well, Song Si woke up leisurely, stretched a small waist, then held the hand pinching her nose, squinted her sleepy eyes, and said in a sticky tone, "Husband, well, get up, Mom's here." Gu Qingchen stroked the hair at the corner of her mouth behind her ear and spoke in a warm voice. At those words, Song Si immediately held her stomach, sat up from the bed, and scooted over to the edge of the bed, wiggling her white and red little feet. She said, "Hubby, put on your shoes." "Yes, wife-sama." Looking at his daughter-in-law's adorable appearance of being pampered, Gu Qingchen smiled faintly and climbed up from the bed, squatting down to hold the arch of her delicate foot and slipped the slipper through her cute toes and onto her foot. Then, holding Song Si's hand again, he carefully helped her up from the bed and together they walked towards the stairs. In the kitchen, Song Si let go of Gu Qingchen's hand and trotted over to Gu Jiaran, who was cooking breakfast, and sweetly shouted, "Mom!" Gu Jiaran flipped the omelette over and stroked her stomach with her free hand. "Slow down. This belly is getting big. Pay more attention." "I know," Song Si obediently answered. Gu Jiaran smiled and touched her head and said, "Go wait outside first. The kitchen is more or less greasy. We'll chat later." Then it's hard on Mom." "It's okay." Song Si obediently walked out of the kitchen and sat next to Gu Qingchen at the table, leaning her little head on his shoulder and waiting for the meal to be served. Soon, Gu Jiaran brought all the breakfast to the table. Sitting next to Song Si, he gave her an omelette and asked, "There's nothing hard about this pregnancy for you, is there?" Song Si shook her head. "No, it's just a bit cumbersome outside of that. Other than that it's okay." "That'll do." Gu Jiaran nodded. "It's usually harder in the later months. If you have any discomfort, make sure you tell Chang Chen." "Aha." Immediately afterward, Gu Jiaran asked Gu Qingchen, "The Gu family is fine, but what about your grandfather's side? You're not going to see him this New Year's Eve?" Gu Qingchen directly stuffed a fried egg into her mouth and slurred, "Tomorrow morning's flight. Go over and stay for a few days, and when New Year's Eve is next year, she'll spend it at Grandpa's house. It's good to have an arrangement." Gu Jiaran nodded in response. "How about you? Do you want to come with me to my grandfather's place?" Gu Qingchen also asked. Gu Jiaran shook her head and refused without thinking. "No, after all, the name is not correct, and I'm still a businessman, so I'll try not to have too much private dealings with your grandpa. It's not good for his old man, or for the Su family." Well, Gu Qingchen didn't advise any further. This kind of thing, it seemed that there was indeed a need to avoid suspicion. Finish eating. Gu Jiaran transferred Song Si $10,000 from WeChat as a red packet, and got up sharply and left. She came over today on New Year's Day to see her son and daughter-in-law, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Now that the purpose had been achieved, there was no need to stay any longer. It's so goal-oriented and thunderous it's almost unlike a woman. In the bedroom, Song Si placed the 2 suitcases on the bed and organized her clothes a little bit. Originally, Gu Chengchen wanted to help, but nay, his daughter-in-law was uneasy and felt that he was careless and had to do it herself. So, Gu Qingchen had to lean on the bed and play with her cell phone. 2 families who love each other, dormitory groups 201 and 502. John Chen, wishing you all a new year. There will be paper in the toilet. You'll be able to poop smoothly. You will not fail the exam. The king will hang up without deducting points. After death will cross the cool article. He Chang, 6. Happy New Year. Zheng Fian, unhappy. I actually have to clean up on the first day of the year. Fan Ziru, Happy New Year everyone. Lizzie, laughing. I Xiao Xiao, Happy New Year. Gu Qingchen, Happy New Year. WeChat red packet, x6. Gu Chengchen, 1 for each person. Be conscious. At once. All of them sent clear. Thank you, boss. Times 6. Chapter 150, Anti-Living Treasure. The second day of the new year. The young couple got up early and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The last time I went to the Su family, I stayed for a few days, so I didn't take a shower, and who knows how many days I'll stay on this trip, so I'll wash ahead of time before I leave. With the shower turned off, Gu Chengchen squatted down in front of his daughter-in-law's big belly and listened to the movement inside. Well, what did you hear? Song Si asked as she grabbed his wet hair. Gu Qingchen shook her head. No, after all, it's only been 5 months or so, and fetal movement won't be very noticeable. Then don't listen to it, hurry up and put on the body wash. You'll have to blow dry your hair or something afterward. You shouldn't be late for your flight. Song Si was now carrying a large belly, so it was indeed a bit inconvenient to take a bath or something. Moreover, Gu Chengchen was also afraid that she would accidentally slip and fall on her own, so it was better to wash with her in order to feel at ease. Definitely not coveting the beauty of his daughter-in-law. No, what's wrong with coveting? Isn't he allowed to covet? Afterwards, the shower gel was applied all over Song Si's body, and the advantage that should be taken was taken. It was only then that Gu Qingchen, with the assistance of his daughter-in-law, applied shower gel to his entire body. Nice and charming underneath. Their baths were just dragging on. Song Si sat on the edge of the bed, enjoying her husband's blow-drying service while checking to see if she had missed any luggage. Then it was time to change clothes, fill one by one with food and water, and entrust Shin Miaoshu, all in one go. Shin Miaoshu all but laughed, just short of saying, "Why don't you guys just give me the cat?" With a final peek at Yi, who was nesting poop in the cat litter box, the two No, it was Gu Qingchen alone who left the house pulling 2 suitcases with the pregnant woman carrying a small school bag, took a cab all the way to the airport, go through a series of processes such as ticket punching, resting, security check-in, boarding and disembarking, and picking up your luggage. The two were once again in the imperial capital, not out of the VIP building yet. A little girl with a croissant braid, wrapped up like a little penguin, ran straight in and shouted, "Sister-in-law, I missed you so much." Seeing that Nini was about to give Song Si a bear hug, it was Gu Qingchen who was quick on his feet and pressed down on her little head, making it difficult for her to take half a step forward. Brother, what are you doing?" The girl thrust out her little waist, her little eyes looking up at him. Gu Qingchen tugged at her little face and admonished, "Your sister-in-law's belly is already up. It can't withstand your rushing hugs. You're a big boy now. You have to protect your little nieces and nephews in your sister-in-law's belly, right?" Nini held her little head high and patted her chest. "That must be. I'll take care of my little niece and nephew from now on." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchen also laughed out helplessly. Nini was raised by Su Yahan in the end. This mother and daughter, simply carved out of the same mold. Before he could say anything, Su Yahan had already walked over and delivered a Rulishan palm to her daughter's little butt. "Su Yuro, don't you know that your sister-in-law is pregnant? How dare you be so naughty and presumptuous?" It's good that Nini wore thick clothes and didn't feel much pain, but after hearing her big name again, she still reflexively hid behind Song Si, poked out her little head, and pitifully said, "Sister-in-law, save me." Song Si cried and laughed as she touched her little head, pleading for the little girl. "And it's just a little kid. It's okay. That won't work either. What if I hurt you? This girl, she won't learn until she's beaten." With that, Su Yahan was about to roll up her sleeves. It was Gu Qingchen who stepped forward and pulled her back, leading the way out of the building. "Alright, auntie, let's go back to my grandfather's house first." And Nini looked at his majestic back and her heart was so moved. "Don't worry, brother. In a moment Nini will use her New Year's money and buy you 10 ice creams to repay your favor." In the distance, Gu Qingchen, who had just left the VIP building, wrapped her down jacket around her body and sneezed. "Ha, what the hell? Got a cold?" Song Si also held Nini's small hand and followed. This time, finally, there were no airport leaders or soldiers surrounding them. It was simply a white license plate red flag car parked, or Su Yahan himself driving. Gu Qingchen helped Song Si into the back seat before getting into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt and asking uneasily, "Auntie, you're driving, no problem, right?" Su Yahan skimmed her mouth in dissatisfaction after hearing this. "What do you call this? I'm also an old driver with more than 10 years of driving experience, alright. That'll do." Immediately afterward, Gu Qingchen said toward his daughter-in-law in the back seat, "See, put your seatbelt on, and hold your head with both hands if you crash." Su Yahan. Nini also cooperated by hugging Song Si's big belly and rubbed her face on it. "I will protect my nieces and nephews." The words of her own daughter were undoubtedly a stab in the back of her old mother. "Hey, since I can drive here, I can drive back. I can't let you guys see my driving skills today." With that, Su Yahan started the car and drove away from the airport with a kick of the gas. Road. Nini was still lying on Song Si's stomach, innocently recounting how much she missed her sister-in-law. It can be described as using all the good vocabulary you know now, although some of the words donkey lips, but that cute little look, but still let Song Si firm up the idea of wanting a daughter. "Anyway, if this one isn't, have another one." Gu Qingchen then poked Nini with a single word, "You're thinking about your ice cream, aren't you? After all, it's better to have nothing to offer than to steal, let alone the only sister-in-law willing to take her to buy ice cream." "Su Yuro." Su Yahan drove while saying in a cold voice, "No pleasing your sister-in-law by buying ice cream. Summer is fine, but in winter, you be honest with me. Otherwise don't blame your mother for opening your little ass up to flowers." Nini is also a ghostly spirit, and immediately backtalked, "Mom, please stay focused when driving, or else I'll call the police uncle to report you." "Hey Su Yuro, line, let's see what I'll do to you when we get to the ground." Nini didn't say anything anymore, just got up from Song Si's stomach and silently moved to the car door. Then, in the midst of idle chatter, the automobile quickly passed the soldier's post and pulled up in front of the compound. Before the crowd could react, Nini, the little one, had already pulled open the door and rushed out of the car with lightning speed. And while running, he shouted, "Grandma, your daughter is going to hit me." This scene made Su Yahan's pretty face darken. She turned off the engine, put on the handbrake, undid the seatbelt, and handed the keys to Gu Qingchen in one fell swoop, while pushing open the car door to get out of the car. He also urged Gu Qingchen to remember to lock the car, and then chased after him. Gu Qingchen shook his head helplessly as he held the keys and got out of the car to carefully help his daughter-in-law out of the back seat. Then, he took the luggage out of the trunk and locked the car before walking into the compound with Song Si. Chapter 151, A Child Who Never Grows Up. just came inside the house, looking at a room full of aunts, uncles and sisters, and two unrecognizable men. Gu Qingchen took his daughter-in-law to greet them one by one and wished them a happy new year. Then he made a gesture of invitation and inquired, "And these two are?" Suigwa immediately pointed first at one of the scholar-faced men with light dark circles under his eyes and eyeglasses and said, "He's your aunt Su Jishue. He spoke in the group before." "Hello auntie, Happy New Year, ×2. Gu Qingchen and Song Si greeted him. "Happy New Year to you all as well." Su Jidwa responded with a smile. Subsequently, Suigwa pointed to the last man with a resolute face, slightly darker skin, and somewhat younger, saying, "This is my son, Su Xiang'an. I won't say anything about the position and work, it has to be kept secret. Hello cousin, Happy New Year, ×2. But Su Xiangan just nodded lightly and said, "Good." Suddenly, Suigwa stood up, and a slap was whistled over, hitting him on the head, saying disgruntledly, "Repeat it." "Yes." Su Xiangan immediately straightened his back and said, "Hello, you guys, Happy New Year. That's more like it, fake it." Seeing this, Gu Qingchen and Song Si just looked at each other and smiled. Suigwa just wanted to sit back in his chair, but was interrupted by Su Zhongshan. "Don't sit down, Lao Er and Lao San. You guys go and move chairs to sit on to make room for the pregnant woman. The old man has given the word." How can they, as sons, not follow it? They lifted their asses and went to move the chairs. "Thank you Uncle 2 and Uncle 3. After Gu Qingchen thanked him, he helped Song Si sit on the wooden sofa. Suigwa glanced enviously and immediately gave his own son an elbow strike. "Can you also hold on to something? Look at other people's children. What about you? You're almost 30 and don't even have a girlfriend." Su Xiangan laughed bitterly. "Dad, it's not like you don't know the nature of my work. How can I find it? It's all excuses. I want to see the baby in 3 years or I'll transfer you." After a bit of small talk, Mu Xiai and Su Yahan also walked out with their dishes one by one. Nini, on the other hand, kept holding on to the corner of her grandmother's coat, afraid that her own mother would come back and pull out her head. "Okay, I'll stop chatting and come over for dinner." After Mu Xiai greeted her, she immediately came to Song Si's side, wanting to help her up. Gu Chengchen immediately waved his hand and refused. "Don't, Grandma, I'll do it," he said, hurrying to help his daughter-in-law up. In fact, there is no need to help. Even if the pregnancy belly full term, pregnant women can stand up by themselves, not to mention the half-month. Mu Xiai eyebrow kindly smiled and touched Song Si's belly. "This belly is up. You have to pay attention to it. Eat more today. Grandma, I can follow the recipes of pregnant women to do the meal." "Okay, thanks Grandma." Table. Gu Chengchen returned the car keys to Su Yahan and had his usual drink with his uncle. Song Si, on the other hand, was being taken care of by Mu Xiai as she ate while chatting with her cousins. During the period, Mu Xiai also stuffed a red envelope, originally wanted to decline to come, but was Gu Qingchen persuaded to accept it. After all, it's New Year's Eve, so don't excuse yourself. It's a small amount, just $400, probably along with Su Zhongshan's share. Finish eating. Everyone gathered around for another natter. Nini, this little thief girl, took advantage of the chaos, secretly ran to the side of Song Si, patted his feet and whispered, "Sister-in-law, you take me out to play. I used the New Year's money to treat you to ice cream." "Okay, premise is not to let mom find out." Oh. Before Song Si could reply, Su Yuru's gloomy face silently peeked out from behind Nini and said quietly, "Su Yuro, what New Year's Eve money? How do you still have year-end money?" At those words, Nini's little body shuddered violently and snapped back. "Hey mom, what year-end money? I didn't say." Ah. Su Yahan, where to listen to her daughter's sophistry, directly picked her up a search, and then, a $200 bonus just went into your pocket. Seeing that Nini was about to cry, Su Yahan hurriedly squatted down and cupped her little face. "You're still small, you can't take the money, so naturally the New Year's Eve money is something that mommy is saving up for you, and when you grow up, mommy will give it back to you." Nini held back her tears and asked accusingly, "So when can I grow up?" Su Yahan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and tenderly said, "Silly child, you are always the child who can't grow up in your mother's heart." Next, the little man directly bawled and ran to Musi's side and complained, "Who, Grandma? Your daughter-in-law bullied me." Su Yahan was too lazy to bother with her daughter who was sniping at her. She called all her juniors over, took the tickets for the temple fair and said, "Do you want to go to the temple fair and have some fun? Don't listen to them chattering, it's weirdly pointless." Su Xiangan waved his hand and said, "I won't go, I have to leave this afternoon." "Yeah, that's fine." Su Yahan turned her gaze back to the remaining four. "What about you guys? Go on. We haven't been to a temple fair yet," Gu Qingchen said as he held Song Si's hand. Su Jingwan, cousin, and Su Xiu, cousin, both nodded in agreement as well. Although they hadn't gone there much when they were kids and were more familiar with it, it was better than listening to a bunch of elders chattering away. right? Think of it as going to eat good food. Then you will go now. Suyahan handed all 6 tickets to Gu Chengchen, then walked over to Mu Xiai and dragged Ni over. Well, Lu, this little girl thought that her mother was going to spank her for hiding her New Year's money, and when she was about to call out for the Zhenma divine beast, she was gagged by a slender jade hand on her little mouth. Alright, I won't hit you. Follow your brother and sister to the temple fair and don't bother me here. Saying that, Suyahan still slapped her ass. At that moment, Nini pouted and covered her butt and ran behind Song Ce, pulling on her coat corner and milking her voice. Hurry up and go, sister-in-law, we don't play with bad moms. Okay, let's go. Song Ce held her small hand with a smile on her lips and walked out of the living room with her cousins. Gu Qingchen was just about to follow, when Suyahan pulled him back and whispered into his ear, "No buying ice cream for Nini." Gu Qingchen gave an okay gesture and hurriedly followed quickly, out of the yard and to the curb. Not surprisingly, Nini was heard abetting her daughter-in-law and 2 sisters to buy her ice cream. Gu Qingchen came over helplessly and pulled her little crocheted hair and said, "Alright, don't play smart. Don't even think about the ice cream. It's impossible." "Ah no, brother, anyway, mom's not here, just eat one. Okay." "No." Gu Chengchen shook her head and refused. "Grandma and grandpa may spoil you, but your siblings never will." Nini's little face bulged, and at Gu Qingchen's stomach was a small fist pounding you. On his mouth, he muttered, bad brother, hate you. After enjoying some of her massage, Gu Qingchen picked her up and clamped her under his armpit, saying, "Quite comfortable. Let's go." Giggle X3. This scene naturally caused the 3 women at the scene to let out a light laugh. Nini where to obey. Just like a hit up the small carp like, non-stop stomping calves Mayfly Chrysalis said, "Smelly brother, put me down." "Stop it. I'll put you down when we get to the curb." Chapter 152 Temple Tour. That's all. 3 large and 1 small, slowly made their way out of the sentry post and to the curb to hail a cab. Get in the car. Being stuffed into the back seat, cousin Su Jingwan's arms. Nini still does not stop, still secretly coaxing the 2 sisters and 1 sister-in-law to buy her ice cream. Visible, this girl is how much she likes to eat. Come to the temple neighborhood. Due to traffic control, cabs had to park on the side of the road. Gu Qingchen had to hold his daughter-in-law's hand. Her daughter-in-law held Nini's hand, and then the 2 sisters, who were arm in arm, walked a short distance to the temple fair site. The further you go, the more people there are, and when you get to the temple fair site, it's just silly. A sea of people doesn't even begin to describe the crowded scene. All of you hold my hand, or pull on my coat. Just don't let go of it in any case. Gu Qingchen took Song Ce and Nini's hands and urged. Then, he said to the cousins next to him, "You guys also help me keep an eye on Nini. Don't let her run around. I'm afraid that she'll become a scatterbrain." "Don't worry." Su Jingwan smiled. Nini is quite resourceful. Although she's been mischievous for a bazillion moments, she's still very obedient. Su Shiyu defended Nini. "That'll do. Let's go." The line's going in. Follow the crowd of people checking their tickets through security. Gu Qingchen had been protecting his daughter-in-law's stomach the entire time. Nini obediently pulled on Su Jingwan's finger as well. Enter the door. What comes into view is a snack street. Nini immediately shook Su Jingwan's hand and said, "Sister, I want to eat meat skewers." Su Shiyu also raised her hand and said, "Me, I want to eat it too." "Okay." Su Jingwan nodded, and then turned to Gu Qingchen and asked, "Are you guys eating? The queue here relies on squeezing. You are, and I will go and buy it back for you. Just keep an eye on CC and NINI. Eat, please sis." Gu Chengchen didn't refuse. After all, now his daughter-in-law is the time of the mouth. Do not even need to ask. He took Nini from Su Jingwan's hand, shielded Song Ce's stomach, and stayed where he was waiting for his cousin's feeding. Soon, the 2 women then returned with 10 kebabs. "Here, 2 skewers each." Su Jingwan handed over 4 meat skewers to Gu Qingchen. He took it and gave it all back to his daughter-in-law. Song Ce happily took out a bunch and habitually sent it to her husband's mouth. After Gu Qingchen also naturally took a bite of meat, she asked toward Su Jingwan, "Sister, how much is this meat skewer? I'll transfer it for you." After all, having the right does not mean being rich, and prices at a place like the temple fair are certainly not cheap, so you can't let people break the bank. Where can Su Jingwan want her brother's money? Hurriedly waved her hand. "No, not much expensive." "No, you have money. When my sister buys a house and a car in the future, you're shelling out some money for me." This was basically a half joke. She just didn't want to bother with Gu Qingchen about these small amounts of money. Okay. Gu Chengchen was helpless and didn't continue to wrestle with her sister. It was pointless, along with hanging out all the way. Gu Chengchen also gradually realized that the prices here really is ridiculously expensive. Old Peking tripe, 30 apiece, and it's so bad. Lamb kebabs, just a little bigger than normal barbecue joints, 30 a kebab. Cotton candy, 40 a serving. Little windmill, 45A. Luckily he had money or he couldn't afford it. On the way to the folklore show, Song-si took a sip of the Xinjiang milk tea she had just bought and spat out her little tongue with some discomfort. Despite the creaminess and tea flavors, this salty mouthful does seem a bit awkward. She directly handed the milk tea to her husband and said, "I'm too full to drink it. You drink it." Gu Chengchen couldn't help but take the milk tea that his daughter-in-law secretly disliked and sucked it up for himself. "It's okay. It's acceptable." And Nini lifted her little hand high above the windmill and watched without blinking as it kept spinning. Luckily, Su Jingwan was behind her carrying her collar, or else this little girl would really have spilled out. "Come to the folklore show. It's really crowded here." Gu Qingchen and the others could only squeeze in the back to watch. He even made it a point to pick up Nini, a little one, who could only see other people's butts, and ride her on his neck. Now the little girl was happy. Straight up yanked him by the hair and played on riding a big horse. Song-si looked at her siblings with amusement and also leaned her little head on Gu Qingchen's shoulder, watching the show. Now for the acrobatic show special. First, the top bowl, the top cylinder, the stirrups, and the stirrups. This is followed by tossing balls and spinning discs, as well as twisting the body into various shapes, picking up flowers or other small objects with the mouth, and rolling a lighted lamp through the body in various ways to give it not to be extinguished. Always. It's incredible to watch and call it impossible, but people just do it for real. After watching for a while, they moved on to see the lion dance as well. Just caught a glimpse of it mischievously abducting a child into the middle of the field, but the child was uncooperative and wailed, frightening the lion into returning the man. Then the crowd, which had little interest in the show, moved on to the entertainment area. It's basically lassoing, target shooting, dart ballooning, and coin-operated trivia games. But, to buy coins, it's $30 for 9 coins. Really? It's nice of you to give me 9 coins when you could rob me for $30. Gu Chengchen was too lazy to bother with that effort and directly brought the 4 women to play lasso. The prizes are just small crafts that probably won't even return the cost of the lasso. $50 for 30 laps. Gu Chengchen paid for 30 laps for one person. As a result, the crowd threw a small airplane toy on the set. Blood loss 250. Later on, I switched to airsoft. $20 for 10 rounds. Gu Chengchen first complied with the small one, holding Nini in her arms and letting her end the gun to fight. 2 empty shots in the front and all 8 shots in the back hit. She happily acquired a, I don't know if it's a pleasant goat or a beauty goat doll. Looking at the 2 cousins who just happened to take up the remaining 2 gun positions, Gu Chengchen put Nini down and clamped his legs around her to prevent her from wandering off. Only then did he pull his daughter-in-law to him and show her by hand how to hold the gun and aim it. Sun Ce is quite talented and just blanks a shot to get a rather large stuffed bear doll. She happily printed a bite on Gu Chengchen's face and was just about to be pampered and beg for praise when Nini pulled her finger, eyeing the doll in her hand and said, "Sister-in-law, I'll change it for you." Okay. Song Ce didn't care about the doll at all. She only wanted her husband's praise, so she didn't hesitate to stuff the plush bear into Nini's arms. "It's for you. Yay! Long live your sister-in-law." Unfortunately, the little girl was tightly clamped by Gu Chengchen's legs and couldn't bounce at all. Chapter 153. Mom, how could you even think of such a good thing? Song Ce looked at Gu Chengchen again, holding her little head high, her words full of anticipation. "How is it? Am I awesome? Worthy of being my daughter-in-law? The first time you play with a gun and you only get 1 empty shot. That's awesome." Gu Chengchen's eyes doted on his daughter-in-law's face as he cupped her and complimented her. Well, how about a bonus kiss? Saying that, Song Ce had already brought her face over. There were too many people and it was a bit embarrassing to kiss on the mouth, so it was better to kiss on the face. Gu Chengchen naturally kissed her fragrant and soft face without hesitation, and incidentally also used his hand to square her face and kissed on those pink lips. Well, somewhat caught off guard, Song Ce's pretty face was immediately covered with a layer of nice pink color. There was a chorus of gasps, cheers and uproar from the surrounding crowd, and Nini, who was clamped by Gu Chengchen's legs with her little head held high, even blocked her eyes with her little hands and murmured adorably, "Shy." On the side, Su Jingwan and Su Shiyu, the 2 cousins who had already finished shooting bullets and were holding the prize dolls, looked at the couple who were showing so much love and attracting onlookers in broad daylight and under a clear sky. All too late to flirt, rushed over, one holding Nini, one with Gu Chengchen and Song Ce, who had just split their lips, and hurriedly fled the scene. After getting away from the crowd, Su Shiyu immediately gave Gu Chengchen a punch in the face. "You don't look at where you're kissing and kissing. This is good. You can't play." "Ahem. Sorry, couldn't help myself." Gu Chengchen apologized, not paying attention to Su Shiyu's complaints, turning his head to his daughter-in-law who was holding his arm and had been shyly lowering her head. "Watch where you're going. Don't close your eyes and let me lead you along. In case I don't have the time to hold it up, it'll be troublesome. You think everyone is as brazen as you?" Su Shiyu spat out a sentence and came to Song Ce's side. taking her other arm. Feel free, sister-in-law. There's still me. Thanks, but I'm okay. There's watching the road. Song Si's face was still red as she thanked him. Then, Su Jingwan asked, there's only the altar and the cultural and creative activities left to go to, but the ground sacrificing ceremony is only available in the morning. So are we still going to check it out? Gu Qingchen thought for a moment and said, go for a spin. It's not like we've seen it before. Just take a look and go. Okay. Subsequently, the 4 big ones came over to the altar. Nothing really. It is a small high altar similar to the ancient rituals. On top of the incense and tributes and so on, also not allowed to enter. The cultural creations are just exhibitions of local customs and personal creations, and there's not much to see. At least Gu Qingchen couldn't see it. After casually strolling around for a while, they left the temple and took a taxi back to the compound. Once inside, the chatting adults stopped. All back. How was it? Was the temple fair fun? Su Zhongshan took a sip of tea and asked smilingly. It's quite fun. It's just that the prices are a bit outrageous. Gu Qingchen said back. Ha ha. Su Zhongshan, who heard the words, laughed out loud and said, you rich second generation still care about the price. It's not exactly my money out of pocket, so naturally I have to care. Gu Qingchen explained. Su Zhongshan, however, waved his hand and said, don't worry, since we're going out to play, we don't need to care about money. The old Su family doesn't say it's comparable to your Gu group, but there's still some family money. Besides, the state gives all of us cadres good benefits. Firewood, rice, oil, salt, food, drink, water and electricity. We don't have to pay. We can still save a lot of money. Well, Gu Qingchen answered with a cry and a laugh. Not bad for a veteran cadre, whose salary is all pure profit and who doesn't even see the cost of a doctor's visit. He helped Song Si and sat down in the chair with her. Nini also ran to her mom, holding up the little windmill and doll in her hand. Mommy looked the little windmill and the little bear from her sister-in-law. Well, go play with yourself and stop showing off for me here. Su Yahan's helpless words had just fallen, but Nini had stuffed all the windmill bears into her mom's arms. Su Yahan said uncertainly, are you giving it to mom? For her part, Nini stared at Musiai, who came out of the kitchen and the cut-up fruits and cake she was carrying in her hands, and rolled her little eyes adorably. Mommy, how could you even think of such a good thing? I'm just asking you to hold me. I'm going to eat the cake with my free hand. Su Yahan's forehead veins rippled as she pinched her small face and pulled hard. Su Euro, you want to be spanked, don't you? Well, it hurts, Grandma. Nene saw the situation and immediately called out to the divine beast. Come on, don't bully your daughter. After saying that, Musiai placed the fruit plate cake on the coffee table and greeted, eat them all. I'll cut more if it's not enough. Then, she snatched Nini from Su Yahan's hands, swept her into her arms, and sat down on the wooden sofa. And Nini, who was out of the clutches of the devil, rubbed her face, spat her tongue at Su Yahan, peeled her eyelids, and made a face before picking up the cake and eating it prettily. Su Yahan glared at her with a leathery smile. Only one cake, you hear me? Poof. Nini had a backer to protect her, not at all vain, and arrogantly sidestepped her head and continued to eat. Su Yahan's clenched hand secretly said in her heart, just wait, let's see how I'll clean you up before I go to bed at night. Gu Qingchen kneaded his daughter-in-law's delicate hand and scanned the circle before realizing that there was someone missing and asked, Grandpa, has my cousin left? Su Igwa directly picked up. Well, he finished his vacation and went back to report for duty. We'll leave in a little while, too. We should be back in the military district tomorrow. Gu Qingchen was a bit puzzled. It's only the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year tomorrow. Your positions aren't so bad that you don't even get that much vacation, right? Su Igwa shook his head and explained. It has nothing to do with the position. After all, it's a military region, and you can't slack off for a moment. Okay, understood. Evening. With the exception of Su Zhongshan and Su Jishue, Nini's father, who stayed behind, everyone else had already left the compound and gone back to their respective homes. After all, the house was small, with only 4 rooms upstairs and downstairs, so it couldn't accommodate all the people. Yard. On a whim, Su Zhongshan instructed Gu Qingchen in fighting. The family's loose civet cat, also nestled next to one of the flower pots, quietly watched them. Certainly not the instruction of practicing against each other, which is verbal and demonstrative. After all, the old man's age is there. Fighting experience is in the rich. Physical function cannot keep up. Chapter 154. Does this count as a son following in his father's footsteps? House. Su Yahan brought Song Ce, who had finished washing her face, to the wooden sofa and sat down, holding a bowl of sliced cucumber. Auntie, does this really work? Song Ce doesn't know anything about this aspect of skincare at all. She doesn't really understand cucumber slices on the face. What can skincare? It works, just do as I say. Head high and eyes closed. Suyahan held Song Siyi's head and pressed the cucumber slices onto her face and eyes one by one. At that moment, Nini also came out of her grandma's house, and she glanced at her own mother in a habitual manner, and took a few cucumber slices from the bowl in her hand and stuffed them into her little mouth. Hey Su-yuro, every time I put on my face you take my cucumber. Are you that greedy? Suyahan knocked her own daughter's little head and asked. Nini tilted her head in disbelief. But Mum, you can't use it up every time and have to throw it away. What's wrong with me eating a few slices? Isn't this still your sister-in-law? Oh, the little girl froze, spitting the cucumber that she had already chewed a few mouthfuls of in her mouth into her hand, handing it over to Suyahan and saying, "Here that back to your mom." Looking at the saliva-stained cucumber puree, Suyahan disliked it and pushed her aside with her finger against her own daughter's head. I don't want you to have eaten it. I don't want it either. Nini also disliked what she had eaten and directly threw the cucumber puree into the trash can, then hugged Suyahan's thighs and pouted. Mom, I want to put it on too. What are you putting on? Don't mess up. She was still putting cucumber slices on Song Si, but Nene still begged her mom relentlessly. Helplessly, Suyahan could only say, be good. After dressing your sister-in-law there's still some left over for you. Good. At that, Nene was honest. After he finished applying the compress to Song Si and let her lean against the backrest of the wooden sofa, Suyahan put the remaining tablets on her own daughter, and in the process, she sat her on her lap and cradled her in her arms, and so it went on for about half an hour. I think. Song Si took off the cucumber slices from her face and put them in the bowl. It does feel like my skin is a little better. I wonder if it's psychological. And Suyahan removed the cucumber from Nini's face and realized that the girl was actually asleep. She threw the cucumber into the trash can and didn't dare to make a sound. She just pointed to the bedroom on the first floor and gave Song Si a, "I'll take her to bed," mouth gesture. Then she hugged her daughter and got up to leave. Just as Suyahan had just entered her bedroom and closed the door, Gu Chengchen and Su Zhongshan coincidentally finished practicing and entered the house. You have a good base. You're just not very skilled. Practice. Gu Chengchen let out a breath and said, Grandpa, you're too strict. It's really not that I'm unskilled. It's a shame. You would have joined the army. Tadayama sighed as he sat down on the single wooden sofa and said, Gu Chengchen was also tired and sat down next to Song Si, poured water and drank it off, waving his hand and saying, forget about joining the army, Grandpa, or what about my daughter-in-law? When he finished, he also grabbed a handful of cucumber slices right out of the bowl. Don't. Song Si hurriedly grabbed Gu Chengchen's arm to stop it. Unfortunately, it was too late. My own husband had already eaten it in his mouth. Gu Chengchen and Su Zhongshan both looked at her strangely. What? Song Si wrapped her hands around his arm and pointed her index fingers together. Somewhat aggrieved, she lowered her head and said, it's the cucumber slices I just used to put on my face mask. Gu Chengchen's mouth stopped chewing at once. It's swallow or spit. Ha ha. Su Zhongshan seemed to have thought of something and laughed. Gu Chengchen simply crossed his heart and directly chewed it and swallowed it, then said quietly, Grandpa, your grandson's embarrassment is that funny? No, just thinking of something old and funny. Su Zhongshan waved his hand and narrated, your aunt is still a little girl, also liked to use cucumber mask. Your grandma didn't know, so she scrambled her cucumber slices with eggs. It just so happens that your father, your second and third uncles are at home, so we're just going to eat. As a result, your aunt came out after washing up and asked how the cucumber she had put on her face had disappeared. At that time, the four of us looked at the cucumber scrambled eggs in front of us, all dumbfounded, and we didn't eat well. Then I'm kind of in my dad's footsteps. Gu Chengchen stroked the head of his lovely daughter-in-law who was snuggled up next to him. By the way, if you want to see your father, let Yahan take you there tomorrow. The Martyrs' Cemetery, not far from here. Of course, it's alright not to go, there's no need to see a dead man in the middle of the year. Su Zhongshan this did not have the smile just now, but there is no emotion, but vaguely and always feel a little sad. I'll check it out tomorrow. Don't worry, Grandpa. Where else could Gu Chengchen not hear the old man's meaning? Besides, it's just a look. It's not a ceremony to recognize the ancestors, not to mention the Martyrs' Cemetery, even if it's a one-night stay. It's fine if you decide. You're a child of the old Su family anyway. You can't change that. It's rare for people to rest when they're old. So I'm going to bed and won't be here to bother you two youngsters. After saying that, Su Zhongshan got up and walked into the bedroom, and Gu Chengchen glanced at Song Si, rubbed her soft and tender face, and said softly, let's rest and go too. Good. Gently helping his daughter-in-law to her feet, the two of them also returned to the room they had stayed in upstairs during their last visit. After rummaging through his suitcase, Gu Chengchen found a relatively conservative pink cotton nightgown out for Song Si. Now pajamas are definitely out of the question. No, they're uncomfortable to wear. It can only be in a nightgown, or not at all, but the latter can only be done in one's own home, for one's own eyes. After personally helping Song Si remove the loose dress, and unclasping and removing the corset, and briefly kneading the dough, Gu Qingchen was about to put the nightgown on her. Song Si didn't care about his movements at all, and even cooperated and pushed up. Anyway, it was her own husband. It was only right to play with him any way she wanted. It was only when she saw it was about to put a nightgown on herself that she pulled Gu Qingchen's hand and placed it on her waist. Panties too. My stomach is too big to wear comfortably. Okay. All old married couples. Gu Qingchen skillfully removed his daughter-in-law and gave her another kiss on her stomach. Then, it was time to fold all the underwear and put it in the suitcase before putting the nightgown on her. Afterwards, Gu Qingchen changed his pajamas as well, so he climbed into bed and hugged Song Si, who had already crystallized herself to the head of the bed and was lying well on the pillow. By the way, did you wash your face before you posted the cucumber? Gu Qingchen asked. Song Si habitually put her stomach, resting on his stomach, her head leaning on his chest, her whole body relaxing down and said, washed that'll do, at least it's clean. Gu Qingchen hugged the kagome in his arms a few points tighter. Go to sleep, get up early tomorrow and go to the martyrs cemetery to see my dad. But Song Si raised her head and beamed her little mouth, saying, just now you kissed the baby, I want to kiss it too. Gu Qingchen dotingly rubbed her head and kissed on those jelly-like lips. Chapter 155, The Eating Duo. Late night, Song Si slowly opened her eyes. Those bright eyes did not have a bit of sleepy eyes. At first glance, they were not sleeping at all. Then, with extremely gentle movements, she held her large belly and slowly came out of the sleeping Gu Qingchen's arms. After seeing no reaction from him, he continued to move little by little, like a caterpillar, to the edge of the bed. Then, Song Si stretched out her white and graceful little feet, put her slippers on, and looked back at her husband, who was still asleep. Before she exhaled, covered her stomach and got up, came to the door at a speed of 3 seconds a step, and gently pushed the door out. Come downstairs. Song Si gently pushed open the kitchen door. Instead, there was a flash of orange light reflecting on the floor in what should have been a dark environment. She peered over and, to her surprise, saw the refrigerator door wide open and a cute little figure, crouching on the floor, stealing food. Nene? Song Si called out softly with uncertainty. At once, the little one who was stuffing the cake into his mouth shuddered violently, and subconsciously stuffed the cake back into the refrigerator. But just as she was about to close the refrigerator door, she reacted and sensed something was wrong. He hadn't been shouted at or beaten up, so he shouldn't be a tigress. Nini looked back and saw that it was Song Si, so she patted her small chest as if she was amnestied and said, Sister-in-law, you scared me to death. I thought that my mom had woken up. After saying that, she took out the cake that she had just stuffed back again and beckoned to Song Si. Come on, there are still several pieces of cake. Out of this, Song Si also walked over and joined the food stealing team. Because of her big belly, she couldn't squat and had to eat standing up after taking the creamy cake handed to her by Nini, scooping up a piece of cream with a plastic spoon and putting it in her mouth. The chilled, cool texture made Song Si squint deliciously. Nini's eating was a bit more spirited, going straight to her mouth and nibbling, getting cream all over her mouth and the tip of her nose, like a little flower cat. Soon, both of them had finished eliminating one piece of cake and were ready to eat the second one. The kitchen light was suddenly turned on. The food-stealing duo immediately shoved the unwrapped cake back into the refrigerator and closed the door. It's true that one is afraid of mom and the other is afraid of hubby. You too. What's going on? A somewhat magnetic-sounding, slightly low voice rang out. Nini's heart was happy. Song Si's heart was cold, but her face pretended to be calm. The little girl turned back with a big grin and reached out with her little thumb. It's okay if you want to know what we're doing, brother, but you can't tell Mom La Hook. Gu Qingchen looked at her face full of cream and immediately shook his head. No need. I already know you're stealing the cake. Ah, how did brother guess? Why must it be stealing cake? Nini said with a small face. Song Si, on the other hand, pulled out a napkin that had been placed in the kitchen, leaned down to hold her little head, and gently wiped all the cream off her face. Can't people tell when you're eating all over? Gu Qingchen also came over and used his index finger to wipe off the cream from the corner of his daughter-in-law's mouth, showing it to her. You still have the nerve to talk about Nini. You're half a catty yourself. Song Si's pretty face reddened, and directly opened her cherry mouth to contain his finger, and used her practiced exquisite tongue skills to roll off the evidence before spitting out the finger. Then with a "what are you talking about" expression, he said, what proof do you have that I'm stealing food? I'm obviously just supervising Nene and not letting her eat more. Ah, sister-in-law you. Well, Nini realized the sinister nature of adults, and when she wanted to accuse, she was covered by Song Si's mouth. Gu Qingchen looked at the saliva-stained fingers, cupped his daughter-in-law's face with his other hand, and couldn't help but say, you're really getting more and more resourceful. But the military fights terrorism without evidence, and I'm watching my wife. so I don't need to. Song-si let go of Nini and murmured with a face full of aggrieved, I just stole a piece of cake. When she finished, she also looked to Nene for confirmation. However, Nini was displeased with her sister-in-law's behavior of selling her teammates and just arrogantly hummed, sister-in-law bad. Gu Chengchen naturally believed in his daughter-in-law's words. As long as he didn't eat more than one piece of cake, he wouldn't hold on to a piece of cake. If you get too greedy, it's time for a spanking. He squatted down and pinched Nene's little nose. How about you? How much did you eat? Nini silently gestured a 3, then hugged Gu Chengchen's neck and pouted. Brother, don't tell my mom you're the best, he said, and kissed him curtly on the cheek. Gu Chengchen wasn't very receptive to her, tugging at her little face with both hands and lecturing, counting the piece you ate during the day. You've already eaten 4 pieces. How can your little tummy be so loaded? How about brother lets you off the hook this time? But if you get sick, or if I catch you stealing food again in the future, I'll tell your mom the truth, okay? Good. Nene immediately agreed. In fact, the heart secretly plotted, next time I directly hide and steal food, see how you this stinky brother caught me. Alright, go back to bed, and don't come out and steal any more food. Gu Chengchen patted her little head and said, oh. The little girl obediently walked towards the door, and before leaving the kitchen, she turned her head to Song-si and complained in a milky voice, sister-in-law, you'd better not steal food in the future lest you get caught by your older brother and have to drag me down. She then ran upside down back to her mom and dad's bedroom. Song-si, on the other hand, raised her small mouth that could hang a bottle of oil, tightly hugged Gu Chengchen's waist, and angled her face to beg for comfort. Hubby Nini fierce me, which is mean. You're the one who interrupted someone's plan to steal food, and you won't let them complain about it? Gu Chengchen cried and laughed as he held his daughter-in-law's face and rubbed it. I didn't know you'd wake up. Obviously I was very careful. You didn't make a sound. Listening to his daughter-in-law's adorable mutterings, he patted her lightly against his large belly and said, of course I woke up when I couldn't feel its weight in my daughter-in-law's soft, cuddly body. Song-si skimmed her mouth. Then you can't indulge me for once. Every time you stare so hard. No. Gu Chengchen righteously refused. You're pregnant. The cake is already unhealthy. Not to mention it's still from the fridge. I don't care about you this time. I won't care about you next time. What if you get sick from this accumulation? If you don't think about your child, you have to think about yourself too. I don't want my precious daughter-in-law to get sick and then nestle uncomfortably in my arms and shed tears. It hurts just to think about it. Upon hearing this, Song-si also guiltily rubbed the tip of her nose against his and said in a soft tone, I was wrong, I'll try to control myself in the future. Gu Chengchen gently kissed on her lips. I don't blame you. Just listen to you on the line. Don't I say you once, you still do what I do. At least have to converge for a few days to say. It's not that you won't be allowed to steal food. It's just that you need to be moderate and a little less frequent. Aha. I know. Song-si also couldn't help but kiss Gu Chengchen back. Chapter 156, Visiting a Strange Father. Morning. Gu Chengchen, who had stayed up somewhat slightly late last night, gradually woke up, but immediately afterward, he felt something heavy pressing down on his stomach. When he opened his eyes, he saw his daughter-in-law who was sitting on his waist with her hand on his big belly and her eyes closed and motionless. Gu Chengchen patted her white and greasy thighs in disbelief and asked lazily, Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Song-si slightly opened an eye slit. Her body couldn't help but wobble and rub a little. Her tone was extremely soft and sticky. I'm so sleepy, you poking me like this can wake me up. Gu Chengchen helplessly adjusted the muzzle. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you up? You dare to mess with a man who just woke up in the morning? Song-si cute tilted her head, thought for a moment and said, also, it's not impossible. The doctor said it's okay to be moderate in mid-pregnancy, right? Gu Chengchen was defeated by his daughter-in-law and conceded, that's not safe either. Better not. You go on to sleep. I'll just go to the martyrs' cemetery by myself. No, how can I, as a daughter-in-law, be absent when I meet my parents? Song-si patted her face, forced herself to cheer up, and slowly got out of bed to change her clothes. Still simple dresses, or only dresses. After all, as a pregnant woman, this was the only dress she was comfortable wearing. If you're going out, just throw on some warm pants and wrap up in a down jacket. It's still warm in the compound room, but not much compared to the villa, where you can run around completely unclothed. Then, Song-si sagely found Gu Chengchen a turtleneck sweater and cotton pants pantyhose. The two changed and headed downstairs to wash up. Just as they reached the bathroom door, they encountered Su Yahan, who had finished washing up with Nini. Gu Chengchen immediately called out to her, Auntie, why don't you take me to the martyrs' cemetery to see my father in a moment? Sure, I'll take you guys after breakfast. Su Yahan didn't refuse. It was just as well that she could go and see her brother. Wrap it up. Everyone was seated at the table for breakfast. It's just missing Su Zhongshan. Puzzled, Gu Chengchen asked towards Mu Xiai, Grandma, where's my grandfather? Haven't seen him, he won't even pop up this time of year. I guess he left before dawn. Don't mind him. The old lady calmly drank her porridge as if she was used to it. Okay, then, he asked towards Su Jishue, where's auntie? They've all gone back to their units. Why don't you? Su Jishue peeled the eggs. A mouthful of stuff down said, I'm a scientific researcher. More leave. The 6th day of work. Unlike the old man a bit of anything has to go straight back to the army. Oh, that too. Gu Qingchen also ate Song Si's peeled egg in one bite and nodded vaguely. Song Si immediately slapped him with dissatisfaction, then brought her porridge to her mouth and said, how can you eat eggs in one bite? What if you choke? Quickly drink the kanji. Su Jishue froze and looked at his wife as well. Why aren't you so concerned about me? Su Yahan blankly glanced at her. You wolf down your meals in order to catch up. It's not like I haven't said anything about you, but do you listen? It's okay, you're used to it. You can't choke. After saying that, she broke the egg into small pieces and put it into Nini's porridge and said, finish it for me Anon, or I'll spank your little ass. Oh, Nene dutifully responded, but whether she ended up listening or not is another story. Breakfast was eaten with simple small talk. Nene's ass did, unsurprisingly, take a few beatings before she finished her porridge with a reluctant face. A break followed. Su Yahan then drove Gu Qingchen and Song Ce to the martyrs' cemetery. Her own daughter had been clamoring to go, but she had refused mercilessly. Since the little girl didn't do her winter vacation homework yesterday, she would have to have Su Jishue keep an eye on her today to catch up on her work. Pity that a senior student of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the chief engineer of a major project, has to teach children the simplest addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. He can't even teach them. Come to the martyrs' cemetery. Gu Qingchen held the flowers and white wine he had bought midway in his left hand, and with Song Si's small hand in his right hand, he followed Su Yahan to a tombstone. The black and white photo on it wearing a military uniform looked similar to Gu Qingchen, but a clear difference could be seen. Brother, hey, I forgot to bring your son to see you before. You love me the most, forgive me. Su Yahan seemed to have regained her girlish senses, gently patting the tombstone and said, Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, placed the flowers in front of the monument and silently leaned down and bowed. Song Si followed suit with a slight bow. Su Yahan grinned broadly and rested her arm on the tombstone, pointing at the young couple and introducing them. Brother, your son Gu Qingchen, your daughter-in-law Song Ce, and you, I don't know if it's a grandson or granddaughter. I'll introduce them later. The sister-in-law who gave birth to your child is very good-looking, and she's also rich, so you can rest in peace in heaven. Gu Qingchen squatted down and unscrewed the wine, gently pouring it in front of the tombstone. I don't know if I should call you dad. It always feels so awkward. After all, what kind of person calls their dad the first time they meet? So you might as well wait until I get used to it. Su Yahan smiled and patted his head. It's fine, there's no rush, call it or not. With my brother's character, he won't care about this. That'll do. Gu Qingchen bowed to the tombstone again. I just came to see you today, and I don't know what to say, said. He looked around, then, wrapped his arm around Song Si's waist and said, just to show your comrades, you cannot be extinct, and even to be a grandfather, so that you do not have to drink with them downstairs to nagging without a talking point. Alright, it's too cold, so I won't let my daughter-in-law and child freeze. I'll see you later. Su Yahan also waved her hand at Su Yifeng. Let's go brother, I still have to go back and manage Nini to do her homework. Ji Shui presses the child. Song Si hesitated for a moment, but still bowed slightly once more and murmured in a low voice. Don't worry, I will take care of Qingchen. Gu Qingchen smiled dotingly and dropped a kiss on her reddened, lovely face. Let's go. Song Si smiled sweetly and wrapped her arm around her husband's arm and headed out of the mausoleum. Su Yahan smiled sourly, looked back at her brother on the tombstone, and teased, how was it? You had a mouthful of dog food too, right? Then, too, he followed the couple at a quick pace. Car. Gu Qingchen rubbed his daughter-in-law's cold little hands and asked, Auntie, when is the anniversary of Dad's death? August 25th on the lunar calendar. Su Yahan raised her eyebrows and said, what? Planning to come back next year to burn paper and pay tribute to your dad? Well, there is this intention. Gu Qingchen nodded. Okay, then the baby in Cece's tummy will come out, so it's a good time to hold it for my brother to see. Good. Chapter 157, Nini who would do anything to not do her homework. Time flashed by. In 2 days, school will start for winter break. Gu Qingchen and Song Ce, who had originally planned to stay for a few days and then go back, stayed in the compound for more than 10 days in a calm and somewhat boring manner. Now, it's time for the return trip. It's just that there was a mishap in the middle of it, and I had to bring along a little light bulb. The reason was that Nini, the girl, for some reason, suddenly clamored and insisted on going with them to Magic City to play. This is about to start school, but no matter who persuade cannot, For this she also lying on the ground, rolling, wow straight cry, and even received a beating is useless. There was no other way. Suyahan compromised and could only give her daughter a vacation, letting her play for a few more days. Gu Qingchen and Song Si agreed and bought Nini a plane ticket. It doesn't. The little girl dressed like a little penguin had already pulled a small suitcase and darted over, holding Song Si's hand. Suyahan helplessly walked over, straightened her daughter's little cotton cap, and looked at Gu Qingchen. Trouble you to help me take care of this disobedient stinky girl for a few days. Don't worry auntie, we'll take it all as bringing up the kids early, Gu Qingchen said as she smiled and pinched Nini's little cheeks. Mu Si also came over, stroked Song Si's stomach and said, go back and take care of yourselves. If you can't, take a few months off from school. Don't get tired. And when you're almost born, Grandma will go to Mordor to see you. Good. Song Si also held the back of her pale hand and sweetly said, Grandma, you should also take care of your health. Good, the old lady is still hardy. All right. Then, Mu Si looked at Gu Qingchen again. Eldest grandson, you can take good care of your daughter-in-law Eng. That's for sure, Grandma. Let's get going or we should miss our flight. Having said that, the three of them then got into the red car. Suyahan walked up and knocked on the glass, pointing at Nini and instructing, be good. Follow your brother and sister-in-law closely. Do you hear me? Don't be lawless when you go to someone's home. Or come back and see if I don't open your little ass up. Oh, I know Mom, you're so nosy. Uncle Chang, just drive. Nene covered her little ears, not wanting to hear her mom nag at all. Gu Qingchen also said, let's go Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang smiled faintly and started the car to gradually drive away. Suyahan frowned, looking at the far-away car, and muttered in a bad mood, dead girl, let's see how I'm going to clean you up when you come back. Mu Si laughed and patted her own daughter's arm. Let's go. Just a little kid. Happy is the most important. When you were a kid you weren't much better than Nini. Mom, I'm not. Car. Gu Qingchen scratched Nini's chin and asked, tell me, what's the reason for following us, dead or alive? But the ghost girl played with her own fingers and acted dumb. What are you talking about, brother? I just can't bear to part with you and my sister-in-law. Ha, he directly said to Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, turn around and send her back. But Uncle Zhang didn't do that. The joke he could still hear, but it was just to scare the little girl. Ah, but Nini doesn't understand. Immediately fell for it, tugging on her brother's sleeve and pouting. Don't do it, brother, I'll say, but you can't tell Mom. After saying that, she also said to Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhang too, you're the most annoying, always snitching on me with Mom if you're in school. There's no kids who would want to play with you. Gu Qingchen also cooperated. Uncle Zhang, it's not a big deal, so there's no need to tell my aunt. It's fine. I know, Mr. Gu. Nah, can you say it now? Gu Qingchen rubbed Nini's cheeks and said, well, actually, I still have a lot of homework left to do. I thought I'd hide for a few days. Maybe if I went back to school, my teacher would forget about it. Or, I'll just hide my homework at my brother's house, and when I come back I'll say I lost it, so neither my teacher nor my mom can do anything about it. Gu Qingchen. Song Si covered her mouth and snickered for a while, then stretched out her hands to hold Nini's face and persuaded, then sister-in-law will strive to let you stay for a few more days, and let's make up for the homework, okay? Ah, sister-in-law, don't do that. Nini, who had heard the words, immediately pouted and shook her arm in a pouty manner. She's begging to go to the capital just so she doesn't have to do her homework. If I make it up, it'll be a waste of effort. Gu Qingchen will not spoil the little girl. Immediately patted her little head and decided, okay, go to Magic City and let your sister-in-law supervise your homework. Give you a few more days to live. The opportunity to mend the sheep. Just cherish it. Bad brother. Oof. Nene didn't understand what mending a sheep meant, but supervising homework did. Knowing that the big picture had been decided, he also stopped resisting and then turned his head away, completely ignoring Gu Qingchen. Come to the airport and follow the process to board the plane. Song Si helped Nini to her seat and fastened her seatbelt before coming to her own seat and sitting down. Gu Qingchen refused the hot towel handed by the stewardess and turned his head to Nini. Call out to your brother if something happens. Got it? Oof. Nene still didn't want to talk to him, obviously still upset about forcing her to do her homework. Song Si, on the other hand, smiled and said to her husband, it's fine, I'll keep an eye on her. Alright. Gu Qingchen shook his head helplessly. Kids these days are really hard to control. Royal View Mansion. Nini pulled her own small suitcase with one hand and held Song Si's hand with the other, bouncing down the road. Song Si seemed to be infected as well, and couldn't help but happily shake her little hand and take a cheerful little step. Gu Qingchen followed behind them, pushing the two suitcases, silently watching them with a smile on his lips. Back to the villa. Feng Ma immediately greeted her. Xiao Gu, MS. Song, and she is? Gu Qingchen squatted down to change Song Si's shoes while replying back. Long time no see, Feng Ma. This child is my sister. Just call Nini. please take care of her. Hello, Feng Ma. Nene snorted knowingly. Hello Nini. Feng Ma smiled and responded, then wondered, does Mr. Gu have a daughter? No. Gu Chengchen hurriedly waved her hand and explained, cousin, it's not my mom's birth. Alright, it's me being talkative. Xiao Gu forgive me. Feng Ma bowed slightly. It's okay, asking is not much of a conversation. Gu Chengchen changed Nini's shoes again and patted her back. There are no shoes for you in the house, so you can step in your socks. There's underfloor heating anyway. Ooh-hoo. Nene immediately went into the living room with her little feet and looked around curiously. Feng Ma, please watch Nini for a while Cici and I go upstairs to pack our bags. Gu Chengchen said. Good. After saying that, Gu Chengchen pushed the suitcase and took Song-si upstairs. Chapter 158, The Age of Dogs and Cats. Song-si carried out all the clothes from the two men's suitcases, but it was simply sorting and taking out my husband's underwear that I would need to hand wash later, and nothing else was organized at all. Since they're all worn, I'll have to carry them straight into the bathroom to wash them on later, including the clothes they've been wearing for 3 days. Song-si was also a little witty, and had already put in action, stripping herself clean. Gu Chengchen came out after washing her face to see the situation. Full of helplessness, hurriedly walked over to help her stomach into the check room. There's still Nini at home. What if she pops in? Be careful. Oh good. Song-si didn't care at all, directly pulling the hem of his thermal jacket and lifting it upwards. Then, and dryly yanked his pants plus underwear to his knees and said, the rest you take off yourself. Oh, I can't squat down. When she finished, she turned to find pajamas and nightgowns for her husband and herself. Gu Chengchen. After both of them were fully dressed, Gu Chengchen suddenly saw a bag of something unknown placed in the corner of the cabinet. He picked it up and looked at it. Isn't this the shell that his daughter-in-law picked up when he went to Weihai a while ago? Daughter-in-law, what are you keeping the shells for? Gu Chengchen handed the bag over. Puzzled. Yeah. Song-si excitedly took the bag. The original in this I was looking for it before. Did not find. Thought it was fall. Weihai did not bring back it. It's true that once you're pregnant, you're a fool and lose your mind. Gu Chengchen cupped Song-si's face and said with a smile, it's not stupid, it's just forgotten. Yes, my daughter-in-law. Before Gu Chengchen could finish his sentence, a tender and cute voice spoke while pulling the sliding door of the check room open. Interrupting. Brother and sister-in-law, what are you doing? Meow. The two men looked down at the sound. All that could be seen was that Nini was using her short, fleshy arms to wrap them around one's neck, holding it in her arms in a sort of hanging position. Ichichi has a small strawberry hairpin pinned to his head. His face is full of life. His tail and limbs are drooping. He has completely given up struggling. Pust. Song-si directly covered her mouth and laughed. Gu Chengchen, on the other hand, cried and laughed as she rubbed Nini's little head and instructed, be gentle with the kitten. It's going to struggle, so don't put your arm around it too hard and not let go. Oh good. The little girl responded obediently. Cuddle your cat and go downstairs to play. If you want to eat or drink anything or watch anything, just ask Feng Ma, she'll get it for you. Your sister-in-law and I will go down in a while, then you guys hurry up. After saying that, Nene hugged, braced one by one and walked out of the room. Sure enough, it's still children who have a way with cats. Now one has a nemesis. Gu Chengchen lamented. Song-si smiled and stood on her tiptoes to give him a kiss. Let's go. I'm going to do the laundry. You go downstairs and play with Nini. Okay, so what do you do with the shell? Gu Chengchen asked, pointing at the bag in her hand. Song-si thought for a moment and said, then you can stay with Nini later. First help me clean them all carefully, and by the way, please go and buy some fishing line and come back, and later I'll thread the shells all together and make them into decorations. When the baby is born, I'll hang it up in the crib as a toy. Okay, tool and fish line, I'll let the property run an errand. After all, the property fee isn't paid for nothing, anything, and so, a clear division of labor began as the couple hugged their dirty laundry and carried shells to the bathroom. Gu Chengchen placed a running order with the property, so he found 2 plastic basins and used hot water to clean up the shells. Song-si, on the other hand, threw all the clothes into the corresponding washing machine and then went to the sink to scrub her husband's underwear. It's been a while of work. The washed shells were briefly swished. The scrubbed underwear was also thrown into the washing machine for a second high-temperature wash. The two then went downstairs with the washed shells. Just got to the living room. Nini was seen kneeling in front of the couch, rummaging through her suitcase for a number of cute hair clips, fixing them one by one. After all, kids love plush and cute critters. Grandma's house had a civet cat, but he didn't play with kids at all, so it was hard to catch a cat that was at her disposal, so naturally she was willing to put all her favorite hair clips on it. Unfortunately, the little kitty spirit sprawled out on the couch with a dumbfounded look on his face, silently enduring the forced love of the little girl putting hairpins all over his body. Feng Ma, on the other hand, sat on the sidelines with her face in her hands, her mouth hooked in a smile as she watched the amusing scene. Okay Nini, stop tossing my cat and string shells with us later. Gu Qingchen helped Songsi sit on the sofa and placed the shells on the coffee table. Wow. Nene sniffed and immediately turned her attention away and began to pick out her favorite shells. Niini, this one looks good. Niini, that one looks good too. And without any hesitation at all, one by one immediately jumped off the couch in style and ran up the stairs with all the bling 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 hair clips. Sure enough, Nini has reached the age where dogs hate cats, and it's really suffering. Not a moment too soon, the property delivered the fishing line and tools. It's a small electric grinder as thick as 2 thumbs and forefingers looped together, except that the head is pointed for making very small holes, and the line is just an ordinary spool of line. Nini picked a dozen or so of her own very favorite shells and slipped them into her pocket, then went back upstairs to play with the cat. Feng Ma naturally followed. Without much care, Gu Qingchen handed one of the drill pens to Songsi and taught her how to use it. The two then proceeded to punch holes in each shell, but later, Songsi put down her drill pen and focused on starting the stringing of the shells. It's pretty simple, just run the line through the hole, then tie 2 knots, string another one a short distance apart, and so on. I ended up threading a total of 9 strings, each about 50 centimeters or so. Songsi then fixed one end of each string together to form a large string. She then stood up, holding her stomach, and shook the wind chimes made up of staggered shells in her hands, listening to the crisp ringing sound that came from them as they rubbed against each other, which was still quite nice. Hubby, how's it going? The little pregnant woman asked as she squeezed her belly to his face with anticipation. Well, my wife's hands are just ingenious. Gu Qingchen dropped a kiss on her stomach in a smooth manner. He keep the rest of the shells. Tomorrow we'll go down the street and buy some better rope to thread a bracelet or something for Nene. Okay, come on, let's go upstairs and see what Nene the troublemaker is up to. Gu Qingchen stood up and said as he wrapped his arms around Songsi's waist. Good. Chapter 159, The Little Girl Who Sold Nukes. Evening, playing around all day. Nene was finally letting go of the tired-faced one, removing all the hairpins it was covered in. It even sweetly stroked its fur against its fur. The first thing this little kitty spirit did after leaving was climb up to the highest part of the cat climbing frame and huff and puff ZZ. Couldn't even be bothered to lick and tidy up his own fur. Inside the master bedroom, Songsi held the little nightgown in one hand and led Nini to the bathroom to take a shower. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, was next door making up the bed. Less than half an hour or so, Nene then bounced out of the bathroom in her cute pink plush nightgown. This way, dry your hair first. Songsi followed closely behind, carrying the back of her collar and guiding her to the makeup table to blow-dry her hair. Gu Qingchen was leaning over the bed, typing and reporting to Su Yahan about her daughter's situation in every detail, which of course didn't include coming to him for refuge in order to avoid handing in his homework. After all, it was a deal with the little girl not to snitch. Not long after, Nini, who had finished blowing her hair, came trotting straight over, made a flying leap onto the bed, and kept rolling back and forth. Wow, so soft and big, more comfortable than my house and grandma's. Songsi also came over and patted her little butt, saying, "Good girl, it's time to sleep." Good. Nini obediently climbed onto the pillow and lay down, patting Gu Qingchen beside her. Brother tells stories. Gu Qingchen raised her eyebrows and said doubtfully, "Are you going to sleep with us?" Nene was even more puzzled. What else? Mommy always sleeps with me in her arms. Songsi also climbed onto the bed and lay down, wrapping her arms around Nini and whispering warmly, "It's fine, just sleep with us. Hey sister-in-law, post. The little girl rubbed her face directly against her full breasts. Songsi also stroked Nini's little head with a face full of motherly love and looked to her own husband. Husband, tell a story. Gu Qingchen, who couldn't enjoy his wife's warm and delicate body, had to open his mouth in a lost voice. Once upon a time, on a cold winter night, in a certain small mountain village, there was a little girl who sold nuclear bombs. Before he could continue, Songsi interrupted. Selling nukes? Aren't you selling matches? Just listen to me go on. After saying that, Gu Qingchen continued. One day, she passed by the window of a household and saw a laughing family of 4 inside, enjoying the warmth of the fire while eating a full banquet of 6 dishes and 2 soups. The little girl, who was touched by the situation and missed her grandmother, lit a nuclear bomb, and then, the whole villages saw her grandmother that night. It was an old story, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud when he shared it with his wife and sister who had never heard it before. Songsi also pursed her lips and smiled, then pouted and patted him on the chest. Don't be ridiculous, there are still children speaking properly. Gu Qingchen held his daughter-in-law's hand that was patted over and kneaded it. Yes. Then I'll tell another story about Little Red Riding Hood and the Grey Wolf. No, the story of the Big Grey Wolf. This time it's really serious storytelling. To that end he took out his cell phone and searched it, reading from it. As a result, as a little bit of time passes, Gu Chengchen twisted his head to see that his daughter-in-law was asleep, but Nini was still looking at him with her two big watery eyes open. Gu Chengchen helplessly rubbed her head and said, "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" "But, how can I go to sleep without hearing the story?" Nene said rightfully. "Makes sense." Then, Gu Chengchen mandatorily covered the little girl's eyes, "But that doesn't work either. Kids aren't allowed to stay up all night. Hurry up and go to sleep." "Oh." Nene instantly turned around and buried herself in her sister-in-law's tenderness, muffling, "Good night, brother. Good night." Without his daughter-in-law's embrace, Gu Chengchen was slightly uncomfortable as he lay on his back staring at the ceiling, gradually falling into sleep. The sky is wide open. Nene wriggled her legs out of bed and headed toward the bathroom in a daze. However, on the way, her tiny feet stepped directly on Gu Chengchen's stomach. Serious tummy. Really? Ah. Gu Chengchen was instantly stepped on and woke up, covering his stomach and bowing up. "Girl, you're going to step on me. I'm sorry brother, I had to pee." Nene didn't have time to apologize properly, so she hurriedly waved and hopped off the bed, running into the bathroom. Song Si was also woken up by them, holding her stomach and moving over, leaning into her husband's arms, stretching out her white palms, rubbing her stomach for him and saying, "Is everything alright?" Gu Chengchen gathered his daughter-in-law into his arms and rubbed his cheek against her forehead, saying, "Something's wrong. It takes a kiss to get better." "Really?" Song Si looked at the bathroom and raised her head to sip gently on his lips for a while before letting go. "That's it. It's not good for Nini to come out and see it later." "Alright, when Nini leaves, you'll have to make it up to me anon." Gu Chengchen pinched his daughter-in-law's soft cheeks and said with a sense of satisfaction, "Okay, I'll follow husband Sama's orders." At this point, Nene also came out of the bathroom with a cute little yawn. Without saying a word, she climbed onto the bed and squeezed Gu Chengchen out of the way, nestled into Song Si's arms, and continued to sleep in a daze. Gu Chengchen breathlessly gave the little girl a brain crash and said, "Even if you stepped on me, you're still stealing my daughter-in-law. Overdoing it, aren't you?" "Well." Nini covered her head and immediately complained to Song Si, "Sister-in-law brother hit me, you quickly help me take revenge." "Hey, you're still suing me." Gu Chengchen immediately reached out and tickled the itchy flesh around her waist. Nini laughed with tears coming out of her eyes while twisting back and forth in Song Si's arms. "Let's go. Let's eat. Don't steal my daughter-in-law from me." With that, Gu Chengchen picked Nini up and headed downstairs. Song Si also lightly smiled as she held her stomach and got up to follow. Downstairs, Feng Ma sat on the sofa, silently looking at her cell phone. Seeing that someone had come down, she hurriedly got up to meet her and said, "Gu Xiao, would you like some breakfast?" "Eat, please Feng Ma, I've already made it." Gu Xiao will wait a moment. After that, Feng Ma went to the kitchen and brought out the prepared breakfast one by one, but as soon as I put Nini on the dining room chair, she jumped down and ran for the stairs. What are you doing?" Gu Chengchen turned his head to look in confusion, just in time to see Yi, who was running upstairs at a dead run, and instantly lost his smile as he shouted, "Nini, don't tease the cat. Hurry up and eat and come right away." Chapter 160, Can't you go farther away when you steal food? The dining table, one by one, still didn't escape Nini's clutches and was held tightly in her arms around her neck. Song Si smiled as she rolled up the slightly larger vegetable egg pancake and put it into the little girl's bowl. Then, rolled up another one and sent it to Gu Chengchen's mouth. Finally, before rolling one for himself and taking a small bite. However, Nini, the little one, is such a picky eater that the vegetable omelette took a few bites because it had vegetables. The yolks are all handcuffed and fed to one by one. But whether it was picky eating or hygiene, Gu Chengchen now had to take responsibility. Then he got up and rescued one by one from her arms, threw it to one side, and then put a new egg into her bowl and said, "Don't be picky about what you eat. Eat the cake, eat the yolks too, and if you're gagging, drink the milk," he said. "And no, you pet the cat, you're not allowed to get right on it. Either go wash your hands or get a fork and chopsticks and eat it." Ni no way. If Song Si had been pampered it might have worked, but a little kid being pampered had absolutely no lethal effect on Gu Chengchen. He purposely put on a stern face. "I'm not your mom, eat or I'll send you back anon." Upon hearing this, how could the parasitic Nini dare to retort, and obediently picked up her fork and ate. Song Si, on the other hand, touched her head and sang with a red face, "Our Nini is still growing her body, and if she wants to become beautiful in the future, she has to eat well. By the time we get back to school, there'll be so many kids all around you, complimenting you on how good you look and fighting to play with you." Really? Nene asked, cocking her head. "Of course it's true, so yeah, we have to be good eaters and not picky eaters, okay?" Song Si continued to cajole. Nay, coaxed, "Okay then." And so, Nene began to scrunch her little face and struggle to get food into her mouth. Gu Chengchen admirably bounded a thumbs up to his daughter-in-law, and after receiving a veiled wink from the other party, he returned to his seat and continued to eat his breakfast. Wink, a playful and adorable single wink gesture from a young girl. Finish eating. Ma began to clear the dishes. Nini played with the cat for a while, saw Gu Qingchen go upstairs to wash up, then quietly came to Songsi sitting on the sofa eating oranges and said, "Sister-in-law, you said before that you'd take me to eat 3 ice creams if I looked for you to play with you later. Still don't tell mom. Adults are bound to not lie to children, right?" Songsi thought about it, as if there was really such a thing. A little laughable said, "Of course I keep my promise, but your brother does not allow I if we go out to buy ice cream to eat, we will certainly be scolded. Wouldn't it be bad if he told your mom again?" Nini wouldn't want to be spanked by her mom or see her sister-in-law spanked by her brother, would she? Ah, well, then wouldn't it be better if we sneak out to eat, without telling brother? Songsi seemed to be moved by the words and rubbed her little face. Then let's sneak upstairs to get our clothes and go out, but only have 1 ice cream, otherwise we'll be in trouble if our stomachs hurt. Well, in order to have the ice cream she longed for, Nini had no choice but to compromise. Go. With that, Songsi took Nini upstairs, and while Gu Qingchen was washing up in the bathroom, she secretly carried away the clothes and went to the next room to change into a good down jacket. Before leaving the door, she just hurriedly squeaked out to Ma, "We're going out," and then, the two slipped away. What are you two doing? Come on." Ma sniffed and walked out before she could even finish her sentence. Their backs had already disappeared into the house. She had no choice but to go upstairs to inform Gu Qingchen of this. Street. Songsi held Nini's hand as she walked and strolled around. Passing a $2 store, she happened to buy a white elastic cord to go back and string all the remaining shells to make a bracelet. Then, the two of them bought a couple of shengjianbo and pork chop rice cakes and ate them, walking all the way. Finally, after sampling a variety of snacks, they got 2 ice cream crunch cones at Honey Snow Ice City, coming to sit on a bench under a tree on a street. This big and little one both happily stuck out their little tongues and licked them. But then, unsurprisingly, the unexpected appeared. Just when the two women had eaten nearly half of their ice cream in a beautiful manner, 2 large hands suddenly pressed on each of their shoulders. At the same time, a low voice came quietly from behind. "How's the ice cream, gentlemen? ×2. Songsi turned back and smiled sarcastically, handing the ice cream to him, pouting her little mouth pitifully. "Hubby, I said I bought it especially for you." "You, do you believe me? Look at the rounded surface of this ice cream and the watery crystals on. Who asked you to be my daughter-in-law? Of course I believe you. So I'm welcome. Thank you, Your Honor, wife." After saying that, Gu Qingchen kissed Songsi's cold little face and cooperated by confiscating the ice cream. When the little pregnant woman saw this, her mouth deflated and she lowered her head without opening her eyes, indignantly pinching the corner of her coat. He then looked at Nene. "And you, little girl, did you buy it for me too?" However, this ghost girl did not follow the rules at all, and directly stuffed the entire ice cream that she had not yet finished into her mouth, provoking her entire little face to wrinkle. Gu Qingchen was startled and hurriedly passed his hand to Nini. "Hurry up and spit it out. You're silly. How can you eat ice cream like this?" The little girl obediently spat it out as well. Gu Qingchen helplessly walked to the trash can on the side and threw the ice cream in. The rubbing of the hand could only be unhygienically rubbed against a tree on the street. He ate the rest of Songsi's ice cream while returning to Nini's side. "You bought it all. It's not like I'm going to steal it from you. Do you have to be like this? Well, now there's nothing to eat at all." Nini, dissatisfied, toot her little mouth. Milk Fierce glared at him. "Who asked, brother? You do not say clearly you have to compensate me a new one. That won't do. It's the only one. Who makes you unappreciative?" "Well, sister-in-law, brother bullied me." Nini immediately hugged Songsi beside her, begging the great Lord of Heaven to do the honors. Gu Qingchen immediately patted her little head and said, "All right, it's useless for you to look for your sister-in-law. She can't protect herself either. You say you guys can steal food if you want, but go farther away. It's weird if I don't catch you around the house." Songsi sniffed and poked his waist with her finger. Then how about we walk farther now and you pretend you never came?" Gu Qingchen ate all the remaining ice cream in one bite, then pinched his daughter-in-law's cheeks and said, "What do you think? Let's go. Hurry home, except for the ice cream, which I don't see you guys missing." In fact, Gu Qingchen had already discovered it a long time ago and secretly followed them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suddenly appeared to stop it after half the ice cream was left. He had indulged the 2 little hamsters who were greedy. Chapter 161 Uncle He Chang. The next day, winter break is officially over, and school is back like a superhero, never absent. Gu Qingchen brushed his teeth while watching his daughter-in-law put on the shell bracelet she strung yesterday for Nini and carry her little school bag. No noise in class. After all, a lot of older siblings have to study. You just be good and write your own homework. If you don't know how to ask your sister-in-law in a low voice, can you do it? Songsi straightened her down coat, squared her little hat, and softly admonished. "Aha, I know." Nene obediently nodded her head in response. Good girl, go play for a while first. After saying that, Song Si looked at Gu Qingchen again and said, hubby, you hurry up and wash up. You're going to be late later. Well, after last night's discussion, the two decided to take Nini to class anyway. After all, leaving her alone at home was really unsettling. Feng Ma couldn't control this lawless little girl. Might as well take it with her to keep an eye on her. College is a lot more relatively relaxed anyway, and as long as Nene doesn't make a fuss, there's nothing wrong with it. Not to mention the background of connections to back it up. Fully dressed, Gu Qingchen bent down slightly. Song Si put the scarf around him and gently patted his cheek. There. Let's go then. Taking his daughter-in-law's hand, the two of them made their way to the cat house next door. Looking at the little girl who was playing around with EE, Gu Chengchen knocked on the doorframe and said, it's time to go, Nini. Instead, Nini wrapped her arms around E's neck and trotted over. Brother, can you bring the cat over as well? No, obey, come back and play with it. Oh, okay. Nene obediently released the cat, then tugged on its tail in farewell. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, the three of them walked downstairs together, and after saying hello to Feng Ma, they changed their shoes and pushed the door to leave their warm home. After placing Nini in the back seat and helping Song Si to the passenger seat, Gu Qingchen drove straight to the school, parked the Cullinan under the school building. Gu Chengchen first helped his daughter-in-law down and was just about to pick up Nini when she had already popped down on her own. As the trio arrived at the classroom, many eyes gathered. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Is that the department's eldest daughter? Now this baby is a second child. Are you a tiger? How old are you? Your daughter-in-law gave birth at 12 or 3, right? Wow, that kid is so cute. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Gu Qingchen and Song Si arrived at their regular seats. Since the roommates from the two dormitories hadn't come yet, there was no need for anyone to give up their seats, so Nini sat right next to Song Si, and then, at its urging, the deflating and catching up on homework began. Soon, 5 plus yet another pot-bellied figure walked into the classroom together as well. The crowd had seen it all and continued to do what they were doing. However, when Yi Chang saw Nini beside Song Si, he, like the others in the classroom just now, directly exploded into foul language. Asterisk 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 Lao Si, when did your daughter-in-law give birth? She's still this big? Zhang Fian directly jumped up and gave him a knucklebuster. Are you stupid? You think you're Ultraman, getting bigger in a flash. That's right, Shanzi, we have a bit of common sense. Okay, this out you cannot say is my roommate plus righteous father. I'm too shameful, Junjie Chen echoed. Hiss gently, of course I know, I'm just being weird. Fan Zairu also came over and asked, this child is? Cousin, my aunt's child. You guys just call her Nini. Has to come with me to play in Magic City, so I can only bring her around to watch. Gu Qingchen explained. Oh, Fan Zairu immediately waved her hand at the little girl and greeted her. Hello Nini. And Nene couldn't wait for someone to put her out of her homework misery, immediately responding warmly. Hello sister. Then, he shouted hello brother and sister to John Chen, by Xiao Xiao, Li Zirui and Zhang Fei Yan one by one. Only, to He Chang, she said, hello, uncle, uncle good, uncle, uncle. At that moment, He Chang was struck by lightning, just like being petrified, standing still. Ha 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 xn. John Chen and the few of them, as well as the people in the surrounding seats, basically laughed. No way. It's hard to hear when you're so close. Zheng Fian laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes, and that slender palm slapped on He Chang's back again and again. Ha ha uncle, He Chang, congratulations, you've grown in seniority ha ha ha. Why, little Nini, how come they are the older siblings and I am the uncle? He Chang leaned on his desk, his big faceplate directly disliked him, and asked in disbelief. Nini hugged Song Si's arm with some fear, and timidly said, because mommy said, the one who looks small should be called brother and sister, and the one who looks big should be called uncle and aunt. That's right ah, do I look old for my looks? He Chang touched his face in skepticism. At this point, Nene explained again, because uncle looks fierce so it's an adult. Isn't it right to call him uncle? Kids don't know much about generation. In their eyes, only adults are mean, so if you are mean looking, big and bold, you will automatically be included in the adult category by them. Gu Chengchen smiled and reached out to rub Nini's little head. Yes, it's uncle, no mistake. Do your homework quickly, ignore them, or if you can't finish it and go back, you'll be spanked by mom. Oh, the little girl obediently let go of Song Si's arm in order not to be punched, picked up a pen and continued to write. This is not to be rushed. The practice book for winter vacation homework, in addition to moral science, language, mathematics and English, almost every subject is empty half unwritten. A huge amount of work, can only be rushed. Hey, uncle is uncle, nieces and nephews, take your seats. He Chang shrugged and took advantage of the situation. Zheng Fian, go to hell. John Chen, you'll always be a son. Okay. Fan Zero just gave him a blank look. Li Zirue and Bai Xiao were more Buddhist and pressed on. After a bit of a ruckus, they too each came to their seats and sat down, and Zhang Yinfei, who was next to Nini, was the happiest, immediately chattering and revealing the answers to the questions to her. However, Nini hadn't been happy for a while. Gu Qingchen stopped her and said, "Don't tell her, I'll let her think for herself. Don't you think her homework will be written in vain?" Zhang Fian immediately covered her mouth and made a zipper gesture. "Well, bad brother, I hate you." The little girl immediately glared disgruntledly at Gu Qingchen, then beamed and continued working on the problem unhappily. With the arrival of the classroom teacher, Zhang Fian, the 4th grade bag, also handed over Gu Qingchen and Song Si's textbooks, and after looking around the room, the teacher in charge of the class naturally glanced at Nini, the little one who stood out from the rest, but seeing that it was writing quietly, he left it alone. Just don't disturb the order of the class. Chapter 162 Adultery Explosion. The morning passed. As the teacher in charge of the class announced the end of the class, the students in the classroom began to get up and leave in groups with each other. At this moment, Zhang Fian took the textbooks handed to her by Gu Qingchen and Song Si and put them into her book bag, then got up and reached out towards He Chang. "By the way, He Chang gave me back my gloves." "Oh, yes, I almost forgot." He Chang rummaged through his book bag and handed her a pair of beige cotton gloves with indistinguishable fingers, and when Gu Qingchen, who was next to him, saw this, he couldn't help but wonder, why are your gloves in his school bag? On New Year's Day that will go with Zhang Fian to play in the ice world. She forgot the gloves in my bag before she left, but I was on the high-speed train. I can't chase back, right? So just say wait for the school year and then return her. He Chang explained. Gu Qingchen, huh? Van Zillo, huh? John Chen, there's adultery. Li Zirue and Bai Xiao are daily Buddhist. Nini just wanted to raise her head to see what was going on, but Song Si pressed her little head and said, "Right yours, it's none of your business." You. Saying that, Gu Qingchen pointed to the blushing Zhang Fian then said, "With her, went to Ice World to play? Just the two of you?" He Chang did not know why he said, "Yes, Zhang Fian said to call you, but you are too far away, in addition to the New Year's Day to visit relatives, so refused, but she bought the ticket again. I just happened to be closer to her, so I just hit the high-speed train and came over to play with her. Anyway, someone is treating me, so it's not a bad idea not to play." When Fan Ziru just wanted to ask Zhang Fian what was going on, she only saw her put her bag on her back and ran out of the classroom with a hurdle over the table. The speed of it was so fast that it was a jaw-dropping sight to behold. ×5. Song Si just looked up and continued to stare at Nini for her homework. She wasn't very interested in gossip. After exchanging glances with the rest of the group, Gu Qingchen asked, "Have you received an invitation from Zhang Fian?" The answer, on the other hand, is a unanimous shake of the head. Then, everyone turned their gossipy and flirtatious gazes towards He Chang, but the person in question was unsure. "You guys, what do you mean? What do you say? A man and a woman, and nothing happened?" Gu Qingchen asked. He Chang immediately shook his head. "How could that be? It's not like she likes me, so what could have happened? There is absolutely innocence between us. Don't frame a good person. ×5. Is that the point? Serves you right for being single." Chen Junjie hatefully took Bai Xiao's hand and got up to walk towards the outside of the classroom. Fan Ziru also gave him a thumbs up. "You're not even a steel straight man anymore. You should be an alloy straight man." After saying that, she went after Bai Xiao and the two of them. Li Zirue got up and patted He Chang's shoulder. "People, Zhang Fei Yan likes you. It's so obvious. Can't you see? Rat tail juice it." Little Stepford wife also left. At this time, Song Si put Nini's homework away and put it in her little book bag. Then holding her hand she got up and asked, "Let's go eat? Nini is probably hungry too." "Okay, go." Gu Qingchen nodded and got up, saying to He Chang, "Don't just stand there. Follow." Oh, he came back to his senses and got up to follow. Road. He Chang was still in a bit of disbelief. "Old 4, does Zhang Fian really like me?" Gu Qingchen put his daughter-in-law's small hand into his pocket and rubbed it. "It's not too bad. Otherwise why didn't she call us when she went out to play? But only called you? Also, you can roughly understand a thing or two by looking at Zhang Fian's face as she blushed and fled after being poked through her little mind, right? Don't tell me you don't believe it, or you can hide away and be your straight ass and not look for me." "No, I believe it, but what am I supposed to do?" He Chang, this kind of northeastern big straight man, that is, the relationship is not laid out okay. He can greatly grin, just like a friend, and you get along. But once the relationship was laid out, he was confused, like a zombie ate his brain. What else can we do? Either she confesses, or you confess, or spend more time alone, and then the water falls into place. Gu Qingchen said, "Lao Si, Military Division, Righteous Father, you have to help me." He Chang grabbed his arm in excitement. Gu Qingchen, however, turned to ask, then do you like Zhang Fian? Ha? He Chang was a bit confused and froze. I think it's like that, right? What do you mean it should be? Then I help you set up. You then do not like people. Fall into a breakup. What to do? There are less than 3 years behind us. Lo and behold. Not awkward? Gu Qingchen said breathlessly. He Chang first bowed his head in contemplation for a moment and said decisively, just like it. Help me old four. Okay, do you want to be active or passive? So I can help you out. I want to take the initiative for once. He Chang said. Gu Qingchen immediately gave him a chest. Worthy of the Northeast. Is enough man. Then it is simple. Direct confession. The place you set, I pay for you to do. He Chang, however, shook his head and said, I appreciate the thought. The money is still my own. No matter how the scene is, at least it's my own thought. You guys just help out. Anything, make sure Anon. Don't get high on your mouth now and wimp out at the critical moment. Gu Qingchen reminded. I'll wimp out. The worst thing you can do is get rejected and humiliated. With that, He Chang swung his fist and said, bottoms up. Nene was a little confused as to what they were chattering about, but seeing how excited her fierce uncle was, she followed suit and raised her little fist in agreement. Damn did it. That milky expletive came out, causing everyone around to look over. Song Si was so scared that she hurriedly covered her little mouth and educated. Children are not allowed to talk dirty quickly blah 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 blah. Oh blah blah blah. Nene dutifully did as she was told, but whether or not that would still be something she would say in the future was unknown. Gu Qingchen also glared at He Chang. Can you control your mouth? Don't bring my kids down. Okay. Sorry. He Chang smiled sarcastically and vigorously slapped his own mouth a few times. Come to the cafeteria. Find Zhan Chen and the others. After He Chang and Zhang Fian glanced at each other, neither of them said anything and both silently moved their gazes aside. Even He Chang took the initiative to help Gu Qingchen, Song Si and Nini to get their meals in order to avoid embarrassment. Looking at his back, which was difficult to handle, Gu Qingchen just said silently in her heart, let's hope you don't drop the ball at a critical moment. Chapter 163, He Chang's Confessions and Plotting. A few quiet days passed by in a hurry, but for Nini, it's not quiet or hurried, because she followed her brother and sister-in-law to the classroom every day to make up her homework, in the morning and then in the afternoon, and in the afternoon and then at home in the evening. It can be said that every day is immersed in the sea of knowledge to swim, and just today, under Nini's persistent efforts, pouting at Song Si and getting direct answers, her winter vacation homework was finally made up. It just so happened that it was also the day that Suyahan came to pick her up to go back to school. Little girl is not half reluctant. After all, go to school to touch the fish, or better than stay here every day to write homework is better. Hell, I don't know what she's been up to the past few days. The living room. Nene knelt on the sofa, touching Yi who was flipping his belly and lying on his back on the backrest of the sofa. Yi, in a while I'll be leaving, you have to remember to miss me. And the little cat spirit just wiggled its little tail perfunctorily, as if saying again, ancestor, you're finally leaving. Soon, Gu Qingchen, who had changed his clothes and was dragging a small suitcase, and Song Si, who was holding Nini's clothes, walked down from upstairs. Nene, come over and change. We're going to the airport. Coming. Hearing her sister-in-law's gentle call, Nini immediately jumped off the couch and ran over with her short legs. After meticulously dressing her and carrying her little school bag, Song Si gave her another little scarf. Alright, let's go. Good. Nini held Song Si's hand and turned back to Yi and waved. Yi, bye-bye, I'll come back to play with you next time. Meow. This time, the little cat spirit responded cooperatively, but her voice was breathless and still very perfunctory, with a drive all the way to the airport. Just as he entered the flight building, Suyahan greeted him. Good nephew CC. Nini, give it to me. I hurry to take her to board the plane. Already late for a while. Not good to let others wait for us. Trouble you guys to take care of this disobedient girl these days. Let's chat on WeChat sometime. It was too late to hear the younger two respond, so she hurriedly pulled her small suitcase and led Nini all the way inside the airport. Gu Qingchen looked at his windy aunt, smiled helplessly, and shook his daughter-in-law's hand, saying, let's go. We're going to school too. Good. Come to school. Since there were no classes this morning, Gu Qingchen parked his car downstairs in the women's dormitory and gave Zhang Fian a WeChat call. After ringing for a few seconds and connecting, a slightly agitated voice came out. What's wrong, Gu Lao? You fireman, you really genius. I throw flash at you, is it? Ahem. So what? What's up, boss Gu? Gu Qingchen was silent for a moment and said, I've disturbed your game. I'd like to ask if it's convenient for you to come downstairs and pick up my daughter-in-law? I don't feel comfortable with a pot-bellied woman going up to the 5th floor by herself. Harm little problem. Conveniently enough. Then, she was heard shouting, Zoe, go downstairs and pick up Cece. Thanks. And then, wrapped in cotton pajamas, with her feet in cotton slippers and her hair wrapped in a towel, Fan Xiru walked out of the building. Gu Qingchen got out of the car and handed Song Si over to her after carefully helping her down from the passenger seat. Trouble for you. Small matter, don't say any more. I hurry to take your daughter-in-law upstairs, otherwise this cold wind blowing give me a cold stroke. You Gu big boss still have to personally take care of me. Fan Xiru waved her hand and entered the women's dormitory with her arm around Song Si. Gu Qingchen also drove back to the men's dormitory after watching his daughter-in-law's back disappear. Just walked in the door. Just saw the three musketeers were gathered around. The king hacking. Gu Chengchen breathlessly walked over and kicked He Chang's ass. You're still in the mood to play. It's been so many days. You still haven't figured out when to confess to Zhang Fian? Ever since Zhang Fian's little mind was poked and prodded, she had completely ignored He Chang. He Chang is even more of a tamper, actually playing Cold War as well. Now it's become a strange atmosphere where no one cares about anyone, yet they still stay together every day. Ha, times two. Little petite wife and John Chen sniffed and looked up at the same time and said in unison, what confession? Gu Qingchen held his forehead. You emotional wimp, I thought you told them all about the plan and were secretly plotting. After he finished speaking, he briefly mentioned the matter of He Chang waving his fists that day, with great ambition and pulling the mountain out of the air to take the initiative to confess his love. He Chang's face was embarrassed, and he directly lowered his head and operated frantically, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Gu Chengchen looked at his appearance and also sighed. Are you going to confess or not? Give a definite word. Don't turn around and say I didn't do what I promised when I stopped helping you. Table. Budget 3,000. Just tomorrow afternoon after class. You guys have full authority to do it for me? I'll just make an appearance. Hey, Goon. I can record it anon. Don't drop the ball for me. Gu Qingchen shook his cell phone and said, don't worry. Dry. He Chang said with his teeth clenched. Senior, take me one. This kind of hustle and bustle was not something that John Shen would let go of. Okay, Zaire, there's another task that needs to be given to you. Li Ziroe did not push back and nodded. Go ahead. I'll go to the school to rent a video camera in a while. You'll be responsible for the video recording. You can't miss a single frame. It's not good to say that it's still useful in the future. Jie. Gu Qingchen let out a wicked smile. Li Ziroe also understood his intentions and would smile. Guarantee to complete the task. John Shen raised his hand and said, what about me? What about me? Lao Si, what about me? Gu Qingchen shrugged. I don't know. Isn't this a discussion with you guys? Do you think it's better to buy a gift and go directly to confess? Or is it better to set up a scene and bring Zhang Fian over to confess? Or something else? Second, John Shen did not hesitate. He was a romantic, and he regretted his confession with Bai Xiao so much because it was so hasty. But on second thought, Xiao that introverted thin-skinned character, I guess not too like the sound and fury of the confession. Plain and simple is the most suitable. Just wait for the official wedding before taking the romance to the extreme. The little petite wife also agreed with the idea of John Shen. Or rather, he simply did not have any idea. Anyway, it is not his own confession. How to do anything? Gu Qingchen also tends to the second. Immediately nodded and said, okay, unanimously approved. Now discuss what location. The specific form. Beyond the budget I can add some more. The super wouldn't go much beyond that anyway. It's like a couple bucks to him. Not a big problem. Subsequently, the trio briefly rummaged through the online confessional scene to pick up a few pointers, then knocked out one of the simplest, based on the budget. Heart-shaped candle roses, plus a white cardboard with 7 words glued out of roses, Zheng Fian I like you, as the background. If you have a budget for the rest, buy all gifts, and necklaces would be perfect. Chapter 164, 300 pieces of backdrop. Finished. After the plan is finalized, the three said they would do it. Gu Qingchen went to the school's equipment management office to take care of the camera. Jonathan went to buy roses and candles. Lizzie went to take care of the backdrop. As for He Chang, he searched the internet and carefully, forced by Gu Qingchen, prepared his words and actions. School equipment is good to say. Gu Qingchen directly rented a small camera in the middle of the not slippery. 3 days on $200. Asked to teach how to use, and then left smoothly. But there was an accident on John Shen's side. He called Gu Chengchen directly and said, Lao Si, I ran 3 flower stores and a few $2 stores. And the 99 rose bouquet is good for $299. But the petals people don't have the only way to buy them is to buy roses for $3 a piece and pull the petals from the top. The candles, too, are all thin branched, no thick ones. What is to be done? Gu Qingchen thought for a moment and returned. You go to the wedding company. They should have all of them. Go and take a look. Asterisk. Why didn't I think of that? I'm on my way. With the phone hanging up, Gu Qingchen called Li Zirwei again. Zirwei, how are things on your end? It's a little noisy on Lizzie's side, presumably on the street. I don't even see where they sell white cardboard, and the size we want can't be too small, can it? Why don't I just buy some scrap paper shells, glue and white paint or something and just make a backdrop? It's still cheap. Gu Qingchen immediately praised after hearing this. Genius. Feasible. Isn't crafting the boy's favorite thing? This can be more fun than just buying. Then I'll go to the scrapyard. Okay. Before heading to the cafeteria for lunch, the four gathered on the lawn behind the dormitory building. Chen Junjie holding a sack as high as his shoulders, his arm clamped 4 gift sticks, hand carrying a plastic bag, said, "The petals are plastic, a sack on 100 yuan. Fresh need to be booked. A short period of time is out of the question. To make do with it. There are 50 red candles in the thick stub. Here they even gave 4 gift flowers that sprayed out as petals. The 99 rose bouquet will be delivered tomorrow afternoon when the person is done." The little Stepford wife then patted the 2 bundles of cardboard beside her and the plastic bag hanging from her wrist and said, "Cardboard plus 5 tubes of white paint, plus brushes, plus 5 tubes of superglue. That makes 150 bucks, I think. Oh yeah, plus 50 for the road. Okay, throw it in the corner for now. No one's going to steal it anyway. Come back and get it after class," Gu Chengchen said, and gave Yi Chang another slap. "You get out of class and ask Zheng Fei Yan out for coffee and milk tea, but don't bring her here anyway. After lunch tomorrow, you take the rest of the money and go buy a necklace or something. Anything that isn't a ring, got it?" "Oh, got it," Yi Chang responded stupidly. "Ugh, let's go." Off to the cafeteria for dinner. For the happiness of this emotional goon, the 3 old fathers in the dormitory were also worried about it. Afternoon. After the teacher in charge of the class announces the end of the class, Gu Chengchen immediately gave Yi Chang a kick and gave him a wink. Yi Chang hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed the order and got up. That, Zheng Fian, I'd like to treat you to milk tea. Is it okay? ×3. Gu Qingchen was speechless in her heart. "No buddy, it doesn't matter if your reason is so hasty. Your tone is more natural. Why is it like a confession?" "Ha?" Zheng Fian froze for a moment and nodded with a slightly reddened face. Okay, let's go." Although it was a bit shy to be suddenly hit on after so many days of active Cold War, Yi Chang must have known what was on her mind. So could asking her out now be a confession? So excited. Witnessed the 2 leaving the classroom side by side. Gu Qingchen also stood up and said, "3 ladies, let's go with us first. Time is short and the task is heavy." With that, he took his daughter-in-law's hand and led the way ahead. Li Zirwei and John Chen, who was holding hands with Bai Xiao, followed along. Only Fan Zaira cocked her head, muttering uncertainly, "What is it?" Mysterious. But the legs were obediently stepping up in the direction they were going. Come out onto the lawn behind the men's dormitory building. Gu Qingchen and Li Zirwei, using strong glue, merged the 2 cardboards and glued them into a slightly thicker cardboard. Then, showing it to the rest of the group, "That's basically it, so you guys can help too." Except for the 2 inconvenient pregnant women who were playing on the sidelines, the remaining 2 joined in on the job. Fan Ziru asked while sticking, "What are you guys doing?" Gu Qingchen recounted the fact that Yi Chang was going to confess Zheng Fian's love for him and urged, "Don't let it slip out of your mouths, or else there'll be no surprises. The effect will be greatly reduced, and we'll have worked for nothing today." Wow, this is what a youthful campus is like. "Don't worry, I promise to keep my mouth shut." Fan Ziru, a young lady, immediately became interested, and the work done by her hands could not help but be a few points more detailed. After all, the cardboard is 2 in 1. Gu Qingchen also laid 2 cardboards flat on the ground, closed and aligned them together, and applied glue to the other cardboard, stacking it and sticking it to the gap between the 2 cardboards, to serve as a connecting and thickening effect. The text may not be very descriptive, similar to the word obeisance. In this way, it is repeatedly spliced and trimmed to form a large cardboard about 2 meters high and nearly 4 meters long. Then it was back to the boring job of putting on the paint. During this time, Song Si and Bai Xiao also thoughtfully bought mineral water. And so, after nearly an hour or so of busy work, a somewhat strange-looking white backdrop came out. Gu Qingchen stuck his waist in admiration for a while and said, "Just put together a conversation for a bit. It's not much of a problem." After saying that, he pointed to the sack of flower petals and said, "The next step is to glue those plastic flower petals to the cardboard." Spelling out Zheng Fian I like you 7 words. "This kind of fine work will be given to you girls." Fan Ziru gave him a blank look. "Don't try to be lazy. Any fine work left to the girls is an excuse. I'll just draw the outline of the characters directly. Won't you guys just paste it on?" Yeah right Lao Si. Why didn't we think of that?" John Chen pushed his arm against Gu Qingchen. "It's really, this brain didn't turn around for a second and forgot such a simple trick." After Fan Zero drew all the outlines of the words, several people also went up and started the work of gluing the petals. Even the 2 little pregnant women were no exception. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Soon, The petals spell out the word out. You guys, do you feel that this word is a bit crooked? Fan Zyro looked at such a scribbled backdrop and couldn't help but ask. Gu Qingchen didn't care too much about it. Okay, something that costs $300 can have such an effect that's already pretty okay, he said. Flush with work, put the lettered side against the wall, and now it's time to go home, back to the dorms, and eat. Dismissed. After saying that, Fan Zyro said goodbye and walked back to the dormitory by herself, waiting for Zheng Fian to go. So did Li Zirue, but he was waiting for He Chang. Gu Qingchen and Song Si drove home for dinner. For their part, John Shan and Bai Xiaoxiao held hands and skipped towards the school district house that was close to the school and that their rich father had bought them a new schoolhouse. Although he bought a house for the sake of his daughter-in-law and children, John Shan's father still maintains the style of raising his children in poverty. No, his monthly pocket money, now all hit by Xiaoxiao card. Really family brother bit. Chapter 165, Warm Evening Routine. Royal View Mansion. Just as they entered the door, Gu Qingchen and Song Si saw the dinner on the dining table that Feng Ma had already prepared. Crouching down, he removed his daughter-in-law's and his own cotton boots and replaced them with slippers, and removed each other's duvets and threw them on the sofa. The two then sat down at the table to eat. Hubby ah! Song Si came up and picked up a piece of lean meat and handed it to Gu Qingchen's mouth. After he ate it out of habit, he pinched his daughter-in-law's face and spoiled her. No need to feed me. You've been busy for half a day, so hurry up and eat it yourself. Good. Song Si left out a sweet smile and obediently ate by herself. On the sidelines, Feng's mom held back her acidity and urged the young pregnant woman to eat fish oil, folic acid, vitamins, and other nutrients. After a simple dinner, the young couple went back upstairs holding hands. Inside the check room, Gu Qingchen, who had changed into her pajamas, walked out with a white lace nightgown. Returning to Song Si, who was sitting obediently on the edge of the bed, he incomparably naturally and skillfully stripped off his daughter-in-law's clothes, one by one, from the outside to the inside. The big hand wandered around, carefully admiring and caressing for a while before Gu Qingchen slowly squatted down and took off her long cotton stockings. But after holding the white and red feet, he frowned. How come they're still so cold after being in the house for so long? The girl's feet were almost as warm as if they had been soaked in snow. When he finished, he also cupped his lotus feet and exhaled a mouthful of haze into the center of his feet in an attempt to alleviate the coldness. And Song Si, face covered with pink, eyes flooded with ripples of water light, gently shook her head. Tone soft and sticky in the still with a little hooked little tail voice said, I do not know, it's okay, it will be good law. It's not going to take a while. Go lie down and I'll cover your feet. Gu Chengchen put the nightgown on his daughter-in-law and gently patted her little butt and said, oh good. Song Si obediently moved to the center of the bed and lay down. Gu Chengchen then sat down at her feet and took her snow-white feet into his arms. Feeling the heat coming from her feet, the little pregnant woman mischievously rubbed her toes against his skin, but her tone was slightly worried. Why don't you forget it? I'll just cover myself with the quilt for a while. Don't get sick. Gu Qingchen smiled flirtatiously. Yeah, is that the little cutie who worries with her mouth and can't stop with her feet? Then, he comforted. Don't worry, I don't get sick that easily with this physique. Just lie down and enjoy yourself. Okay. Song Si sniffed and immediately became honest, and somewhat boredly lifted up the hem of her own skirt and buttoned the prints on it. Gu Qingchen looked at her big belly, and the place she hadn't patronized for a long time, and helplessly pulled the quilt over to cover her, and instructed, pay attention, you're just wearing a nightgown, and it's all gone naked. Oh, Song Si did not care at all, and even pulled away the quilt covering her body, and continued to use her fingernails to buckle her skirt on the prints. Covering the quilt is so hot just like that. It wasn't something she said on purpose to show her husband. Rather, the house was really hot, with underfloor heating plus central thermostat air conditioning. The whole thing was like summer. Gu Qingchen didn't say anything else. He was an old married couple, so he let his daughter-in-law do it. There was no one else in the house anyway, so how can he be comfortable? After a while, Song Si gave up on buttoning the prints, letting the hem of her skirt rest on her stomach, and staring at the ceiling in a springtime daze instead. She wants to play with her cell phone but her husband is covering his feet and she doesn't want to leave for a moment. And Gu Qingchen touched the still somewhat cool feet and took them out of his arms. I'll go get hot water to soak your feet. Covering them like this doesn't have much effect. When he finished, he got up and got out of bed to go to the bathroom. Song Si looked at her husband's departing back and hurriedly got out of bed holding her stomach, straightened her skirt, put on her slippers and headed downstairs upside down. From the duvet of the sofa, she pulled out her own and Gu Qingchen's cell phones before the little pregnant woman happily trotted back upstairs again holding her big belly. At this time, Gu Qingchen also happened to walk out with a basin of hot water. When he saw his daughter-in-law come through the door, he immediately said, don't run, walk slowly. Oh, Song Si immediately reduced her speed. What for? The youngest daughter-in-law shook the cell phone in her hand. Got the phone. Gu Qingchen nodded and walked over to the bedside to put down the water basin and said, "Come over and sit down." Good. Song Si obediently sat on the edge of the bed, stomped off her slippers, and stretched her small white feet over to. Gu Qingchen doted on the delicate arch of the foot and slowly lifted some hot water to drizzle it on the back of her foot. Hiss, so hot, so hot. Seeing Song Si curling her toes reflexively, Gu Qingchen had to tickle the center of her feet, eliciting a burst of giggle of delicate laughter before letting go of his hand and saying, "You try to soak yourself. I won't do it, lest I get a bad grip on the balance and scald you. Okay, then you come to my back and hold me. It's not comfortable to sit like this, it's just right for me to lean on." Song Si patted the spot behind her and pouted. Okay. Gu Chengchen got up and took off his shoes, climbed onto the bed and sat behind his daughter-in-law, wrapping his arms tightly around her warm and soft body. One of his hands also cupped a hand that could not be grasped with one hand. Song Si also completely relaxed her body, rested both feet on the rim of the basin, and raised her head to kiss his lips. Gu Chengchen's hand slightly increased in strength, and his daughter-in-law's fragrant tongues swirled around each other. Ryoko. The two men with their lips parted looked at each other with lust-filled eyes and both were a little bit stupid. "Honey, I want to." It was Gu Qingchen who was more sensible and said, "No, you're pregnant. Soak your feet first." "No, I'm pregnant. It's okay, just be gentle." Song Si still teased endlessly, and then, Gu Qingchen compromised. "I can't help it. The unrelenting seduction of my beautifully built daughter-in-law is too much to top." It was only that he was always restraining his movements and being incredibly careful, and although it wasn't over the top, it was certainly a lot more comfortable. Song Si had tasted something else, and she was satisfied. The clouds subside and the rain breaks. The hot water in the basin on the floor had turned cold. Gu Chengchen looked at his daughter-in-law, who was leaning against his chest and exhaling her aroma slightly sharply, and gently reached out to caress her flushed face. Then, he touched the little feet that were resting on his stomach and had turned warm. Pretty good. Saves on foot soaking. Song Si felt the light touch on the center of her foot and slightly shrunk. Her tone glutinous, "Husband itches." "Okay, I won't touch it. Go to bed." Gu Chengchen withdrew his hand and patted her white back warmly. Song Si buried her face into the crook of his neck and fell into sleep. Chapter 166, The 200-Piece Backdrop Bracket. Early the next morning, Gu Qingchen, who had finished breakfast, asked Song Si while putting on her down jacket, "I'll give you a task today. After class in the afternoon, just drag Zhang Fian around casually. Don't go out of the school, but don't come to the playground either. You can drag her over when I call you sometime." "Oh, good." Song Si dully cooperated with him in getting dressed and answered in passing. Subsequently, when the two changed their shoes, Gu Qingchen hurriedly put on his own down jacket and went out with his arms open holding his daughter-in-law's hand. Inside the classroom, Gu Qingchen and Song Si came to their seats hand in hand, and looking at their housemates as usual, and Zhang Fian who was full of unhappiness. They were both a bit confused for a moment. Song Si sat close to her and asked in a low voice, "Yanzi, what's wrong with you? Who messed with you?" Zhang Fian glanced at He Chang grudgingly and came over to Song Si's ear to mutter, "Not a moment too soon." Looking at the two men who ended their whispering, Gu Qingchen curiously came over to whisper to his daughter-in-law again. "What's wrong? Don't affect He Chang's confession in the afternoon." Song Si also knowingly shared with her husband. Yesterday He Chang took Yanzi to a coffee shop, and as a result, the two of them sat there for half a day, except for the time when they ordered coffee and when she took the initiative to open her mouth to ask. He Chang would only pay attention to her for a bit, or else he kept playing with his cell phone there, just like a statue. She thought the other person was brewing up a confession, but ended up giving her a ride back to her dorm and calling it a day. Swallow will be angry about this. Gu Chengchen cried and laughed and glanced at He Chang who was playing with his cell phone and secretly messaged him, "What's wrong with you? You've asked Zhang Fian out, and you're still cold on her?" He Chang, "No way." I also responded to a few sentences. "Okay." Gu Qingchen. He Chang, "Okay, mainly because I'm so nervous. My heart is beating like a drum, and I'm so nervous that I don't know how to talk when I think about confessing to her today." Gu Qingchen, "You Northeasterner, why are you such a wimp when it comes to emotional matters?" He Chang. Gu Chengchen, "Forget it. Just don't screw things up this afternoon. As soon as you get out of class you're going to buy the necklace, you hear me?" He Chang, "Oh, I'll try." Gu Qingchen. Gu Chengchen, "Not as much as possible. If you mess up, don't even think about asking me to introduce you to someone in the future." He Chang, "Don't." Gu Chengchen, "Then prepare well. The other Zhang Fei Yan is waiting for you to make a confession." After the message was sent, Gu Chengchen put down her phone and glared at him again before she managed to ask Zhang Fian for today's textbook and prepared for class. Noon. He Chang hurriedly ate a mouthful of food in the cafeteria and ran out of the school to buy gifts. Gu Qingchen and the others gave him cover the entire time, preventing Zhang Fian from seeing the signs. However, during the lunch break, in the boys' dormitory, Gu Chengchen, John Chen and Li Ziroy looked at the women's gold necklace bought by He Chang, and the people were dumbfounded. No, you bought a gold one? It's too vulgar, isn't it? You're confessing, not giving a gift. Gu Chengchen really wanted to crack open He Chang's head to see how much water was in that brain. Chen Junjie even gave a thumbs up. He Chang, you are also absolute. You see who confessed to send gold? Li Ziroy didn't say anything, just shook his head breathlessly. So what? It's worth a lot of money. So if you're short of money, you can just melt it down and replace the wire. He Chang scratched his head, not quite agreeing with his housemate's words. ×3. Forget it, people Zhang Fian likes him anyway. The gift doesn't matter. That's it, Gu Qingchen said with a tired heart. John Chen, it's called a fool's errand, isn't it? Lizzie, agreed. Afternoon. After the teacher in charge of the class announces the end of the class, Song Si immediately got up, forcefully wrapped her arms around Zhang Fian, and began to carry out her task. Swallow, accompany me to go for a walk. I'm a bit suffocated by my pregnancy. Go get some fresh air. Why don't you let your husband accompany you? Zhang Fian asked with a quizzical tilt of her head. I'm tired of him. Yes, I'm tired of him, so you can stay with me today for a change. Song Si stuttered for half a day before thinking of a more reliable reason and blurted out. Zhang Fian raised an eyebrow at her and didn't reject it. Strange, okay. After saying that, she put on her backpack and followed Song Si out of the classroom while turning back and saying, that out of favor boss Gu. Your daughter-in-law I'm leading away. Oh, good. Gu Chengchen revealed an awkward but not impolite smile and watched the two women leave before turning his head to the remaining people and instructing them. Zero video. Jun Jie. Xiao. 0. After setting up the scene in a while, you and I will be responsible for setting off the fireworks after Zhang Fei Yan agrees to confess. Okay, not okay? Okay, X4. What about me? He Chang asked. Gu Qingchen said breathlessly. You're responsible for finding a place to hang yourself. At this moment, an open field in front of the playground. The candles had all been arranged in the shape of love hearts and were just about to catch fire. The floor was sprinkled with nice plastic petals, and even a bouquet of 99 roses had been delivered. All around, a large group of melon eaters had already gathered to watch the fun, but Gu Qingchen realized that their backdrop, forgetting to get the bracket, it couldn't stand on its own. He had no choice but to walk over to the crowd of onlookers and pick a lucky audience member as he went along. He hooked a young guy's shoulder and said, Bundy, what's your name? Wang Yu. The guy was clueless and gave his name. Okay, can I trouble you for a favor in a minute to hold that backdrop in the back? Don't worry, it's not heavy. I'll give you $50. Gu Qingchen asked, pointing at the somewhat sloppy backdrop. This, Wang Yu said with some hesitation. $100. Gu Qingchen extended an index finger and increased the price. But, Gu Qingchen held out two more fingers. $200. Wang Yu clutched his hand and said excitedly, Stop it, brother. If this backdrop falls today, I'll call you father. After saying that, he consciously went to hold up the wall. Background wall bracket. Done. It was getting late and dusk was passing. Gu Chengchen called his daughter-in-law and signaled that she could bring the bride. Bring someone over. Subsequently, Song Si put away her cell phone, pulled a sharp brake and flung it, using inertia to give Zhang Fian a 180 degrees rotation, and then walked towards the playground. As for Zhang Fian, her hair was messy and her gaze was dull, obviously confused by the silky slide many connections. Did she just fly from the right to the left? See? Zhang Fian sidled her head in disbelief. Song Si, on the other hand, pretended to be bashful. Well, just suddenly want to go to the playground to sneak around. Let's go. Why don't you just say so? As for giving her a sledgehammer, Zhang Fian had no choice but to go along with her. Who made the pregnant woman the biggest? Chapter 167, finally together. Come to the playground. Zhang Fian looked at the circle of people gathered in the open space not far away and said, What's going on there? Let's go eat some melon too. After saying that, she pulled, with a derisive gaze, Song Si, and quickly walked over to join in the fun. But after arriving at the scene, Zhang Fian was completely stunned, because there were crooked words pasted on that background wall, which seemed to be her own name. Also, the one holding a bouquet of flowers and standing in the middle of the heart-shaped candles with a nervous face seems to be He Chang, right? This. Is it to confess to yourself? No wonder he was strange yesterday. It turns out that he put the confession to today. Seems to have misjudged him. Thought he was disliking himself. This annoying guy. And Song Si looked at the frozen young girl beside her and directly pushed her through the crowd and sent her to He Chang. After scoring a perfect assist, he retired honorably and slipped over to Gu Qingchen, hugging his arm and looking at the would-be couple in the middle of the field with a smile on his face. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, looked at his daughter-in-law's happy little look and whispered, You want a confession scene? I'll prepare a better one for you. Song Si thoughtlessly stroked her big belly and refused. No, I've already got a better one. Let's wait for the wedding to be in a better place. Then let the baby give us rings. How romantic. Okay, all according to you. Gu Qingchen dotingly rubbed her soft face with the back of his hand and turned his head back to look at Yi Chang and the others. In the crowd, Li Zirui was holding a camera, meticulously videotaping. The four of them, Gu Chengchen, Fan Ziro and Chen Bai husband and wife, were holding the gift flowers, ready to walk out and release them when Zhang Fei Yan accepted the confession. Yi Chang, at this point, also began to confess, only to see him pull out that gold necklace from his pants pocket. Not only was everyone present dumbfounded, even the agitated Zhang Fian revealed a light smile. It's also the first time they've seen a confession given a gold necklace. But no harm, no foul. Afterwards, Yi Chang, holding the flowers in one hand and the necklace in the other, his brain was a little short-circuited with nervousness, and he actually came straight to a wave of kneeling on both knees. Times N. There was a moment of silence before the entire room fell silent. A variety of voices erupted, some laughing, some spitting, some reminding. The list was endless anyway, but the sound was too noisy for Yi Chang to hear. Gu Qingcheng, also speechless to support the forehead, quickly ran to his side, gave him a back, reminded, your mom is a confession, not a proposal. Do not need to kneel. Even if you kneel you also come to a single knee, okay? Are you kneeling to your ancestors? Get up. Then, Gu Qingchen quickly ran back into the crowd. Deep in the Yi Chang's short-circuited brain also finally reacted, and hurriedly stood up at a loss for words, explaining to Zhang Fian, I was just too nervous for a moment. Zhang Fian was amused and covered her mouth, nodding her head and murmuring, but I know. So, are you going to say it or not? Say. Yi Chang brooded for a while before reaching over with a handful of roses and shouting, Zhang Fian, I love you. He who seemed to have used up all his courage had completely run out of afterthoughts. Who? Times N. Together. Times N. Together. Times N. Together. Times N. There was also, unsurprisingly, a neat cheer from the entire crowd, as well as uproarious voices. Zhang Fian, who finally waited for her favorite person to confess her love, took the roses and threw them to the ground, then took an arrow step forward and yanked on Yi Chang's collar, saying viciously, Goon. After saying that, she kissed him directly on the lips. Wow. Times N. Shouts from the crowd erupted. Seeing this, Gu Qingchen also immediately stepped out to wring out the ceremonial flowers in his hand, with the remaining three following closely behind. Boom 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 boom. That's it. The sky full of flower petals falling from the sky and the cheers erupting from the crowd became a beautiful accent to the man and woman who were kissing in the middle of the heart-shaped candles and were recorded by the camera forever. But behind the beauty, there's always woe. No. Gu Qingchen and the others then borrowed the brooms from the office building and painstakingly swept the flower petals all over the ground. The two pregnant women were spared, one holding 99 roses and the other drinking silently from the sidelines. John Chen swung his broom somewhat pendulously, complaining as he swept, Say, why were we scattering flower petals then? To look good. Fan Ziru this did not do the housework of the golden girl more thoroughly. Directly carrying a broom put down the challenge not to do. Yi Chang dutifully packed up the flower petals and suddenly turned his head and asked, Can this petal still be returned? Good question, but I guess it can't be. John Chen gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Fian gave her new boyfriend a sultry glance. What? Just chased me and you're thinking about cost recovery? What do you mean? It's called saving what you can understand. After the confession, the two seemed to go back to the mode of getting along with the happy couple, without a little bit of couple-like. Li Zirui pointed at the backdrop and asked, Old four, what about this? Gu Qingchen didn't answer immediately, but turned his head to Yi Chang and Zhang Fian to confirm. Do either of you want to keep a souvenir and take in this wall? The two men looked at each other and shook their heads. This thing is in the way. There's no place to put it. Then destroy it and resell it back to the scrapyard. Gu Qingchen said to little petite wife. Okay. Zhang Fian added. By the way, clean up the words on that too. It's so shameful. Okay. Li Zirui made an okay gesture and dragged the backdrop to the office building, presumably to find a teacher to borrow scissors or something like that. Worked on it for a while. The petals all over the floor are sort of cleaned up, but some of them were scattered by the wind, so I'll have to trouble the sanitation workers at work tomorrow to sweep them up. After Laziri brought back the cut cardboard, Gu Chengchen then carried the sack of flower petals in one hand, while carrying the cardboard that was tied up with plastic rope, and led Song Si to her own Kirinin. After all, he's the only one conveniently handling these things now. Others should go to the cafeteria for dinner. Go home. Go on a date. Back home. Gu Qingchen threw the rose sack into the storage room, while the cardboard was sold on the way. By the way, credited $10. And the video of Yi Chang's confession on both knees also quietly spread on the campus network. Chapter 168, Time flies, labor approaches. The days of school passed by in a boring and uneventful manner. It is now mid-June. Hot summer days can be felt very clearly. Not that anything special has happened in the past few months. It's that Zheng Fian and He Chang's relationship has always been uneventful. Although the two were quite mushy at times, they never saw any signs of them getting into a hot relationship either. So I don't know what's going on. And today, Gu Qingchen and Song Si are officially on hiatus to wait for labor. Originally, 2 months ago, we had to temporarily suspend school, but the little pregnant woman just insisted on patting her stomach and refused to agree, fearing that she would not be able to keep up with the progress of her studies, which would make it impossible for her to follow her husband around and help him in the future. There was no way around it. The mood of a pregnant woman was important, so Gu Qingchen could only follow her. This is not. With only 3 days left before the doctor's earliest due date, Song Si obediently cooperated to get her suspension from school done. Royal View Mansion. Fengma had already packed her things and was ready to leave. She's just a dietitian specializing in pregnant women's nutrition during pregnancy with a little bit of babysitting on the side. Not a full-time sister-in-law and not good with babies. So Song Si's work was officially over as she neared labor. Gu Qingchen held up Song Si, who had a big belly and a rather plump figure, and sent her off to the door. Fengma, take care of yourself. In the future, when Cici is pregnant with her second child, I'll still look for you. Fengma smiled faintly. Good. I'm sure I won't excuse myself. Don't come out. Gu Xiao. I'll leave first. Bye-bye Fengma. Song Si waved her hand with a sweet smile. Bye. With Fengma far away, the two returned to the house. Next, only to see Song Si's upper arm raised above her head, her voice soft and sticky cheered loudly. Yeah, I finally do not have to eat all kinds of healthcare products and difficult-to-eat nutritional products. Gu Qingchen cried and laughed as he rubbed his daughter-in-law's head, coaxing in tandem. Yes, 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 our CC can be considered liberated. Now just eat and drink well every day and slowly wait for the baby to be born. Hey, honey, I want ice cream. Okay, but only one anon. Gu Qingchen pinched her fleshy cheeks and said, aha. Then, Gu Qingchen took out a box of Haagen-Dazs from the refrigerator and handed it to Song Si. The little pregnant woman took it and happily uncapped it, taking a small spoon and scooping out a mouthful and handing it to her husband's mouth. After Gu Qingchen ate it out of habit, he looked at his daughter-in-law who took the ice cream and ran to the sofa to start eating it, revealing a doting light smile and followed him. Song Si is just craving. We'll also feed the first bite to him to eat. Such a girl, really hard not to love. Coming to her side, Gu Qingchen gently hugged the soft and greasy body that had been fed some slight fat and rubbed it comfortably. It's just like dough. Really love it. Song Si had been completely immune to any of her husband's usual touches or glances, and her face wouldn't even blush. Except, of course, for that. The time. Just when Gu Qingchen was being dishonest, the doorbell suddenly rang. He had no choice but to let go of his fragrant and soft daughter-in-law and get up to open the door. Hello, the crib and stroller you ordered, as well as baby rails and soft pads have been delivered. Sign for them. Gu Qingchen signed the logistics slip, and the staff moved everything into the living room. After sending the delivery person away, Song Si also put down her beloved ice cream and came over to these baby items to look through them curiously. It's the crib, the stroller, and the baby seat in the car, the guardrails around the bed, and the soft cushions on the floor. Gu Qingchen closed the door and re-entered the living room to explain. Ooh-hoo. Song Si nodded with a half understanding. Very well prepared. After all, they're children, and the protection has to be there. Saying that, Gu Qingchen put both the fence and the soft cushions into the storage room. These won't come in handy for a while, until after your baby can crawl. Then he carried the crib up the stairs, with the little pregnant woman following close behind. Placing the bed inside their master bedroom, Gu Qingchen patiently wiped it down inside and out. Song Si wasn't idle either, first turning out some bedding and making the bed. Then, for the area above the stroller where the toys were hung, there were shell wind chimes that she had made earlier, and small toys from merchants. Hey, great job. Song Si gently patted her stomach as if she was talking to her baby. The crib is just a simple yellow wood color, and while it looks a little out of place with the surrounding decor, it still looks good overall. One by one, the little kitty spirit came up to have a look too. When it just wanted to leap up and jump onto the crib, it was held in midair by Gu Qingchen, who scratched its chin and said, "Little naughty boy, be honest with me." Meow. Kazuchi couldn't understand and just snored comfortably. Evening. Gu Qingchen handed a cup of hot, freshly squeezed juice to Song Si, who was sitting on the sofa eating a snack. You eat less on. Don't be out of moderation just because you're about to give birth. Aha. Her mouth was too busy to do more than nod as she took a sip of the juice her husband handed her. Gu Qingchen rubbed his daughter-in-law's head, leaned down and squatted in front of her, pressing his ear to his large belly. listening to the little movements inside, his heart flushed with softness, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously hooked up. Soon, seeing Song-si eating a snack while finishing her juice, Gu Changchen then picked her up in a princess carry and headed upstairs. Well hubby, I haven't finished my snack yet. Song-si shook her white and tender jade legs and reluctantly said, okay, eat less. It's time to rub your tummy. In order to prevent stretch marks, Gu Changchen happily rubbed his daughter-in-law with a specialized cream every night, without failing for a single day. This was the reason Song-si was immune to his touch. After all, you have to take off your clothes to put on the cream. It's inevitable that there will be a lot of action during that time. Come to the master bedroom. Gu Changchen took off his daughter-in-law's nightgown and threw it aside. Song-si, because she hadn't finished her snack, beamed her little mouth and somewhat unhappily swung her body into a big zigzag shape and said, "Oof, come on, don't be mad. I'll bring your snacks up later, okay?" Gu Changchen amusedly kissed her lightly on her belly, then picked up the cream from the bedside table and applied it to his hands to smooth it out. "Okay, love you hubby M." Upon hearing this, Song-si's mood turned cloudy and she gave him a flying kiss. "There's really nothing you can do about it." Gu Changchen shook his head helplessly and placed his hand on his daughter-in-law's belly and began to gently apply it from top to bottom, in one direction. Remember that you should never paint in a circle. It is easy to make the baby's umbilical cord around the neck, or position switching, both for the child and the pregnant woman, is very dangerous. I'm not a professional, so ask the lady for specifics, and keep your dog's head on a swivel. Finish applying. Gu Changchen, as his daughter-in-law wished, personally went downstairs to bring up the snacks. Looking at his daughter-in-law's happy little face as she munched on her snack, he favored her with a kiss on the cheek. Then, it was rewarded with an imported snack feed from Song-si. Chapter 169, Shen Miaoshu's Little Heart. Chirping birds chirped outside the window. Bright sunlight also poured over the crib in front of the window. And the beauty of it is that there's a child missing from the top. But that's coming soon. This was followed by the sound of clanging bells and banging downstairs. Gu Changchen, who had been woken up, touched the large belly that was leaning against his stomach in a daze before slightly opening his hazy sleeping eyes and stroking the face of his good daughter-in-law, who was resting on his chest and whooping soundly. He pulled his leg out of Song-si's beautiful leg that was tightly wrapped around his own, and then while gently holding her stomach, he slowly placed it on the bed while slowly pulling himself out of her embrace. After walking slowly down the stairs, Gu Changchen looked at the courier boxes all over the floor, as well as Shen Miaoshu, who had just sent something away and returned to the living room, and said, "My sis, you're moving this early in the morning? Awake? Come help, take these apart and put them away." Shen Miaoshu, who was wearing a purple dress with a ponytail, waved at him and said, unable to do anything about it. Gu Changchen had to obediently come forward and unwrap the courier with her. At this point, Song-si also held her stomach and walked downstairs with a small yawn. Watching the shoulder strap on one side of her nightgown slip down, Shen Miaoshu stopped the work in her hand, walked up to her to organize, and held its soft face and said, "Sleepy will sleep, more to go." "Well," Song-si gave a delicate wooing cry and shook her head. "No need, Sister Miaoshu. What have you bought?" The corner of Shen Miaoshu's mouth hooked up. "Various things that you and the baby will use in the future." And it's true, as the courier boxes were unpacked one by one. What with UV sterilizing tanks, and heated water heaters, breast pumps, nursing pads, diapers, bibs, powdered milk, and so on. Luckily, we have a large storage room at home or we wouldn't really be able to fit all this stuff. It's quite good. It saves me the trouble of having to buy anything. Then, Gu Changchen pointed to the 8 suitcases on the side and said, "Sister Miaoshu, what are these?" "Oh, one is C's waiting bag. Everything she needs for the baby in a few days is in there. The remaining 7 are my luggage." Song-si said in confusion. Sister Miaoshu was going to live in? She didn't think it mattered, since there were a bunch of rooms in the house anyway, and not a single pair of dishes. "Well, heard your mother-in-law say that the family lacks a nanny with a baby, so I purposely quit my job with my old man and volunteered to come over to help you guys with the baby. After all, an acquaintance is always more assured than an outsider, right?" Shen Miaoshu gently rubbed Song-si's stomach and said, "You, an old woman who's almost 40 and hasn't even been in a relationship, can raise a child?" Gu Changchen spat as she organized the miscellaneous items on the floor. The corners of Shen Miaoshu's mouth twitched, and she immediately walked over to Gu Changchen's side, and pinched his ear and twisted it. "Kid, you say that again?" Feeling the familiar maneuver, Gu Changchen immediately bared his teeth and said, "Hiss wrong. How can my gentle, kind, lovely, beautiful, and graceful sister Miaoshu be an old woman? But it's always true that you don't know how to raise a child. You're being unreasonable by pinching me. You reason with me." Shen Miaoshu's grip loosened slightly, but she still had a bad look on her face and said, "Okay, I'll tell you. Some families don't hire nannies, but they still bring up their children well, and I can learn about it on the internet. It's not like I'm just bringing them up blindly. Or do you just simply resent me? No way. You're half my mom. I don't care if you live here. Not to mention helping me with the kids. It's mainly not because I'm afraid of delaying you, and then Grandpa Shin will come to settle the score with me. As Gu Qingchen spoke, he silently took Shin Miaoshu's hand and carefully removed it from his ear. Che, I'm glad you know what you're doing. Shin Miaoshu was also too lazy to bother with him, and turned to ask Song Si, arrange your room for me. Si, good. Song Si you welcomed Sister Miaoshu's arrival. After all, she was the matchmaker who encouraged and supported herself and took the initiative to pursue her husband. Again, the husband is one of the most important people. Love the house. Naturally have a full sense of closeness to it. The two women then went upstairs to pick a room. Gu Changchen also slowly organized things, according to the imminent need. Need some, no need for the time being, 3 kinds of needs, all categorized well. Then, it was time to leave it again and put it in storage. However, he had just come out of the storage room when he was called by Shin Miaoshu, who was moving her own luggage. Chen, come, help sister move the luggage. Sighing, Gu Qingchen walked over and strained to pull up the 2 suitcases. I'll go. So heavy. Sister Miaoshu, why did you bring so many suitcases? Shan Miaoshu, on the other hand, carried 2 lighter ones and led him upstairs. I've brought as little as possible. I've picked my favorite clothes, shoes, bags and brought them here, as well as cosmetics and other messy necessities. Otherwise, it wouldn't be these suitcases but a truck today. Gu Qingchen was speechless and honestly helped her carry her luggage back and forth. When the last of the luggage was placed in the guest bedroom, he wiped a non-existent sweat and asked, I don't need to organize the rest, do I? Well, hard work. I'll just organize it myself. You back off. Shin Miaoshu opened all the suitcases and waved her hand without looking back. Gu Changchen made a weird bow like the eunuch and turned around to leave the room, and looking at his back as he left, Shin Miaoshu rummaged through another code box buried in her clothes and smiled softly, just having him around mentally for company and physically with all sorts of little toys to comfort. Seems, it's not bad. That's right, Shin Miaoshu also had her own little mind when she suddenly arrived today and fought so hard for this babysitting opportunity. After all, with her family background, she was not destined to have a result with Gu Qingchen unless her father left the center of power. Besides, she didn't want to delay her beloved boy. The huge age difference between them was like a chasm, even if she was greedy now. But what about later? 20 years earlier than the love of the first old man? If it was a relationship like sister and brother, she could be open about it. But in the relationship of a wife and lover, she could never accept it. So marriage is out of the question in this life, let alone children. Now that her beloved's child is about to be born, and she is almost 40, perhaps this is the only chance for her to experience something of what it is like to be a wife plus mother. By the way, she could also integrate into the family logically by taking the name of godmother to the 2 children, Gu Qingchen and Song Si's baby when they were young, plus coaxing Cici, the silly girl. Although the child was not her own, it was indeed the beloved's, and she certainly treated it as if it were her own. Although the person she loved was not her husband, she had no regrets when she could always be by his side. As for whether or not this behavior is morally abusive, annoying, selfish, or whatever, let's see what Gu Qingchen and Song Si say or show. If one of them gets uncomfortable, disgusted, etc., it's not too late for her to move out. One day at a time is one day at a time. Chapter 170, Background Restricting Action? That's because your background isn't deep enough. Downstairs, looking at Song Si who was frying eggs in the kitchen, Gu Qingchen hurriedly walked up to take the shovel in her hand and pinched her face. What are you doing cooking as a pregnant woman on the verge of labor? Go stay on the sofa. Well, it's okay. Song Si held the back of his hand and rubbed her face against his palm. No, I'll cook. You go rest. Gu Qingchen didn't follow her at all and forcefully helped her out of the kitchen. Song Si's helpless little mouth pursed, so she had to obediently sit on the sofa and play with her cell phone. Chef Ku, on the other hand, continued to work on the omelette. But the next second, a phone call came in. He took it out and saw that it was Su Yahan calling, so he connected and put it to his ear, flipping the eggs while saying, "Hello, Auntie, it's me." Qingchen, an aged voice rang out from the other end of the cell phone. "Grandma, how's your health these days?" Gu Changchen sniffed and immediately exchanged pleasantries. "It's quite good grandson. CC is going to give birth soon, isn't she? How about grandma taking a plane to your place tomorrow?" Mu Xiai answered with a smile and then asked. "Ha?" Gu Qingchen gave a surprised cry and advised. "Grandma, at your age, don't take the airplane and run around. CC, it's not a problem. I'll just give you a video when the time comes. I wanted to go over there and take care of you guys. Babies are the worst at night." Gu Changchen sniffed, but still refused. "Really no need grandma. At your age how can I let you stay up all night with the child? Plus running back and forth. I'm really afraid that you won't be able to handle it." As soon as his words fell, Su Yahan's voice also came over. Right, I told your grandmother that you could stop, but it turns out that she had to make this call to ask about you. Gu Chengchen said with a smile on his face. Yes, you're too old for this. I've already found a good nanny. Grandma, you can rest assured, he said. I'll send you the video later. And in a while I'll even say I'll go to the imperial capital to pay my respects. Dads, you'll be able to see your great-grandson then. Alright. One by two. They all think the wife is useless. Listening to his grandmother's complaints, Gu Chengchen said, I'm not worried about your health. Musiai also dismissed the idea of coming to Magic City. That's it then. Take care of Si Shang and ring me a video call when the baby is born. Okay, sure. Then good nephew, bye, said Suyahan. Bye. As the phone hung up, Gu Chengchen's eggs were fried a bit mushy. In the spirit of not wasting food, he ate the freshly cooked eggs a little at a time while frying up new ones. At this point, Song Si returned to the kitchen holding her big belly again and said, What's wrong? Is grandma coming over? No, let me persuade back. The old man that age, not suitable for tossing back and forth, plus stay up all night with the child. Gu Chengchen shook her head and said, Ooh-hoo. Song Si came to her husband's side and gently wrapped her arms around him, leaning her soft face on his shoulder. Quickly go back to the sofa and stay there. Don't stand here with me. Gu Chengchen shrugged his daughter-in-law's face on his shoulder and said, It's fine, it's all as exercise. I'm bored if you don't stay with me. Song Si rubbed her face back a few times and just wouldn't go. There's really nothing you can do about it. Although he complained on his lips, Gu Chengchen still kissed the tip of his daughter-in-law's nose lightly and didn't drive her away anymore. Song Si also smiled as she held her stomach and stood on her tiptoes to drop a kiss on his cheek. With about 10 eggs all fried, Gu Chengchen also turned out toast bread, jam and milk and put them on the table. Go tell Sister Miaoshu to eat. Before Gu Chengchen could finish, Shen Miaoshu had already walked down from upstairs and said, Don't shout. I'm coming. She waved her hand and walked over to the table to put her arm around Song Si's. Embarrassed. I'm sorry. I said I was here to take care of you guys, but I ended up making you guys cook breakfast. It's okay, Miaoshu-chan. I'm counting on you for the noon meal. Song Si kindly hugged Shen Miaoshu back and playfully said, Okay, then eat quickly. The three of them took their seats and simply ate breakfast. Right. Do you guys have anything you want to eat for lunch? Now hurry up and hug the names of the dishes and on, so I can go out and buy food. Shen Miaoshu took a bite of the egg and asked, No need. I'll give you an app in a while. Just ask the property to deliver the food directly. They have all kinds of food. Gu Chengchen said. Shen Miaoshu was speechless throughout. Is this the life of the rich? Seems like the Gu family manor, where Jiarin lived, was the one that had people dedicated to purchasing supplies. After breakfast, Shen Miaoshu, who didn't need to go out to buy groceries, naturally went upstairs and changed into a more conservative silver nightgown and went downstairs. In his hand, he also held two masks. She came and sat down next to Song Si before pulling her out of Gu Chengchen's arms. See, I'll apply the mask for you. Ha, can I put this on a pregnant woman? Song Si wondered. Don't worry, it's all natural. Eyes closed and head up, Shen Miaoshu said as she ripped open the mask and took it out. Feeling the hydrating stuff on her face, Song Si leaned against Gu Chengchen's body with enjoyment. Shen Miaoshu also put it on herself, comfortably leaning back against the backrest of the sofa, her whole body relaxing. Not having to go to work feels so good. Once she reminded her, Gu Chengchen also reacted and asked, Right, Sister Miaoshu, if you don't go to work, won't you have no money? What will you do if you sleep on the street then? Shen Miaoshu didn't have the good sense to say, I can't have some savings? Also, if I really don't have any money, you can stop supporting me? Raise. I just flirted. I didn't say I wouldn't. Gu Chengchen cried and laughed. That's more like it, but don't worry, your mom pays me a salary of 10,000 a month. Gu Chengchen was surprised. Ooh, my mom is quite generous, but it's not true. The dog big family is really enviable. Unfortunately, my family doesn't allow me to be extravagant. AI Shen Miaoshu sighed. Don't foresee my wonderful book sister. With your background, how many people with money can't even beg? Gu Chengchen reached out and wiped some of the essence of the mask on his daughter-in-law's face and applied it to his own face. I'm not a mortal race. It's a lament this background is good, but there are too many restrictions. I can't help myself in so many things. I have to worry about my father. After saying that, Shen Miaoshu sighed. There are gains and losses. Don't think about it, just live the moment. Gu Chengchen comforted. You are least qualified to say this. Not only are you a rich second generation, but you also have a grandfather who is through and through. Outsiders can't pick and dare not pick on your grandfather. This comfort of yours is more like a mockery. But shut up. Shen Miaoshu rolled her eyes. Gu Chengchen also understood and made a zipper sign to his mouth. Chapter 171, It's impolite to point chopsticks at people, except acquaintances. Noon. Gu Chengchen ordered a pot roast, but it was dismissed by Shen Miaoshu for not knowing how to make it and replaced with braised pork. Song Si ordered an eggplant with meat foam, which turned out to be something she wasn't very good at yet, but said she could learn how to try it from the internet. A proper distinction. After receiving the dishes from the property, Shin Miaoshu walked to the kitchen to cook. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, took his daughter-in-law into his arms, cast his phone to the TV and watched the anime movie Your Name. At this point, Gu Jiaren's phone call came out of nowhere. Gu Qingchen also connected without disconnecting the projection. A cold voice came out of the outgoing stereo. Early morning? Well, you say. Gu Qingchen ate the small snack Song Si handed her and opened her mouth. The hospital I've arranged for you. I'll send you the location in a moment. It's a private hospital. Experts transferred from foreign countries, all female doctors, so that Cici doesn't have to resist, just cooperate with the production. Well, thanks a lot, Gu Qingchen said politely. Gu Jiaren continued, has your auntie Miaoshu gone over to take care of you? Before he could reply, Shin Miaoshu came out of the kitchen with a spatula in her hand first, pointing at the TV projection. Jiaren, it's sister, not auntie. However, Gu Jiaren pressed her. It's fine when she arrives, and when Cici finishes giving birth. I'll also arrange for a conditioner to come over and specialize in Cici's postpartum recovery. Seeing that her best friend was completely ignoring her, the corner of Shin Miaoshu's mouth twitched and she went back to the kitchen. Okay, just watch the arrangements. Gu Chengchen looked at the scene with amusement and nodded. Anyhow, the woman who gave birth to herself in the first place and yet still maintains a healthy body and a perfect figure, honestly obeys the arrangement and is done with it. Okay, there are quite a few things going on in the company, so I won't go over to see you guys. When CC breaks her water, you can call me again, and I'll immediately go to the hospital to look for you guys. Gu Jiaren said. Well, that's that then. With the phone hanging up, Gu Qingchen even had the feeling that she wasn't talking to her mother on the phone. There is no unnecessary care greetings, only the meticulous arrangement of various things. As if talking business, can only say that this businessman blood is too pure. He shook his head helplessly and retuned back to the movie, continuing to watch it with Song Si while eating snacks. Wait until lunch is served. Gu Chengchen took a bite of it when it was ready, and immediately exclaimed, you can my sister, the cooking is getting better and better. It's okay, I just don't know how to cook a lot of dishes, but I can follow along with the online videos and still be sloppy. Shin Miaoshu was not complacent and even felt that there were many shortcomings. Gu Qingchen, however, encouraged, that's also very good. It's better to be impressed when you're not in the same place. Eat, eat, eat. It seemed that it was because of her sweetheart's compliments that made Shin Miaoshu feel a little fluttery in her heart. Song Si, on the other hand, had been feeding Gu Qingchen with food, only occasionally taking a few bites herself. Shin Miaoshu couldn't stand to watch and said after giving her some dishes, Si, don't just feed him, it's not like he doesn't have long hands, and then give him spoiled limbs to degenerate. When she finished speaking, she even glared at Gu Qingchen in a petulant manner. Gu Chengchen shrugged lightly and indifferently ate his own food. Song Si smiled sarcastically, embarrassedly pulling Shin Miaoshu's arm, explaining, no, Sister Miaoshu, I just ate too many snacks and I'm not too hungry. Shin Miaoshu frowned slightly and used her slender jade finger to keep tapping her forehead. You, don't think you're so greedy just because you're about to give birth. You have to think about your own body too. Oh, I was wrong, Miaoshu-san. Song Si aggrievedly admitted her mistake. Eat more or less. If you can't eat, give it to Qingchen. Shin Miaoshu pointed at Gu Qingchen with her chopsticks and said, oh good. Song Si obediently stuffed herself with food. Gu Qingchen, however, said quietly, Sister Miaoshu, it's not polite to point at people with chopsticks. Shin Miaoshu immediately re-stretched out her chopsticks to point at him, rubbing her fingers in the process. Of course sis knows, but can't sis be rude to you? Can, sis, as long as you're happy. Gu Qingchen lowered his head from his heart and picked up his meal. Shin Miaoshu arrogantly hummed softly and also chewed and ate her meal slowly. Song Si barely managed to eat a few bites, leaving some of her stomach behind, and pushed her meal to her husband. I can't eat anymore. You eat. Okay. Gu Chengchen didn't refuse and directly held the 2 bowls of rice and dazzled them. After eating only the last few bites of the meal, it was too much to eat. Only then did he lean back in his chair and burp loudly. I can't. It's going to burst. Song Si smiled and helped Gu Qingchen rub his stomach for a while, then took his leftover dishes, dispatched all the rice inside, and handed them to Shin Miaoshu, who was cleaning up the dishes. Just spoil him. Shin Miaoshu took it with a slight grimace and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Gu Chengchen, on the other hand, helped his daughter-in-law up and nestled back into the sofa to watch a movie. Not a moment too soon, Shan Miaoshu, who had finished washing the dishes, came out of the kitchen, gently knocked Gu Qingchen's head, and said, instead of watching a movie, why don't you look at how to raise a baby? Don't have your hands full when the time comes. Also, have you and C decided how you're going to have the baby? A normal labor or a C-section? Gu Qingchen and Song Si had recently thought about this issue and searched for something related. A normal labor is just a little bit of suffering first, followed by ease. A C-section is just a little easier first, but the recovery suffers a little later. The essence is not much different. After thinking about it, Gu Qingchen replied back, "We are trying to have a normal delivery, and if that doesn't work then we'll have a cesarean section." Song Si followed with an approving nod. "There's nothing much behind a normal labor. I'm still quite afraid of pain, so I'll just take the pain at once, and it'll be easier later on." Shen Miaoshu shook her head and said, "Not necessarily. A normal delivery will tear, or the fetus is too big and needs a side cut. It's also quite a suffering. It's better to have a cesarean section and only suffer a wound on the stomach." "Ha!" Song Si, who heard the words, lost her mind and gently arched towards her husband's arms, waiting for him to make a decision. "Feng Ma is controlling the nutrition for CC. I guess the fetus won't be too big. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup then and listen to the doctor's advice," Gu Qingchen said. Shen Miaoshu nodded her head and sat down next to Song Si, accompanying them to watch the movie, saying, "That's also true. Then why don't we go to the hospital tomorrow, so that we can decide whether it's a smooth or cesarean section?" Okay. The afternoon passed quickly. After simply eating the dinner that Shen Miaoshu had made, Gu Qingchen then went back to the master bedroom with his daughter-in-law to rest, because Song Si's stomach was too big and a little hard to bear. She hadn't been sleeping very well lately, so both of them have now adjusted their routine to going to bed early. Shen Miaoshu is a bit of a night owl. She's still downstairs on the couch applying skincare and watching TV shows. Chapter 172, Song Si's amniotic fluid breaks. Late night, Song Si suddenly awoke with a start, feeling a slight warmth coming out. She thought she was wetting the bed, and just as she tried to hold it in and get up to go to the bathroom, she realized that the sensation was completely out of her control. At once, Song Si, who understood what was going on, hurriedly pushed Gu Qingchen gently awake and said somewhat nervously, "Hubby, my amniotic fluid seems to have broken." "Ha!" Gu Qingchen, who heard the words, snapped awake, turned on the light and got up to check, found that the amount of amniotic fluid is not big, only slightly relieved. "It's okay, don't be afraid. The amount is not big. I'll help you to get on the car. Let's go directly to the hospital." "Aha!" Song Si obediently nodded her head. With her husband's reassurance, her rising panic subsided. Gu Qingchen didn't even bother to change his pajamas, picked up his cell phone and dialed Gujaran, tapping the speakerphone and slipping it into his pocket. Then, slowly helping Song Si to sit up, he slowly moved out of the bed and walked towards the downstairs with a hobbling step. At this time, the phone was also connected, and a voice with lethargy in its coolness came out. "Hello? Mom, CC's water broke. I'll be heading to the hospital now, so make some arrangements." "Good." As the phone hung up, Shen Miaoshu also walked out of the room in her nightgown. "What? CC's water broke?" Gu Qingchen nodded and ordered, "Yes, Sister Miaoshu, help me get a summer quilt. Get on the bus in a moment and cover CC. You also hurry to change your clothes." "Okay, right away." When she finished, she went back inside and cleaned up. Gu Qingchen helped Song Si into the car, and by the way, used the cushion to cushion her back, comforting, "I'll go get the waiting box. You just lie down obediently. The child is not born so soon. It's fine, don't worry." In fact, Song Si wasn't nervous at all, especially when she saw that Gu Qingchen was busy and even very happy. She was so looking forward to the arrival of this child, so that she could stay by her favorite husband's side forever. Back inside, Gu Qingchen picked up the waiting box that was placed next to the sofa. Just in time, Shen Miaoshu also simply wrapped a coat around her and walked downstairs holding a pink summer quilt, asking, "What's going on? Isn't the due date not yet?" "Who can say for sure, but now it's just the water breaking. What does it matter if it's preterm labor or not?" Gu Chengchen said as she walked outside the house. "Fair enough. I'm stupefied. How could I ask such a stupid question?" Shen Miaoshu followed closely behind. "Come to the car." Shen Miaoshu sat in the passenger seat and poked her body to cover Song Si with the quilt. Gu Chengchen, on the other hand, started the car and drove towards the hospital location given by Gu Jiarun. He wasn't driving too fast because he wasn't in that much of a hurry. A smooth ride to the private hospital. A couple of paramedics had prepared the hospital bed trolley and were waiting quietly at the door. When the car stopped, Song Si also moved personally, transferred to the hospital bed, and then, accompanied by Shen Miaoshu, went to the single intensive care delivery room. Gu Qingchen trotted into the hospital even as he found a place to park his car. "Come to the maternity ward. The place is decorated in a kind of warm color. Very cozy, just like at home." Gu Qingchen walked over to his daughter-in-law and gently held her hand. And Song Si's brow was furrowed at this time, obviously feeling the pain of the contractions, and holding his hand, which had gradually become harder. "Bear with me, you can get a painless shot with 2 fingers open." With his other hand, Gu Qingchen painfully stroked his daughter-in-law's already somewhat sweaty forehead. Once the second finger was opened, the doctor waiting on the sidelines also immediately put in the painless. As for skin preparation, it's not a bother because there's not a lot of hair, but Song Si still gritted her teeth, blinking her watery eyes like an injured deer, and looked at Gu Qingchen. Husband, why does it still hurt so much? Before he could say anything, the doctor's sister on the side spoke up first and explained. The medication takes effect in 5 to 15 minutes. Ms. Song endure for a while. Well, gradually, Song Si felt a gradual numbness in her waist, and the pain slowly descended. Not at all painless, but also much better. Immediately afterward, she actually slowly fell asleep. Gu Qingchen stroked her soft face and looked at the doctor. Is it okay for this to fall asleep? It's fine. We have real-time monitoring. When it's time for delivery, Ms. Song will naturally wake up. The doctor's sister explained. Okay, Gu Qingchen nodded. Then, he looked sideways in boredom and found that Shin Miaoshu, the night owl, had already been unable to resist sleepiness and leaned against the sofa and squinted. Although Gu Qingchen was also sleepy, he didn't dare to sleep at all, so he sat silently with his daughter-in-law. Even afraid of disturbing Song Si's rest, the hand that was caressing her face basically didn't move. It just stuck to her fair skin. At this point, with a click 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 sound, a woman in a corseted dress with patent leather heels and coiffed hair, carrying a white bag in her hand, walked into the hospital room. Gu Qingchen, who had heard the sound, turned his head, but only nodded to the woman and did not greet her. And when the doctor's sister who was standing guard on the side saw this, she immediately greeted. Good day, Mr. Gu. Aha. Gu Jiaran nodded in response and asked, how is the situation? The doctor's sister returned. Painless has been administered, and if the contractions are slow to open the fingers, we'll be administering oxytocin in a moment as well. Aha. Gu Jiaran nodded and walked over to Gu Qingchen's side, gently patting his shoulder and saying, go squint on the sofa for a while as well. I'll watch over CC. Gu Qingchen shook her head. No need. Young people can stay up all night. Okay. Gu Jiaran no longer persuaded more, turned around and walked over to sit next to Shin Miaoshu and pinched her fleshy thighs vigorously. Hiss. Shin Miaoshu immediately came to her senses, and when she looked at that familiar face, she instantly didn't dare to speak. Gu Jiaran glanced her cool eyes at her. You asked for help as a babysitter. I let you come, but you ended up falling asleep first. Is this how you work as a babysitter? Be careful, I'll replace you. Don't. I didn't adjust my routine for a while. Shin Miaoshu immediately hugged her best friend's arm and pleaded for mercy. Next time. Gu Jiaran was just teasing her, not really bothering her about anything. Shin Miaoshu was relieved and hugged her arm and pampered her. Promise there won't be a next time. I knew my Jiaran was the best. No way. It's just worth dying for your own little happiness. Gross. Be normal. Gu Jiaran pushed her face away in mock disgust. Gu Qingchen also felt a chill of evil when she looked at the pampered sister Miaoshu. After all, it was the first time he had seen the tigress like this, so out of character. Chapter 173, The Birth of the Little Princess. Because the author is a single dog, no wife, and have never seen the birth of a child, all the process is the network information. If there is incorrect or omitted, welcome to correct. Either that, or you guys introduce me to a wife with white skin and long legs so I can experience it for myself and I'll change it. Doghead/JPG, Doghead/JPG. By the way, the last chapter added a skin preparation detail, so you don't have to purposely go through it. You can ignore it. About 2 hours or so later, the sky had brightened slightly. Gu Jiaran was sitting on the sofa and kept scratching her cell phone, but there was no sound, so she was probably working, right? And Shin Miaoshu had completely fallen asleep leaning on her shoulder. At this point, Song Si woke up leisurely, or rather woke up in pain. Seeing this, Gu Qingchen also hurriedly put down his cell phone and gently stroked her face. Why are you awake? The young daughter-in-law's brow furrowed and her voice trembled a little. Feel the pain. Just woke up. The doctor's sister who had heard the words came up to check it out without saying a word. Well, it's open to 8 fingers. I'll give you a shot of oxytocin and you'll be in labor soon. Gu Qingchen, however, asked worriedly, is it okay to have a smooth labor? The doctor's sister, while preparing the oxytocin, replied, the checking of the fetal position and body shape are normal, and the opening of the fingers is fast, so there is no problem for a normal delivery. That'll do. Gu Chengchen asked and added, can I stay by the side in a while? Yes, but only one. After the doctor's sister finished speaking, she came to Song Si's side and injected her with oxytocin. Gu Jiaran naturally noticed the situation in the hospital bed. She put down her cell phone and directly got up and walked over to the hospital bed. The sleeping Shin Miaoshu suddenly ran out of support and woke up violently, and after a moment of confusion, she also got up and walked over to the hospital bed. Mom, when did you get here? Song Si was in excruciating pain, but she still shouted when she saw Gu Jiaran coming. Gu Jiaran nodded and said, "You'll be here the moment you fall asleep. Stop talking and keep your strength up." Looking at his daughter-in-law, who was already sweating from the pain, Gu Qingchen wiped her sweat with his hand while holding her hand with his other hand and comforted her. "Good, bear it again, and we won't have a second child in the future, and we won't be subject to this crime." But Song Si heard, immediately unwilling to say, "No, still wanna give birth. Okay, give birth to as many as you say. Now be a good boy for a while and keep breathing." Gu Chengchen cried and laughed as she went along with her promise first. Specifically whether to give birth or not, let's talk about it. Anyway, he is a little reluctant to let Song Si regenerate. Shen Miaoshu also gently held Song Si's other hand, her slender fingers gently caressing the back of her hand, silently comforting. The doctor's sister looked on with envy. The mind also wonders when her high-flying, warm-hearted husband will show up. Not much longer. Song Si, who had opened to 9 fingers, was also pushed into the labor room next door. Immediately after, then came 3 female doctors. One of them blonde hair and blue eyes, is a little bit older, should be invited from abroad, that expert. Gu Qingchen was simply wearing an isolation jacket and hair cap, accompanied by holding his daughter-in-law's hand on the side. After all, it's not an open surgery with overly stringent sterility requirements. Gu Jiaran and Shin Miaoshu, on the other hand, could just wait in the hospital room. Over time, Song Si also began labor, following the instructions given by the doctor to exhale, inhale, and relax. The strength of her hand holding Gu Qingchen increased and decreased. Even the girl who was able to hold back her screams while playing roller coasters had by now been unable to control her cries of pain. It wasn't enough to tear the heart out, right, but it was enough to make Gu Qingchen's heart twist together with it. He wanted to make a comforting noise, but he was afraid of interfering with something, so he just came up to his daughter-in-law's ear and whispered words of love, as well as silently enduring the pain of her nails piercing into her skin, and gently wiping the sweat from her face. The labor went well, and in just 10 minutes or so, the little baby croaked, along with Song Si's pain, also immediately got a great relief. Her whole body could not help but relax. Her face was pale, shortness of breath, could not say a word. It can be said that it is tossed bad. Hard work, daughter-in-law. Gu Qingchen gently dropped a kiss on her lips. Song Si also weakly revealed a sweet smile. "Congratulations, it's a little princess yet." The foreign doctor who delivered the baby cut the umbilical cord and handled the baby while speaking in somewhat awkward Chinese. The doctor, who was assisting her, also reported on the condition of the pregnant woman. There was no perineal tear, and the delivered placenta was very intact, so there was no need to manually scrape the uterus. Then, she said to Gu Qingchen, "Does the family still want the placenta?" "Don't." Gu Qingchen shook his head. "Which one for what? Supposedly it could be eaten or whatever. But, whatever it is, he can't eat it." In the next second, Song Si asked breathlessly, "Doctor, why isn't she crying?" "It happens, all right." With that, the foreign doctor held the child over. "Look, I'll spank her a little but to induce crying after that." Song Si looked at her crumpled daughter, and couldn't help but reveal a gentle gaze and a light smile. A touch of the air of a first-time mother also came out, but on his lips, he spat, "It's so ugly, it'll look good for a few days." Gu Qingchen stroked his daughter-in-law's forehead with a smile on his lips. A few moments later, the foreign doctor held the child away from him and slapped the baby's bottom with a moderately strong hand. At once, the baby's cry, symbolizing the birth of a new life, resounded through the delivery room. "Ward, let Ms. Song urinate as early as possible, so that the uterus can contract back, and you'll diligently clean up the discharged malodor. Then it's time to wait for the baby to wake up and breastfeed. That's basically it. Anything else? Just ring the call bell. Then I'll leave you guys alone for now." Mr. Gu. Aha. Only after receiving Gu Jiaran's permission did the doctor's sister turn around and leave. And after all the tests, the healthy baby of 4 pounds and 7 tails had been wrapped up in a small quilt and placed beside Song Si. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, sent the recorded video to her grandmother and the 8-member dormitory group in Titus. This time, Shen Miaoshu was squatting next to the hospital bed, leaning on her face to look at the baby's soundly sleeping little face, full of soft smiles. Gu Jiaran looked down from high above, and a rare smile appeared on her cool face. "By the way, what's her name, with the name we made up before?" Shen Miaoshu suddenly asked. "Well, isn't it all said and done? First name is Gu Qingyan, little name is Tuan Tuan." Gu Qingchen touched Song Si's face, which was full of fatigue, and whispered back. Hearing this, Shen Miaoshu nodded, gently touched the baby's little face with her fingers, and gently said, "In the future, you'll be called Gu Qingyan, and your little name is Tuan Tuan. Do you hear me?" It just so happened that Tuan Tuan responded at this time by baring her little mouth a few times, causing Shen Miaoshu to excitedly poke at Gu Jiaran's long legs on the side and say, she returned to me. See, too cute. Aha. Obviously it was just the child moving his mouth, but Gu Jiaran still nodded faintly, matching her BFF's straight-up motherly love filter. Song-si also gently patted her own daughter. Her mouth whispered, "Good Tuan Tuan, good Tuan Tuan." Then, with his palm resting on the child, he gradually lost his voice, and apparently could not resist a tiresome sleep, and went to sleep. Chapter 174, Second Child. Initiation. See here, I guess there's nothing more to do. You and your Auntie Miaoshu take care of it. I'll go back to the office first. Call me if anything happens. Seeing that there wasn't much to do by staying here, Gu Jiaran planned to go back to work first. It's Sister Miaoshu, not Auntie. Shen Miaoshu turned her head and corrected herself, then turned back to continue looking at her cute and adorable good daughter. However, Gu Jiaran, as she had done in the last screencasting call, did not pay any attention to her. Alright, I'll actually be fine on my own. Why don't Sister Miaoshu go back and take a rest as well? Gu Qingchen proposed. She immediately waved her hand. No, I can still carry it, but I can't carry it. I want you to go back and rest first, and come back to take care of CC for me when it's almost evening. Gu Qingchen explained helplessly. He hadn't slept all night, so if he didn't sleep tonight, he might actually be a bit too much to carry. That's fine. Why don't you go back and rest first? You'll take over for me at night? Shen Miaoshu said. Gu Qingchen shook his head. CC just gave birth. I as a husband have to be by my side first, right? Hearing him say that, Shen Miaoshu nodded approvingly and said, That's right, then I'll go back to bed first, and come to replace you around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Is that okay? Okay. After saying that, Shen Miaoshu finally rubbed the baby's little face with her fingertips and left the ward with Gu Jiaran. As it turned out, the two had just left within a few minutes of each other. Tuan Tuan then cried, and even woke up Song Ce. Gu Qingchen tenderly stroked the side of her face and said, It's just right, daughter-in-law, you stay up first. Feed our daughter-in-law before you go to sleep. Well. Song Ce gently cradled Tuan Tuan into her arms, but just as she was about to sit up to breastfeed, she sensed something and hurriedly lifted the covers to take a look, then looked at Gu Qingchen in some panic. Husband, I seem to be bleeding? Ha! Gu Qingchen, who heard the words, was so scared that she hurriedly checked it, and only after realizing that it was bright red malignant dew that was discharged, she was relieved and explained, It's not blood. This is the malignant dew that the doctor said would turn white later on. It's fine. I'll just clear it up for you. He then got up and pulled the curtain back and found nursing pads and wipes. Just as he was just about to clean up his daughter-in-law, she shyly pinched the corner of his shirt. That, dirty. I'll clean it myself. Gu Chengchen rubbed her head in amusement and comforted her. What's wrong with that? I'm your husband. Just listen. You just focus on milking the baby. With that, he drew out his wet wipes, lifted the covers, and cleaned up his daughter-in-law. Song Ce also shyly pulled down her collar, revealing one side to start milking the baby. But when Gu Qingchen cleaned up and changed into a clean nursing pad, Song Ce, however, looked at him with a slight frown on her brow and said, Hubby, the baby doesn't seem to be able to suck out the milk. What should I do? Gu Qingchen is not a girl. Without the 2 piles of heaviness in front of her chest, naturally, she did not know what to do, and could only point to the button at the head of the bed and say, Press the call bell and ask the doctor. Oh, a moment. The doctor's sister came to the ward, and after hearing Gu Qingchen recount the problem all over, she immediately went to Song Ce's side and pressed the mojo on her. This could cause the first-time mom to shy away from the girl for a while. When the massage was over, the doctor's sister said calmly, Okay, not yet out of the milk, let your husband sucking. Stimulation is still a little bit, but afterward with wet wipes clean before giving the baby to eat and on. After saying that, the doctor's sister left the ward without blushing or jumping. Song Ce's face was flushed, and she obediently let the baby try first, but the result was still no milk. Having no choice but to open her arms, she said, Husband, you do it. The situation cannot be delayed. In order to not let his precious daughter starve, Gu Qingchen was, forced, to follow orders. Just a minute or 2 or so, Tuan finally got the breast milk he's been longing for. Gu Qingchen also sat on the side of the hospital bed and wiped her mouth with the wet wipes she had already made, smashing them in the process. He thought it was milk flavor, but it turned out, the flavor was average, slightly sweet and salty, but acceptable. About 10 minutes or so later, Song Ce straightened her clothes, a gentle and sweet smile on her face, and used her finger to nod the small nose of her daughter who was caught in sound sleep in her arms. Then, turning her head to look at Gu Qingchen beside her, she gently asked, Husband, I can't leave you anymore, right? Gu Qingchen threw the wet wipes into the trash can in one essence shot, then lay down on his side, wrapped his arms around his daughter-in-law's plump body, rubbed his cheek against her face, and poked his finger at his daughter's little face, saying, Our daughter has been born. so if you just want to run away, I'm going to have to tie you back to milk the baby. Song Si sniffed and immediately couldn't help but kiss the corner of his mouth sideways, looking at the man who had been there to comfort her from pregnancy to delivery, and who had cleaned up her various messes afterward without a care in the world. The fire in her heart to give her husband a second child had come out in full force. Even if the husband refuses to cooperate, it's not impossible to restart the shady tactics that were used in order to conceive the first child. But Song Si didn't hit the hay, but put her daughter well by her side and wrapped her arms around Gu Qingshan's arm and murmured, "Hubby peeing. Good." Urination was also explained by the doctor, and he immediately got out of bed to find the urinal and put it under the covers to adjust it. "Well," Song Si said softly. Gu Qingshan drew out a wet wipe and first took the urinal out, then cleaned it up for his daughter-in-law before he picked it up again and went to the bathroom. And Song Si is hugging the dough by her side, sounding like a flying mosquito in her ear muttered, "Good daughter, mommy really love your daddy. So, in order for me to stay beside your daddy forever, you have to grow up healthy and well. Do you hear? Of course, you have to take care of the younger siblings in the back too that way. Even if your dad doesn't like me anymore, he won't be able to kick me out in the future. But I trust him, he'll love me for the rest of my life, won't he?" When Gu Qingshan came out and saw Song Si talking to Tuan Tuan furtively about something, he put the diaper pail away and asked curiously, "Daughter-in-law, what are you talking to your daughter-in-law about? Why don't you tell me too?" "It's okay, I'm teaching her to be good and obedient in the future, not to mess with her dad, and to study hard and try to get into a good college in the future." Of course Song Si wouldn't tell the truth. That would easily make her husband misunderstand something. Gu Qingshan couldn't help but listen. She's only just been born, and this is putting pressure on her? Which is not, I'm just talking to my daughter. Song Si pouted. "Okay, then you talk to your daughter. I'll go get you some food, and ring the call bell if you need anything." "Good." After saying that, Gu Qingshan left the hospital room and walked towards the outside of the hospital. Chapter 175 Visits from Roommates. More than half an hour later, Gu Qingshan returned to the hospital room carrying millet porridge, pork xiaolong bao, and a small bag of apples. It was found that Song Si was quietly sleeping with her daughter's small face pressed against her agitated nose. Tuan, on the other hand, stared at a spot with his little eyes wide open, not crying or fussing. He placed the meal on the table and doted on his daughter's cheeks. But who would have thought? Tuan Tuan cried straight away and woke up his daughter-in-law as well. "What's wrong?" Song Si dazedly took the baby into her arms, not knowing what to do, and patted her tiny body gently, waiting to wake up a bit. "See, Gu Qingshan has returned. She like to find a savior like to look at him," said, "Husband, how to do ah? I can't coax him." And Gu Qingshan smiled awkwardly. After all, he was the one who made him cry, so he had to take the responsibility and take the baby from his daughter-in-law's arms, laying it flat on the bed and making excuses. Did he pee? With that, he undid his daughter's little dress and took off her diaper. Well, just peed and pooped. Gu Qingshan had to take out the wet wipes and wipe her as well. Then, taking out a new diaper, while changing it, he said helplessly, "It's said that daughters are daddy's little cotton jacket. How come when mommy sleeps you hold back a sound, and when you see daddy coming back, you wail when you touch it?" Upon hearing this, Song Si pursed her lips and laughed lightly. "So it was you, husband, who made you cry, not me." Gu Qingshan refused to take the blame, pointing at the old diaper that had been thrown into the trash. "It's obviously this little guy who was holding back on his own, waiting for me to come back to cry. Proper planting ah. How can you call that planting? This is not to see their father back, so let you change its diaper. Well, after all, the baby cannot talk, right?" Song Si said in relief. "Too right, indeed. The daughter-in-law is the big coat. The daughter's little coat leaks sooner or later, isn't it?" Gu Qingshan changed Tuan Tuan's diaper and tied up her little clothes, then directly lifted her high in the air and gently shook and teased. Song Si looked shocked in her heart, slightly got up and gave her husband a slap. "Now you are not allowed to play like this. Quickly put it down. In case of a fall, how to do?" Yes. The daughter-in-law's order was greater than heaven, so Gu Qingshan honestly put his daughter to bed and turned to prepare breakfast. Song Si also took Tuan Tuan into her arms, and without the burden of feces and urine, the little guy directly fell asleep. She smiled softly and stroked her daughter's little cheeks, her eyes filled with gentle motherly love. Not for a moment. Gu Qingshan pushed the small tabletop of the cart with millet porridge and xiaolong bao, as well as the peeled half of an apple, to the hospital bed. "Now it's my turn to feed you. Come on." Ah. He scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it, and handed it to his daughter-in-law's mouth. Song Si obediently opened her mouth and enjoyed her husband's feeding. Gu Qingshan then stuffed the xiaolong bao into his daughter-in-law's mouth. "Well, there's too many. Don't let them all in." Song Si patted the back of his hand and slurred. Sorry, I'm usually a mouthful. Get used to it." Saying that, Gu Qingshan took out half of the xiaolong bao and let her bite it off. In this way, A bowl of kanji plus nearly 10 xiaolong bao under. Song Ce is also basically full. Gu Chengchen handed her the apple before eating his own portion of breakfast that had gotten a little cold. At that moment, a thieving man gently pushed open the door of the hospital room and poked his head in. Gu Chengchen heard the commotion and looked back, and immediately said, "Yo, the big singers are here? Where are they?" John Chen hemmed and hawed and directly brought by Xiao Xiao and the others in. A few people put the fruit basket and milk on the floor and all gathered around to see the little baby. Zheng Fian's eyes shone brightly. Wow, so cute. Fan Zero was relatively calm, but also praised approvingly. Yes, she will definitely be a little beauty in the future. By Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, stroked her stomach and wondered if her child would be this cute too. The boys were fine. They just girlishly came over to look at them for a few moments and then nagged Gu Chengchen. Xiao Xiao is coming soon too, isn't she? Do you want to give birth in this hospital? I'll arrange it for you. Gu Chengchen looked at John Chen and said, "That dares to be trouble, you old four." John Chen grinned nonchalantly as he wrapped his arm around his shoulder. Small problem. Saying that, he looked at the 4 fruit baskets on the ground and 4 cartons of milk, and couldn't help but say, "Leave me one of each when you leave, and return the others, or take the dormitory for yourselves." What? Can't see it? The gift is light. He Chang said. Gu Chengchen shook her head and explained, "I don't mean that. If you guys buy less, or something different, I'll take it, but these 4 sets of identical ones, all I can say is that you guys are really good buyers. They're absolutely wasted, so why don't you guys take them and get rid of them?" And Zhang Fian, who carried her own daughter into her arms, lifted her chin toward He Chang and accused, "It's all He Chang's fault. He bought the stuff uniformly, saying that it's just right for one family." Then, after flinging the pot, she teased the already awakened Tuan. Luckily this little guy doesn't like to cry, or else if it were any other baby, high or low would give Auntie a cry. He Chang's face was embarrassed and muttered, "It's a big quantity, so the boss can get 20% off." Gu Chengchen gave him an international friendly gesture, middle finger, and continued to eat her meal. Then, Fan Zairu pushed Zhang Fian and urged, "We agreed that one person would hold the little one for a while. It's my turn. Don't, let me hold you a little longer." Zhang Fian simply couldn't get enough of this little guy. Fan Zero surely did not do she also wanted to hug to come, so she had to pretend to be aggrieved towards Song Ce complained, "See you see her." Helplessly, Song Ce could only cry and laugh as she said towards Zhang Fian, "Alright Yanzi, give Zero and Xiao Xiao a hug as well." Oh, the baby's mom had spoken, so what could she do but fondly hand over the baby? After Fan Zero carefully received it, she directly used her fingers to touch Tuan Duan's little face. Wow, so soft and bouncy, if only I had the skin. In the next second, Tuan, the little guy, opened his little mouth and was about to eat her finger. This lovely scene melted Fan Zairu's heart. That's not edible, sweetie." She nudged Tuan's little nose, her tone clamping down in a way that sent a shiver down her spine. Hee Jack Zero disgusting heart. Zhang Fei Yen ran the goosebumps on her arm and spat on the side. "Che, I call it gentleness. Understand?" Fan Zairu then handed the baby to Bai Xiao Xiao. Perhaps it was also the fact that she was about to become a mother that made her move with extra care, and the moment she took her into her arms, she even instinctively patted the little one gently and lulled her to sleep. At a glance, Xiao Xiao is a good mom who is gentle to the core. My Yanzi can't be. Jie, you've earned a lot. Seeing this scene, He Chang said somewhat sourly, he that's. John Chen smiled proudly, but immediately afterward, Zheng Fian's ghostly gaze glanced over, her voice coldly saying, "He Chang, you, just now, said, what?" Chapter 176, Breastfeeding is really hard. Since there was another class later in the evening, the 6 didn't stay much longer and got ready to leave. Zhang Fian took a step ahead and pinched He Chang's ear, heading out of the ward without looking back. "Elbow, let's settle the score." Seeing such an atrocious scene, Song Ce silently covered Tuan's eyes. Gently. He Chang cooperated by bending down, turning back slightly with a bitter smile on his face and waving his hand towards Gu Chengchen. And after Bai Xiao Xiao put the sleeping Tuan back into Song Ce's arms with a light hand, she said goodbye to a few people and followed them up. After watching them leave, Gu Chengchen was just about to turn back to look at her baby girl when she realized that none of the gifts they had sent had been taken away. Ugh, no one listens. What do we do with these? Can you wipe them all out? Song Ce heard him say this and instantly rolled her cute white eyes. Definitely not. Besides, how can you give a gift and still bring it back? Let's wait for Sister Miashu to come. Let her handle it. It's okay. Gu Chengchen nodded, too lazy to worry about it, and became a shirker, turning his head to carry his sleeping daughter into his arms and admiring her. "I'm going to take a nap while you watch over Tuan." Song Ce really couldn't resist the drowsiness and lay down on the bed, ready to take a nap. "Okay, sleep well." Gu Chengchen tucked the quilt in for his daughter-in-law and carried his daughter-in-law to the sofa. but before he could sit on his ass, his phone rang. Taking it out, it was a WeChat video call from Suyahan. After the connection, Musi's amiable face then appeared on the screen. Good grandson? CC gave birth? I just got up and saw it. Yes, the amniotic fluid suddenly broke last night. Gu Qingchen nodded with a smile. Well, is CC okay? When Musi was young, she was definitely a sensible lady of the house. And this coming up to ask the pregnant woman how she is first is something that many mothers-in-law can't do. She's fine. It went well. She'll be tired and asleep by now. Musi sniffed and put her heart down. Then said, that's good. Where's the child? Quickly show me. Good. Gu Qingcheng reversed the camera and shot Tuan Tuan, who was sleeping on his lap. Yeah, this little guy is really good-looking little girl, right? Musi said. Yes, the girl. Is the name ready? Gu Qingyan, nicknamed Tuan Tuan. Gu Qingyan reported both the big and small names. Then, he remembered that his daughter's name. It seems that he forgot to tell his roommate. A moment in the group to say a word. Musi nodded. What a nice name. Who came up with it? Gu Qingchen said. CC and Sister Miaoshu started it. Musi froze for a moment after hearing this, seemingly thinking about something, then asked uncertainly, is it the daughter of the Ministry of Education's old Shin family? Right. It's quite good. I'm satisfied to see the baby, so I won't bother you anymore. Just bring the child to Imperial City to see me when you have time. Muchi said with a smile. Soon, when we happen to be making a trip over there in September, we won't keep Grandma waiting too long. That's fine. I'm hanging up now, Anan, sweet grandson. Mom, don't hang up. Let me talk for a few minutes. What's all this chatting about? Let's not disturb the young couple. And the baby resting. Aya, why are you so? On the other end of the cell phone, the video call hung up before Suyahan's voice could finish. Gu Qingchen was amused for a moment, so she opened her roommate's group chat and sent all her daughter's names. He Chang, good to hear. John Chen, good to hear. Li Zirui, good to hear. Bai Xiao Xiao, good to hear. Zheng Fian, wow. Listen well. Ah, screaming. Tuan Tuan, shady crawl, hey, lick scream, my Tuan Tuan, twisted walk. Fan Zairu, good to hear. At Zheng Fian, don't be crazy. Stay in formation. Gu Qingchen frowny face. Sometimes being speechless was such a moment, and Gu Qingchen was already thinking about how to get his daughter to have less contact with Zheng Fian. About an hour or so later, Tuan cried again. Gu Qingchen unzipped its diaper and looked at it, and realized that it hadn't pooped or peed, so it could only be hungry. Having no choice but to carry his daughter-in-law to the bed, he woke up his daughter-in-law and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, my daughter appears to be hungry, so I had to wake you up. Songsi shook her head in a daze and sat up to take the child. It's okay, I should. Gu Qingchen sat on the side and asked heartily, should I make milk powder? You take a good nap? No way. It's better for the baby to be breastfed if he can. It's okay for me to work a little harder. Songsi refused with a somewhat tired voice. Gu Qingchen also knows this reasoning. Did not persuade more, wait for the daughter-in-law really cannot stay up, and then make milk powder feeding it. And then, Tuan Tuan then began to cry for milk as often as every 2 hours or so, and even, once in a while, interspersed with crying because he peed his pants. Songsi kind of can't sleep peacefully. Every time she squints for a while, she is forced to get up and breastfeed her daughter, and got up for lunch halfway through, and that's how it stayed until a little after 5 p.m. Shan Miaoshu, who was wearing a strapless ice silk blouse and an A-line skirt, had only hurriedly rushed to replace Gu Qingchen. She looked at the sleeping Songsi and gently said, all right, you hurry back to rest. I'll keep an eye on the shift at night. It's okay to stay in for a while. Gu Qingchen didn't leave immediately, but held his daughter-in-law's hand and teased the waking Tuan Tuan. Okay, you've been up all day without sleep. Go back and rest. Or let the hospital find you a single room to sleep in. Shen Miaoshu heartily slapped him and advised. Fine. Don't rush me. I'll just go home and rest. Gu Qingchen helplessly raised his hands in surrender. Shen Miaoshu added. If you really can't, why don't you find an unoccupied ward in the hospital to sleep for a while? But I have to go home and change my clothes, right? He said, showing off his pajama slippers. Also, get going so you can come and relieve me at dawn. Shen Miaoshu waved her hand to repel. Okay. When Gu Qingchen just wanted to leave, he thought of something and came to Shen Miaoshu's ear. Sister Miaoshu, if the baby's crying doesn't wake up Cici, just make powdered milk for her to drink, and let my daughter-in-law sleep a little longer. Okay, I know, young Master Gu. Seeing that he loved his wife so much, Shen Miaoshu agreed in a slightly sour tone, but Gu Qingchen completely missed it and left with a farewell. Shen Miaoshu let out a small sigh and carried Tuan Tuan into her arms before she coaxed her to play in a better mood. Chapter 177 must be a high-flying little beauty when she grows up. Night had completely enveloped the sky. Inside the ward, the regiment's cries resumed. Song-si sleepily opened her eyes and looked around to find that her husband had disappeared, replaced instead by Sister Miaoshu, who was coaxing her child. Without having to ask, she knew what was going on, so she directly sat up, opened her arms and said, "Sister Miaoshu, give me the child. She should be hungry. I'll feed her." "Okay, then you feed, and I'll go get you some food, and you eat before you go to sleep." Shen Miaoshu got up and handed the child over. "Well, please Sister Miaoshu." Song-si took the baby and said as she lifted up her blouse in preparation for breastfeeding. "What's the point of being polite to me?" Shen Miaoshu stroked her head and turned away to buy food. Royal View Mansion. Gu Qingchen added food and water to Yi's feeder and water dispenser, fed him a cat strip, and educated him. "Your little master will be back in the next few days. Now that you've taken my bribe, there's to be no sticking your tongue out, no pawing, and no pressing on her. You hear me? Meow." I don't know if this is a yes or no from him, but he's not stopping eating cat strips at all anyway. After feeding the cat, he went to the bathroom and washed up. Then, after rummaging through the jumper and pants for tomorrow and putting them at the end of the bed, he collapsed straight onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep in less than a minute. This day and night without closing her eyes was really sleepy for Gu Qingchen. Shen Miaoshu returned to the hospital room carrying 2 boxes of clear soup noodles. Seeing that Song-si had already finished breastfeeding, she was quietly teasing the waking baby with her fingers to play. "It's time to eat. The doctor told you to eat something soft, so he got you noodles for a while." Shen Miaoshu uncovered the boxed noodles and pushed them over on the small tabletop. But Song-si, with a red face, stopped it. "Wait a minute Sister Miaoshu, you give me the wipes and pads first." Do you have to go to the bathroom?" Although she was asking, Shen Miaoshu had already found out the wet wipes and pads, and handed them all over in one go. "No, the bad dew is coming out. I'll clean it." Song-si couldn't care less about her shame, and put the baby lightly aside, using her legs to support the quilt to clean it up as she returned. Well, if you didn't say so, I'll help you." Shen Miaoshu, who was a nanny, sniffed and immediately reacted, wanting to go forward to help. Song-si, on the other hand, hastily refused. No, I'll be fine in a minute." If Gu Qingchen was there, she didn't care. Anyway, her own husband hadn't used it much, touching and looking at it and all that. It was all acceptable and even enjoyable. But other acquaintances don't work so well, even if they're the same sex. It's kind of awkward. Really, you don't have to be ashamed with your sister. Isn't it your duty to take care of you? If Qingchen knew that you do everything yourself, she'd complain about me to death. Shen Miaoshu saw that she was already like this and didn't forcefully take over. Song-si cleaned everything up, threw the spent pads wrapped in wet wipes into the trash can on the side, smiled and shook her head. "It's fine, I won't say no." Shen Miaoshu tapped her forehead with her finger and pulled the cart with the noodles over. "Eat quickly, I'll watch the child." When he finished speaking, he took the adorable donut into his arms and sat down on the couch aside to coax and play with it. Only Shen Miaoshu covered her face with her hands before revealing it with a wow sound, teasing the little one on her lap. But a few times, the group was quite unimpressed and didn't respond at all, just staring at her blankly. Shen Miaoshu helplessly nodded her little nose. "Well, I can see that when you grow up, you must be a very high and cold little beauty. It really is the gene of Jiren that has been passed on to you from generation to generation." Song-si shivered her noodles while looking at their sister and daughter with amusement. When she finished eating, she took over the baby and let Shen Miaoshu go eat. Evening. Song-si was sleeping soundly. Tuan only cried and woke her up twice. The rest of the time, Shen Miaoshu was making milk powder to feed the little one. The intensive care unit is just great, with water fountains all heated at a constant temperature of 45 degrees, and a special UV box for sterilizing bottles. Midway through the day, it gradually dawned after changing Tuan's diaper twice more. Early in the morning, just after 6 a.m., Gu Qingchen had just woken up from his nap, and after simply washing his face, he drove non-stop to the hospital. Into the ward. Song-si is still asleep. Tuan also slept quietly in Shen Miaoshu's arms. Gu Qingchen came forward and whispered, "Sister Miaoshu, go back and rest." Shen Miaoshu put down her cell phone and handed Tuan into his arms. "It's fine, I'm not sleepy yet. I'll go buy you breakfast and then go back." "It's okay." Gu Chengchen was not polite in the slightest, sitting comfortably on the sofa with a loving fatherly smile on his face as he looked at his obedient baby girl who was soundly sleeping. Shen Miaoshu blankly glanced at him breathlessly and got up to go buy food. About 10 minutes or so, Song-si stretched and woke up leisurely. Honey, you're here." Her eyes opened a slit in confusion and she murmured in a naive voice. And Gu Qingchen, who was pinching his daughter's little face, heard his daughter-in-law's call and immediately lifted his head and got up to walk over. "You go on to sleep. It's fine." Song-si shook her head and opened her arms. "Hubby, show me the baby." "Here." Gu Chengchen carefully placed the sleeping Tuan Tuan into his daughter-in-law's arms. Song Si gently embraced into her arms after revealing a touch of gentle smile, rubbed her nose against her daughter's small nose, then gently raised her head, tooting her tender lips and said, "Husband, good morning kisses." When Gu Chengchen saw this, he couldn't stand it there, and immediately held the back of her head and kissed her deeply. Lips and tongues intertwined for a few moments. After the lips parted, Song Si slightly exhaled her aroma and looked at her husband with embarrassment. "I didn't brush my teeth, just let you touch it, didn't let you stick out your tongue. I've kissed them all. Besides, my daughter-in-law's place is all fragrant. What does it matter?" Gu Chengchen said without the slightest bit of disdain. "Okay." Song Si smiled sweetly, then stretched out her pearly toes and tickled his thighs, saying in a glutinous tone, "Hubby, I want to pee." "Good." Gu Chengchen pinched the arch of her beautiful white and red foot, took out the urinal from under the hospital bed, and reached under the covers to put it away. "Finish packing up afterward." The doctor's sister also came to check on the room and instructed, "You can get the pregnant woman out of bed and walk around today, and she'll be almost ready to be discharged tomorrow." "Okay, can we go outdoors for a walk?" Gu Chengchen asked. The doctor's sister nodded. "Of course you can. Pregnant women recover very well. As long as they don't exercise strenuously, it's fine." "Okay, thanks a lot." "Small problem." After that, the doctor's sister went to check the other wards. Chapter 178. You'll get used to it if you bring up more children. Shen Miaoshu bought 3 servings of lighter-flavored tofu brain, and 6 servings of steamed dumplings. After a brief bite and a shallow play with the baby, he carried all sorts of garbage out of the hospital room and went back to the Royal View residence to rest. In fact, garbage can be picked up without having to take it. The hospital has special people to collect it. But looking at how diligently Shen Miaoshu cleaned up, hey, then let's spoil her for once. Subsequently, Gu Jiaren also came and carried a box of bird's nest in her hand. The packaging was golden and bright. It was not cheap at first sight. "Mom, why did you even bring something?" Song Si gave just finished feeding the baby and put her collar in order. Gu Jiaren put away the bird's nest and said, "The nutrients that I entrusted someone to buy. You can have some." "Okay, thanks Mom." Gu Chengchen also put down his cell phone and put his arm around his own mother's shoulders with a smile on his face. "Just in time. I'll take CC out for a walk. Why don't you help us with the kids?" Gu Jiaren was a bit constrained by her son's sudden act of intimacy, but she still nodded and said, "Okay." Having said that, Gu Chengchen then pushed her to sit on the sofa. Then, pulling the curtain that surrounds the hospital bed, he puts on his daughter-in-law's adult diaper and pajama pants. Only then did she carry her own daughter out and place her in Gu Jiaren's arms, instructing, "Tuan Tuan doesn't usually cry. Crying means she's hungry or pooping. She's just finished breastfeeding and crying, so just change her diaper straight away." Well, then, Gu Chengchen slowly helped Song Si up and put on her shoes, before leading the slow-paced her out of the hospital room. And as Gu Jiaren looked at the sleeping little man in her arms, her entire body was even more restrained than when her son had been close just now, even to the point of being overwhelmed and stiff. After all, after she gave birth to Gu Chengchen in the first place, apart from the occasional few breastfeedings, everything else was left to the nanny to handle, and she had absolutely no experience at all. Just like that, Gu Jiaren was as motionless as a statue, inside the small garden outside the hospital. Here and there you can occasionally run into other pregnant women and rehab exercise patients. Song Si's footsteps had smoothed out, basically no different from a normal person. She raised her hands high in the air and breathed in the fresh air, her face full of relief. "It's still good outside, it's a bit hot, but it's much more comfortable than lying in a hospital bed." Gu Chengchen wrapped his arms around her rejuvenated slender waist and laughed softly, "Then sneak around a bit more and bask in the sun. No need to shop for a while and then go back. Mom, that character is not likely to like to bring the child, right? Besides, she has to go back to the office in a while." Song Si said understandingly. Gu Chengchen didn't feel any heartache for her mother at all. She just casually picked a small flower that blossomed on a short tree by the roadside and handed it to her. "It's fine. She's not an old lady. It's not so bad to bring up a child. Just relax yours." "Okay." Song Si's good understanding was far less important than listening to her husband's words, and immediately threw that thought to the back of her mind. Taking the small flower he handed her and sticking it into her hair around her ear, displaying, "Does it look good on you like this?" "Everything looks good. It's just that this flower doesn't work. It should be replaced with a bigger and better looking one, so that it can emphasize my daughter-in-law's beauty." These words were not words of love, but Gu Chengchen's true feelings. Song Si smiled sweetly at his words and gently took his arm around her waist into her arms, saying in a warm voice, "As long as it's a gift from hubby, it's the best looking one. You're just sweet talking." Gu Chengchen couldn't help but pinch her thin cherry lips and smiled dotingly. Slowly, the two of them took a small stroll and then found a bench to sit down and rest. Song Si, on the other hand, quietly snuggled in Gu Chengchen's arms, enjoying the warm sun bath. At this point, Gu Jiaran suddenly called. After connecting, the cell phone side immediately said, "You and CC come back here. The hospital is going to vaccinate the baby." "Okay, it's going back." Gu Qingchen hung up the phone and said to Song Si, who had already heard the contents, "Hear that? Let's go. We're going back." "Good." With that said, the two of them got up and headed for the hospital room. Just walked in the door. Just saw the doctor's sister already preparing the vaccine. Song Si poked Gu Qingchen's waist and asked in a low voice, "What kind of vaccine does the baby need?" Gu Qingchen was also unsure and returned, "I think it's 3-to-1 for hepatitis B and BCG, right? That's what the internet says." The doctor's sister seemed to have heard his words and said affirmatively, "That's right, these are the two kinds of vaccines, and there are many more vaccines in the back, so when the baby reaches the age of months, you will still have to take time to come here to take the vaccination. Oh, I'll get back to you with a schedule of inoculations, and you can just follow the planning on it." "Good," Song Si obediently answered with a dull expression. The doctor's sister couldn't help but smile. "Even though the baby is born, you don't look like a mom at all." Then she skillfully stuck the needle into Tuan's arm in one fluid motion. Tuan was even more different from other children. Just a frown and no crying at all. Even the doctor's sister was a bit surprised. It's the first time I've seen a baby who doesn't cry when getting an injection." As a result, after the second shot, the group didn't accidentally cry. "Well, you guys coaxed the little princess. I'll go first." The doctor's sister packed up her things and left the hospital room. Song Si also rushed her daughter from the arms of Gu Jia and took over in her arms, gently patted her back, coaxed up, "Oh, regiment good, we do not cry, not cry." And Gu Jiaran listened to the child cry, holding her forehead in a burst of headache. "It seems like I'm really not fit to bring up a child." Gu Qingchen put her arm on her shoulder and comforted, "It's fine, just bring it more often. And in the future, when Tuan grows up a bit and can walk, I'll throw it at you so you can exercise." Gu Jiaran glanced at her son, not agreeing or refusing, but choosing silence as gold. It didn't take much longer for the little one to stop crying with tears in his eyes as well. Let's just say kids' emotions really do come and go. Song Si hugged Tuan and lay back on the bed, gently patting her little body to sleep. Seeing this, Gu Jiaran also asked, "If it's okay, I'll go back to the office?" "Okay." But suddenly, Gu Qingchen called out to her again. Wait." After saying that, he stacked the 3 cartons of milk sent by his roommate, and the 2 fruit baskets together, picked up and put them into Gu Jiaran's arms and said, "Sent you, when the company welfare it." Gu Jiaran strained to catch it, and also saw that her son was dealing with extra gifts, and nodded helplessly. "All right, open the door for me." "Okay." Gu Qingchen jogged over to open the door and made a gesture of invitation, saying, "You have a good walk. No farewell." Gu Jiaran didn't even bother to roll her eyes and walked straight out of the hospital room. Chapter 179. It's not that the daughter-in-law is easy to coax, but that she is obedient. The following morning, when Gu Qingchen got the birth certificate and discharge paperwork from the hospital, she packed up all her messy things and stuffed them into her waiting suitcase. Then, after wrapping his daughters in their little blankets and carrying them into his daughter-in-law's arms, he took them out of the hospital and drove in the direction of home. Royal View Mansion. Gu Qingchen, who had parked the car, walked down, opened the passenger door, and carefully helped Song Si, who was holding the child, down. Enter the door. Shan Miaoshu, who served soy milk and eggs, as well as fried meat cakes on the table, saw this and immediately greeted, "Back just in time. Come and eat." "Good." Song Si answered and watched her squatting husband change his slippers before holding the baby and coming to the dining table with small, broken steps. "Sister Miaoshu, did you do all this?" "No, I just bought it. How can I have time to knead and stuff it this early in the morning?" Shin Miaoshu set the bowl and chopsticks in front of her and reached out again. "Give me the child. You eat quickly." "Aha." The somewhat hungry Song Si didn't politely hand over the gnocchi directly and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, went out again and carried the waiting box in the car home before changing into slippers and coming to the dining table. Seeing that her husband was seated, Song Si held the cake in her mouth while she brought the new bowl and chopsticks over to him and put another piece of cake into the bowl. "Come on, don't busy yourself with me, just eat it yourself." Gu Chengchen was adored by his daughter-in-law's cute little look and immediately rubbed her head and said, Song Si let out a snort and continued to eat the cake in her mouth. And Shin Miaoshu had already sat down on the sofa and played with Tuan who had already woken up from his nap. The coin-sized hand was quite strong, gripping her fingers with a death grip that made her not dare to exert any effort at all. After breakfast, Song Si wiped her mouth, walked over to Shin Miaoshu, and reached out. "Sister Miaoshu, give the baby to me, it's time to breastfeed her." "Okay, I'm going to do the dishes too." She gently returned the donut to Song Si and went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, carried the waiting box and returned upstairs to the master bedroom with his daughter-in-law. who was holding the baby in her arms. Spreading the anti-fouling pads and nursing pads, Song-si took off her jacket and leaned over the bed in her nightgown, and began to feed the baby. But when she finished feeding, she still felt up, so she rubbed her chest and looked at Gu Qingchen. "Hubby, it's still up, why don't you have a drink?" Although Gu Qingchen was moved, she still shook her head and said, "It's not hygienic. I'll get you the breast pump." "Right-o." Song-si sniffed before remembering that there was such a thing as a breast pump. After handing it over to his daughter-in-law and teaching her how to use it, Gu Qingchen went to the storage room downstairs to get the bottle specialized in storing breast milk. When he finished scrubbing and sanitizing, he went back upstairs. Song-si was already full of comfort as she put the filled breast pump aside and played with the baby in her arms. Gu Qingchen went up and pinched his daughter-in-law's soft face before picking up the breast pump and pouring all the breast milk inside into the bigger bottle in his hand. Then take it downstairs and put it in the kitchen fridge for safekeeping, washing and sterilizing the breast pump in the process. Evening. The job of bringing up the child was fully handed over to Shin Miaoshu. It just so happened that Song-si had suckled again in the afternoon, and the stock was enough for her to feed all night. At this time, Gu Qingchen was wrapping his arms around his fragrant and soft daughter-in-law, snuggling up to watch the flying house around the world. However, Song-si, a first-time mother, was always a little uneasy about her children, and was always distracted when she watched, asking, "Will Sister Miaoshu have a hard time?" A moment later asked, "Will Tuan Tuan cry when he leaves her?" Wait, very similar words. Gu Qingchen could only put down his cell phone helplessly and held her face to comfort her. "Don't worry, our daughter is very cool, usually won't cry, and Miaoshu's sis came to our home, not just to bring us a child. It's okay, don't think about this and that." After saying that, he even kissed his daughter-in-law's mouth directly for insurance, making a vigorous and wanton plunder. This tactic is also really effective. Kissing and kissing, Song-si will forget about the child, and even more active to ask for it. The power is comparable to the forgotten cub milk given to pandas. I don't know how long. The two are finally tired to separate. Separated incompletely, only to see Song-si's face red rhyming gripping Gu Qingchen's lower lip, her hands and feet a little unsteady, her spoken words a little unclear murmuring, "Hubby, when can we make love?" The two exchanged their breath with each other. The touch of their bodies frequently transmitted tingling, and the ambiguous atmosphere rose somewhat. Still, Gu Qingchen's reasoning outweighed his desire as he gently pushed his daughter-in-law away and said, "It'll be at least a month or so later, so be honest and don't tease me." "Oh." Song-si was disappointed and let go of her husband's lips, deflating her mouth a little unhappily. "I thought that a few days of smooth labor and nurturing would be the time to go meet, but it still didn't work. She's been craving it for months." Seeing her in this state, Gu Qingchen was all a bit sweaty as he touched her head and coaxed her softly. "Now you just have a good month. Don't think about these things. It's not even middle age. And the daughter-in-law is already like this, if she's in middle age." He couldn't help but feel a shiver in his heart when he thought of the miserable life of soaking goji berries in a thermos in the future. "Well, when the time comes, you'll have to properly make it up to me." Song-si buried her head into the nape of his neck, pampering herself while fine kisses continued to fall. "Yes, yes, yes, okay, watch some anime and go to bed. Hook me again. I'll be rootin' on," Gu Qingchen said as he slipped his hand into her nightgown and stroked her white and smooth back. Song-si immediately squirmed like a caterpillar, this rubbing back and forth. Gooda, whatever you want." Gu Qingchen directly flexed his fingers and gave her a painless brain pop. "Be honest with me." "Well, Song-si covered her forehead and gave a cute grunt, stopping her movements to scoot out of his arms, muttering aggrievedly, "Don't appreciate it even if it's not, you're still hitting me." Okay, I was wrong. Come and lean back in your husband's arms while I continue the cartoon." Gu Qingchen tapped his shoulder and brought his cell phone back out to play Flying House Around the World. "Oh." Song-si responded dully and obediently snuggled into his arms again. Even, of her own accord, she took his hand, put it on her waist, and held the back of it. Gu Qingchen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Silly daughter-in-law is just so easy to coax. One word and it's done. No, I didn't really do much coaxing. She just did what she was told. Chapter 180, Such a daughter-in-law is too much to love. Early morning, Gu Qingchen got up early. He gently changed into his workout clothes and dropped a kiss on the forehead of the sleeping Song-si before leaving the bedroom for a little morning jog, but just closed the door before taking a step. Shin Miaoshu then opened the door of the guest bedroom and walked out with sleepy eyes and slightly messy hair. Holding the blinking little eyes of Tuan Tuan, she directly shoved the child into Gu Qingchen's arms and spat. "I finally realize why the nannies who take care of children are all older. The lesser consciousness is just right for the job. This one cries every 2 hours and I have to get up to warm up her milk and feed her. And yes, diapers. This whole night has been a nervous breakdown for me. Now the little one is yours. I have to catch up on my sleep. Wake me up at 11 to cook for you guys. That's it." After saying that, she turned around without hesitation and went back to her room. Gu Qingchen shared a glance with her precious daughter in her arms with a helpless smile. Flicking tongue, dear sound teased her. Softly said, your god-grandmother age is not small. How can she still have the good sense to say other people you say is not a small group? Suddenly, Shen Miaoshu pulled open the door and poked her head out, her eyes looking at him like a chilly viper, and said in a cold voice, you, what did you say just now? Gu Qingchen was startled and hurriedly looked up, stuttering, no, I didn't say anything. Didn't you go to catch up on your sleep? Why are you still at the door? Shen Miaoshu stared at him suspiciously for a moment before pushing out half a bucket of pure water, a small hot water dispenser, a water basin and milk bottles, as well as an ultraviolet sterilizer. These are for you. Don't come rummaging through my house later and disturb my sleep. And when the breast milk is finished, ask Sissy to save some more. Also, get a small fridge so I don't have to go downstairs to the kitchen fridge to get breast milk every time. Also, thaw refrigerated breast milk by soaking it in warm water. Don't heat it directly. Nope. I'm all confused. You can ignore that last one. Anyway, there will be fresh breast milk when C wakes up. Good night. It was only after a large call of instructions that Shen Miaoshu really closed the door and went to sleep. This morning run is kind of a non-runner. Gu Chengchen sighed softly, and went back to the house with Tuan Tuan in his arms. Putting the baby next to Song Si, he changed back into his pajamas and came out. Then pulled the pile of things Shen Miaoshu had pushed out back to the bedroom and put them away. Then climbed into bed and played with his daughter. Hubby, the baby was just born. Where would he call daddy? Gu Qingchen twisted his head to look at it and shrugged indifferently. It's okay, just try it. In case it will call? Song Si was also amused by him and let out a light laugh. How is that possible? It's so out of the ordinary. Gu Qingchen scooted over to his daughter-in-law's side, gently wrapped his arms around her, pressed the tip of his nose against hers, and joked, a daughter-in-law is impossible. So are you possible? Song Si's pretty face reddened when she heard this, slightly skimming her head without saying anything. Just when Gu Chengchen thought she was embarrassed and was ready to move back to continue teasing his daughter, a very small voice of the word father entered his ears. Gu Qingchen snapped his eyes to his daughter-in-law and asked uncertainly, you, what did you say? Thinking that he didn't hear her, Song Si raised her voice slightly and shouted, Dad, how can a man stand this? Gu Chengchen immediately wrapped one hand around his waist, squared his daughter-in-law's head with the other, and kissed her fiercely. Well, light, gently, Ryoko, or Song Si took the initiative to push him away, licking her somewhat bleeding lips, lightly patting his shoulder and pouting. I blame you for breaking the skin. Ahem, can't help it, can't help it. Gu Qingchen smiled sarcastically. Really? Song Si didn't bother with her husband and asked instead, did Sister Miaoshu cook? Nope, she took Tuan Tuan all night and was so sleepy that she went to catch up on her sleep. Gu Qingchen shook her head. Okay, I'll do it then. With that, Song Si was ready to get up and get out of bed. It was Gu Qingchen who pulled her back and said, no, you should honestly nurse your body. I'll go. Then, after kissing his daughter on the forehead, he got up and headed downstairs. Song Si looked at her husband's departing back and gently scraped Tuan Tuan's face again, with an indescribable sense of happiness. And when Gu Qingchen was passing by the cat house, he suddenly heard the sound of scratching before remembering that there seemed to be a cat in the house. Kanzuya, so, love goes away, right? So he hurriedly opened the door and let it out. Meow 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 meow. The liberated little three flowers immediately cursed and walked out. Couldn't understand what it was saying, but it should have cursed pretty dirty. Sorry, I really forgot about you and locked you up for a day. Hurry up and go see your little master. Don't scold me here. Gu Chengchen smiled and leaned down to pet its cat head, saying, where to appreciate this. Immediately pounced over and hugged and bit his leg before wagging his little tail and going into the master bedroom. Seeing this, Gu Chengchen also turned around and walked downstairs to the kitchen to cook. Inside the master bedroom, Song Si watched Yi walk in and jump onto the bed with an unexpected eek, softly smiled and jerked its fur, saying, I'm sorry I actually forgot about you yesterday, come to take a look at my daughters. But no stretching paws and licking in on. I don't know if he understood, or if he felt that this two-legged cat cub was not a threat, so he just kept shrugging his little nose and sniffing at the donut. It was a while before he stopped, nestled down beside his young master, and snored. At this point, Tuan suddenly burst into tears. Frightened, one by one climbed straight up and looked at her in horror, a little at a loss for words, as if he thought the baby was the one it had made cry. Song Si then hurriedly rubbed its little head to pacify. Nothing, your little master is just hungry. Don't get excited. When she finished, she took her daughter into her arms and lifted her nightgown to feed her. One by one this little guy even tried to come over and smell it, but Song Si mercilessly pushed it away, crying and laughing. What? You want to eat it too? Meow. Kanzuya actually responded cooperatively. That won't work either. Oh, I'll feed you cat strips later. Good boy. Song-si refused, waiting to finish breastfeeding Tuan, and true to her word, she put down the baby and took one by one to the cat house and opened a cat bar for him to eat. When it comes back, Tuan still played with his little hands without crying. One by one also jumped back onto the bed and nestled in beside his young master. Chapter 181, Daily Routine of Sitting on the Moon. See, come down and eat. Gu Qingchen stood at the stairway and shouted upstairs. When Song-si heard this, she nudged Yi's little head with her finger and carried the troop into her arms. Let's go. Let's eat. When she finished speaking, she slowly got up and out of bed, heading downstairs, while Yi followed behind her with her little tail wagging nonchalantly. And Gu Qingchen, who saw his daughter-in-law coming downstairs, walked straight up to take the baby in her arms, pointed to the breakfast prepared on the table and said, I'll take the baby, you go eat first. Good. Song-si stood on her tiptoes and kissed the side of his face, walked over to the table and picked up the simple and ugly sandwich with a slight smile. You made this? It's a bit special. It's really just 2 slices of toasted bread, sandwiched between a fried egg, a slice of fried ham and a slice of lettuce, brushed with some salsa or jam and cut in half to make a triangle shape. Nothing technical. It's just that it wasn't cut properly when I cut it, and it's just a little crappy to sell. Just be tasty. Gu Qingchen didn't think anything of it. It was going to be eaten in the stomach anyway, so what was the point of making it look so good? Right. Song-si agreed with this statement, so she took a piece of sandwich and handed it to him. Take a bite. Gu Qingchen, who had long been accustomed to being fed by his daughter-in-law, did not hesitate and directly took a bite. Seeing that the test poison is finished, Song-si also ate in small bites, and incidentally also gave her husband, who was inconvenient to bring the child, a pitch. One by one didn't scream a word even though she sat next to him, but those little eyes followed the sandwich the whole time. Soon, simply eat breakfast. Song-si then hugged her daughter to go upstairs to sleep. One by one naturally followed closely behind without moving an inch. Gu Qingchen soaked the dishes into the sink and followed him upstairs. Looking at One, who was nestled next to Tuan, he picked it straight up by the back of its faithful neck and threw it off the bed, then plopped down contentedly next to his daughter and squeezed her tiny hand with his fingers. Meow meow meow. Yi angrily jumped back onto the bed, hugged Gu Qingchen's thighs, and bit into his butt. Hiss, let's give it to you. Eating pain, he immediately vacated his position and moved to his daughter-in-law's side. Aggrieved embraced her slender waist, buried headfirst into that soft tenderness to seek comfort. Okay. Song-si held his head and stroked his hair to comfort him. After you put your daughter to bed, accompany me to the small garden to bask in the sun. Okay. Anyway, now that my daughter doesn't know how to crawl yet, there is basically no danger except for hunger and peeing, so it's not a problem for her to stay by herself for a while. I just have to take one by one out too. Or what if it doesn't have a weight and crushes the baby? Slowly, Tuan huffed and puffed his way to sleep as well. Since the house was at a constant temperature, she was shallowly covered with a small thin quilt, and the couple took one by one downstairs to the small courtyard. The sun is just right now. The flowers that were planted earlier bloomed brightly and beautifully, and the green grass was stretched out as a background accent. It's the empty swimming pool that's a bit out of place. Otherwise it's the perfect little garden. Gu Qingchen lifted the rainproof cloth on the overhanging rattan chair and threw it to the corner, so he helped his daughter-in-law lie down in it. It feels so good. Song-si lazily stretched a small lazy waist, smelling the fragrance of flowers in the air, looking at the sunshine through the cracks of the rattan chair, shining down a few wisps of mottled. Cannot help but sigh. Alright, lay back and play with your phone for a while. I'm going to go brush the pool and put in some water or it'll look a little anticlimactic. Gu Qingchen lightly rubbed her little head and said, Good. Song-si obediently answered, then asked expectantly, Then can I go down for a swim later? I can't. You're in labor. Don't get cold water. Gu Qingchen refused without mercy. Oh, okay. Song-si wasn't too lost because she knew Gu Qingchen might disagree. Looking at her husband who went back to the house to get cleaning tools from the storage room, Song-si also took out her cell phone and played with it. And one by one, who was lying on his back on the grass, sunning himself, after stretching, walked slowly to the edge of the pool and started licking his fur and paws. After Gu Qingchen came back with various tools, he ignored it and directly took the brush head dunnage and scrubbed it. When you get tired of brushing, you use the brush as a cat tease and harass up one by one. Song-si, on the other hand, poked her little head out and watched them play around with a smile on her lips. After briefly scrubbing and sweeping the garbage, Gu Qingchen also began to take the hose and started to drain the water. He is smart and runs away when he sees water. I don't know if it's because it's afraid of the water, or because the male owner is suddenly guilty of bearing it with water. Nearly 20 minutes or so later, the pool was almost full as well. When Gu Qingchen was just about to turn off the faucet in the small courtyard, Song-si put on her slippers and got down from the rattan chair, shouting, Wait, hose for me to use. Puzzled, Gu Qingchen handed the hose to his daughter-in-law and said, "What do you need the hose for?" "Watering the flowers." Saying that, Song Si aimed the hose at the flowers, and while blocking some of the outlet holes with her fingers to make them fan-shaped, she evenly swung her arms to water the flowers. "Pour less. The flowers can't take so much water," Gu Qingchen admonished. "Because it's a faucet that fills the pool. There's a lot of water coming out." "Aha. Why don't you go carry Kazuchi into the house before he gets wet and gets mud all over the house?" Song Si always remembered the lesson of the last time the house was full of cat footprints. "Okay, then I'll go straight upstairs and watch the donut. Just turn the faucet off when you're done watering and toss the pipe aside." "Good." Song Si made an okay gesture without looking back. And then, like a flower butterfly, she strolled around the flowers while watering them, and incidentally watering the grass. Gu Chengchen, on the other hand, picked up Yi in the corner and brought her inside to set her down. Just as I was about to head upstairs, Shen Miaoshu had already woken up from her nap and came down from upstairs with Tuan Tuan in her arms, complaining. "Really? How can you leave the child alone in the house?" Gu Chengchen said helplessly. "It's fine, Sister Miaoshu. It's not like Tuan Tuan will move. It's fine to stay by yourself." "That won't work either. We have to leave at least one person to watch." Yes, I was wrong." Gu Qingchen was too lazy to argue with her, and after taking the initiative to admit her mistake, she asked, "It's only a little after 9:30, how do you get up?" "Woke up from a nap." "Alright, you take the kids. I'll prepare the dishes and go cook." Shen Miaoshu handed him the child, turned around and took out her cell phone to go to the kitchen to see what dishes were missing at home and have the property sent over. Gu Qingchen also hugged her waking daughter and came to the sofa to tease her. The little follower, one by one, jumped up on the couch, as always, and sat next to the baby, keeping watch like a guard. Chapter 182 by Xiao Xiao gave birth to. The latter half of the month or so, Song Si is all about the uneventful and comfortable life of sitting on the moon. It's just a day of eating, sleeping, being intimate with my husband, breastfeeding the kids, playing on my phone, walking the kids. Nothing special. You can basically say that you're out of the month and transformed back into your former teenage self. It is the figure that has become plump and firm because of pregnancy and does not say that it has shrunk after giving birth. At this point, Gu Qingchen exclaimed, "It's just perfect. A stepmother's dress with strung-out black silk would be perfect." Unfortunately, Song Si can't that right now can only hold back a little longer. At this point, Gu Qingchen, who had just finished breakfast, had wanted to take a break, so he took his daughter-in-law for a stroll and an egg tart. But suddenly, John Chen's phone call came. After connecting, an urgent voice came from there. "Lao Si." Xiao Xiao broke her amniotic fluid. "I am driving to the hospital. Have you made any arrangements on your side? Just go straight there. Come into the clinic and say your name and they'll take you to the ward." Then, Gu Qingchen wondered, isn't Xiao Xiao still half a month away from her due date? What's going on? "I don't know. I also said that when my parents and Xiao Xiao's parents come the day after tomorrow, they will be admitted to the hospital and prepare for the C-section process straight away. As a result, I was watching a TV show with Xiao Xiao today when she inexplicably broke her water." "Okay, then C and I will go over there too. Don't rush." After saying that, Gu Qingchen hung up the phone and led Song Si upstairs to change her clothes. Before leaving, he purposely told Shen Miaoshu about the situation and asked her to watch over Tuan Tuan. The other person agreed without a care in the world, talking as if she wasn't the one leading that day. "Miaoshu-chan, there's my breast milk from earlier in the fridge, or you can make powdered milk. We're leaving first." After Song Si finished her instructions, she and Gu Qingchen went out the door. Shen Miaoshu teased the Tuan Tuan in her arms, then carried the child back upstairs again. Drive all the way to the hospital. Gu Qingchen helped Song Si out of the car and also hurried to the hospital room that John Shen had told him about. Just as she entered, she saw Bai Xiao Xiao being examined by a familiar doctor's sister, and several other doctors. When all the checks are done, the doctor's sister then went on her cell phone, a special hospital terminal, and made an appointment at the surgery. As she prepared to leave the ward, she looked at Gu Qingchen and Song Si in surprise and said, "Ha, you guys came to bring the child for vaccination? It's not right, is it? It hasn't even been a month yet." "No, the pregnant woman is my classmate." Gu Chengchen waved his hand and explained, "Ooh, that's fine. No more chit-chat. I'm going to go get ready for painless." The doctor's sister waved and left. Because of the time it takes to prepare the operating room, it is definitely necessary to put this type of pregnant woman whose water has broken painlessly. Song Si had already walked over to Bai Xiao Xiao by this time, stroking her forehead and softly comforting her. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, put his arm around John Chen's shoulders and said, "What's up? How does it feel to be a father?" He thought for a moment, not quite sure, and replied, confused? Excited? Both, I guess." Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew by, and a beautiful silhouette ghostly passed by. "Ah!" John Chen cried out in fear. Even Fan Zairu, who was walking towards Bai Xiaoxiao's hospital bed, turned back with a slight shudder and said, "Die, what's with the shouting? Scared me." It's you who walks noiselessly suddenly appeared from my side. I won the stress Although Gu Chengchen wasn't startled, Fan Ziro's silent passing by did make him freeze for a moment. Soft-soled sneakers, and I can't make any noise stepping on them. Fan Ziro gave him a blank look and walked over to Bai Xiaoxiao to talk to her. Where's He Chang and the others? Didn't come over? Gu Qingchen asked. John Chen explained. It's not summer vacation. They all went back home. Oh, then why is Fan Ziro here? Gu Qingchen said after a moment of not reacting. Fan Ziro sniffed and helplessly turned her head and pointed at her face. Gu Di Xiao, although my family isn't as rich as yours, it's more than that, right? I'm a local. Okay. Oh, right. Forgot. Sorry, purely because my brain didn't turn around. Gu Qingchen apologized. Before Fan Ziro could respond, the doctor's sister walked into the ward with a tray and said, "Trouble the people around the pregnant woman to leave temporarily. I'll give the pregnant woman a checkup." After Song Ce and Fan Ziro heard this, they immediately got up and came to the boy's side. The doctor's sister also pulled up the bed curtains and checked Bai Xiaoxiao's open fingers. Okay, almost 2 fingers. I'll give you a painless shot. Bai Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and responded in a slightly flat voice. In the end, she was a rural girl. Her ability to eat pain was a bit stronger than Song Ce's, and didn't say that it hurt so much that she was exerting herself to even speak. Waited nearly another hour or so. Bai Xiaoxiao was also wheeled to the operating room. John Chan also asked if he could go in to chaperone. Naturally, the result was a rejection that was met with the doctor inwardly rolling his eyes. This time, the doctor in charge of the operation was not a foreigner, but a very senior middle-aged woman, who turned out to be the vice president of a tertiary public hospital. Outside the operating room, John Chen was a bit fidgety, walking back and forth. Fan Ziro breathlessly leaned on her face and asked, "Can we sit down peacefully and wait? This surgery is nothing dangerous. Don't worry about it." What if, as a husband and new baby daddy, how could John Chen possibly listen? Still pacing back and forth in front of the operating room without stopping. That's all. It was about an hour or so later. There's no dog-eared bailout in the middle, or hemorrhaging or anything. The surgery went well. The doctor held the baby straight out and said, "Congratulations Anon, it's a boy. 7 pounds 9 tails. The child was naturally taken over by Song Ce, who had experience in bringing up children. Where's my wife?" John Chen looked at the baby and couldn't wait to ask. "The pregnant woman is fine. She'll be right out. Just a moment." With that, the doctor retraced his steps back to the operating room. After about 10 or so more minutes, I guess, the pale-faced Bai Xiaoxiao was pushed out as well. John Chan also immediately greeted her, holding her hand and saying a bunch of caring words. Song Ce also placed the baby next to Bai Xiaoxiao. She strained to raise her hand on the child and gave a soft smile. Back to the ward. The doctor instructed a lot of things, and Song Ce will be very similar to it. Is that the recovery period is longer? And the back of the hand to press on the wound, to assist in the drainage of bad dew. Let Bai Xiaoxiao take a break. The baby was also breastfed with no problem. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, sat on the sofa with his arm around his daughter-in-law, looked around the hospital room, and wondered, "Junjie, where's your family's waiting bag? What will you take to change Xiaoxiao's pads and put diapers on the baby later?" "Oops, I forgot if you didn't tell me. The waiting bag is still in the car. I'll go get it now." Then, John Chan rushed out of the hospital room in a puff of smoke. Gu Qingchen shook her head and said, "It's really desperate. Then where did Xiaoxiao get her current pads from?" "From the hospital." Bai Xiaoxiao's voice came from behind the bed curtain. Fan Ziru, who was accompanying her at her side, was afraid that her voice would be too small and repeated. Xiaoxiao said that it was from the hospital. Gu Qingchen said, "I heard you. No need to narrate." "Oh, well, why didn't you say so earlier? It made me waste my breath." Chapter 183, Daily Shopping. Spent a slinky day at the hospital. Dabbled in a lunch with John Chen. Gu Qingchen and Song Ce also excused themselves and went home to nurse their children. Since Fan Ziru had nothing to do, she was prepared to stay at the hospital with Bai Xiaoxiao for one night and go back tomorrow. At this point, instead of choosing to go home, Gu Qingchen parked his car on the side of the road and held his daughter-in-law as he strolled around. The city at night is also something else. Got a Kanto boil and a cup of pearl milk tea from the snack store down the street. The two of them also took a leisurely walk. And in the meantime, they looked to see what novelties were available at the stalls that were active because there was no supervision from the city police. "Hubby, there's a mud sculptor there." Song Ce took a sip of the pearl milk tea in Gu Qingchen's hand and pointed to a small stall not far away. "Okay, let's see." Seeing his daughter-in-law's interest, Gu Qingchen also led her over. The owner was an old grandfather with half-white hair, but a very spirited face and penetrating eyes. "What do you guys want to pinch?" Seeing them sitting over, the old grandfather stopped what he was doing and asked. Song-si directly wrapped her arms around Gu Qingchen, rested her head on his shoulder, and said, "Can I pinch it like this?" The old grandfather smiled amiably and took out a large piece of yellow clay and said, "If there's no rush, let me try it. I've never really pinched your kind before." He used to usually pinch portraits and animals, rarely patronized by small couples, or even if they did, they were individually pinched separately, and this kind of snuggling together was a first. As a little bit of time passes, Song-si was almost asleep before the old grandpa finished pinching. "Here, see how it goes?" Gu Qingchen took it and examined it. It was indeed quite similar and well pinched. Song-si also satisfied to receive the hand to take a look. "Very good looking. How much is it, grandpa?" The old grandpa smiled and said, "Just give me $40. But Gu Qingchen didn't skimp, and directly swept the code to pay $200. Giving too much, lad. It's okay, you're considered a non-profit. It's worth the price." After saying that, he took Song-si and left. The old grandpa smiled helplessly and watched them leave before continuing up the work he hadn't finished before. Back, the two of them wandered back down to the small jewelry booth and DIY'd a bracelet with a different bead on each, not too expensive at $25. Also managed to get a frog doll to buy one of its inflatable kids. Further back, the two of them went for a comforting hot pot before driving back home. Just came into the house, he saw Shen Miaoshu sitting on the sofa, nibbling on a cucumber while holding a bottle to feed Tuan, who was lying on his lap. Kanzuya, on the other hand, nestled aside and slept. Without looking back, she said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, Mr. and Mrs. Gu have come home. How is the hot pot?" "Poor me, a lonely old man who hasn't eaten yet." After saying that, Shen Miaoshu took another angry bite of the cucumber. Gu Qingchen did not care about the inflatable cuckoo in Song-si's hand, and handed it to her. "Here, you two are quite compatible. I'll take the child." Then he took the finished bottle out of Tuan's mouth and carried her over to the stairs. Song-si also wrapped her arms around Shen Miaoshu's neck and kissed her cheeks, hurriedly following her husband, shouting in passing, "Good night, Sister Miaoshu." Ichii, seeing his little master being carried away, also got up and stretched, and followed him on his ass. Shen Miaoshu glanced at the inflatable frog beside her. Repeatedly it was still alone and lonely. Upstairs in the master bedroom, Song-si placed the clay sculpture on the windowsill and let it dry naturally, then went to the check room to change into her nightgown. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, hugged Tuan and lay on the bed, playing with her daughter's little face with her fingers. One by one followed him in and skillfully jumped into bed, nestled next to the baby, and went back to sleep. A few moments later, Song-si finished changing her nightgown and walked out holding Gu Qingchen's pajamas and said, "Hubby, pajamas for you." "Okay." Gu Qingchen got up and took the pajamas, not even bothering to enter the check room, and directly took off her own clothes and changed. Just as he was about to put on his pants, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Song-si who fished it out of his shirt pocket where he had taken off his clothes and handed it over, saying, "Mom's phone, pick it up." Gu Qingchen said, picking up her pajama pants and putting them on. Song-si also clicked on the connect speaker button, and the cool voice immediately came out. "Hello? I found CC's postpartum recovery instructor, and for the 3 months starting tomorrow, she'll go over for 2 hours every afternoon, specifically to instruct CC in exercise." Gu Qingchen didn't answer Gu Jiaran, but looked at his daughter-in-law and said, "What do you say? Do you want to work out?" Song-si didn't agree for the time being, but asked, "Mom, what is exercise for? Running for exercise? Then I can do it myself. There's no need to find someone to take me." Gu Jiaran explained, "No, it's just yoga or something like that, which can restore the minor problems you've fallen into after giving birth, such as leakage of urine, loose pelvic floor muscles, deformed body shape and whatnot, and restore the body's functions after giving birth." "That'll work, thanks Mom." Song-si, who heard the words, agreed without hesitation. Not to mention other things, just the point of restoring her figure would not allow her to refuse. "I can't help it. I'll be useful for pleasing my husband later." "Well, it's basically just 1 or 2 hours of exercise every day. It's not very tiring," Gu Jiaran said. Gu Qingchen took the cell phone from his daughter-in-law's hand. "Okay, then I'll hang up if there's nothing else, eh?" "Aha." Gu Jiaran hung up first. Gu Qingchen skimmed his mouth, threw his cell phone onto the bed, and wrapped his arms around his daughter-in-law and got into bed. But when his eyes went to the child, he realized that Tuan had somehow held one's ear. The little cat spirit was also considered to have met its nemesis, obediently tilting its head, not daring to move a muscle. Gu Qingchen cried and laughed as he pulled Yi's ears out of his own daughter's hands. One by one was also smart enough to retreat to Tuan's feet and nestle in. Song-si, on the other hand, directly carried the baby into her arms and patted her husband's shoulder. "You go to the head of the bed and lean back." "What for?" Although Gu Qingchen asked in an uncertain manner, he acted on his daughter-in-law's words and honestly lay back against the bed. Song Si smiled with satisfaction and directly hugged the child and snuggled into his arms, tilted her head and kissed the side of his face as a reward, and then pinched her daughter's small hand and smiled gently. This cozy scene made Gu Qingchen couldn't help but wrap one hand around her warm body and rest one hand on his daughter. At this moment, an unspeakable feeling of happiness filled his heart. He really wanted to make time, forever and ever, stay in this moment. Chapter 184 Yoga Exercises for Postnatal Recovery. The next afternoon, Gu Qingchen, who had finished eating, sat on the floor of the living room and played Assassin's Creed Odyssey with the joystick. Song Si, on the other hand, hugged Tuan Tuan and nestled in the sofa to play with her cell phone. After all, she couldn't understand the game her husband was playing. As for Xin Miaoshu, she had made an appointment for a beauty treatment, and at this point, she was probably already at the store, or Gu Qingchen had paid for it. It didn't take long. The doorbell rang. Gu Qingchen directly paused the game and got up to open the door. Only a woman who looked nearly 30 years old in a classically styled dress, but with a small backpack behind her against all odds, stood outside the door. "Hello, I'm the postpartum rehabilitator Mr. Gu found. May I ask if this is Mr. Gu Qingchen Gu's house?" Gu Qingchen nodded and said, "Yes, may I ask what your name is?" "Ah, my last name is Zhao. The industry calls us teachers. You can just call me MS. Zhao," the woman said back. "Okay, then come in first." Gu Qingchen brought Mr. Zhao into his home. Song Si also hugged her child and got up to greet her. "Hello, Mr. Zhao." The woman nodded her head in confusion. "Hello MS. Song, you don't look very old." "Yeah, I'm only 19. Mr. Zhao sniffed and was surprised for a moment. "You're just 2 years older than my daughter, and that's really the youngest client I've ever taken on at that age. So what do we do now?" Song Si wondered. MS. Zhao removed her backpack and turned to Gu Qingchen, asking, "Is it convenient to go to the bedroom? I'll give MS. Song a massage before I start teaching yoga." "Okay, you come with me." Gu Qingchen directly led her to the nanny room on the first floor, with Song Si following closely behind. Next, Mr. Zhao opened his backpack, took out a disposable paper blanket and spread it on the bed, and changed himself into a hood, gloves and isolation suit. At first glance, it's called just professional. MS. Song lie back. It might hurt a little in a while, but it's all normal. Mr. Zhao said with a gesture of please. Song Si handed the baby in her arms to her husband and obediently lay down. Then, after giving her a full body relaxation first, Mr. Zhao started the formal massage. At first, it did hurt and Song Si screamed a few times, but later on, slowly, she fell into a good mood and comfortably enjoyed herself. About half an hour or so, after the massage was over, MS. Zhao pulled out another set of pink tight yoga clothes and handed them to Song Si, saying, "I'm going out, so you can change into them first." "Ooh-hoo." Song Si took it and changed it when she saw that both of them had gone out, and MS. Zhao, who came to the living room, lifted up her dress without saying a word. Mr. Zhao, I'm still here." Gu Qingchen was so frightened that she immediately turned around and made a sound to stop it. The result was to hear her laughter pick up flirting. "Mr. Gu, it's okay, I have yoga clothes on inside. I didn't think that you were still quite cute. If the husband of other customers, can't wait to be all eyes to stick up it." Gu Qingchen sweatily turned around and helplessly said, "My daughter-in-law and I have a good relationship, but don't worry, MS. Zhao, I won't be stingy with my gaze when you guys do yoga in a proper way. An old colorist is an old colorist, and he doesn't hide anything. It's just that between peeking and looking right in the face, he still prefers the latter. And what's wrong with looking? I'm just admiring the beauty. It's not like I have something bad in mind. It's just like the Shake Shack, even look at the rubbing. It's just pure look at it. It's all hard." Gasp. Soon, Song Si walked out, but it also mesmerized Gu Qingchen. That corset had outlined the young woman's plump figure in a perfect hourglass S shape. That pale skin, that innocent goose-egg primrose face, that vague aura of a human wife. It's like a pure lust ceiling. If it wasn't for the presence of outsiders, Gu Qingchen would have rushed over to kiss his daughter-in-law. Then, Mr. Zhao walked up and handed over a hair elastic. "Tie your hair up, or it won't be convenient in a while." "Aha." Song Si did not polite, directly took the hair band in the mouth. Hands gathered up the hair, that body in front of the sinking immediately up 2 degrees. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingchen inwardly exclaimed, "Dead, dead, dead. Who can stand this? Who can stand this?" #@NU and #*@. MS. Zhao got 2 more yoga mats ready and sat down cross-legged. Song Si, who had combed her high ponytail, also learned to sit cross-legged. And as Gu Qingchen looked at such a youthful and energetic daughter-in-law, that had been starving for months, the little volcano in his heart simply couldn't be suppressed and erupted. "I don't care. Tonight, no matter what, He's going to make Song Si help him ruthlessly. Accept the righteous path. He wants it all. Start by practicing the first move with me. Bending your legs open and closed for 30 seconds. Mr. Zhao lay flat on his back, braced his legs and kept opening and closing them to the outside. Although Song Si felt that this action was a bit shameful, she still obediently did as she was told. 30 seconds later. Okay, change the action. Ms. Zhao switched back to bending her legs and lifting them high. Then, taking turns, she lowered her feet, her heels touching the yoga mat before lifting them again. Be careful to lift your heel as soon as it touches the ground. Don't relax. Good. Song Si answered and followed suit. Another 30 seconds. Okay, change again. This time, Ms. Zhao turns into bending her legs to support the ground and lifting her belly high back and forth. It's fine if girls do it, but guys are slightly more colorful. Song Si obediently did as she was told. In the meantime, Gu Qingchen, who was watching from the sidelines, had a great time, not even interested in playing the game. He just picked up his own daughter and pressed his cheek against her tiny face and said, "Look mommy, it's pretty, isn't it?" Tuan Tuan is still as cool as ever, gradually to the back. That action is more than a that, and there is Gu Qingchen's favorite big cat lying style. That's chest to the ground, legs at 90 degrees on your knees, ass high in the air, cough cough, serious. An hour passed. That's all for today's workout, Mr. Gu, so I'll take my leave. Teacher Zhao slowly got up and put on her dress. Then she took out her cell phone and said to Song Si, "Add a WeChat tomorrow is still at this point, so if something comes up tell me and we can postpone, but it's best not to take time off. After all, it's only a few months for a pregnant woman to recover." "Well, I know, thank you, Mr. Zhao," Song Si said. "Don't. You can't be thanked when you're paid to do a job. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." After saying that, Mr. Zhao put on his shoes and left the villa. Gu Qingchen also walked up at this time holding his daughter, rubbed his arm against his daughter-in-law's face and asked, "How is it? How does it feel?" Song Si smiled as she picked up Tuan Tuan into her arms, nudging her little nose. "It feels good how the whole body is relaxed, not so tense." "That's fine. You can also practice yoga often in the future. There's no harm in it." Gu Qingchen highly recommended it. After all, it's a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. By the time his daughter-in-law gets in better shape, her body is more supple and healthy, and he incidentally gets to enjoy himself. How nice. Dog's head/JPG. Good. Song Si maintenances a listen to persuasion. Then, she put Tuan Tuan back into her husband's arms and said, "I'm a little sweaty. I'm going to take a shower. Hard work watching the kids." Looking at his daughter-in-law who trotted up the stairs, Gu Qingchen was also foolish enough to follow her upstairs. Chapter 185, Barely Neat. Come upstairs. Song Si had already taken off her yoga clothes and placed them on the bed, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Gu Qingchen wasn't a pushy person. He first put his daughter in the crib and slowly put her to sleep. About 10 minutes or so, looking at the quiet as a little angelic troop, Gu Qingchen smiled with satisfaction and directly picked up the one by one sitting at his feet and threw it into its own cat house and closed the door. For the sake of that, it was to prevent it from jumping on the crib and accidentally crushing the baby, which would then affect his grand plan. Subsequently, Gu Qingchen also took off his pajamas and threw them on the bed, and without hesitation, picked up his daughter-in-law's yoga clothes and walked into the bathroom. And Song Si, who had briefly showered and was wiping her body, saw her husband come in and asked with a puzzled tilt of her head, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, ahem. It's just a small favor." Gu Qingchen unkindly smiled badly and handed over the yoga clothes. Song Si was also considered an old driver and quickly understood her husband's mind with a heartfelt understanding, but instead of refusing, she took the clothes and put them on with a doting smile. After all, it's a bit hard to put your husband on a vegan diet for months, so now, even if it was an excessive request, she didn't want to refuse. Song Si gathered up her disheveled hair and tied it into a ponytail with the wet headband on her wrist, then walked forward with a soft smile. For a long time, Gu Qingchen was full of comfort as he princess hugged his daughter-in-law, who had rebrushed her teeth and taken a shower, and walked out of the bathroom, before the wonderful, naturally cannot speak with outsiders. Anyway, that is, in addition to the routine behavior, Gu Qingchen basically take care of a whole. At this time, Song Si's face is flushed, without a piece of silk. The whole body is sore and soft, nestled in her husband's arms, do not want to move. After all, not only did she hold the microphone and open her mouth to sing, but she also did high leg raises and micro stomps as well as arm tucking and chest expanding exercises, which is not a bad amount of activity. Gu Qingchen gently placed her on the bed and kissed her forehead, then re-entered the bathroom, rinsed the dirty yoga clothes briefly, and threw them into the washing machine to wash them on. When she came out again, Song Si had already taken Tuan Tuan into her arms and fed her, but, judging by her furrowed brow, her own daughter appeared to be eating hard. Gu Qingchen just wanted to make a sound, but was glared at by Song Si, pouting. It's all your fault, I told you to leave some for Tuan Tuan. Now it's good she can't even suck it out. Ha! Gu Chengchen scratched his cheeks with his fingers and smiled sarcastically, immediately walking to the one-word table, taking out the bottle from the sterilizing box and rinsing the milk powder. Song Si, on the other hand, used her fingertips to gently rub her own daughter's small face and said, "This has nothing to do with mommy. When you grow up, you'll give this bad father who snatches food rations from you a hard time. Do you hear me?" And Gu Chengchen, who was making milk, without looking back, begged for mercy. "Daughter-in-law, I heard it all. Be merciful with your mouth." "Unla, Tuan Tuan doesn't understand. It's fine." Song Si smiled and comforted. Gu Chengchen shrugged helplessly and walked over to hand her the brewed milk powder. Just like that, the Tuan Tuan, who had been starving for quite a while, was also finally hugging the bottle and eating food. Subsequently, Gu Chengchen went to the check room again and flipped out a nightgown, placing it beside Song Si and said, "I'm going to make dinner. Just put the bottle on the table after you feed the baby. I'll wash it later. Then a kiss and I'll let you go." Song Si pulled his hand, on head and lips pouting. Gu Chengchen smiled gently, put his hand on his daughter-in-law's eyes, and kissed his daughter-in-law's lips nonchalantly. Toward evening, Shen Miaoshu returned home with a bunch of shopping bags. Gu Chengchen, who was stir-frying in the kitchen, slightly probed and glanced at them, wondering, "Sister Miaoshu, didn't you go for a beauty treatment? Don't tell me that these things are all giveaways from the beauty salon." "No, it's pretty normal for your mom and I to go to the beauty salon and do the project and then go shopping, right?" Shen Miaoshu threw all the various bags onto the sofa and began to sort them. Gu Chengchen finished frying the last dish, turned off the fire and walked out, looking at a sofa of clothes and said, "Not so much. It's just a shopping trip. You buy so much? What's wrong? If it looks good, buy it. Besides look, there are clothes for Si and Tuan in there too. Oh yeah, and yours too." After saying that, Shen Miaoshu handed over a black t-shirt with a pretty good print. Gu Chengchen compared it on her body and nodded with satisfaction. "Quite good. What else? What else?" Shen Miaoshu looked up from her busy schedule and said, "Okay." The corners of Gu Chengchen's mouth twitched, too lazy to bother with her, ready to take her clothes upstairs and put them away. But in the next second, he was shouted at by Shen Miaoshu. "Right, your card is returned to you." She pulled a bank card out of her pocket and waved it around. Gu Chengchen frowned and took it, suddenly thinking of some bad guess, and asked apprehensively, "You guys are shopping. You won't be swiping my card, right?" "Yeah, didn't you say it was a treat?" Shen Miaoshu nodded her head. "I'm asking you to beautify." Forget it. He wasn't too far off anyway, and since he hadn't turned on his bank card's SMS notification, he boarded the bank's app to take a look. This look directly rendered Gu Chengchen speechless. Today's 0% actually docked him over $400,000. "My sis, don't tell me you swiped so much money from me for this bit of clothing." "No, there is still your mom. She takes the lion's share." Shen Miaoshu admired the newly bought skirt and returned, "That's normal." Gu Chengchen, who had heard the words, was instantly unsurprised, turned and went up the stairs, looking at his daughter-in-law who was lying on the bed, cuddled up in the donut watching a TV show. Gu Chengchen greeted, "Daughter, bring it to me." Sister Miaoshu was handing out clothes downstairs. "Go try it on." "Ha, okay." Girls are naturally irresistible to pretty clothes, and they immediately left their daughters behind and went downstairs. When she passed by him, Song Si didn't forget to stand on her tiptoes and kiss the corner of his mouth. Gu Chengchen smiled dotingly, and after throwing the black t-shirt in his hand into the check room, he also carried his daughter downstairs. "Come downstairs." Song Si had already taken her clothes to the babysitting room to change. When Shen Miaoshu saw Gu Chengchen, who was holding Tuan Tuan downstairs, she immediately walked over and took the child from his arms, and poked him with her elbow with a derisive face. "You'll be guaranteed to drool with gluttony in a while." As he said it, the door to the babysitting room was gently pushed open, only to see a gorgeous white princess dress, feet wrapped in white silk. Song Si walked out from inside. "Too bad it's a cotton slipper. It would be perfect if I stepped on a crushed diamond lace-up heel." Gu Chengchen didn't drool with both eyes as expected, but just admired it without any desire. In response, Shen Miaoshu also felt strange. "Oh," Gu Chengchen only wanted to say, "Know the gold content of a sage moment?" Chapter 186. John Chen, who was getting married again. For the next 3 months, Song Si also went from lying flat on her back for the rest of the month to going to bed early and getting up early for regular exercise. Even though it's just an hour or so of yoga a day, it makes her miserable. Not so much the physical suffering, but the spiritual. After all, Mr. Joe strictly controls her weight and intake. What kind of snacks, ice cream, high-calorie foods, can't be eaten. Only when the course is over in 3 months can you let go of your food. And today, it's the end of the course. At this time, Gu Qingchen was sitting on the steps of the stairs with Tuan Tuan in his arms, and there was also a Yi sitting on the end beside him. He had Song Si, who was doing yoga with Ms. Zhao, and Shen Miaoshu, who was white whoring. Both are wearing tight yoga clothes and are getting more and more toned after so much time working out. As the last sideways high leg raise ended, Teacher Zhao also stood up and bowed slightly. Starting today, the course is officially over. Ms. Song can stop restricting her diet, but don't eat with a vengeance to prevent the weight from bouncing back. Aha! Song Si nodded her head obediently in response. After Ms. Zhao packed up her things, she smiled at Gu Qingchen and nodded her head, then left the villa without letting anyone see her off. Although they had been together for 3 months, each time they spent time together was very short, so they had only established a basic employment relationship with each other, and there was not much reluctance to part with them. This is not just full-blooded resurrection. Completely unable to see born a child, Song Si directly excitedly rushed to the refrigerator, rummage out her longing for ice cream. Simply Nini possession. Not much more anon, just 1 box. Gu Qingchen walked up holding her daughter and said, Ak. The 4-month-old Tuan, too, babbled and muttered, but could only grunt out 1 or 2 words at a time. Gu Qingchen immediately handed her over to her daughter-in-law. Look, your daughter-in-law said the same thing. Song Si amusedly took a small spoon and nodded at the donut's small mouth, helplessly saying to her husband, I know won't eat more. It's better controlled now than when I was pregnant. I'm not that greedy. That'll do. Gu Qingchen nodded. After saying that, Shen Miaoshu also finished her water and walked over. Reaching out, Tuan Tuan, give me some playtime. Gu Qingchen corrected while handing the dough over. Sister Miaoshu, you can't use the term play club. You, pipe, me. Shen Miaoshu blankly glanced at him. Then, holding the child, she went to play on the sofa. Gu Qingchen skimmed his lips, turned around and wrapped his arm around his daughter-in-law's waist, and came up to her ear and muttered, Give me a bite? Song Si obediently scooped a spoonful and handed it to his mouth. Bigger. She instantly scooped up more, but Gu Qingchen still pretended to be dissatisfied and teased. Scoop half of it directly. Who would have thought that Song Si would directly take back the spoon and eat by herself, completely ignoring him, but she has always followed the principle that as long as it's a snack, it's okay to give it to her husband, but not to eat more than half of it. Hey, how dare you ignore your husband? Let's see if I don't. Before Gu Qingchen could finish, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. After seeing that the contact was John Chen, he directly connected. Hello? What is it? There was some noise on Chen Junjia's side, like he was discussing something, but he could still be heard saying, Old 4, I'm going to have a wedding. Gu Qingchen released the speakerphone and said doubtfully, Didn't you just have a puja in the village before? Bah, wedding? No, it's a formal wedding back in my hometown of Chuanyu. What's with the wedding all of a sudden? What's the word? Chen Junjia had big sigh. It's not my old man. He thinks I'm not the legal age of the law, cannot receive a license, but the other girls have given you a child. Do not give a name to say it is not good enough, so I want to take advantage of the hiatus to hurry back to my hometown to do a. When? Gu Qingchen asked. I heard them discuss it on October 5, just as relatives were basically on vacation. So rushed, just 7 or 8 days left. John Chen explained. No rush, they have everything booked, just need to set a date. That's fine. CC and I will go over and give you a big hand, Gu Qingchen promised and then asked, Where's He Chang and the others? Just happened to be on vacation and came too. Okay. John Chen also asked, What about you, old 4? When is the wedding? These words to Gu Qingchen will not be able to. He directly looked at Song Si, daughter-in-law. You said that? Song Si did not expect him to ask himself, but still seriously thought about it and said, Wait for Tuan Tuan to be 3 or 4 years old, right? At that time, let her daughter give us a ring or something. How romantic. As she said this, her eyes filled with an expectant look. Gu Qingchen also said into the phone, Did you hear that? My daughter-in-law said that I'm strictly following her. Okay, it's good. I want to do this too, but unfortunately my father doesn't agree. Okay, I'm just giving notice. I'll hang up if there's nothing? Okay, hang on. After saying that, as the phone hung up, Song Si had almost eaten her ice cream. She even thoughtfully threw the empty box into the trash can after feeding the last bite to Gu Qingchen. That's when John Shin posted 6 more pictures in the dorm group. It's the same event, but the sincere names are one for each of them. John Chen, on the day of the wedding, present the invitation for admission. There is a special staff to check, and feel free to pay for the portion. He Chang, is the whole thing so formal? Fan Zairu, understood. Isn't Chen Junjia's family a business, so that they can screen some idlers who are not on the invitation list and still want to get in? Zhang Fian, sure enough, the life of a rich family is something we can't imagine. Lizzie, missing bridesmaids? Little Stepford blew up and opened her mouth directly. Gu Qingchen, 6. He Chang, 6. Fan Ziru, 6. Zheng Fian, 9. 6 Flipped OK. John Chen, Air. I appreciate the good intentions. The bridesmaids have a speaking part. When you open your mouth, you don't have to think about it to know how explosive the program effect is. I'm afraid that the scene will get out of control, as well as my 2 old relatives can't withstand it, so I politely declined. Li Ziroe, it's fine. All day exquisite female clothes on the line. Need to take as much as you need. Herkes, may I ask? This take it as you go. Is it proper? This comment directly gave everyone in the group dry silence. Zheng Fian, He Chang, don't say I'm your girlfriend when you go out, or I'll hammer you to death. Liz Ray passes the hammer/JPG. Liz Ray hands over 2 hammers/JPG. Liz Ray hands over a sack of hammers/JPG. He Chang. Chapter 187, Coming to Sichuan. Chongqing and Rongqing. A few days later, Song Si, who had eaten breakfast, was packing her bags in an organized manner. Because of the short number of days they stayed, both of their clothes were packed in one suitcase, and Gu Qingchen had put on his newly purchased good father vest, just enough to hang the child on his chest. Shin Miaoshu reluctantly embraced the pacifier holding the high cold group, teasing, "Say, you have to take the group to go? She's only a few months old, so she won't get sick if she's tossed around like this, and there are so many things that are inconvenient for you to take her with you." Song Si and Froze and Gu Qingchen glanced at each other and said, "It seems to be yeah, then do we still bring our daughter? Alright, is it okay for you to take care of it alone for a few days? Miaoshu-san?" Gu Chengchen was indifferent. Bringing up a child was only too much for Shin Miaoshu to handle on her own. "It's fine, I can call for outside help. Anyway, your mom in the company is not always something to do. Once in a while to call her over, no problem." Shin Miaoshu said. "Alright then, the baby's all yours." Gu Qingchen nodded and directly took off his good father's vest and threw it into the check room. After Song Si had everything organized, the two also pulled their suitcases downstairs. Before leaving, Song Si came to the daughter in front of, kissed her little face. "Mommy go will be back in a few days. You be good, hear me?" Tuan Tuan didn't react much, still sucking intently on his pacifier. "Let's go, Miaoshu-chan." Gu Qingchen wrapped his arm around his daughter-in-law's waist and pushed out the door, pulling the suitcase. "Well, be safe out there." Shun Miaoshu hugged Tuan Tuan, waved one hand laboriously, and barked, "Got it." After saying that, the two of them walked towards the outside of the neighborhood. Come to the airport, still a familiar process. This time, however, the destination was the city of Sichuan. Chongqing and Hibiscus. The two had just entered the VIP lounge area. Gu Qingchen went straight to the sofa and sat down to swipe her cell phone. Song Si, on the other hand, happily went to the buffet area to get some delicious food. Soon, the young girl who had taken a plate of desserts, trotted back to Qing Chen and pinched up a pink macaron and fed it to his mouth. "You've only just finished breakfast and you're still eating?" Gu Qingchen asked after taking a bite. Song Si threw half of his leftover food into her mouth and said vaguely, "Rice is rice. Snacks are snacks. For foodies, 2 stomachs are just standard." It didn't take long. An imperial-style figure with a one-shouldered black dress and long hair cascading down her back also walked into the VIP room. "Zyro." Song Si immediately raised her hand and called out. Fan Zero sniffed, took off her sunglasses, and walked over on her high heels. "Do you eat?" Song Si asked as she handed over a piece of cupcake. Fan Zero smiled and shook her head. "No more food. I've recently lost weight and controlled my diet." "You're still losing weight with that body?" Gu Chengchen sized up her luscious figure and wondered. "Why do you want to lose weight when you're already so skinny that you can run away in a gust of wind? Isn't it good to be all fleshy like his daughter-in-law?" "You don't understand." Fan Zyro blankly glanced at him, and without explaining too much, she sat down next to Song Si and chatted with her about the whispers between girls. Subsequently, the three boarded the plane and headed straight for Sichuan and Chongqing. As for He Chang and the others, they should be coming from their hometowns, so just meet them directly in Rongqing. Get off the plane and out of the airport. The three of them went to the hotel where they had made reservations to drop off their luggage, and then they went out into the street to hang out. It's not as prosperous as the Magic City, but it's still first tier. "When will Swallow and the others arrive?" Fan Zyro asked as she stuffed a piece of green arrow gum into Song Si's mouth and another piece for herself. Gu Qingchen opened her cell phone and took a look. "It says she'll arrive after 3 p.m. Okay, so we're going to find Xiao and the others now?" Fan Zero looked at the street snacks in response, but could only quench her thirst by chewing gum. "The wedding isn't until tomorrow. They should all be getting ready by now, so I'll leave them alone and go over to take a look this afternoon, or just go straight to the wedding tomorrow." As soon as he spoke, Song Si poked him in the waist and pointed at an ice powder stand and asked, "Hubby, what's that?" It was also Gu Qingchen's first time in Rongqing, so she didn't know much about the local cuisine. "Come on, just go over there and take a look. Come to the stall." Looking at the thing that was as cute and poppy as jelly and transparent in color, Gu Qingchen was curious to taste it. So, first, he asked toward Fan Ziru, do you eat? Fan Zero swallowed her saliva, still not able to hold the bottom line of dieting, and nodded with a compromise, eat. Gu Chengchen looked at her expression of looking at death with amusement and said to the boss, please give us 3 servings, and order every ingredient. The so-called ingredients are coconut, taro balls, raisins, hawthorn, and peanut sesame seeds. After receiving the first ice powder, he first politely handed it to Fan Ziru. Look at you like that. You eat. Fan Zero took it and looked at the 2 white foodie CC and directly let her have it. Thanks. Song Si wasn't polite and directly scooped up a spoonful and sent it to Gu Chengchen's mouth. It's cold and tastes good. Upon hearing this, she also immediately stuffed herself with a bite, nodding her head like a chicken pecking. Yummy, eh? A few moments later, as the second serving was ready, Fan Ziro couldn't wait to eat it as well. She also made a big decision after her third bite. I decided to take a 3-day hiatus from the diet. Gu Chengchen, on the other hand, pinched his daughter-in-law's fleshy body and said, if you want me to say, you should learn from my daughter-in-law. A fleshy body is the healthiest state, but I wish I was thinner. But losing weight is so painful. Fan Ziro helplessly said with a bitter face, that can't be helped. You can't have it both ways. Gu Chengchen shrugged and took the last ice powder handed by the boss and dazzled it. That's right, it's dazzling, like Porky Pig swallowing a ginseng fruit. He solved the whole bowl of icy noodles in 3 or 2 tries. Song Si, the virtuous wife, immediately pinched his waist and said in a disgruntled and petulant manner, you can't eat like this. What if I choke? I've told you many times. Why don't you change? Hiss. Gu Chengchen grabbed his daughter-in-law's small hand in pain. How come you've also learned to be bad with Sister Miashu? In the past you were all gentle and soft with me, and sure enough, you've changed immediately after giving birth. Who made that work? Although she said so on her lips, Song Si still loosened her hand and rubbed him. However, Gu Chengchen was right about one thing. She seems to be less afraid of abandonment since she had Tuan. Maybe it was the security the child brought. Anyway, and she was no longer psychologically cautious. Chapter 188 Song Gorgeous-Gown version, Thinking of Memories. Afternoon. The 3 of them simply ate a portion of Dan Dan noodles. He then took a taxi and headed to the airport to pick up Yi Chang and Zhang Fian. As for Li Zirue, he has something to do. He has to arrive at the place in the morning, and land at still another airport. Therefore, Gu Chengchen directly sent him the hotel's location and told him to come over by himself. Waiting for Kung Fu, Fan Ziru took Song Si and went to the luxury store at the airport to buy something. Oh yeah, and his bank card. Gu Chengchen was bored and sat on the chair playing with his cell phone for more than an hour. Outcome, waiting for Yi Chang and Zhang Fian, who walked hand in hand, but not Fan Ziru, who was shopping with her daughter-in-law. Old 4, why did you come to pick us up by yourself? Yi Chang asked as he patted his shoulder. Zhang Fian also looked around and realized that it was indeed just Gu Chengchen himself. Later, Gu Chengchen helplessly pulled out his cell phone and dialed Fan Ziru's number. After connecting, he immediately urged, alright Missy, don't take my daughter-in-law for a stroll. People are here. Come back quickly. Okay, C is changing. We'll be back after paying. Right away and on. Don't rush. After saying that, Fan Ziru hung up the phone. Gu Chengchen shrugged and patted the seat beside him. Sit down, all of you. And wait. Yi Chang and Zhang Fian had to sit down and play with their cell phones. Not for a moment. Fan Ziru also returned with Song Si. Wow. Gu Chengchen and Yi Chang immediately let out gasps of surprise. And even Zhang Fian got up and walked forward to take a look. Passers-by, both men and women, even turned around and looked at them frequently. Because, at this moment, Song Si was simply breathtakingly beautiful. She was wearing an incredibly gorgeous black one-shoulder corseted gown that framed her shapely, voluptuous figure perfectly. The one-shoulder style emphasized her delicate collarbone and beautiful neckline, while the corseted part tightly wrapped around her slim little waist, making her whole body look poised, and the bold high-split design at the hem of the skirt, revealing her long and straight legs wrapped in black silk, adding a touch of mysterious and sexy charm. Looking down at the beautifully arched jade feet, she stepped into a pair of thin black high-heeled lace-up sandals with thin straps that wrapped around the tops of her jade shoe-like ankles. Finally, add to that delicate face a smooth eyeliner and a slightly reddish blush, just the right amount of blush on top of the cheeks, delicate red lips, like a ripe cherry, bright and colorful and tantalizing. People cannot help but want to kiss. It is just like those beautiful actresses on the screen, which are unforgettable and mesmerizing. How about it, Boss Gu? Fan Ziru used her orchid finger to hold up Song Si's chin and flaunted it. Gu Chengchen gave her a thumbs up, 1,000 words that converged into one sentence. Bull asterisk. Then he got up and walked forward, taking a closer look at his daughter-in-law. Song Si was a bit shy, but still hooked up her lips and said, how is it? It looks good, right? Going to the wedding site like this shouldn't embarrass you, right? Gu Qingchen didn't reply as the surrounding crowd thought a star had come and came over. He had no choice but to take his daughter-in-law's hand and lead the others towards the outside of the airport. While waiting for a cab, Gu Chengchen said to his daughter-in-law, "Let's go to the hotel first to change clothes. The wedding can't wear so gorgeous. It's not properly robbing people of the bride's limelight." But Fan Zero was puzzled. "It can't be? When I used to attend weddings, everyone wore extravagant, bejeweled clothes, and I didn't see them steal the bride's thunder? Nonsense. What kind of family are you? Although John Chen's family has a bit of money, but not to that extent. No need to be like this. It's too noisy," Gu Chengchen said breathlessly. Then he pointed at He Chang and Zhang Fian. "Really, according to what you said, wouldn't they not even be able to enter the scene? ×2. He Chang, Zhang Fian, hee. Will just smile and not say anything. So C's clothes were bought for nothing?" Van Zillow cocked her head. "It's okay, just put it away. It'll be useful for formal occasions and evenings." Hiss. As soon as Gu Qingchen's words fell, she got a waist attack from Song Si. Good thing the other three didn't hear the ambiguity. Then Netflix came. Gu Qingchen then took He Chang and Zhang Fian to the hotel to get a room to put their luggage in, and incidentally changed Song Si into a simple t-shirt with a skirt. Toward evening, Gu Qingchen found an authentic Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot restaurant and asked for a Mandarin duck pot. It was only when John Chen and Bai Xiao arrived late, and it was obvious to see that they were quite busy today. After all, Bai Xiao hadn't even had time to remove the makeup from her face. "Come on, order your own food." Van Zillow handed them the menu. He Chang and Zhang Fian were completely at home, and were hacking on a piece of king. After ordering a few shabu-shabu dishes that he and Xiao loved, Chen Junjie began to spit out. "Xiao and I are almost exhausted. We've been trying on clothes and makeup, and we have to rehearse the wedding process all over again. Anyway, it's not a good thing to make it too grand. Even the groomsmen and bridesmaids were paid for by my father, saying it was to create some kind of family image to increase the corporate impact." Bai Xiao nodded with deep concern. "Alright, Xiao is also considered Cinderella marrying into the prince's family, so just be tired." Zhang Fian squeezed her eyebrows and flirted. Gu Qingchen also picked up. "Then may I ask this goddess of mercy, seeing the couple you blessed with a son walk into the marriage hall, do you have anything to say?" Zhang Fian's face was awkward as she tried. Should I be thanked? If it wasn't for me, their old man wouldn't have been able to arrange the wedding so quickly? ×7. Gu Qingchen cried and laughed a little. "What you said, it seems like it's not unreasonable." Chen Junji also cooperated by pouring a cup of drink, picked it up and toasted Zhang Fian. "Thank you. Turn around and I'll throw away the guanyin in my home and dedicate it to your tablet." Zhang Fian's mouth twitched. "That's not necessary." With a burst of small talk, a hot pot and dishes were brought over by the waiter, and the crowd fired up the shabu-shabu, because the spiciness of Sichuan and Chongqing hot pots was too spicy for the average person to eat. Gu Qingchen purposely gave his daughter-in-law a clear soup. As a result, Song Si didn't believe it and insisted on eating from the spicy soup. And then there was tragedy. The spiciness brought tears to her eyes, and it took a whole bottle of hard drink to slow down that spiciness. Bai Xiao had been honestly shabu-shabuing vegetables in the clear soup and eating them, apparently having already learned about the spiciness of the Sichuan and Chongqing side. Other than John Chen, the others were fine, drinking with drinks to relieve the spiciness, and it wasn't like they couldn't eat at all. It's the asshole that might have to suffer a bit. Chapter 189, A Charming Night at the Hotel. After the meal, Chen Junjie and Bai Xiao went straight home. After all, tomorrow was the wedding and they had to get in good spirits. The rest of the group wasn't hanging around and went back to the hotel to rest. Inside the room, Gu Chengchen sent the hotel's location to Li Zirui and told him to take a taxi over himself when he got off the plane tomorrow. Otherwise they'd have to get up early to pick him up, which really wasn't necessary. And Song Si also took a simple shower, wearing a black ice silk nightgown, walked out from the bathroom. As she toweled off her hair, she asked, "Honey, aren't you going to go wash up?" Gu Qingchen shook her head. "I'm too lazy to wash. Let's get up in the morning and do it. Save the washing up." Ooh-hoo. Song Si picked up the hotel's hairdryer and came to sit at the edge of the bed, plugged it in, and handed it to him. "Then blow dry my hair. It's so tiring to hold it up by myself." "Okay." Gu Qingchen put down his cell phone, dotingly smiled as he got up and took over the hairdryer and opened it, then stroked down his daughter-in-law's dark, silky hair and slowly blew it up. With the refreshingly fragrant shampoo, mixed with the unique body scent coming to his face, he was reminded again of Song Si's appearance at the airport, dressed in a gorgeous gown, gracefully swaying. The feeling of a heart as hot as fire tumbled down, and the angry dragon reared its head. Soon, after blow-drying your hair, Gu Qingchen directly threw the hair dryer to the side, flipped out the one-shoulder, corseted, high-cut gown that his daughter-in-law had just changed out of in the afternoon, and brought it to her, saying, "Put it on again and show it to me." Song Si obediently took it and removed her nightgown and changed it. but on her lips she still asked in confusion, "What's the point of changing it at night? Are you going out?" Gu Qingchen smiled badly and took up the head of the bed. The hotel equipped with a small umbrella box and shook it. "Do not go out. It is to enter the door." The old married couple Song Si sniffed, but didn't show any shyness. She just pouted by and accelerated the action of changing clothes. Seeing that his daughter-in-law was basically dressed, Gu Qingchen picked up the oily black silk and laced high heels again and squatted in front of her. No one spoke during this time, but Song Si cooperated by lifting her beautiful legs, resting her little feet on his leg and moving her cute toes in a mischievous manner. Gu Qingchen held the arch of her curvy foot and squeezed it. Then he slipped the black silk on, then slowly stretched it to his thighs. Same with the other leg. Looking at the sexy long legs with a slight strangled fleshiness, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but rub and caress the smooth surface for a while longer before putting the high heels on his daughter-in-law's black silk feet and tying the thin straps around her slender ankles. Everything is dressed. Song Si smiled softly, took the umbrella box aside and unwrapped it, and said in a warm voice, "Hubby, you stand still. I'll do it." Just as the young girl tried to yank him down onto the bed, Gu Qingchen, however, interrupted. "Don't rush." After saying that, he took his daughter-in-law's delicate hand and pulled her up, walking her to the front of what was barely a floor-to-ceiling window. "In here? What if we're seen?" Song Si cooperated while worrying. "It's fine. It's a big night. No one will be idle enough to look here," Gu Qingchen soothed. Then, hooking her fingers down her one-shoulder sash, she tugged off the point gown and gently pressed it against the glass. For a long time, Song Si's body went limp all of a sudden, scaring Gu Qingchen so much that he hurriedly held her up and let her slowly paralyze. "Is everything okay?" Song Si flushed, exhaled slightly, shook her head. "Nothing, just too comfortable. All of a sudden legs soft. Scared me." Gu Qingchen sighed in relief and smiled softly as he kissed his daughter-in-law's lips, playing with the slippery little tongue for a bit before he picked her up in a princess carry and returned to the bed, taking off her high heels and removing her gown, before she could remove her black silk as well. Song Si sat up and glued herself to him, her arms wrapped around his neck and her oily black silk legs wrapped around his legs. "That's it, one more time and then bed." Looking at his daughter-in-law's delicate and charming appearance, her breath exhaling like orchids, Gu Qingchen also wrapped his arms around her slender waist and beautiful back, and said in a low voice, "As my wife wishes." The next day, the sky is beautiful and the sun is shining. Li Zirui's ringing phone woke Gu Qingchen up. He opened his eyes in a daze and reached for the bedside, and before he could reach it, a delicate hand had already picked up the phone to answer it and placed it in his ear before he could. "Hello? Lao Si, I've arrived at the hotel. What floor are you on?" Gu Qingchen returned in a lazy tone. "Me, CC and Fan Ziru are in the executive room on the 16th floor, while He Chang and Zhang Fian are in the standard room on the 5th floor. Why don't you go to the 5th floor and find He Chang? I'll get up and take a shower and contact you guys again." "Okay." The phone hung up. Song Si, who had long since gotten up, put her cell phone back on the bedside, so she caressed the side of her husband's face, brushing her teeth in the process, and slurred, "You should also get up and take a shower or you shouldn't be able to make it to the wedding." "Aha." Gu Qingchen, after briefly staying in bed for a few seconds, also slowly got up and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Wait, I haven't rinsed my mouth yet." Seeing that he was going to occupy the bathroom, Song Si hurriedly followed. Nothing happened though. After all, time didn't allow for it, and Gu Qingchen was quite full last night. The two shuffled off. After simply changing his clothes, he called up Fan Ziru from next door and headed for the 5th floor, coming outside He Chang's room and knocking on the door. As it opened, what came into view was an imperial-faced big beauty wearing a tight black hip-wrapped strapless dress, legs wrapped in gradient black silk, feet stepping on black patent leather red-soled high heels, long flowing hair, painted with exquisite makeup and bright red lips. Gu Qingchen immediately teased, "Zirui, are you really not considering a trip to Thailand?" After all, every time he saw Li Zirui wearing women's clothing, without opening his mouth, he felt that what he was facing was a pure god-faced beauty. The corner of Li Zirui's mouth twitched. "I'm sexually normal. Thanks. Step inside." He Chang was hacking with Zhang Fian and had absolutely no time for them. Let's just say it's true that they are getting more and more alike as they sleep under the same blanket. And it's not like they're a couple. They're like best buddies. Gu Qingchen asked, "Do you guys still eat breakfast?" He Chang returned in his busy schedule. "Not eat? It doesn't matter if I'm hungry. How can I save my stomach for the banquet?" "Okay, then take a break and go to the wedding site." Gu Qingchen nodded, laying back on the bed and said, "How many gifts are you all planning to follow?" He Chang said, "Swallow and I will go with 500 each. After all, we're not rich." Li Zirui followed. "According to our custom there, it is with 1,000. Fan Zero spread her hands and said, "I am also 1,000. I did not take over the family business. The recent pocket money all buy clothes and bags, so The gift light sentiment is heavy. Gu Qingchen held Song Si's hand and said, then Si and I will each follow 1,000 as well. Chapter 190 John Chen and Bai Xiao Xiao. Wedding in progress. Just after 10 a.m. Gu Qingchen and the others also took a taxi to the wedding site. The venue is the topmost floor of a 5-star hotel. With the presentation of the invitations and the writing of the gift money, the crowd also walked into the hotel. Take the elevator to the top floor. The attendants were also attentive enough to greet them at the door and lead them inside the lobby. Not too many people. Oh, or maybe the site is a big place. That's why it didn't seem like there were many people. The dome, which is tens of meters high, is like an inverted dome. The hall was extremely spacious, covering thousands of square meters, and could easily accommodate hundreds of guests. The floor is paved with mirror-like marble. The texture of each piece of marble is natural and smooth, and the joints are tight. In the center, the huge chandelier, made of crystal-clear crystals, was like an upside-down crystal castle, with countless crystal pendants radiating colorful light under the refraction of the light, just like stars falling to earth. Under the crystal lamp, there is a T-shaped flower table carefully constructed of white roses and lilies, white as snow and fragrant. On one side of the hall, there is a huge LED screen that occupies the whole wall, and at the moment, the couple's wedding photos are being played in a loop, and at the other end of the hall, there was a food area that was tens of meters long. There were all kinds of exquisite dishes, sweet snacks, and fragrant wines, corners, and a couple of cozy sitting areas. Soft sofas, delicate coffee tables and cozy lighting provide guests with a place to rest and relax for a while. All in all, it's a fairy tale-like scene with a huge amount of money spent on it. My goodness, this is not Cinderella marrying into the prince's family. This is like marrying the king himself, right? Zheng Fian looked at such a dreamy environment and sighed with dumbfounded emotion. If it had been a normal wedding, she might still have been envious and fantasized about her own wedding, which had to be better decorated. But now, she was only full of shock. He Chang, however, frowned and said, the way you say that, how come it sounds like Bai Xiao Xiao is married to John Chen's father? Times x5. There was a moment of silence from the crowd that heard the words. He Chang, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a dummy. Zheng Fian's forehead veins rippled, and he directly jumped up to give He Chang a slap on the back of his head with a dragonfall slap. Hiss! He Chang immediately squatted down and rubbed the back of his head. I'm just saying, I didn't mean it. However, this time, a man in a suit suddenly approached. He stood still in front of Li Zirui, bowed as a gentleman, then elegantly took out a business card from the inner pocket of his collar, intentionally clamped his magnetic voice, and handed it forward. This beautiful young lady, I'm the general manager of an investment company. I wonder if I can have the honor to add a contact information for you, Liz Iyer. Seeing this, the others, without the slightest hesitation, hurriedly moved to the side with stifled laughter to make room for them. But Zheng Fian, the naive girl, simply couldn't help herself and laughed out a little bit. It was He Chang who was quick to cover her mouth, trying to hold back his laughter, and snapped at the man in the suit. Sorry, you guys continue. The man in the suit frowned, uninterested in bothering with a couple of plainly dressed people. It was also Fan Zero and Song Ce that could still arouse his interest, but at this time, none of them were as important as the stunningly beautiful imperial sister in front of him. Because Li Zirui was well dressed, he didn't feel that this beautiful woman was with those people. The man in the suit straightened his collar and looked at Li Zirui and continued, why doesn't Miss say anything? Don't worry, if you explicitly refuse, I won't pester you. I don't know what I'd like to do. The corners of Li Zirui's mouth twitched as he looked to his housemates for help, only to be met with alienation. He had no choice but to say stiffly, sorry, I don't add strangers. The man in the suit froze at first as a rather thick male voice reached his ears. However, the scene was slightly noisy, and he thought that he had misheard, so he voiced out uncertainly, Miss, just now, was it you who spoke? It's all like this. Li Zirui is no longer embarrassed, and said bluntly, you heard it right. I'm just male, so, I don't want to add you. That's it, thanks. Then he walked cleanly back to his roommate, causing a burst of laughter over there. Crouch. The elegant gentleman's suit man's mouth was slightly open, his gaze was frozen, and he couldn't help but burst out. His whole body was bad, especially when he heard the sound of laughter next to him. He had realized what was going on. Dare I say that they are in cahoots and are here to see their own jokes. At that moment, his face was a little twisted as he quickly left the place. The whole thing was as if it was going to break. Ha ha ha. He Chang put his arm around Li Zirui's shoulder, and the man was about to burst out laughing. Gu Qingchen also teased, our Zirui is really charming. Stop it. Hell knows how there are still people hitting on this kind of occasion. Li Zirui said helplessly. Well, Fan Zero answered, but her mouth was still trying to hold in her laughter. Only Song Ce was calm, with a light smile on her face. wrapping her arms around her husband the entire time and snuggling her head on his shoulder. Apparently this relationship brain girl has little interest in anything other than her husband. Suddenly, the lights in the hall dimmed, with a spotlight shining on the runway. The master of ceremonies with a microphone also walked onto the stage while saying, "Welcome, guests, to the wedding of our groom, John Chen, and our bride, Bai Xiao Xiao." With a bunch of polite introductory remarks over, he reached out and made a pleased gesture toward his right side and said, "Next, please welcome our groom, John Chen, to the stage." Everyone give him a round of applause. The crowd applauded in tandem. John Chen, who was wearing a straight suit and big back hair, also slowly walked onto the catwalk, and then with the groom spoke some polite words, asked some tight and happy questions to liven up the atmosphere. The MC once again took a big swing and rushed to the front entrance, even as the spotlight hit. "Next, let's welcome our bride, Bai Xiao Xiao." With the warmest applause, there was a bigger round of applause than welcomed John Chen. The two gates were also slowly opened, only to see that Bai Xiao Xiao, who was wearing a white trailing wedding gown, a white veil on her head, and a bright silver crystal high heel on her feet, walked towards the stage with lotus steps. There were also 4 very good-looking bridesmaids that followed her, holding up the back end of her wedding dress. At that moment, a white veil slowly floated down from the sky, accompanied by many pink petals. With the precise positioning of the staff, the veil was precisely placed over by Xiao Xiao's head. Wow, so aesthetically pleasing. John Chen's dad actually gave up this blood money for Xiao Xiao? Zheng Fian marveled. Beautiful indeed. How it's worth it to give someone a baby boy. A big credit, Van Zillo explained. Right too. Zheng Fian nodded. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, came to Song Si's ear and said, "When we have our wedding, I'll definitely make it more grand and nice than this." And the little daughter-in-law just smiled tenderly and tightened her arms in her embrace. "Anyway is fine, as long as you don't leave me. Don't worry, you've got a daughter. You'll never get away with this." Gu Qingcheng smiled and hooked her little agaric nose. Chapter 191, Watching the Panda. The process behind it is, you do, I do, put a ring on it, and worship your parents. The most outrageous part was the bridesmaid speaking part, lyingly claiming to be Bai Xiao Xiao's roommate. She said that although Bai Xiao Xiao's family condition is not good, but she studied hard and was virtuous and had good qualities. Then, Chen's father actually bowed in public and apologized for the fact that although they were two lovers, his own son had accidentally impregnated her, saying how his son was not. In short, it's a show of good character and a boost to the group's image. Just ask, with such a person in power managing the group, are you still afraid of a bad product? Although there are some lies in it, it's really good for Bai Xiao Xiao, so it's kind of like killing two birds with one stone. The formal process came to an end. The bride and groom then went off stage to change. Guests should gossip, network, and eat. Among those eating were the dormitory sextet, because unlike traditional table-setting weddings, this is a buffet style where you take what you eat, how you take it, how much you take, whatever. Unlike ordinary weddings, where several people eat a single dish and it's gone before they've had a few bites, and there's table manners to be observed, as well as consideration for other people who can't eat more than they need to. Like right now, Song Si took a cheerful little step, weaving in and out of all kinds of food, the small plate in her hand, filled with all kinds of different food. Seeing that she couldn't fit anymore, she saw fit to come to Gu Qingchen's side and pass the meat fluff cake to his mouth. After another familiar feeding, the young girl took it right away and ate it herself. This includes all the eating that follows. It looks like a drug test, but in reality, it's a way of trying to give your husband all the best, but not all of it. That little look is just adorable. It's true that women wrapped up in pampering still have the personality of naive young girls, even when they give birth to an entire soccer team. Subsequently, John Chen wore another suit and Bai Xiao Xiao wore a white slim-fitting gown as they once again took to the runway. The MC followed suit and took the microphone and greeted. Honored guests, please pick up your glasses and bring your eyes to the table. Let's give a toast to our bride and groom. Thank you all for coming to the wedding on your busy schedules. Let's raise our glasses together. As John Chen and Bai Xiao Xiao raised their wine glasses, the crowd also raised theirs. They watched the newcomer take a drink before they drank one after the other. Okay, today's wedding process is also a successful conclusion. Below, we'll bring you some wonderful performances. Please take your time to enjoy. With that said, the MC walked off the stage. 6 beautiful women in classical dresses and veiled faces came on stage next and danced to the blaring music. Upon closer inspection, one of them was also one of Bai Xiao Xiao's fake bridesmaids. Song Si didn't care about the program and was still feeding Gu Qingchen. However, this time it was feeding him leftovers that he didn't want to eat. After some drinking and eating, Gu Qingchen held Song Si's hand and left the venue with Yi Chang and the others, ready to find a place to have fun in the afternoon. After all, they had all come. Sending a message to John Chen, he said that he had a bunch of things to do in the afternoon, so he wouldn't go play with them. Then the six of them discussed where to go from where they were. Fan Ziru suggested, to do Fu Chao Tang? Or the Wuho Temple? Zheng Fian, however, shook her head. How boring that is, from middle school to high school to learn them. Those things are really backward. Why not go to Pleasant Valley to have fun? Naturally looking toward his girlfriend, Heejin raised his hand and said, seconded, Pleasant Valley. And Gu Qingchen and Song Si had been to the amusement park, so they preferred Fan Ziru's proposal. At this time, Li Zirue weakly said, why don't we go see the panda? This statement was met with instant acclaim. When all was said and done, the six made an appointment, but when they were ready to buy their tickets, they had a hard time, because tickets are sold in advance. Today's tickets are long gone. What should I do? It's fine if you guys don't say anything. Once I say it, my curiosity to see pandas can't be suppressed. Zheng Fian cried out in complaint. Fan Ziru said, why don't we ask John Chen? How can we say that his family is also a local business? So he should have a doorway, right? Okay. Gu Qingchen immediately called him. Hello? What's wrong again, Lao Si? John Chen said suspiciously. A little favor? Get us 6 tickets to the panda base? John Chen was surprised. Ha? You guys are going to see pandas at this time? Wouldn't that be crowded to death? It's okay. Can you get tickets? Hold on. I'll ask my dad and call you back. In just a few moments, it really did allow John Chen to get 6 scalp tickets. WeChat. John Chen, tell. John Chen, people are right in front of the giant panda breeding base, and the ticket price is estimated to double, but it won't be too outrageous. Gu Chengchen, okay. The car for the appointment then arrived and the group drove towards their destination, giant panda breeding base. Gu Qingchen found the scalper and after some bargaining, took 6 tickets at 0.8 times the price. The crowd followed the flow of people into the base. The environment is jasper and green, like a park. Come to the first panda garden. Immediately, he saw the back of a large donut that was munching on bamboo. Zheng Fian was slightly excited as she pulled out her cell phone and took pictures. Van Zillo poked her in the face and said, remember to send me a copy of the photo tonight. Miss Qianjin is too lazy to take a shot at a white whore. Song Si also raised her hand. I want it too. Ha well. Zheng Fian made an okay gesture in her busy schedule. Behind them, the crowd wandered through a few more panda gardens. Saw many pandas of very different looks and even a few hanging from trees. The only garden favor, triangular rice ball flower, surrounded that called a water vent. There was a long line to see it. Looking at Hua Hua, who was eating bamboo and sisu, Zheng Fian went crazy on the spot. Wow, it's too cute too. I want to hug it and suck on it furiously. That cell phone shutter, meanwhile, never stopped. Although Fan Ziru was not as epileptic as her, the heartbeat in her eyes did not stop. Song Si, being a calm sister, was as calm as ever. The boys were a little better, just watching silently. Because of the large crowds on the 4th of July, each person only has about 10 minutes to see the flowers before they have to move on. Next, the crowd went to the maternity ward area to see the naive baby pandas. This one is even cuter. Zheng Fian once again jumped around and had a seizure, as well as a burst of shutter output. He Chang, the boyfriend, was helplessly holding her on the side, afraid that she would jump into the panda park in excitement. Chapter 192, Giving Tuan Tuan and Yi a bath. Toward evening, the crowd walked out of the giant panda breeding base. How? Find a restaurant for dinner? Or go back to the hotel for a bite? Gu Qingchen asked as he stretched out with his upper hand held high and slightly tired. Song Si, on the other hand, waited for him to finish stretching before taking his arm back into her arms. Zheng Fian looked around and said with a lack of interest, let's go back to the hotel for dinner. I want to rest. Everyone else was fine with it. So, it was time to call for 2 internet rides back to the hotel. And the next 2 days, John Chen and Bai Xiao also basically finished their work, so they accompanied the crowd to stroll around Dufu Chao Tang and Wuho Temple. On the afternoon of October 7th, the 6 of them officially embarked on their return flight to Mordor. The 2 recently married couples would return to Mordor a few days later. After all, they still had a baby son and needed to discuss whether it was better to take him to school or leave him in the care of his grandparents. Royal View Mansion. Gu Qingchen walked into the living room with his daughter-in-law in one hand and his suitcase in the other. Immediately there was the sight of a circle of baby fencing on the ground and soft cushions spread on the floor, as well as Dumpy, who was sitting up and leaning his little body against the fence, cupping the little yellow duck in his hands. Shin Miaoshu leisurely sat on the sofa and watched the TV series, not worrying in the slightest that Tuan Tuan had any accidents. Yay, our Tuan Tuan can sit up by himself. Song Si gently let go of her husband's hand, stretched out her legs and stepped into the fence, leaning over and nudging her daughter's cheeks with her finger. The high and cold group just looked up at their mom faintly and went back to playing with the duck in their hands. Gu Qingchen was unusually bold, knocking on the top of Shin Miaoshu's hair with the knuckle of her index finger and said, Sister Miaoshu, this is how you bring up a child. Shen Miaoshu disgruntledly dodged his knock and explained, No, I've brought it properly. Can't you see that I've surrounded it with a fence and laid soft cushions? And Tuan Tuan is super well behaved. She doesn't need to be watched all the time. And she can play with a toy for a day. I came back from a shower and they were still playing nicely and hadn't even moved a spot. She only cries when she's hungry or pees. And it's just so much easier to carry her. Watching her daughter not even take care of her own mother. Just focusing on playing with the toys in her hand. Gu Qingchen smiled helplessly. Okay, then you also often watch her. After all, it is a small child. Do not be negligent. Am I? No. I'm fine with looking at her or just holding her in my arms. I don't put Tuan in the pen all the time. And that's how it's been going for the past few days. Anan, I've got a sense of proportion. After saying that, Shen Miaoshu continued to watch the TV series. Gu Qingchen didn't say anything else, turned around and rubbed his daughter-in-law's head and said, "Let's go. Go upstairs and clean up." Ooh-hoo. Song Si pinched her daughter's little cheeks again, then obediently got up and went upstairs with her husband. Just went into the bedroom. The virtuous little daughter-in-law is about to pull out her suitcase and stow all her clothes in the check room. Or Gu Qingchen stopped it. Don't pack it up. We still have to go to the imperial capital in a few days. We still have to pack it up at that time. You can just throw the suitcase directly to the corner. Ooh-hoo. Song Si responded, taking out her one-shoulder dress, black silk and spaghetti strap heels before obediently doing as her husband instructed. Gu Qingchen then led her piece by piece into the check room. After stowing the dress, stocking heels and changing into pajamas, the two of them went downstairs hand in hand. Re-enter the living room. Shen Miaoshu had already peeled an apple and cut it in half, handing half of it over and saying, "Do you want to give Tuan Tuan a bath today?" Gu Qingchen was about to reach out and take it, but she dodged it and waved it at Song Si. "Thank you, Miaoshu-san." Song Si happily took it, but sweetly fed it to her husband's mouth. Gu Chengchen took a bite and smiled gently. "Still, my daughter-in-law loves me, unlike someone whose feelings are ultimately faded." AI. Shen Miaoshu gave him a disgusted blank look. "Alright, don't be a drama queen. Give or don't give Tuan Tuan a bath?" Gu Qingchen thought about it and nodded. "Wash it. It's been 4 or so months. Okay, after I finish my apple. Not much longer." Song Si picked up Tuan Tuan, who was pinching the little yellow duck, and walked towards the upstairs bathroom in company with Shen Miaoshu. Gu Qingchen rummaged through the storage room to find the baby's small bathtub and toiletries, before following. Midway, he also ran into Wen, who was out for a stroll. One person and one cat just looked at each other and didn't move. Then, under Gu Qingchen's armpit, there was another cat. "Come to the bathroom." When Shen Miaoshu saw that he was still holding the cat in, she asked in confusion, "Why are you holding EE in?" Gu Qingchen threw it and the bathtub and whatnot on the ground and said, "It's a wash anyway. Washing 1 is a wash. Washing 2 is a wash. Piggyback it." Shen Miaoshu. Song Si smiled and rubbed the little head of EE who came up. At this moment, this naive little guy was completely unaware of the situation he was going to face next. As the water in the small tub gradually fills up, Song Si also gently placed her daughter in the warm water. At first, Tuan Tuan was a little uncomfortable, his little hands and feet flopping around, but slowly, she quieted down too, babbling and muttering. Looking at such a cute human cub, Shen Miaoshu couldn't help but pick up the little yellow duck and tease her. And one seems to misunderstand the little master drowning. Small paws keep pulling the water. The little head also come up hesitant, do not know how to mouth. Where was Gu Qingchen still polite? He directly picked it up and said, "Come on, it's your turn, Sister Miaoshu." The shower. Shen Miaoshu sniffed and opened the shower to adjust the temperature and handed it over. Feeling the warm stream of water pouring over his body, one by one instantly turned his head and meowed at him. "Come on, it's just a shower. It's fine." Gu Qingchen's hands kept rinsing its fur for a moment and spoke out in a soothing voice, but one by one didn't understand human language, and continued to scream endlessly. But the better part of the performance was that it didn't run around. It just went against the grain and was obediently baptized. Tuan, on the other hand, looked curiously at Ichichi, slapping the water with his hands and babbling. Song Si tenderly rubbed her daughter's skin, smiling softly and softly whispered, well, don't flutter. Take a good bath." Tuan seemed to understand and was quiet for a moment, but his little head was up, blinking his little boo-boo eyes at his mom. That little look made Song Si couldn't help but reach out her slender hand and scrape her little nose. "Sister Miaoshu, help me go next door and get the shower gel for pets. I forgot to get it." Gu Qingchen opened his mouth after completely wetting one by one's fur. "Oh." Shen Miaoshu skimmed her lips and got up to walk towards the outside of the bathroom, passing by him with a vengeful rubbing of its handsome hairstyle. Gu Chengchen didn't care at all, doting sideways at the loving interaction between his daughter-in-law and his daughter-in-law. Chapter 193, Traveling to the Imperial Capital. A quiet week passed. This day, Song Si packed up her and her husband's various clothes, as well as the things that Tuan Tuan used, and put them into 2 suitcases respectively. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, wore a good father undershirt and walked out from the check room, coming straight to the bedside, picking up Tuan Tuan, who was lying beside Shin Miaoshu, playing with the little yellow duck, and fixing it to his chest. Seeing this, Shin Miaoshu got up and sized him up around him, reached out and pinched his cheeks, and said with satisfaction, "Well, it's not bad, a little bit of a milk daddy." Gu Qingchen yanked her hand away with some pain and said helplessly, "Sister Miaoshu, let's pinch, but don't do it so vigorously." Sorry, get used to it." Tuan Tuan's attention seemed to be distracted by the two men's conversation, and instead of playing with the little yellow duck in his hand, he directly tilted his little head back, his eyes rounded and looking at his dad's chin, his mouth babbling endlessly, not knowing what he was talking about. Shen Miaoshu stood on the side, watching the father-daughter interaction with a smile on her face. Song Si at this time to organize the luggage, also hooked up the corner of the mouth of the walkover to bend down, looking at her husband's chest of the good daughter, with a finger pointing her little nose. "Talk to dad, what it's so able to say?" But Tuan just babbled at her for a few moments and continued to play with the little yellow duck in her hand. Gu Qingchen rubbed his daughter-in-law's furry head with a faint smile and joked, "It seems that our daughter-in-law is closest to me and doesn't want to tell you." Poof. Song Si straightened up and jealously puffed out her face, looking like a large baby, causing Gu Qingchen to lift his hand to cup her face and drop a kiss on her forehead. Eek ja. Shen Miaoshu gave a ghostly and sour shiver, and while walking towards the outside of the bedroom, she said, "In a while, you guys will come down to eat lunch and so I won't be here as a light bulb." Seeing Sister Miaoshu's back disappear, Song Si lightly pinched Gu Qingchen's waist and pouted, "There are still people around. Why are you kissing me? How embarrassing." "It's okay, it's not like we're outsiders. Let's go downstairs for dinner." When he finished speaking, he put his arm around his daughter-in-law's waist and headed downstairs. After lunch, Shen Miaoshu then drove Gu Qingchen's Cullinan and sent the two of them to the airport. They basically moved on after dinner because they were in a slight hurry for the afternoon flight. Upon arrival at the destination, Shen Miaoshu didn't get out of the car, just urged them to be safe and take care of the children and left. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, walked into the airport with a baby on his chest and Song Si pulling a suitcase each. Familiarization process. This time there was no time to go to the VIP lounge and the two of them boarded the plane directly with their baby. And the group was quite well behaved. Whether the plane was landing or taking off, or on the way, not to mention the crying, not even a little noise was made. One of the passenger aunts even came and teased her. The little girl babbled a few words in cooperation. "Get off the plane, get your luggage and get out of the VIP building." Again, the familiar white plate red flag car was parked at the main entrance, and on one side, there stood Su Yahan and Mu Si. Seeing two people and a Wa out, Mu Si directly walked up full of joy and teased Tuan Tuan, "Quickly, look whose little baby is this here, ah? Mom, give me a minute to play." Su Yanhan was no exception, picking at her own mom's arm. "Go on, get on the side. Is a child a plaything? Thanks to Nini was put on my side to raise. Otherwise I don't know what kind of person you've brought up." Mu Si waved her hand in disgust, then said to Gu Qingchen, "Don't hang on. How hard it is for this baby. Remove the Tuan Tuan and give it to me to hold." She'd been waiting for this little guy for months, so how could she not cuddle him herself? Gu Qingchen directly opened the latch and handed her daughter to her grandmother. "Egu, my little granddaughter. Let's go. Grandma will take you home." Mu Si's words were amiable and doting to the extreme. "We can only say that we are close to each other, not to mention the baby who was 2 generations away. It's almost like being an ancestor." Song Si gently took her husband's arm and looked at the scene with a face full of tenderness. "Come on, get in the car and go home. Your grandfather came back for a special day and is waiting in home." Su Yahan, who had been stabbed in the back by her old mother, skimmed her mouth and greeted her with a slight grimace. After putting the luggage on the car, the driver, Uncle Zhang, also started the car and drove away from the airport. Road. Mu Si coaxed the babbling Tuan Tuan while chatting with Gu Qingchen Song Si. Soon, to the compound. The car had just stopped, when Su Zhangshan walked out. "Where is my granddaughter? Quickly let me hug her." Mu Si holding Tuan Tuan slowly got off the car, did not have the good sense to say what to hold. "A big old man. The hand is not light and heavy. In the injury to our family Tuan Tuan." Hearing the words of his old partner, Su Zhangshan also knew himself to be reasonable, silently nodding his head and responded, "Okay, but let me take a look at it. Always okay? Here, don't get on it and on." "Got it." Saying that, Su Zhangshan came over, looking at Tuan Tuan's round little eyes, as well as babbling lovely appearance. "That hard man's heart is almost melted, worthy of being even a daughter of my old Su family. She will definitely be a little beauty when she grows up." Instead, Su Yahan walked up and said, "Alright mom and dad, go inside and watch the kids again. Don't stay out in the sun." Yeah, kids can't handle the sun." Only then did Mu Si hold Tuan Tuan and enter the house with Su Zhangshan. Gu Qingchen and Song Si, also pulling suitcases, followed closely behind. Looking at the big fat civet flower on the steps, lazily basking in the sun, Song Si squatted down and touched it before following her husband into the house. Where's Nini? Why haven't I seen her? Gu Qingchen entered the house without seeing the rowdy little figure and couldn't help but ask. Suyahan looked at him in disbelief. Of course she's going to school, or else she's going crazy at home? Dutiful to her. Oh, right. Gu Qingchen, who hadn't been to school for a long time, had forgotten that today was a school day. The two then went to the upstairs bedroom to put their bags away before coming to the older couple's bedroom. At this point, they were lying on their sides and were teasing Tuan. Gu Qingchen came to Song Si's ear and told him to stay, so he took Su Yahan out of the bedroom. What's going on? What's dragging me out here for? Su Yahan was a bit unsure. She still wanted to play with the group for a while. Tomorrow is the anniversary of my dad's death anniversary, right? Didn't we say we'd go to pay our respects to him? Did you buy the paper? After Gu Qingchen's reminder, Shin Miaoshu just remembered this. You do not say I have forgotten. I did not think you still remember this. How big a thing. Go, we buy paper to go. After that, she took her nephew straight out of the house. The family had long since stopped worshipping on the anniversary of the death, usually during the Qingming festival. However, this time, the granddaughter of the elder brother was born. It was necessary to go over to pay homage. Chapter 194, Paying Tribute to Father. The place where the paper money is sold is quite close to the compound, a 10-minute walk away. It's a very small store, and the interior decor is old at first glance, but all kinds of paper money wreaths for incense and candles and whatnot is quite complete, and even in the backyard where the shopkeeper lives, there are all kinds of villas and cars and whatnot piled up with paper. Simply bought some paper money, and bought some snacks and white wine as offerings at a nearby kiosk. The two returned the same way. Just entered the compound. Su Yahan did not immediately go back to the house, but walked to the side room of the pile of miscellaneous items, turned out a large iron basin with black interior walls, carrying out gently knocked, tomorrow, burn paper to this inside. The martyrs' cemetery for the sake of tidiness, is not allowed to directly on the ground to burn paper. Every year we are using this basin. Okay. Gu Qingchen threw all the paper money offerings into a large iron basin and temporarily placed it in the corner of the compound, then went inside with his aunt. Su Yahan went to the kitchen to wash her hands, and then she couldn't wait to go into the old couple's bedroom to tease Tuan Tuan. Toward evening, Nini also came back upside down with her little school bag and her short, happy legs. As soon as she entered the house, she cried out, "Mommy, I'm hungry." But when they saw Gu Qingchen and Song Si, as well as Tuan Tuan, who was leaning back on the futon-covered sofa and obediently playing with the little yellow duck, they saw Gu Qingchen and Song Si. Little girl immediately no sound, followed by a big surprise ran over. Well, Gu Qingchen left leg and Song Si right leg into the arms. Happy straight jumping said, "Brother sister-in-law, how you guys came?" Gu Qingchen touched her little head and pointed to the Tuan Tuan on the side and said, "This is not bringing my little niece back to see you." Nene's gaze instantly moved to one side of the group. She tilted her head and stared curiously at her little niece for a while, then turned her head and asked, "She's so small I can't play with me?" "Of course not. She can't even speak." Song Si smiled and pinched Nini's cheeks, saying, "Oh, well then I'll go back to the house and put my book bag first." The little girl muttered in disappointment and went back to the house with her little book bag. After all, it's a small child, and if she can't play with it, she immediately loses interest. On the side of a single chair, with glasses looking at the phone, Su Zhongshan laughed and said, "Nini, this girl fine, in the same age, either can play with her, or buy with good food, otherwise no matter what the relationship is, she is a little passionate not to give people. It's quite good, at least you won't be bullied or suffer." Gu Qingchen said back. As soon as his words fell, Musiai came out with stir-fried dishes and put them on the dining table and greeted, "Stop chatting, all come over to eat." Nini, the little girl, also heard the sound of dinner being served and ran right out and sat down on a chair. Su Yahan also brought out another dish and put it on the table, and gave her daughter a brain-bouncing pop. "Did you wash your hands and sit up here?" "Oh." Nene covered her head and dutifully jumped out of her chair and went to the bathroom to wash her hands. Gu Qingchen and Song Si, who was holding Tuan Tuan, came to sit at the table with Su Zhongshan, with a variety of dishes and meals being served. Musiai smiled and took Tuan Tuan from Song Si's arms. "Let me take care of the child. You guys eat in peace." "Okay, please grandma." After Song Si finished speaking, she focused on eating her meal, preparing to go and bring up the child for the old man in a while. Nene doesn't know if she's starving. She doesn't even pick her food anymore, so she just keeps relentlessly showing off her rice. Su Yahan knocked her head and reprimanded, "Eat slowly. I told you not to eat properly at noon. Now you know you're hungry." Nini knew she was in the wrong and didn't dare to speak at all. A meal is over. Song Si then carried Tuan Tuan upstairs to breastfeed. only at night, if his daughter-in-law was hungry. Would Gu Qingchen make powdered milk for her so as not to wake up his daughter-in-law? Nini, on the other hand, had a bitter face as she was led back inside by Su Yahan to do her homework. Evening, Tuan Tuan was received by Mu Xi to sleep in her house, and the formula bottles were also taken over. Gu Chengchen did not persuade anything. The old man wanted to get close to his granddaughter, even if he was old. It was nothing to stay up all night once in a while, right? Day 2. The two who got up and went downstairs. Nini was seen standing in front of the couch with her backpack, holding Tuan's little hand as she played with her. However, our high and mighty group, who completely didn't want to talk to her, just played with the little yellow duck in his other hand. At this time, Su Yahan combed her hair while walking out and said, Nini, don't play with your little niece, quickly go to school or you should be late. Ooh-hoo. The little girl had to let go of Tuan Tuan's hand, and reluctantly went out the door with small steps. You could see it coming. She was very reluctant to go to school. Auntie, is it okay for Nini to go to school by herself? Gu Chengchen looked at the small figure leaving alone and couldn't help but ask worriedly. It's fine. School isn't far, and children should be independent from a young age, not spoiled. But Mu Xi came out of the kitchen with buns and eggs and mercilessly debunked. Obviously you're just lazy. Mom, you give me some face, Su Yahan grumbled with her mouth open. Alright, hurry up and eat. It'll get cold later. Saying that, Mu Xi went back to the kitchen to serve the porridge. After a simple breakfast, Song Si picked up Tuan Tuan, who was wrapped in a small quilt, and left the door with Gu Qingchen, Su Yahan, and Mu Xi, driving towards the martyrs' cemetery. Because Su Zhongshan returned to the army early in the morning, he didn't follow. Come to the entrance of the martyrs' cemetery. The driver, old Zhang, took down the large iron basin and paper money, handed them to Gu Qingchen, and went to find a place to park. The crowd made their way to Su Yifeng's grave. Mu Xi took out a cloth from his pocket and carefully wiped the tombstone, especially the picture on it. Gu Qingchen set up the iron basin, put in the offerings, and began to start the fire to burn the paper. As the flames rose, paper money was thrown into them continuously. Mu Xi then spoke. Boss, I brought your granddaughter to see you. Don't miss her over there. Your father and I can still hold up in this old body. You, just bless you and your son and daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Su Yahan also picked up. Brother, don't forget to show off with your comrades. Tuan Tuan is especially cute and will definitely be a little beauty when she grows up. Gu Qingchen didn't say anything, just looked at the photo on the monument so silently. Even if he knew that the person above him was his own father, it was no different from a stranger to him, and he really didn't have much feelings, so it was a bit hard to call him dad. Unlike Mu Xi and Su Zhongshan, as well as Su Yahan and her second and third uncles, who had actually met and gotten along, it was instead better to speak. Mu Xi did not force Gu Chengchen to change his name. After all, called or not called, cannot change, he is the child of the Su family. With a little parental chatter, the flames died down. After the iron basin cooled down, Mu Xi poured the white wine on the tombstone and said, Alright, the day is too hot. In the sunshine of my great-granddaughter, we'll leave first. Bye-bye old brother. Su Yahan waved her hand as well. Gu Chengchen took one last look at the tombstone, grabbed the iron basin, took Song Si, who was carrying her daughter, and left the martyrs' cemetery with her aunt and grandmother. Chapter 195, The End of University Life. A small stay in the imperial capital for a few days. Gu Qingchen then took his daughter-in-law and daughter back to Magic City. After all, it's been too long since I've missed school and it's time to resume. Come to school. Together with the formalities, there were also John Chen and Bai Xiao, who had an appointment. Thus, after just about a year, the two young couples, who already had beautiful families, officially returned to the sea of knowledge. Perhaps as students their life progresses at a somewhat godlike pace, but what's the saying? Life is full of surprises and plans never catch up with change. Out of the school office building, Gu Qingchen held Song Si's hand while walking and asked, Junjie, what about your child? You and Xiao Xiao have resumed school, so you can't take your child to class, right? Chen Junjie waved his hand and rubbed his daughter-in-law's head beside him and said, My mother-in-law came over here, specifically to help us bring up our children. That's fine. By the way, hasn't your son been named yet? Harm. My father said the child is only less than a year old. Need discretion. Just use a random name. First to do all kinds of formalities. Wait for him to find a fortune-telling master. To find a lucky day. To take a good name and then change it. I do not know blindly what. John Chen shook his head helplessly. The older generation probably believes in this. It's just a matter of changing a child's name. It won't get in the way. Gu Qingchen comforted. So yeah, the old man can toss him if he wants. It's not like I need to run errands anyway. John Chen shrugged his shoulders full of concern. Okay, class is almost over. Pick up the pace. Gu Qingchen looked at the time on her cell phone and urged. Then, he pulled his daughter-in-law into a trot. John Chen and Bai Xiao followed closely behind. The days went flat, and the years that followed. Gu Qingchen and Song Si were then busy with their studies and Gu Jiaren's teachings. Basically, it is the school company on both sides, and even Gu Jiaren also highly paid a professional female accountant who has been in prison to bring Song Si to learn this aspect of knowledge. It's safe to say that she spends almost all of her time studying, except for bringing up her children and the occasional holiday. The housemates were the same, except for occasional dinners. There was not much recreational activities, and concentrated on their studies. Subsequently, Song Si unsurprisingly took the certificate of senior accountant, as well as in the Gu Jiaren side of the actual combat for so long, accumulate quite hard knowledge of business finance. It is safe to say that she is able to hold the position of CEO, President, and CFO, Chief Financial Officer, at the same time. Gu Qingchen specializes in business and finance. This aspect is naturally stronger than Song Si, but the financial cannot, or rely on Song Si, the virtuous daughter-in-law. But he had absolutely no desire to take over from his mother. Gu Jiaren was still young and could work for many more years anyway. Song Si, on the other hand, was considered to have joined the job early and took over Shin Miaoshu's part-time accounting job, but also only occasionally go to the company, or do not go to the company, directly home office. The day is considered to be free and easy, especially in the past few years. She had also learned makeup and dressing from Fan Zero, and was simply changing her ways to hook up with Gu Chengchen, always working on her second child. Accordingly, Gu Qingchen, in return, used the name of the Su family and helped Fan Ziru resolve her family's business marriage plan with a single sentence. She also competed and took advantage of her senior year internship to start her own cosmetics company, which was quite profitable. As for He Chang and Zhang Fian, their relationship is smooth. Well, pretty smooth. 4 years of college and froze with no progress at all. What a great bro a quilt. James Chan, his son's name is Chan Chit, completely followed his father's character and grew up to be a mischievous person. One of them may also have something to do with the endless coddling of the older generation. Anyway, the soft and weak character of Bai Xiao, and John Chen, the real father of this father, cannot take him at all. But Gu Qingchen is the only one who can subdue him, and when he meets him, he's like an ostrich. He doesn't dare to be reckless at all. He's really seen a ghost. It can't be looking at the troop to please the old man, can it? At only 3 or 4 years old, it shouldn't be possible. There was no choice but for Gu Qingchen to recognize Qin Zhe as his godson and discipline him for his parents. And today, as the 4 years of school come to an end, so does the day of college graduation. All the students put on their bachelor's degree uniforms and one by one, they went up to the stage to receive their diplomas, taking souvenir photos with the dean and teachers along the way, as well as photos of them with 3 or 5 of their close friends. A lot of hustle and bustle. Seniors, it's time for all of them to roll up in droves. Inside the school, 8 people in bachelor's uniforms, dragging their luggage, walked down a wooded path. He Chang, Zheng Fian, and Li Zirwei all decided to go to Fan Ziru's house for one night to have a graduation dinner, just in time to catch a plane and leave tomorrow. As for why I didn't go to John Chan's or Gu Qingchen's house, because I was afraid of disturbing the kids. Moreover, Fan Zero lived in a big villa by herself and was quite lonely, so the 3 of them were ready to be kind and stay with her for a night. That's all. The people first went to their homes, changed their clothes, and found a place to get together in the evening before going their separate ways. Imperial Villa. Gu Qingchen and Song Si, who had just entered their home, saw Tuan, who was sitting obediently on the sofa, holding his cell phone and watching the earliest issue of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. At this moment, the almost 4-year-old little girl, with short shawl hair, was wearing a delicate little black nightgown, with little expression on her cute little face, similar to a shrunken version of Gu Jiaren. One by one just plopped down beside her and stayed with her in silence. Although they were also small children, they completely lost the look of hiding everywhere when they saw Nene. Just in time, Shen Miaoshu came out of the kitchen with cut oranges, apples and kiwis and said, "Finally liberated? Quickly go back to the house to change and come down to eat the fruits." After saying that, she walked over to Tuan and picked up a piece of orange and handed it to her. "Eat it, don't look at your phone for a while, rest your eyes." "Oh, thanks godmother." Tuan dutifully paused the animation and took the orange and ate it, even leaving a bite and feeding it to one by one. As for this godmother moniker, in fact, she should be called god-grandmother, but Shen Miaoshu, just as Gu Qingchen called herself sister-in-law, felt that she was calling herself old, so she asked her to be called godmother. Forced by the intimidation of the 360 degrees pinching ear divine power, Gu Qingchen agreed without hesitation. After chuckling and rubbing his daughter's little head, he tossed both his and his daughter-in-law's dormitory supplies into the storage room. Afterward, pulling the suitcase with clothes up the stairs, Song Si naturally followed closely behind. Gao Ling Tuan did not care about his mom and dad at all, and after eating the orange, He picked up his cell phone again and continued to watch cartoons. Upstairs, the couple sorted through the clothes they had brought back from the dormitory. Then, only then did he take off his bachelor's uniform and change his clothes. Song Si, wearing only her underwear, took out a strapless dress and a slim-fitting wraparound skirt from the checkroom and came to Gu Qingqian's side and asked, "Hubby, which one do I wear at night?" This, Gu Qingqian reached out and chose the dress without hesitation. Jokes. What kind of slimming wraparound dress can you wear out for people to see? Okay, then I'll just put on light makeup. When she finished, she simply changed her strapless dress into it and ran to her dresser to put on her makeup. Chapter 196 Graduation Trip Plan. Taking advantage of my daughter-in-law's makeup, Gu Qingqian simply changed into a half-sleeve shirt with long pants, and then stood aside and waited. With Song Si finishing her makeup, she pursed her pink lip-glazed lips and looked up at her husband and asked, "How was it?" Looking at the delicate face that looks like a peach blossom, Gu Qingqian naturally complimented, "It sure looks good." It was already very beautiful in plain face, not to mention after makeup. Song Si smiled wanly and softly, got up and gave him a kiss on the cheek, then took his arm and walked towards the stairs. Come into the living room. Gu Qingqian sat directly beside her good daughter, picking up her soft little body and placing it on her lap to sit down. Song Si, on the other hand, sat down next to him, picked up the fruit on the coffee table, and fed it to Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan was still watching the cartoon without looking away, and from time to time, she opened her mouth to eat the fruits fed by her mother. And of course, Gu Qingqian's share was also missing. At this moment, Shan Miaoshu, who was on the side, suddenly said, "I'll have to make a trip back to the imperial capital in a few days. My old man has arranged a position for me to try out." So suddenly? Gu Qingqian asked in surprise. "Where all of a sudden?" "He just specifically stared at your graduation. This morning your graduation ceremony that will be, just give me a phone call. Said you have graduated, do not need to help with the children, and nonetheless let me go back to take over a position. I can't find any reason to refuse, so I'll just have to make a trip back to the imperial capital first." Shin Miaoshu helplessly spread her hands and said, "Okay." Gu Qingqian didn't stay. After all, he didn't know what reason to use to ask for someone from Minister Shen. Then, he asked, "When did Grandpa Shen return to work in the imperial capital?" "It's early. He went back the year before last. After all, the empire is where he's meant to be. How can he be out there all the time?" "Alright, then, I wish Sister Miaoshu a high promotion." With that, Gu Qingqian picked up a piece of apple, made a toast, and stuffed it into his mouth. "Bastard, there really isn't any reluctance." Shen Miaoshu laughed and scolded. Gu Qingqian immediately retorted, "You can't say that. I can fly to imperial capital to see you anytime. How big a deal is it?" "Okay, I'll wait then." Shen Miaoshu moved her gaze to Song Si again and said, "I'm not here. Tuan Tuan can take good care of Ang Chen this careless. I don't feel at ease." Song Si smiled and nodded. "Don't worry Sister Miaoshu. I won't let him bring the child alone is all." Gu Qingqian, what's wrong with men with kids? It's prejudice. And Tuan Tuan didn't seem to understand what the adults were chatting about. Still quietly watching the cartoon, it is estimated that when Shin Miaoshu leaves the day, it is time to drop the little pearl. After all, it is the person who brought her up. How can there be no feelings at all? Toward evening, Song Si changed Tuan Tuan into a nice little princess dress. Gu Qingqian held his daughter-in-law's little feet again and changed her into a pair of lace-up heels. The family then headed out the door for a graduation dinner at the date dorm. "Come to the private dining room where you have a reservation. John Chen and the others have arrived." Originally, this kid Shinja was still ranting and raving, but when he saw Gu Qingqian come in, he suddenly shriveled up. "Ordered?" Placing Tuan Tuan on the children's chair, Gu Qingqian took Song Si to her seat and said, "No, I was waiting for you." Van Zillo handed over one of the two menus and called for a waiter. The crowd ordered a few random dishes and a dessert for the two kids and chattered away. And with that said, there was talk of what was to come. "Keiko, what are you planning to do back in the northeast?" Gu Qingqian asked. He Chang thought about it and shook his head. "I don't know. My mom said for me to just find a class." Zheng Fian similarly raised her hand and said, "My family is the same. I really just graduated into the arms of 996 or 997. Gu Qingqian then brought up an old story. "A few years ago we went on a picnic by the small river stream, remember?" "Well, of course I remember." He Chang nodded. "Your barbecue skills are good. There is no consideration of the whole barbecue store? Just let Zheng Fian help you. The first thing's all-inclusive, counting the investment. You can share my 3% profit. The loss is on me. No need for you to pay for it. How's that?" Gu Qingqian suggested. "How to say is also so many years of housemates. He can take more than 500,000 yuan per month from the family trust alone." The first Yi Chang casted 200,000 like 20 yuan. "Can help a little to help." "Alright, Boss Gu has money, then I won't be polite to you." I'll try. He Chang didn't refuse his kindness. I can only say that it's great to have a friend with a lot of money. And you'll have to get a wife later, so you'll have to save up fast. Where's Zaire? What's the idea? I can invest in you too. Gu Chengchen looked at Li Zirui and said, but Li Zirui smiled and shook his head. No need. My family is quite solid and can afford me to start my own business. Ha, tell me about it? These 4 years, but I've never heard you talk about what it's like at home. John Chen was curious. Okay, it's not really that complicated. It's just that the family has a couple of stores in good locations, and the rent alone is $600,000 or $700,000 a year, so it's really not necessary. Asterisk. He Chang directly burst out. No, you've quit drugs? You're so good at hiding it. I'm the only poor person in the whole dormitory. Pay attention. There are children. Zheng Fian poked him hard with his arm. Ahem. Sorry, couldn't help myself. He Chang apologized. Zirai hides deep enough. I don't care about you then. Gu Qingshan's words had just fallen. Fan Ziru picked up again. Do you have any arrangements for a graduation trip? I want to go out and have fun. These 4 years of just studying and drumming up the company have suffocated me. I can do it. Can your company do it without you? Gu Qingshan asked indifferently. Okay, a few days every now and then is no problem. Boss, which has 996, right? Fan Ziru laughed. What about you guys? Gu Qingshan looked at the others. Li Zirui, okay. John Chen, it's idle anyway. Go. Zheng Fian, of course I'm going to have fun. He Chang, I'll listen to Yanzi. Ignoring by Xiao Xiao and Song Ce, the two obedient ones, the vote was unanimous. Then where are we going to play? Zheng Fian asked. Fan Ziro thought about it and said, how about climbing the mountain? This proposal was directly agreed to by all. That's fine. You guys go home and pack your bags. Stay with your parents, and we'll go back after a break. And I'll reimburse you for the airfare and the whole trip then. Van Zillo said. It wasn't much money anyway, and the tour was her suggestion, so it didn't matter if she paid a little extra, as long as she had a good time. Subsequently, before the food was served, the dessert cake for the two little ones came up first. However, drama ensues, only to see Tuan glancing at Chenja. The boy Chenja obediently pushed his cake in front of her. Thanks. Like a little adult, Tuan gave a faint thank you in a tender childish voice, and then he took 2 cakes all by himself. Gu Qingshan gave her high-flying daughter a puzzled look, wondering in her heart, have I taught her this? However, on his lips, he still said to Chenja, don't force it. If you want to eat, just say so. But Chenja shook his head. It's okay, I'm willing to give it to her. Good boy. The innate dog-licking holy body? Chapter 197, Mother and Daughter Competing for Favor. There was some small talk and the meal was over. Before leaving, Chenja, this kid still die with his parents to leave. Must be with the group back to her home to play a few days. But John Chen and the others are going back to Sichuan and Chongqing tomorrow. How can they leave their son to go by himself? And, the high and mighty don't even want to talk to him. So, under Gu Qingshan's loving teaching, spanking, he still obediently held by Xiao Xiao's hand and walked away. The crowd in the room was really crying and laughing. Witness all the others leaving. Gu Qingshan didn't drive his wife and daughter home directly. Instead, he hugged Tuan to the nearby Honey Snow Ice City and bought 2 egg roll ice creams. Is it good? Looking at her precious daughter in her arms, who was sticking out her little tongue and licking the ice cream, Gu Qingshan hooked her little face with her finger and asked, aha. Tuan just nodded, his little mouth agape for a moment. Song Si was colored with a gentle smile by this heartwarming scene, and then passed the ice cream she had licked a few times to her husband's mouth. Gu Qingshan had no qualms about it and directly bit down on a large mouthful. Ah, I'm asking you to lick. Why are you biting so much? The youngest daughter-in-law immediately took the ice cream back in dissatisfaction and poutingly patted him on the shoulder. Tuan, the little guy, saw how bad his dad was and just twisted his little body around to get the ice cream away from danger. But Gu Qingshan even deliberately rubbed her cheek against her daughter's ear, teasing her. Aya, look, mom has let me eat. Do you have to give dad a bite too? Tuan sniffed, tangled for a moment, but still obediently handed over the ice cream. But on his lips, he warned in a cute and adorable way. Daddy, you're only allowed to lick a few bites. No biting, or else I'll never care about you again. Aha. Gu Qingshan cannot dare to disobey the baby girl, or cry is really crying. Reason is also really ignore you. It's like a scaled-down version of Gu Jiarun, saying one thing and being difficult to deal with. After taking a small sip of the ice cream with his lips, Tuan seemed to be afraid that his dad would continue to be bad, and instantly retrieved the ice cream and sidled up to eat it himself. Gu Qingshan couldn't help but kiss the top of his daughter's hair. When both mother and daughter had finished eating, he returned to the car with his daughter-in-law in one hand and his daughter-in-law in the other. Tuan wasn't a big fan of child seats, so it was usually Song Si holding her in the back row. Back home, Shin Miaoshu was lying on the sofa applying a face mask and listening to a romance novel playing out of her cell phone. Upon hearing that someone had returned, she didn't even open her eyes and opened her mouth to ask, "Who is Tuan sleeping with tonight?" And Tuan, nestled in her mother's arms, patted the softness that squeezed her and said in a soft voice, "With mommy and daddy." "Okay, but the days after must sleep with godmother," said Shin Miaoshu. After all, there were still a few days before she left for the imperial capital, and she had to properly hug her fragrant and soft goddaughter for a few days of sleep, or else it would be difficult to hug her in the future. Oh, the group dutifully responded, but whether or not they could fulfill it depended on the mood. "Sister Miaoshu, we'll go back upstairs first." Gu Qingchen wrapped his daughter-in-law's thin waist around him and said as he walked upstairs. Shin Miaoshu just faintly humphed and stopped making a sound. The closer she got to leaving, the more intense the reluctance in her heart became. This cozy look right now is just a matter of not wanting to show poor emotions. In fact, she could have refused to go back to the imperial capital and continue living the life she was living today. But something Shin's father said made her change her mind. Old Su always has 100 years. The Su family members are still low in seniority and may not necessarily be able to inherit that position of the old man. So am I. I'll have to retire someday. If you want to protect Chen kid, you have to work hard to move up. If the Su family really has no successor, you can still be a help. At that time, you and the Su family together. Even if you can't reach the heights of Su Lao, but it's more than enough to protect a Gu group. Of course, these are only worst-case scenarios, and it's up to you to prevent them. So moving up the ladder is a must for those you love and care about the most. In case things come to your door, not having a sword in your hand and having one and not using it are completely different outcomes. Upstairs bedroom. Gu Chengchen placed Tuan on the bed and stood up, so he took off her clothes and changed into a cute little nightgown. Song Si, on the other hand, walked out of the bathroom with a wet towel. "Give it to me." Gu Qingchen just wanted to reach out and take it. As a result, Tuan slipped and ran to Song Si's side, hugged her waist and said, "Don't daddy rubbing hurts, mommy rubbing." Ever since he was in a hurry and wiped his daughter's face a little harder, Gu Qingchen hadn't wiped her face at all. Song Si softly smiled, pinched Tuan Duan's little face and said, "Okay, mommy will rub you, close your eyes." Either that or the fine work still depends on the woman. This action that is called a meticulous and gentle. After wiping your face, Gu Qingchen then carried her daughter to the bathroom. Placing Tuan on the small bench, he took out his butterfly-looking children's toothbrush, squeezed in the toothpaste and said, "Open your mouth." This aspect Gu Qingchen did well, so the troop didn't reject it. After you've dutifully brushed your teeth, Tuan then ran to the side of the bed with his little short legs, laboriously climbed onto the bed, sat down next to Song Si, patted her stomach and said, "Mom, don't watch TV dramas. I want to watch cartoons." Song Si helplessly returned the TV series and replaced it with Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf for her. Then, placing the cell phone on his daughter's fleshy lap, he got up and ran to Gu Qingchen's side, tugging at the corner of his coat, saying, "Husband's cell phone." Gu Qingchen dotingly smiled as he hugged his daughter-in-law and lay on the bed, pulling out his cell phone from his pocket and handing it to her. "Here." Song Si kissed him with satisfaction, snuggled into his arms, unlocked her cell phone, found out the drama she hadn't finished watching just now on the video software, and watched it silently. Tuan, this little girl seems to be jealous, also scooted over, but sitting on the side of the father's stomach to lie down well, without saying a word to watch the cartoon, and even intentionally or unintentionally squeeze, also leaning on the father's arms of the mother. Song Si naturally noticed her daughter's small movements and patted her small buttocks, saying, "Gu Qingyan, where are you doing?" Seeing that he had been discovered, Tuan stopped pretending and squeezed right in between his dad and mom. Then, put down the phone, the little arm around Gu Qingchen's neck, rubbed his chin. Milk Fierce said, "Dad is my mom, you go over there to like and not why lie in the arms of dad?" Song Si sniffed, directly was angry and laughed. "Hey, you also with me to grab on the man, right?" Gu Qingchen hurriedly persuaded and said, all right, they're all my little darlings, don't argue, come on, one side each." With that, he moved his daughters to the other side and put one arm around the other. Seeing this, Song Si rubbed her face against her husband's chest and poked her tongue out triumphantly at the troop. Tuan's little mouth dropped and he buried his head in the crook of his dad's neck, unhappy to go. Gu Qingchen didn't coax her. Kids can't be spoiled, she needs to realize that she can't talk back to her mom. Chapter 198 Receiving a License. The sky brightened slightly. A sliver of morning light shone through the window and into the room. Tuan, the energetic little girl, had woken up long ago in a daze, sitting on her dad's chest and fuming. Gu Qingchen, who felt a shortness of breath, also woke up. Looking at his own daughter's cute little back, he directly swept it down into his arms. His voice lazy, "Little ancestor, do you want to crush daddy to death?" Tuan squirmed a little and said, "Daddy, I want to go to the bathroom." It's a well-known fact that small children can't hold their pee. Ha! Gu Qingchen, who had heard the words, hurriedly pulled his other arm out from under his daughter-in-law's neck, sat up and got out of bed, and ran to the toilet with his daughter in his arms. Luckily, the group didn't pee out in the middle of the journey and reached their destination safely. After she finished relieving herself, Gu Qingchen thought, why all the way to the bathroom, and simply washed up Tuan Tuan, but when it came to wiping her face, the little girl originally didn't want her father to do it, but ended up agreeing under Gu Qingchen's repeated assurances. Even though she didn't make any effort this time, the little girl decided that next time she would kill herself not to let her daddy rub it, because this technique is really suffering. A big towel directly huffed your face, rubbing in circles twice and then finished, far less gentle than mom. Finish washing up, out of the bathroom. Song Si also woke up, looking at Gu Qingchen holding Tuan Tuan and walking out. She also got up and got out of bed to pick her daughter up and said, hungry? Aha. Tuan nodded. Song Si smiled and pinched her little nose. Then let's go. Mommy will take you out to eat. She had a bit of a craving for shangjian and wontons, so she took her daughter to get changed. Gu Qingchen definitely obeyed his wife's arrangement. When all three of them had simply changed their clothes, they went and knocked on Shun Miaoshu's room door. And this night owl is probably still awake and not moving at all. Don't knock it, let's go eat. Just come back and bring one for Sister Miaoshu. Gu Qingchen picked Tuan Tuan up and headed downstairs, while Song Si followed closely behind. Nearly an hour later, a family of three returning from a meal carrying shangjian and wontons. Shin Miaoshu had already woken up and was sitting on the sofa looking at her cell phone. Sister Miaoshu, just in time, come and eat, Gu Qingchen said as she shook the breakfast in her hand. Did you guys knock on my door this morning? Shen Miaoshu was puzzled as she got up and walked over. Aha! Gu Qingchen nodded and asked, you're awake? Then why are you ignoring me? I was woken up by you knocking on my head. I was just too sleepy to bother. Gu Qingchen. Shen Miaoshu picked up a raw fried bun and stuffed it into her mouth, chewed it a few times, and said, you guys graduated here, and you're old enough. The baby is almost 4 years old. When will you get a license? A word to the wise. Gu Qingchen just remembered that he and Song Si haven't gotten a license yet. The main thing is that the last few years of life with children are no different than after marriage, and it really gives them away. Okay, when I look for the account book, I'll get it here. After saying that, Gu Qingchen went upstairs, but Song Si did not care too much about the issue of whether to get a license or not. Anyway, the child was born. The license or not is not important. Tuan didn't understand any of this, so he sat quietly in his mom's arms and watched the cartoons on his phone. Soon, Gu Qingchen walked down with the 2 account books and directly greeted his daughter-in-law. Go, get a license. Shen Miaoshu ate a mouthful of wontons and said, not picking a good day? This is going? It's not that much of a stretch. Early claim. Then he hugged Tuan and led his daughter-in-law out the door. Drive all the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. There was a crush of people getting married, but there was a line of over a dozen divorced. But that doesn't bother them in the least. Come to the marriage registry. The staff froze for a moment as they looked at Song Si, who was carrying a child in her arms, but they didn't say anything and handed the registration form to them without a word. After writing, the two went back to taking pictures. Tuan just stood around obediently and watched mom and dad. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she didn't ask questions like 100,000. As the steel seal on the marriage license fell, Gu Qingchen and Song Si officially became a legal couple. Out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the morning sun was just right. The red book that Tuan Tuan held in one hand seemed to be covered with a layer of light. Somewhat dazzling, the little girl bounced along in front of her. Gu Qingchen and Song Si, on the other hand, followed behind arm in arm. Well, any thoughts after the license? Song Si leaned her head on his shoulder and thought for a moment. To be honest, there isn't much of a feeling, just a little bit of small happiness. There's no way that 4 years of married life can be more soothing than any marriage license. Gu Chengchen also said, it's fine. In fact, I don't feel anything. It's just like filling in the due process. Wait for the wedding. It'll be more exciting then. Aha. 2 days later, since the luggage was sent to the empire, so Shin Miaoshu carried a small backpack and prepared to leave. Tuan just tearfully hugged her thigh, not crying like other children. Alright, Godmother is just going to be busy. It's not like she's going to heaven. Why are you crying? When Godmother is free, she'll just come and see you again. Shen Miaoshu heartbreakingly squatted down, hugged Tuan's tiny body and touched her little head to comfort her. But, ugh, I can't let go of my godmother. The little girl's tears were like those of a broken kite, and her tone was tinged with sobs. Egu Godmother can't let you go either, so why don't you follow Godmother? Shen Miaoshu wiped her tears with the fingertips of her thumbs and snickered. Tuan immediately shook his head. No, I'm leaving. Oh, mommy and daddy will be lonely. Upon hearing this, Shen Miaoshu couldn't help but nod her forehead and said, you just can't let go of mom and dad. That's all. Okay, when you have time, Godmother will give you a video call, so you have to be good from now on. Aha! As long as mommy and daddy listen to me, I'll do as I'm told. Put. Shin Miaoshu didn't hold back this time and let out a light laugh. You simply don't look like a child almost 4 years old. Why are you so refined? Exactly like your grandmother. Gu Qingchen interjected. You feel the same way, don't you? I'm suspicious that my mom's genes have been passed down to Tuan Tuan across generations. It's fine. It's a pretty good personality. You guys spend more time with her so you can take care of the good qualities of a good person without being too emotionally unavailable. Shin Miaoshu finished speaking just in time to receive a call from Netflix. Okay, don't see me off. I'm leaving. I'll call you guys when I have time so I can take a look at Tuan Tuan. Or you guys can just come to the imperial capital and find me. You can go to your grandfather's place anyway. Gu Qingchen, I know. Song Si walked up and hugged Shin Miaoshu. Sister Miaoshu bye. Tuan Tuan followed suit. Bye bye godmother. Bye. Then, Shin Miaoshu pushed the door and left. Antoine, a small child. Emotions come and go quickly. In one short afternoon, it was back to being a little high maintenance. Chapter 199, The Big Gao Lang with the Little Gao Lang. Another few short days passed. The crowd also discussed going to climb Mount Tai in the dormitory group. Since everyone is leaving from a different place, it's a straightforward appointment to meet at around 10 p.m. tonight at the Mount Tai ticket gate for a unified night climb and to watch the sunrise. By the way, I also checked the guide and instructed them on what things to bring. A.M. Looking at her precious daughter who was nestled on the sofa, playing elimination games with Song Si, Gu Qingchen took out a box of ice cream from the kitchen, walked over to sit beside her, took it into his arms, and bribed. Tuan Tuan, Daddy wants to discuss something with you. Ha! The little girl didn't make a sound, just took a bite of her ice cream and then looked at him curiously, in a way that was meant to convey you talk. I'll listen. Gu Qingchen smiled faintly and pinched her cheeks. In these few days, will you go and stay with Grandma? Mom and I are going on a trip and will be back in 3 or 4 days. Oh, Tuan nodded dutifully and broke away from his dad's arms and went back to sit beside his mom again, continuing his game of elimination. The little girl does not have a strong dependence on her parents. In her opinion, no matter who takes her, as long as there is good food and drink, cartoons to watch and games to play, it will be fine. Of course, they are small children after all, and they can subconsciously look for their parents after too long, but it's still okay for just a few days. My daughter is so good. Gu Qingchen comfortably stroked Tuan Tuan's head. Any other kid would have cried his eyes out. Out of this afternoon, Gu Group, top floor president's office. Gu Jiaran looked condescendingly at her little granddaughter who stood in front of her, tilting her little head and blinking her watery eyes as she similarly looked at herself. The two just stood there for a while with their eyes wide open, neither one moving. Subsequently, it was Gu Jiaran who couldn't help herself first and said with a helpless smile, Are you hungry? Should I bring you some cake? Tuan Tuan sniffed, cupped his chin like a grown-up pretending to think, then nodded, and a glass of juice. Thanks Grandma. When she was finished, she took her little legs, crawled over to the parlor couch and sat down, and pulled out the cell phone that her mom had given her before she left, and played with it on her own. Gujarat. This little guy, why does he look a little familiar? She didn't think much of it, though, and went back to her desk, hitting her pager and ordering her secretary to prepare the cake and juice that Tuan had said would be brought to the office. Two high-strung souls, without a sound, as if they had lowered the room temperature by a few degrees. After a short silence, the office door was slowly pushed open. It was still the same little human secretary who had brainstormed about being eaten by Playboy Gu Qingchen. She walked in with 5 cream cupcakes and a glass of juice. Mr. Gu, where do I put the food for you? Gu Jiaran handled the documents in her hand and pointed at the location of the troop without lifting her head. Okay Mr. Gu, the little secretary answered and turned to walk over to the parlor area, placing the food and drink on the coffee table. Seeing this, Tuan Tuan put the cell phone away, gently jumped off the sofa, and said politely to the woman, who was about Gu Jiaran's age, Thank you, Grandma. The little secretary was struck by lightning, incredulously raised her hand and touched her face, muttering, I've gotten so old. The point where little children call their grandmothers? Gu Jiaran corrected with a laugh and a cry. Tuan Tuan, just call this one Auntie. No need to call her Grandma. Oh, thanks Auntie, Tuan added salaciously, and picked up a small spoon to eat the cake. Mr. Gu, I'll go out if there's nothing else. The little secretary departed with a somewhat disoriented background. Apparently, she thought that Mr. Gu's words of correcting the child were nothing more than comforting. The other side. It was only after Gu Qingchen and Song Si, as well as Fan Zairu, who had arrived late, boarded the airplane and flew towards the Quancheng, Jinan, airport. Waiting to get off the plane, the trio took another bus to ghost town, Tian. A random hotel was found and a simple meal was taken. Gu Qingchen said, Go back to the house and take a nap first. and nourish your spirit for a good night crawl. Okay, Van Zillo nodded. Then, the three of them went back to their own rooms to rest. Just after 9 p.m., Gu Qingchen washed his face, then backpack loaded with his own and his daughter-in-law's clothes, and what a mess of large backpack. Holding Song Si's hand, called Fan Xiru, set off, took a cab to the foot of Mount Tai. Let's go. Go to the ticket gate and wait for the others. The attraction sells food and drinks. Eat while you go. Gu Qingchen held his daughter-in-law's hand and walked in. Fan Xiru, on the other hand, took out the purple hiking poles from her backpack and assembled them while following them. Gu Qingchen looked back at her and said, "You don't have to take it out so early, or how will you take it when you buy food and drinks later? It's okay, I can hang this one on my waist." Saying that, Fan Xiru also demonstrated and asked again, "Where are your hiking poles? Didn't buy any? Isn't the scenic spot collectible with the ticket?" Gu Qingchen wondered, "Can a gift be the same as a purchase?" "Pretty much. It's just a support thing. It's all the same," Gu Qingchen said indifferently. Soon, entered the Red Gate Visitor Center and picked up hiking poles, stopping to eat and drink along the way. Past the One Sky Gate and the Red Gate, the three of them also made their way to the ticket checkpoint. However, it was discovered that Li Zirui and He Chang and Zhang Fei Yan had already arrived, and were currently sitting on the steps king-hacking. "Where are Junjie and Xiao Xiao? Not here yet?" Gu Qingchen walked over and asked. He Chang said while operating, "I just asked them. They just went up the hill, so I guess I have to wait for a while." Zirui, Han Xin is against your blue. Don't rush, just kill him, Li Zirui said indifferently. "I'll help you control him," Zheng Fian also said. Gu Qingchen, "It's nice to still be in the mood to play the game, and I hope they can keep that mindset downhill as well." 10 minutes or so, Zhan Shan and Bai Xiao Xiao also came to the ticket checkpoint. But, just as Zhan Shan arrived at the place, he sat on his butt on the steps, panting slightly and spitting. "I'm going. It's been a long time since I've worked out. I'm exhausted." "No, why is the checkpoint on the hill? Why can't we meet at the foot of the hill?" Fan Xiru, on the other hand, held by Xiao Xiao's arm and said, "Where to gather is not a gathering. How come you have to come up?" "No difference. After such a short hike, I suddenly regretted agreeing to come hiking. If I give up now, is it too late?" Zhan Chen said with some discouragement. When He Chang heard it, he immediately put away his cell phone and set him up and said, "We are all brothers. We share the same blessings and difficulties. How can we still run away from the battle? Don't worry, little Tarzan. Take the pinch alright." With that, He Chang also made a gesture of pinching his index finger and thumb together. Chapter 200, The Night Crawl begins. Inside the master bedroom on the top floor of the Gu family manor, Tuan Tuan stood on the big bed, tilted his little head, raised his hand and shook out the long sleeves that hung down like the water sleeves in the Peking opera. Then, after stumbling a few more steps, he planted himself on the soft quilt by stepping on an overly long hem. Gu Jiaran looked at her little granddaughter's comical appearance and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh as she picked her up and said, "Let's make do for a while, and tomorrow I'll take you home to get some clothes and toiletries." "Oh," Tuan dutifully responded. Afterwards, he was carried by Gu Jiaran to the bathroom to wash up. Since there was no stool, the little girl couldn't reach the sink and had no choice but to sit her down on the countertop. After taking out a new toothbrush and squeezing in the toothpaste, Gu Jiaran was just about to hand it to Tuan Tuan when she saw that the little guy already had his little mouth open, waiting to be served. "Can't you brush your own teeth?" Gu Jiaran was puzzled. Tuan Tuan was even more puzzled. "It's always mom and dad who brush me." Gu Jiaran basically never brought up children. Gu Qingchen was brought up by the nanny and Shin Miaoshu. Now she realized that it was such a hassle to bring up a child. "Then take it and grandma will teach you how to brush your own teeth." "Oh." Tuan clutched the toothbrush in both hands through his sleeve, then followed grandma's lead and brushed it himself. "Move gently and carefully," Gu Jiaran reminded from the side. Tuan dutifully did as he was told. "It's a messy brush, I guess, but it's a good brush." After rinsing her mouth, it was time to wipe her face with a hot towel. Although the force wasn't as gentle as Song Si's, it was still better than Gu Qingchen's, who directly called out "on your face" and casually rubbed it. After washing up, Gu Jiaran also carried Tuan Tuan under the covers before she turned on her side to get ready for bed. But Tuan Tuan somewhat incomprehensibly stretched out his little hand wrapped in his sleeve, patted his grandmother's back, and asked, "Grandma, aren't you going to hold me in your arms as I sleep?" Upon hearing this, Gu Jiaran turned around and asked, "Do your mom and dad hold you in their arms as you sleep?" "Ah, okay, come on." Gu Jiaran didn't have the habit of hugging people to sleep, but also didn't want to reject this cute little granddaughter. So she directly turned around and opened her arms and said. Tuan Tuan immediately scooted into her arms, and after rubbing her little head against the large bosom, she said softly, "Good night, Grandma." "Aha." Gu Jiaren's mouth smiled as she stroked the face of the little group in her arms, also gently hugging her soft little body and closing her beautiful eyes. The other side. After the crowd checked their tickets into Tarzan, then the official night crawl began. Let's all get out our flashlights. It's pretty dark with no lights in places. Fan Zero turned around and warned. The crowd had also pulled out their flashlights. However, it was only a short walk and just past the first restroom. The two of them, He Chang and John Chen, ran off to eat and drink at a nearby supply point. Fan Zero said breathlessly, "Hey, this hasn't even begun to climb yet. How can you two still eat? Save your strength. Replenish your strength." After the two of them finished singing together, Gu Qingchen also took his daughter-in-law to eat. A few others couldn't just watch, so they had to join the brigade. Fan Ziro also took a group photo and sent it to her friends. The title is, The 9911 Difficulties of Climbing Mount Tai. The first difficulty. After eating and drinking, the crowd officially took to their legs and began the night crawl. He Chang and John Chen were more like wild dogs that had spread their leashes and scurried straight out to the Dumu Palace. Gu Chengchen and the others immediately saw the two douchebags lying on the ground, sprinting 100 meters as soon as they came up. "Run! Why don't you two run?" He walked up and poked them both with his hiking stick. He Chang waved his hand and said, I can't run anymore. Take a break." John Chen didn't even bother waving his hand. +1. There was no choice but to force the crowd to rest here for a while. Once basically all rested and ready to go again, Gu Qingchen warned, "You two stop running and give me an honest walk, or at this rate, you won't be able to reach the top to see the sunrise." "Okay, not running to death." The two doppelgangers whose excitement had passed assured him in quick succession. The journey then proceeded without stopping to rest. The crowd arrived at the 4 acacia trees out of breath, and incidentally saw a yellow and white cat. Taking a break, a couple of the girls went straight to teasing the cat. Fan Zairu took the opportunity to take photos and send them to the circle of friends, which became the second hardest. Forward again. The crowd went through the potentate's pavilion. Then we came to a very despairingly high slope. John Chen's mouth twitched. "I want to turn back." Gu Qingchen directly took him by the shoulders and advised, "Don't worry, it'll be fine after this." Then, it led him to climb up. This place also smoothly became the third difficulty for Fan Zairu. Come to the Hall of the Medicine King. John Chen, whose legs and stomach were shivering, immediately sat down. The others were also quite tired, so they followed suit and sat on the floor. "Why don't we take the next supply point, take a good rest and eat something?" Zheng Fian suggested. "Agreed." Van Zillow raised her hand. "Okay." Gu Qingchen also said. The others can't wait for a break, so naturally they vote in favor. For his part, Chen Zhongjie bumped Gu Qingchen's shoulder. "You said it'd be good to get past that. There's not such a big steep slope behind you, right?" Gu Chengchen slanted his mouth and smiled. "I mean, it's good to get past that hurdle, because there are more hurdles waiting for you behind. Ha ha, keep going." On the way, the crowd came across a big yellow cat that was often mentioned in short video tips. After teasing for a while, they proceeded to rush to the middle heavenly gate. He Chang and John Chen, who were looking at the various food stalls, almost cried tears of joy and immediately trotted over. Van Zillow then turned back and took pictures of the cityscape. This is Nakayama, just overlooking the spectacular ghost capital landscape. Zheng Fian and Bai Xiao were directly captured by her, acting as accompanying models and cameras. Gu Qingchen was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. He just held his daughter-in-law's hand and strolled through the food stalls, buying some food related to carbohydrates and sitting on the steps to replenish his energy. He Chang bought a bunch of food and came back, greeting the girls who were taking pictures. "Stop taking pictures. Hurry up and take a break and eat something." Chen Junjie was not that optimistic. At this time, he directly looked up to the sky and said, "I want go back home. TT, go back to what home? A home. Hurry up and sit down and rest. Go." How could He Chang let his good brother have any halfway thoughts? Pulling him along, he sat down next to Gu Qingchen and shared the food, opening up in the process. Chapter 201 Climbing to the Top. Watch the sunrise. A cup of warm, fragrant milk tea goes down. The crowd also recuperated and continued on their night climb hiking trip. Leave Zhongshan Gate. After a labor-saving little descent, you come to a section of snack bars. He Chang was surprised. "Holy, there's a KFC halfway up this mountain. Why isn't there a Honey Ice City?" Zheng Fian took over the conversation, puzzled. Gu Qingchen didn't answer the question, but said, "Alright, didn't you eat just now? You guys still want to eat?" "Of course I don't eat. Eating too much to climb the mountain is easy to appendicitis." He Chang shook his head. John Chen silently raised his hand and said, "The appendix has been cut. I think it's okay. ×7. The words were appendaged, but in reality he wanted to rest, and the crowd had long since seen through his little mind. Another steep section at a great angle. John Chen felt like he was dying. The others weren't much better, and it was only Gu Qingchen, who exercised regularly, who could still endure. When she saw a thick welcoming pine, Fan Zyro stopped briefly to take a picture of it before moving on. And then, another and another steep section. John Chen swung straight in place and lay motionless on the steps, with the words "Little Tarzan, take it." He Chang, who couldn't hold on to the steps above Chen Junjie's head. Immediately after, the rest of the dormitory's group of 8 followed suit, forming a large caterpillar right off the bat, causing other hiking travelers to joke and laugh. "Don't give up, guys. People are laughing at us," He Chang said breathlessly. "Whatever. Destroy. I'm tired. I need to rest. It's all black as far as the eye can see. I can't even see the head." John Chen had finished regretting it. He wanted to travel back in time to slap himself a few times and question why he'd just agreed to come climbing. Rested for a while. It took 8 people to slowly get up and move on. Another climb and a walk. Finally it was time to come to the 18th disc. I'm really going crazy. How many more roads are there behind us?" John Chen's eyes lost their high beams and his voice couldn't be lifted at all as he complained. Bai Xiao Xiao just silently patted his back to cheer him up. Fan Zyro glanced at the map on her cell phone and said, "There's another stretch of road to the south heavenly gate, and then it's time to take a break and climb to the top." Gu Qingchen also encouraged, "It's been 2/3 of the way. Don't give up. Hang in there. Asterisk. Chicken blood is still somewhat useful." He Chang and John Chen immediately accelerated the pace. 10 steps to continue to climb up. The way back was rest, climb, rest, climb. The crowd was also finally at the southern heavenly gate. By this time, it was after 3 a.m. Soon to be 4 a.m. Put your punching bag on. It's going to get cold on the summit later, Fan Zyro reminded as she pulled out her clothes and put them on. The others felt some of the coolness and took out their clothes and put them on. Took a break for about an hour or so. The crowd reared up and, with windshields or sunglasses to prevent the sun from hurting their eyes, headed for the top of the mountain. Another short ride. They soon arrived at the top of Mount Tai, the Jade Emperor's Peak. There were quite a few people here, even 1 or 2 holding flags. Gu Qingchen took the others to a carefully selected place and sat down, taking out her cell phone in preparation for viewing the sunrise. So did Fan Ziwei and Zhang Fian. As a little bit of time passes, the light of the sky gradually chased away the darkness. A red rising sun slowly rose from the sky, and the sunrise reflected the surrounding clouds beautifully, just like being in a fairyland. Feeling the coolness of the mountain tops and basking in the morning light is like an elevation of the soul. "Wow, it's beautiful," Fan Zyro sighed. Zhang Fian nodded approvingly and said without looking back, "John Chen, how is it? It's not a loss to rush you up here, right?" "It's okay, I'll find a video out and watch the sunrise every day. There's no difference." Although John Chen also thought it was beautiful, he still had a stiff upper lip. "Che, can that be the same as feeling it in person?" After saying that, Zhang Fian didn't bother with him. Song Si, on the other hand, was fully relaxed and snuggled in Gu Qingchen's arms, quietly enjoying the sunrise. As for He Chang and Li Zirue, these two didn't have the patience to wait for the sunrise, so they played a game, which would be a game that wasn't over yet, but just took the time to glance at it twice. Soon the sun was fully up. The crowd also slipped away to visit other places. "Come to the Jade Emperor Temple. There's a wishing fountain here. Look at the coins inside." Zhang Fian scratched his face and asked, "Does this have to be a coin toss? Is WeChat scanning okay?" Fan Zyro said breathlessly, "Go ask the Jade Emperor if he plays WeChat." Although Song Si didn't have any cash, she paid her respects to the statue of the Jade Emperor. As for what wish, that's unknown. I guess it can't be disconnected from Gu Qingchen. After all, the love brain is too good to guess. Then, a few people were on their way to the Cinque Terre stone. Fan Zyro took out the $5 bill that she had prepared long ago and compared it with the mountain in the distance. "It's so much like that, it's not even close. Show me." Zhang Fian came over and said as she took Fan Zyro's arm. The boys weren't particularly interested in this, just casually looking at it from a distance. Only after a few girls had finished their brief photo-taking and karting did they head over to the Wuyue Dolomite and take pictures of each one. By the time it was time to go downhill, Chen Junjie was dead tired of walking, pulling Bai Xiao Xiao on the cable car down the mountain, saying that he would wait for them at the foot of the mountain. The remaining few people found the cable car ride uninteresting and still chose to walk back the same way. Standing on a steep slope going down, looking at the mountains in the distance, rolling in jasper, always gives you the feeling that you are going to fall off. Can be considered to know the old generation said that easy to go up the mountain, difficult to go down the mountain is how it is. Really a little step or afraid to take a big step. Gu Qingchen carefully supported Song Si, afraid that his daughter-in-law would fall down without standing still. The way down is a little less strenuous than the way up. It was only a small break in the middle of the day before the crowd retraced their steps back to the base of the mountain. Finding Chen Junjie, "This thing has been completely lying flat. Bai Xiao Xiao is worthy of being a rural girl. Her physical strength is good. this would still have the strength to press her husband's leg. He Chang is actually not much better. Just Zheng Fian want to walk down the mountain. He is the boyfriend did not take the cable car just. I guess when I take a break, I'll be just like John Chen. What's the matter, old Chen? Still up? While still able to walk, He Chang stepped forward to fool around. Bull asterisk 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 little Tarzan take down. It's clearly me being taken down. Chen Junjie this time, really did not even bother to move a finger. Gu Qingchen also walked up with a smile. Said, okay, to rest back to the hotel to rest. I help you. Let's find a place to eat first. After saying that, he helped John Chen up with one hand. Hiss ouch, ouch, ouch. Slow down. Seeing this, Li Zirui hurriedly assisted John Chen's other side. That's all. A few of the men took their time leaving the viewpoint and looking up the nearest breakfast place. Chapter 202 Hotel Routine. An ordinary breakfast place, with one hand holding a tray with breakfast on it, and one hand leaning on a hiking stick. John Chen took small, broken steps like a little girl, and walked tremblingly to the table to sit down. Except for Gu Qingchen, who was a regular exerciser, and by Xiao Xiao, who was born and raised in the soil and often worked in the fields and could still make do. Everyone else basically went on hiatus. It's a pain in the ass to move your legs, let alone walk. Perhaps because they were so tired, the crowd appeared to have little energy, so they spoke less. Song Si, still maintaining her style as a good wife and mother, peeled the tea eggs and put them into Gu Qingchen's soy milk. So is Bai Xiao Xiao. After all, an introverted rural girl, thrifty, virtuous and hardworking are etched into the DNA. After seeing this, He Chang also poked his girlfriend's arm with the end of his chopsticks. Yanzi, I want it too. Zheng Fian twisted her head in confusion and asked, what do you want? Tea eggs. He Chang lifted his chin and gestured in the direction of Gu Qingchen and John Chen. Oh, Zheng Fian then handed him his unshelled tea egg. Thank you, peel it and don't put it in my soy milk. Just give it to me directly. The corner of He Chang's mouth twitched. I mean, you peel it for me. Zheng Fian immediately took her tea eggs back and said, good boy, let's not learn their bad habits. Do it yourself and eat well. He Chang, it's okay. That's what makes his girlfriend so special, right? But after seeing John Chen deliberately scoop up the tea egg and bite down on it as if in slow motion, and then deliberately showing an expression of enjoyment, Heejin admits that he's sour. After breakfast, Gu Qingchen supported Song Si. The three boys, He Chang, John Chen and Li Zirui, helped each other. Bai Xiao Xiao supported Zheng Fian while holding Fan Ziru, alive as if it were a group tour of a retirement home. He staggered out of the restaurant. After hailing 3 more online cabs, they headed towards different hotels. After all, they didn't come together, and they didn't book the same hotel. Although Li Zirui came on his own, the hotel is the same as Qin Junjie by Xiao Xiao's 2 families, directly saving a car money. To the hotel, Gu Qingchen, Song Si and Fan Ziru went straight to their respective rooms to rest. As for the return ticket they had booked for tomorrow and planned to have a good night's rest first. Inside the room, Song Si didn't even bother to take off her jacket and directly collapsed on the bed, not moving a muscle. Gu Qingchen threw his jacket onto the sofa, so he walked over to his daughter-in-law and sat down next to her, pinched her soft cheeks, and said, I told you not to exercise in general, so now you're suffering, aren't you? Song Si rested her head on his leg, looking at the angular jawline, and languidly murmured, it's not like I've ever climbed a mountain. If I knew it would be so tiring, I would have started exercising a long time ago. It's not too late, so get up early and take a morning run with me often from now on, Gu Qingchen said as he zipped down the zipper of her jacket. Song Si naturally cooperated with him to take off his jacket, but when she heard her husband say that, she immediately reversed herself, rubbing her little head against his stomach and pampering herself. I'm just getting high on my mouth for a little while. Then you just pretend I didn't say that last sentence. Let you practice yoga is not properly practiced. All day long 3 days fish, 2 days sun net, careful to become a little fat girl. Gu Chengchun leaned over and grabbed her somewhat flabby stomach, scaring her. Not at all. I do keep an eye on my weight, and when I get close to 120 pounds I start losing it, and basically it goes down after a month of yoga. Unfortunately, this trick didn't work on Song Si. She's the type of person who eats fat and then loses it quickly, with no body anxiety at all. Whatever, I'm going to take a shower. You can rest yourself. Gu Qingchen just wanted to get up, but Song Si pulled the hem of her coat and said, wait, I have to pee. You hold me to the toilet first. He had no choice but to lean over and hook the crook of his daughter-in-law's leg, not yet able to wait for the next action. Song Si ate pain. His husband you a light. I leg pain. Well, thus, Gu Qingchen had to slow down his movements, gently holding her back waist, and slowly picking her up in a princess carry towards the bathroom. After removing his daughter-in-law's pants and helping her sit down on the toilet, Gu Chengchen stood right in front of him and waited. With the sound of water flowing to an end, Song Si grabbed his bowl and said, "Undress me, I'll just happen to wash with you." Gu Chengchen was caught off guard by this sneak attack and got fired up, immediately pulling both sides of his daughter-in-law's face and tugging on it. "Daring, your legs hurt and you're still not honest. Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you directly? Whatever, but I don't initiate, and go easy on me. My legs get sore and achy when I move." Song Si was not the least bit surprised, and even directly took off her t-shirt and corset. Continuing, "You can help me take down my pants. I can't lift my legs." She's testing the cadres with this. Can that cadre stand up to this kind of test? Gu Chengchen rushed straight out, found the obligatory hotel bedside pup burp bag, and re-entered the bathroom. Then without saying a word, he leaned over and wrapped his arms around his daughter-in-law's head and kissed her deeply. Song Si wasn't idle either, enjoying her husband's passion while helping him take off his clothes. The bathroom fog rose. The sound of the shower's water running drowned out the sounds of woozy merriment between the man and the woman. For a long time, with the glass door being opened, Gu Chengchen walked out holding Song Si, who was limp in his arms, her face with a reddish glow after getting out of the bath. Laying his daughter-in-law down on the bed, he then rummaged through his backpack and pulled the nightgown over her, followed by a half-sleeve, shorts version of the pajamas for himself. Afterward, Gu Chengchen finished blowing out Song Si's in his own hair, before he flopped onto the bed and rested. After all, from the time he finished climbing the mountain to the time he got back to the hotel, he hadn't rested yet, either serving his wife or serving her. However, Song Si mischievously rolled over and pressed herself against him, her little head rubbing hard against the back of his neck, pouting, hubby, I want to press my feet. Hey my little ancestor, you are really not letting me rest." Gu Chengchen sat up with a doting smile and moved her slender legs onto his lap, holding that small white foot and rubbing it. Song Si enjoyed lying on her back on the bed, so comfortable that even her lotus root bud-like toes stretched out. About half an hour or so passed. With the massage over, Song Si also sat up and pushed her husband down. "What? You want more? Didn't you say you wouldn't initiate?" Gu Chengchen looked at his daughter-in-law and cried and laughed. "No, I didn't. I'm giving you a massage. Where were you thinking?" Song Si pouted. "Oh, my bad. Come on then, please don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower." Song Si looked at her husband's strange appearance, also softly smiled, honored the holy decree to sit on his stomach, vigorously massaged. Chapter 203 Office version of a children's playground. The next day dawned. Gu Chengchen woke up in a daze. He pinched the soft face of his daughter-in-law, resting on his chest, and got ready to get up and go to the bathroom to wash up. "Ah, hiss, it hurts. It hurts." As a result, Gu Chengchen had only just gently pushed the warm body in his arms away when Song Si woke up with a cry of pain. "What's wrong?" He sat up in shock and lifted the covers to check. He saw that his daughter-in-law's skirt was lifted up to the small of her back, revealing a place he was familiar with, and those slender hands were pressing on top of two slender legs. Not bothering to appreciate the beautiful scenery, Gu Chengchen directly held his daughter-in-law's beautifully curved arch, wrenching it up and down and asked, "Cramp?" Song Si sniffed, pained and amused. "I'm not a cramp law, I'm a leg pain, the kind that hurts." Gu Chengchen instantly released her feet, changed to press her legs, then while giving her an up and down massage to smooth the muscles, said, "That can't be helped. Over-exercise muscle strain. It can only be slowly nourished." His pain. "Hubby, you lighten up," Song Si said in pain. "Good." At those words, Gu Chengchen eased his grip a bit. After massaging for a short time, Song Si couldn't stand the pain of running her muscles back and forth, so she begged for mercy and shouted to stop. Then, Gu Chengchen picked up his daughter-in-law and went to the bathroom to wash up together, and dressed her, as well as himself, and then lifted the organized backpack over and handed it to Song Si, saying, "I'll carry you on my back, and you'll help me carry the bag." "Good." Afterwards, Gu Chengchen carried his daughter-in-law, who had a backpack on her back, and held her slender legs with both hands as he pulled out his room card and left the room. Come to the hotel restaurant. Putting Song Si on a chair, Gu Chengchen casually ordered some breakfast and incidentally sent a message to Fan Ziru, telling her to come downstairs for dinner. Not a moment too soon, a slender figure, fully dressed, with a backpack and a hiking stick in her hand, limped over. Only when she sat down on the chair did she let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that's comforting. Immediately afterward, Fan Ziru didn't forget to care. "What about you guys? Your legs are sore too, right?" Gu Chengchen shook her head. "It's okay, I exercise a lot, although I do feel a little bit, but not as much as you do. It's still okay to walk normally." Song Si, on the other hand, took his arm and leaned her little head on his shoulder, showing off. "It's fine, I have my husband on my back. I don't have to walk by myself. Vanzilla, I should be on the roof, not in the house. Simply had a bowl of noodles. Gu Qingchen reloaded his daughter-in-law on his back, and Fan Ziru bared her teeth and followed behind. After checking out of the room, the three of them set off towards the high-speed train station. You still have to take a bus to get to the airport, so it's not as convenient and fast as a high-speed train. Get out of the cab and go inside the high-speed train station. Gu Qingchen then pointed to a boy in a wheelchair not far away, and a girl standing behind him pushing him along, and asked, "Isn't that John Chen and Bai Xiao? The clothes and body shape are kind of similar. Go over and take a look." Fan Ziru walked straight over on her hiking stick. Gu Qingchen was even simpler and rougher, shouting directly. The method does work, but it also attracts a lot of attention. And the two figures looked back, and then the one in the wheelchair went straight up and pushed the wheel, racing all the way over. The girl saw this and hurriedly jogged to keep up. After the meeting of the five, Fan Ziru directly poked John Chen's leg with her hiking stick and joked, "Yo, haven't seen you overnight. Young Master Chen has become paralyzed?" For her part, Bai Xiao helplessly spat out. He was so tired of his legs hurting that he had to rent a wheelchair from the high-speed train station. Really, Gu Chengchen also picked up. Quite good. Flexible brain. Know how not to suffer. Put aside others. Maybe like Fan Zero. Just so hard. How stupid ah. Fan Zero glanced her gaze at him and said in a sultry tone, "The way you put it, John Chen was being pretentious. I agree with Lao Si's words. We are flexible. Look at other people's daughter-in-law is not also lying on his back to rest? Why don't you say she is pretentious?" Chen Junjie retorted. "Nonsense, people are girls. What are you comparing to family?" Fan Ziru rolled her eyes a little. They don't talk about gender equality nowadays, do they? Fan Ziru was too lazy to bull ***** with him. "I can't say anything about you. You old man rest. See, you still can't beat me, can you? Successful debate. Quickly croak me." John Chen proudly raised his nostrils and said. Everyone else was looking at him as if he was a little cutie. Looking at him as if he was a cutie. And only Gu Qingchen cooperated by giving him a round of applause. Bai Xiao patted her own husband's head and said, "Don't be poor, we're about to check the tickets." "Oh, right. Chen Junjie immediately turned the car around. "Everyone, there is a meeting in the landscape. We'll go to the ticket gate first. Contact in the group. Bye. Gu Qingchen waved his hand. Fan Zero, on the other hand, didn't want to care about him at all because she failed in her fight. Looking at Bai Xiao then pushing John Chen far away, Gu Chengchen also said to Fan Zero, "Let's find a place to sit for a while as well." They still had to wait for more than half an hour before checking the tickets, so how could they just stand here? Not to mention the fact that he was carrying someone on his back. Well, go. Fan Ziru didn't refuse. That's why her legs hurt. Otherwise how could she find a place to rest? It must have been a bit of shopping around. Afternoon, 2 o'clock almost 3 o'clock. The three returned to Mordor. Fan Zero directly called the family's driver to drive away. As she walked on, she felt like her legs were going to give out. On the other hand, Gu Qingchen and Song Si called an online car and went straight to Gu's group, ready to pick up their daughter and take her home. To the top floor of the group, Gu Qingchen greeted the little secretary and pushed his way into the office with his daughter-in-law on his back. Once inside, he was stunned. In the middle of the office, there were blocks, Barbie dolls, puzzles, and a variety of other toys scattered about. The coffee table in the parlor area was filled with cake and juice snacks. There is also a place covered with sponge mats, surrounded by a plastic fence, which is filled with various colors of ocean balls, although not large, but enough to accommodate a small child to play recklessly. It's almost like an office exploded into a children's playground. At this moment, Gu Jiaren, who was wearing a professional OL outfit and had her long hair tied up, was sitting on the office chair, her hands methodically striking the keyboard and quietly handling the computer mail. And Tuan, the little guy, was leisurely wiggling his little chubby feet on the couch, drinking bottled yogurt and watching cartoons on his cell phone. Gu Qingchen didn't even know what to say for a moment. Chapter 204, Mother and Daughter Competing for Favor Again. Gu Jiaren stopped the work in her hands and looked at her son and daughter-in-law. "Didn't you go climbing the mountain? Back so soon? Otherwise, there's a daughter at home. How can I stay long?" As he spoke, Gu Qingchen released Song Si from her back and helped her to sit on the sofa. "It's fine. Tuan isn't quite fine," Gu Jiaren said faintly. "Ha!" The corners of Gu Qingchen's mouth twitched as he looked around and said, "It's hard not to be nice when you can see this ancestor-level treatment. It's just kids, and as long as they don't bother me, it doesn't hurt to go through a little trouble." Gu Jiaren continued her work on the computer. "And Tuan is very good. She always plays by herself, hasn't made any big noise, and only calls me when she goes to the bathroom. You are so patient. It's true that you are close to each other. How come I didn't get this treatment when I was a kid?" Gu Chengchen flirted. Gujarat. While mother and son were chatting, Tuan also scooted over to Song Si's side. poked her leg with her finger, and asked, "Mommy, what's wrong with you?" Looking at her daughter's little eyes worried about herself, Song-si directly carried her into her arms, hooked her little face, comforted, "Nothing, is just excessive exercise muscle strain. After a few days we'll be good. Don't worry." Oh, although Tuan didn't understand much, he could understand that nothing was wrong with his mom. So he wriggled out of her arms and walked over to the coffee table to eat his cupcake. Song-si cried and laughed as she rubbed her daughter's head. "So realistic, I know that mom is fine. Even for a moment are not willing to stay in mom's arms?" Tuan took a bite of cake and turned back to me, milking. "So mommy still wants me to coax her?" "No, you go ahead and eat." Song-si smiled and wiped the cream at the corner of her mouth with her finger, dotingly. Subsequently, Gu Qingchen walked over, took out a piece of toilet paper and wiped her daughter's mouth, picked her up and asked, "Did you have a good time at grandma's?" "Aha." Tuan nodded vigorously, but if he hesitated for a second, he would be sorry for Gu Jiaren's delicious and fun service. "Then let's go home and come back to play with grandma later, okay?" After saying that, Gu Qingchen even sipped hard on his daughter's little face. "Well," Tuan wiped the drool from his face with the back of his hand in disgust and muttered, "Can't we do it tomorrow?" "No, grandma has to work. We can't keep bothering her or we won't be able to buy you cupcakes to eat." When the little girl heard this, she immediately nodded obediently and said, "Then, we'd better go home then." "Okay, daddy still has to carry mommy, so be a good boy and hold my hand yourself, okay?" Gu Qingchen discussed with her bosom daughter in her arms, who knows Tuan but tightly wrapped around his neck. Small tone full of reluctance said, "Don't dad hold me, then carry mommy is not good?" She could have walked if mom had walked too, but if mom doesn't go, she doesn't go. That's right, competition for favor. Really, just toss your dad. Gu Qingchen couldn't do anything about his daughter, so he had to compromise. And anyway, Tuan wasn't heavy, so he just hugged her. At that moment, Gu Jiaren stopped her typing hands and looked at her daughter-in-law. See, I'll have the doctor come over to check you out?" Song-si sniffed, quickly waved her hand and refused. "Thank you mom, really don't need to. I'm just the after effects of climbing the mountain. Rest a few days will be fine." "Okay." Seeing this, Gu Jiaren didn't force herself. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, walked over to his daughter-in-law and squatted in front of her. "Come, get on the horse." Song-si smiled softly and obediently fell onto his back. Feeling the squeezing softness behind her, Gu Qingchen powerfully hugged her daughter and stood up. "Mom, we'll leave first if there's nothing else." "Well, do you need me to get someone to drive you?" Gu Jiaren elegantly picked up the water cup on the table, took a sip of water and asked, "Give me a ride. I'll save myself a cab." Gu Jiaren lived up to her reputation for efficiency and arranged for a driver in less than 10 seconds. "Alright, the driver is waiting for you downstairs, and remember to bring her clothes and toiletries the next time you drop Tuan off." "Well, Gu Qingchen seemed to react to something. "Didn't I give you Tuan's clothes and toiletries this time?" "No," Gu Jiaren said firmly. Gu Qingchen thought about it, and it seemed to be true. So, he smiled sarcastically and said, "Okay, then I'll pay attention next time." With that, he let Tuan push the door open and leave the office. Once again, he finished greeting the little secretary. Into the elevator, Song-si pressed her face against Gu Qingchen's face, teasing her daughter's little nose with her fingers and asked, "Don't you feel sorry for daddy? Seeing him carrying mommy on his back, and still letting have to have daddy hold you?" Tuan didn't accept the moral abduction and countered with a milky whine. "Doesn't mommy feel sorry for daddy? Why do you need daddy to carry it?" "I can't walk because my legs hurt, that's why I let your dad carry me." Tuan also rightfully said, Then I'm still a child, even more have to let dad hold it." Facing the mother and daughter's competition for favor, Gu Qingchen bitterly and happily persuaded, Alright, I didn't say I'm going to throw one of you down. What's the point of this bickering? Come on, one person give me a kiss and forget about it, or else I'll throw you all down and on." Don't. Tuan instantly gave his dad a kiss on the cheek. Song-si was naturally not willing to show weakness, wrenching over Gu Qingchen's head and taking a bite into her mouth, even proudly angling her chin at her daughter. Faced with the provocation, the group could not do anything, and said that he pounced up to kiss his father on the mouth. As a result, she was stopped by Gu Qingchen, who said, "No, you can't learn this from mom." "Why?" Tuan pouted in discontent, but Gu Qingchen made a mistake, did not know how to explain, thought for half a day before saying, "In the future, there will be a boy like dad to stay by your side, that you can kiss his mouth. Dad's mouth only mom can kiss, understand? No, I just want daddy." Tuan didn't understand those words at all, just a little temper tantrum that didn't compete with his mom for favor. Just in time, the elevator reached the first floor. Gu Qingchen said helplessly, "In short, it just won't work. You're still young, you'll know when you grow up. Be good, no fooling around." Then he stepped out of the elevator. Tuan also knew better and didn't make a sound, just sullenly buried his little head into his father's arms. Then the driver in a suit came up to meet him. Looking at the strange shape of his young master with one on his back and one in his arms, he didn't dare to say more. He respectfully bent down slightly and made a gesture of invitation and said, "Young master, please follow me." "Yes, please." Gu Qingchen nodded and followed. Chapter 205, as expected. Even cats don't like human cubs. Imperial Villa. Gu Qingchen, who had just entered the house, didn't stay in the living room and directly carried his daughter-in-law on his back, holding his daughter-in-law towards the upstairs. Putting Song Si on the bed, she didn't rest. Removing her backpack from her back, she started packing up. "You organize, and I'll go with my daughter to see how the cat is doing." Gu Chengchen rubbed his daughter-in-law's head, then carried Tuan to the next house. Before leaving the bedroom door, Tuan, a little girl, even made a face at her mom. Song Si instantly gasped and laughed when she saw it, but the people were gone and she could only take it out on the clothes. Come to the cat house. One by one was lying on the cat climbing frame basking in the sun, his little tail wagging every now and then. Gu Qingchen put down her daughter and checked the automatic feeder and water dispenser, and seeing that there wasn't much food or drink left, she began to fill the food and water. Instead, Tuan walked slowly over to the shelf and stood on his tiptoes to reach out and touch one by one. Feeling someone touching it, the little cat spirit also subconsciously pandered, rolling and rolling its belly. As a result, without paying attention, it fell off the platform of the shelf, just hitting Tuan directly below her in the face and crushing her. Well, bad one by one. The little girl couldn't see the scene on the platform because she wasn't tall enough to see it, and thought that the cat had jumped down to hit her on purpose. But she didn't care much, didn't even cry, and continued to jerk the cat around and play. But when Gu Qingchen finished connecting water to the drinking fountain and came out of the bathroom, Tuan was like a drama queen possessed, and instantly wailed and cried, with so many drops of her little pearls falling down. "Oh, daddy cat bullies me, meow." One by one, the cats were dumbfounded, and numbly got up off of her and hopped back up onto the cat climbing frame. Gu Qingchen saw his precious daughter was crying, hurriedly put the water storage basin back into the water dispenser, walked over to carry her into his arms, wiped the little pearls that fell from her from time to time, and said heartbreakingly, Io, don't cry." One by one, "How did you do it? You tell daddy. Daddy will take revenge for you." Meow. Also cooperated by standing on the cat climbing frame and picking, commiserating. "Ooh-hoo, cat jumped off the shelf and hit me." Tuan pitifully wrapped his arms around his father's neck, burying his little face into his embrace for comfort. Okay, daddy's going to help you beat it." Saying that, Gu Chengchen raised her hand and knocked several times on the head of the kitten standing high one by one. Exasperated, one by one, she clutched his wrists, biting them not so gently, then stomped them with a catatonic slam. Gu Qingchen ignored its painless attack, withdrew his hand, and went back to the bedroom with his daughter in his arms, not bothering to bother with the pooper scooper. Jumped off the cat climbing frame and sat down in front of the automatic feeder, waiting for the food to be put out. Inside the bedroom, Song Si had already put away all the messy things, leaving a few folded clothes spread out on the bed. Watching her daughter come back crying, she stretched out her hands in disbelief and asked, "Why is this still crying?" Tuan rarely cried. No, not at all in the past few years, except as a baby when he cried outside of going to the bathroom to eat. It was for this reason that the common phenomenon of a small child suddenly crying was strange to her today. Gu Chengchen naturally handed it over. "It seems that jumped off the cat climbing frame and smashed her. It's fine." When he finished, he grabbed the clothes he had organized on his bed and went into the check room. Song Si, on the other hand, patted her daughter's back, gently coaxed, Well, let the cat smash just a little bit. Soft and will not be very painful. You accidentally knocked into the table before, did not cry. How is it still crying?" Tuan wouldn't be stupid enough to say he was trying to get dad's attention and compete with mom for favor. So the crying got worse. "Oh, I want daddy to hold Just in time, Gu Qingchen also put away his clothes and came out of the check room. Song Si saw the situation, hurriedly handed her daughter over, helplessly said, Okay, she did not want me. Had to find you. You hold it. I let the property to send food to cook." Gu Qingchen took Tuan and stroked her head to look at his daughter-in-law. "Is your leg okay?" "It's okay, can walk. I'm not just to suffer less, plus want you to carry me, so pretend to be a little delicate to show that she was really fine." Song Si even got off the bed and stood up and bounced twice. Hiss, though she also let out a cry of pain from the pain. She smiled and waved her hand as she limped downstairs. Gu Qingchen looked dotingly at his virtuous wife's back and suddenly pondered, as if he had thought of something. Toward evening, Gu Qingchen put Tuan on the sofa, put the TV on cartoons, and gave her a bag of potato chips, so he went into the kitchen and helped his daughter-in-law peel the potatoes for me, then coat the chicken in egg wash and breadcrumbs. In the face of her own husband, Song-si did not mince words when she made her call. Handing over the vegetables and ingredients, she began to dice the carrots. What kind of kung pao chicken are you making? But you don't need to coat the chicken with breadcrumbs, do you? And how can you make it whole? Doesn't it have to be cut into smaller pieces? Gu Qingchen said doubtfully. I know, it's not like we need more chicken. Make chicken cutlets for you guys. Saying that, Song-si picked up the small bowl beside her again and showed him. Here, this is the meat for the diced chicken. I've cut it all up. Oh, didn't see that earlier. Gu Qingchen nodded and continued with the task at hand, and explained, first, take the mother's corpse, soak it in her unborn children's bodily fluids, and then use concrete encased in concrete. Chicken dipped in egg wash and wrapped in breadcrumbs. Song-si immediately pinched her husband's waist. Stop it. It's disgusting. Normal cooking, made to sound like a perverted murder scene by you. I have goosebumps. Ha, thought of the short video segment from earlier. Just on a whim. Really, don't move your body parts. Peel the potatoes first. I'm waiting for them to be chopped and fried. Song-si kicked him with her foot and said, Gotcha. Gu Qingchen took out a paring knife and started peeling the potatoes, but as he peeled, he asked, Daughter-in-law, should we have the wedding? Song-si sniffed and froze for a moment, looking at him in confusion. Why did you suddenly think of having a wedding? Gu Qingchen said, in fact, it should have been done already. It would be too strange to delay the wedding for a few more years when Tuan goes to school and knows what to do. After all, what kind of half-grown child attends his parents' wedding? Well, I hear you. Song-si has no obsession with the wedding. After all, after living together for so many years, the so-called official announcement form there is no can do. Chapter 206, Parents' Orders. Matchmaker's words? I'm sorry, I killed the old man. A merchant's son anyhow. Do what you say you're going to do and do what you say you're going to do. Finish eating. Gu Qingchen then picked up Tuan and sat on the sofa, calling Gu Jiaren. Hello? There was still the crackling sound of typing on the other end of the line, which seemed to be still open. Gu Qingchen asked, Are you still at the company? We'll be right back. What is it? Gu Jiaren asked as she stopped typing. I want to have a wedding. Supportive? Gu Qingchen didn't drag his feet at all and went straight to the point. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before he returned. Okay, I'll find you the phone number of the wedding company. What about the exact time? Let's lean in around mid-September. The temperature will be just right then. Gu Qingchen thought about it and said, Okay, it just so happens that I'm letting go of the work on it, so you can contact the wedding company first tomorrow, and I'll cover the cost. Waiting for your words. Hang up. Because Gu Qingchen wanted to have a large-scale wedding, his financial resources certainly couldn't be less. As the call hung up, Gu Jiaren looked at her cell phone and smiled helplessly as she continued the work at hand. And this side of the villa, Song-si finished washing the dishes and came from the kitchen to the sofa, wrapped her arm around her husband and sat down. Finished discussing with mom so quickly? Gu Qingchen pinched her daughter's face, who was seriously watching the cartoon, and said, Otherwise, our family is not without money. Do not need to dwell on this, dwell on that. Naturally all contracted to a good wedding company. Sit and wait for the results on the line. Song-si. In just less than an hour or so, the wedding was finalized so quickly. Is this the speed of the rich? Evening. Gu Qingchen lazily lay on the bed. Tuan was helped to stand on him by Song-si, bouncing and stomping on his dad's back. Few comfort. Feeling just the right amount of strength, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but cry out. You're a father. You haven't even taken care of your daughter to grow up yet, but you're letting your daughter serve you first. Really? Song-si didn't even know what to say. Gu Qingchen, however, disagreed, saying, That being said, when she grows up, won't she turn her elbow outward? When the time comes, she'll say, Dad, you don't understand him at all, and I'll have a brain hemorrhage on the spot. So, enjoying it early is the real deal. And look, isn't Tuan bouncing around quite happily? Just you have reason. Enjoy a little longer on the line. Otherwise after the exercise hyperactive, the little girl should not sleep at night. When you coax it on. Fine, I'll coax it. Then, Gu Qingchen asked, By the way, daughter-in-law, what kind of wedding do you want? A Western-style wedding like that of John Chen's couple? Or Chinese style? Song-si sniffed and thought about it, saying, How about a Chinese style? It feels like a Western-style wedding isn't very appealing to me. True to form, I was going to talk to you about getting Chinese. Saying that, he also searched out the video of the Chinese wedding and handed it to his daughter-in-law. Song-si carried Tuan from Gu Qingchen's back into her arms and took the video and watched it. Naturally, the little girl was curious and put her little head over to take a look. Mom, what's this? Song-si pinched her little nose. A wedding. That's the ceremony that mommy and daddy need to tell their friends and family after they get together. Oh, Tuan obviously didn't understand, but responded obediently. Gu Qingchen also sat up and scooted over, wrapped his arms around his daughter-in-law's small waist, patted his chin on her shoulder, and asked, "How's it? Want Chinese? It feels so beautiful." Song Si nodded heavily, her beautiful eyes all sparkling with light, obviously looking forward to the wedding intensely. "Okay, then let's go to the wedding company tomorrow to finalize the details. Now sleep." Gu Qingchen kissed his daughter-in-law's cheeks vigorously, then hugged her and lay down on the bed, and Tuan was naturally brought down in his arms. Don't I want to watch cartoons. Tuan is naturally not sleepy after all the bouncing around, so how can he be a good sleeper? Song Si lightly patted him and said, "See what I'm saying? You slowly coax it, I'm going to sleep." Then she turned on her side and completely ignored her husband's death. Tuan fluttered vigorously twice, wanting to get up from her father's arms, but Gu Qingchen couldn't do as she wished, and held her tightly in his arms, saying, "I'll tell you a story, okay? You lie down honestly." When the little girl heard this, she stopped and said in a milky voice, Then daddy speak." Ahem. Gu Qingchen cleared his throat, organized his words, and told the story of the wolf came. Subsequently, it took no less than 5 stories to finally put my daughter to sleep. Song Si secretly snickered for a while before she actually slept. Gu Qingchen heartbroken kissed Tuan's forehead and also held his daughter-in-law's hand to close his eyes. Early the next morning, Gu Qingchen and Song Si, who had finished eating, hugged Tuan and went to the wedding company given by Gu Jiaran. The name is pretty good. It's called Only Love High-End Wedding Planning. Just as he entered the hall, he was greeted by a woman with exquisite makeup. "Mr. Gu, Miss Song, my name is Yen. I'm the general manager here. Mr. Gu has already instructed that I'll be serving you all throughout today, so if you have any needs, you can mention them to us." Trouble. Gu Qingchen hugged Tuan and nodded politely. "I should. Please follow me, both of you." After saying that, Manager Yen led Gu Qingchen and Song Si to the VIP parlor, put the group on the sofa aside, pull out the cartoon for her to watch, and the wedding company specialists brought the cake and drinks to serve. It took 3 people to talk about the specifics of the wedding. "Do you two want a Chinese or Western wedding?" Manager Yen asked as he took out a tablet and scratched it a few times. "Chinese," Gu Qingchen said. Song Si nodded along. "Good. Then," Manager Yen found out the effect diagram of the Chinese wedding and handed the tablet to Gu Qingchen. "The first file is the process of the Ming system Chinese style, and the second one is the process of the new Chinese style, so the 2 of you can take a look at it. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to change." With his own conception in his mind, Gu Qingchen gave the tablet directly to his daughter-in-law and directly addressed Manager Yen. "Does your family have a customized wedding book?" "Naturally I have. Wait, I'll show you." With that, she took out her own cell phone and found a bunch of photos of sample wedding letters and copy, and held them out to Gu Qingchen. The first image that comes to mind is a 3-dimensional copper drawing of a dragon flying. It's just that the copy is a bit problematic. The first sentence at the beginning is, "Respectfully comply with the Kuan Zhao woman's birth date and Xian Zhao man's birth date of the good time. Respectfully comply with the parents' order." Matchmaker's words, married. It's not that the copy is bad. Rather, Song Si his own father's family, are their own sent to heaven? To comply with what kind of parents' orders? Matchmaking? No way. Gu Qingchen immediately passed on this. Chapter 207, Wedding Details. Finally, Gu Qingchen selected a beautiful copy. Engagement letter. The origin of a glimpse. Love is set by the 3 lifestones. A good date has been set. Qiankuan connecting. A good fate is given by heaven. And the Qin and serpent sing in harmony. Years for the paper. Love for the ink. Painted on the embroidered good fortune. Marriage book is clear. Keep the promise of 100 years. And go to the mountains and the sea together. Unswerving. Betrothed. Man's name. Name of the woman. Date of engagement. For the surrounding pattern decoration, the dragon and phoenix figure of the first picture was selected. Don't use copper plates for the marriage certificate. Use gold plates. Gu Qingchen, who had finalized the specific style and copy, instructed. Good. If it was someone else, Manager Yen might have advised a word of caution, but whoever told this master that he was not poor, gold is gold. Then came the finalization of the wedding clothes. It doesn't matter what the groom's clothes are. They are pretty much the same any way you pick them out. They are not worth the effort. The main thing is the bride's wedding clothes. Daughter-in-law, pick your own wedding clothes. Gu Qingchen handed over the cell phone that Manager Yen had used to find out the pictures of the wedding clothes. Good. Song Si took it and scratched it a few times, realizing that all of these cape wedding dresses were actually quite different, so she randomly chose a set that went well with her eyes. Returning the cell phone to Manager Yen, Gu Qingchen added, "Can you replace the gold threads on the cape and the phoenix crown with pure gold?" "Naturally, it's possible." but it takes time to make, and a solid gold phoenix crown is quite heavy, so the bride won't be able to wear it at all. So it's okay to replace it with a gold-plated one, right? Customers have requirements. Manager Yen naturally will not be discouraged, but to provide the appropriate precautions and recommendations. When Song Si heard this, she pulled on the hem of Gu Qingchen's coat and whispered, "It's not necessary, is it? It's just clothes that you only wear once. Why make it so expensive? Just because it's a one-time only wear, that's why it has to be memorable. Just leave it alone and be your best bride." Gu Qingchen was a bit chauvinistic about this aspect of spoiling his daughter-in-law. At those words, what else could Song Si say? After all, she wasn't the one who was in charge of the house. "Then I will intensify the production for you. It will probably take about a month and a half, and there is a matching fan to cover the face. Should it be made of pure gold silk as well?" Manager Yen added. "Well, use them all." Gu Qingchen nodded and asked again, "What about a red head? I see that many Chinese weddings don't wear a red head at all, and I'd quite like to add one." Manager Yen helplessly explained, "In fact, there should be, but nowadays the wedding which cannot see the bride's appearance, so very few people add this red cover, or add a little bit, go through the process, and then the scene is lifted, and most of it is still meant to be with a donut fan. Then what if we replace it with a transparent gauze red cover? You can see what the bride looks like without having to lift it on the spot, and you have a cover to hide your face," Gu Qingchen proposed. After all, he has an obsession with lifting the lid again in the bridal chamber. That's fine. Then I'll make it along with the wedding clothes." Manager Yen felt that this option was feasible. Gu Qingchen added, "The cover head should also have some patterns braided on it with gold wire. Don't take a piece of red gauze to perfume me. That's for sure. Our family is all about high-end boutique productions, so naturally we won't make such cheap mistakes." Then, the three of them discussed the venue again, the time of the wedding, the setup and so on. Good point about the venue. The wedding company provided an exquisite old-fashioned compound with man-made streams and ponds and a small arched bridge. Quite a quaint, watery place. The site is decorated naturally according to the combination of ancient and new Chinese style. Well, it's scheduled for September 20th. As for the wedding photos, Manager Yen gave two options. One is to shoot some different styles first, and the other is to wait for the wedding clothes to be made and shoot them together. Gu Qingchen was too lazy to toss and naturally chose the latter. Then, there's a bunch of miscellaneous stuff like how many tables to set, what dishes to serve, invitation design, etc. Afternoon. It took a dabble at the wedding company to get the general process all finalized. Gu Chengchen sharply called Gu Jiaren to make the payment, and it turned out that the payment was $2 million. And, still, more refunds and less compensation. After all, that gold wedding book and gold thread wedding clothes would not be cheap. It gave Gu Jiaren a whole lot of speechlessness. Dare I say someone paid to build it that way? But it's her son's wedding, so what else can she do but pay for it? The small details after that can only be discussed one step at a time. By the way, the Imperial Villa's posting of window flowers and happy words, laying the red carpet and so on, was rejected by Gu Qingchen. He did not intend to invite relatives or anything to help at home. When the time comes to go directly to the wedding site, walk through the end of the process, each back to their own homes. What blocking the door to stuff red envelopes? Directly skipped. That's not to say that the home isn't decorated with these things. Still have to decorate briefly and prepare red bedding slippers and whatnot. However, there would be no need for the wedding company to be involved, and he planned to bring Yi Changchen Junjie and the others in for a whole lot of fun. After all, you can't just dump everything on someone else. You have to be a little bit involved yourself, right? Back home, Song Si, who had labored all day, hugged Tuan Tuan and went to take a bath in the bathroom tub. Gu Chengchen, on the other hand, sent the news of having a wedding, one by one, to Shen Miaoshu, the Su family and the dormitory group. As for the others, Gu Jiaoran would notify them, basically similar to that of John Chen's wedding, and they would be admitted with the invitations, in addition to those who are related to each other. Those who came are basically the quality shares that are up to the poll to be flattered, or have friendship with Gu Group, as well as partners. Shen Miaoshu wasn't too surprised. After all, the license had been received, and the wedding was a matter of time. She also replied that she would take a few days off before the wedding to come over. The Su family, not to mention the wedding of the direct line. Naturally, no one can be left behind. All over, the dormitory group, on the other hand, exploded. Zheng Fian, missing bridesmaids? 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 Heejin, lacking a best man? No best man? No best man? John Chen, +1. Fan 0, the three of you don't have a seizure. Look for me when you're short of bridesmaids. Gu Qingchen, Chinese wedding. There is no such thing as bridesmaids, right? Didn't discuss this with the wedding company. Li Zirui, it's true that there are no bridesmaids, but there are accompanying maids and eunuchs. Fei Yin Chang, Van Zillow, He Chang, John Chen, Gu Qingchen, you guys come over around September 15th. And I'll leave it up to you to put up the window decals, happy words, and hang the red. Gu Chengchen, of course. Airfare reimbursement, or the portion money is free. You guys choose one of the two. With the exception of Fan Zero, Dog's Head / JPG. Fan Zero? Why? Treated differently. Ha? Gu Chengchen, what kind of airfare do you, a local, have? Fan Zero, how come no? I can't go from the magic capital to the imperial capital and back again? Gu Qingchen frowny face. Gu Chengchen, so you want to be exempt from that? Van Zillow, free copies. Gu Qingchen, free portion with air ticket stub. Van Zillow. Gu Chengchen, just you. You still want to jam my bugs? Subsequently, the rest of the people chose to reimburse the airfare. After all, the portion of the money still need to pay, at least face to face. Chapter 208, The Eve of the Wedding. Okay, bride and groom both stand to look at the camera. Ready in 3, 2, 1. As the shutter was pressed continuously, a picture of the man in a wedding dress, the woman wearing a phoenix crown and a red haze, respecting each other and raising their eyebrows, appeared on the camera. Okay, let's take some more intimate ones, where the bride gently wraps her arms around the groom's back and tilts her head slightly. Okay, the groom looks down and gazes deeply into his bride's eyes. Very nice. Another burst of shutter presses. The photographer demanded again. Now, the bride puts her nose against the groom's. Okay, that's it. This process of parents combing their daughter's hair is removed, and then the process is simplified a bit, and the MC doesn't have to use a bunch of lovey-dovey words and yahoos to make us stand around stupidly for half a day. Gu Qingchen watched some video. Each bride and groom are expressionless, standing there with a zombie-like. The MC on the side said in a good sound have a sense of dissonance, as if not willingly married. There's also a focus on what's demure and not a bit of physical contact at all. Would the process be a little too short? Manager Yen made a mistake. Before the Chinese wedding is not at all like this. Are obedient to follow the process given by their wedding. Why is this man so difficult to deal with? Just listen to me. I'll write up a process for you later. Gu Qingchen didn't like to procrastinate, and neither did Song Si, who, after watching the video, always felt that the process was like that of a puppet on strings. Not natural at all. This was the result of a unanimous discussion between the two. Well, Manager Yen nodded. Who says the customer is God? In this way, just fold your hands in front of the small of your back and look straight ahead. When the MC says to worship, it is a slight bowing of the knees and immobilization of the hands. The movements don't have to be too standard. It's a general idea. Miss Manners said as she demonstrated the moves. Song Si also followed along and learned very carefully, afraid of messing up the wedding. Gu Chengchen is indifferent. How to say also seen a lot of ancient costume drama. The basic play cool bow still no. Do not need to teach. Anyway, it's been over 2 months back here. Gu Qingchen and Song Si were either looking at the venue setup or revising to familiarize themselves with the process and learn simple etiquette. When taking photos of the wedding clothes, they also pulled Tuan Tuan to take the parent-child photos as well. And the whole thing made Manager Yen cry and laugh. The time is fast approaching September 19th, because that group of housemates think sticking flowers hanging red to start on the eve of the wedding is the right flavor. After all, the family relatives get married are so early in the morning over to participate in the busy, laughing and joking, lively and bustling. That way, there's a sense of urgency that the work will be delivered tomorrow, and it's only a bit of wedding busy work. At this point, Royal View Mansion. Zheng Fian and Fan Ziru took the ancient turquoise-colored jacket and went into the nanny's room on the first floor to change. After all, there was a need for a little maid role in the process, and these two were competing on it. Bai Xiao was shy and didn't compete, but helped John Chen, He Chang and Li Zirui in preparing the window flowers, big and small she characters and double-sided tape. Gu Qingchen came and handed over a roll of clear tape and said, "Please, that's glass. You put double-sided tape. I can't clean up well behind me. Use the tape, thank you." "Oh, okay." After John Chen took it, he directly greeted He Chang. "Go Qiangzi, I'm responsible for leveling the alignment. You're responsible for tearing the tape." "No, it's you who does the leveling and aligning and tearing of the tape, and I do the adjusting and taping." He Chang, Li Zirui and Song Si, on the other hand, took the small wedding stickers and went around putting them on flower pots, water bottles, cups and other small objects in the house. Bai Xiao is responsible for bringing up the children, but only Tuan Tuan, her son, left her in-laws to bring up, so as not to come here to fool around and cause trouble. Looking at the cute and adorable little girl who obediently sat in her arms watching cartoons, and thinking about the rebellious son at home who jumped up and down and caused trouble everywhere, she felt a pang of helplessness and envy. At this point, Zheng Fian and Fan Ziru also changed their clothes and walked out. Gu Qingchen, the examiner, slowly walked up and said, "All stand still, head up and chest out." The two did so immediately. "Turn around twice." The two turned around 2 more times. Then, Gu Qingchen pointed at Fan Ziru and said, "Congratulations, you've been eliminated." Why? Yay, the maid of honor is mine. Zheng Fian, on the other hand, raised her arms and danced with joy. Gu Qingchen explained unapologetically, "Because you have a good temperament. I'm looking for a maid. I can't steal the bride's thunder. Where you stand, not to mention the face and body, but the temperament is similar to the family at large, miss. So pass." Zheng Fian, who heard the words, instantly lost the excitement she had just felt, and even her smile froze. Fan Zero snorted and patted her shoulder. "Well, congratulations, I really can't do it. I'll give in. You go for it." With that, she went off in her jacket to help the window crew. "Boss Gu, what do you mean? Is this the attitude and speech you should have when asking for a favor? I'll give you another chance to reorganize your language." Zheng Fian looked at Gu Qingchen with a ghostly gaze and said, "Ahem." Gu Qingchen smiled faintly and stretched out 3 fingers. 3,000. Zheng Fian froze and instantly twisted her head. "Trying to buy my noble soul? Don't dream of it. Just the words you just used to demean me in a roundabout way. I will never be able to forgive in my life." 5,000. Zheng Fian immediately turned back and said, but then again, it's normal for friends to joke around with each other. As long as you change your tone a little and compliment me, maybe I. 8,000. At that, Zheng Fian's words seamlessly linked. "Definitely help you with this favor. Not just a maid? Don't worry, you can use me as a real maid for the next 2 days. Anything from serving tea, laundry, cooking, cleaning the house. I can do it. So it's a done deal then?" With that, she pulled out her cell phone and pulled up the QR code. Gu Chengchen couldn't help but be amused with a laugh and swept 8,000 over to her. "Thank you, boss. Boss atmosphere. I'm going to help." Zheng Fian gave him a deep bow and went on his ass to find Song Si. Suddenly, He Chang walked over, put his arm around Gu Qingchen's shoulder, and muttered in a low voice, "Old four, are you still short of maids? I can do it too. I don't want a high price. 5,000 will do. If you wear women's clothes, have to add money. Roll find your daughter-in-law to ask for money to go." Two mouths caught me aglean. "Is it good?" Gu Qingchen pushed his face away in disgust. Before He Chang could say anything, John Chen shouted, "Xianzi, what have you been doing?" "Duct tape." "Oh, here it comes." He Chang sighed regretfully and returned to work. Chapter 209, The End of the Wedding, Grand Finale. Noon. Gu Qingchen went out to buy a big meal for her housemates. The others have also finished the work of putting up window decorations and big and small wedding banners, and are now working on hanging reds everywhere. At this time, the stair railings, bedroom door frames, and TV walls were hung with red silk brocade, and the last pillar on the left and right side of the entry door. It doesn't. John Chen is busy writing on He Chan's neck. "Is that okay?" The Tuan in by Xiao Zhao's arms milked. Twist downwards. John Chen moved down slightly. "Now what?" Tuan compared the left and right sides and said, "One more twist." He obediently moved down a little more. "Alright, tie the rope," Zheng Fian shouted. Upon hearing this, John Chen pulled off the red rope around his neck and began to secure the red silk. Because of the uneven pattern on the posts, the tape wouldn't stick, so I had to tighten the string to hold it in place. "Hurry up, John Chen. You're getting heavy. I can't stand up anymore," He Chang urged. "Oops, not so fast." "Right away." John Chen unhurriedly tied a fine bow on the rope before patting his head. "Alright, put me down." He Chang didn't half hesitate and crouched down violently. Asterisk. John Chen could not react as well as he should have, and instantly fell backwards. Fortunately his hands were faster than his brain, and he propped up the ground with his arms, spitting out, "Does silly Chang, you're softening your legs so fast, aren't you? Are you like this with Zheng Fian?" Before He Chang could retort, Zheng Fian came over first and slapped him on the back of the head. "Dedshenzi, don't start dirty talk. Tuan is still here." Seeing his daughter-in-law avenging herself, He Chang also chimed in. "That's right, can you pay attention to the influence? Geez, I almost went up in place with the back of my head. Just spit it out in the heat of the moment." Luckily, Tuan didn't understand and just looked at them with his little face full of confusion. Song Si also spoke up at this time. "Let's go back to the house to rest." The mistress had ordered it, and naturally the crowd followed, came into the living room and nagged. He Chang and John Chen, the two idle ones, didn't know what they were muttering about, picked up the rest of the little she character stickers and ran upstairs. When Gu Qingchen returned, these two were drinking tea in the living room as if nothing had happened. "Eat, come on guys." The words just fell. He Chang had then stepped over the backrest of the couch and ran over. However, after he fixed his eyes on it and realized that it was hot pot chicken, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Old four, is this the big meal you were talking about?" Gu Qingchen compared the packed lunchbox that was as big as a face basin. "Not too big?" He Chang, John Chen came over with the others and patted him on the shoulder. Alright, be content, the hot pot chicken is not bad. With one by one taking their seats, after half a day's work, the hungry crowd also started to eat. Tuan Tuan was given to Gu Qingchen to bring. But suddenly, a small figure, red with flowers, came slowly and sat down on the floor. Gu Chengchen frowned and picked up the back of Yi's neck meat to lift it up. Look at the she that is affixed to the center of its forehead and to each of its ears, and to the backs of its 4 paws. Not to mention the fact that it was all over her body, just as it had been when Nini had first come to the house. After pulling out a bunch of little hairbrushes and manipulating them in a haphazard manner. Tail of the most excessive, directly aligned with the head and tail of the paste-a-long dragon, the whole with a small lion dance-like. It caused a lot of giggles from the people in the room. Gu Qingchen sighed helplessly and asked, which big smart did this? Then, Zheng Fian and Fan Ziru, one pointed at He Chang and the other pointed at John Chen. Gu Qingchen had an expression of I'm sure it's so. Oh, so it's you two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. He's the mastermind. For his part, John Chen pointed at He Chang with no regard for brotherhood. He Chang smiled sarcastically and said, doesn't this look good? How festive. Okay, before you leave, you're responsible for giving it a bath anon. With that, Gu Qingchen put one by one down. Oh, He Chang nodded and answered, but in his heart, he said in a small voice, what's the point of washing? When the time comes, I'll just take a plane and run away. Evening. Because the villa has 3 rooms left besides the master bedroom and the cat house. In order not to isolate the last person who didn't have a room to live in, Fan Zero kindly took them back to her own villa to stay there, and waited for tomorrow morning to go directly to the wedding site to gather. And the housemates just left not even 2 hours ago. Shin Miaoshu then pulled a suitcase and re-entered this home that she had only left for more than 3 months. Tuan Tuan was most excited to see her, jumping straight off his mom's lap and running over with open little arms. Godmother hug. Egu my good girl. I missed you so much godmother. Shin Miaoshu picked up Tuan Tuan and rubbed her little face vigorously. Then, he said to Gu Qingchen, so sad to see me go? You only left for a short time, and then you called me back by organizing a wedding. That's true, I miss it. Gu Chengchen responded by following her words. You don't sound sincere at all. Shen Miaoshu patted Song Si's shoulder, and while holding Tuan Tuan towards the upper floor, she said, go upstairs and change into your wedding clothes and give me a look. Good. Song Si spread a smile, touched her husband's head to comfort him, and trotted to follow. The sleep was brief. Just after 5 o'clock in the morning, Gu Qingchen and Song Si were then dragged up by the wedding company. Both of them didn't even bother to wash up, so they carried a bunch of things such as wedding dress bags, makeup boxes and whatnot, and took the confused Shin Miaoshu, and the soundly sleeping Tuan Tuan in her arms, and got into the nanny car to rush towards the scene. Just entered the gates of the on-site old-fashioned compound. The vermilion door was wide open, with large red lanterns hanging high on both sides, and warm red electronic candlelight swaying within the lanterns. On the door pillar is posted a big red wedding couplet with gold sprinkles. The writing style is strong and powerful without losing the elegance. The first line of the book good fortune is given by heaven and the love is linked to a line. The second line is matched with a good match is made by heaven and the dream surrounds the 3 lifetimes. And the horizontal inscription the chain and the serpent and the music. The wedding book, whacked out of gold, was displayed against the sunlight on the shadow wall of the entrance, conveniently visible to afternoon guests as soon as they entered. Come to the vestibule. In the center, a high platform built of solid wood rises up from the ground. The surface of the platform is paved with brocade, surrounded by fine pearl curtains. The breeze brushes past, the beads lightly touch, emitting a crisp and pleasant sound. At the 4 corners of the platform, there were 1-person high blue porcelain bottles filled with red peonies in full bloom, which were of heavenly colors and showed the elegance and nobility of the country. Beneath the cloisters on either side were pots of kumquat trees with fruitful branches. In between, there are ancient palace lanterns, painted with romantic legends such as the coward and the weaving maiden and the butterfly. And when they are lit, those loving stories seem to come alive. There were petals scattered randomly on the ground, from delicate roses to fragrant jasmine. Step by step, the main hall, as the centerpiece venue of the wedding, is naturally decorated in a dignified yet romantic manner. Above the main seat in the hall hangs a huge Chinese character, which is made of gold leaf and glows under the sunlight filtering through the window panes. Rows of rustic tables and chairs line the sides. The table is covered with a beautifully embroidered tablecloth, and a complete set of Celadon porcelain tea set is placed on the table. Newlyweds salute place, the front of a carved pear wood table, on which the dragon and phoenix candlestick, red candle burning, candle tiers slowly sliding down. In front of the table, a pair of futons are neatly spread out, waiting for the newlyweds to kneel and worship heaven and earth and both parents. Overhead were layers of red satin, pouring down from the beams of the room, tied in a full bow, like a brilliant cloudy haze in the sky. The backyard, where guests are housed. The scenery here is good. A lotus pond. Built a few exquisite octagonal pavilion surrounded by a thin as cicada wings of the gauze enclosure. When the wind goes by, the gauze fluttering, like a dream. In the lotus pond, pink and white lotus are interspersed with fields of lotus leaves, and the occasional koi carp leaps out of the water. Electronic guqin was placed along the shore, and the sound of the zither was soothing, adding a touch of elegant and long-lasting rhythm to this ancient-style wedding. We really can't imagine a grand Chinese wedding scene. Borrow from AI. HeyDoghead/JPG, probably appreciate it. Gu Qingchen then led Song Si to the restroom. Start checking off all the details of the day music and whatnot, as well as giving the bride a makeup trial. Soon, near noon, the wedding is about to begin. Housemates and guests were also largely present. Song Si, who was dressed in a wedding outfit, and Zhang Fian, who was dressed in a maid's outfit, were arranged by the staff to be inside the red sedan chair outside the venue, and they would only enter at that time as the wedding began. Gu Jiaren also wore a slimming large red cheongsam. Her feet stepped on red patent leather high heels, her face cool as she greeted the guests. Nope, it's the guest who greets her. But suddenly, the whole room went silent. He saw an old man in military uniform, holding a plainly dressed woman on his arm, followed by several other old men also in military uniform, talking and laughing as he walked in. All around, a good 7 or 8 men in plain clothes with headsets and bulging waists, all with inches of hair. But none of that mattered. What mattered was their shoulder patches, either 3 stars with flowers or 1 or 2 stars with flowers. Even the 2 men and 2 women who followed behind the group of old men were shoulder-strapped with a star presence. There were also quite a few company owners who saw the local officials of Mordor, who had previously treated them in an unsavory manner, honestly following behind. Today is my eldest grandson's wedding. You guys can't be stingy with this gift money anon. Su Zhongshan turned his head and said to a group of old comrades, "Don't worry old Su, just scrape it together for you." "Right, yeah, can we still rely on your old Su?" Su Zhongshan laughed and shouted to Gu Jiaren, "Come, daughter-in-law, I'll introduce you." It wasn't so much that the Su family recognized her as a daughter-in-law, but it was to pave the way for their eldest grandson. After all, the company's Gu Jiaren's now and needed her to show up from it. And this woman is quite shrewd. She won't do anything stupid with her status, so it won't hurt to give her a name. Gu Jiaren naturally followed Su Zhongshan's words and walked over, and put on her professional fake smile, responding enthusiastically one by one, and the Fan Xiru people in the crowd were dumbfounded. No wonder Gu Qingchen had solved her marriage problem with a single sentence, so he still had this relationship in place. Looking at his parents, who were rippling through the crowd, it was obvious that they had known about it, but hadn't told him. What a misadventure to get a hug. The other housemates were not as excited as Fan Xiru. After all, they were all ordinary people. John Chen also did not officially take over the family's company. If his old man knew that he had such an awesome housemate, would he just go through with it? Soon, it was time for the wedding to begin. The MC also walked onto the stage. "Greetings, hello, everyone, auspicious dragon head, full of blessings on earth. Today's good time and beautiful scenery, full of friends, we gather together to witness the groom Mr. Gu Qingchen, and the bride Mess Song Si's happy marriage. I am today's master of ceremonies, and I am honored to kick off this Chinese-style marriage. Our groomsmen have also curtailed the process a bit so that we don't have to stand around for long. Now, please welcome the groomsmen with warm applause and cheers to make their shining debut." Slap. With applause, Gu Qingchen, wearing a large red robe and a red official's hat, walked from the house to the stage. Su Zhongshan also proudly showed off with his old comrade beside him. "See, my eldest grandson is handsome, right? A fine-looking man indeed. AI. Old Su is good fortune. Grandson has become a family, which is like that brat in my home. Just soak in the army, is not even a little love with talk about, can be worried to death me. Alright, children and grandchildren will always be blessed, just relax." Gu Chengchen walked to the front of the stage and bowed with a big arch. The master of ceremonies also said, "Look, the groom is wearing a red robe today, valiant and full of spring. Then may I ask the groom how he feels about marrying today?" Gu Qingchen inclined her head to the microphone and said, "Naturally, I'm happy. I think so. I've been looking forward to this for so long, and finally I'm going to welcome my favorite girl home. Do you think the groom is handsome?" "Cool XN. The master of ceremonies bellowed. "Good. Let's have the groom wait here first. And now, let's invite our beautiful bride to enter." Solemn music played. The red 8-carried sedan chair was also carried in by staff dressed in wedding clothes. "Don't stare at the groom. Hurry up and go get the bride." At the urging of the MC, Gu Qingchen threw the sleeves of his robe behind him and walked to the sedan chair. With one hand behind his back, he reached out to the palanquin curtains and said in a warm voice, "I've come to fetch you, daughter-in-law." Song Si, who had heard the words, smiled softly and extended a slender jade hand out from the curtain. Seeing this, Gu Chengchen also gently gripped and pulled her out of the sedan chair, as Song Si, who was covered with a transparent red cover embroidered with gold flowers, wearing a golden phoenix crown in Xiaopi, slowly appeared. She immediately stunned the crowd present. Master Su naturally showed off to his old comrade again. Zheng Fian also stepped forward and handed one end of the red silk in her hand to Gu Qingchen and the other to Song Si. Then she held up the bride, ready to carry her moptail and cross the firepot in a moment. Good. The newlyweds have taken their positions. Next they will cross this fire bowl and saddle, signifying red-hot and peaceful days ahead, the master of ceremonies said. The words fell. Gu Qingchen also led Song Si, who had red embroidered shoes on her feet, across the fire pit, a fake plastic lamp, and the saddle. Zheng Fian, the little maid, was dutifully lifting the trailing tail and lifting the hem of the skirt. The master of ceremonies watched them finish the step, and then said, "Good, one step across, all the troubles are left behind, and all the sweetness and beauty are in front of you." When the two came to the MC, Zheng Fian also retired. The auspicious time has come. The newlyweds are ready to pay their respects. All guests be quiet and observe the ceremony solemnly. After the reminder, the master of ceremonies began to yell, "One bow to heaven and earth. Thanks to the good fortune of heaven and earth, the blessing is deep. Please face heaven and earth. The new couple. Worship." Following the words of the MC, Gu Qingchen and Song Si also bowed towards the gate respectively. The second bow to the high hall. "Thanks to the parents for raising us. The grace is as heavy as a mountain. Please turn to the bride and groom to their mother." Bye. The two men finished bowing. Gu Jiaren, who had already been seated on the stage, delivered the prepared red packet to Song Si's hand and retired. Husband and wife worship each other. From now on we will be together and grow old together. Please face each other. Worship. After Gu Qingchen and Song Si bowed to each other, they held each other's hands and straightened up. The MC also said with a smile, "It seems that the couple is in love with each other. Then, we will invite the two couples' beloved daughters to hand-deliver their FM radio." Then, Shen Miaoshu put Tuan Tuan, who was wearing a cute little pink jacket dress and carrying a tray, on the stage and urged, "Go on, look for mommy and daddy. Hold the wine steady, but don't spill it." "I know, godmother." Tuan took short, lurching steps to his mom and dad. The wedding hall is set with FM radio. From then on love will last until the white head. Please ask the newlyweds to raise their wine cups, interlock their arms, and drink the wine. And the days to come are as sweet as this, through thick and thin. Gu Qingchen immediately stuck close to Song Si, and instead of following what the MC said, he fed his own glass of wine into the other's mouth. Ha ha, well, this couple still has a lot of ideas. Next, let's have the knotting ceremony, tying the knot as husband and wife, and loving each other without any doubt. We have our bridesmaid, presenting the golden scissors and the brocade pouch. Zheng Fian once again walked onto the stage and handed over the appropriate things. Afterward, Gu Qingchen and Song Si each cut off a strand of the other's hair, tied it tightly with a red rope, put it into a brocade pouch, and handed it over to Tuan Tuan, who hadn't stepped down from the stage yet. Good. From now on, your lives are tightly intertwined. The years will change, and the love will never change. So far, ladies and gentlemen, today's Chinese wedding between the groom Gu Qingchen and the bride Song Si is a success. Let's once again wish the couple 100 years of happiness with a warm round of applause. Now, will the newlyweds please join hands to salute and thank their friends and family? Watching the duo finish their salute to the guests, the MC once again said, "Finally, please invite our new couple. Enter the bridal chamber." After saying that, Gu Qingchen held Song Si held Tuan Tuan, and the three of them retreated from the catwalk and went back inside. Then, the master of ceremonies began to greet the guests. "Below, please, guests, move to our backyard and take your seats. I have a fine show for you all." While the guests were eating their meals, Gu Qingchen had already brought Song Si back to the Royal View Mansion. Tuan Tuan was naturally left in the care of Sister Miaoshu. As for the toast, there is no such step. There are too many people mixed up. Not many of them are genuinely coming to the wedding, so forget about it. For relatives and friends, a separate invitation when the wedding is over is better than any toast. Inside the bedroom, Gu Qingchen gently lifted Song Si's red head, and after seeing her exquisite makeup, he pounced on her without being able to hold back and kissed her on top of those bright red lips. Feeling her husband's dishonest hands and feet, the young daughter-in-law didn't resist at all, but just murmured with a flushed face, "Wait, I'll take off my wedding clothes." "No, just cave in." Gu Qingchen stroked her delicate face and stopped her. Song Si pouted at him and obediently nodded. As the red quilt flew up and covered the two of them, endless lingering tenderness overflowed and swept away. One short year later, it was a sunny day. Song Si held Gu Qingchen's arm as she strolled along the park's tree-lined path. Tuan Tuan, the little girl, was happily running ahead with a small windmill in her hand. Seeing that the two didn't follow up, she only stopped her steps and turned around to wave her hand in a milky voice. Mommy and Daddy, you guys hurry up and follow up. Ah, good. Song Si responded loudly to her good daughter. Then his gaze softly looked at Gu Qingchen beside him and said, let's go. Husband will have to go back to cook dinner or else Sister Miashu should complain when she gets home from work. Really? I think she specifically transferred back to Magic City so that we could serve her. Gu Qingchen complained. Song Si leaned her head on his shoulder and stroked her slightly bulging stomach with a motherly face. No way. She'll be busy when the second one is born. End of book. End postscript. Ahem. I'll get right to the point. The finish was actually rather rushed. One might even say sloppy. And I'm not sure if it counts as bad. But let's end it like this. I had some troubles to deal with and couldn't keep up a steady stream of yards behind me. And I think the book is really badly written. So rather than meaninglessly watering it down, I'd rather finish it and preserve some of the spectacle. Whether you guys liked the book or thought it was average and poorly written, I appreciate your patience in watching. Let's start with my own shortcomings, because it's the first time I've written a book. Read the internet. You, a newcomer, do not care about anything. Put up the pen to start writing and finished. First, practice pen power, patience, as well as persistence. And then, I started it without writing a word of outline or fine print at all, relying solely on sporadic borrowings from the fanfic angel next door, in the heat of the moment. What with the characters, the plot, the skirmishes, etc. All of it was conceived as I wrote it. The first part of the book was fine, but in the middle and late stages, perhaps the enthusiasm for the book receded, combined with the lack of an outline to back it up and the fact that my brain was empty whenever I sat down in front of the computer made me get stuck on the text a lot, resulting in poor quality later chapters. Also, because of some things in the past, so no kidding, really serious reasons, involving personal privacy, will not disclose. I have a pretty serious neurosis. When I sleep, I can't have people around me, or light or sound, otherwise I can't sleep, or I'm in a half-asleep state. In addition, I sleep late and have many dreams and shallow sleep. My family will wake me up in the morning when they talk in the living room or something, making me feel like I can't get enough sleep every day, and I'm mentally exhausted. With all the negative states, I guess, I sit for 6 or 7 hours a day to barely hold in 4,000 words, and then I don't have much energy to review the chapters one just finished, so there are more typos. Later, I'll read over the book I wrote and fix it. Then, there is the lack of books. 1. The heroine's character was not established well enough. The storyline would have been best if it had been written from high school when she was being bullied. I actually wrote a small portion of my high school life, but due to the rapid speed of the car, I shut down the cabin and gave it a deletion to overhaul the plot. I learned later that I just don't understand the mechanics of the Tomatoes riverboat, and that driving erratically has nothing to do with high school, but I'm all done overhauling and deleting the original, so I'll just have to make it a mistake. 2. Some of the explanations are narrated or placed at the back, resulting in a somewhat puzzling first look at the front of you, and a poor sense of perspective. 3. The plot moves too fast and not enough padding, leading to a kind of abruptness in the relationship between the hero and heroine, as well as a lack of supporting character lines and many details being handled well. 4. The most important point, the single female text written out of the feelings of Shin Miashu. I am not a god after all. Play the knife first scratches their own. I was wrong. Next time I dare not. Anyway, this book has many shortcomings, but after all, it's the first one I've practiced writing, and I'm content to be where I am. I will learn from these hard lessons and improve slowly. Finally, I'm spitballing it. I'm not really a one-woman party or a fan of one-woman romance writing. In the past, I naively thought that single female daily life is better to write. After all, there is no main line, do not have to bury ambush under the hook and so on, more brain-saving, suitable for me to practice and get used to code life. But I was wrong. The single woman routine has its special features, such as delicate feelings and interesting routines, none of which I'm very good at. I tend to be emotionally aloof and reticent, and I don't have an interesting soul either. And as a socialist homebody with a bit of a cognitive deficit, a lot of things are asked of the AI. However, the next book will be a daily, so try again. Anyway, no matter what the subject matter, it's not simple and requires a lot of thought to be put into it. So, I'll see you all in the next book, as if, not all of them may be seen. After all, my next book is a double female, and I'll be trying out a variety of subjects for the later books, until I find one I'm good at. So, it's better to see you again sometime. That's all. Goodbye.